As the man drifted off to sleep, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. From this moment forward, all humans aged 18 to 50 worldwide will be transported into a magical matchmaking game. Here, you can not only experience the beauty and joy of marriage, but also become a powerful ruler of the world. The next second, the man suddenly opened his eyes and found himself no longer in his original world, but in a dilapidated and simple wooden house. What kind of place is this? He quickly remembered the voice from earlier. Could it be that he'd really been transported into a matchmaking game? Jiang Yin quickly glanced around. The wooden house was empty, with nothing there except for 4 doors standing there on the front, back, left, and right. At that moment, a screen of light appeared before him. Random marriage game, begin now. Part 1. In the game, you can choose to open any of the 4 doors in the front, back, left, or right directions to enter the corresponding room. Second, different door colors represent different room conditions. Red door, marriage room. Gold door, resource room. Black door, dungeon room. Green door, recovery room. White door, random room. Part 3. The Red Gate. Wedding chamber players will bypass all other steps and directly marry and consummate their marriage with members of all races and beings from across the heavens, receiving generous rewards upon completion. 4. Kinmen, resource room. Upon entering, you can randomly obtain various resources, such as a piece of wood, a piece of bread, or even a supreme immortal artifact. 5. Black Gate. Instance room. Upon entering, you will be randomly assigned to an instance. Defeat the final boss and receive rewards based on the difficulty level. 6. Green door, recovery room. Entering this room will restore any injuries the player suffers for a short period of time. 7. White Gate, random room. Everything here is random. Players may enter a celestial abode or fall into the abyss. In short, anything is possible, so please choose carefully. 8. Each player can open 5 rooms per day. Special items can be used to increase the number of rooms that can be opened. 9. In the marriage chamber, the gender, age, and race of the other party are all unknown. Only if the player's own strength is greater than the other party's can they refuse to marry them. Otherwise, there will be terrible penalties. 10. Here, players will experience hunger and thirst, need rest, and even die. Please strive to survive. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin's lips curled into a smile. No dowry, no courtship, straight to the wedding night. But what if the person sitting in the bridal chamber isn't a beautiful woman, but some strange race? That would be a real disaster. Thinking of this, Jiang Yin broke out in a cold sweat. After confirming the rules, a new interface appeared again. Attributes, equipment, homestead, warehouse, auction house, chat channel. Jiang Yin didn't think much and directly opened the attribute panel. Player, Jiang Yin. Nationality, Yin. Country, lifespan, 2388, constitution, 6, strength, 6, agility, 6, spirit, 8, charisma, 10, talent, omniscient and omnipotent, SSS level, unique. Skills, none. Seeing these stats, Jiang Yin gave a wry smile. His starting attributes weren't particularly outstanding. His spirit was slightly stronger, but his charisma was maxed out. But when he saw the SSS level talent below, he was completely stunned. Talent, omniscience and omnipotence. Effect, 1. To learn all the information about this world, including what is behind each door. Second, one can learn any skill and master it. Third, one can discern the fatal weaknesses of all races in the heavens. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin's heart skipped a beat. No one knows what lies behind the door. Even if there's a beautiful woman, a deadly monster might be lurking there. But having this talent is like having a cheat code for seeing through things ahead of time. Jiang Yin suppressed his excitement and first looked at the white door directly in front of him. Name, random room description. A bloodthirsty wolf lives here. Safety assessment. If you enter this room now, the mortality rate is 100%. Wow. Jiang Yin's eyes lit up immediately. Not only could she see what was behind the door, but the level of danger was also clearly marked. He then looked at the other room doors. Name, instance room, room description, Goblin Kingdom. This place is inhabited by a large number of ferocious goblins. Safety assessment, 100% mortality rate. Name resource room conditions. There is a black iron treasure chest and some living supplies here. Safety assessment, 100% safe to enter. Finally, Jiang Yin looked at the bridal chamber. Name, marriage room, room description. A female goblin who escaped from the Goblin Kingdom, yearning to marry a human. Safety assessment, If you're willing, then go in. Jiang Yin was so frightened that she took several steps back. This room actually contained a mother goblin? The dungeon rooms, random rooms, and marriage rooms are all currently unavailable. Thankfully, there's still a resource room to choose from. He quickly calmed down and, instead of rushing into action, first checked the system status. Both the equipment and warehouse sections were empty. Homestead is a dilapidated wooden house that matches the current environment. It can be summoned at any time and upgraded with resources. There are no transactions in the auction house yet, but the chat channel keeps flashing. After Jiang Yin clicked in, she found herself in channel number 666, which had 1,000 people in total. All the profile pictures were real, and she could also view their basic information. Even more outrageous, the system automatically translates what people from different countries are saying. The channel completely exploded at this point. I took my pants off, and then I just time traveled? What colors are you guys? Mine is white, black, and green. Haha, there's a red gate in front of me, the wedding room. It's finally my turn. What if it's a sow inside? I heard you're from India. You're even willing to do anything with lizards. What are you afraid of? Not long after, the man spoke again. Oh no. When I opened the door, there was a 2-meter-tall gorilla, and it was a male. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin confirmed one thing from the chat. Everyone would awaken their talents, but his SSS-level omniscience and omnipotence was unique. In other words, only he can know what's behind each door in advance. This advantage is crucial. Jiang Yin wasted no more time, closed the chat channel, and went into the golden resource room on the left. Behind the door was not an ordinary room, but a grassy area with a small river and big trees in front, a quiet and safe environment. What attracted him most was the black iron treasure chest directly in front of him. The treasure chests were divided into black iron, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, and the highest honor, the glory chest. Although it was just a low-level black iron treasure chest, it was already very important to him right now. Jiang Yin walked over quickly, a mechanical prompt ringing in his mind. A black iron treasure chest has been detected. Player, do you wish to open it immediately? Open. As soon as the words were spoken, the treasure chest opened automatically, and several beams of light flew out, one of which directly merged into his body. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 5 freely distributable attribute points. At the same time, a long sword and a skill book appeared in front of him. Item: beginner level longsword quality, F grade, evaluation. A beginner's weapon, barely usable. Item: triple/type, skill book quality, F grade effect. After use, you can learn the skill triple/. Jiang Nian's eyes lit up. Having obtained weapons and skills at the start of the game, she was already far ahead. He immediately equipped himself with a longsword, and the skill book transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body the moment it was touched. Almost instantly, he mastered the triple strike, as if he had practiced it for a long time. This was one of his omniscient and omnipotent abilities. He could learn and master any skill instantly. Just then, a notification popped up in the stream ahead. Collectible. Jiang Yin tapped her finger, and a notification immediately popped into her mind. Obtained 10 bottles of drinking water, automatically stored in inventory. His eyes lit up. There was actually a way to do that. Then he looked at the large tree beside him and saw it was covered in apples, also marked as harvestable. Received 50 apples, automatically stored in inventory. 50 apples, plus 10 bottles of water, should keep you from starving for a while. Jiang Yin casually took out an apple and took a bite. At the same time, he noticed that 4 more doors had appeared around the room, in black, white, and white respectively. With omniscience and omnipotence at his disposal, he wasn't flustered. Rather than continuing to open doors, he was more interested in knowing how the other players were doing. So Jiang Yin went straight into the chat channel. Help! I'm surrounded by a pack of stray dogs. I pushed open the red door, and inside was a tentacle monster. My side was even more outrageous, a ravenous female goblin. Jiang Yin watched silently and discovered that the regional channel, which originally had 1,000 people, now only had a little over 800 left. In just a short while, more than 100 people had died. Then, another message popped up. Has anyone successfully gotten married? What's the reward? Oh no, I refused the mother goblin's offer of marriage, and she suddenly pulled out an axe to attack me. Help! Help me! The chat channel went silent the next moment, and the person's avatar disappeared. It was obvious he was dead. After a brief silence, the channel erupted in chaos. So, the price of refusing marriage is death. Jiang Yin's expression darkened as he looked at the messages. He suddenly remembered that he had 5 attribute points to allocate and immediately added them to Constitution, Strength, and Agility. Constitution, 8, Strength, 8, Agility, 7, Spirit, 8, Charisma, 10. After the attribute upgrades, he clearly felt that his body was stronger. But he still didn't intend to touch the 2 black doors. The dungeon room was too dangerous. With his current strength, there was no need to force his way in. Then, he looked at the 2 white doors. Random room, Python. Safety assessment, mortality rate approximately 50%. Random room, big-eared rabbit. Safety assessment, as long as you're not too stupid, you can kill it. Jiang Yin went straight to the room where the big-eared rabbit was. After pushing open the door, she saw a grassy area with a plump big-eared rabbit lying on the ground sleeping. Sensing the movement, it suddenly opened its eyes and pounced on Jiang Yin. At that moment, Jiang Yin saw a red dot appear on its body. He instantly realized, that was the weakness. If I can't beat the giant python, can I at least handle this fat rabbit? Jiang Yin charged forward with his sword, unleashing a clean and decisive triple slash. All 3 strikes landed precisely on the weak points. The big-eared rabbit rolled on the ground in pain, and Jiang Yin seized the opportunity to deliver a final blow, killing it instantly. Obtained 10 pieces of rabbit meat, automatically stored in inventory. Unfortunately, it was all raw meat. Jiang Yin was feeling disappointed when he suddenly remembered that he could exchange for other supplies in the chat channel. But the moment he opened the channel, the long-lost Indian player actually reappeared. Brothers, I've bravely returned. The moment that guy from India appeared, the chat channel exploded again. Holy crap, our big brother from India is back. Didn't you go into the gorilla's mating room? Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me what the reward is. Upon seeing these messages, Jiang Yin stopped what he was doing. Brother, I truly admire you. You even dared to sleep with a male gorilla. He hasn't replied yet. Looks like he's really busy. The Indian man was standing smugly in the jungle, with a gorilla quietly following him. He didn't hide anything and spoke directly. I won't go into the details. You can imagine for yourselves. The reward is generous. I'm not lacking in food or drink right now. Besides, my darling is very loyal to me. Anyone who wants a lighter can trade it for fruit. This caused the channel to explode again. Loyalty? You mean it listens to you? Isn't that like getting a bodyguard for free? Jiang Yin understood the rules after reading them. A successful marriage not only brought material rewards, but also allowed her to take her target with her. Although the cost was considerable, the benefits were indeed high. More importantly, the other party had a lighter. Jiang Yin immediately sent a private message. Bro, 3 apples for a lighter. The other party replied quickly. 3 is too few, 5. Just 3, that's all. After a brief silence, the other party relented. All right, I urgently need fruit. Let's trade directly. The transaction was completed quickly. Jiang Yin traded 3 apples for a lighter. The 2 automatically became friends. We'll continue trading fruit in the future. I'm taking my precious baby on an adventure. With that, the other person left the channel. Jiang Yin immediately opened the auction house. At that moment, transactions had already begun. 10 wood can be exchanged for drinking water. 1 hoe can be exchanged for food. 3 bricks can be exchanged for drinking water. All transactions are barter. Food and water were the most scarce resources. Jiang Yin traded a bottle of water for wood. With fire and wood, their survival ability improved significantly. I was really hungry, so I decided to try some rabbit meat. He took out some wood, lit it, and started grilling the rabbit meat on skewers. After the rabbit meat was roasted, he took a bite. It smelled amazing. The meat was tender, had no gamey taste, and tasted excellent. Jiang Yin ate and drank water, completely satisfied. While others were still struggling to survive, he had already begun to enjoy his food. After finishing his meal, he got up and looked around at the doors. White, black, green, red. His eyes lit up when he saw the red door. Another bridal chamber. He immediately checked the information. Name, wedding room, room description. A little fox demon from Tushan, recently transformed, full of curiosity about humans. Safety assessment. Gentle nature, not proficient in magic, no danger. Jiang Yin was stunned after reading it. It was actually a Tushan fox demon. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin took a deep breath and pushed open the red door. Behind the door was a valley with extremely beautiful scenery. In the middle of the valley stands a small pavilion, where a woman in a white dress sits quietly, occasionally gazing into the distance. She was tall and slender, and most notably, she still had a pair of fox ears on her head. Jiang Yin's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the light screen appeared before his eyes. Name: Tu Shanqing Race, Nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Talent: Frosty Demonic Aura, a rank, incomplete. Skill: Piercing Ice Blade, Strength, 2 stars. At the same time, Tu Shanqing, who was in the pavilion, also saw Jiang Yan. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked up to him. Looking at Jiang Yan's handsome face, a blush rose on her cheeks, and she whispered, "So, you are my husband?" Jiang Yan snapped out of her daze and nodded without hesitation. "That's right, it's me." Hearing this, Tu Shanqing's face turned even redder. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate any longer and reached out to pull her into his arms. Tu Shanqing didn't resist at all. Instead, she leaned against him, her eyes full of dependence. Then, Jiang Yan conjured a wooden house in front of her with a thought and led Tu Shanqing inside. A moment later, the marriage was finally completed. 3 hours later, Jiang Yan leaned against the bed, still somewhat dazed. Just then, a notification sound rang in her ears. "Congratulations on your first marriage. Battle Power Star rating feature unlocked. You and Tu Shanqing are of one mind and have successfully married. You can choose 3 rewards from the following. 1. All attributes increase by 20 points. 2. C-grade skill book free and easy steps. 3. Substitute doll, automatically consumed upon death, can revive on the spot. 4. 3 centimeters growth in a certain part of the body. 5. A large gift package of daily necessities." After reading the list, Jiang Yan decisively chose 1, 2, and 3. The most direct way to improve all attributes is through the free and easy step, which can enhance speed and agility. The substitute doll is like having an extra life. You can't go wrong with any of these choices. After making the choice, a powerful force immediately surged into his body. Jiang Yan instantly felt his entire body filled with power. Player: Jiang Yan, lifespan, 23/100 constitution, 28 strength, 28 agility, 27 spirit, 28 charm, 30 skills, carefree step, combat power star rating, 2 stars. Upon seeing the change in attributes, Jiang Yan was most shocked not by the surge in strength, but by the fact that his lifespan had also increased. This shows that attribute enhancement can not only make you stronger, but also extend your lifespan. Just then, Tu Shanqing also woke up. Jiang Yan pulled her into his arms. "From today onwards, you are my woman. I will definitely solve your problem of innate disability in the future." Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing's eyes immediately reddened, and her voice trembled slightly. "My husband, you actually care about me this much?" Moreover, she immediately noticed my talent was lacking. The more Tu Shanqing thought about it, the more moved she became, and she hugged Jiang Yan and kissed her passionately. After a long while, their tender moment ended. Jiang Yan dressed and walked out of the wooden house, looking at the 4 doors at the edge of the room. He has 2 more chances to open the door today. The 4 doors are black, green, white, and white. Jiang Yan stared at the black door, her gaze hardening. A dungeon room. I've never been inside before. The danger is definitely higher, but the reward is also better. Now that I'm strong enough, I can give it a try. Jiang Yan immediately checked the information. Name: Instance Room, Room Description, Enter the Goblin Kingdom, inhabited by a large number of ferocious and evil goblins. Safety Assessment, Current Entry Risk, 20% Mortality Rate. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. A 20% risk is indeed not simple. He remembered that when he first entered this world, the death rate in this instance was 100%. Now it has been reduced to 20%, which shows that he has become much stronger. At this moment, Tu Shanqing came out. "Husband, are you going into the Black Gate?" "Yes." Jiang Yan hugged her. "With me here, nothing will happen." Tu Shanqing looked at him, her eyes filled with admiration. Just then, a voice rang in everyone's minds. Announcement: Newbie Assessment Mission begins. Mission Objective: Clear 3 dungeons within 7 days. Generous rewards await those who complete the mission. Failure will result in penalties. Jiang Yan's expression changed. A forced dungeon session. This meant everyone had to face the dungeon room. Even he found it challenging, let alone others. The chat channel exploded instantly. "What the hell? We have to do a dungeon. That place requires fighting your way to the boss. Isn't that suicide? I've been hiding at the Dark Gate, but now I have no choice but to go in." Jiang Yan glanced at it and was about to close it when the man from India suddenly spoke up. "The marital home is the key. My darling carried me through the dungeon. It's dangerous inside, but the rewards are great. I suggest everyone open the red portal and don't resist. Since we can't avoid it, let's enjoy it." The chat channel exploded again. Can a gorilla carry you through dungeons? So the assessment was meant to force us to open the red gate. Now only our marriage partners can protect us. Jiang Yin smiled when she saw this. That Indian man had indeed struck gold. His treasure was clearly quite powerful. He looked at Tu Shanxing. This is the right way to do it. Jiang Yin hugged her. Let's go, into the dungeon. With that, he pushed open the black door. After a dizzying spin, Jiang Yin slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was a dark and gloomy jungle. The low growls of wild beasts echoed all around, and numerous skeletons were scattered on the ground, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Husband, Tu Shanxing was clearly a little scared and subconsciously gripped Jiang Yin's hand tightly. With me here, nothing will happen. Jiang Yin whispered words of comfort to her while cautiously observing their surroundings. Just then, 3 goblins wielding wooden clubs rushed out of the bushes ahead, their eyes red. Name goblin skills charge. Slam strength 1 star, you came pretty fast. Jiang Yin's expression turned cold. Wife, step aside and let me deal with them. Tu Shanxing obediently nodded and immediately stepped back. 3 goblins roared and pounced on Jiang Yin, but in his eyes, these actions were nothing to worry about. With his omniscience and omnipotence, he could not only see the weaknesses of his opponents, but also make their movements seem to be slowed down. Jiang Yin casually sidestepped a goblin's attack, then unleashed a triple slash. A flash of light, and the goblin collapsed to the ground. Before the other 2 could react, Jiang Yin had already flashed close and delivered 2 more triple slashes, killing them both in one fell swoop. That's it. Jiang Yin looked at the corpses on the ground, a slight smile playing on his lips. At that moment, the collectible indicator appeared on all 3 goblin corpses. Received 3 wooden sticks, automatically stored in the warehouse. Not bad, at least it's some gain. Tu Shanxing, standing to the side, watched with shining eyes, her face full of admiration. But the next second, as if sensing something, her pupils instantly turned into fox eyes, and a surge of icy aura erupted around her. Piercing ice blades. Several ice blades instantly condensed and shot towards the bushes to the side. Jiang Yin was startled and quickly turned her head to look. She saw a gray goblin holding a short dagger being hit on the spot, and its entire body was frozen into an ice sculpture. Name stealth goblin skill stealth, thrust strength 1.5 stars. Jiang Yin's expression darkened slightly. If Tu Shanxing hadn't intervened in time, this stealthy goblin would probably have already succeeded in its sneak attack. Without a word, he severed the other's head with a single stroke. My husband, I can protect you too. Tu Shanxing quickly walked to his side. Jiang Yin pulled her into his arms and gently kissed her forehead. Wife, you're amazing. Tu Shanxing's face flushed red. Jiang Yin finally understood that Tu Shanxing's abilities were indeed very strong, especially her control abilities, which were an excellent asset in the dungeon. Let's go together from now on. You keep watch over me and make sure those guys don't launch another sneak attack. Okay. Tu Shanxing nodded vigorously. Along the way, goblins carrying bows and arrows, and even large swords, kept appearing, but their strength was generally between 1 and 1.5 stars. With Jiang Yin and Tu Shanxing working together, these goblins couldn't cause any trouble at all and were quickly wiped out. Before long, the 2 reached the edge of the jungle. Ahead, a huge bronze gate blocked their way. Jiang Yin stared at the door, her expression gradually turning serious. It seemed the final boss was just behind this door. You must be careful when you go inside. Don't get hurt because of me. You're more important than anything else. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanxing's eyes immediately reddened, her heart filled with both warmth and anxiety. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from ahead. Immediately afterwards, a strong goblin, its body completely red and nearly 2 meters tall, slowly walked out from the side. Name, Flame Goblin Skills. Charge, Slam, Flame Punch, Flame Leap, Strength, 2 stars. This guy is clearly stronger than all the previous goblins. He's obviously the one blocking the way in front of the boss room. The flame goblin instantly flew into a rage, its entire body engulfed in flames, and it opened its mouth to unleash a jet of fire at Jiang Yin. Husband, be careful. The flaming goblin suddenly attacked, and Tu Shanxing pushed Jiang Yin away without hesitation. The icy demonic energy erupted instantly, condensing into an ice wall in front, forcefully blocking the fire attack. Jiang Yin originally planned to use the free and easy step to dodge, but unexpectedly, in the midst of the crisis, she actually comprehended a new skill, Ice Wall Technique. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian immediately charged forward with her sword. Omniscient and omnipotent, she locked onto the weakness and unleashed a 3-hit combo in an instant. 3 sword flashes landed with pinpoint accuracy, and the flame goblin screamed in agony. "My lord, you're amazing!" Tu Shanqing exclaimed excitedly, simultaneously conjuring several ice blades and unleashing them. The flame goblin, already severely injured, was struck by the ice blades and instantly frozen. Although its fire attribute prevents it from being controlled for long, it's enough. Die! Jiang Nian leaped up and slashed at its weak point. With a blood-curdling scream, the flame goblin collapsed and died. Just then, the bronze gate in front of them trembled violently and slowly opened. An even stronger sense of oppression emanated from inside the door. Tu Shanqing gripped Jiang Nian's hand tightly, her expression tense. "Don't be afraid." Jiang Nian spoke calmly. "When husband and wife are of one mind, even the strongest can be killed." Tu Shanqing nodded, and the two walked together into the bronze gate. The next moment, a goblin clad in armor and wielding a large sword appeared. Name: Goblin General. Skills: Charge, Slam, Flame Fist, Flame Jet, Blazing Slash. Strength: 2.5 stars. A special health bar appeared above its head, clearly indicating it was the final boss. "I'll hold it off from the front. You find an opportunity to attack. If we can freeze it, we'll win." Tu Shanqing nodded in response. Jiang Nian charged forward with her sword drawn, and the goblin general roared and swung his sword, unleashing a fiery blade aura. Jiang Nian easily dodged using her free and easy steps, closing in instantly. The triple slash landed again, each strike hitting a weak point. But this time it only reduced the opponent's health by a quarter. Their defense was extremely strong. The goblin general flew into a rage, opening his mouth to breathe fire. Several ice blades pierced the air, interrupting the skill. Jiang Nian seized the opportunity and continued her fierce attack. Under the continuous assault, her health quickly dropped to below 20%. The goblin general tried to create distance, but his retreat was blocked by the ice wall. With Jiang Nian suppressing him from the front and Tu Shanqing providing support from the rear, their coordination was extremely smooth. In the end, Jiang Nian beheaded him with a single stroke. The goblin general lay dead in a pool of blood. Congratulations to player Jiang Nian for defeating the boss, clearing the dungeon, and receiving the completion gift pack. Rewards: +5 to all attributes, skill book, Fierce Blade Slash, weapon, Crimson Flame Blade, and a large gift pack of building materials. Jiang Nian's face lit up with joy. Power surged into his body, and Jiang Nian's attributes improved once again. His lifespan directly surpassed 100 years. Holy crap, my lifespan is over 100. A longsword with fire patterns and a skill book appeared before them. The Crimson Flame Blade was a D-rank weapon, and the Fierce Blade Slash was a D-rank skill. Jiang Nian immediately switched weapons and instantly mastered the skills, boosting his combat power to 2.5 stars. Just then, he noticed a red door appearing ahead. Information then appeared. Name: Wedding Room. Room status: Your astonishing strength has caught the attention of the Goblin Kingdom's princess, who has fallen for you at first sight. Safety assessment: The Goblin Princess has a fierce personality. If you wish to become her consort, please enter. Jiang Nian instinctively took 2 steps back. Did I just stir up a goblin's nest? Why do I keep running into female goblins? He immediately pulled Tu Shanqing aside and looked at the remaining 3 doors, which were the black door, the white door, and the green door. It's unrealistic to try to enter another instance room right now, and the white random room is too dangerous. Jiang Nian originally wanted to use his last chance to open a door today on the green door and take a good rest. But as soon as he turned around, he suddenly stopped. The rules of the game were very clear. As long as one's own strength was greater than that of their marriage partner, one could refuse the marriage. I've even defeated the Goblin General, so why would I be afraid of a female goblin? With that thought, Jiang Nian pulled Tu Shanqing toward the bridal chamber. To everyone's surprise, Tu Shanqing stood rooted to the spot, her eyes reddening. My husband, are you going to abandon me? Is there something I did wrong, or is my husband dissatisfied with me? Jiang Nian quickly pulled him into her arms to comfort him. Silly wife, you're the most important person to me. How could I possibly abandon you? That's a female goblin inside. I'm not going in for our wedding night. I'm going to beat her up. Maybe we can even get an extra reward. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing immediately stopped crying, and her ears perked up. Husband, are you serious? Of course I am. Jiang Nian nodded and led her into the bridal chamber. Behind the gate lies a valley filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, in the center of which stands a magnificent palace. At the palace gate stood a female goblin with a bright red face and wearing a white dress. Name: Sweetie. Race: Goblin. Talent: Super Strength, B rank. Skills: Charge, Raging Strike, Earth Shatter, Strength, 2-star. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Jiang Yin immediately cursed. Holy crap, she's so ugly. And she has the nerve to call herself Sweetie? The female goblin's eyes lit up, and she rushed to Jiang Yin, clearly having taken a liking to this tall and handsome human at first glance. But when she saw Tu Shanqing standing beside Jiang Yin, her face instantly darkened. Husband, what are you doing with this vixen? You are the prince consort of my goblin kingdom. Kill her right now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin immediately kicked her away. Get out. Who's your husband? Sweetie was kicked several meters away, and after getting up, she was completely enraged. How dare you defy me? The next moment, a chilling game notification sounded. Warning, you have defied your marriage partner. The marriage room has been transformed into a duel room. Rules: today, it's either her or you who die. Successful challenge will earn you generous rewards. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge spiked club appeared in Tian Tian's hand, and she roared as she charged toward Jiang Yin. Just as Jiang Yin was about to make a move, Tu Shanqing unleashed her icy demonic energy first. She raised her hand and built an ice wall, which Tian Tian crashed headfirst into. Immediately afterward, several piercing ice blades whistled out, instantly freezing Tian Tian into an ice sculpture. You dare hit my husband? You're asking for death. Tu Shanqing snorted coldly, then kicked the ice sculpture to pieces, and the goblin princess instantly turned into ice shards scattered all over the ground. At the same time, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations on successfully rebelling against the arranged marriage. Rewards: Substitute Doll 1, Gourmet Gift Pack. Just as Jiang Yin smiled, another announcement rang out throughout Area 666. Announcement: Player Jiang Yin has successfully rebelled against the marriage arrangement room, killed his marriage partner, and obtained the achievement, Unyielding, as a reward. She also received a bronze treasure chest. At that moment, the entire chat channel exploded. What happened? Someone successfully rebelled against the arranged marriage housing? Who exactly is this Jiang Yin? She even managed to turn the tables on her fiancé. A bronze treasure chest has dropped. I'm completely dumbfounded. We've only just entered the game. How did he do that? Jiang Yin had anticipated the channel would explode, and sure enough, when she clicked in, the screen was filled with discussions about her. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yin still replied, Sorry, it was my beautiful and powerful wife who led me to victory. This message immediately made the channel even more lively. Hearing her husband praise her, Tu Shanqing blushed and joined the chat channel. After the marriage was successful, she officially joined the game. No. It's mainly because my husband is so capable. I only helped a little. This time, everyone completely lost their composure. Holy crap, a goddess. A Tushan fox demon. Bro, what incredible luck you've got. Isn't it said that the bridal chamber is full of ugly monsters? How come yours is full of stunning fox demons? Not only are you powerful, but your wife is also so beautiful. Who can resist that? Jiang Yin chuckled at the sight, but didn't linger in the channel. His primary focus was still the bronze treasure chest in front of him. Previously, black iron chests could yield weapons and skill books. This time, the quality is even higher, so the rewards will only be better. Jiang Yin walked up to the bronze treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest detected. Player, open it immediately. Open. The next moment, the treasure chest opened automatically, and several beams of light flew out. One of them entered Jiang Yin's body. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 10 freely distributable attribute points. In addition, a set of crimson gold armor and a staff inlaid with sapphires appeared in front of him. Item: Crimson gold fire armor. Type: Armor. Quality: D grade. Effect: Increases defense by 10% and has a chance to trigger a fire shield when hit. Item: Frost staff. Type: Weapon. Quality: C grade. Effect: Increases the damage of all ice attribute skills by 20%. After checking the attributes, Jiang Yin immediately handed the frost staff to Tu Shanqing. This weapon is perfect for you. Take it. Tu Shanqing quickly shook her head. No, these belong to my husband. I cannot take them. Even if he doesn't use them himself, he can exchange them for other resources. Jiang Yin smiled upon hearing this. We're husband and wife. What's mine is yours too. Listen to me, take it. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing looked at Jiang Yin, her eyes softening. Finally, blushing, She accepted the ice staff. Thank you, my husband. Jiang Nian rubbed her head and then put on the crimson gold fire armor. Upon opening the equipment menu, he quickly discovered that the armor clearly had other parts as well. Since there's a set bonus, it means I need to keep collecting them. My current weapon is also fire attribute, so it's a good match. Just then, a private message popped up. The sender was none other than Alejo, the Indian brother who had previously conquered the gorilla. Wow, you're amazing. You actually managed to defy the marriage arrangement. Unlike me, I'm forced to endure the torment of the gorilla. You must have a lot of food on you right now, right? I desperately need a lot of fruit, and I'm willing to trade you a D-grade piece of equipment. Immediately afterward, the other party sent information about an item, crimson gold arm guards. Jiang Nian's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this item. Jiang Nian didn't hesitate and immediately sent a message to Alejo. I'll take this crimson gold arm guard. How much fruit do you want in exchange? Alejo replied almost instantly. Boss, these arm guards are useless to me. I don't need many. Just give me 10 apples. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nian was taken aback. It seemed that what Alejo was truly anxious about right now wasn't equipment, but fruit. Soon, another message came from the other side. Hey bro, if 10 is too many, 8 is fine too, or even 7 if you really can't. Seeing this, Jiang Nian immediately initiated a trade, sending over 10 apples in exchange for the crimson gold arm guard. Alejo was incredibly excited. Thank you so much, boss. You've really helped me a lot. Jiang Nian accepted the arm guard and casually replied. You're welcome. If you get similar equipment in the future, you can continue to trade with me. Let's have a long-term partnership. No problem. Alejo agreed readily, then quickly left the chat channel. After the transaction was completed, Jiang Nian immediately equipped the crimson gold arm guards and added all 10 attribute points he had previously obtained to his strength. Constitution, 33 strength, 43, agility, 32 spirit, 33 charisma, 35 combat power rating, 2.5 stars. Having done all this, he looked up at the magnificent palace ahead, a slight smile playing on his lips. Let's go see the Goblin Princess's palace. We can't open the gates today, so we might as well rest there. Tu Shanxing nodded obediently and walked towards the palace with Jiang Nian. Now that the biggest threat in the marital home is dead, the place is naturally much safer. Upon entering the palace, the first thing that caught their eye was a huge long table. The table was laden with all sorts of exquisite food, clearly prepared in advance. Jiang Nian felt a chill run down her spine as she watched this scene. Thank goodness I resisted, otherwise it would have been a nightmare. After saying that, Jiang Nian pulled Tu Shanxing down to sit, then took out a lighter and lit the candles. Come on, wife, let's have a candlelight dinner tonight. Jiang Nian sat at one end of the long table, looking at the stunningly beautiful Tu Shanxing across from her. The two ate and chatted, the atmosphere exceptionally relaxed. Gradually, it grew dark. This was Jiang Nian's first night in this world. For him, it was a peaceful and comfortable night. The palace had plenty of food and lacked nothing. But for other players, the night wasn't so pleasant. Jiang Nian casually opened the regional chat channel, which was already in complete chaos. Help! Why is it so cold in this godforsaken place at night? It's fine during the day, but the temperature drops below 0 at night. I only have a shirt on me, and I'm freezing. I don't even have a quilt, let alone firewood. I can only huddle in the wooden house and shiver. Jiang Nian glanced at the chat for a moment before closing it. This world was too dangerous. Any surplus supplies had to be either traded or kept for survival, never given away for free. Thinking of this, Jiang Nian didn't bother looking anymore and got up to walk towards Tu Shanxing. This night was destined to be anything but boring. The next morning, Jiang Nian woke up in bed with Tu Shanxing in his arms. The palace was quiet and tidy. Without the Goblin Princess, everything looked much better. But Jiang Nian knew very well that this was only a temporary shelter. Supplies would eventually run out, and to survive, he had to continue pushing open doors and exploring. Before he left, he thoroughly searched the palace. Just as he stood up, a notification sound rang in everyone's minds. Announcement: the matchmaking game has been running for over 24 hours. 10 players have been detected to have reached a combat power level of 2 stars or higher. The leaderboard is now officially open. Note: rankings are based on player combat power and star rating. If players are the same, the stronger their marriage partner, the higher their ranking. The chat channel exploded the moment the message was posted. What's going on? The leaderboard's out? Someone's already 2 stars or higher. This is outrageous. Jiang Nian must be on the list. Holy crap, I just checked, and he's not number 1. The first one is from the United States, with a combat power of 3 stars. What's even more outrageous is that his marriage partner is also 2.5 stars. Jiang Yin's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. They've actually opened a ranking system? Tu Shanqing also woke up and looked at him. Husband, you'll probably be number 1, right? Jiang Yin smiled. I think so too. Let's see. He opened the leaderboard, his expression instantly freezing. First place, William Walker, combat power 3 stars, marriage partner 2.5 stars. Second place, Kin Takegawa, combat strength 2.5 stars, marriage partner 2.5 stars. Third place, Pauline Baker, combat strength 2.5 stars, marriage partner 2.5 stars. Fourth place, Jiang Yin, combat power 2.5 stars, marriage partner 2 stars. Fifth place, Aliho, combat power 2 stars, marriage partner 2 stars. Jiang Yin frowned. I'm only 4th. He had thought he was far ahead. Now it seemed there were even stronger people hiding. The number 1 spot, in particular, has reached 3 stars. Even Alejo made it into the top 5 thanks to the gorilla. Tu Shanqing looked dejected upon seeing the rankings. It's all because I'm too weak. I've dragged my husband down. If I were stronger, my husband would definitely be number 1. Jiang Yin hugged her tightly. We're only temporarily behind. Besides, there's no reward right now. First place isn't important. My wife is so beautiful and strong. I'm overjoyed. After saying that, he gently kissed her forehead. Tu Shanqing's face instantly turned bright red. Just then, the notification sound rang again. Announcement: to encourage players to become stronger, ranking rewards are now available. After the beginner assessment, the top 20 players will receive rewards. First place, 1 golden treasure chest and a set of C-grade equipment. Second place, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 set of D-grade equipment. Third place, 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 set of E-grade equipment. 4th to 10th place, 1 black iron treasure chest, survival supplies pack. 11th to 20th place, survival supplies pack. Jiang Yin was stunned after hearing this. I just said I wasn't going to compete for first place, and here comes the reward? This reward is too tempting. Especially the first place winner, who received a complete set of C-grade equipment. Jiang Yin looked at Tu Shanqing with a serious expression. Honey, it seems we can't take it slow anymore. We must get first place before the newbie assessment ends. Chapter 13. As long as you're good in bed and have a good figure, that's enough. At the same time, in a room in Area 666, a shirtless, blonde, muscular man was lying on a rock, domineeringly embracing a glamorous woman. The woman was alluring, but her pupils were as cold as a venomous snake. She was clearly a snake demon. And the man was none other than William Walker, currently ranked number 1. My husband, you're so strong, I can hardly take it anymore. As the snake demon spoke in a sweet voice, she reached out and stroked William Walker's chest. Last night, William Walker, after making preparations, pushed open the door to the bridal chamber, intending to fight back like Jiang Yin if he encountered an ugly monster. Little did he know that behind the door was a stunningly beautiful snake demon. In his view, so what if she's a snake demon? As long as she's good at sex and has a good figure, that's enough. After one night, he not only conquered the snake demon, but also took the top spot on the leaderboard. Ha ha ha, see that? That's my power. William Walker stared at the leaderboard and laughed out loud, completely disregarding Jiang Yin. The snake demon looked at her husband, who was ranked first, with eyes full of infatuation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin had thoroughly searched the entire palace, taking almost everything he could carry with him. He has now acquired the armor and gauntlets from the Crimson Gold set, but is still missing the leg guards and boots. So he simply put his surplus supplies and his obsolete beginner longsword on the auction house, specifically requesting to exchange them for these 2 pieces of equipment. Instead of receiving the equipment, I received a bunch of private messages asking for supplies. Boss, please give me a piece of bread. I'm starving. Boss Jiang, could you just give me that longsword of yours? When we get back to the real world, I'll give you lots of money. Jiang Yin glanced at it a few times and then ignored it all. He had no interest in being a nice guy in this kind of place. He'd just leave it up in the auction house, and whoever had the equipment would come and trade. After Tu Shanqing had finished getting ready, Jiang Yin took her away from the palace. Just wait, I'll definitely make sure you live in a better place in the future. Yes, my husband is the best. Tu Shanqing smiled sweetly and stayed close to him. For the next 2 days, Jiang Yin spent most of his time opening resource rooms and random rooms. For dungeon rooms are good. The death rate in the dungeons Jiang Yin encountered in the past 2 days was over 50%, so he had no intention of taking any risks. As for marriage rooms, he hadn't encountered a single one. At this moment, he and Tu Shanxing were in a dark cave. Before them, a black python, already cut into several pieces, was sizzling on a barbecue grill, its aroma filling the entire cave. By exchanging surplus supplies these days, Jiang Nian not only got condiments, but also managed to get her hands on a barbecue grill. Tu Shanxing sat to the side, swallowing hard, and her eyes grew brighter as she looked at Jiang Nian. Handsome, capable, and even a great cook, she liked this man more and more the more she looked at him. She hasn't been idle these past 2 days either. With the help of the Frost staff and new skills, her strength has already increased to 2.5 stars. Jiang Nian looked at her current attributes and nodded in satisfaction. Soon, the snake meat was cooked, and the two ate it while looking at the leaderboard. First place, William Walker, combat strength rating, 3 stars, marriage partner's strength, 3 stars. Second place, Tekawawa Ken, combat strength rating, 3 stars, marriage partner's strength, 2.5 stars. Third place, Jiang Nian, combat strength rating, 2.5 stars, marriage partner's strength rating, 2.5 stars. After reading it, Jiang Nian's eyes darkened slightly. Once he collects the full set of crimson gold, he's confident he can reach 3 stars. But William Walker's marriage partner has already reached 3 stars, so he's not to be underestimated. After eating and drinking their fill, Jiang Nian continued to lead Tu Shanxing forward. Before long, a black door appeared in front of him. Jiang Nian looked at the door and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Name, Instance Room. Room details. This is the core area of the Goblin Kingdom, where the powerful Goblin King resides. Safety assessment. If you enter this room now, the mortality rate is 40%. What a coincidence. I've run into another goblin-themed dungeon. Chapter 14, The Goblin King, Endless Wrath. A 40% mortality rate. Jiang Nian muttered to himself. This dungeon was indeed dangerous, but it wasn't entirely impossible. Besides, he had a substitute doll to save his life. With that thought, he didn't hesitate any longer and pulled Tu Shanxing into the dungeon room. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by another dark jungle, remarkably similar to the previous goblin dungeon. However, the atmosphere here was noticeably more oppressive, with gusts of cold wind and an overwhelming sense of danger that made them feel uneasy from the moment they entered. Intruders into the king's territory, kill without mercy. A deep roar suddenly erupted from all around. A group of goblin guards wielding spears rushed out and surrounded Jiang Nian and Tu Shanxing. Immediately afterward, 2 armored goblin generals carrying swords slowly emerged from the shadows. The final boss from the previous dungeon is now just a regular elite monster here. 2 goblin generals, plus more than a dozen goblin guards, make for a frighteningly powerful lineup. But Jiang Nian's expression remains unchanged. He simply grips his crimson flame blade tightly, his eyes already blazing with fighting spirit. Wife, same old tactics. I'll attack, you support and control. Use blizzard to suppress them first. As soon as Jiang Nian finished speaking, Tu Shanxing raised her frost staff. Instantly, a cold wind howled, snow fell heavily, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and all the goblins were frozen and slowed down. These monsters were inherently fire elemental and couldn't withstand the biting cold. Jiang Nian, protected by her demonic energy, was completely unaffected. With a swift movement of her free and easy steps and utilizing her talent for discerning weaknesses, she charged in with her sword. Tu Shanxing provided support from behind. Anyone who dared to attack would be instantly frozen. Before long, the goblin guards and goblin general were cleared out by the couple working together. Jiang Nian took all the spoils of war, including spears and long swords. Although they were only E-grade equipment, in this world, any resource was worth saving. The two continued deeper into the jungle, slaughtering all the goblin guards and generals they encountered along the way. When they reached the deepest part, another bronze door appeared before them. But guarding the door was not a goblin, but a black-bodied minotaur soldier. The creature was nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, and wielded a massive stone axe. It clearly possessed the strength of a 3-star expert. Jiang Nian's expression immediately turned serious. If the gatekeeper monster was already this strong, the goblin king behind the gate was likely already beyond 3 stars. This battle would definitely not be easy. The next second, the minotaur soldier roared and charged forward. Tu Shanxing immediately cast an ice wall spell, but the first ice wall shattered on the spot. She erected 3 more ice walls in succession, and the minotaur soldier smashed through them all before finally stopping. Clutching his head, clearly badly injured. Jiang Yin seized the opportunity, using the free and easy step to close the distance instantly. He unleashed a fierce slash at the Minotaur's weak point in the neck, causing the Minotaur soldier to scream in agony. So what if it's a 3-star monster? My wife and I will kill it together. With a low shout, the two of them joined forces to attack, ultimately succeeding in killing it. Before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, the bronze door in front of them slowly opened by itself. Immediately afterwards, a chilling roar erupted from behind the door. You killed my people, you killed my beloved pet, and you even dared to kill my precious daughter. Humans, today you will all die. Chapter 15 Achievement, Goblin Conqueror. At that moment, the Goblin King's furious roar echoed throughout the room. Before Jiang Yin could even step through the bronze door, a short goblin wearing a crown and holding a scepter slowly emerged from behind it. Name, King of Goblins. Talent, Flame Mastery, Rank B. Skills, Firewall, Fireball, Flame Blade, Flame Vortex. Strength, 3.5 stars. This is the strongest monster Jiang Yin has ever encountered, and it also possesses innate power, clearly making it no ordinary creature. I killed your daughter. Come at me if you dare. Tu Shanxing stepped in front of Jiang Yin, her eyes icy cold. The Goblin King stared intently at them, his voice filled with murderous intent. You vixen won't escape either, but this human must die first. As soon as he finished speaking, flames surged around it, and the next second, a huge fireball crashed down from midair, heading straight for Jiang Yin. Fortunately, Tu Shanxing reacted extremely quickly, and several ice walls instantly rose up around her, managing to block the attack. The Goblin King was clearly taken aback, obviously not expecting his attack to be blocked so easily. In that instant, Jiang Yin burst out from behind the ice wall, his crimson flame blade blazing with fire, and unleashed a fierce slash at the Goblin King's weak point. The blow landed squarely, but only reduced its health by about 1/5. After feeling the pain, the Goblin King became completely enraged, raising his head and letting out a roar. Immediately afterwards, a huge vortex of fire suddenly rose up around it. Jiang Yin had no time to dodge and was sucked in on the spot. My husband. Upon seeing this, Tu Shanxing's eyes instantly turned red, and a chilling aura erupted from her body, freezing the air and causing a blizzard to begin. She absolutely would not allow anything to happen to Jiang Yin. The Goblin King was somewhat surprised by what it saw, but remained unconcerned. In its view, Jiang Yin was already doomed after being caught in the vortex of flames, and the remaining fox demon was no match for it. Just as it was about to attack Tu Shanxing, a figure engulfed in flames suddenly burst out from the vortex of fire. It was Jiang Yin. The Goblin King hadn't expected to survive and was immediately struck by Jiang Yin's blade. Jiang Yin then followed up with a 3-hit combo, each strike hitting its most vulnerable spot. After a fierce attack, the Goblin King was forced to retreat repeatedly, and his health dropped to less than 40%. How is that possible? It looked at Jiang Yin with a mixture of shock and anger, its eyes already filled with fear. At this moment, Jiang Yin was engulfed in flames, his aura surged, and the fire attribute power even faintly overwhelmed it. The reason is simple. After he was sucked into the vortex of flames, he accidentally triggered the flame shield of the crimson gold fire armor, which not only blocked the damage, but also absorbed the power of the flames to strengthen himself. On the other side, Tu Shanxing was relieved to see that Jiang Yin was safe and sound. She raised her hand and unleashed a barrage of ice blades at the Goblin King. The Goblin King hastily erected a wall of fire, but he was still a step too late. He was pierced by ice blades one after another, greatly reducing his combat power. It finally panicked and hurriedly shouted at Jiang Yin. Release me, and I'll give you countless treasures. Jiang Yin sneered. Now you know to beg for mercy? Weren't you trying to kill me just now? After saying that, he drew his sword and charged forward again. In places like this, Jiang Yin never leaves the enemy a way out. If you don't nip the problem in the bud, you might be the one who dies. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the Goblin King could only launch a desperate counterattack. However, under the combined suppression of Jiang Yin and Tu Shanxing, it finally couldn't hold on and was beheaded by Jiang Yin with a single strike, falling completely into a pool of blood. Congratulations to player Jiang Yin for defeating the boss, clearing the dungeon, and receiving the completion gift pack. All attributes increased by 10 points. Skill Book, Flame Vortex, Weapon, Fiery Scepter, and Puppet Goblin King. Before Jiang Yin could even take a closer look at the rewards, A notification sound rang in the minds of all players in Area 666 at the same time. Announcement: Player Jiang Yin has slain the Goblin King, cleared all goblin-themed dungeons, and obtained the achievement Goblin Conqueror. Reward: 1 bronze treasure chest. Note: only players who obtain this achievement for the first time will receive the reward. At this moment, the regional chat channel exploded once again. Chapter 16, I wish to give my husband a massage. Guys, did I hear that right? Someone actually cleared the entire Goblin series dungeon. The chat channel exploded instantly. Some exclaimed in surprise, some were stunned, and some were filled with disbelief. Because the person who did all this was none other than the already dazzling Jiang Yin. This is too outrageous. I haven't even unlocked my combat power stars yet, and he's already cleared the entire dungeon. Aren't the dungeons after the Black Gate random? How come he keeps running into the Goblin series? The more they talked, the more distraught they became, even doubting that they and Jiang Yin were from completely different worlds. What upset many people even more was that Jiang Yin was not only powerful, but his fiancée was also so beautiful that it made others envious. Why does he get all the good things by himself? I'm so envious and jealous. But soon, the topic in the channel was steered off course by another strange guy, and the scene suddenly became absurd. Everyone was initially gathered around Jiang Yin, but as the Minotaur Conqueror appeared, their attention immediately shifted. Now, in order to survive, many were forcing themselves to enter the marriage chambers. The process was horrific, but the rewards for surviving were considerable. Meanwhile, in a room in Area 666, William Walker had just finished a dungeon run and was returning to his recovery room to rest. The serpent demon Dorina leaned against him, swaying her hips and deliberately striking a seductive pose. William, already aroused, was instantly ignited by her advances, his eyes burning with desire. Do you know the price of seducing me? William pushed her down. Dorina smiled charmingly and said softly, My husband has had a long day of fighting. I just want to give you a massage. As she spoke, she reached out and touched William's firm chest, her words full of provocation. William, unable to contain himself any longer, was about to have a good time with her when a game notification suddenly rang in his mind. It was the announcement triggered when Jiang Yin cleared the entire Goblin series of dungeons and obtained the Goblin Conqueror achievement. William's expression changed drastically, and his newly ignited lust was instantly extinguished. What? Jiang Yin actually completed the entire Goblin series. William's face darkened, his anger rising to his head. Even I, the number 1 ranked person, couldn't do that. So how could he do it? Thinking about how Jiang Yin had repeatedly stolen the spotlight and had such a stunning marriage partner, he became increasingly angry, his eyes even turning bloodshot. Seeing this, Dorina immediately comforted him gently. Husband, Jiang Yin was probably just lucky. The dungeons after the Black Gate are random, and besides, you're almost 3.5 stars now, while he's only 2.5. He's not even qualified to compare with you. But these words did not appease William. Instead, they made him even angrier. What do you know? William gritted his teeth and growled. His strength will definitely skyrocket after he clears the level, and with the achievement rewards and bronze treasure chest, he will catch up sooner or later. Dorina's eyes turned cold, and she became completely serious. If my husband wants to suppress Jiang Yin forever, I have a way to ensure that he can never surpass you again. Upon hearing this, William's pupils contracted. You really have a way? Dorina smiled, her tone both feminine and confident. Of course I do. I will make my husband incredibly powerful, so powerful that he can trample everyone under his feet. William immediately burst into laughter, in high spirits, and then they became entangled in each other again. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin snapped out of his shock and couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected to receive an extra achievement reward after defeating the Goblin King. The chat channel was still flooded with messages, but he couldn't be bothered to look at them. The most important thing now was to tally up his gains. Among the rewards dropped this time were the C-grade skill book Flame Vortex and a D-grade weapon, the Fiery Scepter. He wasn't interested in the scepter and casually tossed it into his storage. He was quite satisfied with the Flame Vortex, though. He learned the skill on the spot the moment he touched it. But what truly made him gasp was not these. What Jiang Yin cared about most was the special puppet he obtained after clearing the dungeon, the Goblin King. He was completely stunned when he saw the description. This thing could actually summon a puppet with the same strength as the Goblin King, who would fight alongside him for a full 10 minutes. Chapter 17 The Power of the Doll. Someone unexpectedly intrudes. Looking at the miniature Goblin King doll in her hand, Jiang Yin's eyes were full of surprise. This guy was a 3.5-star combatant in his previous life. Now that he's been turned into a puppet, once he's summoned, it's like having a powerful helper by his side. How could he not be excited about such a gain? However, before testing the doll, Zhang Yin first glanced at his attribute panel. Physical constitution, 43. Strength, 53. Agility, 42. Mental state, 43. Charm, 45. Combat power rating, 3 stars. As expected, it's Samsung. Zhang Yin's lips curled up slightly. As long as he could collect the last piece of crimson gold combat boots, his combat power would likely increase even further. Then he looked at the bronze treasure chest next to him. The last crimson gold fire armor was obtained from here. Perhaps another good item will come out this time. Zhang Yin took a deep breath and opened the treasure chest. After the flash of light, the reward quickly appeared. 10 attribute points can be freely allocated. Item, crimson gold leggings. Item, escape talisman. Zhang Yin's eyes lit up when he saw these 2 items. The crimson gold leg guards were one of the missing pieces of the set, while the escape talisman had an even more direct effect, allowing him to escape the current room with 2 Shanqing in critical moments, making it an absolute life-saving artifact. Without hesitation, Zhang Yin first added all 10 attribute points to strength, then put away the escape talisman and equipped the crimson gold leggings. Now he is only 1 piece of crimson gold combat boots away from completing the crimson gold set. After tidying everything up, Zhang Yin looked at the 4 doors in front, behind, left, and right. 3 of them were white doors, and 1 was a green door. 2 Shanqing blinked. Husband, shall we try this doll? That's exactly what I'm planning to do too. Zhang Yin smiled and fixed her gaze on the white door directly in front of her. Name, random room. Room conditions, a bloodthirsty wolf lives here. Security assessment, very safe. Entry is permitted. When I first encountered it, it was a certain death trap. Now it's become a safe house. After saying that, Zhang Yin took 2 Shanqing's hand and pushed open the door to go inside. Beyond the door lay a desolate desert, littered with withered trees and dried bones, the air thick with death. Not far ahead, a black wolf, about 2 meters long, stared intently at them, its mouth practically watering. Name, bloodthirsty wolf. Talent, fangs, C rank. Skills, charge, claws, furious bite. Strength, 2.5 stars. After reading the information, Zhang Yin didn't even bother to draw his knife, and simply threw the Goblin King puppet away. The moment the puppet landed, a burst of crimson light erupted, and the Goblin King materialized on the spot. Although his eyes were empty, and he was now just a battle puppet, the oppressive aura emanating from him was still incredibly strong. As soon as it appeared, it automatically locked onto the bloodthirsty wolf, raised its hand, and conjured a large number of fiery blades, which rained down on it. The bloodthirsty wolf never expected such a monster to appear and was immediately beaten and bruised. Then, the Goblin King raised his scepter, and a huge fireball crashed down from the sky, blasting it into charred remains. Zhang Yin and 2 Shanqing were both shocked by what they saw. Honey, as long as we don't encounter monsters that are higher than 3.5 stars, I may not need to take action myself in the future. Zhang Yin couldn't help but laugh. After killing the bloodthirsty wolf, the Goblin King transformed back into a puppet and flew back into Zhang Yin's hands. 2 Shanqing's eyes lit up. Husband, let's go to the next room. Zhang Yin shook her head. No rush. This doll needs to cool down for 10 minutes after each use. Let's rest for a bit, and I'll go to the auction house while I'm at it. We have to collect the crimson gold set no matter what. Just as he was about to open the auction house, a white door suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. The next second, the door was pushed open violently, and a tall, bearded black man stormed in aggressively. Chapter 18 Having Evil Thoughts Leads to Paying the Price. What? Zhang Yin and 2 Shanqing, who had just relaxed, stood up abruptly when they saw a strange man suddenly appear in the room. Since arriving in this world, Zhang Yin had never truly seen any other humans, and no one expected that someone would break into his room today. The burly black man opposite him was clearly stunned as well. He first looked around in astonishment, then paced back and forth in the room as if confirming something. Soon, he realized that there were neither monsters nor treasure chests here, and his face immediately showed disappointment. But when he saw 2 Shanqing, his eyes changed instantly. Zhang Yin immediately shielded 2 Shanqing behind her, quickly making a judgment in her mind. The door that had just appeared was white, indicating that this person was most likely using some kind of special tool to enter someone else's room. The burly man sat on the rock, but his gaze never left Tu Shanqing, and his smile was particularly lewd. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Jiang Nian from the rankings. The burly man grinned. Your fiancée is quite beautiful. How about this? I'll give you some survival supplies, and you lend me her for one night. How about it? As soon as he finished speaking, rolling lightning erupted from his body, his aura astonishing. Jiang Nian, relying on his talent, immediately saw through the other party's background. This person was named Wolf King, from the United States, with a combat strength of 3 stars and a talent of B-level lightning control. His strength was indeed not weak. But in Jiang Nian's eyes, anyone who dared to say such things, no matter how strong, was already no different from a dead man. Seeing that Jiang Nian remained silent, Wolf King grew even more smug. What scared, he sneered. You got to where you are today only because of women. Unlike me, I relied on my own abilities. I've been to a bridal chamber before, but that woman was too ugly, and I snapped her neck. He grew even more arrogant as he spoke. You just fought the Goblin King, so you're definitely not fully recovered. This isn't a recovery room, and I know exactly how much fighting power you have left. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, kowtow, and offer up your wife, and I might consider sparing your life. Jiang Nian listened, then simply stared at him coldly, a slow smile playing on her lips. I only want to ask you one question. Who gave you the audacity to provoke me? Wolf King burst into laughter upon hearing this. Who do you think you are? Even if you were powerful before, you're nothing but a spent force now. Having said that, he immediately conjured a golden dagger crackling with lightning in his hand, clearly intending to kill him outright. But just as he was at his most triumphant, Jiang Nian suddenly raised her hand and threw a ragdoll-like puppet at him. Wolf King, thinking it was some kind of hidden weapon, quickly backflipped to dodge. When he realized it was just a ragdoll, his laughter grew even more maniacal. Ha! Jiang Nian, you actually used something like this as a weapon? But before he could finish speaking, the doll suddenly erupted with a blinding crimson light. The next moment, the Goblin King appeared before him. Chapter 19 Murder, Regional Announcement. Wolf King's expression changed instantly when he saw the Goblin King suddenly appear. He could clearly sense that the aura emanating from this guy was far superior to his own. At first, however, he thought there was something wrong with the room, and a monster had inexplicably appeared. But soon, he realized something was wrong. After the Goblin King appeared, he didn't even look at Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing. He immediately launched a powerful fireball at them. Wolf King used his lightning attribute power to dodge in a panic. But before he could even catch his breath, a dense barrage of fiery blades followed and bombarded him again. Despite his speed, he couldn't dodge the overwhelming attack. His left shoulder and right leg were instantly pierced, causing him to scream in agony. With this little strength, you dare to come and provoke me? You probably can't even beat my most loyal subordinate. Jiang Nian sat to the side with Tu Shanqing in his arms, looking very relaxed. He had no intention of taking action himself, and left the battle entirely to the Goblin King. It was only then that Wolf King suddenly realized what was happening. From beginning to end, the Goblin King never touched Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing, and even deliberately avoided attacking them from their direction. Coupled with Jiang Nian's words, the most loyal subordinates, the answer couldn't be clearer. This Goblin King was actually summoned by Jiang Nian. How did you do that? Wolf King roared in a mixture of shock and rage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian merely gave a cold laugh. What's the point of you knowing these things when you're about to die? After saying that, he took 2 apples from the warehouse and handed them to Tu Shanqing. Wife, eat while you watch. Tu Shanqing nodded obediently and sat down next to Jiang Nian. This scene almost infuriated Wolf King. He just couldn't understand why Jiang Nian not only had such a beautiful woman by his side, but could also easily summon monsters of this level to fight for him. But he no longer had the chance to think about it. The Goblin King unleashed another fireball. Wolf King's right leg was severely injured this time, and he couldn't dodge at all. With a loud bang, he was blown away, suffering extensive burns all over his body, his flesh and blood mangled, and his appearance was extremely miserable. Now, let alone opposing Jiang Nian, he's afraid even a minor monster could take his life. When the moment finally came, Wolf King was afraid. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare my life. He lay on the ground, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Jiang Nian looked at him, her expression completely unchanged. I'm sorry, but I've always been the type of person who likes to eliminate problems completely. Let's get started. With a casual wave of his hand, Jiang Nian unleashed another massive fireball, blasting Wolf King into a charred corpse. After he died, several beams of light immediately flew out of his body and scattered on the ground. Jiang Yin took a closer look, and her eyes immediately lit up. Grade lightning-type short sword fall out, but also 4 other D-grade pieces of equipment. Most importantly, one of them was the crimson gold boots he had been searching for. Item: crimson gold boots. Type: armor. Quality: grade D. Effect: increases own movement speed by 10% and reduces the cooldown of flame shield by 20%. This is truly an unexpected delight. Jiang Yin originally just wanted to solve this problem, but he didn't expect that after the other party died, all of their equipment would drop. Now that he has the crimson gold boots, it means that he has finally collected the complete crimson gold set. Before Jiang Yin could be happy for long, the cold game notification sound echoed throughout Area 666. Announcement: player Jiang Yin has successfully killed a player, earning the achievement First Kill and a reward of 1 bronze treasure chest. Note: only players who obtain this achievement for the first time will receive the reward. At this moment, the regional chat channel completely exploded. First kill? You can kill players in this world. Aren't people supposed to be in different rooms? How did Jiang Yin run into someone else? Even if we did run into them, there's no need to kill them outright. I always felt that Jiang Yin was no good, and now I've been proven right. In reality, this kind of person should have paid with their life long ago. Since no one knew what had happened, the channel was filled with questions and accusations against Jiang Yin. Meanwhile, in another room in Zone 666, William Walker, who was soaking in the hot spring, froze instantly with a smile upon hearing the announcement. Chapter 20 activates the set, 4-star combat power. Jiang Yin, it's Jiang Yin again. William Walker, in the hot spring, slammed his fist into the water, splashing water everywhere, his face frighteningly gloomy. He had long lost his appetite for the hot spring. His mind was filled with jealousy and anger towards Jiang Yin, and the more he thought about it, the more uncontrollable his anger became. He didn't care why Jiang Yin was able to kill. In this dog-eat-dog world, the rules always belong to the strong. Whoever has the strongest fist has the right to set the order. William wanted to be at the top, possessing power and women, but Jiang Yin repeatedly stole the limelight that should have been his. Husband, there's no need to be so angry. The snake demon Dorina nestled in his arms, gently comforting him. Jiang Yin is just lucky in the end. You're still number 1 on the leaderboard. He's won so many awards, but he still can't surpass you. He's just a piece of trash in the end. Beside William stood another woman named Nami. She had alluring red eyes, a stunning figure, and was a vampire bat in her true form. This room was originally her bridal chamber. She had been waiting for her fiancé to appear, but she hadn't expected William to enter with Dorina. Nami, naturally unwilling to share a man, immediately attacked Dorina. However, she was quickly subdued by William's overwhelming strength. Although Dorina was unwilling, she had no choice but to endure it for the time being in order to make William continue to grow stronger. She even forced Nami to submit, otherwise, death would be her only fate. In the end, Nami yielded. With this, William Walker gained a second marriage partner, and his combat power skyrocketed, instantly reaching 4 stars. In this world, there's no limit to the number of marriage partners. As long as you're capable, having multiple wives and concubines isn't a problem, provided you can control them. Actually, Jiang Yin has nothing to be afraid of. Nami chimed in. Anyway, he's not in first place now. No matter how much he struggles, he can't catch up with you. William's eyes remained cold as he heard this. No, I must continue to grow stronger as soon as possible. I absolutely cannot let him catch up with me. If I could get into someone else's room, I'd kill Jiang Yin first. William clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He knew very well that as long as he maintained his first-place ranking, he could obtain a complete set of C-grade equipment and a golden treasure chest after the novice assessment. At that time, he would be the true strongest in the region. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin also heard the game notification sound. He felt no regret after killing Wolf King. In this world, being soft-hearted was tantamount to suicide. Eliminating the threat completely was the safest course of action. As for the insults and doubts in the chat channel, he couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention, much less waste his breath explaining. Husband, are you angry? Tu Shanqing asked softly when she saw him remain silent. Jiang Yin smiled and said, Angry? I'm overjoyed. Look, I've accomplished another achievement and obtained another bronze treasure chest. With that, he immediately stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. The box yielded 10 points of free attribute and 2 decent D-grade equipment pieces, both of which were ice type. Jiang Yin casually gave both pieces to Tu Shanqing, and then added all 10 attribute points to his strength. Afterward, he put on the crimson gold combat boots he had obtained from Wolf King. With the crimson flame blade, crimson gold fire armor, crimson gold leggings, crimson gold bracers, and crimson gold boots all assembled, the crimson gold set effect activated instantly. Upon being attacked, a flame shield would trigger 100%, and its strength would be further increased. Seeing this, Jiang Yin's lips curled into a smile. He knew very well just how powerful this set of equipment was. This flame shield not only absorbs a large amount of damage, but also enhances fire attribute energy during its duration. Now that the set is activated, the trigger probability is maximized, and the shield has become even tougher and stronger. With the support of the entire set of crimson gold equipment, Jiang Yin's combat power star rating immediately jumped to 4 stars, and Tu Shanqing also rose to 3 stars. Jiang Yin thought he would finally reach the top of the rankings, but when he opened the leaderboard, he was stunned. The number 1 spot was still held by William Walker. Even more outrageous, this guy, also a 4-star fighter, already had 2 marriage partners, and both of them were 3.5 stars. Holy crap, you can do that. Chapter 21, The Resource Competition, shocked everyone. I thought I had surpassed William Walker, but I didn't expect I was still a little short. Jiang Yin looked at the list with a strange expression. This guy is really something. He even has 2 marriage prospects. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing was first stunned. Then her eyes reddened and tears immediately fell. Wah, does my husband also want to find another one? Is it because I am too weak that my husband no longer wants me? Seeing that she was crying, Jiang Yin quickly pulled her into his arms and gently rubbed her head. Silly wife, you are the most important person to me. How could I possibly not want you? I'm not the kind of person who starts something and then abandons it. Besides, I don't envy William Walker at all. On the contrary, I look down on him a bit. Tu Shanqing stopped crying and looked up at Jiang Yin. Husband, why is that? He's still clearly in first place. Jiang Yin smiled dismissively. So what? I've gotten to where I am today through my own hard work, and I've also had your constant help. Ranking is just propped up by his marriage partners. If it comes down to actual combat, I might not lose to him. Don't worry, no matter what, I will never abandon you. We will become the strongest people in the world together. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing's eyes reddened again, and she threw herself into Jiang Yin's arms. My husband, you are the best husband in the world. Meanwhile, news that William Walker had found another marriage partner quickly spread throughout the local chat channel. It's so frustrating to compare yourself to others. We're still single, while he already has 2 wives. William is too awesome. He's a true winner in life. Didn't Jiang Yin also reach 4 stars? TCH, he's just a murderer. How can he compare to Boss William? I think it's not surprising that people would resort to violence for resources in this kind of world. I don't care. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines is every man's dream, and Boss William is my idol. As everyone was chatting animatedly, suddenly, a cold game notification sound rang in everyone's ears simultaneously. Urgent announcement. The challenge key has been obtained for Zone 332, successfully opening the challenge gate. Zone 666 is now connected, and the resource competition is about to begin. Resource competition. In the losing zone, all resources are halved, and all players' attributes decrease by 20 points. In the winning zone, all resources are doubled, and all players' attributes increase by 20 points. The moment this announcement was released, the entire 666 area exploded. No one expected that a resource competition would suddenly emerge. Even more terrifying is that if you lose, not only will your resources be halved, but you will also have 20 points deducted from the attributes you have worked so hard to improve. Before everyone could recover, a second notification sounded. Match rules. The match will officially begin at this time tomorrow. Each side will send 3 players, each accompanied by their spouse, to compete in a best-of-3 series. Reminder, if you defeat your opponent, you can continue to the next round. If you can defeat 3 opposing players in a row, you will receive a special reward. Reminder, if you are no match for your opponent in battle, you may surrender. Reminder, the leaderboard will be temporarily hidden after the resource competition begins. Jiang Yin had just finished dressing when she heard this series of notifications. Her expression immediately turned serious, and she went into the chat channel to check the situation. At this moment, the channel was already in complete chaos. Can anyone tell me what's going on with this resource war? It seems that someone from Area 332 obtained a challenge key, which is why the competition was forcibly started. They dared to initiate a war, so they must have some formidable figures. Damn it. If I lose tomorrow, my stats won't be enough to offset the losses. Don't panic, we still have William Walker here, don't we? That's right, it all depends on Boss William this time. Mr. William, you absolutely have to win. Clearly, under these circumstances, almost everyone's hopes were pinned on William Walker. After all, this time it's not just the players themselves who are participating. Their marriage partners are also involved. And William Walker happens to have 2 marriage partners with 3.5 stars each. Chapter 22. 1 against 3 is a piece of cake. William Walker had just slain a powerful foe and was enjoying a rest with women on either side when a resource competition notification popped up in the system. Instead of panicking, he exuded confidence. When he opened the chat channel and saw everyone praising him, his smugness grew even stronger. Don't be nervous, everyone. In my opinion, those people from Area 332 are nothing to worry about, William Walker declared on the spot. Tomorrow in the match, I will personally take action and defeat all 3 of them. 1 against 3 is nothing to me, huh? The chat channel immediately erupted in excitement. Big Boss William finally spoke. This is it. If he can really take on 3 opponents at once, that would be so impressive. As long as we win the match, we can all get rewards, a plus 20 to all attributes, and double the resources. Just thinking about it is so exciting. The crowd grew more and more excited as they talked. However, the issue of competition slots soon came up. Aside from William, everyone had to admit that the most qualified to compete were Jiang Yin, ranked 2nd, and Tekawawa Ken, ranked 3rd. However, many people's tone when mentioning Jiang Yin was clearly tinged with dissatisfaction and hostility. William was enjoying the adulation of everyone, but his face immediately darkened when someone mentioned Jiang Yin in the chat. This time, I will not let Jiang Yin steal the spotlight again. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes grim. No matter who Area 332 sends, I will take on 3 of them. Dorina and Nami immediately sidled up to him, comforting him in sweet voices. Honey, don't worry, Jiang Yin can't possibly be stronger than you. The people in Area 332 are even less likely to be your match. You'll definitely win. They weren't blindly confident, but genuinely believed that William was already far ahead of everyone else. After all, they've only been in this world for a few days, and most of them haven't even reached 3 stars yet, while William is already a 4-star fighter with 2 3.5-star marriage partners. Even if Jiang Yin has reached 4 stars now, in their eyes, she's just lucky and has no right to be compared to William. Never mind all that. I'm furious right now. William snorted coldly, then closed his eyes, letting the 2 women serve him. He had made up his mind to win tomorrow's battle decisively, firmly securing his position as the strongest in Area 666, and not giving Jiang Yin any chance to show off. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin also saw the disparaging comments about him in the chat channel. But instead of getting angry, he burst out laughing. Tu Shanqing, who had been feeling down because of the resource competition, was taken aback when Jiang Yin suddenly laughed. Husband, how can you still laugh? Jiang Yin put his arm around her and said casually. It's just a resource competition, no need to worry so much. That William Walker keeps saying he can take on 3 people at once. Since he's so confident, let him show off first. Our most important thing right now is to continue improving our strength. Tu Shanqing was startled upon hearing this. Husband, don't you want to participate in the competition? Jiang Yin shook his head. Of course I want to participate in the competition, just in case something unexpected happens. But there's no need to panic now. With this time, we might as well continue exploring the room and try to become a little stronger before the competition starts tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Yin led Tu Shanqing forward. He spoke casually, but he wasn't truly letting his guard down. The fact that Area 332 dared to initiate a resource competition showed they were extremely confident in their strength. If they lost this battle, it would be a devastating blow to Area 666. Meanwhile, in the chat channel of Area 332, everyone had already started celebrating. Ha! Now the resources are definitely doubling. Our top player here is 4.5 stars. Who can beat us? Even if there's a 4.5-star player in Area 666, there's no way we can win, right? The atmosphere was incredibly high. Just then, the big shot everyone was praising finally appeared. Kim Jong-sung spoke directly in the channel. Don't worry, everyone. Since I dare to start a resource competition, I naturally have absolute confidence. The newbie assessment isn't even over yet. Who can be stronger than me? Even if the other side really has a 4.5-star, there'll be no match for me. I'm destined to become the ruler of this world. Ha ha. Chapter 23 Racing Against Time, Striving to Become Stronger. The strongest in Area 332. His strength has reached 4.5 stars, far surpassing the second-ranked player in the region. He even has 2 marriage partners, both of whom are already 3.5 stars in combat power. That's why, when he unexpectedly obtained the challenge key, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately launched a resource competition. As for why area number 666 was chosen, the reason is simple. This number is too eye-catching. When Kim Jong-sung appeared in Area 332, the entire area immediately erupted in excitement. Since Boss Jean has spoken, what do we have to worry about? Area 666 is really unlucky this time. Who told them to use such an eye-catching number? Do they really think that just because they have 666 on their name, they're all really strong? Just wait and see. Tomorrow Boss Jean will definitely be able to sweep all 3 opponents. At this moment, everyone in Area 332 was incredibly excited, as if they had already won. The people in Area 666 were completely unaware of all this. They continued to lavish praise on William Walker in the chat channel, believing that as long as he was there, they couldn't possibly lose tomorrow. William Walker also enjoyed this and clearly relished the feeling of being adored by everyone. But Jiang Yin had no interest in any of these things. Instead of wasting time watching them boast, we should hurry up and keep opening doors, trying to get a little stronger before the competition. At this moment, a black door stood before him. Name: Instance Room. Room conditions: this is the lair of skeleton monsters, filled with an aura of death. Safety assessment: if you enter this room now, the mortality rate is 50%. This is it. After reading the information, Jiang Yin made a decision immediately. A 50% mortality rate is indeed not low, but he now has a substitute doll and an escape talisman. So even if something unexpected happens, he is not completely without a way out. If he can reach 4.5 stars before tomorrow's match, he will be even more confident. Tu Shanqing didn't say much, quietly following Jiang Yin into the dungeon room. Behind the door lay a gloomy mass grave, pitch black all around, the air thick with the stench of decay and death. As soon as the two stepped inside, the ground trembled violently, and skeletons crawled out of the soil, more than a dozen appearing in the blink of an eye. Name: Skeleton Soldier. Skills: Fierce Slash, Triple Slash, Rapid Dash. Strength: 3 stars. Seeing these skeleton soldiers, Jiang Yin remained relatively calm and casually tossed the Goblin King puppet away. The next moment, the Goblin King reappeared and charged directly into the horde of skeletons to begin the battle. Although these skeleton soldiers were all 3-star level, the Goblin King was a 3.5-star boss-level monster with fire abilities, making him significantly stronger. Before long, the skeleton soldiers were decimated. With the Goblin King leading the way, Jiang Yin and Tu Shanqing felt much more relaxed and continued deeper into the territory. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally arrived at the bronze door leading to the boss room. A significantly larger skeleton stood at the entrance, holding a giant axe in its hand. Name: Skeleton Axeman. Skills: Fierce Slash, Earth-Shattering Slash, Ghost Fire Slash. Strength: 3.5 stars. Just then, the Goblin King's puppet time ended, and it shrank back into Jiang Yin's hand. The skeleton axemen in front roared, their bodies engulfed in ghostly blue flames. My husband, this is Will-O-the-Wisp. I can suppress it. Tu Shanqing immediately activated her icy demonic energy. Okay, I'll take the lead. You're in charge of controlling it. The two attacked almost simultaneously. Although the skeleton axemen were strong, they couldn't hold out for long under the combined attack of Jiang Yin and Tu Shanqing, and were quickly killed on the spot. As soon as it died, the bronze door slowly opened. Before the two could catch their breath, a piercing tiger roar suddenly came from behind the door. The next second, a huge skeletal tiger pounced out, spewing out a large amount of blue ghost fire. Before the Will-O-the-Wisp could get close, it was blocked by Tu Shanqing's ice wall. But at that moment, Jiang Yin's pupils suddenly contracted. Because on the back of that skeletal tiger sat a skeletal monster wielding a long sword and wearing armor. These are two bosses. Chapter 24, Strength Surges, the match begins. Upon seeing the attributes of the two monsters before him, Jiang Yin's expression darkened slightly. The skeleton general and the skeleton white tiger were both 4-star bosses. No wonder this dungeon was terrifyingly dangerous. Yet, the more difficult the dungeon, the stronger his fighting spirit became. The harder the dungeon, the richer the rewards upon completion. It really is a double boss. No wonder it's so dangerous. Jiang Nian gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes growing brighter. Now that he himself was a 4-star combatant, and with Tu Shanqing by his side to assist him, this battle might not be without a chance. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and charged forward with his sword drawn. Then let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nian leaped into the air, the flames of his crimson flame blade blazing brightly, as he unleashed a fierce slash straight at the skeleton general. At the same time, Tu Shanqing swiftly unleashed a blizzard, the chill sweeping around, slowing down the enemy and weakening the power of the ghost fire. Faced with Jiang Nian's ferocious attack, the skeleton general didn't even bother to block. The skeletal white tiger beneath it roared, ghostly flames crackling around its claws, and slammed towards Jiang Nian. The two forces collided with a deafening crash, and a flame shield materialized at that moment. With a deafening roar, the skeletal white tiger was blasted away on the spot. With this strike, the skeletal white tiger's right forepaw was severed, and it collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Although Jiang Nian was knocked back a few steps, he was unharmed, as all the impact was absorbed by his flame shield. Seeing his mount injured, the skeletal general was enraged and finally leaped off the tiger's back, preparing to take action himself. It drew a bone sword from the skeleton white tiger's body, and blue ghostly flames surged wildly around it, its aura noticeably increasing. Human, you are indeed strong, but unfortunately you've met me. Today, you are destined to die here. As soon as it finished speaking, the skeleton general charged forward with its sword, heading straight for Jiang Nian. Wife, that heavily injured white tiger is yours. Jiang Nian shouted in a low voice, then faced the skeleton general head-on. Relying on the fire shield to absorb damage, coupled with his omniscient talent that could see through weaknesses, his attacks were exceptionally fierce, almost every strike hitting vital points, forcing the skeleton general to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Tu Shanqing steadily held off the skeleton white tiger. The relentless blizzard, coupled with the continuous bursts of icy power, made it impossible for this 4-star monster to turn the tide. The skeleton general grew increasingly alarmed. It never imagined this human couple would be so powerful, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. Just then, the Goblin King's cooldown finally ended. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian summoned it. The Goblin King immediately joined the battle, fiercely interfering with the skeleton general. Already at a disadvantage, it panicked completely and was utterly powerless to fight back. Within a few rounds, Jiang Nian seized an opportunity and slew the skeleton general on the spot with a single strike. Almost simultaneously, the skeleton white tiger was also frozen into an ice sculpture by Tu Shanqing, then kicked to shatter it into ice shards scattered on the ground. As the two bosses fell, a system notification sounded, and all the dungeon completion rewards were credited to the account. The rewards were extremely generous, not only increasing all attributes by 10 points, but also yielding the C-grade skill book, Soul Devouring Demon Slash, and the C-grade weapon Tiger Bone Demon Sword. Jiang Nian immediately knew he had struck gold, equipped the Tiger Bone Demon Sword, and learned Soul Devouring Demon Slash. With this boost, his combat power officially reached 4.5 stars. Husband, we're sure to win this time. Tu Shanqing exclaimed with delight. Jiang Nian's confidence also soared, and he smiled faintly. Of course. Tomorrow I'll let the people of Area 332 witness my strength. With that, he led Tu Shanqing into the recovery room. Before we knew it, it was the next day. The resource battle that both sides have been eagerly anticipating has officially begun. Announcement. The resource competition has now begun. The portal is now open. Players who wish to register can enter the portal. Reminder, only 3 players can be sent to each region. If no one participates, the top 3 players on the leaderboard will be automatically selected. After entering the portal, you will be teleported to the competition venue. Reminder, the battle between the 2 players will be broadcast live. Chapter 25's live stream begins, and everyone is shocked. It's here. The resource competition has finally begun. There's a portal in front of me now. So should I go in? Upstairs, are you kidding me? With your trashy skills, you'd only be a disgrace to our 666 area if you got in. Only the 3 strongest people in our region are qualified to enter the portal. According to previous speculation, it should be Boss William, Jiang Nian, and Tekawawa Ken. Apart from these 3, no one else should go in. This is no joke. I really hope we can win this resource competition. Boss William is the strongest. Victory is assured, Boss William. As the game notification sounded, the regional chat channel erupted in excitement. At that moment, portals appeared in front of every player, but no one dared to enter rashly. They all knew very well that once they entered this portal, it meant they would be fighting for Area 666. Who would dare to enter casually? You could easily become a sinner for all time. William Walker, the object of everyone's cheers, wore a rather smug smile the moment he saw the portal appear. My two beautiful wives, let's set off now. I will use my overwhelming strength to defeat all those useless trash in Area 332. William Walker, with Dorina and Nami each on his arm, strode into the portal. He has absolute confidence in his abilities. In order to keep William Walker in peak fighting condition, Dorina and Nami did not dare to torment him too much last night. At the same time, in another recovery room. This is an extremely comfortable grassland with a gentle breeze. People in this environment will experience a magical state of recovery. No matter how serious the injury, even if you have a broken hand or foot, as long as you have the strength to crawl into the recovery room, you can recover. After a night of recovery, Jiang Yin and Tu Shanqing were both back to perfect condition. It's worth mentioning that Jiang Yin used all the building materials he had obtained to upgrade his wooden house. The dilapidated wooden house has been transformed into a brick house. Although it's still not very good, it's much better than a log cabin. In addition, the room was filled with all sorts of furniture, all of which Jiang Yin had acquired at the auction house using some unwanted supplies. This little home is quite cozy now. Let's go, it's time for us to set off. After Jiang Yin walked out of the room, a teleportation portal appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he immediately led Tu Shanqing into the teleportation portal. With Jiang Yin's participation in the competition, the teleportation points that were positioned in front of everyone in Area 666 disappeared simultaneously. Announcement: 3 players have registered for the competition in Area 666. The portal is now closed, and the livestream channel is now open. Reminder: in addition to the participating players, all players from both regions can enter the livestream channel to watch this match. Players are free to comment during the match. The moment the game notification sounded, players from both Zone 666 and Zone 332 immediately flooded into the livestream channel. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Ha! Finally, I have a chance to humiliate the people in Area 666. I advise you to prepare for the possibility of losing the game. The big boss in our region is absolutely invincible. Bullshit. You people from District 332 are the ones who should be preparing to lose the game. Anyone who dares to provoke our Area 666 is courting death. Hell, what a boastful tone. Once the competition officially begins, you people from Area 666 will know what true strength is. That's right, our boss Jin's strength is beyond your imagination. I really don't know where you people from Area 332 get your inexplicable confidence from. I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Anyway, our boss William is more than enough to defeat you. After the live stream ended, players from both regions were either hurling insults and provoking each other. They were either cheering on their own region's players, making it a very lively scene. It was at this time that the originally dark live stream screen gradually lit up. It was a place similar to a gladiatorial arena. Apart from a central circular platform where combat could take place, the rest of the area was pitch black, giving off a chilling feeling. Immediately afterwards, one portal after another appeared. The contestants from both regions slowly walked out of the portal. So this is where we'll be fighting later? That's exactly what I was thinking. William Walker, with a woman on each arm, looked around at his surroundings and spoke with a smug expression. At that moment, he noticed 2 men emerging from the 2 portals beside him. Beside one of the handsome men was a woman with fox ears and an angelic beauty. Without a doubt, this person is William Walker, the woman he dreams of having, Tu Shanqing. The man standing next to Tu Shanqing must be Jiang Yin. It was clear that William Walker was staring angrily at Jiang Yin, his fists clenched. A wicked idea was born in William Walker's mind. As for who the other contestant was, he didn't care at all. In his opinion, he would definitely be the final winner. This person is another contestant in Area 666, second only to Jiang Yin and William Walker. His name is Ken Takegawa, and he ranks 3rd on the list. Upon noticing the apparent animosity between William Walker and Jiang Yin, he wisely took a few steps back. For him, the competition is the most important thing, and there is no need to pay attention to their past grievances. Jiang Yin, who was standing to the side, naturally noticed William Walker, who was staring at her fiercely. But he didn't care at all, calmly putting his arm around Tu Shanqing and walking to the side. Jiang Yin, after this battle, this will be your burial ground. William Walker thought to himself coldly. He was worried about not being able to find Jiang Yin, but now they have all gathered together. William Walker saw this as an excellent opportunity. In any case, in this world, killing is permitted and there is no punishment. As long as it doesn't hinder the final victory. Even if he kills Jiang Yin, he will still be a hero in the hearts of everyone in Area 666. Dorina and Nami, who were standing next to William Walker, both understood what William Walker was thinking. They will definitely cooperate with their men to get rid of Jiang Yin. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from afar. Oh my, is this the contestant from Area 666? This is far too weak. I'm embarrassed to fight you. The speaker was none other than Kim Jong-sung, the strongest person in Area 332. As he spoke, he exuded the powerful aura of a 4.5-star combatant. William Walker, who had been full of confidence, froze instantly when he sensed the other party's aura. This guy, could he have already surpassed me? Chapter 26: The Cruel Rules of the Competition. This can't be right. William Walker's confident expression vanished completely. Even if he didn't believe it, he had to admit that the person in front of him from Area 332 was stronger than him. Judging from your expression, you must have sensed my presence. Then I'll lay my cards on the table. That's right, I'm currently at a 4.5-star combat strength. Kim Jong-sung became increasingly smug as he spoke. I advise you to give up voluntarily, so you don't suffer physical pain later. I never hold back when I strike, and it would be unacceptable if I accidentally killed you all. After he finished speaking, the other two contestants from Area 332, standing next to Kim Jong-sung, along with their respective marriage partners, burst into laughter. In their view, William Walker, who had been the most arrogant and smug before, must be the strongest person in their Area 666. Even he showed a look of fear, so the other two contestants were naturally even weaker. Without a doubt, Area 666 has already lost. At the same time, their conversation was clearly heard by everyone watching the match in the live stream. How could this be? The strongest person in their region is already 4.5 stars. It's over, we're doomed. William is only a 4-star player. How can he possibly defeat him? Damn it. I knew the people in Area 332 dared to challenge us. They must be determined to win. Ha. That's hilarious. Weren't you guys so smug before? This is the true strength of our 332nd district. You can just wait to lose. The thought of my resources doubling and all my attributes increasing by 20 points soon makes me extremely excited. You people from Area 666, just consider yourselves unlucky. At this moment, everyone in Area 666 looked ashen-faced. Even if they wanted to refute it, they didn't know how to say it. Unexpectedly, someone in Area 332 had already reached 4.5 stars. It was at this time that the game notification sounded. Announcement: the resource battle is now beginning. Both sides, please send your first player from your respective regions to the battle arena. Reminder: during the match, the player who kills the opposing team, including their spouse, wins the round. Reminder: both players may concede defeat at any time during the match. As the sound rang out, the people in Area 666 of the live stream felt even more desperate. What the hell? You have to kill each other to win. Does that mean the 3 strongest people in our Area 666 will all be killed? Damn it. Losing the resource competition already comes with terrible penalties, but if the top 3 are all wiped out, then our Zone 666 is basically useless. This is really the end. You don't have to be so desperate. If you don't want to die, you can always surrender. In this situation, surrendering is not shameful. I don't know why, but seeing you all so desperate makes me especially happy. Kim Jong-sung, you're awesome. At that moment, William Walker, who was on the field during the game, became increasingly panicked after learning about the situation. If he were to have the same strength as his opponent, he would naturally have nothing to fear. But the reality is just that cruel. Currently only a 4-star combatant, defeating Kim Jong-sung in front of him would be an impossible task. But if William Walker surrenders so easily, he will undoubtedly become a laughingstock in the future. Moreover, this battle concerns everyone in Area 666. No matter what, he cannot surrender easily. What? Aren't you going to surrender yet? Fine. Then I'll show you what true strength is. With that, Kim Jong-sung calmly walked into the battle arena. Behind him followed 2 women with stunning figures, like rare beauties. Although they are very beautiful, their physical characteristics immediately reveal that they are not ordinary humans. One had bull horns, and the other had a pair of eagle wings. They were clearly monsters. In addition, both of them possessed extremely powerful auras, with each having a strength of 3.5 stars. They followed Kim Jong-sung into the battle arena, their expressions smug and triumphant. Her eyes would occasionally dart over the other potential partners present, as if to say, "See? This is the eye for choosing a man. What are you all standing there for? Our leader has already entered the battlefield, and you haven't decided who will go first. If you're scared, then please surrender quickly to save time." The other two contestants in Area 332 urged him on with mocking expressions. Faced with their provocations, Zhang Nian remained calm and composed, without the slightest sign of panic. So what if it's 4.5 stars? Is it that impressive? With the rankings temporarily closed, Zhang Nian deliberately concealed her aura. The strongest in Area 666. Honey, thankfully we improved our combat strength in time yesterday. Otherwise we would have really lost this competition. These guys are really annoying. Do they really think we're easy to bully? Zhang Nian didn't rush to appear, but spoke softly to Tu Shanxing beside her. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanxing asked softly, "Husband, shall we go on stage now?" No need to be in such a hurry. Let that idiot scout ahead for us. Doesn't he think he's the strongest? Anyway, with me here, we won't lose this game." Zhang Nian's lips curled up slightly, already feeling confident of victory. With his omniscient and omnipotent talent, he had already seen through Kim Jong-sung's detailed information. Player, Kim Jong-sung. Nationality, South Korea. Lifespan, 28/101. Physical constitution, 45. Strength, 45. Agility, 45. Mental state, 55. Charm, 43. Talent, mutated thunderhorn rhinoceros, grade A. Skills, lightning strike, thunder palm, thunderous slash, thunderous roar. Combat power rating, 4.5 stars. This guy is inferior to Zhang Nian in every attribute except mental strength. The only thing that Zhang Nian cared about was this guy's talent, which was actually a mutation type. The so-called mutation type refers to the ability to transform one's entire body or a part of the body into a beast, gaining power that surpasses that of humans. The time it takes for someone to become alienated depends on their mental strength. That is precisely why Kim Jong-sung's spiritual attributes are the highest. Besides the mutation type, talents are also divided into enhancement type, element type, and special type. Zhang Nian's awakened omniscience and omnipotence belong to the special category, just as Zhang Nian was checking Jin Zhongxing's attributes. William Walker, along with his two wives, has entered the battlefield. I am the strongest in Area 666. Despite your strength, I will never admit defeat easily. Bring it on. Chapter 27. So what are you laughing at? Wow, there really are people who aren't afraid of death. The strength of you, the strongest in Area 666. Kim Jong-sung paid no attention to William Walker, speaking with a contemptuous expression. At that moment, he noticed William Walker's two potential marriage partners and gave them a lecherous look. I never imagined that your two marriage partners would be so beautiful. How about this? If you're willing to offer me your two marriage partners now, I might be able to go easy on you a little, so that I don't kill you instantly when the battle starts. As he said this, the two women next to Kim Jong-sung clearly showed jealousy. But there was nothing they could do. They all needed to rely on Kim Jong-sung. So even if they were unhappy, they could only silently endure it. You are incredibly arrogant. Go to hell. How could William Walker, as a man, tolerate such provocation? At that moment, his entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of metal shell, becoming incredibly hard, and he charged towards Jin Zhongxing. This is the talent William Walker possesses, Iron Body, rank B. It can make the whole body, or a certain part of the body, as hard as steel for a certain period of time. Dorina and Nami were clearly enraged by Kim Jong-sung and launched their own attacks. Shattering Steel Fist. William Walker's fists materialized into a pair of golden brass knuckles, which he relentlessly hurled at Jin Zhongxing. However, despite William Walker's aggressive attacks, Kim Jong-sung remained calm. At that moment, his body rapidly transformed into a beast, becoming a half-human, half-rhinoceros monster, its entire body wreathed in dazzling golden lightning. Rumble. Kim Jong-sung calmly raised his right hand, and several powerful golden lightning bolts fell, striking William Walker, Dorina, and Nami hard. The immense power blasted all three of them away simultaneously. William Walker, who possesses a body of steel, was not seriously injured, but his entire body was charred black by the blast. Without the protection of his innate talent, The power of this single strike would have been enough to severely injure William Walker. Dorina and Nami were not so lucky. They were blasted into serious injury on the spot and had no strength left to continue fighting. How? How can it be so powerful? William Walker looked at Kim Jong-sung in his current state with a horrified expression. Even his proud steel body couldn't withstand this guy's lightning strikes. It's only half a star different. How can there be such a big gap? This can only mean one thing. The opponent not only has great talent, but also possesses extremely powerful equipment. This is what happened. This was also clearly seen by everyone in the live stream. What's the point of fighting? Even someone as powerful as William can't beat this guy. We're definitely going to lose this time. Holy crap. What kind of talent has this guy named Kim Jong-sung awakened? He can even transform into a rhinoceros wrapped in lightning. This must be a mutation type. Although I also have a mutation type talent, I can only turn into an ordinary yellow ox. The difference is too big. Ridiculous. How could you possibly match the talent of our boss Jin Zhongxing? That's an A-grade mutated thunderhorn rhinoceros. I doubt anyone in your region has ever seen such a powerful talent. Haha. It's a foregone conclusion that you've lost the game. As expected of the strongest in our region, boss Jin Zhongxing is awesome. While everyone in the live stream was discussing the matter, William Walker, unwilling to give up, continued to attack Kim Jong-sung. But none of it mattered. His once proud steel body was dented by the blast, and his entire body was charred and smoking. At this moment, William Walker barely had the strength to fight. It was at this time that, covered in lightning appeared in Jin Zhongxing's right hand. Swish! A flash of light, and William Walker's steel-like right hand was severed. Blood gushed out like a fountain. William Walker clutched his severed right shoulder, collapsed to the ground, and howled in agony. Who would have thought that a single blow could sever the arm of William Walker, whose body was made of steel? If that were cut on the neck, wouldn't it be an instant kill? Upon seeing this, Tekawawa Ken, who had not yet joined the battle, turned pale with fright. Regardless, he had already made up his mind to admit defeat immediately. Compared to losing face, saving one's life is the most important thing. Jiang Yin naturally saw it too, but he didn't care too much. Everything was within his expectations. Out of fear of death, William Walker had no choice but to accept his fate, no matter how unwilling he was. He endured the pain and prepared to surrender. But at the very moment he shouted for surrender, a flash of lightning. Kim Jong-sung suddenly appeared in front of him and stepped on his mouth without hesitation. It's probably a bit too late to surrender now. I already gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now don't blame me for not giving you a chance to surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Jong-sung raised his knife and beheaded William Walker. No. Upon witnessing William Walker's death, Dorina and Nami let out extremely tragic screams. The death of their marriage partner also meant that they had lost the man they could rely on. To survive in this dangerous world, one must find an even stronger man. At this moment, their eyes all turned to Kim Jong-sung. Compared to revenge, finding a new powerful ally is the most important thing now. At the same time, the game notification sounded. Announcement: Kim Jong-sung has won the first game. Player number 666, please continue to the stage. All contestants in the live stream, number 666, witnessed William Walker's death. At this moment, no one spoke again. Their expressions were filled with utter despair. Even the strongest, William Walker, has been killed. What chance do we have of winning? The live stream was filled with people from number 332, cheering for the victory. I surrender. I surrender. Without any hesitation, Tekawawa Ken immediately knelt down on the ground. Announcement: Kim Jong-sung has won the second game. Player number 666, please continue to the stage. As the game sounds began, Kim Jong-sung, who was in the battle arena, burst into maniacal laughter. It was as if they had already foreseen the victory. Taking on 3 opponents at once will yield a generous reward. How could one not be happy? But just as he was feeling smug, Jiang Yin, leading Tu Shanqing, slowly walked into the battle arena. So what are you laughing at? This competition doesn't seem to be over yet. Chapter 28 Surprise. A hidden powerhouse. William Walker's death, coupled with Takegawa Ken's swift surrender, left everyone in Area 666 of the live stream ashen-faced and utterly despairing. In their view, this competition for resources is already unwinnable. Next, not only will their resources be halved, but even the attributes they've worked so hard to develop will be reduced by 20 points. However, just then, they were shocked to see Jiang Yin resolutely walk into the battle arena. Jiang Yin? Isn't that Jiang Yin? He didn't choose to surrender. Even if Jiang Nian doesn't surrender, what's the point? That guy Jin Zhongxing is too strong. There's no way he can win. Yes, and the talent they awakened is quite impressive. Instead of relying on Jiang Nian, we should think about what to do next. Half the resources and 20 points off all attributes are undoubtedly fatal. Damn it. Why did they have to choose to challenge us of all people? This is really the end. While the people in Area 666 were constantly crying out in despair, the people in Area 332 were cheering and celebrating their impending victory. As for Jiang Nian, who finally entered the battle arena, they didn't take her seriously at all. From what the people in Area 666 said, we can also tell that Jiang Nian's strength is not as good as William Walker's. Even he was killed by Jin Zhongxing, so how could Jiang Nian possibly win? Clearly, Jiang Nian's entry into the battle arena at this moment is merely a facade of composure. He will undoubtedly slink away and surrender in the end. At the same time, on the competition field, when Kim Jong-sung saw that Jiang Nian had not chosen to surrender but strode in, his brows immediately furrowed. Kid, I advise you not to court death. Your only chance to live is to surrender right now. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death just like that idiot at the beginning. During the process of threatening Jiang Nian, Jin Zhongxing suddenly noticed Tu Shanqing, who was following Jiang Nian. At that moment, his eyes lit up. This was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen since entering this world of marriage. Such a rare beauty, yet she wasn't his, but instead chose to follow a good-for-nothing? Jin Zhongxing grew angrier the more he thought about it, and looked at Tu Shanqing beside Jiang Nian. Beauty, there's no future in following such a good-for-nothing. Why don't you submit to me? As long as you make me comfortable, I promise I'll give you anything. Tu Shanqing ignored Jin Zhongxing's words, treating them as nothing more than a dog barking wildly. Are you finished speaking? So may we begin? Jiang Nian's eyes were filled with murderous intent at this moment. He dared to covet the woman he loved, and insulted himself with words like worthless. No matter what, Jiang Nian will not let him go. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Jin Zhongxing was slightly taken aback, then burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha. Fine, since you're determined to die, then don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Jong-sung transformed once again into a half-human, half-rhinoceros monster, his entire body wreathed in lightning. That powerful lightning attribute energy erupted without reservation. My husband is so handsome. Honey, hurry up and make your move. Kill this reckless guy instantly. Kim Jong-sung's fiancé cheered loudly from the side. Hee. Faced with this scene, Jiang Nian smiled faintly, and a long sword wrapped in blue flames appeared in his hand. If you look closely, you can see tiger stripe-like patterns on the blade. This is the tiger bone ghost sword that I obtained from the skeleton general. Holding the tiger bone ghost sword, Jiang Nian instantly unleashed a powerful aura emanating from his body, a power that seemed to belong to a 4.5-star level. Kim Jong-sung, who was laughing triumphantly, suddenly sensed Jiang Nian's aura, and his smile froze instantly. What? You actually have the strength of a 4.5-star. The strongest in Area 666. Kim Jong-sung was truly intimidated by the aura emanating from Jiang Nian. Unexpectedly, one of the 3 contestants in Area 666 was deliberately hiding his strength. What's even more incomprehensible is that if Jiang Nian is the strongest in Area 666, then why did William Walker say that he was the strongest? Not only was Kim Jong-sung shocked, but everyone in the arena stared wide-eyed. He's only a 4.5-star? That can't be right. Shouldn't William Walker have been number 1 on the leaderboard before? Tekawawa Ken seemed to realize something. His pupils contracted. I know. It must be because Jiang Nian became stronger again in just one day yesterday. Since the rankings have temporarily disappeared, we naturally cannot know the accurate rankings. This moment, the people in Area 666, who had been in despair, were overjoyed, as if they had received rain after a long drought, and all of them showed very excited expressions. Jiang Nian. She actually has a combat power of 4.5 stars. Great, that's wonderful. I thought we had no hope left, but I didn't expect Jiang Nian to be so amazing. Upstairs, your attitude has changed way too quickly. Weren't you just insulting Jiang Nian a moment ago? Who said that? You're slandering me. When did I ever insult Jiang Nian? I just don't understand why he killed someone. Looking back now, in this extremely dangerous world, sometimes fighting and killing are unavoidable in order to protect oneself. This is great. Jiang Nian is also a 4.5-star fighter. It's not certain who will win or lose. Go Jiang Nian. While the cheers were going on in Area 666, the people in Area 332 were clearly stunned. Everyone expected that a dark horse would suddenly emerge just when victory was within reach. Everyone, don't panic. Even if they have people with 4.5-star combat power in their area, so what? Don't forget, our boss Jin Zhongxing's talent is an A-level mutated thunder horned rhinoceros, which can unleash extremely powerful lightning attribute skills. Even if Zhang Nian is only 4.5 stars, he is definitely not as good as our Jin Zhongxing. That's right, we can still win. This guy can't possibly defeat boss Kim Jong-sung. The discussions among the viewers in the live stream room. Those of them who were on the field at the competition had no way of knowing. At the moment, Kim Jong-sung's attention was entirely focused on the weapon in Zhang Nian's hand, his eyes filled with greed. He could sense that this weapon was extremely powerful, definitely at least C-grade. Zhang Nian must have obtained this weapon to have a combat power of 4.5 stars. Although killing William Walker previously did not result in equipment dropping like killing someone outside, it still did. But as long as he can defeat Zhang Nian, he can use the same method to force Zhang Nian to be unable to surrender. In order to save his life, Zhang Nian would definitely hand over the weapon obediently. Although the weapon seems inconsistent with his attributes, it is still at least C-grade. In Jin Zhongxing's view, only a strong person of his caliber deserves to possess such a powerful weapon. I never thought I would misjudge him. So you're the strongest person in Area 666. But even if you're a 4.5-star combatant, so what? In my eyes, you are still utterly vulnerable. As soon as Kim Jong-sung finished speaking, a deafening roar of lightning echoed all around. The next moment, he instantly teleported in front of Zhang Nian. The golden longsword he gripped tightly in his hand, unleashing powerful lightning attribute energy. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at Zhang Nian, unleashing a thunderous strike. Chapter 29. That's it. You're way too weak. The most powerful aspect of the lightning attribute is its extremely high speed. It's truly as fast as lightning. Kim Jong-sung absolutely refused to believe that Zhang Nian was capable of dodging his sword strike. And it turned out exactly as he had expected. At this moment, Zhang Nian was still standing there, showing no sign of resistance. In Jin Zhongxing's view, it was obvious that Zhang Nian was unable to react. However, just when he thought he could kill Zhang Nian with a single sword strike, a blazing fire shield suddenly appeared on Zhang Nian's body. Jin Zhongxing's thunderous slash, which he was so proud of, was completely blocked by the fire shield. It was as if he had struck a steel plate. It couldn't hurt Zhang Nian in the slightest. Even William Walker's previously gifted, steel-like body was not this tough. Jin Zhongxing immediately realized that Zhang Nian's flame shield must be some kind of powerful protective gear. They might even have already acquired the set bonus. A set of equipment immediately came to mind. The Crimson Gold set. This is a set of fire attribute equipment, which is not very useful for Jin Zhongxing, who has lightning attribute. Even if he managed to acquire 1 or 2 pieces, he put them up for auction to exchange for lightning attribute equipment. But he still knew the effects of the Crimson Gold set, and it was exactly the same as Zhang Nian's current situation. But the problem is, he still hasn't been able to assemble a complete set of equipment. It's all just a patchwork. How did Zhang Nian obtain a complete set of Crimson Gold armor? Is that all? Are you tickling me? Zhang Nian gave a cold laugh and casually patted her clothes. Standing beside her, Tu Shanqing had already anticipated that Zhang Nianding would be safe and sound, which was why she did not choose to make a move. Really, your own judgment is the best. Zhang Nian's strength is clearly superior to Jin Zhongxing's. Hateful. I don't believe you can own a complete set of Crimson Gold armor. It must just be some loose parts. Undeterred, Jin Zhongxing brandished his golden longsword, preparing to strike Zhang Nian once more. In his opinion, Zhang Nian could not possibly collect the Crimson Gold set. It must only have a Crimson Gold fire armor top. After all, the Crimson Gold fire armor's individual attributes can trigger a fire shield. Zhang Nian was just lucky. But this time, Zhang Nian wouldn't stand by and let him attack her. This moment, Zhang Nian unleashed an extremely powerful fire attribute energy and stomped her right foot hard on the ground. Instantly, a huge vortex of fire was created. What? Kim Jong-sung was unable to dodge in time and was directly sucked into the vortex of flames. A moment later, Jin Zhongxing, his body charred black, fell to the ground with a thud, his breath noticeably weaker. The defensive bonuses he received after transforming into a thunderhorn rhinoceros. Otherwise, Zhang Nian's fiery vortex attack would have been enough to severely injure him on the spot. This is what happened. It was clearly seen by everyone in the live stream. The crowd in Area 666, who had been holding back for so long, suddenly erupted in excitement. Ha! Great, that's fantastic. Boss Jiang Yin is indeed the most amazing. Who said we'd lose? We're definitely going to win. What a load of bull. Kim Jong-sung, he's utterly pathetic. Jiang Yin, hurry up and kill him to avenge William. That guy is despicable. Boss William was about to surrender just now, but he still killed him. He must pay a bloody price. Where are all those people from Area 332? Why aren't they out cheering anymore? Damn it. Now that you're all so arrogant, I finally have a chance to slap you in the face. I have to say that was so satisfying. Jiang Yin is the best. The sudden reversal of the situation left everyone in Area 332 speechless. They've lost all interest in talking in the live stream. They're completely focused on the screen. If Kim Jong-sung is really defeated by Jiang Yin, that would almost certainly mean that they lost the resource competition in Zone 332. What awaits them will undoubtedly be extremely terrible consequences. Thinking of this, the people in Area 332 could no longer hold back and started cursing loudly in the live broadcast room. Kim Jong-sung, you son of a bitch, if you dare to lose, you will be the eternal sinner of our District 332. Damn it, I trusted you so much, thinking you could definitely win. Who would have thought I'd run into a brick wall? I told you not to start a resource war so easily. Now look what happened. We've shot ourselves in the foot. Kim Jong-sung, get up right now. What's with you lying down like that? Those in Area 332 of the live stream were all angrily cursing. Who could have predicted this would happen? At the same time, Kim Jong-sung, who was in the competition area, struggled to his feet. Although Jiang Yin's flame vortex did not cause him much damage, it made him realize that Jiang Yin's strength should not be underestimated. The fire shield itself is already quite troublesome. Not to mention, during the duration of the fire shield, the damage of fire attribute skills can be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Yin can use fire attribute skills means that his awakened talent must also be related to fire. At this moment, Kim Jong-sung clearly felt exceptionally pressured. He was well aware of the consequences he would face if he lost the game. What are you two standing there for? Come with me, kill him. In this resource competition, only victory is allowed. Defeat is not permitted. Even without Kim Jong-sung's reminder, his two fiancées were already in a fighting stance. Dorina and Nami, who had previously sided with Kim Jong-sung, both showed strange expressions at this moment. The two exchanged a knowing glance. Clearly, they were all intimidated by Jiang Yin's strength. This is a man far superior to William Walker. How could they not be tempted? Since they're all from the same region, it's even easier to find someone to rely on. It was at this time that Jin Zhongxing's two marriage partners rushed towards Jiang Yin at high speed. Both of them were 3.5 stars in strength. What? You can't beat them, so you resort to women. You're such a useless piece of trash. Jiang Yin remained calm and unhurried, not even glancing at the two women, and casually tossed out a doll. The next moment, the Goblin King appeared in everyone's sight. The moment it appeared, the Goblin King automatically locked onto its target and raised its scepter. Immediately afterwards, a huge fireball fell from the sky. Who would have thought that a monster would suddenly appear during the battle? Kim Jong-sung's two fiancés were caught off guard and were blasted away by the fireball. What the hell? Why can this guy summon monsters? Chapter 30 Soul-Devouring Demon Slash. The sudden appearance of the Goblin King surprised everyone in the arena. Even everyone in the live stream was stunned. No one expected that a doll Jiang Yin casually tossed out could transform into the powerful Goblin King. This is impossible, Kim Jong-sung said with an expression of utter shock. Fortunately, he could sense that the Goblin King summoned by Jiang Yin was not very powerful. It only has a strength of about 3.5 stars. His two marriage partners were both 3.5 stars strong. Although they were blasted away, they did not suffer serious injuries. But as soon as they stood up, the Goblin King launched another attack. Left with no other choice, the two had to engage in battle with the Goblin King. My husband, you just need to focus on dealing with this person. The rest of the people can be left to me. After Tu Shanxing finished speaking, a powerful icy demonic aura erupted from her body, and a blizzard began to fall out of thin air. Subsequently, in coordination with the Goblin King, they launched an attack on Kim Jong-sung's two betrothed partners. Although Tu Shanxing is currently only at the 3-star level, the aura she is currently unleashing is exceptionally powerful. Seeing this, the shock on Kim Jong-sung's face gradually turned into terror. My previous confidence has vanished. If there were a way to undo mistakes, he certainly wouldn't have started the resource war so easily. Now we've encountered an opponent we can't match. If we lose the game, the consequences will be unimaginable. Under these circumstances, Kim Jong-sung must fight with all his might and cannot afford to slack off in the slightest. Damn it, do you think that's all the strength I have? Roar. With a roar like that of a wild beast, Kim Jong-sung instantly transformed into a rhinoceros whose entire body was wrapped in golden lightning. Wow, it can even completely transform into the shape of a rhinoceros. This talent is really interesting. Seeing Kim Jong-sung charging towards them with such ferocity, Jong Yin felt no panic whatsoever. Instead, she found it rather amusing. However, Jong Yin could also clearly sense that after completely transforming into a thunderhorn rhinoceros, this guy's aura had become significantly stronger. However, Jong Yin was very clear about one thing. The talent of mutation could not transform indefinitely. There would always be a time limit. The transformation depends on the strength of the other party's mental state. Now, the thunderhorn rhinoceros, which has been forcibly transformed into its complete form, certainly cannot maintain this state for too long. Go to hell. Thunder roars. Jin Zhongxing's eyes were bloodshot as he gathered powerful lightning energy in his mouth and unleashed it towards Jiang Yin. The next moment, a beam of light containing powerful lightning energy hurtled toward Jiang Yin. It's still incredibly fast. It's almost impossible to dodge it. Since it's difficult to avoid, Jiang Yin has even less reason to try. Suddenly, the tiger bone ghost sword in Jiang Yin's hand ignited with eerie ghost flames. Using his fire shield ability, he withstood the barrage of thunderous energy and rushed towards Jin Zhongxing. What? Kim Jong-sung's eyes widened in shock when he saw what was happening. This is the strongest killing move he can currently unleash. Even so, they couldn't hurt Jiang Yin, and they couldn't even break the fire shield. It would be impossible for a single piece of crimson fire armor to generate such a powerful fire shield. Then there is only one possibility. Jiang Yin possesses the perfect crimson gold set. While Jin Zhongxing was in a panic, Jiang Yin had already braved the thunderous roar and rushed in front of him. Terrifying howls as if possessed by a ghost. A powerful soul-devouring demon slashed fiercely at Kim Jong-sung's body. He immediately slashed Jin Zhongxing several meters away, sending him crashing into a rock pillar at the edge of the battlefield. It was clearly visible that Kim Jong-sung had a deep wound that exposed the bone, from which blood was flowing uncontrollably. Most importantly, the eerie and terrifying will-o'-the-wisp clung to his body and could not be extinguished. The soul-devouring demon slash on his body was already causing Jin Zhongxing unbearable pain. Now, the eerie will-o'-the-wisp is even more unbearable for Kim Jong-sung, who is writhing on the ground in pain. The will-o'-the-wisps continued to spread, and before long, a large area of Kim Jong-sung's body was engulfed in flames. Unlike ordinary flames, the pain brought by will-o'-the-wisps is as if a demon is tearing at the body, which is extremely terrifying. What is this? After suffering such a severe blow, Kim Jong-sung was no longer able to maintain his alienated state and reverted to his ordinary human form. But the wound on his chest was still bleeding, and large areas of his body were burned by ghost fire, leaving him a bloody mess. Husband. Seeing Kim Jong-sung so badly injured, his two fiancés were furious. They immediately prepared to launch a surprise attack on Jiang Yin. What can be done? Tu Shanxing would never give them a chance to ambush Jiang Yin. A powerful burst of icy demonic energy erupted, erecting solid ice walls around the two of them. It was like an ice prison, trapping the two of them inside. They could only watch helplessly as Kim Jong-sung was burned by the will-o'-the-wisps, suffering unbearable pain. Jiang Yin at this moment. He strode up to him, holding the tiger bone ghost sword, and looked at Kim Jong-sung with a cold expression. Out of fear of death, Kim Jong-sung was no longer the arrogant and domineering man he had been before. In order to survive, they had no choice but to surrender and admit defeat. However, just as Kim Jong-sung was about to shout his surrender, Jiang Yin grabbed him by the neck. The force was so strong that Kim Jong-sung was unable to speak. Although I don't like that William Walker at all, I even hate him. But he does represent the Battle of Area 666 after all. He was already prepared to surrender. So why did you insist on killing him? As Jiang Yin said this, a strong killing intent flashed in her eyes. When you killed him, did you ever think that you would do the same thing one day? With Jiang Yin gripping his neck tightly, Jin Zhongxing was completely unable to speak, and could only suffer excruciating needle pricks. His face showed extreme fear. Jiang Yin would not show any mercy to such a scoundrel. I will not offend others unless they offend me. Once Jiang Yin makes a move, he will definitely eliminate them completely. We surrender. We want to surrender. Why hasn't the announcement been made yet? Does it really have to be the person who shouts surrender? The other two contestants who came with Kim Jong-sung kept shouting that they were surrendering. But it has no meaning whatsoever. Jiang Yin gave a cold laugh and snapped Jin Zhongxing's neck on the spot. It was just like trash, carelessly tossed aside. The will-o'-the-wisp continued to burn, and in an instant, it turned into a charred corpse. At this moment, the announcement was just beginning to be made. Announcement: Jiang Yin has won the third game. Player number 332, please continue to the stage. After a brief hesitation, the live stream chat instantly erupted in excitement. Chapter 31A Burden? I don't want one. We won. Boss Jiang Yin won. Ha. As expected of the strongest in our 666th district. I really don't know what those people from Area 332 are thinking, daring to challenge us. A bunch of reckless fools. I have to say, Jiang Yin is so cool. Killing that Kim Jong-sung was so satisfying. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This guy should pay the price. Jiang Yin is awesome. Haven't you all noticed that Boss Jiang Yin's wife is getting more and more beautiful, and she's incredibly powerful too? Yes, the two women completely overpowered Kim Jong-sung. They had no ability to resist. She truly lives up to her reputation as the boss's woman. Sister-in-law is amazing. By the way, are the people in Area 332 mute? Why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you already start celebrating your victory? Why aren't you continuing the celebration? Where are they? Are they all too scared to speak? The live stream was filled with cheers from people in Area 666. The people in Area 332 were all ashen-faced. Their strongest fighter in the region, Jin Zhongxing, has already been killed by Jiang Yin, and the remaining two are not even 4-star. How can I defeat Jiang Yin? Regardless, they have already lost this battle for resources. Damn it, Kim Jong-sung, you idiot. Why did you start this resource war? That's it, we're doomed. That idiot is dead. Who can defeat Jiang Yin in the next match? Why did this happen? We were promised we would definitely win. It's all Kim Jong-sung's fault. That bastard can die and be done with it. But we're all going to suffer because of him. Resources halved, all attributes reduced by 20. Just thinking about it makes me feel utterly hopeless. While everyone in Area 332 was cursing and swearing. On the competition field, the remaining two contestants, number 332, knelt down without hesitation and shouted, I surrender. We're stopping. We surrender. Kim Jong-sung's death was a huge blow to them. If even he can't win, wouldn't it be suicide for them to go up there? Moreover, Jiang Yin might leave them no chance to surrender, only death. In this situation, what are we waiting for if not to surrender? Announcement: Jiang Yin has won the fourth game. Player number 332, please continue to compete. Announcement: Jiang Yin wins the fifth round. Region 666 wins this resource competition. Announcement: resources in Zone 666 doubled. All attributes increased by 20 points for all characters. Resources in Zone 332 halved. All attributes decreased by 20 points for all characters. Announcement: Jiang Yin has successfully defeated 3 opponents single-handedly and has received additional rewards, 1 silver treasure chest and 1 challenge key. As the announcement was made, one after another, dazzling golden beams of light fell upon the people in Area 666. At that moment, all their attributes were boosted, and they cheered loudly in excitement. Meanwhile, the people in Area 332 were all enveloped by gray beams of light, feeling incredibly weak, with all their attributes decreasing by 20 points. They kept cursing the already dead Kim Jong-sung. If it weren't for his rashly starting the resource competition, would things have turned out this way? The two areas present a stark contrast. At the same time, in the middle of the competition venue, one teleportation portal after another appeared. The 2 remaining players from Area 332 frantically ran into the portal and returned to their respective areas. He was terrified that if he hesitated even a moment longer, Jiang Yin would kill him. Jiang Yin was not in a hurry to go back. After receiving the rewards from the resource competition, Jiang Yin's attributes were naturally greatly improved. Even Tu Shanxing benefited from this, and now possesses the strength of a 3.5-star character. But what Jiang Yin cares about most right now is not the improvement of attributes. Instead, you get a silver treasure chest and a challenge key. The challenge key allows Jiang Yin to start a resource competition, just like Kim Jong-sung did before. Jiang Yin has just won, so there is no need for him to rush to challenge other areas. Moreover, we have absolutely no idea about the situation in each region. Without absolute confidence, Jiang Yin cannot casually start a resource competition. Just as Jiang Yin was about to open the silver treasure chest, Dorina and Nami ran up to Jiang Yin. With a bang, they all knelt down on the ground. Master, please accept me as your servant. As long as my master is willing to take me away, I will serve you like a slave from now on. We guarantee that our owners will be comfortable every day. Now that their marriage partners are all dead, and without the protection of reliable men, how can they survive in this dangerous world? Jiang Yin, standing before them, was clearly the strongest man in Zone 666. They really didn't want to give up and had to try. Although their status certainly couldn't compare to Tu Shanqing's, just being able to stay by Jiang Yin's side was enough for them. Before Jiang Yin could even speak, Jin Zhongxing's 2 previous marriage prospects also came to Jiang Yin. They followed suit, kneeling on the ground and begging Jiang Yin to take them away with him. As for avenging Kim Jong-sung, they didn't even dare to think about it. There was no other way. Jiang Yin's strength was simply too great. To attack Jiang Yin would be tantamount to suicide. It would be wiser to be smarter and choose to submit to Jiang Yin. Even if it's just a lowly servant, they're willing to do it. However, faced with the women's pleas, Jiang Yin's expression remained unchanged, always extremely indifferent. Sorry, I'm not interested in any of you. You'd better wish yourselves good luck. After saying that, Jiang Yin temporarily put away the silver treasure chest, put his arm around Tu Shanqing, and walked into the teleportation portal, disappearing from sight. Actually, these women are all quite good-looking and have great figures. If they were ordinary men, they would definitely be extremely attracted to them. I can't wait to take them all back with me and party every night. But Jiang Yin didn't like any of these women. With a beauty like Tu Shanqing by his side, would he still care about other women? Compared to Tu Shanqing, the difference between them is simply too great. Besides, in such a dangerous world, survival supplies are extremely important. With each additional person, Jiang Yin would need to share more supplies with her. He doesn't have the kind heart to take care of these burdens. Tu Shanqing never felt any sense of crisis from the very beginning. Whether it's her appearance, figure, or skills, she is confident in every aspect. How could we possibly lose to these women? Watching Jiang Yin leave with Tu Shanqing in his arms, Dorina, Nami, and the others, who were kneeling on the ground, all wore expressions of utter despair. Chapter 32: The Sudden Appearance of the Bridal Chamber. Now, Jiang Yin has returned to the recovery room she was in before. He couldn't wait to take out the silver treasure chest. The bronze treasure chests we obtained earlier were already capable of yielding D-grade equipment. Clearly, this silver treasure chest will contain at least C-grade or higher equipment. Let me see what I can gain. Jiang Yin didn't hesitate and immediately opened the silver treasure chest in front of her. Swish! Several dazzling rays of light flew out from the silver treasure chest. As before, the most dazzling light fell upon Jiang Yin. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 15 freely distributable attribute points. In addition, in front of Jiang Yin appeared a golden armor jacket, a golden longbow with lightning patterns, and an ancient skill book. Item: Lightning Bow. Type: Weapon. Quality: Grade C. Effect: After wielding this weapon, you gain ranged attack, which can condense lightning energy into arrows and launch them at enemies. Lightning skill damage is increased by 20%. The longbow, made from lightning wood containing powerful lightning energy, produces arrows with extremely high speed. Item: Radiant Lightning Armor. Type: Armor. Quality: Grade C. Effect: Increases own defense by 15%. When attacked, there is a chance to trigger Lightning Frenzy. Lightning Frenzy increases own movement/attack speed by 30% and increases lightning skill damage by 10%. Evaluation: Armor made of powerful lightning attribute materials. If you can collect a complete set, you will gain lightning speed. Item: Thunder Arrow Rain. Type: Skill Book. Quality: Grade C. Effect: After use, you can learn the skill Thunder Arrow Rain. Evaluation: Unleashes powerful lightning energy, firing a series of lightning arrows into the air, raining down on the enemy. This skill can only be used when wielding a bow or crossbow. Holy crap, not only are they all C rank, but they're all lightning attribute. My luck is as good as ever. Jiang Yin reached out and gently touched the skill of Thunder Arrow Rain, and instantly learned and mastered it. This once again demonstrates the power of his omniscient and omnipotent talent. Under normal circumstances, the skill attributes that a person can learn are basically determined at the moment of awakening. Rhinoceros that Kim Jong-sung awakened before was of the thunder attribute. In other words, Kim Jong-sung can only learn lightning attribute skills. He cannot learn any other attributes except for general type skills. Jiang Nian, however, is different. Omniscience and omnipotence were bestowed upon Jiang Nian, granting him the ability to learn any skill. In other words, this means that Jiang Nian possesses mastery of all attributes. As expected of me, Jiang Nian's lips curled up slightly as she casually picked up the lightning bow in front of her. Instantly, a powerful lightning attribute burst forth from his body, forming an arrow as sharp as lightning that shot forward. Rumble. With a thunderous roar, the arrow struck a large tree in front of it and exploded on the spot, just as if it had been struck by lightning. Amazing. Upon seeing this, Tu Shanqing clapped excitedly. My husband's strength has increased again. That's not all. Let me try out the skill I just learned. Rain of thunder arrows. Jiang Nian then conjured several lightning arrows, which shot into the air with a whoosh. The next moment, a dense barrage of lightning bolts, like raindrops, fell from the sky and landed on the ground. This scene was like lightning bolts converging and continuously striking one place. In an instant, a huge, charred crater appeared on the ground. This is the power of the C-rank skill, Thunder Arrow Rain. Very good. Now that we have the lightning bow, we also have the ability to attack from a distance. As Jiang Nian spoke, she began to imagine herself using the lightning bow to shoot arrows at the enemy's weak points. That feeling must be amazing. However, Jiang Nian's main attribute is still fire, since he is still wearing a full set of crimson gold armor. With the amplification of the flame shield, Jiang Nian's fire attribute power can be greatly enhanced. The newly acquired radiant lightning armor is quite powerful, but it's not a complete set yet. If you choose to wear this piece of equipment, you will lose the effects of the crimson gold set, which is not worth the risk. Jiang Nian will only choose to wear the radiant lightning armor once he has collected all of it. Then, Jiang Nian opened her attribute panel and added all 15 attribute points she had just gained to her strength. Player, Jiang Nian. Nationality, Yinghua. Lifespan, 23/110. Physical constitution, 73. Strength, 108. Agility, 72. Mental state, 73. Charm, 75. Talent, omniscient and omnipotent, SSS rank, unique. Skills, triple slash, free step, fierce blade slash, flame vortex, thunder, arrow rain. Combat power rating, 5 stars. The rewards obtained from winning the previous resource competition and opening the silver treasure chest. This has given Jiang Nian a 5-star combat power. Just then, the leaderboard reopened after the competition ended, and Jiang Nian immediately clicked on it. Jiang Nian is currently firmly in first place. The second-ranked Tekawawa Ken is only a 4-star player, indicating a significant gap in strength. This moment, not only was Jiang Nian checking the rankings, but everyone in Area 666 was also seeing it. This Jiang Nian is just too amazing. He has reached the 5-star combat power in just a short while. We both transmigrated to this world at the same time, but I'm barely at 3 stars, while the expert is already at 5. It doesn't matter if we're weak. As long as we have Jiang Nian, a big shot in our region, we're sure to win. Speaking of which, it seems that Jiang Nian's rewards included challenge keys. Does that mean we can also challenge other areas? Yes, if we can win again, we can still get a boost to all attributes and double our resources. That would be awesome. Double resources is really amazing. I actually saw 2 golden resource rooms that are hard to come by normally. Yes, after the resource competition ended, there were obviously more resource rooms, and the resources that could be obtained in the past also increased. All of this is thanks to Boss Jiang Nian. Boss Jiang Nian is awesome. Out of curiosity, Jiang Nian secretly glanced at the chat channel. The screen was filled with praise for his abilities, making Jiang Nian a little embarrassed. But instead of going out and showing off, Jiang Nian should focus on improving his strength. It was at this time that Jiang Nian suddenly discovered that the random room that was originally in front of her had suddenly turned into a red marriage room. Chapter 33, Conquering the Celestial Women. Name Wedding Room. Room details. A beautiful young woman from the celestial race who admires strength. Security assessment. Your strength has caught her attention. If you have the courage to conquer her, then please enter. What? A wedding room that appeared on its own initiative. Upon seeing the information appear before him, Jiang Nian frowned immediately. Is this celestial race? Previously, Jiang Nian had encountered mostly monsters and animals. In the chat channel, there were also encounters with ordinary humans. But this was the first time that humans had appeared on this day. Most importantly, this marital home appeared out of nowhere, and it was specifically designed for Jiang Nian. It has to be said that Jiang Nian was genuinely curious about the situation in the bridal chamber at this moment. Husband, let's go inside. Just as Jiang Nian hesitated, Tu Shanqing beside him smiled slightly and said, Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian frowned immediately. Wife, didn't you dislike me entering the bridal chamber again? I used to just feel insecure and worried that my husband would abandon me. But my husband is the best man in the world. He will never abandon me. Greatly enhances my husband's life. I am already very satisfied to be able to stay by his side. As Tu Shanqing spoke, she took Jiang Nian's hand. This. Jiang Nian stared at the bridal chamber in front of her and hesitated for a moment. First, the rewards for a successful marriage are indeed very good, enough to make Jiang Nian even stronger. This gives them the confidence to start a resource competition and challenge other regions. But Jiang Nian was also worried that if the human race was too domineering, or if she was unable to conquer them, that would make one appear very passive. Wouldn't that leave me completely at their mercy? After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Nian suddenly smiled and said, Never mind, there's nothing to worry about. With my current strength, how could I not conquer her? Walk. Jiang Nian revealed a confident smile and pushed open the door to the bridal chamber in front of her. This is a castle built in the clouds. Outside the castle, there is a place that resembles an arena. Now, in this arena, a purple-haired woman, wielding a long sword and clad in armor, gazes into the distance with a heroic air. It was as if they were waiting for someone. At the same time, after Jiang Nian and Tu Shanqing entered the bridal chamber, they went to the arena. He immediately noticed the dashing woman in the center of the arena. Name, Lina. Race, celestial race. Talent, 9 heavens thunder body, S rank. Skills, lightning strike, thunder palm, thunderous slash, thunder strike, lightning sword aura. Strength, 4.5 stars. 4.5 stars, that's really strong. With the help of his omniscient and omnipotent talent, Jiang Nian immediately learned the other party's detailed information. Fortunately, Jiang Nian has now reached the 5-star level, so subduing this woman will be no problem for him. Meanwhile, Lina, who was standing to the side, also noticed Jiang Nian's appearance. When Lina saw that Tu Shanqing was also by Jiang Nian's side, her expression did not change at all. All of this was within her expectations. Such a powerful man must have women by his side. She didn't care about any of that. Her only goal was to find the most powerful man in area number 666. The man I want must be the strongest. So are you? Lina looked at Jiang Nian and said something indifferently. Whether it is or not, you'll know once you try it. Jiang Nian smiled slightly and gestured for Tu Shanqing, who was standing to the side, to step aside. The opponent is, after all, a 4.5-star level expert. Once he makes a move, Tu Shanqing beside him will definitely be affected. She must be taken to a safe place. Tu Shanqing nodded obediently and silently took more than 10 steps back. Then let me see your true strength. A thunderous strike. A burst of violent lightning energy erupted from Lina's body. Then, a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Rumble. With a deafening roar of lightning, Lina brandished her longsword and charged toward Jiang Nian with unstoppable force. She was incredibly fast. Even Kim Jong-sung, who had previously mutated into a thunder rhinoceros, was clearly no match for her. Jiang Nian could roughly tell from the wings on her back at that moment. The difference between this celestial race and ordinary humans should be that they possess wings. But, even though Lina's moves were fierce and powerful, Jiang Nian showed no sign of dodging. Jiang Nian was confident in the sturdiness of the flame shield. At least attacks below 5 stars cannot instantly shatter the fire shield. Moreover, this move was too fast. Jiang Nian had absolutely no chance of dodging it. That truly was a thunderous strike. Almost instantly, Lina rushed in front of him and swiftly thrust her weapon towards Jiang Nian's chest. However, this powerful thunderous strike did not hit Jiang Nian. Instead, it was blocked by a suddenly appearing fiery shield. It is clearly visible that the once indestructible flame shield has developed fine cracks. When it blocked Kim Jong-sung's full-force attack, the flame shield didn't even crack. The fact that Lina could shatter the flame shield with a single blow is enough to prove that this person is extremely powerful. Why didn't you avoid it? Lena's attack failed to harm Jiang Yan, so she wasn't actually too shocked. After all, if Jiang Yan didn't even have this much strength, how could she possibly be number one on the leaderboard? But what concerned her more was that Jiang Yan didn't even try to dodge or defend against her fierce and powerful attack. Is he really that confident? Because I'm not afraid. Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly. I will definitely be able to conquer you. Lena recalled what had just happened and immediately lost all will to fight. The wings on her back disappeared along with her loss of fighting spirit. I can't beat you. From now on, I am your woman. Despite being clad in armor and looking incredibly dashing, Lena was experiencing something like this for the first time and couldn't help feeling shy. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yan could see that Lena's face was truly stunning. Her stunningly beautiful face also exudes a heroic spirit. She and Tu Shanxing beside her were clearly two different styles. But without a doubt, they all suited Jiang Yan's taste. Not only were they very beautiful, but their figures were also exceptional. How could Jiang Yan miss such a beauty? Without any hesitation, Jiang Yan reached out and hugged Lena. She didn't resist, her face flushed, clearly very shy. Then, Jiang Yan put his arm around Tu Shanxing, who was standing beside him, and strode towards the castle ahead. Jiang Yan is truly a winner in life now. Chapter 34. The regional chat channel is open, attracting a multitude of powerful individuals. Several hours later, Jiang Yan lay on the large bed, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Lena and Tu Shanxing lay on either side of Jiang Yan, their faces flushed. Looking at the naked Lena and Tu Shanxing beside her, Jiang Yan felt as if she were floating on air. It all felt like a dream, yet it felt so real. Recalling the passionate encounter just now, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. This is the treatment that the strong deserve. It was at this time that a game notification sounded beside Jiang Yan. Congratulations on your marriage. You and Lena are deeply in love and have successfully married. Receiving a reward. You can choose any 4 rewards from the following list. 1. All attributes increase by 25 points. 2. Grade B skill book, Wrath of the Fire Dragon. 3. Substitute doll, effect, automatically consumed upon death, allows for immediate resurrection. 4. Opportunity key, after use, enter the white random room. You may enter another person's room or encounter an opportunity. 5. A certain part of the body grows 3 centimeters. 6. Sky Seal Fragment 1. 7. Daily Necessities Gift Pack. Milk 20, Beef 20, Lamb 20, Wood 20. As expected, the rewards are still as generous as ever. Let me take a look and choose one. Jiang Yan did not rush to make a choice, but carefully observed the rewards in front of her. First of all, Jiang Yan must obtain the first and second rewards. A 25-point increase in all attributes is a huge boost, and it also grants a B-rank skill, so its power must be immense. What troubled Jiang Yan the most was choosing 2 other rewards from the remaining 5. The black man who suddenly barged into my room earlier must have accidentally obtained this key to the opportunity. This thing is a rare find. We might even encounter a lucky opportunity. We must get it. What exactly is this fragment of the Sky Seal? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yan reached out and clicked on the Sky Seal fragment, which brought up an introduction. Sky Seal fragments. Collect 5 fragments to unlock the hidden dungeon, Sky City. Wow, there's even a hidden dungeon. In that case, let's choose this one. Although he has only obtained 1 fragment of the Sky Seal so far, Jiang Yan believes that there will definitely be ways to obtain other fragments in the future. Since it's a hidden dungeon, you'll definitely get extremely generous rewards once you clear it. Without much hesitation, Jiang Yan finally chose the 4 rewards, 1, 2, 4, and 6. Jiang Yan already has 2 substitute dolls, so she doesn't really need them for the time being. As for the final gift package of daily necessities, it would indeed allow Jiang Yan to not have to worry about food for a long time. But Jiang Yan now has a lot of unused equipment and supplies, all of which he can exchange for. Moreover, there must be some survival supplies in this castle, so why not take them? After Jiang Yan made her choice, an invisible, powerful force instantly flowed into his body. All attributes have been boosted once again. He immediately learned the B-rank skill, Fire Dragon's Fury. Player, Jiang Yan. Nationality, Yinghua. Lifespan, 23/115. Physical constitution, 98. Strength, 133. Agility, 97. Spirit, 98. Charm, 100. Talent, Omniscient and Omnipotent, SSS rank, unique. Skills, triple slash, free step, fierce blade slash, flame vortex, thunder arrow rain, fury of the fire dragon. Combat power rating, 5.5 stars. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up immediately after glancing at his attributes. In just a short while, their combat strength was boosted once again. Now he already possesses the strength of a 5.5 star. Jiang Yan already possesses such formidable strength even before the 7-day novice assessment period has ended. At least in this area number 666, no one can shake Jiang Yan's number 1 position. The thought that after the novice assessment, he would not only receive assessment rewards, but also the reward for ranking first, made Jiang Yan very excited. The reward for ranking first is a golden treasure chest and a complete set of C-grade equipment. What do you guys think? Should I try starting a resource war? With my current strength, I should be able to challenge any region without any problem. With a thought, a glittering golden key appeared in Jiang Yan's hand. If Jiang Yan is willing now, he can launch a resource competition against other regions, just like Jin Zhongxing did before. Once victorious, the reward will be extremely generous. But the problem is, Jiang Yan is currently unaware of the situation in other areas. Even though he is now at the 5.5 star level, he is not without complete confidence. With my husband's strength being so great, challenging other regions is naturally no problem. The newbie assessment is not over yet, and neither the assessment rewards nor the ranking rewards have been distributed. In my opinion, now is a good time to take on the challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Tu Shanxing spoke. Lena, standing to the other side, nodded in agreement. You need to know, Jiang Yan is now significantly stronger than others, both in terms of personal strength and equipment. If we wait until the assessment is over before challenging other areas, then the people in those areas will quickly become stronger because of the generous rewards they receive, especially the reward for ranking first. In this way, Jiang Yan's advantage disappears. The best time to launch a resource competition is before the assessment is over. In that case, let's take on the challenge. With the support of his 2 wives, Jiang Yan no longer hesitated. However, just as Jiang Yan was about to use the challenge key, sudden, an announcement notification sounded in my ear. Announcement. In region 666, someone has surpassed 5 stars in combat power. The region chat channel is now officially open. Reminder, players with a combat power below 5 stars can speak 3 times per day. Those between 5 and 9 stars can speak 10 times per day, and those above 9 stars can speak 20 times per day. Reminder, the marriage world is divided into many regions, comprising 2,000 major regions, each containing 1,000 subregions. Reminder, Area 666 belongs to Region 7. It is the 32nd area within that region to have its regional chat channel open, and is currently connecting to the Region 7 chat channel. What's going on? The regional chat channel suddenly opened. And this is only the 32nd region chat channel to be opened? The sudden sound interrupted Jiang Yan's original plan. At this moment, his expression was very solemn. At first, Jiang Yan thought that her strength was already strong enough, at least until the end of the novice assessment. She was considered one of the best. But as the regional chat channel opened, Jiang Yan realized that he was still too insignificant. It's important to know that the condition for opening a regional chat channel is that there is a player in that region whose strength exceeds 5 stars. After successfully getting married, Jiang Yan broke through to the 5-star level and reached the 5.5-star level, which is when she opened the regional chat channel. Prior to this, 31 regions had already opened regional chat channels. This means that among these regions where regional chat channels have been opened, there must be powerful individuals with strength comparable to Jiang Yan, or even stronger ones. If Jiang Yan had rashly used the challenge key and selected these areas, things would have been in trouble. At that moment, everyone in Area 666 showed an expression of utter shock, and the chat channel immediately erupted in excitement. Chapter 35 Sky City, Dragon Soldiers. What the hell? Jiang Yan reached 5.5 stars in strength so quickly and led us to open the regional chat channel, but we were only the 32nd to open it. Doesn't this mean that all 31 regions have experts on par with Jiang Yan? I'm afraid it's not that simple. There might be something even more powerful. The speed at which Jiang Yan has improved his strength is already beyond our reach. We never expected that there would be someone even more powerful than Jiang Yan. If this regional chat channel hadn't been enabled, we wouldn't know anything at all. What kind of monsters are those? How can they all be so powerful? This is cheating. However, although we are ranked 32nd, At least we have successfully opened a regional chat channel. After all, our region has 1,000 areas, so we are considered to be among the top. I can't wait to chat with the big shots from other regions. The group was discussing it intensely in the chat channel. It was at this time that the announcement rang out again. Announcement: the regional chat channel is now open. Players in region 666 can join at any time. At the same time, the chat channel in region 7 was already incredibly lively. Hey, not bad. Another region has opened a regional chat channel. This is the 32nd region, which is already quite fast, considering that our region 7 has 1,000 smaller regions. Hey, anyone from area 666 want to come in and have a chat? At this moment, one person after another from area 666 entered the regional chat channel. Zhang Yin was no exception. She immediately entered the regional chat channel. This is almost identical to a regular regional chat channel. You can view some basic information about the other party, but you cannot conduct cross-regional private chats, transactions, or add friends for the time being. In addition, each speaker's name is followed by a region number, making it easy to identify which region is speaking. Gentlemen, I'm new here and just trying to make an impression. Hey upstairs, which country is the strongest person in your area 666 from? Let me guess, it should also be from my great beacon country. After all, my beacon country is full of talented people. Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting upstairs? It's clearly the people from South Korea who are the best. Bakayuru, Japan is the #1 country in the world. Gentlemen, please refrain from arguing. The strongest person in our area 666 is from Yin country, and he has already reached the level of 5.5 stars. What? So they're from Yin. I was actually looking forward to it. Upstairs, what's wrong with people from Yin? People from Yin are like dragons. Yeah, is 5.5 stars really that impressive? Little do you know, in my area 112, there are already 3 people who have reached 5.5 stars, and they are all from the United States. So what? The strongest person in my area 711 is a brave and invincible warrior from India, and he's already a 6-star level expert. Holy crap, are the Indian guys this fierce? Of course, in my India, we can accept any marriage partner, huh? In the regional chat channel, everyone was discussing it. Although Zhang Yin did not speak, she gleaned extremely important information from their conversation. There are far too many people who are stronger than him. He had only just reached the 5.5-star level, yet there were already 6-star level experts appearing. Moreover, the novice assessment is not yet over, which is enough to prove that these people must be very strong. In Zhang Yin's view, the talents they awakened must also be very powerful. The golden bell sauce we had previously ordered was just an appetizer. My lord, shall we still issue the challenge? Tu Shanxing looked at Zhang Yin beside her and asked. She was already aware of the situation in the regional chat channel. Reina, standing beside her, also looked very serious. I really didn't expect that there were so many areas that were more powerful than area 666. If we want to guarantee a win, we must avoid those regions that opened their regional chat channels before us. The problem is that these areas are still not very clear, and many people simply don't speak up. If you accidentally choose an area with a 6-star expert, the challenge will definitely fail. At least for now, I'm not confident that I can defeat someone of a higher level. To be on the safe side, let's not start a resource war for now. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yin slowly spoke. In such a dangerous world, Zhang Yin must be cautious in everything she does. He didn't want to lose his life because of his carelessness. At least, Zhang Yin will not use the challenge key lightly until he is absolutely certain of success. This was not only about taking responsibility for his own life, but also about protecting Lina and Tu Shanxing beside him. Yes, we'll do whatever you say. Lina and Tu Shanxing nodded in agreement. In that case, let's go. Only by striving to become stronger can we ensure that we will win the battle for resources. Although Zhang Yin is not using the challenge key for the time being, it doesn't mean that others won't. If the top-ranked areas challenge the current area number 666, then there will be big trouble. The best course of action now is to become stronger. At this moment, Lina and Tu Shanxing had already dressed and stood up. As you can see, at this moment, Lina had taken off her previous armor and changed into a clean white tracksuit. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, and her appearance was still as heroic and beautiful as ever. S great figure was still hard to hide. Tu Shanxing was still wearing a skirt, and the two had clearly different styles. Before leaving for the next room, Zhang Yin, as usual, carefully searched the castle. Anything that can be taken away, leave nothing behind. Then, any surplus resources can be listed on the auction house to exchange for all the resources needed at the moment, such as food, as well as materials for building and upgrading your home. Incidentally, you can also exchange it for some clean clothes. With abundant resources at his disposal, Jiang Nian can basically get whatever he wants at present. Left the castle with Tu Shanqing and Lina. There are 4 doors in this bridal chamber, one in front, one in the back, one in the left, and one in the right. Because of their victory in the previous resource competition, the resources in Area 666 have doubled, and at this moment, the doors on both sides of Jiang Nian are golden. This means that both doors lead to resource rooms. However, Jiang Nian's attention was not on the resource room, but on the random room directly in front of her. Name random room. Room details. This room contains dragon soldiers from Sky City. Defeating them will reward you with Sky Seal fragments. Safety assessment. If you enter this room now, the mortality rate is 50%. Chapter 36 The Dragon of Ghost Fire, devoured by 10,000 ghosts. Fragments of the Sky Seal. Once you collect 5, you can enter the hidden dungeon, Sky City. Since it's a hidden dungeon, the rewards you get once you clear it must be pretty good. Our top priority now is to collect all 5 Sky Seal fragments. Let me see just how strong these dragon soldiers from Sky City really are. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian led Lina and Tu Shanqing into the random room in front of them. This is an extremely ordinary jungle. However, in the very center of this jungle stood a tall and imposing half-dragon man wielding a silver-white trident. This creature has dragon horns on its head. Its body is covered with a layer of hard white dragon scales, and it is about 2 meters long with a strong and powerful body. Name Dragon Soldier. Race, Dragon, half-human. Talent, Superhuman Strength, Rank C. Skills, Heavy Strike, Thrust, Whirlwind Strike, Dragon's Roar, Dragon Soul's Fury. Strength, 5.5 stars. A monster with 5.5 stars of strength, this guy is really strong. No wonder even with my current strength, there's a 50% mortality rate if I enter. Jiang Nian glanced at the dragon soldiers not far ahead, narrowed his eyes, and silently took out the lightning bow. At this moment, the dragon soldiers, who had been standing nonchalantly in the middle of the jungle, noticed Jiang Nian and his group in the distance. His eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Without saying a word, he brandished his trident and charged rapidly toward Jiang Nian. Qing Lina, you 2 step aside. I can handle this guy by myself. Jiang Nian wasn't exaggerating. He currently possesses a combat strength of 5.5 stars. The skills I just learned can be put to good use on this guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Nian conjured a lightning arrow and, using his omniscient talent to see through weaknesses, shot it towards the weak points of the dragon soldier in front of him. Rumble. The arrow was shot out with a thunderous roar. The speed was extremely fast, and the dragon soldier was unable to dodge in time, and was hit in the left leg by the lightning arrow. It looked as if it had been struck by lightning, turning completely charred. He thought that with its hard dragon scales and powerful defense, a casual arrow wouldn't be able to hurt it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Nian's ordinary arrow was so powerful. The dragon soldier roared in pain, then became completely enraged. In an instant, he rushed in front of Jiang Nian, quickly twirling the trident in his hand, and like a tornado, fiercely stabbed at Jiang Nian. Whirlwind Strike. Even with a fire shield appearing on Jiang Nian's body, it was difficult to withstand this guy's attack. Boom. With a loud bang, Jiang Nian was blasted several meters away. It is clearly visible that the previously incredibly sturdy fire shield now has numerous cracks. Although this attack failed to damage Jiang Nian, it was all absorbed by the fire shield. However, the flame shield is also nearing its limit, and at most it can withstand one more whirlwind strike attack from a Dragon Man soldier. This is enough to prove just how powerful these dragon soldiers are. If it weren't for the fire shield, this attack from the dragon soldier would have immediately left Jiang Nian severely injured. Good heavens, are all the monsters in the Sky City dungeon this level? Jiang Nian was not afraid at all. Instead, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. This is so interesting. Such a challenging dungeon. I'm sure I'll get some really good rewards after clearing it. The Sky Seal Fragment. I am determined to obtain it. Rain of Thunder Arrows. Suddenly, Jiang Nian unleashed extremely powerful lightning energy, firing a series of powerful lightning arrows into the air. The dragon soldiers witnessed this scene and were horrified. It never expected that its powerful whirlwind stab, which accurately hit the human in front of it, would not cause him any harm. Before it could react, it saw lightning raging in the sky, and a dense rain of arrows, like lightning bolts, was hurtling towards it. With such a dense barrage of attacks, it simply couldn't dodge them. Each hit felt like being struck by lightning, causing excruciating pain. In an instant, the dragon soldiers were bombarded by the rain of lightning arrows, leaving them covered in wounds and charred black, their aura noticeably weaker than before. Good. My husband is indeed the strongest. Tu Shanxing and Lina, who had been watching the battle silently from the sidelines, cheered like Jiang Nian's little fans. The dragon soldier was already annoyed, and seeing that this human actually had two wives made him grit his teeth in anger. Roar! The next moment, it let out a deafening roar, and the entire ground began to tremble. The piercing sound caused Tu Shanxing and Lina to look extremely pained, clutching their heads tightly. Jiang Nian was no exception. She hadn't expected this guy's sound waves to be so powerful. Who the hell gave you permission to yell and shout like that? Do you know how noisy this is? Bao and Jiang Nian's hand vanished instantly, replaced by the tiger bone ghost sword burning with ghost fire. Wrath of the Fire Dragon. At this moment, Jiang Nian unleashed scorching fire attribute energy. Due to the effect of the tiger bone ghost sword, any attack was imbued with the ghost fire attribute. This caused the blazing flames to quickly transform into will-o'-the-wisps. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Nian swiftly wielded the tiger bone ghost sword in his hand, forming a giant fire dragon made of ghost fire, which roared as it charged toward the Dragon Man soldiers. Wherever it went, it was burned by will-o'-the-wisps, like a purgatory, eerie and terrifying. The fury of the fire dragon is the strongest skill Jiang Nian has learned so far, and it has reached rank B. With the addition of will-o'-the-wisps, its power becomes even more terrifying. Upon seeing this, the dragon soldier's eyes widened, his entire body radiating a pale golden light as he swung his trident with all his might to defend himself. He wanted to use the power of the dragon soul to amplify himself and block Jiang Nian's attack. What can be done? The power of the fire dragon's fury is too great. The dragon soldiers had already been severely injured by the rain of lightning arrows and were no match for the wrath of the fire dragon. They were instantly engulfed by a giant fire dragon formed from will-o'-the-wisps. Roar! Accompanied by the extremely miserable cries of the dragon soldiers, the fire dragon gradually dissipated. A dragon soldier, his body charred black by will-o'-the-wisps, lay on the ground, barely alive. Even after being burned like this, the will-o'-the-wisp still showed no signs of abating and instead burned even more fiercely. The moment you are engulfed by the will-o'-the-wisp is like being devoured by 10,000 ghosts, and it is extremely painful. Now, it has no ability to resist and only wants to die quickly so that it will no longer suffer the torment of the will-o'-the-wisp. That's not enough. I used to think you were pretty amazing. Jiang Nian smiled coldly, holding the tiger bone ghost sword, and walked up to it. A sword pierced its heart. As the dragon soldiers died, fragments of the sky seal fell to the ground. The moment Jiang Nian picked it up, she suddenly realized that there was another random room not far ahead. Moreover, the random room also contains dragon soldiers. Chapter 37. The Challenge from Area 112. Holy crap, what incredible luck. Jiang Nian was utterly stunned as she looked at the random room not far ahead. I really didn't expect to encounter random rooms with dragon soldiers one after another. This means that as long as this dragon soldier is killed, you can get another sky seal fragment. What are we waiting for? After confirming that there were no other resources in the room, Jiang Nian immediately led Tu Shanxing and Lina into the random room in front of them. The room was basically the same as the previous one, with a strong dragon soldier inside. But this time, it's different from before. Jiang Nian no longer chose to fight the dragon soldiers alone, but instead joined forces with Tu Shanxing and Lina to attack together. Even if these dragon soldiers had a strength of 5.5 stars, they were still no match for them. He was killed by Jiang Nian in no time. I obtained another fragment of the Sky Seal. Only 2 more fragments are needed to complete the Sky Seal and unlock the Sky City dungeon. It's a pity. After killing the dragon soldier, I did not encounter any more random rooms with dragon soldiers. However, Jiang Nian was not discouraged, since there was still plenty of time. Jiang Nian has 5 chances to open the door each day. After using them all, he will summon his home on the spot. Although it was just a simple mud brick house, with the company of 2 beautiful women, Lina and Tu Shanxing, Jiang Nian was as happy as an immortal. The next day, as usual, Jiang Nian woke up from her sleep, embracing Lina and Tu Shanxing. His body is incredibly strong right now. He fights fiercely during the day, and enjoys passionate lovemaking with beauties at night. After a good night's sleep, Jiang Nian is full of energy again. I felt no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, I felt increasingly powerful. This feeling is just so amazing. Qing'er, Lena, our mission today is still to find the fragments of the sky seal. Jiang Nian had already finished dressing while she was speaking. I checked the leaderboard. As expected, Jiang Nian still firmly holds the first place, unchallenged by anyone. Tomorrow is the last day of the novice assessment, and Jiang Nian can't wait to win the first place reward. It was at this moment that Tekawawa Ken, who was originally ranked second, had been overtaken by Alejo from India. Alejo now possesses a 5-star combat strength, second only to Jiang Nian. Wow, this guy's got some skills. Could it be that after the regional chat channel was opened yesterday, he was influenced by people from other regions and started frantically looking for a marriage home? I have to say, the people from India are really too fierce. Thinking of this, Jiang Nian entered the chat channel and sent a private message to her only friend, Alejo. Brother, you're amazing. You've reached 5-star combat power so quickly. It took about 3 or 4 seconds. Alejo immediately replied, Oh my, I'm really flattered that Boss Jiang Nian took the initiative to chat with me. Boss, I already have 3 marriage prospects. My strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Haha. As Alejo responded to Jiang Nian, he glanced at the gorilla, the lizard man, and a ferocious minotaur beside him, and couldn't help but smile. No way. The path to becoming a strong person is destined to be extremely difficult. Fortunately, the warriors of India are fearless and willing to accept anything as long as they can become stronger. Looking at the message from Alejo, Jiang Nian couldn't help but feel ashamed. Just as he had guessed, this guy kept going into the bridal chamber. However, he did admire Alejo's courage. At least Jiang Nian couldn't do that. Soon, Lena and Tu Shanqing had both finished dressing up. It was clear that Tu Shanqing's strength had increased once again, and she had now reached the 4-star level. They also learned an additional skill called Frozen Storm. Jiang Nian was already used to it. After all, Tu Shanqing was indeed very special. While others seem to be striving to become stronger, she seems to be striving to recover her strength. Even Lena had to admire her older sister, who was truly remarkable. Once they start fighting with all their might, they become completely different from their usual gentle selves. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Jiang Nian left the room with Tu Shanqing and Lena. My luck is still very good today. Just after entering a resource room and searching for resources, Jiang Nian discovered a random room with dragon soldiers and hurriedly went inside. Around noon, Jiang Nian, with Lena and Tu Shanqing in his arms, lay leisurely on a patch of grass. At this moment, 5 fragments of the sky seal floated before his eyes. With a thought from Jiang Nian, the 5 fragments of the sky seal quickly merged together, emitting a dazzling white light. The next moment, a pure white seal, engraved with a dragon man pattern, slowly landed in Jiang Nian's hand. Item, Sky Seal. Effect, after use, the hidden dungeon, Sky City 1, will be unlocked. Safety assessment. The Sky City series of dungeons is extremely difficult. Even the outermost part is extremely dangerous. If you enter this room now, the death rate is 80%. Looking at the introduction that appeared before her eyes, Jiang Nian frowned, pondering whether or not to enter. Without a doubt, clearing the Sky City dungeon will yield extremely generous rewards, greatly increasing Jiang Nian's strength. Maybe I can break through to 6 stars in one go. The problem is, this Sky City instance is just too difficult. You have to understand, that's an 80% mortality rate. One wrong move, and Jiang Nian could pay with her life. Fortunately, Jiang Nian currently possesses 2 substitute dolls, which is equivalent to having 2 extra lives. Furthermore, there is an escape talisman that allows one to flee at any time. Under these circumstances, a war might not be out of the question. Jiang Nian was just starting to think about challenging the Sky City dungeon. Suddenly, an announcement notification sounded in my ear. Urgent announcement. Challenge key used in Area 112 has opened the challenge gate, automatically connecting to Area 666. The resource competition has begun. Resource contest. In a lost region, all resources are halved, and all players' attributes decrease by 20 points. In a one region, all resources are doubled, and all players' attributes increase by 20 points. Friendly reminder. Area 112 has won the resource competition twice in a row. At this moment, not only Jiang Nian, but everyone in Area 666 showed an extremely shocked expression. Who would have thought that someone would launch another resource war against their region? Moreover, this time the opponent is extremely strong, having already won twice in a row in the resource competition. Chapter 38, Taking a Desperate Gamble. Match Rules. The match will officially begin at this time tomorrow. Each side will send 3 players to compete in a best-of-3 series. Reminder, after defeating an opponent, a player can choose to continue fighting. If a player can defeat 3 enemy players single-handedly, that player will receive a special reward. Reminder, if you are no match for your opponent during combat, you may choose to surrender. Reminder, the resource competition has begun. The leaderboard is temporarily hidden. What's going on? Why is someone challenging us again? Why? Is it because our area code is too eye-catching? What kind of reason is that? If that's really the case, then wouldn't numbers 66, 6666, and 66,666 be even more conspicuous? Actually, as long as Jiang Yin is here, we are not afraid of being challenged by people from ordinary areas. But this area number 112, I saw their people in the regional chat channel yesterday, and there are 3 5.5-star level powerhouses among them. The most crucial thing is that this region has won twice in a row, and now we are probably in grave danger. Can it really be this unfair? We just won, our resources doubled, and all our attributes increased by 20. We haven't even enjoyed it for 2 days, and now we have to give it all back. Oh my god, we're so unlucky. What I care about most right now is why this Area 112 is challenging us. We have no grudge against them, so why do they challenge us just because we disagree with them? This is absolutely unbelievable. The moment the announcement was heard, the chat channel in Area 666 immediately erupted in excitement. Almost everyone was cursing and swearing at Area 112. Everyone, go check out the regional chat channel. The people in Region 112 are incredibly arrogant. Their reason for challenging us is simply because the strongest person in our region is from Yen. What the hell? What kind of ridiculous reason is that? Did the Yen people provoke him? Damn it, these bastards. Do they really think we Yen people are easy to bully? Let's go to the regional chat channel to argue. Without any hesitation, everyone in Area 666 flooded into the regional chat channel. Jiang Yin was no exception. After secretly watching the screen, he rushed to find out what was going on when he learned of the situation. At the same time, in the bustling chat channel of Region 7, Sean Cocker, Area 112, people from Area 666, we weren't planning on challenging you, but I'm a very Yin country person. Moreover, your area code is so eye-catching that I have no choice but to target you. Actually, losing to our region isn't shameful at all. If you're scared, you can just admit defeat and surrender before the actual battle even begins. Huh? Sean is awesome. We, the people of the Beacon of Light, are destined to become the dominant force in this world. If we defeat Area 666 this time, we'll have won 3 times in a row. Our resources and personal attributes will be greatly improved. Just thinking about it is awesome. It's truly an honor to be in the same area as such a powerful figure. You guys in Area 666 can just consider yourselves unlucky. To be honest, the strongest person in our region, Sean Cocker, is already a 6-star powerhouse. Besides these, there are 2 other 5.5-star experts. What chance do you have of winning? At this moment, the chat channel in Region 7 was basically filled with people from number 112 talking, and they were all very arrogant and smug. It is quite noticeable that the people who are speaking are all, like Sean Cocker, people from the United States. Although every region has people from all over the world, number 112 is no exception, and there must be people from other countries as well. The United States in this region, and they are generally very powerful, which has boosted their confidence. Furthermore, since everyone has traveled to this world, their original identities and nationalities on Earth are no longer relevant. Nowadays, the only way to survive in the long run is to attach yourself to the big shots in the same area. Damn it! Are you people from Area 112 out of your minds? Did the people of Yin kill your mother or your father? Is such deep-seated hatred necessary? This is ridiculous. They said they were forced to do it because they had no other choice. What a bunch of idiots. A 6-star level expert, is that powerful? Our region's big shot Jiang Yin is someone who can create miracles. Just wait, we'll make sure your District 112 suffers a crushing defeat. Unwittingly humiliated by people from Area 112, many hot-tempered people from Area 666 immediately retorted. The 2 regions suddenly went to war and started hurling insults at each other in the regional chat channel, causing other unrelated regions to silently watch and observe. Oh my, People from Area 666 are coming out in droves. Who gave you the audacity to speak to us like that? What nonsense about creating miracles? To put it bluntly, it was just a lucky victory, huh? This is hilarious. You actually dare to make us suffer a crushing defeat? Are you out of your mind? In the last region where they made such threats, all 3 of their competitors were killed by our boss. Excuse me, is Jiang Yin from your region stronger than our boss Shan? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of curses and insults. Jiang Yin, who had entered the regional chat channel, naturally saw all of this and felt very heavy-hearted. The strength of this Area 112 is indeed too great. Based on the information we have so far, the presence of 2 5.5-star experts and 1 6-star expert far surpasses that of Area 666. He knew very well that the people in Area 666 were only jumping out to insult the other side because they wanted to vent their anger. As Jiang Yin had predicted, things turned out exactly as Jiang Yin had expected. The vast majority of people in Area 666 are now in a state of utter despair. With such a strong opponent, victory is almost impossible. We are already prepared to lose. In this situation, if Jiang Yin wants to win, he must become a 6-star powerhouse like Sean Kirk. Otherwise, Jiang Yin will undoubtedly lose when the competition starts tomorrow. At least for now, Jiang Yin has no confidence in defeating this unknown powerhouse. If you want to become stronger quickly in a short period of time, then there is only one opportunity. They use the Sky Seal in their hands to enter the hidden Sky City instance. Since that's the case, then we have no choice but to go all out. Chapter 39. You think you can defeat me with your strength alone? Despite an 80% mortality rate, if you don't try, you'll have no chance. Are you scared? Jiang Yin looked at Tu Shanqing and Lena beside her and asked. Tu Shanqing and Lena both shook their heads firmly. We are not afraid. We are already very happy to be the woman who can become my husband. Besides, with my husband's immense strength, what is a mere Sky City instance to him? Those people from Area 112 dare to challenge us so arrogantly. We must crush them. With the support of Tu Shanqing and Lena, Jiang Yin did not hesitate any longer and immediately used the Sky Seal in his hand. Let's enter the Sky City instance now. As she spoke, the Sky Seal in Jiang Yin's hand burst forth with a dazzling golden light. Under the golden light, the ordinary white random room in front of us gradually turned into a black door. Name, Dungeon Room. Room details, Hidden Dungeon Sky City, 1, inhabited by many powerful dragon people with a strong sense of territory, who will eliminate any intruders. Safety assessment. If you enter this room now, the mortality rate is 80%. After confirming the information, Jiang Yin took a deep breath and, along with Tu Shanqing and Lena, went inside. After experiencing a dizzying sensation, Jiang Yin slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view was a towering castle that reached into the clouds. He looked up and saw that the castle seemed to stretch endlessly, merging with the sky. This is what they call the Sky City. It's truly stunning. Not only Jiang Yin, but Tu Shanqing and Lena beside him were also extremely shocked. Besides, on either side of the castle gate stood a dragon soldier. Its strength is the same as the ones we've encountered before, reaching 5.5 stars. Upon discovering that an outsider had intruded, the 2 dragon soldiers guarding the gate immediately became alert. He brandished his trident, ready to launch an attack at any moment. It seems that if we want to enter this Sky City, we have to take out these 2 guys first. In that case, let's get started. As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, the lightning bow immediately appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, a powerful icy demonic aura erupted from Tu Shanqing's body, and a blizzard suddenly began to fall from the sky. Full of fighting spirit, Reina unleashed powerful lightning energy, and angelic wings spread out from her back. Wielding the long sword wrapped in lightning, he charged rapidly towards the dragon soldiers in front of him. Roar! Anyone who trespasses into Sky City will be killed without exception. The 2 dragon soldiers spoke in human language, shouting angrily. But before they could launch an attack, a deafening roar of lightning came from ahead. 2 arrows, as swift as lightning, pierced the sky and struck the 2 dragon soldiers precisely where they were weak. They screamed in pain. At the same time, Lena had already rushed to the left-hand dragon soldier and launched another attack on the spot where Jiang Yin had attacked earlier. As Jiang Yin's women, they all knew that Jiang Yin was able to see through other people's weaknesses. As long as we keep attacking the places Jiang Yin attacked, we can't go wrong. The dragon soldier on the right tried to ambush Lena, but was blocked by the ice wall built by Tu Shanxing. Then, several powerful, bone-piercing ice blades flew in. Swish, swish, swish. All the bullets hit the areas where the dragon soldiers had been previously injured. Seeing his first and second wives working together so well, Jiang Nian smiled with satisfaction. The next moment, Jiang Nian's smile turned into a deep killing intent. Unleashing a barrage of lightning arrows, he quickly switched to the Tiger Bone Ghost sword and charged towards the two dragon soldiers. Having the experience of fighting them before, these two dragon soldiers were completely unable to do anything to Jiang Nian. Together with Tu Shanxing and Lina, they instantly annihilated them. The gates of Sky City, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened at this moment. Before Jiang Nian and the others could go inside, 5 Dragon Man soldiers suddenly sprang out. And all of them have a strength of 5.5 stars. If it were just these guys, Jiang Nian wouldn't have thought much of it. The most troublesome thing now is that behind these 5 dragon soldiers, there is a guy whose size is obviously larger than that of an ordinary dragon. It was clad in gray armor, wielding 2 axes, and exuded an extremely powerful aura. Name, Dragon Man Axeman. Race, Dragon, half-human. Talent, Great Strength, Rank B. Skills, Heavy Strike, Ground Splitter, Crushing Slash, Dragon's Roar, Dragon Soul's Fury. Strength, 6 stars. A 6-star monster has appeared. Jiang Nian's expression became extremely solemn. Even setting aside the fact that 5.5-star dragon soldiers are already quite troublesome. Now, they haven't even entered the gates of Sky City yet, and they've already been blocked by a 6-star elite monster. The Sky City, 1 instance alone is this difficult. This is enough to prove just how terrifying the complete Sky City instance is. Qing or Lina, you two are responsible for holding back the 5 dragon soldiers. I will use the Goblin King's puppet to assist you. As for the most powerful Dragon Man axe wielder, leave it to me. As Jiang Nian spoke, he threw out the doll, which immediately transformed into the Goblin King. Although the Goblin King's strength of 3.5 stars is not very useful in this level of dungeon, but at the very least, they can be used to draw fire and serve as cannon fodder. No problem, leave it to us. Tu Shanxing and Lina nodded in unison. Their strength is actually far inferior to that of the dragon soldiers. It's simply impossible to defeat so many dragon soldiers. However, containing these dragon soldiers is still not a problem. Tu Shanxing's ice-type skills can slow down opponents over a wide area and freeze them. Rina is incredibly fast and also has the ability to fly. The two of them working together had no problem restraining the dragon soldiers. What Jiang Nian needs to do now is to quickly kill the Dragon Man Axemen in front of him. Foolish human, do you think you can defeat me with your strength alone? Dare to trespass into Sky City? Today is your death day. The Dragon Man Axemen didn't take Jiang Nian seriously at all, and didn't even bother to dodge. He stood there confidently, letting Jiang Nian rush towards him. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Since you're just standing here letting me hit you, then I won't hold back. Jiang Nian smiled crookedly, and a powerful burst of fire attribute energy erupted from her body. The Tiger Bone Ghost sword in his hand quickly ignited a terrifying ghost fire. Wrath of the Fire Dragon. A massive fire dragon made of will-o'-the-wisps roared as it charged toward the Dragon Man Axeman. What? Upon seeing this, the Dragon Man Axeman's eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, he was engulfed by the will-o'-the-wisp dragon. Chapter 40. Overwhelming disparity in strength. Despair arises among the crowd. Roar. With a painful roar from the Dragon Man Axeman, its entire body was blasted several meters away and slammed heavily against the castle wall. Not only was his entire body severely burned, but the will-o'-the-wisp was still burning. No matter how much it pounded on it, even rolling on the ground, it couldn't extinguish the will-o'-the-wisp, and it howled in pain. If there were a pill to undo regrets, it certainly wouldn't stand still. I really didn't expect that this human could unleash such powerful skills. At that moment, it endured the excruciating pain and struggled to its feet. His previous confident expression vanished, replaced by endless fear. As expected of a 6-star monster, it withstood my fire dragon's wrath and can still stand up. But you no longer have any chance. Jiang Nian smiled coldly and rushed towards the Dragon Man Axemen. This moment, of the Dragon Man Axemen were fully exposed to Jiang Nian. The Tiger Bone Ghost sword in his hand erupted with powerful ghostly energy, roaring like a demon as it slashed fiercely. Soul-devouring demon slash. The Dragon Man Axemen tried to defend themselves immediately. They were too badly injured to resist. His right arm was severed off, and blood splattered everywhere. This is what happened. The other dragon soldiers present clearly saw this and immediately wanted to support the dragon axemen. We can't let these guys interfere with my husband's battle. Tu Shanqing's eyes instantly turned ice blue, and her demonic power became incredibly strong at that moment. Several indestructible ice walls instantly materialized, forming a cage-like structure that trapped the dragon soldiers within. Reyna seized the opportunity, flying through the air and raising her golden longsword high. Rumble. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a large amount of lightning attribute energy gathered in the longsword. Lightning fast sword strike. At Lena's angry shout, she swiftly unleashed several sword energies containing powerful lightning energy at the bound dragon soldiers. The dragon soldiers' attention was focused on their leader, the dragon axeman, and they were unable to defend themselves in time, suffering heavy injuries from Lena's lightning sword strikes. In this process, Tu Shanqing unleashed a powerful ice storm, causing massive damage to the dragon soldiers and freezing them instantly. Although they couldn't be completely frozen into ice sculptures, at this moment, these dragon soldiers either had their legs frozen or their hands frozen. Even worse, 2/3 of their bodies have been frozen, greatly affecting their ability to move. Jiang Yin caught a glimpse of Tu Shanqing and Lena fighting together out of the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but smile. My first wife and second wife are indeed very capable. On the other side, the Dragon Man Axeman, whose right arm had been cut off, had essentially lost his fighting ability. The terrifying will-o'-the-wisp continued to burn on its body. Now, in his eyes, Jiang Yin is like a demon from hell, terrifying beyond measure. Spare me. Just as the Dragon Man Axeman opened his mouth to beg for mercy, Jiang Yin instantly rushed in front of him. The powerful fierce blade slash, combined with the power of the ghost fire, mercilessly struck the neck of the Dragon Man Axeman. Despite its thick skin and tough flesh, this guy couldn't withstand Jiang Yin's full-force slash. Not to mention, the neck is the weakest point on its body. Jiang Yin sheathed his sword, and with one stroke severed the head of the Dragon Man Axeman. The incredibly powerful 6-star monster fell in a pool of blood. Just then, Jiang Yin suddenly noticed that the collectible indicator had appeared on the corpse of the Dragon Man Axeman. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately chose to collect the samples. Obtained 10 dragon scales from the half-dragon, automatically stored in inventory. Although Jiang Yin didn't know what the dragon scales of these half-dragons were for, there was no doubt that they were valuable. Slaying the Dragon Man Axeman, Jiang Yin quickly adjusted his state and looked at the Dragon Man soldiers who had been delayed. With the combined strength of Tu Shanqing and Lena, Jiang Yin swiftly slaughtered the remaining dragon soldiers. Unfortunately, these ordinary soldiers did not lose the dragon scales of the half-dragonmen like the Dragon Man Axemen. In this battle, Jiang Yin, Tu Shanqing, and Lena were basically uninjured. However, the physical exertion was too severe. Jiang Yin, in particular, had almost exhausted all his strength in order to quickly kill the Dragon Man Axe soldier. And this is just the beginning. Before even entering the castle gates, they had already encountered so many powerful half-dragons. One can only imagine how terrifying the inside of the castle must be. Now that these dragon soldiers and dragon axemen have been defeated, no more monsters are emerging from the castle. This means that this is the time the copy gives them to rest. Jiang Yin immediately took out some roasted jerky and drinking water from the warehouse and handed them to Tu Shanqing and Lena beside her. We need to focus on recovery as quickly as possible. The most dangerous moment is yet to come. Remember, if you encounter danger, you can evacuate first. I have a substitute doll, so everything will be fine. Tu Shanqing and Lena nodded firmly. Once they had recovered sufficiently, Jiang Yin led the two of them carefully into the castle. The castle's interior is extremely spacious and luxuriously decorated. Statues and portraits of dragon people can be seen everywhere. Before we could even admire it, the castle gates closed automatically. Large numbers of dragon soldiers quickly appeared all around. In addition, there are 2 Dragon Man Axemen who have reached the 6-star level. Faced with this situation, Jiang Yin, Tu Shanqing, and Lena all had very grave expressions. At this point, there is no turning back. No matter what, we have to bite the bullet and go for it. Same as always, I'll take care of those 2 Dragon Man Axemen, and you guys are responsible for holding off the Dragon Man soldiers. As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery shield instantly appeared on Jiang Yin's body, and he rushed towards the 2 Dragon Man Axemen. Tu Shanqing and Lena also took action. A great war is about to break out. At the same time, in the chat channel of Area 666. Although everyone was very unhappy with the behavior of Area 112, many people went to the regional chat channel to argue with them. However, it must be admitted that their region's strength is far too great, especially Sean Kirkle, who has already reached 6 stars. There were even 2 other 5.5-star powerhouses. Compared to them, Area 666 looked particularly miserable before the leaderboard was closed. Besides Jiang Yan, who reached 5.5 stars, only Alejo barely reached 5 stars. The third-ranked player is Tekawawa Ken, who previously held the title, but only has 4.5 stars. The regional disparities between the two sides are truly enormous. It's over. It's all over. We're really going to lose this time. This is so frustrating. Why did they have to challenge us? Are there no Yin people ranked number 1 in other regions? How I wish a miracle could happen again, but this time it's really unlikely. Brother Zhang Yin, you've only just reached the 5.5-star level. How did you become a 6-star expert in just one day? Our region doesn't have a 6-star expert, so we're destined to lose. Chapter 41, A Desperate Attack. At this moment, almost everyone in the chat channel of Area 666 believed that there was no hope. In that case, let's hurry up and stockpile more survival resources. Otherwise, if we lose tomorrow, our resources will be halved. Yes, right. Take advantage of the doubled resources now and quickly collect more supplies so that we don't run out of food later. A reduction of 20 to all attributes isn't a big deal. As long as we're still alive, that's enough. Jiang Yin was completely unaware of what was happening in the chat channel, and he didn't have time to enter it right now. They were focusing all their efforts on dealing with the Dragon Man Axeman in front of them. Posed a great threat to Jiang Yin, who only had a 5.5-star strength. Jiang Yin could not afford to be careless and could be killed by the Dragon Man Axemen. In addition, there were a large number of dragon soldiers around. It also poses a great threat to Tu Shanqing and Lina, and there is no way to completely suppress them. This means that Jiang Yin had to attack the Dragonman's axe while also being wary of the Dragonman soldiers who might launch a sneak attack at any time. Fortunately, he had the free and easy steps movement technique and the help of the flame shield. Even if Jiang Yin couldn't dodge in time, she wouldn't be seriously injured. However, the fire shield has its limits. It has now completely shattered. Although it can be refreshed, it requires a cooldown period of several tens of seconds. Without the amplification and protection of the flame shield, this period of time was even more dangerous for Jiang Yin. He could only dodge attacks constantly, and only when he found a suitable opportunity could he rush forward and attack the enemy's weak points. Over time, the physical exertion becomes extremely severe. Whether it was Jiang Yin or Tu Shanqing and Lina, they were all clearly pale and weak. Compared to the very beginning, there is a significant difference. Especially for Lina, her speed slowed down as her stamina decreased. Perhaps in this situation, it would have been the wise choice for Jiang Yin to use the escape talisman to evacuate the Sky City instance with Tu Shanqing and Lina in time. But Jiang Yin was unwilling to do so. If you choose to run away now, it's equivalent to giving up your chance to become a 6-star powerhouse. Facing Sean Kirkle, number 112, tomorrow, he has almost no chance of winning. The fact that he was able to become a 6-star powerhouse in such a short time is enough to prove that not only is he talented, but his marriage partner must also be quite strong. Not to mention, besides Sean Kirk, there are 2 other people in Area 112 whose strength is equal to Jiang Yin's. If we don't become stronger now, we will definitely lose. Resources halved and all attributes reduced. This was something Jiang Yin absolutely could not accept. Therefore, Jiang Yin must do everything in her power and go all out. If you keep cowering and dodging attacks, you'll eventually die here from exhaustion. There's only one way then. As Jiang Yin thought of this, her eyes became incredibly determined. At the same time, the fire shield has cooled down and reappeared. This time, Jiang Yin did not adopt a conservative offensive approach as before. Instead, they acted very aggressively, showing no sign of trying to avoid it. An extremely powerful fire attribute burst forth from his body, and under the influence of the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword, terrifying ghost flames ignited. Immediately, he swiftly wielded the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword, forming a powerful dragon of ghost fire. For a mere human to be able to get here is already quite impressive. But unfortunately, you no longer have any chance. Axeman on the left realized that Jiang Yin's move would be extremely powerful. If it hits, the consequences will be unimaginable. It must be killed immediately. Go to hell. Roar. With a furious roar, the Dragon Man axe wielder charged towards Jiang Yin in an instant. Amplified by the power of the dragon's soul, his entire body emitted a faint golden light. The double axes flashed with bloody light and slashed mercilessly at Jiang Yin. This move is the Dragon Man axe soldier's shattering slash, which, if it hits, is enough to kill Jiang Yin on the spot. Even with the protection of the flame shield, Jiang Yin could hardly withstand such a powerful shattering slash. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yin would have to dodge the opponent's attack in time. However, this time, Jiang Yin made no attempt to dodge and paid no attention to the Dragon Man Axeman's attacks. He continued to unleash the full power of the Fire Dragon's fury, remaining fearless even as the Dragon Man Axeman charged right in front of him. My husband. Upon seeing this, both Tu Shanxing and Lina showed expressions of shock. My first thought was to support Jiang Yin, but there were just too many dragon soldiers, and even if the two of them wanted to provide support, there was nothing they could do. As the Dragon Man Axeman swung his incredibly sharp axe, which glowed with a bloody light, toward Jiang Yin, it was clearly perceptible that the icy demonic energy emanating from Tu Shanxing had become incredibly powerful. As if its potential had been unleashed, the icy demonic energy it unleashed instantly froze all the dragon soldiers around it. Tu Shanxing's originally jet-black hair turned ice blue at this moment. Lina witnessed this scene clearly and immediately widened her eyes. I really didn't expect that Tu Shanxing's power would be so strong. What can be done? Even if Tu Shanxing entered this special state, she was still a step too late. The Dragon Man axe wielder swung his double axes mercilessly at Jiang Yin. The flame shield was shattered instantly, and Jiang Yin was sent flying by the double axes, blood splattering everywhere. But at the moment of attack, the wrath of the fire dragon was also unleashed, striking the Dragon Man Axeman. Roar! The intense pain caused the Dragon Man Axeman to let out extremely miserable roars. When it fell to the ground, its entire body was burned, and the will-o'-the-wisp continued to burn. This time, the power of the fire dragon's wrath far surpassed that of the previous one, severely injuring the Dragon Man Axeman with a single blow, essentially rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. Such a powerful skill shocked the other Dragon Man Axeman. But it was merely shocked. After all, Jiang Yin had already been hit by Shattering Slash in order to unleash this move. Just a mere human, he's definitely beyond saving, he said with a cold smile. And indeed, that has been the case ever since. Jiang Yin was struck by the shattered sword and died from his severe injuries. But just then, the effect of the substitute doll has been activated. Jiang Yin appeared before it unharmed. Before the Dragon Man Axeman could react, the powerful fury of the fire dragon was unleashed once again. How so? The Dragon Man Axeman had no chance to react before being swallowed up by the powerful ghost fire dragon. The previous Dragon Man Axeman, his entire body was burned, and the ghost fire continued to burn, causing him to writhe on the ground in pain. No one expected that in just a moment, Jiang Yin would severely injure two Dragon Man Axemen. Chapter 42 Special Golden Energy Bar. Looking at the Dragon Man Axe soldier lying on the ground, groaning in pain, Jiang Yin smiled smugly. Despite losing a life-saving substitute doll, they severely injured two powerful Dragon Man Axemen, almost rendering them incapable of fighting. Besides, Jiang Yin, now fully recovered, has returned to her perfect state. At this moment, in Jiang Yin's eyes, these two Dragon Man Axemen no longer posed any threat. Upon witnessing this scene, Lina and Tu Shanxing were initially stunned, but then they understood everything. It turns out that Jiang Yin didn't dodge entirely on purpose. The purpose is to utilize the effect of the substitute doll. My husband. Seeing that Jiang Yin had appeared unharmed, Tu Shanxing gradually calmed down. However, she still maintained the peculiar state she had just entered when she went berserk, with long, ice blue hair and her ice attribute abilities becoming incredibly powerful. It is obvious that Tu Shanxing's strength has increased by leaps and bounds, and has already surpassed the 5-star level. Tu Shanxing didn't know why she had become like this. Whenever Jiang Yin was in danger or had emotional fluctuations, she would become very powerful, as if her potential had been unleashed. Jiang Yin naturally saw all the changes in Tu Shanxing's situation. To be honest, he was also incredibly shocked. Perhaps the only reasonable explanation is Tu Shanxing's incomplete talent for icy demonic energy. If it can be perfectly repaired, then Tu Shanxing might become extremely powerful. Qing'er, Nar, you don't need to worry about me. I will definitely be fine. I'll come to your aid after I've killed these two. As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, he brandished the Tiger Bone Ghost sword and charged towards the two Dragon Man Axemen. Although they can still stand up with difficulty, they have long lost their fighting ability. There was no way to stop Jiang Yin in her perfect state. In just a few rounds, they were all killed by Jiang Yin. Obtained 10 dragon scales from the half-dragon, automatically stored in inventory. Obtained 10 dragon scales from the half-dragon, automatically stored in inventory. As before, after killing the Dragon Man Axemen, I also obtained the dragon scales of the half-dragonman. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yin then turned his gaze to the other dragon soldiers present. These guys are no match for Jiang Yin at all. With the help of Tu Shanqing in her special state and Lina, they easily killed them all. At the same time, not far in front of the palace, a staircase leading to the next floor appeared. According to Jiang Yin's speculation, the second floor of this palace should be the final boss of this Sky City. 1. If even the elite monsters are already 6-star level, then the final boss must be even more powerful. It's highly likely that it has already reached 6.5 stars. Jiang Yin is currently only at the 5.5-star level. Defeating the final boss is no easy task. Fortunately, I still have a substitute doll, which can revive me once at full health on the spot. This was Jiang Yin's greatest asset. Now, the final boss of the second floor did not rush directly to the first floor. This means that Jiang Yin doesn't need to rush in. It's finally done. Jiang Yin plopped down on the ground and rested there. After the battle, Tu Shanqing gradually returned to her original appearance. My lord, why has my beloved sister Qing'er become like this? Lina walked up to Jiang Yin and asked curiously. Well, upon hearing this, Jiang Yin pondered for a moment before slowly saying, it must be due to Qing'er's own talent. Qing'er's talent is flawed, but even with its flaws, it has reached A level. If it can be repaired, it will definitely become an extremely powerful talent, perhaps even surpassing S rank. Upon hearing this, Lina showed an extremely shocked expression and couldn't help but look at Tu Shanqing beside her. Who would have thought that someone with a flawed talent could still be rated A? She originally thought she was stronger than Tu Shanqing, but now it seems she was too naive. Tu Shanqing might be the most powerful. However, Lina wasn't upset. In fact, it ignited her desire to become stronger. I must strive to become stronger, and I absolutely cannot hold my husband Jiang Yin back. Meanwhile, Tu Shanqing, after returning to normal, became noticeably weaker. My husband, I may not be able to help you in the upcoming battle. Tu Shanqing said with great shame. She really hoped that she could maintain that powerful state for a long time. Unfortunately, her limit was already reached when she managed to kill all the dragon soldiers. It's okay, you've already done a great job. Jiang Yin gently touched Tu Shanqing's face. If you hadn't frozen those dragon soldiers in time, things would have been very troublesome. Now, you should get some rest. Besides, I still have Lina who can help me. Lina nodded firmly. I will definitely assist my husband in defeating the final boss. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing slowly closed her eyes. Resting in her husband's arms, she felt an immense sense of security. Jiang Yin and Lina also seized the time to begin their recovery. I rested for about an hour. Jiang Yin suddenly noticed that the stairs in front of her were gradually becoming blurry. Clearly, this was a reminder to Jiang Yin that if he didn't continue the challenge now, he would have no chance. It looks like we need to head to the second floor immediately. Seeing this, Jiang Yin, Tu Shanqing, and Lina all stood up. After a period of recovery, Jiang Yin and Lina had almost fully regained their strength. Although Tu Shanqing has not fully recovered, she has regained some mobility. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin led Tu Shanqing and Lina up the stairs to the second floor of Sky City. The situation on the second layer is very similar to that on the first layer. The only difference is that, right in the center of this second level, there is a throne. A strong dragon man clad in golden armor sat leisurely on the throne. Beside it, a dazzling golden trident was stuck. Name, Dragon Man General. Race, Dragon, half-human. Talent, Thunder Power, Rank A. Skills, Lightning Strike, Thrust, Lightning Pierce, Thunderous Strike, Dragon's Roar, Dragon Soul's Fury. Strength, 6.5 stars. With the help of his omniscient abilities, Jiang Yin clearly learned all the information about the other party. Just as he had guessed, the final boss of Sky City, 1, was indeed beyond 6 stars. Moreover, above this guy's head, besides the health bar that is exclusively for bosses, there is something else. There's even a special golden energy bar. What is this thing? Chapter 43 Insight into Weaknesses, Breaking Through Defenses. Jiang Yin was genuinely puzzled as he looked at the peculiar golden energy bar floating above the Dragon General's head. Just then, Jiang Yin suddenly heard a game notification sound. Reminder: the boss, the Dragon Man General, possesses a resilience bar. During this time, he is in a super armor state, unable to be controlled, and his defense and all elemental resistances are increased by 30%. Reminder: when attacking the Dragon Man General, you can gradually reduce the resilience bar. If you can attack the weakest point, you can reduce the resilience bar significantly. When the resilience bar is completely depleted, you will enter a broken defense state, during which you cannot move or attack, and your defense and all attribute resistances will be reduced by 50% for 20 seconds. As expected, truly worthy of being the big boss of the hidden dungeon. The moment Jiang Yin heard the notification tone, she immediately understood everything. At the same time, the Dragon Man General, seated on the throne, looked at Jiang Yin with considerable disdain. A human being as insignificant as an ant. I thought you had already escaped. But I never expected you would actually dare to come up here. Do you know how to write the word death? Looking at Jiang Yin and the other two in front of him, the Dragon General's expression remained very contemptuous, and he didn't even look at Jiang Yin directly. To him, a mere 5.5-star human was utterly insignificant. Moreover, he is currently in a state of invincibility, which allows him to ignore any of their attacks. Of course I know how to write the word death. But the question is, can you write it? You don't actually think you can kill me, do you? Jiang Yin looked at the Dragon Man General in front of her and smiled coldly. The last one to provoke me like this is long dead. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, the Dragon General let out an extremely angry roar. The entire palace was shaking violently. Immediately, it pulled out the golden trident stuck beside it, and its entire body erupted with extremely powerful lightning energy. Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening roar of lightning, several bolts of lightning, resembling golden dragons, appeared out of thin air and struck towards Jiang Yin. It was incredibly fast. At Jiang Yin's current speed, there was absolutely no way he could dodge it. Only, Jiang Yin did not choose to avoid it, but stood silently in place. Just as the lightning was about to strike him, Lina immediately stepped in front of Jiang Yin to block it. He wielded his golden longsword and forcefully blocked the Dragon General's lightning strike. This move is actually very powerful, and Lina is only 4.5 stars at the moment. Logically speaking, she should be absolutely unable to block it. Strangely, Rina didn't seem to be injured at all. Instead, she had a smug smile on her face. How is that possible? Upon seeing this, the Dragon General's eyes widened in disbelief. That's why? Actually, it's because of the talent that Lina awakened, called the Nine Heavens Thunder Body, which is S rank. In addition to greatly enhancing one's own lightning attribute energy, it also grants lightning attribute affinity, reducing damage caused by lightning attribute by 60%. In addition, Lina's own defensive capabilities were what allowed her to withstand the Dragon General's lightning strike. Jiang Yin and Lina successfully married. Jiang Yin naturally became aware of all the abilities she possessed. To be honest, upon seeing the Dragon Man General, Jiang Yin felt somewhat flustered. The main problem is that this guy's combat power is too strong. He's a 6.5-star fighter. Moreover, with the resilience bar in place, this guy is in a state of super armor at all times, which is almost equivalent to being invincible. But when Jiang Yin realized that this guy was of the lightning attribute, he immediately stopped panicking. In some situations, Lina, who possesses the Nine Heavens Thunder Body, is now essentially a super tank. Any lightning attribute skill used by the Dragonkin General will automatically reduce the damage dealt to Rina by 60%. She could absolutely share the burden of Jiang Yin's injuries at crucial moments. Jiang Yin could use his omniscience and omnipotence to see through this guy's weaknesses and quickly deplete its resilience bar. Once this guy enters a vulnerable state, he's doomed. Chinger, you just need to rest well. This guy is up to me and Nar. As she spoke, Jiang Yin's Tiger Bone Ghost sword automatically switched to the lightning bow. Nar, I'll trouble you to distract this guy. I'll remove its resilience bar. Lina smiled confidently, and wings like those of an angel suddenly unfurled from her back. No problem. This moment, Lina, her body wreathed in golden lightning, unleashed a thunderous strike, charging toward the Dragon General at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Even though they share the same lightning attribute energy as Lina, the Dragon General's speed is far inferior to Lina's. Before it could react, Lina had already rushed in front of it, and, without any mercy, swung her sword down. It's a pity. At this moment, the Dragon General had a resilience bar and was in a super armor state, so Lena's attack did almost no damage to it. Ridiculous. Are you trying to tickle me? The Dragon General sneered, brandishing his trident and thrusting it swiftly towards Lena. Lena knew very well that her attacks would not cause any damage to the Dragon General, so she would not confront it head-on. Upon discovering that the Dragon General was about to attack, he used his powerful lightning energy, combined with his ability to fly, to quickly dodge. The Dragon General was about to chase after Lena when he suddenly heard the sound of lightning. Several arrows, as swift as lightning, struck the Dragon General's weak points with pinpoint accuracy. It was in so much pain that it howled loudly. They were just some insignificant arrows. How could they hurt so much? The Dragon General was utterly shocked, as if all those lightning arrows had dealt a critical hit. Although it didn't cause too much damage, it was clear that the Dragon General's resilience bar had been reduced by 1/3. Very good. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly. With Lena in charge of holding off the enemy at the front, and Lena providing firepower from the rear, it can easily clear out its tenacity bar. The Dragon General, being the boss here, quickly understood what Jiang Yan wanted to do. Right now, the most important thing isn't Lena, but Jiang Yan hiding in the back. Thinking of this, the Dragon General's entire body erupted with a pale golden light, activating the power of his dragon soul to amplify his own strength, and he rushed towards Jiang Yan at high speed. Lena was not about to let it succeed, and immediately launched an attack. Although Tu Shanqing, who was standing next to Jiang Yan, didn't have much strength, she was still able to build ice walls from time to time to try to stop the Dragon General's attacks. Jiang Yan, of course, couldn't stand still. Using Xiaoyao Bu's ghostly movements, he ran while shooting arrows at it. Despite his desperate desire to kill Jiang Yan, he was unable to do so, which infuriated the Dragon General. After being hit by Jiang Yan's lightning arrows one after another, the Dragon General's resilience bar was finally completely cleared. It looked as if it had suddenly had a stomachache and knelt weakly on the ground. Even if it is furious, once it enters a vulnerable state, it cannot move at all. Strike while the iron is hot, and kill him. All of you charge. Chapter 44. If I can't do it, how could Jiang Yan possibly do it? Jiang Yan couldn't possibly let such a good opportunity slip by. At the moment, the Dragon Man General is in a vulnerable state, so no matter how strong he is, it's meaningless. He's basically a sitting duck. Although the broken defense state only lasts for 20 seconds, it is enough for Jiang Yan. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yan used all the skills she could muster in one go. The arrows struck precisely at the most vulnerable spots on the Dragon General's body. Lena and Tu Shanqing also joined the fray, leaving the Dragon General utterly powerless to retaliate. Roar! With a heart-wrenching scream, the Dragon General collapsed helplessly into a pool of blood, losing all vital signs. Originally, it relied on its resilience bar to maintain a state of invincibility at all times, greatly increasing all its attributes. Even if all these guys in front of it were put together, they wouldn't be a match for it. However, the so-called resilience bar was useless in the eyes of the omniscient and omnipotent Jiang Yan. Instead, it gave Jiang Yan a tremendous opportunity. No matter how thick the tough strip is, it can be cleared in no time by using the power to find its weaknesses. Once the resilience bar is gone, these monsters will naturally pose no threat to Jiang Yan. Congratulations to player Jiang Yan for defeating the boss, clearing the dungeon, and receiving the completion gift pack. All attributes increased by 20 points: Skill Book, Thunderous Might, Weapon Thunder Trident, Puppet Dragon Man General, Half Dragonman Dragon Scales 30. As the game notification sounded, an extremely powerful force poured into Jiang Yan's body. Before Jiang Yan could even examine the rewards in detail. Sudden, the game notification sound rang in the ears of everyone in Area 666. Announcement: Player Jiang Yan has defeated a Dragon Man General and cleared the hidden dungeon Sky City. 1. Earning the achievement Dragon Man Nemesis and receiving a silver treasure chest as a reward. Note: only players who obtain this achievement for the first time will receive the reward. At that moment, chat channel 666 instantly erupted in excitement. Everyone, did I hear that right? Jiang Yan has achieved something again. Holy crap, what's a hidden dungeon? Who knows? I've barely even been into a proper dungeon room, and Jiang Yan has already found the hidden dungeon room. That's amazing. After clearing a normal dungeon, you can get extremely generous rewards. This hidden dungeon must have even better rewards. Yes, otherwise they wouldn't have issued a special announcement. I know. It must be that after Jiang Yin found out he was being challenged by someone from Area 112, he is frantically improving his strength. Even Jiang Yin, a big shot, hasn't given up, so why do we think we're bound to lose? That's right. We won't lose. Boss Jiang Yin will definitely continue to create miracles. Jiang Yin is awesome. The people in Area 666 had basically given up, believing that there was no chance of winning. But now that they heard that Jiang Yin had cleared the hidden dungeon, they were all as if they had been injected with chicken blood and had cheered up again. They flocked to the chat channel in Region 7. Before, the people in Area 112 are still bragging here. It's as if the resource competition has already been won. You people from Area 112, don't be too arrogant. Our boss Jiang Yin's strength has become even stronger. Do any of you know about the hidden dungeon, Sky City? To be honest, our boss Jiang Yin has already cleared this hidden dungeon. His current strength has probably already surpassed that of Sean Kirker. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. People from Area 666 suddenly flooded into the regional chat channel. This greatly shocked the people in Area 112. What? The hidden dungeon Sky City. Have any of you heard of this instance? Could it be someone from their 666th district who's gone crazy trying to win? I think that must be the case. In just one day, how much strength can that Jiang Yin from your region improve? At the same time, in a room in Area 112, after seeing the messages from the people in the regional chat channel, Sean Cocker immediately gripped the Sky Seal fragment in his hand. Others might not know what the Sky City instance was, but he knew it all too well. Only by collecting all 5 Sky Seal fragments can you unlock the hidden dungeon of Sky City. Sean Kirkle has been searching for a long time, and so far he only has 2 Sky Seal fragments. But Jiang Yin from area number 666 not only unlocked the Sky City dungeon, but also cleared it. You need to know. To obtain the Sky Seal fragment, you must find the dragon soldier hidden in the random room. These dragon soldiers were all 5.5 stars strong, making them extremely powerful. Even Sean Cocker, a 6-star fighter, was finding it difficult to deal with these dragon soldiers. How could Jiang Yin, whose combat strength was lower than his, possibly defeat him? Even if he could defeat the dragon soldiers, how could he possibly find them one after another and obtain the Sky Seal fragments? Unless Jiang Yin has the ability to foresee the future and can see the situation in the random room in advance. But this is clearly impossible. Moreover, ordinary dragon soldiers are already at the 5.5-star level, so the monsters in the Sky City dungeon will only be stronger. Let alone 6-star monsters, there might even be monsters that surpass 6-star. Even Sean Cocker isn't confident he can clear Sky City, so how could Jiang Yin possibly do it? After thinking carefully for a moment, Sean Cocker suddenly gave a cold laugh. Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. It must be someone from area number 666 who deliberately spread rumors in an attempt to affect me. With that in mind, Sean Cocker entered the chat channel for Region 7. He said with an extremely smug expression, "You people from area 666, stop talking nonsense here. I know exactly what the Sky City dungeon is. That Jiang Yin from your region, let alone clearing it, probably doesn't even qualify to enter. Once the resource competition begins tomorrow, I will definitely defeat all the participants from your region one by one." Ha 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 ha. The people in Area 112 naturally saw what Sean Cocker said. They cheered excitedly. In their eyes, the people in these 666 areas are utterly ridiculous. Are you so desperate to win that you've gone mad? Chapter 45. Are you going to come up one by one, or all at once? Holy crap, how can these people from Area 112 be so arrogant? They actually think we're talking nonsense? A notice was clearly issued, so how could it be fake? Everyone, ignore these guys. It's obvious they just don't want to admit it. That's right. Especially that Sean Kirkle, he clearly knows he can't beat the Sky City dungeon, but he insists that even boss Jiang Yin can't beat it. It's ridiculous. Since Sean Kirkle can't beat the Sky City dungeon, doesn't that mean that boss Jiang Yin is stronger than Sean Kirkle? Holy crap, now that I think about it, it really is true. Ha, that's amazing. Jiang Yin, you're my god. Jiang Yin, I want to marry you. The people in Area 666, too lazy to waste words with the people in Area 112, all returned to their own area chat channels. At the same time, Jiang Yin, who was in the Sky City instance, completely ignored the words in the chat channel. Right now, his attention is entirely focused on the reward he just received. First of all, the skill book, Thunderous Might, is a B-grade skill, just like Wrath of the Fire Dragon. The Dragon Man General had previously used this skill, which not only had a huge attack range, but was also quite powerful. The moment Jiang Yin obtained the skill book, she automatically grasped and mastered it. As for the other lightning trident, unfortunately, it is only a C-grade lightning weapon and is extremely heavy. Its practicality is clearly inferior to the lightning bow that Jiang Yin currently possesses. Jiang Yin originally intended to let Lina try out the lightning trident, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the weapon in Lina's hand was also a C-grade lightning weapon. Moreover, it's a nimble sword-type weapon, so obviously the lightning trident is useless against it. Jiang Yin casually tossed it into the warehouse. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the puppet dragon general with great excitement. This thing has the same effect as the previous Goblin King puppet. They can all summon dragon generals with the same strength as their original bodies for a certain period of time. This means that as long as Jiang Yin summons this dragon general, he will essentially have a bodyguard with a 6.5-star strength. Heh, is that Sean Kirker guy that impressive? I'm afraid it can't even beat my puppet, haha. With the puppet dragon general in hand, Jiang Yin is practically guaranteed to win tomorrow's resource competition. However, the rewards from the hidden dungeon in Sky City are not limited to these. There is also a rather precious silver treasure chest. After Jiang Yin opened it, he gained 15 assignable attribute points, and the sea-level equipment, radiant shoulder guards, and radiant arm guards. Including the previous radiant lightning armor, Jiang Yin only needs the radiant leggings to complete the radiant set. As for the last piece of radiant lightning armor, Jiang Yin wasn't in a hurry at all. With his current strength, he is more than capable of dealing with Area 112. Player, Jiang Yin. Nationality, Yinghua. Lifespan, 23/120. Physical constitution, 118. Strength, 168. Agility, 117. Spirit, 118. Charm, 120. Talent, omniscient and omnipotent, SSS rank, unique. Skills, triple slash, free step, fierce blade slash, flame vortex, thunder arrow rain, fire dragon's fury, thunderous might. Combat power star rating, 6 stars. After adding all 15 attribute points to strength, combined with the 20-point increase in all attributes gained from clearing the previous stage, this will further boost your overall stats. This has resulted in Jiang Yin's current attributes reaching an extremely astonishing value. Even though he was only wearing an E-grade crimson gold suit, he still possessed the combat power of a 6-star. Once equipped with a C-grade set, their combat power could easily break through to 6 stars. In addition, there is a 6.5-star bodyguard. What can't we win? Let alone dealing with a single area 112. Even if Jiang Yin were to challenge 3 areas simultaneously, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Come on, let's go. We can have a good rest now. Jiang Yin reached out and hugged Tu Shanqing and Lina's slender waist respectively. Just ahead was a green recovery room, and Jiang Yin led the two inside without hesitation. Before we knew it, it was the next day. Today is not only the day of the Resource Challenge number 112, but also the last day of the 7-day newbie assessment. Jiang Yin woke up from her dream with a pleasant expression. Announcement: the resource competition has now begun. The portal is now open. Players who wish to register can enter the portal. Reminder: only 3 players can be sent to each region. If no one participates, the top 3 players on the leaderboard will be automatically selected. After entering the portal, you will be teleported to the competition venue. Reminder: the battle between the 2 players will be broadcast live. As the announcement was made, a portal appeared in front of Jiang Yin. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately led Tu Shanqing and Lina inside. As before, they were teleported to places that resembled gladiatorial arenas. Besides Jiang Yin, Alejo and Tekawawa Kin also came here. Boss Jiang Yin, now I've finally seen your true colors. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, Alejo rushed over. Boss, we're counting on you today. Tekawawa Kin also immediately came to Jiang Yin's side. At this moment, they suddenly realized that Jiang Yin's aura had reached the 6-star level. Really, after clearing the hidden dungeon of Sky City yesterday, Jiang Yin's strength has increased. Don't worry, I'll take care of them one by one. As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, a burst of disdainful laughter came from afar. Ha! Immediately afterwards, 3 blonde, blue-eyed, and robust American men, each accompanied by their fiancée, swaggered toward Jiang Yin and the others. The leader had a short, blonde haircut and a full beard, and looked much older than Jiang Yin. Sean Kirker, the strongest in Area 112. When he saw Jiang Yan, his brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. I must say, you've really impressed me. I didn't expect you to reach 6 stars so quickly. But so what? You think you can contend with me by cramming at the last minute and forcibly piling up your combat power to 6 stars? Sean Kirker said with utter contempt. Despite their current strength being the same as his, both at the 6-star level, he didn't think Jiang Yan had a chance of winning. He has absolute confidence in his abilities. As for the Sky City instance he supposedly cleared yesterday, Sean Kirkle didn't believe it at all. Are you done talking? Now that you've finished talking, we can begin. Jiang Yan completely ignored Sean Kirker's provocation and strode into the battle arena. Would you like to come at me one by one, or all at once? Chapter 46. I never expected that you people from the Beacon of Light would be so indiscriminate in your choices. Sean Kirker thought that Jiang Yan and the others would be so frightened by his presence that they would immediately surrender. But who would have thought he would dare to be so arrogant? And to claim that one of them could take on all 3 of them? Ha 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 ha. Sean Kirker and the other 112 contestants present, including their marriage partners, burst into wild laughter. At the same time, the live streams for areas 112 and 666 were launched, and people from both areas immediately flooded into the live streams. The people in Area 112 were furious when they saw Jiang Yan so arrogantly provoking Sean Kirkle. Who gave you the audacity to provoke the bigwigs of our region like this? Even if we barely reach the combat power of a 6-star level, so what? Sean is absolutely right. Jiang Yan is just cramming at the last minute, forcibly piling up his combat power to 6 stars. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to do so. In my opinion, Jiang Yan must be wearing a series of unrelated C-level equipment, barely reaching the level of a 6-star combatant. Is that even a question? That's definitely it. Our boss Sean has a complete set of C-grade armor. Dealing with Jiang Yan from your region will definitely be a piece of cake for him. The people in Area 666, seeing these guys belittling Jiang Yan like this, all spoke up to refute them. Bullshit. It's ridiculous. Our Jiang Yan is a genuine 6-star combatant, and he has even cleared the Sky City dungeon. You fools, you probably don't even know what Sky City is. And that piece of shit Sean of yours, he can't even beat the Sky City dungeon himself, so he says our big boss Jiang Yan can't beat it either. Is he an idiot? Oh my, you guys actually dare to mention the Sky City instance? Our boss Sean has already said that it's impossible to pass. No one will believe your nonsense. This Jiang Yan dares to be so arrogant and presumptuous. He will definitely pay the price later. Boss Sean, quickly defeat this arrogant bastard. The battle hadn't even started yet, and the live stream chat was already in an uproar. And at this moment, on the competition field, Jiang Yan had already entered the battle arena, looking at Sean Kirker and the others with some impatience. Have you all had enough of laughing? Didn't you hear me when I asked you questions? Are you going to come up one by one, or all at once? Or should we just surrender? When Jiang Yan said this, he was extremely arrogant, showing no regard for these guys at all. A 6-star rating really that impressive? In this battle for resources, Jiang Yan didn't even need to lift a finger. He had already secured victory. Tu Shanqing and Lena beside him both smiled without saying a word. They already knew Jiang Yan's strength. These people from District 112 had no chance of winning. Tekawawa Ken, who were standing outside the battlefield, did not understand why Jiang Yan was so confident. They both believed in him. You're too arrogant. You really think that just because you've reached 6 stars, you're capable of defeating me? Utterly ridiculous. Sean Kirker was clearly enraged by Jiang Yan, and he leaped into the battle arena. In addition, his 3 potential marriage partners also entered the picture. It is obvious that all 3 women are extremely ugly. They were all big and burly, some even with stubble, and at first glance you might mistake them for men dressed as women. However, one point is worth noting. Those were 3 androgynous individuals, all possessing immense power, with each having at least a 4.5-star level of strength. I'm dying of laughter. I never expected that you people from the Beacon of Light would be so indiscriminate in your choices. You can actually eat this stuff? I must say, I really admire you. As Jiang Yan spoke, she reached out and hugged Tu Shanqing and Lena, speaking with a smug expression. Compared to Sean Kirker's marriage partner, it's like night and day. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. After being humiliated by Jiang Yan time and time again, Sean Kirkle was so angry that his eyes started to blaze with fury. Its body began to spontaneously combust, and it was instantly engulfed in flames. Clearly, The talent this guy has awakened must be related to the fire attribute. Men who transmigrate into this world of marriage must all yearn to marry women as beautiful as angels. Sean Kirker certainly wished for the same. However, the situation in the bridal chamber is completely random and cannot be predicted in advance. If you are weaker than your opponent, you won't even have a chance to fight back. He opened 3 marriage rooms in succession, but the women he encountered were all extremely ugly. There was no way to give up, so I was forced to compromise. Anyway, it's all the same once the lights are off. Fortunately, these 3 ugly women were all quite capable. After marrying them, he received very good rewards, which greatly increased Sean Kirkle's strength. Now, upon seeing that Jiang Yin's marriage partners were all stunningly beautiful, he was not only furious, but also incredibly jealous. Not to mention him, the other 2 contestants, number 112, were extremely envious after seeing Jiang Yin's marriage partner. Turning to look at his wife, he was immediately disgusted. What kind of nonsense was this? How did he manage to find such a beautiful wife? Are we just going to be faced with a bunch of ugly people? Jiang Yin, I'm going to kill you. Sean Kirkle could no longer hold back. Immediately, intense fire energy erupted from his body, and he charged towards Jiang Yin like a fireball. Oh dear, it's starting already? Then I won't waste any more words with you. Jiang Yin showed no intention of making a move, casually tossing the doll out of her hand. The ordinary-looking puppet transformed into an incredibly powerful dragon general the moment it landed. Emanating from a 6.5-star combatant was released without reservation. Upon seeing the appearance of the dragon general, Sean Kirkle was so frightened that he immediately stopped the car. Dragon Man? Looking at the Dragon Man general before him, Sean Kirkle was filled with terror. He had previously fought against ordinary dragon soldiers while collecting fragments of the Sky Seal. But compared to this guy, those dragon soldiers were simply too weak. Who would have thought that such a powerful Dragon Man general would suddenly appear? This scene left everyone present, including those in the live stream, speechless. Before Sean Cocker could react, the dragon general unleashed a deafening roar. Several beams of golden lightning, as powerful as lightning, hurtled toward Sean Kirker. Even though Sean Kirkle tried to defend himself immediately, he couldn't stop it and was blasted away on the spot. It slammed heavily against the stone pillar at the edge of the battlefield. Chapter 47. Terrified, they all surrendered. After being struck by lightning by the dragon general, Sean Kirkle was not immediately rendered incapacitated, but he was severely injured. His body was severely burned by lightning, and his breathing became weak. This moment, he then realized why Jiang Yin dared to be so arrogant. It turned out she had such a powerful trump card. It's no exaggeration to say that Sean Cocker is now so weak that he can't even defeat Jiang Yin, let alone deal with the Dragon Man general in front of him. His previous confident expression vanished, replaced by utter terror. This scene was clearly witnessed by the viewers in the live stream. What is this? How did a monster suddenly appear? And this monster's strength is just too overwhelming. Boss Sean was blasted away with a single blow, and his injuries are so severe. What's the point of playing? Aren't we guaranteed to lose? I'm not having it. Jiang Yin from your region clearly cheated. How can I summon a monster? How did he do that? They're definitely cheating. People in Area 112 began to raise questions. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Haven't you ever seen a doll before? Oh my. So you people from Area 112 are all frogs in a well. How pathetic and laughable. You don't even know what a puppet is? With this little strength, you dare to arrogantly challenge us. Our boss Jiang Yin doesn't even need to take action himself. He can defeat you all with just his puppets. This is the price you pay for your arrogance. Get ready to lose, ha ha. The people in Area 666 were also incredibly shocked when they saw Jiang Yin summon the Dragon General. But upon closer reflection, Jiang Yin had also summoned the Goblin King during his first resource competition, so everything seemed perfectly reasonable. This is clearly a special item, but the people in Area 112 are unaware of it. At the same time, Sean Cocker had no chance to rest in the battlefield. As soon as he stood up, the Dragon General charged over aggressively. It was originally a battle puppet devoid of emotion. As long as Jiang Yin did not stop its actions, it would continue to attack until it died or time ran out. Unable to fight the Dragon General, Sean Kirkle was forced to flee. His 3 wives were so terrified that they ran away in panic, screaming and shouting in the middle of the battle. What exactly is this thing? Why can you summon monsters? And it's so powerful. Sean Cocker shouted at Jiang Yin as he ran. Oh, so you didn't know anything at all. Jiang Yin gave a cold laugh. Then where do you get the courage to challenge me? Damn it. Absolutely awful. Sean Cocker was furious, but there was nothing he could do. But he was certain that it wasn't summoned by any skill. It must have been some kind of special item. Recalling the Sky City instance mentioned in Area 666 yesterday, Sean Kirk suddenly realized what was going on. Perhaps Jiang Nian really did clear the hidden dungeon of Sky City, which is why he was able to obtain such a powerful helper. It is precisely because of this that Jiang Nian was able to instantly reach the 6-star combat power. Thinking of this, Sean Cocker's expression grew increasingly panicked. If he continued to entangle himself with the Dragon General, he would only be killed. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. And in this situation, Sean Kirkle had no choice but to surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Sean Kirkle, suppressing his resentment, shouted it out. During the resource competition, both sides can surrender at any time. At the same time, the announcement rang out immediately. Announcement: Jiang Nian has won the first game. Player number 112, please continue to the stage. Even the strongest, Sean Kirkle, has surrendered. How could the remaining 2 contestants from Zone 112 dare to challenge Jiang Nian? Without any hesitation, they all knelt on the ground, shouting, I surrender. We surrender. Announcement: Region 666 has emerged victorious in this resource competition. Announcement: Resources in Zone 666 doubled. All attributes increased by 20 points for all characters. Resources in Zone 112 halved. All attributes decreased by 20 points for all characters. Announcement: Jiang Nian has successfully defeated 3 opponents single-handedly and has received additional rewards, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 challenge key. With the surrender of the remaining 2 contestants, number 112, Jiang Nian once again led the 666 area to victory. One after another, dazzling golden beams of light fell upon everyone in Area 666. At that moment, all their attributes increased by 20 points once again, and they cheered loudly in excitement. Including their previous victory, this is the second time they've gotten a free boost to all their attributes. And all of this was brought to them by Jiang Nian. Now, in the hearts of everyone in Area 666, Jiang Nian is truly a godlike being. They have created miracles time and time again, and even in this unfavorable situation, they have been able to turn the tide immediately. They easily defeated the people in Area 112. At this moment, everyone in Area 666 is excitedly celebrating and cheering. On the contrary, on the other side, the people in Area 112 all looked extremely unhappy, their faces dark with displeasure. Why? Why is this happening? What exactly is this doll? Why is it that only Jiang Nian can obtain it, while we have never seen one? Even Boss Shan fell for the puppet. If it weren't for the appearance of that puppet, how could Boss Shan have possibly lost? He must have had a way to defeat Jiang Nian. This is outrageous. I seriously suspect that Jiang Nian cheated. That's right. It must have been cheating. If the puppet hadn't appeared just now, I believe Boss Shan could have easily defeated Jiang Nian. After the resource competition ended, Sean Kirkle and his companions left in a rage. Although he conceded defeat this time, it was only because of the strength of the Dragon General that he was forced to admit defeat. Just like the people in Area 112, Sean Cocker did not think that he was weaker than Jiang Nian, but that he did not have a puppet as a capable helper. If he also had a puppet, how could he possibly lose to Jiang Nian? Everything is because of the Sky City instance. Sean Kirkle vowed to beat the game and then challenge Jiang Nian. He would not rest until he avenged this grudge. Jiang Nian didn't care at all about what these people thought. He embraced Tu Shanqing and Lina and slowly walked towards the silver treasure chest in front of him. If you're a little luckier, you're sure to get the last piece of the Radiant set. As Jiang Nian opened the silver treasure chest, a very special key appeared before him. Chapter 48: A bunch of defeated opponents. Yet they dare to be so arrogant. What kind of key is this? As they spoke, the corresponding information appeared before Jiang Nian's eyes. Item: Looting key. Effect: you can select 3 to 5 regions within the same region to launch a raiding challenge against them. If you win, you can plunder 50% of the resources in the opponent's region, and all the attributes of everyone in your region will increase by 50. If you fail in the raiding challenge, the resources of your region will be reduced by 90%, and all attributes will be reduced by 50. Holy crap, this key is pretty amazing. It's basically an enhanced version of the challenge key. So awesome if we won. Put it away first. Jiang Nian quickly and carefully put the stolen key into the warehouse. Then, their gaze fell upon the other rewards they received after opening the silver treasure chest. Item, Radiant Leggings. Type, Armor. Quality, Grade C. Effect, increases own defense by 15% and increases the probability of triggering Lightning Frenzy by 10%. Evaluation, armor made of powerful lightning attribute materials. If you can collect a complete set, you will gain lightning speed. Aside from the 15 attribute points that could be randomly allocated, what surprised Jiang Nian the most was obtaining the last piece of the Radiant set. Jiang Nian had to admire her own luck. Now that the Radiant set is complete, wearing it will definitely boost your combat power level again, causing your strength to skyrocket. However, Jiang Nian did not choose to wear it herself, but instead handed the C-grade lightning attribute set to Lena, who was standing next to her. Husband, what do you mean by this? Lena panicked. She knew very well that this C-grade Radiant set was far superior to the equipment Jiang Nian was currently wearing. Jiang Nian handed him the whole set directly, which she really didn't understand. Tu Shanqing, standing to the side, also looked puzzled. Nar, you have an S-level 9 Heaven's Thunder body, so this Thunder attribute Radiant set is the most suitable for you. As for my equipment, you don't need to worry about it. Don't forget, I still have the reward for ranking first. Jiang Nian was well aware of the power of the Radiant set, but nowadays most of his skills were fire-based. Most importantly, the fire-type Tiger Bone Ghost Sword possesses the effect of Ghost Fire, making it quite powerful. Jiang Nian found it exceptionally easy to use. Compared to the C-grade Lightning Radiant set, Jiang Nian would prefer to obtain the C-grade Fire set through the reward for ranking first. Upon hearing this, Lena finally realized what was happening and happily accepted the Radiant set, putting it on. With the previous 20-point increase to all attributes and the boost from the C-rank Radiant set, Lena has now reached a combat power of 5.5 stars. Not bad, not bad. To see Lena getting stronger. Then, he walked to Tu Shanqing's side and put his arm around her slender waist. Don't worry, your husband won't forget you. The next task is to collect a set of ice-type armor for you, and at the same time, find a way to help you repair your damaged talents. At this point, Jiang Nian recalled the key to an opportunity she had received when she successfully married Lena. Perhaps the solution lies within the room unlocked by this key of opportunity. Of course, these are just speculations. The priority right now is to collect the C-grade ice set. I am already very content as long as I can stay by my husband's side. Tu Shanqing wasn't jealous at all and leaned heavily on Jiang Nianhui. For her, becoming stronger wasn't the most important thing. Most importantly, I can stay by Jiang Nian's side and be her woman. Afterwards, Jiang Nian, with Tu Shanqing and Lena in his arms, left the competition venue and returned to their room in Area 666. At the same time, Jiang Nian put all her excess resources and equipment on the auction house to exchange for ice-type equipment of grade C or above. This includes the previously obtained C-grade lightning weapon, the Lightning Trident. This thing is completely unnecessary and useless to keep. It's better to exchange it. Now, in his area number 666, after winning 2 resource competitions, both the resources and the strength of the players in their area have been greatly improved. Someone must possess C-grade ice-type equipment. As expected, after Zhang Yangang put these surplus resources and equipment up for sale, Aliho quickly sent him a private message. Boss, my talent happens to be lightning-based. Could you lend me your C-grade lightning trident? I'll trade you my grade C ice mirror robe. As he spoke, Alejo also sent information about the equipment. Item, Ice Realm Robe. Type, Armor. Quality, Grade C. Effect, increases own defense by 20%. When attacked, there is a chance to form an ice barrier, reflecting the opponent's attack. This effect is ineffective if the enemy's strength exceeds 7 stars. No problem, I'll switch with you. After seeing the equipment's attributes, Zhang Nian didn't hesitate and immediately completed the transaction with Alejo. It has to be said that this brother from India really has a lot of good things about him. Hee, thanks a lot, boss Jiang Nian. However, Jiang Nian, you'd better take a look at the chat channel in Region 7 right now. Those people in Region 112 are really despicable. I was so angry that I yelled at them several times in a row. Now I've used up all my speaking time each day, and I can't refute them anymore. Sent a message, sounding quite aggrieved. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nian immediately frowned. They're just a bunch of defeated opponents, yet they dare to be so arrogant. How can we tolerate this? Jiang Nian immediately entered the chat channel of Region 7. You people from Area 666, have you no shame? Do you really think your Jiang Nian won by strength? It's obvious that Jiang Yin from your area cheated by using that doll he got from who knows where. That's right. I've never seen any dolls before, so what makes him entitled to have one? Without using that puppet, Jiang Yin from your region would have no chance against Boss Shan. That goes without saying. It must be like that. Otherwise, why wouldn't Jiang Yin dare to take action himself, and instead keep controlling the puppet from behind? Just you wait. Our boss Shan will definitely come back for revenge, and he'll defeat you in no time. Gradually entered the chat channel of Area 7. What's going on? Did Area 112 lose to Area 666? That's unlikely. Isn't the strongest in Area 112 a 6-star expert? And he's won twice in a row. As it stands, Area 112 has indeed lost. I heard that Jiang Yin from Area 666 used some special puppet to summon a powerful monster. Holy crap, is this even possible? I've never seen a doll like this before. Who knows? Judging from how dissatisfied these people in Area 112 are, Jiang Yin must have used some underhanded methods. I'm just curious about one thing now. Where did that doll come from? Could it really be that they cheated? Chapter 49. Not convinced. Then let's keep fighting. Seeing these guys in Area 112 stirring up trouble in the chat channel. How can the people in Area 666 tolerate this? Naturally, they all spoke up and retorted. You defeated opponents, a loss is a loss. What nonsense are you spouting here? Dolls are simply props that exist in this world. You frogs in a well can't get them yourselves, so you accuse our boss Jiang Yin of cheating? Have you all lost your minds? A bunch of idiots. Before the match even started, you guys were all babbling about how we were sure to win. Now that we've lost, you're accusing us of cheating. You're all idiots. Why is it normal when you guys win, but we're accused of cheating when we win? If you're so afraid of losing, then you shouldn't have issued the challenge in the first place, so you don't embarrass yourself here. The people in Area 112 were already dissatisfied, and now that they were being insulted by people in Area 666, they could not tolerate it and immediately spoke up to retaliate. Yeah, we did lose, but did you win in a respectable way? If we're talking about individual strength, our boss Shan completely crushes Jiang Yin from your region. You were able to win entirely because of the power of the puppets. If there were no puppets, you would have lost long ago. Moreover, we've never seen a doll before, so how come Jiang Yin is the only one who can possess one? What is this if not cheating? Our boss Shan has already said that if the puppet hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have already trampled Jiang Yin under his feet. If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to speak right now. In an instant, people from both sides engaged in a fierce war of words. The number of onlookers is increasing. However, quite a few people do have doubts about how Jiang Yin obtained the doll. After all, they had never seen this thing before, and now that they suddenly learned that Jiang Yin could summon a puppet with the power of a 6-star fighter, they were naturally very shocked. When Sean Cocker in Zone 112 saw this, the corners of his mouth immediately turned up, and he looked quite smug. He was already dissatisfied with Jiang Yin, so he casually said that Jiang Yin cheated by using a puppet. Unexpectedly, people from the same region flocked to the regional chat channel to criticize Jiang Yin. The more they cursed Jiang Yin, the happier he became. This is a good opportunity to find the dragon soldiers and obtain the fragments of the sky seal. In his view, the dragon general puppet that Jiang Yin obtained must have come from here. What Jiang Yin can do, he can definitely do too. With the puppet of the Dragon Man General, he could seek revenge on Jiang Yin. When the time comes, he won't give Jiang Yin a chance to admit defeat and surrender. He'll definitely kill him completely. At the same time, Jiang Yin saw everything that was happening in the regional chat channel, and he was really annoyed. These guys are so despicable. They clearly lost, but they deliberately stirred up trouble, saying that you cheated, my husband. This is utterly absurd. My lord, we need not pay any attention to them. Tu Shanqing and Lina also saw what was happening in the regional chat channel, and they were so angry that they gritted their teeth. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yin suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Alright, since they think I cheated and are so unconvinced, let's have another match. When Jiang Yin saw these people accusing him of cheating, his first reaction was to try to explain. But upon closer reflection, Jiang Yin realized that any explanation was meaningless. It's nothing more than verbally abusing people in Area 112, just like the people in the area do. In Jiang Yin's opinion, it's better to let actions speak louder than words. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the challenge key he had obtained earlier. After using it, a special light screen appeared in front of him. Currently, all areas in Region 7 are appearing on the light screen. Jiang Yin can freely target a region and launch a resource competition. You're not convinced, are you? Then let's keep fighting. I'd like to see how many more times you people from District 112 can lose. As they were talking, Jiang Yin locked onto Area 112 and launched a resource competition. This is also the first time Jiang Yin has taken the initiative to challenge other regions. This moment, the announcement rang in the ears of everyone in Areas 666 and 112. Urgent announcement. The challenge key has been used in Area 666 to open the challenge gate, automatically connecting to Area 112. The resource competition has begun. Resource contest. In a lost region, all resources are halved, and all players' attributes decrease by 20 points. In a one region, all resources are doubled, and all players' attributes increase by 20 points. Friendly reminder, Area 666 has won the resource competition twice in a row. As the announcement was made, the chat channel 7, which had been open, fell silent instantly. A moment later, the people in Area 666 immediately cheered. Jiang Yin is awesome. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. I've shown you all your nonsense from Area 112. Now it's our turn to challenge you. We just lost to our big boss Jiang Yin, and now we're going to lose again. Resources have already been halved, and now they're going to be halved again, with all attributes reduced by another 20. If that happens, won't everyone in District 112 be rendered useless? This is hilarious. If you had just said less, you wouldn't have made Boss Jiang Yin so angry. I advise that big shot in your region, Sean, to just admit defeat and surrender. You have no chance of winning. While the players in Area 666 were cheering, the people in Area 112 were all speechless for a long time, as if they had fallen silent. Moreover, those onlookers who had previously followed the trend of the 112 area and stirred up trouble have all left the regional chat channel. Right now, none of them dared to say a word, fearing that Jiang Yin's next challenge would be to their own region. Although it's unclear how Jiang Yin obtained the Dragon General's puppet, it's undeniable that this puppet is incredibly powerful. That's already 6.5 stars. It's no exaggeration to say that anyone who messes with area number 666 is going to be in trouble. On the other side, in Area 112, Sean Kirkle was originally relaxing in the recovery room, waiting for the top-ranked reward. Upon hearing the announcement, their eyes widened in surprise. What? He actually issued a challenge. Chapter 50 Assessment concludes, Rewards distributed. Although Sean Kirkle believed that his strength was by no means inferior to Jiang Yin's. However, it cannot be denied that the Dragon Man General puppet that Jiang Yin possesses is far too powerful. He truly lacks the ability to defeat Jiang Yin right now. If you want to defeat Jiang Yin, you must first have strength that surpasses that of the Dragon Man Generals. His original plan was to claim the first place reward, then immediately search for random rooms to obtain fragments of the Sky Seal and unlock the hidden dungeon, Sky City. But to their utter surprise, Jiang Yin would launch another challenge against their Area 112 at this critical moment. Asshole! Sean Kirkle cursed. Even if he's unwilling to accept it now, there's nothing he can do. Fortunately, there is one day to prepare after the resource competition begins. This is a golden opportunity for Sean Kirkle, and he must seize it. It is almost impossible to collect another Sky Seal fragment in such a short period of time. Then there's only one solution left, a marital home. Thinking about this, Sean Kirkle looked toward a red door not far ahead. Although there might be incredibly ugly monsters inside, he must seize this opportunity in order to win and to defeat Jiang Yin and take revenge. Of stunningly beautiful martial goddesses flashed through his mind, and he longed to marry one of them. However, fate plays tricks on people. Inside this bridal chamber was an incredibly ugly monster. At first glance, it looks like the back of a normal woman, but it has a pig's face. This scene really infuriated Sean Kirkle. But now that they've entered the bridal chamber, he has no way to leave. In order to become stronger, no matter what the opponent is, Sean Kirkle has to grit his teeth and charge forward. At the same time, Jiang Yin was leisurely collecting various resources in a resource room with Tu Shanqing and Lina. Having won 2 consecutive resource competitions, Area 666 now has a wealth of resources. The current resource room alone contains a large amount of survival supplies, such as various kinds of meat, drinking water, and even various seasonings for cooking. Resource rooms, which were once extremely rare, are now appearing frequently. In chat channel 666, everyone was praising Jiang Yin's strength, declaring him the undisputed strongest. After collecting this resource room, Jiang Yin then proceeded to the next room. Possessing omniscience and omnipotence, Nothing escapes Jiang Yin's discerning eye. She can clearly see everything happening in the room. The room where Jiang Yin is currently located has a natural hot spring. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately took off her clothes and jumped into the hot spring with a plop. Then he waved to Tu Shanqing and Lina on the shore. Come on, come on, come on, come on, take a bath and help me scrub my back. Tu Shanqing and Lina were already Jiang Yin's women. They still felt a little shy. The two looked at each other, their faces flushed, and slowly took off their clothes. That stunningly beautiful figure, enough to set any man's blood boiling, was on full display. Even though Jiang Yin had seen it many times before, he still couldn't help but feel thirsty and aroused. Tonight, whatever we say, we're going to have a 300-round battle. On one side, he's surrounded by a beautiful woman, experiencing ecstasy. On the other, Sean Kirkle is suffering terribly at the hands of the pig-headed man. Turning around, it was the next day. As always, Jiang Yin woke up from his sleep with Tu Shanqing and Lina in his arms. The announcement rang out as soon as I opened my eyes. Announcement: the new player assessment period is coming to an end. All players in Region 666 have completed the new player assessment tasks and will be rewarded with a 20-point increase in all attributes. Announcement: the top 20 players on the Combat Power Star ranking list during the assessment period are now being announced. First place, Jiang Yin. Second place, Alejo. Third place, Tekawawa Ken. Fourth place, Pauline Baker. At this moment, a ranking list of combat power stars appeared before Jiang Yin's eyes. Without a doubt, Jiang Yinwen firmly held the first place position. Congratulations on becoming number 1 on the combat power star ranking during this newbie assessment. Rewards: 1 golden treasure chest, 1 set of C-grade equipment. Please choose 1 set from the following C-grade equipment sets: Ice Realm set, Radiant set, Meteorite set, Gentle Rain set, Golden Rock set, Breeze set. At this moment, the combat power star ranking list that was originally in front of Jiang Yin gradually disappeared, and a special light screen appeared. All the C-grade sets were clearly displayed on this light screen. In addition, the detailed attributes of each set have also been revealed. Jiang Yin's gaze fell unhesitatingly on the C-grade Fire Meteor set. Simply put, the effect of the Fire Meteor set is essentially an enhanced version of the Crimson Gold set. The effect is quite similar. It can also form a special fire shield when attacked. However, this fire shield is far more powerful than the fire shield of the Crimson Gold set. The resulting fire shield is strong enough to withstand a full force attack from a 7-star enemy. Moreover, during the duration of the flame shield, not only is the user's own fire attribute energy greatly enhanced, but there is also a chance to trigger a flame meteor attack when attacking. No matter how you look at it, the Fire Meteor set is Jiang Yin's top choice right now. As for sets with other attributes, Jiang Yin didn't consider them at all. The Fire Meteor set, my combat power was boosted once again. Player, Jiang Yin. Nationality, Yinghua. Lifespan, 23/123. Physical fitness, 158. Strength, 233. Agility, 157. Spirit, 158. Charm, 170. Talent, Omniscient and Omnipotent, SSS rank, Unique. Skills, Triple Slash, Free Step, Fierce Blade Slash, Flame Vortex, Thunder Arrow Rain, Fire Dragon's Fury, Thunderous Might. Combat Power Rating, 6.5 stars. Jiang Yin added all 15 attribute points obtained from the previously opened silver treasure chest to his strength, bringing his strength to a total of 233 points. With his omniscient ability to see through the enemy's weaknesses, Jiang Yin's strike would likely severely injure even the previously powerful Dragon Man general. Feeling the improvement in his own strength, Jiang Yin was genuinely excited. Tu Shanqing and Lina, who were standing beside them, were equally delighted. As for the golden treasure chest obtained from ranking first, Jiang Yin put it away for the time being and did not rush to open it. At the same time, they were in Area 112, in a dark and sunless jungle. Sean Walker emerged from a cave, shirtless. It was obvious that his aura had become extremely powerful. The rewards for completing the marriage and the reward for ranking first in Area 112 made it easy for Sean Walker to break through to 6.5 stars. As he sensed the immense power within himself, he looked up at the sky and roared angrily, Jiang Yin, let's see how you defeat me today. I will avenge the humiliation I have suffered on you today. Chapter 51. You dare to go after a pig-headed monster? You're awesome. Just as Sean Cocker finished his tirade, a pig-headed woman waddled out of the cave. Previously, Sean Cocker had 3 suitors who obediently followed behind her, like servants. Honey, you're just a weak human being. Leave the direct control to me. I promise I'll teach her a lesson. Of course, as compensation for my efforts, my husband has to be just as vigorous tonight as he was last night. Upon hearing the pig-headed woman's words, Sean Cocker's expression changed instantly. He forced a smile and turned to look at her. My dear wife, don't worry. I promise I will satisfy you day and night. As he said this, Sean Cocker felt like vomiting. But they couldn't show the slightest disgust, so they had to suppress their discomfort. There was no way around it. This pig-headed woman was incredibly powerful, reaching the 7-star level. If he wants to defeat Jiang Yin and avenge his previous defeat, he must rely on the power of the pig-headed woman. He had already planned this all along, and today he would not give Jiang Yin any chance to surrender. Jiang Yin must be killed to appease his hatred. At this moment, the announcement then rang out. Announcement: the resource competition has now begun. The portal is now open. Players who wish to register can enter the portal. Reminder: only 3 players can be sent to each region. If no one participates, the top 3 players on the leaderboard will be automatically selected. After entering the portal, you will be teleported to the competition venue. Reminder: the battle between the 2 players will be broadcast live. At that moment, a portal appeared in front of Sean Cocker. Without any hesitation, he immediately took his fiancée and strode inside. At this moment, the contestants from both regions stepped into the portal. When Jiang Yin saw Sean Cocker, she intended to say something. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed that behind Sean Cocker was a pig-headed woman who looked extremely ugly. Ha! Jiang Yin couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot. Holy crap, bro. I didn't expect you to have such unique tastes. I thought those big, burly women were your limit. I didn't expect you to be able to accept this kind of pig-headed, human-bodied monster. I must say, in this kind of thing, I'm definitely not as good as you. Not to mention Jiang Yin, Tekawawa Kin, and Alejo, who were standing next to Jiang Yin, were also clearly shocked. Alejo immediately remarked, Oh my, I thought only people from India would have the courage to do this, but I didn't expect people from the United States to be so brave as well. This scene left even the other 2 contestants in Area 112 dumbfounded. How could Ba Shan really bring himself to kill this pig-headed monster? That's way too intense. Not only that, in the live stream rooms connecting areas 112 and 666, everyone in Area 112 was dumbfounded. Conversely, the people in Area 666 burst into wild laughter. I never expected that Sean Cocker from your area would have such a peculiar hobby. I am ashamed of myself for not being as good as him. Although this pig-headed monster has a woman's body, its appearance is simply terrifying. If I were to marry someone like that, I would fight to the death to succeed. Who could accept such a thing? I'm afraid I'll be scared awake at night. Jiang Yin is right. When it comes to this kind of thing, your Sean Cocker is really awesome. Ha! Seeing the mocking words from the people in Area 666, the people in Area 112 felt extremely angry. But I don't know how to refute it. I never expected that Sean Cocker would show up with a pig-headed monster. I was already worried about losing the game today, and now the pig-headed monster is affecting my mood even more. They were truly speechless. Now, inside the competition venue, Sean Cocker had anticipated everything that was happening and was mentally prepared for it. He didn't utter a word in rebuttal, and even when faced with the mockery of Jiang Yin and the others, his expression remained completely unchanged. He looked at Jiang Yin with extreme indifference. Are you finished speaking? Now that you've finished speaking, we can begin. I will not give you any chance today. Even if you summon that puppet again, it will be of no use. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful aura emanated from the pig-headed monster beside Sean Cocker. This guy actually reached 7 stars. Seeing this situation, the other 2 contestants, who originally belonged to Area 112, immediately lit up. Holy crap! 7 stars. This is the aura of a 7-star level. My god, she's so powerful. At that moment, they immediately understood why Sean Cocker could accept such an ugly pig-headed monster. Endure marrying the pig-headed monster, just like Sean Cocker. Although the process will be very painful, the rewards after a successful marriage will definitely be extremely generous. And to make matters worse, he was able to find such a powerful marriage partner. Upon learning this news, the player in Area 112 in the live stream was no longer speechless or confused. Now, instead, there is boundless joy. Ridiculous. So what if you're a little ugly? In this world of marriage, only strength reigns supreme. Right now, our boss Sean has a 7-star marriage partner. Jiang Yin from your region has absolutely no chance of winning. Even if he's now a 6.5-star powerhouse like Sean, he's still utterly vulnerable. This is a 7-star powerhouse. Even if Jiang Yin continues to summon that puppet, what use will it be? I understand now. It must be because boss Sean was forced to stay with the pig-headed monster so that we could win and for the glory of our region. Boss Sean has suffered. This time we must defeat Jiang Yin and avenge our wrongdoing. The people in Area 666 were also frightened by this 7-star pig-headed monster and were speechless, not knowing what to say. Who would have thought that such an ugly pig-headed monster would have the strength of a 7-star? In the present day, Jiang Yin would have little chance of winning against such a powerful opponent. Jiang Yin, who was in the competition area, also became serious after sensing the aura of the pig-headed monster. Good heavens, this ugly thing is actually quite powerful. Chapter 52 Ugly Monster. Who do you think you are? Boy, is this the one who humiliated my husband before? Do you know how to write the word death? The pig-headed woman looked at Jiang Yin with extreme disdain. So what if Jiang Yin has a beautiful face? Compared to her strong husband, she was far inferior. After all, last night with Sean Kirkle made her experience the joy of being a woman. The memory of last night's pleasure made the pig-headed woman especially excited. I'm going to kill Jiang Yin today, no matter what. You ugly freak. How dare you be so arrogant? Despite the fact that the pig-headed woman in front of him was very strong, having reached the 7-star level. But in Jiang Yin's eyes, it was still nothing to worry about. Even when he was only a 5.5-star, he was able to kill a 6.5-star Dragon Man general. Now that he is a 6.5-star powerhouse, how could he possibly fear a pig-headed woman? You dare call me an ugly monster? I will kill you today. The pig-headed woman was clearly enraged by Jiang Yin, and she leaped into the battle arena. At the same time, Sean Cocker and his 3 other wives also entered the battlefield. Then, Sean Cocker looked at Jiang Yin with disdain. What? Are you afraid to come in? That's true. After all, you were able to beat me before entirely because of the power of the puppet. Now that you're facing a 7-star powerhouse, your puppet is naturally meaningless. Jiang Yin, how about this? If you kneel in front of me, kowtow and lick my toes, I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, once the match starts, you won't have any chance to surrender. Today was a rare opportunity for him to humiliate Jiang Yin, so how could Sean Cocker miss it? Last night was an even bigger nightmare for him. If Jiang Yin hadn't caused him to lose the competition, why would he be with this ugly pig-headed woman? In his view, all of this was caused by Jiang Yin. Unless Jiang Yin admits defeat and surrenders now, he will definitely not let Jiang Yin go. Ridiculous. You think you can beat me with this pig-headed woman? You want me to lick your toes? Are you brain dead? Jiang Yin wasn't afraid at all. He put his arms around Tu Shanqing and Lina and swaggered into the battle arena. On one side is a woman as beautiful as an angel, and on the other side is a woman with an ugly pig's head, creating a stark contrast. Seeing this, Sean Cocker felt even angrier. Why? Why does he get to have such a beautiful wife, while I'm stuck with being a pig-headed woman? Jiang Yin has not chosen to surrender and has entered the battlefield, which gives Sean Cocker an opportunity to kill him. Once Jiang Yin is dead, then his 2 beautiful wives can naturally be taken away. By then, what a pig-headed woman, get out of here. Jiang Yin noticed Sean Cocker's lecherous gaze, and his temper flared up. My wife, what are you looking at like that? Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. You're going too far. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Sean Cocker was already extremely annoyed with Jiang Yin, and now, hearing his words, he was so angry that he charged straight at Jiang Yin. As you can see, Sean Cocker is engulfed in flames, like a fireball, as he rushes towards Jiang Yin. If someone were to be bumped into by this guy without warning, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's it. His every move was exactly what Jiang Yin expected. Using the elusive movement technique of the free and easy step, Jiang Yin easily dodged his charge. Then, using his omniscient ability to see weaknesses, he kicked Sean Kirkle in his weakest spot. Kicked it several meters away, sending it crashing into a nearby stone pillar. This kick may seem ordinary, but it was actually extremely powerful. You should know that Jiang Yin's strength value has now reached 233 points. Moreover, the attack targeted Sean Cocker's weak point, severely injuring him with a single blow. Jiang Yin and Sean Cocker are both 6.5-star combatants, yet the difference in their strength is so great. This scene left everyone present including viewers in the live stream, in awe. Wow, that's amazing. If Jiang Yin's kick had landed on me, I'd probably have been killed in a heartbeat. Is this the power of a true master? It's truly beyond our reach. Who gave this Sean Kirkle from your Area 112 the inexplicable confidence to dare to provoke Boss Jiang Yin? This kind of trash can only rely on pig-headed woman. You should just go somewhere cool and stay there. Haha. The people in Area 666 were already somewhat nervous because of the appearance of the pig-headed woman. After all, that's a 7-star powerhouse. But as Jiang Yin unleashed this kick, everyone clearly witnessed Jiang Yin's strength. As for the people in Area 112, they were all as if struck by lightning, unable to speak for a long time, their expressions utterly astonished. They originally thought that Sean Kirker lost to Jiang Yin entirely because Jiang Yin used a puppet. But now it seems that's not the case at all. It's likely that Jiang Yin's strength alone is enough to defeat Sean Kirk. However, they did not feel hopeless. Sean Cocker might not be able to defeat Jiang Yin, but no matter what, they still had the 7-star pig-headed woman. As long as we win, that's enough. The process doesn't matter at all. Now, on the battlefield, Sean Kirkle scrambled to his feet in terror, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yin's kick broke several of his ribs. If it weren't for the first-place ranking reward, which included the C-grade fire meteor set, which could generate a fire shield to protect him, he would have been much stronger. Otherwise, one kick from Jiang Yin would be enough to immediately incapacitate him. How? How can it be so powerful? Sean Kirker's expression turned utterly terrified. The pig-headed woman, who was to be married to him, was also clearly intimidated by Jiang Yin's strength. Both are 6.5-star in strength, yet the difference in strength is so great. Could it be that this guy is already very close to reaching the 7 stars level? The woman with the pig-headed head grew angrier the more she thought about it. How could the husband she chose be inferior to others? You dare to hurt my lover? Die! Roar! The pig-headed woman let out a roar like a wild beast, unleashing a terrifying aura emanating from the 7 stars without reservation. A special golden energy bar gradually appeared above his head. Just like the previous dragon generals, they all have a resilience bar. Under this state, the pig-headed woman is immune to all attacks, and her attributes are greatly enhanced. This is actually a skill called unyielding resilience, which creates a unique resilience bar when used. At that moment, a black spiked club appeared in the pig-headed woman's hand, and she charged at Jiang Yin like a madwoman. However, just as everyone was showing expressions of utter terror, Jiang Yin's lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 53. You want to surrender? Did you ask for my permission? Using a skill that relies on resilience in front of me? Are you asking for death? Qing'er and Ar, you two are in charge of holding him back. I'll clear this guy's resilience bar. Jiang Yin gave a cold laugh, and the lightning bow immediately appeared in her hand. She silently took 2 steps back. This guy has the strength of a 7-star, and he is currently in a state of unyielding resilience. Even if Jiang Yin is wearing a C-level fire meteor set, it will be difficult for him to confront him head-on. Jiang Yin's original strategy was to avoid a direct confrontation with this guy. Unexpectedly, this guy gave Jiang Yin such a good opportunity. In Jiang Yin's eyes, the resilience strip was practically useless. Once he enters the weakened state after his defenses are breached, this guy is finished. No problem. Tu Shanqing and Lina shouted in unison. At this moment, Tu Shanqing unleashed an extremely powerful icy demonic aura, and ice walls appeared out of thin air, blocking the pig-headed woman. In addition, a blizzard suddenly began to fall in the battlefield, slowing down the pig-headed woman's speed. Meanwhile, Lina, wielding a golden longsword, charged toward the pig-headed woman at unimaginable speed. She was already very fast, but now, with the boost from the C-grade radiant set, she's even faster. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the pig-headed woman. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and thrust out a sword. Although the pig-headed woman is powerful enough to ignore the attacks of Lina and Tu Shanqing, the two are as troublesome as flies, especially Lina. This enraged the pig-headed woman, who immediately roared, "You two bitches die." Before she could speak, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly came from afar. Several arrows, as swift as lightning, hurtled towards the pig-headed woman, striking her precisely where she was weak. It hurts so much. The pig-headed woman believed herself to be virtually invincible in her unyielding state, but she never expected that the arrows Jiang Yin shot would be so powerful. It was as if each arrow had delivered a critical hit, causing the pig-headed woman to squeal in pain. The resilience bar floating on the forehead has been reduced by half. This is impossible. The pig-headed woman was utterly horrified upon seeing this. The resilience bar gradually decreases when you are attacked, but it can never be reduced by more than half at once. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Nian's next attack will directly clear her proud resilience bar? She knew very well that once her resilience bar was gone, she would enter an extremely weak state, unable to attack or move, becoming a sitting duck. Thinking of this, the pig-headed woman's expression became increasingly horrified and tense. Jiang Nian's strength far exceeded her expectations. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. Sean Kirkle, who was resting nearby, originally thought that the pig-headed woman would definitely be able to kill Jiang Nian, and that he didn't need to help at all. But who would have thought that this resilient bar would be so fragile in front of Jiang Nian? It was at this time that, in the distance, the sound of arrows piercing the air could be heard again. The pig-headed woman's first reaction was to dodge, but the blizzard slowed her down. Several thick ice walls suddenly appeared in front of her, and the pig-headed woman, caught off guard, crashed into them. Immediately afterwards, Lena unleashed a powerful lightning attribute skill, bombarding the pig-headed woman repeatedly. Although it didn't cause much damage, it greatly affected her ability to dodge. Jiang Nian's lightning arrow struck the pig-headed woman precisely. With the pig-headed woman's painful roar, the resilience bar above her head completely disappeared. The user has entered a weakened and vulnerable state. Seeing this, Jiang Nian immediately switched the lightning bow in his hand to the tiger bone ghost sword. At this moment, extremely powerful fire attribute energy erupted from his body, and he immediately unleashed the wrath of the fire dragon. With the tiger bone ghost sword in hand, a terrifying dragon of ghost fire instantly formed and rushed towards the pig-headed woman. No, don't. Amidst the pig-headed woman's pitiful screams, she was instantly swallowed up by the will-o'-the-wisp dragon. In order to completely eliminate this pig-headed woman, Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Lena held nothing back and used all the skills they could muster in one go. Even if this pig-headed woman is powerful and has thick skin, she simply cannot withstand such an attack when her defenses are breached. He eventually collapsed to the ground, losing all vital signs. He's dead already? Sean Cocker's eyes widened at the sight. Jiang Nian's earlier kick that sent him flying was already enough to shock him. Now, even a powerful 7-star expert was killed so easily by Jiang Nian. Why is he so powerful when both of them are at the 6.5-star level? At this moment, Sean Cocker's previous smug expression vanished, replaced by utter terror. Everyone in the live stream was stunned after seeing the pig-headed woman killed. A moment later, the entire live stream was filled with cheering and jumping for joy from players in Zone 666. Jiang Nian is awesome. I thought this pig-headed woman would be strong, but I didn't expect her to be so easily defeated. Jiang Nian is really amazing. He can fight opponents of higher levels without any problem at all. Speaking of which, what exactly is Jiang Nian's talent? Why can he use lightning-type skills and fire-type skills as well? That's the talent of a big shot, naturally terrifying, unlike our Ken. Maybe he was born with dual attributes. Now that Pighead is dead, what chance does that Sean Kirkle have? Congratulations to your Area 112. You failed again, huh? Now what excuses do you have? Our boss Jiang Nian won by means of his own strength, without ever using a puppet. Seeing the screen full of sarcastic remarks, Area 112 was speechless, his expression extremely unpleasant. Sean Kirkle was severely injured by Jiang Nian's kick, and the pig-headed woman was killed instantly. What chance is there of winning? The thought of having their resources halved again and all attributes reduced by 20 filled them with utter despair. Damn it, Sean Kirkle, didn't you say you could easily beat Jiang Nian with your own strength? What you're saying is utter bullshit. Damn it, now we've lost again. It's all your fault. If you had told us earlier how amazing Jiang Nian was, would we have spoken up for you and gone to the regional chat channel to hurl insults at her? It's all because of you. You're so awful, so incredibly awful. People in Area 112, in a state of extreme anger, began to hurl insults at Sean Kirker in the live stream. At the same time, when Sean Kirker saw that pig-headed girl was already dead, he had no will to fight left. It's simply impossible for them to defeat Jiang Nian. Without any hesitation, Sean Kirker immediately prepared to shout out his surrender. But at that moment, lightning and thunder suddenly began to flash in midair, and several bolts of lightning, like golden dragons, fell down. Sean Cocker didn't even have a chance to speak before he was blasted away. He forced himself to stand up despite the excruciating pain. Jiang Nian reached out and grabbed his neck. The force was so great that Sean Kirkle was unable to speak. Want to surrender? Did you ask for my consent? Chapter 54, Eliminating the Weeds at the Root, Showing No Mercy. Sean Cocker, whose neck was being tightly gripped by Jiang Yin, struggled in extreme pain, but to no avail. Jiang Yin's strength was truly immense. No matter how much he resisted, he couldn't break free. He looked at Jiang Yin with a face full of terror. He knew very well that if Jiang Yin wanted to, she could break his neck on the spot, leaving him no chance to surrender. Jiang Yin, what are you doing? Our husband was already prepared to surrender. Why did you still attack? How could you be so cruel? Seeing Sean Cocker on the verge of death, his three ugly marriage partners hurriedly shouted to Jiang Yin. The other two contestants from Area 112 were also glaring angrily at Jiang Yin. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. What's wrong with what I'm doing? Besides, wasn't it he who first wanted to kill me? I was simply giving him a taste of his own medicine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin gave a cold laugh, then suddenly twisted Sean Cocker's neck with her right hand. This guy just insulted him so much, even saying things like licking his toes, which are extremely offensive. How could Jiang Yin let him get away with it? Moreover, if this guy had won just now, he certainly wouldn't have given Jiang Yin a chance to surrender. He was never a soft-hearted person, so he naturally wouldn't show mercy to this kind of person. Eliminating the problem at its root is the right choice. No. Seeing their husbands die, the three ugly women all burst into tears. Despite feeling incredibly angry, he didn't dare approach Jiang Yin at all. He was particularly afraid of Jiang Yin's strength, fearing that he would suffer the same fate as Sean Kirk. As for the other two contestants from Zone 112, upon seeing that Sean Kirkle had been killed, they were so frightened that they immediately knelt down and surrendered without the slightest hesitation. If we don't surrender now, once we enter the battlefield, there will be no chance to surrender. With the death of Sean Kirkle and the surrender of the other two players, the resource battle ended, and Zone 666 emerged victorious once again. The announcement immediately rang out. Announcement: Region 666 has emerged victorious in this resource competition. Announcement: Resources in Zone 666 doubled. All attributes increased by 20 points for all characters. Resources in Zone 112 halved. All attributes decreased by 20 points for all characters. Announcement: Jiang Yin has successfully defeated 3 opponents single-handedly and has received additional rewards: 1 silver treasure chest and 1 challenge key. Reminder: Area 112 has entered a protected state after losing 2 consecutive resource contests. It cannot be challenged again until a victory is achieved in this area. At this moment, everyone in Area 666 was enveloped in golden light that descended from the sky, and all their attributes were boosted once again. Meanwhile, the people in Area 112 on the other side all looked ashen-faced. The repeated failures led to a continuous depletion of resources in their region, and the attributes they had painstakingly developed were also significantly reduced. What's most infuriating is that even Sean Cocker died along with them. Originally, the strength of Region 112 was considered to be among the top in Region 7. Now, however, it has suddenly become ranked at the bottom. If there were a way to undo mistakes, they certainly wouldn't be provoking Area 666 now, nor would they believe Sean Kirkle's lies. In that case, perhaps none of this would have happened. In contrast to the despair of the players in Area 112, the people in Area 666 cheered. Some of the more agitated individuals even went to the chat channel in Region 7 to continue mocking the people in Region 112. Where are they? Have all the people from Area 112 become mute? Why is everyone so quiet? Weren't you all so arrogant before? Now you're all too scared to speak. Anyone who dares to provoke our boss Jiang Yin will only face death. This is the price you have to pay. I can only say that Sean Kirkle from your region really deserved it. Did he think that finding a pig-headed monster would be enough to deal with our boss Jiang Yin? It's all the same. He was defeated by our boss Jiang Yin and died a miserable death. You guys were saying before that our Jiang Yin cheated by using a puppet, but this time he didn't use a puppet at all and won by sheer strength. Why are you all silent now? A bunch of idiots. The sarcastic remarks made by someone in Region 666 in the chat channel of Region 7 were actually seen by people in Region 112. But they really didn't dare to say anything. Under the current circumstances, they no longer had the capital to continue provoking. Try not to speak if possible, so as not to provoke Area 666 again. Fortunately, only Sean Kirkle died, and because he lost twice in a row, he gained a protective status, so he was not afraid of other areas taking advantage of the situation. Now, In this chat channel of Region 7, there are not only people from regions 666 and 112, but also many people from other regions. We're utterly shocked to learn that Area 666 had won once again and killed the strongest member, number 112. Are all the people in Area 666 this powerful? I've heard that Area 112 is very strong, but I never expected them to lose so miserably. Having lost to Area 666 twice in a row, even the strongest Sean Kirkle has been killed. No wonder no one in Area 112 dares to come out. Could it be that they won again by using a puppet? How is that possible? Didn't you see what the person from Area 666 said earlier? They didn't use any puppets this time. If they win again by using a puppet, then number 112 will definitely be furious, and he won't stay silent. Clearly, Jiang Yin must have used his own strength to defeat Sean Cocker and kill him in public, which terrified the people in Area 112. It's really ridiculous. Looking back now, if they hadn't been so recklessly provoking the people in Area 666 back then, they wouldn't have been challenged a second time. Jiang Yin didn't care about what anyone was saying in the chat channel. After winning the battle, he immediately opened the silver treasure chest he had obtained. Unfortunately, Jiang Yin's luck wasn't good this time. Apart from the fixed 15 attribute points, all the other equipment he got was useless to him. They immediately put them all on the auction house in exchange for parts of the C- grade Ice Mirror set. To be honest, if Area 112 hadn't been under protection, there wouldn't have been a way to continue the challenge. Otherwise, Jiang Yin would definitely launch another resource competition against them without hesitation. Never mind, we'll leave the challenge key for now. Now I'm quite curious about this key to opportunity. Thinking of this, a special key immediately appeared in Jiang Yin's hand. Chapter 55, A Special Opportunity from the Ice Staff. Item, Opportunity Key. Effect, after use, the white random room in front of you can be transformed into a special opportunity room. After entering the opportunity room, there is a chance to enter another player's room or obtain an opportunity. There's a random room right in front of us, so we can try our luck with this chance key. What do you think? Jiang Yin looked at the white gate not far ahead and spoke calmly. We will listen to our husbands. Tu Shanqing and Lena both nodded slightly. They were also very curious about what was happening inside this special opportunity room. In that case, let's go. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin led Tu Shanqing and Lena to the white random room and used the opportunity key in his hand. This moment, the key of opportunity instantly transformed into a dazzling golden light, which poured into the random room in front of them. The door, which was originally emitting a white light, gradually began to emit a dazzling golden light. Immediately, Jiang Yin pushed open the door and went inside with Tu Shanqing and Lena. After experiencing a dizzying sensation, Jiang Yin slowly opened her eyes, and what came into view was a vast expanse of white snow. The weather was extremely bad, with heavy snow falling. Fortunately, Jiang Yin is no longer an ordinary person, so this environment doesn't have a significant impact on him. What kind of hellhole is this? Despite Jiang Yin possessing the talent of omniscience and omnipotence, allowing her to see the situation in every room. However, this does not include the special opportunity room, which, to be precise, only appears because of the opportunity key. Whether it was entering someone else's room or encountering an opportunity, no one knows. As things stand, there is only heavy snow and an iceberg all around, and no one is in sight. It can be basically ruled out that there are players here. So, I've encountered an opportunity? Jiang Yin looked around blankly. But there doesn't seem to be anything here. Tu Shanqing and Lena kept looking around at their surroundings. It was all the same, nothing was gained. Could there be an opportunity hidden inside that iceberg? Jiang Yin carefully observed the surroundings. Apart from the iceberg in front of her, there was nothing else suspicious. Now that the opportunity key has been used, it would be a real shame if we didn't get an opportunity. With that, he led Tu Shanqing and Lena toward the iceberg ahead. It was at this time that, suddenly, a series of biting, icy gusts of wind swept in from ahead. A figure could be faintly seen slowly emerging from the iceberg ahead. Someone's there. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin immediately became alert. However, just as the figure was getting closer to Jiang Yin, he realized that it was not a person at all. It wasn't even a monster or a demon. It was just a phantom. The phantom was dressed in a black robe, completely obscuring its face, making it impossible to see clearly. His entire being exudes mystery. What's going on? Is this guy a human or a ghost? As Jiang Yin spoke, he took out the lightning bow and shot an arrow at the phantom. The lightning-fast arrow pierced through the afterimage and struck the iceberg in front of it. The phantom body flickered slightly before returning to normal and continuing to walk towards Jiang Yin's location. Although the lightning arrow failed to harm the phantom, it proved that it was merely a phantom and posed no danger whatsoever. Soon, the illusory figure walked up to Jiang Yin and slowly stopped. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Yin reached out and touched the illusory figure in front of her. Just like the previous lightning arrows, the fingernails passed through the afterimage and could not be touched at all. TCH, I thought some terrible monster had appeared. It really was just a phantom. Alright, let's continue to the iceberg. Jiang Yin ignored the illusory figure in front of her and continued to lead Tu Shanqing and Lena toward the iceberg. Sudden, the illusory image appeared in front of Jiang Yin in an instant, as if it could flash by. But this time, his gaze wasn't on Jiang Yin, but fixed on Tu Shanqing. Jiang Yin thought Tu Shanqing was in danger and immediately protected her. Reina, standing nearby, immediately spread her wings, ready for battle at any moment. But this phantom didn't seem to be attacking at all. Instead, it emitted intermittent sounds. Cold, cold ice staff. The ghostly figure's voice was not only intermittent, but also very soft. With the cold wind howling all around, Jiang Yin couldn't hear what he was saying clearly. But Tu Shanqing heard it clearly, and her brows furrowed immediately. Husband, it seems he was talking about the frost staff? What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin was taken aback at first, then her eyes lit up as if she had thought of something. After Jiang Yin successfully resisted the Goblin Princess's marriage proposal, he completed the achievement and obtained a bronze treasure chest. And a C-grade frost staff was once found inside that bronze treasure chest. Jiang Yin remembered clearly that the description of the frost staff was a staff left behind by a mysterious ice mage. Whoever wields the staff may have a wonderful adventure in the future. In this light, isn't the illusory figure in front of us the mysterious ice mage? Nowadays, the frost staff was in Tu Shanqing's hand. This phantom must have sensed the frost staff's aura to appear directly in front of Tu Shanqing. This might hold an incredible opportunity. Thinking of this, Jiang Yin immediately went to Tu Shanqing's side. Qing'er, it's okay. This guy probably doesn't mean any harm. Take out the frost staff first. You might receive a very special reward. Tu Shanqing nodded excitedly, and with a flash of her right hand, the frost staff immediately appeared. Ice staff. It really is the ice staff. Upon seeing the appearance of the frost staff, the previously intermittent voice of the phantom suddenly became clear. He then slightly raised his right hand and began chanting an extremely obscure incantation. The frost staff, which was originally held tightly in Tu Shanqing's hand, suddenly became uncontrollable and floated in midair. At this moment, the frost staff, suspended in midair, emitted an incomparably dazzling white light. It was clearly perceptible that the aura of the ice staff was becoming increasingly powerful. The mysterious and unpredictable phantom gradually began to become illusory, as if it might disappear at any moment. After he finished chanting the incantation, he turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared completely. On the ground where the phantom disappeared, an ice-blue crystal and a rather ancient-looking book appeared. The frost staff, which had been hovering in midair, returned to Tu Shanqing's hands. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that the frost staff was completely different from before. Chapter 56. Why is someone challenging us again? Item, frost staff. Type, weapon. Quality, grade B. Effect, increases the damage of all ice attribute skills by 30%. When an ice attribute skill hits an enemy, it leaves an ice mark on the enemy. For each additional mark, the ice attribute damage dealt to that enemy is increased by an additional 5%, up to a maximum of 20%. This effect does not apply to enemies of 9 stars or higher. Evaluation, a staff left behind by a mysterious ice mage. Whoever wields this staff may have a strange encounter in the future. Item, extreme cold chains. Type, skill book. Quality, grade B. Effect, after use, you can learn the skill extreme cold chains. Evaluation, it gathers powerful ice attribute abilities to form a chain of ice that binds the enemy, rendering them unable to move and gradually reducing their life force. Item, Ice Soul Stone. Effect, after use, it can permanently increase the user's ice attribute energy by 10%. With the help of his omniscient talent, Jiang Yin clearly learned the information about these items and picked up the Ice Soul Stone that had fallen to the ground. Jiang Yin is currently proficient in all attributes, but he has not yet learned a single ice attribute skill. This ice soul stone is clearly useless to Jiang Yin. Moreover, of all the things here, the only person most suitable for it is Tu Shanqing. Simply put, this opportunity was entirely prepared for Tu Shanqing. Qing'er, hurry up and absorb this ice soul stone. It will be of great help to you, and may even be able to repair your damaged talent. As Jiang Yin spoke, she handed the ice soul stone in her hand, along with the extreme cold chain skill book she had obtained, to Tu Shanqing. Yes, thank you, my husband. Tu Shanqing didn't stand on ceremony and nodded obediently. He reached out and took the ice soul stone from Jiang Yin's hand. At this moment, the ice soul stone erupted with extremely powerful ice attribute energy, which was slowly being absorbed by Tu Shanqing. As this powerful ice attribute energy entered her body, Tu Shanqing's hair turned ice blue again, and her aura surged. It became something quite different, just like it was in the Sky City instance before. But this strange state did not last long, and she returned to her original state. It was obvious that Tu Shanqing's aura was far stronger than before. The other extreme cold chain skill book, after Tu Shanqing touched it, transformed into a golden light and entered her head. A brand new attribute panel appeared before Jiang Yin's eyes. Name, Tu Shanqing. Race, nine-tailed celestial fox. Talent, frosty demonic aura, S rank, incomplete. Skills, piercing ice blade, ice wall, blizzard, freezing storm, arctic chains. Strength, 5.5 stars. What? Even after absorbing the power of the ice soul stone, this talent is still incomplete. And even if it's just incomplete, it still reaches S rank. Isn't that a bit too unbelievable? Jiang Yin was shocked when she saw Tu Shanqing's message. Clearly, Tu Shanqing's potential is even greater than he imagined. Once the talent of Frost Demon Qi is fully restored, she might reach SSS level. However, even though her talent hasn't been fully restored, Tu Shanqing's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Lena, she already has a combat power of 5.5 stars. Tu Shanqing, who was standing to the side, was overjoyed to sense the increase in her own power. Although his talent is still lacking, he has clearly become much stronger. Great! I can finally stop holding my husband back. Tu Shanqing said excitedly. You have never held me back. You and Nar are not only my beloved wives, but also my capable assistants. The phantom has disappeared now. Let's go check inside the iceberg. If there's nothing else there, we can leave. Tu Shanqing and Lena both nodded slightly and followed Jiang Yin's steps, continuing to walk towards the iceberg ahead. Inside this iceberg, there is a cave. It is a pity. The cave was empty. There was nothing there. But just as Jiang Yin was about to leave with Tu Shanqing and Lena, she accidentally stepped on some kind of trap. The rock wall in front of them began to shake violently. The next moment, the rock wall shattered with a crash, and a furnace-like vessel that looked extremely ancient appeared in front of Jiang Yin. Item, basic forging furnace. Effect, by placing the materials for forging equipment into the forging furnace and using the blueprint, the corresponding equipment can be forged. Only equipment of grade A and below can be forged. Oh dear, I thought I was going to go home empty-handed, but I didn't expect to get such a pleasant surprise. Jiang Yin walked to the forging furnace, examined it carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. Although there are no design drawings yet, the most crucial forging furnace has been obtained, and there will definitely be a way to find the design drawings later. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin casually put the basic forging furnace into the warehouse. After repeatedly confirming that there was nothing left in the room, Jiang Yin led Tu Shanqing and Lena toward a white random room at the front. With 5 opening opportunities per day, it's definitely best to use them all. Currently, the only creature in this random room is a 4-armed black ape, and the safety assessment indicates there is no danger. This is also a good opportunity for Tu Shanqing to try out the extreme cold chains she just learned. She doesn't have Jiang Yin's omniscient and omnipotent talent. The skills she just learned definitely require a lot of practice. After entering the room, they were teleported to a jungle. A giant ape with 4 arms and a body nearly 3 meters long glared angrily at Jiang Yin. This guy looks strong, but he's only 5.5 stars strong, which is really too weak for Jiang Yin. Qing'er, this guy is your practice target. Nar and I will cheer you on from the sidelines. As Jiang Yin spoke, she put her arm around Lena and quietly walked to the side. Now, Tu Shanqing has the strength of 5.5 stars, and her weapon is the B-grade extreme cold staff. What is there to fear about this 4-armed black ape? Husband, Sister Nar, just watch. As Tu Shanqing spoke, an extremely powerful icy demonic aura erupted from her body. The temperature around them plummeted, and the flowers, grass, and trees were instantly covered with a layer of frost. Extreme cold chains. Tu Shanxing raised her frost staff high, and powerful ice attribute energy quickly gathered together, forming an ice blue chain that rushed towards the four-armed black ape. Roar! Someone had inexplicably trespassed on its territory, enraging the four-armed black ape, which roared incessantly. But before it could even make a move, it was immediately and firmly bound by these special ice blue chains. Even though this guy is huge and strong, he can't break free of the chains for a while. Even more terrifying, the enormous body of the four-armed black ape was gradually being frozen solid. It was obvious that the creature's aura was becoming increasingly weak. However, perhaps because it was his first time using the extreme cold chains, and he was quite unfamiliar with them, the four-armed black ape quickly broke free of his restraints. With bloodshot eyes, he continued his attack on Tu Shanxing. This was originally Jiang Yan's opportunity for Tu Shanxing to practice her skills, so how could Tu Shanxing miss this chance? Since it didn't work the first time, let's try a few more times. Jiang Yan and Lina, who were sitting to the side, were seriously observing the battle between Tu Shanxing and the four-armed black ape. Suddenly at this moment, the announcement rang out. Urgent announcement. The challenge key has been used in Zone 75 to open the challenge gate, automatically connecting to Zone 666. The resource competition has begun. Resource contest. In a lost region, all resources are halved, and all players' attributes decrease by 20 points. In a won region, all resources are doubled, and all players' attributes increase by 20 points. Friendly reminder. Area 75 has won the resource competition 3 times in a row. What the hell? Why is someone else challenging us? Chapter 57. You dared to kill my brother? I will make you pay with your life. The sudden announcement shocked everyone in Area 666. Holy crap. Who's the blind fool who's challenging us again? Is this ever going to end? Our boss Jiang Yan has competed in so many matches in a row. Can't he take a proper rest? This Area 75 has already won 3 times in a row in the resource competition. Doesn't it know that it needs to rest after the competition? Challenging our boss Jiang Yan at this time is clearly taking advantage of his weakness. These guys are absolutely despicable. Boss Jiang Yan, you absolutely have to teach them a lesson. With the strength of our boss Jiang Yan, we are definitely not afraid of this Area 75. When everyone learned that they had been challenged again, they were shocked, but they did not think they would lose. After all, Jiang Yan's strength had left a very deep impression on them. Having already achieved the strength to defeat a 7-star expert, what is there to fear about Area 75? Could they possibly surpass the 7-star level? This is clearly impossible. At the same time, Jiang Yan, sitting in the random room, was truly speechless. Can't this guy even give us a break? He thought that after defeating Area 112, he could deter them and no one would continue to challenge Area 666 for a short period of time. Spend a few comfortable days with Tu Shanxing and Lina. But who would have thought that, having just finished the battle with Area 112, before it was even dark, they would be challenged again. Most importantly, they have already won 3 consecutive victories in Area 75 of this challenge. However, Jiang Yan was only shocked, not afraid at all. What he's curious about now is why Zone 75 suddenly challenged them. Immediately afterwards, they entered the chat channel of Region 7. Who is it? People from Area 75, come out if you dare. And why are you challenging us for no reason? Don't you know how powerful our boss Jiang Yan is? How ridiculous. Do you really think that by challenging us at this time, you can take advantage of our weakness? Let me tell you the truth. The strength of our boss Jiang Yan is far beyond your imagination. Not only did Jiang Yan choose to enter the chat channel of Region 7, but people from Region 666 also flocked in. Because Jiang Yan had repeatedly created miracles and demonstrated astonishing strength time and time again. This gave the people in Area 666 a strange confidence in Jiang Yan, believing that Jiang Yan would definitely continue to win. Jiang Yan, come out here if you dare. You dared to kill my brother. I will make you pay with your life. Just then, a man whose profile picture looked quite similar to Sean Cocker suddenly appeared in the regional chat channel. This man is named Ward Kirker, and Sean Kirker, who was killed by Jiang Yan earlier, is his younger brother. After the 2 brothers were transported to this world of marriage, they were separated into different regions. Ward Kirkle only learned that his brother was in Area 112 after the regional chat channel was opened. But who could have imagined that before he could reunite with his brother, he would learn that Sean Cocker had been killed by Jiang Yin. Enraged, Ward Cocker immediately launched a resource war for Area 666. He wanted to kill Jiang Yin with his own hands to avenge his brother. After Ward Cocker appeared, the people in Area 75 also started talking in the regional chat channel. Your region 666 can just wait to fail this time. Jiang Yin from your region dared to kill our Ward's brother. He is doomed. Unless Jiang Yin surrenders at the start, he will only face death once he enters the battlefield. Our boss Ward has already become a 7-star powerhouse. So what is that Jiang Yin compared to him? Our boss Ward has already said that even after killing Jiang Yin, he will continue to challenge your Area 666. This is the price you have to pay. You should cherish these good days of doubled resources, because they're coming to an end soon. Huh. Ridiculous. Does a 7-star expert guarantee victory? Don't you know that our boss Jiang Yin already possesses the strength to fight opponents of higher levels? What kind of bullshit Ward Kirkle does he really think he's invincible? The competition starts tomorrow, and our boss Jiang Yin will definitely teach him a lesson. The people in Area 666 now worship Jiang Yin to the extreme, and they immediately refute him without him even having to say a word. Jiang Yin, who was secretly watching the screen, saw all of this. He now understood why Area 75 had suddenly launched a challenge. It turns out that Ward Kirkle is Sean Kirkle's older brother, and he's here for revenge. Despite knowing that this guy had 7-star strength, Jiang Yin was still not afraid. Just as they said, Jiang Yin already had the strength to fight beyond his level. So what was a 7-star expert? It was at this time that the 4-armed black ape not far ahead let out an extremely painful howl, its entire body frozen into an ice sculpture. Tu Shanxin kicked it hard, and the ice sculpture shattered instantly, turning into ice shards all over the ground. Upon learning that she had been challenged by Area 75, Tu Shanxin immediately sped up, quickly eliminating the 4-armed black ape and returning to Jiang Yin's side. My lord, Ward Kirkle in Area 75 is extremely powerful. What should we do now? Tu Shanxin and Lena, who was standing next to her, both looked a little worried. Compared to the previous pig-headed monster, this Ward Kirk is definitely much more powerful. Otherwise, he would never have challenged Jiang Yin so easily. Don't panic. Even if this guy has 7-star strength, so what? With our current strength, they are more than a match for us. Besides, I still have a golden treasure chest that I haven't opened yet. The reward for ranking first was a set of C-grade equipment and a rather precious golden treasure chest. This is the highest level treasure chest at this stage, and it will definitely yield very good rewards. Jiang Yin originally planned to keep it and not rush to open it. Now, in order to be able to defeat this guy with 100% certainty, it's time for Jiang Yin to open this golden treasure chest. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately took out the golden treasure chest from the warehouse and opened it. Several dazzling golden rays flew out from the treasure chest. One of the most dazzling golden rays fell upon Jiang Yin. Congratulations, player, you have obtained 30 freely distributable attribute points. Jiang Yin was not surprised that he could obtain these attribute points from the golden treasure chest. What shocked him most was that an equipment blueprint actually appeared in this golden treasure chest. Chapter 58. Do you dare to bet your life with me? Item: Dragon Flame Sword Blueprint. Effect: by putting a C-grade sword and 80 half-dragon scales into the forge, a B-grade weapon, the Dragon Flame Sword, can be forged. Holy crap, this is amazing. So those dragon scales of the half-dragons were materials for forging equipment. Jiang Yin's eyes lit up immediately after seeing the design drawings for the Dragon Flame Sword. Although Jiang Yin did not receive any B-grade equipment directly after opening the golden treasure chest, he was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, this also proves that equipment of grade B and above is extremely valuable. Jiang Yin currently possesses not only the design blueprints, but also the forging furnace and materials, making it fully capable of forging the Dragon Flame Sword. Besides, after opening the golden treasure chest, Jiang Yin also obtained some other C-grade equipment. These individual pieces of the set were of no use to him. List them all on the auction house to exchange for parts of the C-grade Ice Mirror set. After doing all this, Jiang Yin took out the primary forging furnace he had obtained earlier from the warehouse. He placed the Dragon Flame Sword design blueprint and the 80 half-dragon scales into the forging furnace. Right now, all that's missing is the most crucial material, a C-grade sword weapon. Jiang Yin had already made his choice. It was the Tiger Bone Ghost sword in his hand. Although the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword can grant Jiang Yin the power of Ghost Fire, making fire-type skills even more powerful. However, it is only a C-grade weapon after all, and the gap between it and the Dragon Flame Sword is still quite large. Most importantly, Jiang Yin currently has no other C-grade swords. C-grade equipment is already precious, let alone weapons. There's nowhere to exchange them if you want to. This Tiger Bone Ghost Sword is clearly the best choice. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately took out the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword and threw it into the forging furnace. Just then, the forging furnace glowed with a faint golden light. The game notification sound then rang out. The materials are ready. Shall we forge the Dragon Flame Sword immediately? Reminder, the success rate of this forging is 100%. Is it possible for forging to fail? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Jiang Yin was truly shocked when she learned of this. Whether it's the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword, the blueprints, or the dragon scales of the half-dragon, they are all incredibly precious. If this fails by accident, it will truly mean losing everything. Fortunately, the chance of forging the Dragon Flame Sword was 100%, so Jiang Yin wasn't flustered. Let's begin forging. As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, flames automatically ignited inside the forging furnace in front of him, and it began to vibrate violently, emitting a dazzling golden light. Boom. After a short while, the forging furnace gradually returned to calm. Due to the special materials used by the player, the Dragon Flame Sword underwent a mutation during the forging process. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword has been successfully forged. A long sword, entirely blue and gold in color, with a fire dragon engraved on its blade, appeared before Jiang Yin. Item: Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. Type: Weapon. Quality: Grade B. Effect: when wielding this weapon, any attack will have a ghost fire effect, and fire attribute skill damage will be increased by 30%. When attacking, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword can be charged. Each attack will grant 1 layer of energy. When the energy layer reaches 10 layers, you can choose to consume the energy to summon the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon to assist in the battle for 3 minutes. Evaluation. Originally a weapon containing powerful dragon power, it underwent a mutation after being tainted by demonic power, and its power is extraordinary. You can do that. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin's eyes widened in surprise. Tu Shanxing and Lina, who were standing beside them, were also quite shocked. The forging was done perfectly, yet it still managed to mutate. That's incredibly lucky. Using the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword as the main material to forge the Dragon Flame Sword. Although the Dragon Flame Sword would definitely be more powerful than the Tiger Bone Ghost Sword, Jiang Yin still felt a little reluctant. After all, the effect of Will-o'-the-Wisps is really quite good. To everyone's surprise, after the forging was successful, the Dragon Flame Sword turned into the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. The ghost fire effect that Jiang Yin wanted most has been retained. Ha 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 ha. Truly a chosen one. Jiang Yin was overjoyed and hurriedly picked up the Dragon Flame Longsword in front of him. At this moment, the Dragon Flame Sword ignited with eerie ghostly flames, far more powerful than the previous Tiger Bone Ghost Sword. Moreover, after equipping the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, Jiang Yin added all 30 attribute points he had obtained from opening the golden treasure chest to strength. His own combat power rapidly increased to 7 stars at this moment. If Jiang Yin were to encounter that 7-star pig-headed monster again, he would probably be able to kill it instantly with just 1 fire dragon's fury. Chinger, Nar, what's the combat strength of that confident guy who wants to avenge his brother? 7 stars. Do you think this guy can withstand my fire dragon's fury? Jiang Yin smiled faintly and looked at Tu Shanxing and Lina beside her. Upon hearing this, both of them covered their mouths and laughed. With Jiang Yin's current strength, dealing with Ward Cocker would be far too easy. This was almost a one-sided battle. Not to mention, Tu Shanxing and Lina are now quite powerful. No matter how strong Ward Cocker's awakened talent is, he has almost no chance of winning. Let's go. Let's continue our adventure and not worry about that person's challenge. As Jiang Yin spoke leisurely, he put his arm around Tu Shanxing and Lina and walked forward. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was the next day. Announcement. The resource competition has now begun. The portal is now open. Players who wish to register can enter the portal. Reminder, only 3 players can be sent to each region. If no one participates, the top 3 players on the leaderboard will be automatically selected. After entering the portal, you will be teleported to the competition venue. Reminder, the battle between the 2 players will be broadcast live. As the announcement sounded, one portal after another appeared. Jiang Yin was already used to it. and led Tu Shanqing and Lina into the portal. They were teleported to their designated competition venue. Also competing were Alejo and Tekawawa Ken. Now they've become complete fans of Jiang Nian. When they see him, they run over to him with great joy and stand behind him. At the same time, a foreign man with a thick beard walked aggressively toward Jiang Nian. As you can see, this person's physique and appearance are extremely similar to Sean Kirkle's. The two are almost identical, clearly twins. You're Jiang Nian? Ward Cocker looked Jiang Nian up and down angrily and said, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I'm just asking you, do you dare to gamble your life with me? Once on the battlefield, neither side is allowed to surrender midway. Both must kill the other. Chapter 59 S-Rank Talent, Diamond Body. Gambling with your life? Heh. Jiang Nian chuckled coldly. Are you serious? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Jiang Nian didn't hide anything. Her aura, emanating from a 7-star level, was released without reservation. This moment, Ward Cocker's detailed attributes appeared before Jiang Nian's eyes. Player, Ward Cocker. Nationality, the United States. Lifespan, 32/128. Physical constitution, 183. Strength, 228. Agility, 141. Spirit, 130. Charm, 120. Talent, Diamond Body, S rank. Skills, Heavy Strike, Savage Charge, Whirlwind Kick, Crushing Fist, Rank B, Shockwave Fist, Rank B, Diamond Cover, Innate Skill. Combat Power Star Rating, 7 stars. Upon learning that this guy possessed 7-star combat power, Jiang Nian had already guessed that the talent he had awakened must be extremely powerful. As expected, this guy really did awaken an S-rank talent. Diamond Body suggests that it possesses extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Far harder than the Steel Body that William Walker awakened before. After using the Diamond Cover talent skill, even Jiang Nian in his current state would probably find it difficult to damage him. It was precisely because of his awakened talent that Ward Cocker's strength increased so rapidly that ordinary monsters could not harm him at all. Jiang Nian's awakened SSS level talent, Omniscience and Omnipotence, is extremely overpowered. Not only can it know everything, but it is also proficient in all attributes. However, there is a problem. In the beginning, the omniscient and omnipotent being did not possess any innate talents or skills. When you first encounter a monster, you only have the ability to see its weaknesses and no other skills. Be slightly weaker than a talent that comes with its own skills. However, the situation is different now. Jiang Nian has long since passed the novice stage. Now, with his omniscient and omnipotent talent, dealing with this guy with extremely strong defense is a piece of cake. You're also a 7-star. Sensing Jiang Nian's aura, Ward Cocker was visibly taken aback. Looks like the intelligence was wrong. But do you really think I'm afraid of you? Since I dare to challenge you, it's because I'm absolutely confident. When he said this, Ward Cocker also exuded a 7-star aura. Despite Jiang Nian's strength being greater than he had imagined, he remained neither flustered nor afraid. He was very confident in the talent he had awakened. Just as Jiang Nian had guessed, this Diamond Body granted him extremely powerful defensive capabilities. This led Ward Cocker to initially push every door directly into his room. In any case, most of the monsters he encountered couldn't break through his defenses at all, so he could fight them with ease. That is why Ward Cocker became the #1 player in Area 75. When he learned that his younger brother, Sean Kirkle, was #1 in Area 112. They dreamed that one day, the two brothers could become the masters of this world. But who could have imagined that Sean Cocker would suddenly die, and that he would be killed by this Yin man in front of him? No matter what, he must kill Jiang Nian today to avenge his brother. Standing behind Ward Cocker were two blonde women of average build and average looks. Although compared to Tu Shanqing and Lina, their looks are worlds apart. But in this world of marriage, it's already quite good to meet such a normal woman. Most importantly, both women are quite strong, around 5.5 stars. What a boastful tone. Then I'll play along to the end, even if it means risking my life. Jiang Nian's attributes, except for his physique which is inferior to this guy's, are far superior to his in every other aspect. Besides, Jiang Nian currently possesses the B- grade weapon, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. Dealing with this guy is no problem at all. He continuously exuded a powerful aura emanating from his body, a power emanating from a 7-star level. The clash of their powerful auras made it difficult for everyone else present to breathe. Wow, that's really powerful. If it weren't for the presence of a big shot like Jiang Nian in our region, we would have lost countless times already. Tekawa Ken, who were standing to the side, were also affected by this powerful aura, and their expressions were quite solemn. But they weren't afraid of anything. They all believed that Jiang Yin would definitely win. The other two contestants from Zone 75 were also full of confidence in Ward Kirker's abilities. In this competition for resources, these people are just there to make up the numbers. The key lies with Jiang Yin and Ward Kirker. Whichever side wins will determine which region ultimately triumphs in the resource competition. Now, whether it was the contestants on site or the people in the two areas of the live broadcast room, everyone was staring intently at the battlefield. At this time, Jiang Yin and Ward Kirker both entered the battlefield with their respective fiancés. The two sides faced each other, their expressions filled with murderous intent. Kid, you could say you're the most arrogant opponent I've ever met. You will pay a heavy price for your arrogance and ignorance. As soon as he finished speaking, Ward Kirker's body was instantly covered with a hard substance that shone like a diamond. It was clear that Ward Kirker's aura had become exceptionally powerful at this moment. With his entire body covered in diamonds, Ward Kirker not only gains a significant boost to his defense, but also increases his strength and attack power. The only downside is that Ward Kirker isn't very fast. But with such strong defense, even if the speed is a little slower, it doesn't matter. He absolutely refused to believe that Jiang Yin could break through the defense. As Ward Kirker showcased his talent, the people in Zone 75 of the live stream immediately erupted in excitement. See that? This is our boss Ward's talent, the S-Class Diamond Body. An S-level talent. I'm afraid none of you people in Area 666 have ever seen one before. Haha. Upon hearing this from the people in Area 75, the people in Area 666 were immediately stunned. They all knew that Jiang Yin was very strong, but they never understood what the talent Jiang Yin had awakened was. So far, Jiang Yin has not truly revealed his talent, nor has he explicitly stated what his talent level is. They could only judge from Jiang Yin's battles that she probably had a dual talent related to fire and lightning. Then, the people in Area 666, not to be outdone, began to retort. What's an S-rank diamond body? Our boss Jiang Yin has a dual attribute talent. Fire attribute combined with lightning attribute. Have you ever seen anything like it? A bunch of bumpkins, do they really think they're so great just because they have some damn diamond body? Just wait to get a good beating from our big boss, Jiang Yin. Chapter 60. You're way too weak. While the live stream was filled with arguments among the viewers, Ward Kirker's fists revealed a pair of golden brass knuckles, which became his weapons. Item: Golden Shadow Knuckle Duster. Type: Weapon. Quality: Grade C. Effect: when equipped with this weapon, the power of all strength-based skills is increased by 20%. Jiang Yin immediately learned his detailed information and smiled with extreme disdain. A diamond body is indeed very powerful. But your weapon seems too weak. Only a C level. Upon hearing this, Ward Kirker frowned immediately. What do you mean by that? Do you possibly have a weapon that surpasses grade C? He knew very well that, at this stage, even C-grade weapons were already extremely powerful. Weapons that surpass the C level can only be made from blueprints. After Ward Kirker opened the number 1 gold chest, he obtained a blueprint for a B- grade weapon. What can be done? He didn't have enough materials, nor did he have the necessary forging furnace. He only had a design drawing. How could he possibly forge a B-grade equipment? In Ward Kirker's view, Jiang Yin was at most like him, only possessing the design blueprints. It is absolutely impossible for them to possess a Class B weapon. Jiang Yin gave a cold laugh and did not respond to Ward Kirker, the lightning bow appearing in his hand. Without any hesitation, he shot an arrow at Ward Kirker. Boom. The arrow Jiang Yin shot struck Ward Kirker like lightning. It was incredibly fast. At Ward Kirker's speed, it was almost impossible for him to dodge it. But he didn't choose to dodge at all, and just stood there, letting Jiang Yin attack him. The lightning bow did not cause Ward Kirker much damage. In its diamond-like state, ordinary attacks simply cannot break through its defenses. Even if Jiang Yin could see through others' weaknesses, it would only result in slightly higher damage, far less than the high damage he could inflict on others. Are you tickling me? Is this all the strength you have? How could you be so weak? Ward Kirker lightly patted the spot where the lightning arrow had struck, and there wasn't a single scratch. A slight pain when I was hit. The power was so weak that it could be completely ignored. If Jiang Yin's strength is truly only this much, then he is truly vulnerable. How could someone so weak defeat his brother? This is what happened. It was clearly seen by everyone in the live stream. Ward is awesome. As expected of the strongest in our region, even if he stands still, he is no match for Jiang Nian. It's really ridiculous. I thought that arrow would be very powerful, but it turned out to be just tickling Ward. Jiang Nian, haven't you eaten? Haha. The people in Zone 75 cheered excitedly, as if they had foreseen victory. In their view, if Jiang Nian couldn't even break through Ward Cocker's defense, how could he possibly win? This was a battle with no suspense whatsoever. What follows will undoubtedly be Ward Kirkle's one-sided massacre. Although it's a bit cruel, Jiang Nian killed someone's brother, so this is the price he has to pay. In this dog-eat-dog world, that's how it should be. The people in Area 666 were all extremely tense at this moment. They've witnessed everything from Jiang Nian's initial battles to now. There has never been a single time like this before. They had all witnessed the power of the previous lightning arrows. They were incredibly strong. Why does it feel so mild and painless on Ward Cocker? Could it be that this guy's defense is so strong that even Jiang Nian is helpless against him? At the same time, Ward Cocker, who was on the battlefield, and his two fiancées all burst into wild laughter. You two don't need to do anything later, just stay on the sidelines and watch the battle. I can handle this guy by myself. Ward Cocker said with a rather confident expression. It was at this time that Jiang Nian raised his hand and fired several more arrows, which accurately hit Ward Cocker. However, the situation is the same as before. Even if the most vulnerable spot on Ward Cocker is hit, it won't cause him much damage. This diamond body is indeed amazing, worthy of being an S-rank talent. Jiang Nian frowned slightly upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Ward Cocker, standing to the side, laughed even more wildly. Haha, I thought you might be hiding your strength, but it seems you weren't at all. You are really too weak. How could my brother die at the hands of a scumbag like you? He's such a disgrace. There's no other way, he's still my brother after all. Today, I'll just have to trouble you to die. As Ward Cocker finished speaking, the diamonds on his body shone brightly. At this moment, Ward Cocker's aura surged, and like a diamond chariot, he charged rapidly toward Jiang Nian. Diamonds are inherently hard, and Ward Cocker's strength was immense. If Jiang Nian were to be bumped into by Ward Cocker when she was completely unprepared, the consequences would be unimaginable. But all of this was within Jiang Nian's expectations. Tu Shanxing and Lina, who were standing beside them, to make a move. Boom. With a loud bang, Ward Kirk slammed into the fire shield formed on Jiang Nian's body. This fire shield was extremely sturdy. Even Ward Cocker's powerful savage charge only managed to crack it. Was inside the fire shield, did not suffer any damage. Oh dear, the C-grade set you chose is actually the meteorite set. Kid, should I call you stupid, or are you really brain dead? Although I don't know exactly what your talent is, it's obvious that you have a lightning-type talent, otherwise you wouldn't be able to use the lightning bow. You're clearly a lightning-type talent awakener, yet you didn't choose the lightning-type set that suits you, but instead chose the fire-type set. What else could you be but an idiot? The fact that the damage was absorbed by the fire shield did indeed surprise Ward Kirkle. But soon, his shock turned into laughter. I really don't understand what Jiang Nian was thinking, that she could be so foolish. But just as Ward Cocker burst into laughter, the lightning bow in Jiang Nian's hand vanished instantly. In its place came the powerful Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. This moment, an incredibly powerful fire attribute energy erupted from Jiang Nian's body. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand was engulfed in terrifying ghost flames. Who told you that the talent I awakened is lightning-based? Chapter 61. Instant Surrender. Unlocking an exclusive mission. How is that possible? Ward Cocker was horrified when he sensed the aura emanating from Jiang Nian. His awakened diamond body belongs to the power type, which means that the skills he can learn are limited to power type skills. However, when Jiang Nian first started using lightning type weapons, his body clearly emitted lightning attribute energy. Why has it now turned into a fire attribute? At that moment, Ward Cocker immediately realized that Jiang Nian's awakened talent might be extremely special. It granted him the ability to have dual attributes. It was at this time that Ward Kirkle noticed the weapon in Jiang Nian's hand, and his initial shock gradually turned into fear. He could clearly sense that the weapon Jiang Nian was currently holding had the aura of a B-grade weapon. Moreover, what's most terrifying is that this weapon also possesses an extremely unique ghost firepower. Without any hesitation, Ward Cocker did a backflip and jumped away, getting far away from Jiang Nian. How did you obtain a Class B weapon? Compared to Jiang Nian's awakened special talent, he is now more concerned about how Jiang Nian can obtain a B-grade weapon. He absolutely refused to believe that Jiang Nian could gather all the materials needed for the design at this stage. Perhaps there is some other way to obtain a grade B weapon. Do I need to tell you? Jiang Nian completely ignored Ward Cocker and swiftly swung the dragon flame ghost sword in his hand. In an instant, a gigantic dragon of will-o'-the-wisps formed, roaring as it charged toward Ward Cocker. What? Ward Cocker had previously ignored Jiang Nian's attacks, but this time the ghost fire dragon made him feel threatened. His intuition told him that if he didn't find a way to avoid this attack, his life would be in danger. What can be done? The will-o'-the-wisp dragon's attack range is too large, and it also has the ability to lock onto enemies. Ward Cocker, in his diamond body state, cannot move very fast. It was instantly swallowed up by the will-o'-the-wisp dragon, letting out an extremely pitiful scream. His two fiancées, even though they wanted to offer immediate assistance, dared not approach him. They were terrified of being affected by the will-o'-the-wisps and were in unbearable pain. After the will-o'-the-wisp dragon disappeared, Ward Cocker collapsed to the ground, his body charred black. Even with the protection of its diamond body, it suffered severe injuries, with large areas of its body burning with ghostly flames. No matter how hard he patted it, he couldn't extinguish it, which made Ward Cocker feel increasingly pained. How could this happen? The intense pain made Ward Cocker's voice tremble as he spoke. Since awakening his diamond body talent, he has never suffered such a severe injury. With just one strike, he realized how powerful it was, and now he understood that this was Jiang Nian's true strength. Jiang Nian had been deliberately pretending all along. Hateful. Ward Cocker gritted his teeth in anger and struggled to his feet. Despite being severely injured by Jiang Nian's ghost fire dragon, he still possessed considerable fighting ability. Wow, no wonder he has the talent of an S-class diamond body. This defensive capability is truly formidable. Jiang Nian couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Ward Cocker was still able to stand up. However, even if this guy could stand up again, it wouldn't really make much of a difference. Even at his peak, he could never have been a match for Jiang Nian. Now that he's seriously injured, how much fighting ability does he still have? So, in your current state, can you withstand my second wrath of the fire dragon? As Jiang Nian spoke, the dragon flame ghost sword in his hand ignited once more. Not good. Upon seeing this, Ward Cocker panicked and instinctively took several meters back. He knew very well how powerful the move Jiang Nian had used earlier was. Even now, his body is still burning with will-o'-the-wisps, causing him unbearable pain. He was already in a very bad state, and if he were to suffer another blow from the wrath of the fire dragon, he would surely die. Under normal circumstances, Ward Cocker should surrender immediately to save his life. But if you choose to launch a sneak attack, wouldn't that be contradicting yourself? They were just swearing they would surrender, and now they're about to admit defeat and surrender. That's really shameful. The problem is, if he doesn't surrender now, he won't be able to take advantage of the second attack of the fire dragon's fury, and he will die. Having finally become the strongest in Zone 75, and possessing such powerful innate skills, I am truly unwilling to die like this. Compared to avenging her brother, preserving her own life is the most important thing right now. Damn it, utterly despicable. Ward Cocker stomped his foot and cursed. Just when everyone thought Ward Cocker would continue his attack, he suddenly shouted, "I surrender." The moment these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Even Jiang Nian hadn't expected this guy to admit defeat so readily. What happened to the promise of risking one's life? That's way too cowardly. Announcement: Jiang Nian has won the first game. Player number 75, please continue to the stage. At that moment, the announcement also rang out. This moment, the live stream room instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap, what the hell? What happened to betting your life? How come you surrendered so easily? Ward Cocker, are you even a man? It's absolutely ridiculous. He was so confident just now that he was going to gamble his life against our big boss Jiang Nian, but he surrendered in the blink of an eye. What a piece of trash. This is the strongest person in your 75th district? I really don't know where you got the courage to challenge our big boss Jiang Nian. The people in Area 75 naturally saw what the people in Area 666 were saying, but at this moment they didn't say a word. Ward Cocker's sudden surrender was something they hadn't expected at all. What happened to the promise of a sure win? What happened to the promise that you would definitely kill Jiang Nian? How could they surrender so quickly? That's really embarrassing. At this moment, on the battlefield, even if they didn't want to believe it, the two people who competed together, number 75, had to admit that Ward Cocker had chosen to surrender. They had assumed that Ward Cocker would fight even harder after his angry outburst. I really didn't expect him to surrender so suddenly. This means that Jiang Nian's strength far exceeded Ward Cocker's expectations, and in order to survive, he had no choice but to slap himself in the face. In this case, how could the two of them dare to challenge Jiang Nian? They all chose to surrender. Announcement: Region 666 has emerged victorious in this resource competition. Announcement: Resources in Zone 666 doubled. All attributes increased by 20 points for all characters. Resources in Zone 112 halved. All attributes decreased by 20 points for all characters. Announcement: Jiang Nian has successfully defeated 3 opponents single-handedly and has received additional rewards: 1 silver treasure chest and 1 challenge key. The moment the announcement was made, a peculiar sound rang out, right beside Jiang Nian's ear. Congratulations on successfully defeating 3 opponents single-handedly 3 times in a row and leading your region to victory in the resource competition. The exclusive Regional Ruler mission is now available. Chapter 62: True Brothers. Even their excuses are the same. As the game notification sound rang out, a special scroll appeared automatically in Jiang Nian's warehouse. Simply use it to view detailed information about the Regional Ruler quest. Right now, in the competition arena, Jiang Nian wasn't in a hurry to find out what the mission was. Instead, he looked at Ward Kirker in front of him with considerable disdain. So this is what you mean by gambling with your life? You surrender at the drop of a hat? Are you even a man? Jiang Nian said this with a very disdainful tone. If this guy knew he was outmatched, but still wanted to fight to the death, Jiang Nian would probably think more highly of him and might even show him mercy. But to my surprise, this guy was really too cowardly. Found his previous arrogant behavior utterly laughable. Jiang Nian, don't get too cocky. The reason I lost was simply because I lacked a B-grade weapon. If I also had a B-grade weapon, how could I possibly lose to you? That's absolutely impossible. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. Ward Cocker knew perfectly well that doing so would be extremely humiliating, but he really didn't want to lose his life in vain. Although he failed the challenge, he is still the number 1 in Area 75. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Given some time, he will surely be able to take revenge on Jiang Nian in the future. In his view, as long as he could obtain a B-grade weapon, he would be able to defeat Jiang Nian with his strength. He'll get his revenge sooner or later. Snort. Staying here would only make things more embarrassing. Ward Cocker snorted and left without looking back. The 2 contestants who came with him followed closely behind and left through the portal. Ridiculous. Jiang Nian watched Ward Cocker and the others leave, smiled disdainfully, and then stepped into the portal, returning to Area 666. Jiang Nian opened the silver treasure chest he had obtained after defeating 3 opponents single-handedly as soon as he returned. Apart from the 15 attribute points, nothing else is of much use to Jiang Nian right now. 2 pieces of the ice mirror set were found in this silver treasure chest. Including the parts acquired from the auction house these past few days, a complete ice mirror set has now been collected. After Tu Shanqing put it on, her combat power immediately reached 6 stars. Not bad, not bad. In this way, we all have C-grade sets. Seeing Tu Shanqing's increased strength, Jiang Nian nodded with satisfaction. It was at this time that Jiang Nian opened the warehouse and took out the Regional Ruler quest scroll she had obtained earlier. With a thought, a special light screen appeared in front of him. Task: Regional Ruler. Requirements: 1. Win 10 consecutive resource challenge matches in your region, and each time you must fight against 3 opponents. If you fail once, you must start over. 2. Launch resource plundering challenges in at least 3 regions and achieve victory. 3. Clear the special dungeon, Regional Ruler, which can be started at any time. 4. The player's own strength reaches 8 stars or above. 5. If someone in the area completes the Regional Ruler task ahead of schedule, the scroll will disappear and cannot be completed. Reward: after completing all tasks, players will receive the title of Regional Ruler, gain the right to name the region, and unlock various privileges exclusive to the Regional Ruler. Regional Ruler. Holy crap, this mission is interesting. Jiang Nian's eyes lit up immediately after seeing the mission details. While it's unclear what powers Regional Rulers will have, the mere fact that they can name the region is quite appealing. When the time comes, we can give area number 666 a rather imposing name. Of course, becoming a regional ruler is certainly very attractive to Jiang Nian, but the task is also quite difficult. To win 10 consecutive resource competitions, one must fight against 3 opponents each time. If there is even one failure, the mission must be restarted. Besides, you also need to win the plunder challenge, which makes it even more difficult. It's important to know that Jiang Nian does indeed possess a key that can unlock the plunder challenge, but unless she has absolute certainty, she absolutely cannot rashly unlock it when facing more than 3 areas at once. As for the special dungeons, Jiang Nian knows nothing about them at the moment, but he fears that they are far more difficult than the previous Sky City. The only easy part is that your own strength must reach 8 stars or above. Jiang Nian is currently 7 stars, so it's not too difficult. It's okay, there's no rush, we can finish it slowly. As Jiang Nian spoke, she temporarily put away the mission scroll. After all, no one in Area 666 can surpass Jiang Nian right now. He is truly the strongest. This means that this task cannot be intercepted by anyone else. It is no exaggeration to say that in Area 666, apart from Jiang Nian, no one can complete this task. Husband, what should we do next? Should we continue with room-based adventures, or start a resource-grabbing race? Tu Shanqing and Lina also learned about the mission requirements and curiously walked to Jiang Nian's side. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian pondered for a moment, then a slight smile appeared on her lips. Naturally, we should continue to launch the resource competition. Anyway, I don't lack challenge keys right now. The sooner I complete them, the sooner I can become the regional ruler. After saying that, Jiang Nian took out a challenge key. But, before officially using the challenge key, Jiang Nian first entered the chat channel of Region 7 to observe and wait. With Jiang Nian's strength, he is absolutely confident of winning a one-on-one fight. In this situation, Jiang Nian will challenge anyone who provokes him. Now, in the chat channel of Region 7, people from Region 75 have started to slander Region 666 again. Is Jiang Nian from your Area 666 just relying on B-grade weapons? If it weren't for a B-grade weapon, he wouldn't have been able to break through our ward's defenses at all. Although our boss ward has conceded defeat, it's not an admission of weakness, but rather a temporary retreat. That's right, Ward said that if he could get a B-grade weapon, he could take down Jiang Nian in no time. The power of an S-class diamond body is beyond your imagination. People in Area 666 were naturally very unhappy to see these words and immediately retorted. It's ridiculous, why won't you admit defeat? Last time it was the same with Area 112. They said our Jiang Nian cheated by using a puppet, and now you're saying our Jiang Nian used a B-grade weapon. Isn't that unfair? No wonder they're brothers. Their excuses are exactly the same. I can't be bothered to talk to a bunch of trash like you. I advise you to say less, lest boss Jiang Nian challenge you again. Jiang Nian naturally saw all their words, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Sean Kirkle previously refused to admit defeat, and this time his brother Ward Kirkle is also refusing to admit defeat. These two brothers are exactly alike. Since you're not convinced, then let's continue the challenge. Jiang Nian smiled coldly and immediately launched a resource competition for Area 75. Chapter 63 Open Defamation. Everyone, please don't worry. My failure this time was entirely due to the lack of a grade B weapon. If I had a B-grade weapon like Jiang Nian, how could Jiang Nian possibly be my match? Even if his talent is a bit strange, how could he possibly surpass my diamond body? Just wait, once I get the B-grade weapon, Jiang Nian will be dead for sure. We'll settle all scores, old and new then. After returning to his area, Ward Kirkle refused to accept his defeat and kept talking about it in the chat channel. Initially, everyone was puzzled by Ward Cocker's sudden surrender, thinking he was a coward. But now it seems that Ward Kirker was just holding back all of this. Jiang Nian possessed a B-grade weapon, giving her a significant advantage. There was no need for her to needlessly throw away her life. Although he had shouted that he was willing to risk his life, he ended up sneaking around in a sorry state, which was very embarrassing, but it was still much better than losing his life for nothing. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. We all believe in Ward. He will definitely get his revenge. This area number 666 is far too arrogant. They must be taught a lesson. As long as we win, we'll keep challenging them. That's right. I'm eager to see them cry and beg for mercy. They had just lost to Area 666, but now Area 75 was cheering as if they had won. In their view, as long as Ward Cocker could obtain B-grade weapons, Jiang Nian would naturally be no threat. It was at this time that the announcement suddenly rang out. Urgent announcement. The challenge key has been used in Area 666 to open the challenge gate, automatically connecting to Area 75. The resource competition has begun. Resource contest. In a lost region, all resources are halved, and all players' attributes decrease by 20 points. In a won region, all resources are doubled, and all players' attributes increase by 20 points. Friendly reminder, Area 666 has won the resource competition 4 times in a row. At that moment, everyone in Zone 75 froze. Even Ward Cocker, who had been so smug before, showed a look of utter shock. He had already lost to Jiang Yin, and without a B- grade weapon, he had no chance of winning. Now that Jiang Yin has launched another challenge, doesn't that mean he's going to lose again? Without any hesitation, almost all the players in Zone 75, including Ward Cocker, instantly flooded into the Zone chat channel. Is there any point in what you're doing in District 666? You think beating us once isn't enough? You want to keep challenging us? Jiang Yin, do you really think you're so great? The only reason you were able to win was because you were lucky enough to get a B-grade weapon. I have to say, you're incredibly lucky. From the puppets at the beginning to the B-grade weapons now, each one is something we simply can't get at this stage. What makes you think you can get it? Did you really use some underhanded methods? Perhaps what the people in Area 112 said earlier was true. Jiang Yin really did cheat. If you're so capable, wait until our boss Ward gets his hands on a B-grade weapon before you challenge him. What kind of skill is it to challenge him now? The people in Area 75 were suddenly challenged and were extremely unhappy, so they started cursing in the regional chat channel. Jiang Yin, I never imagined you were such a wicked and despicable person. Killing my brother wasn't enough. You also want to use your B-grade weapon to try and kill me too? Or are you trying to wipe them out completely, wanting to take away a large amount of resources from Area 75 and Area 112, just like you did? By doing this, you are undoubtedly killing a large number of innocent people. You are absolutely despicable. Ward Kirkle had already witnessed Jiang Yin's strength, and now that he was being challenged again, he knew he had no chance of winning. There is no way to defeat Jiang Yin until at least a B- grade weapon is obtained. Rather than being challenged by Jiang Yin again and again, it's better to keep smearing Jiang Yin in the regional chat channel. Ideally, Jiang Yin should be made into a universally recognized villain. In this way, other powerful individuals can be incited to challenge Jiang Yin. These guys are slandering Jiang Yin so blatantly. How could the people in Area 666 tolerate it? They all flocked to the area chat channel. What? You're the only ones allowed to challenge us. We can't challenge you. It's ridiculous. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. No matter how much you slander us, we're not allowed to fight back. A bunch of useless trash, only daring to spout nonsense here. Especially that Ward Kirk. Are you even a man? You can't beat them, so you come here and slander our boss Jiang Yin. You still say you failed because you didn't have a B-grade weapon? Even if you had a B-grade weapon, you still wouldn't be a match for boss Jiang Yin. Ward Cocker was an extremely proud man, and he couldn't stand such words. He was so angry that he immediately cursed back. Ridiculous. My strength is far superior to Jiang Yin's. His victory was solely due to his B-grade weapon. Don't forget, before he used this weapon, he couldn't even break through my defenses. If he's so capable, why doesn't he use B-grade weapons in this resource competition? I guarantee I can kill him in a heartbeat. While the regional chat channel was in an uproar, Jiang Yin also entered this chat immediately. He could no longer remain silent after seeing Ward Cocker's ridiculous words. Ward Kirker, who gave you the courage? I was able to obtain a B-grade weapon because I am powerful enough. You're asking me to give up my B-grade weapon and fight you? Do you think I'd actually do that? A loss is a loss. There's no room for excuses. This time, I will not hold back at all. This was the first time Jiang Yin had spoken in the regional chat channel. As he speaks, his real face appears, and only then do people realize that Jiang Yin, who has been so popular lately, is actually quite handsome. Hee, everyone has seen it, right? This Jiang Yin is clearly using the power of a B-grade weapon. Oh well, it's my fault for not being able to get a B-grade weapon. I really don't know what methods this kid used to get it. Is he the only one who's special? They must have used some underhanded methods. Chapter 64 Revenge. Jiang Yin found Ward Cocker's words utterly ridiculous, and he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to this idiot. But that doesn't mean everyone thinks Ward Cocker's words are ridiculous. Even now, many people are starting to think that Jiang Yin is too strange. From the special dolls at the beginning to the B-grade weapons now, why is Jiang Yin always able to get these things one step ahead of others? Moreover, it is said that the talent it awakened is also very special, as it can actually possess dual attributes. This made Jiang Yin an anomaly in the eyes of these people. If Jiang Yin is allowed to continue growing like this, one day, all these regions will be defeated one by the challenges. Such a significant hidden danger must be addressed promptly. With more and more regions joining the regional chat channel, and the newbie assessment now over, more features have been added to the regional chat channel, such as cross-region private chat and adding friends. Simply put, everything is possible except for the inability to trade across regions. After learning of Jiang Yin's special nature, many powerful individuals joined forces to deal with him. Jiang Yin was completely unaware of all of this. After arguing with Ward Cocker, he left the regional chat channel and quietly waited for the resource competition to begin. At the same time, it is located in Area 75. Although Ward Cocker kept slandering Jiang Yin in the regional chat channel, he had to admit that he was no match for Jiang Yin before he had a B- grade weapon. He was not one to sit idly by and wait for his fate. The resource competition will only begin at this time tomorrow, so he still has one day left. If Jiang Yin could obtain a grade B weapon within this day, then he would naturally be no threat. It is basically unrealistic to obtain materials for B grade weapons by pushing through unknown random rooms, dungeon rooms, or resource rooms. Then, Ward Cocker came up with a brilliant idea. He started frantically asking others in the 75th area chat channel for materials to forge B- grade weapons or things that could enhance his own strength. You need to know, if Ward Cocker loses, it means that Area 75 has once again failed in the resource competition. Not only will resources be halved again, but all attributes will also decrease by 20 points. At this moment, Ward Cocker stepped forward and promised to borrow their things temporarily, returning them after defeating Jiang Yin. Materials that cannot be returned will be repaid gradually in the future. Upon hearing this, everyone readily accepted and handed over any useful resources and materials they had to Ward Kirk. Among them were those who unexpectedly obtained a rudimentary forging furnace, which was extremely useful to Ward Cocker. Ward Kirker was incredibly excited as he watched one person after another frantically send out trade requests. As for whether or not these things should be returned after the victory, that is naturally impossible. How can you spit out food that's already in your stomach? Ward Cocker had already planned that as long as he killed Jiang Yin this time, he would be able to face anyone with his strength. Who would dare ask him to take these things back? Time flies. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. As the announcement was made, the battle for resources officially began. One portal after another appeared in areas 666 and 75. Jiang Yin, looking quite relaxed, put his arms around Tu Shanqing and Lina, and walked into the portal, arriving at the competition venue. As before, Alejo and Tekawawa Ken came in with Jiang Yin. During this period, Jiang Yin continuously won in the resource competition, which greatly benefited everyone in Area 666. Not only do the resources in their area become abundant, but their own attributes also continuously improve. Alejo and Tekawawa Ken have already reached a strength of around 6 stars. Although there is still a significant gap between them and Jiang Yin, in some weaker regions, their strength is already enough to rank them first. At this moment, the contestants from Zone 75, along with their respective marriage partners, are approaching. Leading the way was still Ward Cocker, along with his 2 ordinary women. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin smiled dismissively. So, are we going to gamble with our lives again this time? Oh dear, look at my brain. I forgot that you shamelessly chose to surrender last time. Enough. If you're afraid of death, you might as well surrender now. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Ward Cocker immediately clenched his fists, his eyes turning extremely angry. Jiang Yin, don't push your luck. I'm telling you, you're doomed to lose today. Ward Cocker shouted angrily. This wasn't him bluffing. He genuinely has plenty of confidence now. With the help of people in the same area, he successfully crafted the B- grade weapon he had yesterday. Now that he possesses a B grade weapon, just like Jiang Yin, he naturally has no fear of Jiang Yin. Hee, it seems you said the same thing during the last resource competition, didn't you? Hey you, can't you come up with something new? It's always me who's bound to lose. When have you ever succeeded? Jiang Yin sneered. I'm too lazy to waste any more words with you. Since you're unwilling to surrender, then hurry up and come on. After saying that, Jiang Yin led Tu Shanqing and Lina into the battle arena. Damn it. Today I'll make sure you don't even have the ability to surrender. Ward Cocker waited anxiously for Jiang Yin, then led his betrothed into the battlefield. The first game then began. Ward Cocker immediately activated his diamond body talent, making his defense exceptionally strong. However, Before, this time Ward Cocker was not holding the golden shadow knuckle dusters, but a gauntlet burning with raging flames. Item, fiery gauntlets. Type, weapon. Quality, grade B. Effect, when equipped with this weapon, all melee punching skills will be imbued with fire attribute attack. The power of all strength-based skills will be increased by 30%. When attacking, there is a chance to inflict a burn status on the enemy. B-grade weapon, the blazing gauntlets. Upon noticing this, Jiang Yin's pupils contracted sharply. No wonder you're so confident. So you've also obtained a B-grade weapon. But do you really think that having a B-grade weapon gives you the strength to defeat me? Then you're underestimating me too much. Chapter 65, The True Power of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. Ridiculous, Jiang Yin, aren't you far too confident? Although I don't know exactly what talent you have awakened, it is an S-rank talent in my diamond body, and I also have a B-rank weapon now. Even if you're wearing the meteorite suit and have a fire shield for protection, you still can't withstand this punch from me. As soon as he finished speaking, the boxing gloves Ward Cocker wore on both hands instantly burst into flames. Although he is not a fire-type talent and cannot use fire-type skills, with the fiery gauntlets, every move he makes can be imbued with fire attribute attacks, greatly increasing its power. It also increases the chance of inflicting a burn on the opponent. In Ward Kirkle's view, Jiang Yin had no chance of winning this time. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword immediately appeared in his hand. In that instant, Ward Kirker roared and charged at Jiang Yin with all his might, declaring, "I'll see how you withstand my shattering punch." After saying that, he rushed to Jiang Yin without hesitation and threw a punch. Compared to before, Ward Kirker's strength has increased significantly with the addition of the fiery gauntlets, and Jiang Yin, relying solely on the protection of the flame shield, is simply unable to withstand his attacks. However, Ward Kirkle, in his diamond form, was slower. Jiang Yin easily dodged his attack using the elusive movement technique of the free and easy step. At the same time, Jiang Yin leaped into the air and unleashed a triple slash, precisely striking Ward Cocker's weak point. Because Ward Kirkle has extremely strong defense, the triple slash is only the weakest move in Jiang Yin's skills. Just like a normal attack, even if it hits Ward Kirkle's weak point, it does not cause him much damage. But Jiang Yin's goal was not to severely damage Ward Kirker. Instead, it's accumulating the layers of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. Once you accumulate 10 layers, you can summon the incredibly powerful Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. If you want to quickly accumulate to 10 levels, the triple kill is the best choice. Unfortunately, Ward Cocker was unaware of Jiang Yin's thoughts. He thought his defenses were too strong, and Jiang Yin's attacks had no effect at all. He laughed smugly, "Ha ha, Jiang Yin, are you just tickling me? It seems your Fire Dragon's Fury is very powerful, but your other skills can't do any damage to me at all." In Ward Cocker's view, all that's needed now is to dodge the Fire Dragon's Fury. Jiang Yin's other skills are not worth worrying about. The only problem is that Jiang Yin is too fast. We have to find a way to limit him. Just then, Jiang Yin suddenly rushed in front of Ward Cocker, revealing a wicked smile, and unleashed another triple slash. But the situation was not much different from before. The triple slash did not cause significant damage to Ward Kirker. "I warned you long ago that you could never hurt me." Ward Kirkle looked at Jiang Yin with disdain, without the slightest intention of avoiding her gaze. Even when Jiang Yin unleashed another 3 consecutive strikes on him, he still did not dodge. Perhaps because the damage was insufficient, despite Jiang Yin wielding the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, which was imbued with ghost fire attacks, Ward Cocker was not tainted by the ghost fire. In this process, neither Jiang Yin's fiancée nor Ward Cocker's fiancée chose to make a move. They were actually wary of each other, and if anyone dared to interfere with their husbands' battles, they would immediately take action. This situation occurred on the battlefield. It was clearly seen by everyone in the live stream. The people in Area 75, who were initially somewhat worried, cheered excitedly after a brief hesitation. "Great, that's wonderful. See that? This is the amazing defensive power of our boss Ward." "Ha ha, that's ridiculous. Our boss Ward is standing still, and Jiang Yin can't even scratch him. What chance does he have? His previous victory over our Ward was purely by luck. It's just a bit strange. Why doesn't Jiang Yin use the Fury of the Fire Dragon? Who knows? Maybe there are some special requirements for using this move. But it doesn't matter. Ward Cocker already knows the power of the Fire Dragon's Fury. As long as Jiang Yin dodges this move, he's doomed." "That's right. Let's see how you win this time." The people in Area 666 naturally saw their words, but they were too lazy to refute them. They knew very well that Jiang Yan's strength was definitely not limited to this. Although Ward Cocker's acquisition of a Class B weapon shocked them, Jiang Yan also possessed a Class B weapon. The reason they didn't use the powerful dragon's fury must be because they were brewing something. Now, on the battlefield, after a fierce battle, Jiang Yan quickly distanced herself from her opponent, Ward Cocker, with a backflip. At the same time, he glanced at the Dragon Flame Ghost sword in his hand and noticed that the lifelike Dragon Flame Ghost dragon engraved on the sword was constantly flashing. This means he can summon the Dragonfire Ghost Dragon at any time. Seeing this, Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly. Finally, I can witness the power of this Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. How could you possibly imagine the power of my diamond body? Ward Cocker patted his muscular body with a disdainful expression and said, with your trash skills, don't even think about hurting me. Since you're not going to use the dragon's fury, I won't waste my time with you. Ward Cocker glared angrily at Jiang Yan, his right fist gathering immense power. At that moment, it was as if the entire battlefield was experiencing an earthquake. The shattering fist he used earlier was a skill that concentrated his power into a single point, making it an extremely powerful single-target burst. He also has another B-level skill called Shockwave Fist, which is stronger than Shattering Fist in all aspects except for its slightly weaker single-target burst damage. Most importantly, the Shockwave Fist has an extremely large attack range. Even if Jiang Yan is fast and has special movement skills, he simply cannot completely dodge this move. However, just when Ward Cocker was full of confidence that he could severely injure Jiang Yan with this move, suddenly, a deafening roar of a dragon resounded. Not only did everyone in the battleground hear it, but everyone in the live stream also heard it clearly. To everyone's astonishment, a giant dragon engulfed in ghostly flames appeared above Jiang Yan's head. What? This scene left not only Ward Cocker, but everyone else wide-eyed, their shock palpable. Who would have thought that a giant dragon would appear on the battlefield? Created by the Fire Dragon's Fury skill, but by a real fire dragon. Chapter 66, Summoning the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. As they gazed at the giant dragon of Will-o'-the-Wisps hovering in midair, the viewers in Area 75 of the live stream widened their eyes. What's going on? How can they summon a dragon? Could this be another kind of puppet? Don't forget, Jiang Yan used a puppet that could summon half-dragons before. Damn it! Did they realize they couldn't beat our ward, so they resorted to using puppets again? Holy crap! Doesn't Jiang Yan have any shame? Can't he have a fair 1v1 duel? All he knows is how to rely on the power of puppets. What a useless piece of trash. I'm really puzzled. Where does this guy get so many dolls? How come we've never gotten any, but he's been able to keep getting them? Cheating. This must be cheating. When person number 666 saw these words, he was furious. Bullshit. You keep talking about cheating. I'll just ask you one question. How do you cheat in this cruel world? It's ridiculous. Is there any rule that says you can't use puppets in battle? Besides, who said that our boss Jiang Yan used a puppet this time? Stop playing around. The prerequisite for using a puppet is to throw out the corresponding puppet doll. Maybe this is a new skill that our boss Jiang Yan has learned. A bunch of frogs in a well, all you dare to do is chatter on and on. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the sudden appearance of this fire dragon sparked an extremely heated argument. Not only that, the other two contestants in Zone 75, including their spouses, immediately assumed that Jiang Yan had summoned the puppet. Could this be a doll? But something seems a bit off. Ward Cocker frowned. Although he also believed it was a puppet, Jiang Yan had never used any items to summon puppets. This giant fire dragon appeared out of nowhere, and its entire body was engulfed in ghostly flames. Most importantly, the doll did not attack after being summoned, which is clearly different from a human doll. Ward Cocker instinctively looked at the weapon in Jiang Yan's hand. The pattern on the fire dragon and the sword were exactly the same. It was at this time that Jiang Yan slightly raised the Dragon Flame Ghost sword in her hand, aiming it at Ward Cocker in front of her. The Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon, hovering in midair, seemed to have been activated, its eyes turning bloodshot as it looked at Ward Cocker and roared once more. To others, this Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon truly resembled a summoned puppet. But that's not actually the case. Only Jiang Yan knew the true purpose of this Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. It is no exaggeration to say that the true power of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword can only be unleashed when the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon appears. Even though Jiang Yan hadn't attacked yet, and neither had Long Yin Guilong, Ward Cocker suddenly felt extremely uneasy. Before he could react, Jiang Nian rushed in front of him at lightning speed. The dragon flame ghost sword in his hand ignited with terrifying ghost flames, and with its powerful fiery blade slash, it slashed down fiercely. At the same time, Dragon Flame Ghost Void in midair condensed a large ball of ghost fire in its mouth, and together with Jiang Nian's attack, it blasted towards Ward Cocker. Boom! With a loud bang, Ward Cocker was blasted several meters away and slammed into a stone pillar at the edge of the battlefield. The once indestructible diamond body now has a deep wound, from which a large amount of blood is flowing. In addition, his body was covered in flames, and he looked extremely pained. Jiang Nian had clearly not used Fire Dragon's Fury, but only the C-rank skill Fierce Blade Slash. Logically speaking, even if he couldn't dodge it, he shouldn't have suffered such severe damage. It is even less likely that it will be burned on a large scale by Will-O-the-Wisps. None of this was due to Jiang Nian's Fierce Blade Slash, but rather to the giant ghost fire dragon in midair that attacked along with Jiang Nian's attack. This moment, Ward Cocker truly realized that this ghost fire dragon was not a summoned puppet at all, but the power of the B-grade weapon in Jiang Nian's hands. Recalling the painless attacks Jiang Nian had previously unleashed, he finally understood that Jiang Nian was waiting for the right opportunity. The purpose is to summon the Will-O-the-Wisp dragon. This dragon flame ghost sword is indeed powerful. Even if they are both B-grade weapons, they are clearly much more powerful than the fiery gauntlets in this guy's hands. Seeing this, Jiang Nian's lips curled up slightly. He understood why this was the case. It was entirely because the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword had mutated during its forging process. If there were no mutation, it would just be the Dragon Flame Sword, and it could never be this powerful. Tu Shanqing and Lina, who were standing next to Jiang Nian, maintained a very confident expression throughout. They were all too aware of their husband's capabilities. Now that the Will-O-the-Wisp dragon has appeared, it's pointless for Ward Cocker to resist it. On the other side, Ward Cocker's two fiancées, who were originally very confident, never expected that their husbands would be suddenly dealt a heavy blow. Terrified, they immediately ran to Ward Cocker's side, helped him up, and looked extremely frightened. Damn it! Why is his B-grade weapon so powerful? Ward Cocker, enduring the excruciating pain, glared at Jiang Nian. A powerful slash, combined with the power of the Ghost Fire Dragon, severely injured him. If Jiang Nian were to unleash the already powerful wrath of the Fire Dragon, then in conjunction with the power of the Ghost Fire Dragon, wouldn't that mean being instantly killed? Thinking of this, Ward Cocker's expression gradually turned to horror. Even if he was unwilling to accept it, he had to realize that he could not possibly be a match for Jiang Nian. He cared more about his life than the embarrassment of admitting defeat. Without any hesitation, Ward Kirkle was helped up by his two wives and immediately prepared to shout for surrender. But at that very moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared in midair, and several bolts of lightning, like golden dragons, fell. Thunderous force. Ward Kirkle didn't even have time to shout for surrender before he was blasted away. Although Jiang Nian's equipment, including the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand, is all fire attribute. But this thunderous attack is a B-rank lightning skill, so its power is inherently strong. In addition, he had already been severely injured by the Will-O-the-Wisp, and then he was struck by lightning, making his injuries even more serious. The moment he stood up, Jiang Nian had already brandished the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand, unleashing the fury of the Fire Dragon. A giant fire dragon made of Will-O-the-Wisps appeared out of thin air and roared as it hurtled toward Ward Kirkle. Not only that, the Ghost Fire Dragon hovering in midair also assisted Jiang Nian in launching an attack, spewing out a large amount of ghost fire. These Will-O-the-Wisps automatically merged into the wrath of the Fire Dragon, making it even more powerful. Seeing this situation, Ward Kirkton immediately looked desperate. Without any chance to surrender, they were engulfed by the wrath of the Fire Dragon. Chapter 67, No Hidden Dangers Left. No. Ward Cocker's two fiancées screamed in despair upon witnessing this scene. But no matter how loudly they shout, it's all meaningless. The Fire Dragon was already powerful, and with the assistance of the Ghost Fire Dragon, this attack became extremely powerful. Ward Kirker had already been severely injured, so how could he possibly withstand this attack now? He was burned to a crisp on the spot and showed no signs of life. At the same time, the announcement was then made. Announcement: Jiang Nian has won the first game. Player number 75, please continue to the stage. Jiang Nian, how could you do this? Don't you think you're being far too cruel? Ward was already about to surrender. Why did you have to kill him? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution for doing this? The other two contestants from Area 75 shouted angrily at Jiang Yin. They knew very well that Jiang Yin was now extremely powerful, and defeating him was completely impossible. Even Ward Cocker died tragically at Jiang Yin's hands. But they just couldn't swallow their anger. If Jiang Yangang had stopped, then the strongest person in their region wouldn't have died. In reality, Ward Cocker's death is just that, a death. Most importantly, in order to ensure Ward Kirkle's victory, they handed over a large amount of their valuable resources to him. Now that this guy is dead, won't all these things disappear along with him? This is what angered them the most. Not only that, everyone in Area 75 in the live stream was furiously cursing. Jiang Yin, you are utterly despicable. I have never seen such a despicable person as you. You killed Boss Ward, so everything we gave him is gone too. This is it. Not only are the regional resources halved and all attributes reduced by 20 points, but all those precious things are gone too. Jiang Yin caused all of this, you bastard. So what if you have some strength? You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. With Ward Cocker's death, the battle for resources essentially sealed the fate of Area 75. More than the loss in the competition, they could not accept Ward Kirkle's death, nor could they accept the disappearance of their precious treasures. They truly suffered a double loss, and their hatred for Jiang Yin only intensified. And at this moment, on the battlefield, despite the insults from the crowd, Jiang Yin remained calm throughout. He didn't think he had done anything wrong. In this extremely dangerous world, Jiang Yin would never leave himself any hidden dangers. He had already made a blood feud with Ward Cocker when he killed Ward Cocker's brother. Furthermore, this guy is still slandering her outside, so how could Jiang Yin let him get away with it? Right now, the only way to eliminate this guy is to nip the problem in the bud and prevent any potential threats from arising. So you want to avenge him? Heh. Jiang Yin chuckled coldly. If you want revenge, then come on then. These words were spoken. The two contestants from area number 75, who had been cursing at Jiang Yin, immediately shut their mouths. Despite their immense anger, they had to admit that Jiang Yin's strength was far too great. Despite all the resentment, at this moment, one must obediently shout, I surrender. Saving one's life is more important than losing face. With their strength, they simply couldn't defeat Jiang Yin. Entering the battlefield would be suicide. With their surrender, Area 75 was declared the loser in this resource contest. Announcement: Region 666 has emerged victorious in this resource competition. Announcement: Resources in Zone 666 doubled. All attributes increased by 20 points for all characters. Resources in Zone 75 halved. All attributes decreased by 20 points for all characters. Announcement: Jiang Yin has successfully defeated 3 opponents single-handedly and has received additional rewards. 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 challenge key. Reminder: Area 75 has entered protection mode after 2 consecutive losses in resource contests. It cannot be challenged again until victory is achieved in this area. This moment. Therefore, everyone in Area 666 was enveloped by golden light that fell from the sky, and all their attributes increased by 20 points. Including this victory, Jiang Yin has led them to victory in the resource competition 5 times in a row. And every time, Jiang Yin fought against 3 opponents single-handedly. We feel incredibly fortunate to be in the same region as such a powerful individual. This is such a great opportunity to cling to someone's coattails. As for Jiang Yin killing Ward Cocker, they didn't feel anything was wrong with it. On the contrary, everyone felt that Jiang Yin did the right thing, and there was no need to leave such a big hidden danger for himself. Now, they idolized Jiang Yin to the extreme. Anyone who dares to verbally insult Jiang Yin will immediately retaliate without Jiang Yin even needing to respond. However, in the eyes of everyone in Area 75, Jiang Yin was a heinous villain. At the beginning, their Zone 75 was a zone with 3 consecutive victories, demonstrating their formidable strength. But now, because of Jiang Yin's appearance, they have suffered a series of failures. This forced them into a state of protection, a fall from heaven to hell. Most importantly, the strongest person in their region also died as a result. Perhaps because they were under protection and would not be challenged again, the people in Zone 75 had no worries and flocked into the regional chat channel to hurl insults at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin, you heartless bastard, aren't you being a little too ruthless? Your strength is indeed formidable, we acknowledge that, but you didn't need to resort to such ruthless methods. Ward was clearly about to surrender, but you didn't give him the chance and insisted on killing him. Killing Ward's brother wasn't enough. Now we're going to kill Ward himself. How can there be such a despicable person as you in this world? Isn't there anyone who can step forward and punish Jiang Nian? Everyone. If no one keeps Jiang Nian in check, he'll really become lawless, and then all our areas will suffer. The words spoken by the people in Area 75 instantly shocked the entire Area 7. What? Ward Kirkle from your area is dead too. How is that possible? He's at least a 7-star level. Even if he can't beat him, he should at least surrender. This is really strange. How could Jiang Yin be so powerful that Ward, who is also a 7-star, didn't even have a chance to surrender? It seems that among the many areas of our Region 7, there has emerged an extremely remarkable individual. Jiang Yin. It's that Jiang Yin again. He really deserves to die. The strongest person in our region was also killed by Jiang Yin. This guy really doesn't hold back at all. He's too domineering because he has some strength. If no one can subdue Jiang Yin, doesn't that mean that if Jiang Yin challenges our region one day, we will all be doomed? While everyone was buzzing with discussion, someone created a special chat group in the chat channel of Region 7 and was secretly plotting something. Chapter 68, The 7 Strongest. As people spend more time in the world of matchmaking, more and more features are being added. Nowadays, in the regional chat channel, you can not only add friends and chat privately across regions, but also pull several friends into a special group chat. There are currently 7 people in the special group chat. Everyone, you must have heard about what happened today. Jiang Yin killed Ward Cocker. You should know that they are both at the 7-star level. I also have inside information that this Ward Cocker has a B-level weapon. Even so, he was still defeated by Jiang Yin and didn't even have a chance to surrender. Don't you all think we should step in and do something about this? They're right. If we let Jiang Yin go unchecked, he'll probably be able to trample all of us on the head very soon. At this moment, the person speaking in the group chat is a person from Area 88 named Higashido Sho, who comes from Japan. As can be seen from the profile picture, this person has a neat buzz cut and a resolute face, giving him a military aura. After Dongtang Xiang finished speaking, a woman with a blonde, blue-eyed profile picture immediately responded. Although I didn't pay much attention to Jiang Yin at first, I have to say that he has really exceeded my expectations. I never expected that such a strong person would exist in a region that is ranked so low and only recently opened the regional chat channel. Brother Dongtang is right. We must take action against Jiang Yin, otherwise our positions as the 7 of us will be in jeopardy. This blonde, blue-eyed woman, named Anna Diger, resides in Area 6799 and comes from the British Empire. Besides these 2, there are 5 other people in this group chat, all from different countries and from different regions in the marriage world. It's worth mentioning that none of the 7 people in the group chat were from Yin country. In fact, these 7 people were the first to lead their respective regions to open the regional chat channel, thus obtaining the exclusive rewards for the top 7, which made them even stronger. Even the weakest of them possesses a combat strength of 7.5 stars. At first, these 7 people didn't take anyone who later opened the regional chat channel seriously. They believed that these people could not affect their status, and that no matter what, they would remain the 7 strongest individuals in the 7th region. But now, with Jiang Yin's appearance, all of this has become an unknown. These 7 people had already formed an alliance and considered themselves the strongest 7 in Region 7. How could they tolerate Jiang Yin affecting their status? Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Yin must be eliminated. Although Jiang Yin has won time and time again, so what? We are about to complete our mission as regional rulers. Once we become regional rulers, we can start a whole new world. No matter how strong Jiang Yin's potential is, it's impossible for her to catch up with us. A man from India named Amir, whose area code was 997, spoke with utter disdain. Amir, you're being a bit naive. Don't forget, Jiang Yin has already reached the 7th level. His growth rate is far beyond our imagination. If we don't get rid of him, I'm afraid he will catch up with us in a few days. And this guy must have also received a mission from the regional ruler. Do you want him to surpass us and become the regional ruler ahead of time? In my opinion, it is still necessary to take action against him. Dongtang Xiang immediately retorted. I agree with Dongtang Xiang's opinion. If you are unwilling to take action, then I will personally challenge Jiang Yin. Anna Diger ranked last in strength among the 7, but even so, she was still a 7.5-star level powerhouse. Although Jiang Yin is very strong and has great potential, he is only at the 7-star level at present. Anna Diger believed that she could kill Jiang Yin in no time if she made a move. Anna, since you want to make a move, then make a move. Anyway, I'm not interested in Jiang Yin, and he can't possibly affect us. Amir remained extremely confident, showing no regard whatsoever for Jiang Yin, this Yin citizen. Apart from these 3 people speaking in the group chat, the other 4 remained silent. I don't know if they didn't see it or were deliberately observing without saying anything. Regardless, Anna Diger had already made up her mind. No matter what, they had to get rid of Jiang Yin and eliminate this hidden danger. The reason she was so eager to kill Jiang Yin was mainly because she was afraid of losing the top 7 prize. The first 7 people to open the regional chat channel not only receive generous exclusive rewards, but also a very special status aura. Being in this aura not only increases the number of times you can open the door each day by 2, but also increases your chances of entering the resource room. This means they have a higher chance of obtaining valuable treasure chests and high-quality equipment. This will cause the gap between these 7 people and people from other regions to widen. If Anna Diger is defeated by Jiang Yin, then Jiang Yin, who defeated her, will take her place. Everything it owns will disappear. Anna Diger ranked 7th, indicating that she was the most likely person to be replaced, and naturally she would not tolerate Jiang Yin, such a potential threat. We must eliminate Jiang Yin before he fully matures. Jiang Yin was completely unaware of all of this. Jiang Yin didn't care at all what people were saying about him in the regional chat channel. Instead of wasting time arguing with them, it's better to continue improving your own abilities. Upon opening the silver treasure chest, Jiang Yin accepted everything except the usual 15 attribute points. He casually put these items up for auction in exchange for other resources. At the same time, the 15 attribute points gained were allocated to strength. Including the 20-point boost to all attributes gained from the resource competition, Jiang Yin's current strength has reached an astonishing level. With the ability to see weaknesses with omniscience and omnipotence, Jiang Yin is not afraid at all even when facing someone with extremely strong defensive talent like Ward Cocker. The resource competition has now gone on a 5-game winning streak, and the regional ruler has already completed half of the first task. Jiang Yinbin planned to continue selecting suitable areas for the challenge. But then I suddenly realized there was actually a wedding room not far ahead. Name wedding room. Room details. A princess from the Forest Troll clan. Though ugly, she possesses considerable strength. Security assessment. Your formidable abilities and handsome appearance have caught her attention. If you like her, please enter. Chapter 69 Forest Trolls. I actually stumbled upon a wedding room. But how come the creature in this room is a forest troll? Upon seeing the information that appeared before her eyes, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The chances of a marriage house appearing are already very low, and when it finally does, it turns out to be an ugly forest troll. Even without seeing what this guy looks like, Jiang Yin can roughly guess. Definitely not much different from the previous goblin princess. Husband, should we go around this door? Tu Shanqing and Lina, who were standing beside him, asked curiously. No, we finally found a wedding room. How can we avoid it? Who cares what it is? Let's go in first and talk about it later. Just like when we dealt with the goblin princess, successfully resisting the marriage will also bring great rewards. Jiang Yin smiled slightly and led Tu Shanqing and Lina into the bridal chamber. When Jiang Yin opened her eyes again, she had arrived in a primeval forest. Towering trees were everywhere, as well as all sorts of plants that Jiang Yin had never seen before. There are even carnivorous plants among them. No matter how you look at it, this forest is extremely dangerous. However, in the heart of this dangerous forest, there stands a magnificent palace. From afar, one can see a monster with an extremely fierce expression standing outside the palace gate. They are over 4 meters tall, covered in thick green scales that shimmer with a metallic sheen. His eyes were like 2 fiery rubies, flashing with wildness and ferocity. He held a huge spiked club in his hand, covered with mysterious runes, as if it contained endless power. Without a doubt, this is the terrifying forest troll race. Name, Troll Guard. Race, Forest Troll. Talent, Great Strength, Rank B. Skills, Heavy Strike, Savage Charge, Giant Hammer Smash, Shock Hammer. Strength, 7 stars. This is the first time I've encountered someone other than my marriage partner in the bridal chamber. I never expected that this forest troll princess would have bodyguards, and each of them is at the 7-star level. It seems that the forest troll race is indeed very powerful. Jiang Yin frowned slightly after seeing the detailed information about the troll guards. If we want to succeed in our rebellion, we have to take down these 2 big guys. Perhaps sensing the presence of outsiders, the palace gates immediately opened. A troll dressed in a white wedding gown and high heels, with her face painted like a monkey's butt, ran over excitedly. As you can see, this forest troll is significantly smaller than the troll guards beside it, and its size is similar to that of an ordinary human. Name: Anna. Race: forest troll. Talent: forest power, rank A. Skills: spikes, whiplash, vine entanglement, protective barrier, plant manipulation, plant growth. Strength: 7.5 stars. 7.5 stars level. This troll princess is quite formidable. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nian immediately became alert. Tu Shanxing and Lina beside him also looked extremely solemn. This can be said to be the strongest enemy Jiang Nian has ever encountered. If Jiang Nian compromises and chooses to marry this guy, then without a doubt, she will gain an extremely powerful marriage partner. But this guy is too ugly. How could Jiang Nian accept it? The moment he entered the bridal chamber, he made up his mind to succeed in his rebellion. My husband. You are my husband. I've finally waited for this. Princess Anna the troll excitedly ran up to Jiang Nian. She stared intently at Jiang Nian, her expression like that of a lovesick girl. Jiang Nian is so handsome. He had never seen a human man who was so handsome. Moreover, he is extremely powerful, perfectly matching her ideal image of a husband. As for Tu Shanxing and Lina standing next to Jiang Nian, she didn't care about them at all. Once she and Jiang Nian successfully marry, she can kill those two women immediately. Jiang Nian must belong to her alone. Wait, I think you've got it wrong. I'm not your husband. The moment Jiang Nian saw the troll Anna, she immediately recalled the goblin princess from before. These two are practically identical, with the same aesthetic sense. They're just so ugly. What? Princess Anna, the troll, looked puzzled upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? Now that you've entered the bridal chamber, you are naturally my husband. Who says that entering a marriage room guarantees a successful marriage? Jiang Nian gave a cold laugh and spoke. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Princess Anna of the Trolls was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and stood there dumbfounded. Gradually, an extremely angry expression appeared on his face. You dare to defy me? Anna's eyes gradually turned red. Do you know the price of defying me? Do you believe I can kill you right now? Anna never expected Jiang Nian to say such a thing. In her eyes, she was perfect and flawless, so how could Jiang Nian look down on her? Since this man in front of her is so ungrateful, Anna feels it's necessary to say something more. Even if we beat Jiang Nian half to death and kill those two women, we can still bring Jiang Nian back. No matter what, she was determined to get Jiang Nian. Someone come here. As Anna shouted angrily, the two troll guards standing at the palace gate immediately rushed towards them. He stared at Jiang Nian and the others with murderous intent in his eyes. Anyone who dares to provoke the princess of their forest troll clan must pay a heavy price. Kill those two women and cripple Jiang Nian. I, this princess, will show him what the price is for defying me. Upon hearing Anna's words, the two troll guards standing beside her simultaneously roared in anger. Their roars were as deafening as thunder, causing the entire forest to tremble. Chinger Nar, you two are responsible for keeping these two big guys occupied. Remember not to confront them head on. Just use indirect tactics to restrain them. I'm going to kill that troll princess. The dragon flame ghost sword immediately appeared in his hand. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, you must first catch the king. As long as the troll princess is killed, the rebellion will be considered a success. It is basically impossible for Tu Shanxing and Lina to defeat them. But simply restraining them is still quite easy. Moreover, those two big, clumsy guys don't seem very smart either. Don't worry, my husband. Tu Shanxing and Lina immediately took action. Lina was incredibly fast. After spreading her wings, she charged towards the troll guards with lightning speed. The radiant set amplifies her speed, making her even faster. The troll guards are powerful, but too slow to attack Lina. This greatly angered the troll guards, who roared incessantly. The other troll guard was instantly bound by Tu Shanxing's extreme cold shackles, and could not break free for a while. Although Tu Shanxing is not as strong as the troll guards, she wields the B-grade weapon, the extreme cold ice staff. At present, B-grade weapons are already at the top level. Ice-based skills unleashed with such weapons are extremely powerful. Not to mention, Tu Shanxing now also has a complete set of ice mirror armor. Without the interference of the troll guards, Jiang Nian could deal with the troll princess Anna without restraint. Jiang Nian, do you really dislike me that much? Am I not as good as the two of them? Chapter 70. Where does your confidence come from? Hee hee. May I ask where you get your confidence from? You dare to compare yourself to my Qinger and Nar? Zhang Yin was too lazy to waste words with this guy, so he brandished the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and rushed towards the Troll Princess. This guy is a 7.5-star strong, and Zhang Yin needs the help of Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon to deal with him. Right now, the first thing to do is to accumulate the number of floors. Damn it, I'll make you pay. Anna was truly enraged by Zhang Yin, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from her body. As you can see, Anna now holds a scepter inlaid with emeralds, and her body is emitting a faint green light. This special force clearly affected a large number of plants nearby, causing them to grow rapidly. Zhang Yin originally planned to use the triple slash to accumulate layers of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. But just as he rushed in front of Anna, several vines instantly emerged from the ground, joining together to form a barrier resembling vines, blocking Zhang Yin's attack. At the same time, two thorny vines lashed out at Zhang Yin. Fortunately, Zhang Yin reacted very quickly and dodged the attack in time, using the free and easy step. Zhang Yin, I'm giving you one last chance. Are you willing to marry me? If you're not willing, then don't blame me for being impolite. Princess Anna the Troll is quite powerful, possessing the A-rank talent forest power, which allows her to control plants to attack. This is still a primeval forest, and Anna's strength will be even greater in a battle here. It's no exaggeration to say that everything in the forest can become her weapon. Zhang Yin was only at the 7-star level, while she had already reached the 7.5-star level. Even without the assistance of the troll guards, she was confident that she could defeat Zhang Yin. I must say, you are indeed very strong, but so what? You don't actually think you can beat me, do you? The fact that the previous 3-stage slash attack was blocked did not surprise Zhang Yin at all. All of this was within his expectations. In any case, the purpose of using the triple slash was not to hurt her, but simply to accumulate the layers of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. As long as the attack is successful, whether it hits the Troll Princess or the plant barrier, it will accumulate layers. You're asking for it, Anna shouted angrily, raising her scepter high, which emitted a dazzling green light. Immediately afterwards, the large trees on either side of Zhang Yin seemed to come alive and began to shake violently. Then, it used its thick branches to slam into Zhang Yin. Besides, the leaves on the surrounding trees transformed into countless sharp blades, attacking Zhang Yin like raindrops. Zhang Yin had to dodge the attacks from the tree branches while also using her skills to defend against the sharp blades that the leaves had turned into. Fortunately, the skills Zhang Yin used, as well as the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand, were all fire attribute. After a few skills, the surrounding area was already engulfed in flames, burning with terrifying ghost fire. In certain situations, fire-type skills are very effective against Anna's plant-type skills. Anna had clearly anticipated this, and her expression turned extremely displeased. If it were an ordinary flame, that would be fine. But these will-o'-the-wisps are too eerie. Once they start burning, they are difficult to extinguish. The surrounding area was engulfed in flames, which greatly affected Anna's plant-based skills. While Anna was getting angry, Zhang Yin glanced at Tu Shanqing and Lina. The two of them were still locked in combat with the troll guards. After all, their opponents possessed 7-star strength. If this goes on for too long, Tu Shanqing and Lina will definitely not be able to hold on. Now that the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword has reached its maximum level, it is fully capable of summoning the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. Zhang Yin didn't waste any more time and raised the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand. The next moment, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword emitted an extremely dazzling light, and a lifelike ghost fire dragon hovered in midair. Roar! A deafening dragon roar resounded, and both the Troll Princess Anna and the troll guards not far away showed expressions of utter horror. Dragon? How could a dragon suddenly appear? Despite Anna's 7.5-star strength, she still sensed a dangerous aura emanating from this ghostly fire dragon. Warm-up time is over. Now I can get serious. As soon as Zhang Yin finished speaking, he swiftly wielded the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand, unleashing the powerful fury of the fire dragon, and blasted it towards the Troll Princess. The giant dragon of ghost fire hovering in midair also spewed out a large amount of ghost fire at this moment, which merged with the wrath of the fire dragon, greatly increasing its power. Even Ward Cocker, who had awakened the S-Class Diamond Body Talent, couldn't withstand this attack, let alone the Troll Princess in front of him. Even if this guy has the strength of a 7.5-star, his defense is definitely not as good as Ward Cocker's. Most importantly, fire-type skills are particularly effective against her. Help! Help! Princess Anna, the troll, clearly sensed just how powerful Jiang Yin's attack was. Terrified, she repeatedly used her plant barrier skill to block the dragon's rage. However, plant-type skills are severely countered by fire-type skills, and this is compounded by the effects of the surrounding will-o'-the-wisps. Once the plant barrier is activated, it will be burned by the will-o'-the-wisps and collapse in an instant. Anna knew she couldn't withstand this attack and screamed in fright. Under normal circumstances, if the troll princess is in danger, the troll guards will risk their lives to protect her. But nowadays, the two troll guards were restrained by Tu Shanqing and Lina, and there were also a lot of ghost fire around them, so even if they wanted to make a move, they were powerless. No! With a scream from the troll princess Anna, she was instantly engulfed by the wrath of the fire dragon. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, she used her plant manipulation skill to wrap herself in a large number of branches, leaves, vines and other things, which offset part of the damage from the fire dragon's fury. Even so, she was still severely injured, with large areas of her body burned by ghost fire, and her aura was extremely weak. The fact that a human with only 7-star combat power could so easily injure her proves that her judgment was correct. Jiang Yin is indeed very powerful. The problem is that such a powerful man doesn't like her, and that's what makes the troll princess most miserable. Why? Why don't you like me? What do I lack compared to them? The troll princess collapsed to the ground, speaking weakly. It can only be described as a matter of aesthetics. I don't intend to kill you. As long as you obediently leave here, it will be considered that I have successfully resisted the arranged marriage. Jiang Yin walked up to the troll princess with a cold expression. An aesthetic issue? Upon hearing this, the troll princess's eyes widened. You mean you think I'm ugly? How dare you call me ugly when I'm so beautiful? I'm going to kill you. Jiang Yin's words drove her to madness. With her last bit of strength, she used the remaining trees around her to try and attack Jiang Yin. What can be done? It was all too slow. The moment she unleashed her skill, Jiang Yin delivered a powerful fiery blade slash, instantly severing her head. Chapter 71 Successful Resistance, a Sudden Challenge. Congratulations on successfully resisting the arranged marriage room. Rewards: 1 substitute doll, 1 opportunity key, 1 golden treasure chest, and a large pack of daily necessities. Following the death of the troll princess, an announcement was made. Although the rewards for resisting marriage are not as good as the rewards for successfully getting married, they are still quite good. In addition to the rare opportunity key, you can also obtain a golden treasure chest. For Jiang Yin at this stage, that would be a huge improvement. Roar! Just then, the troll guards who were fighting Tu Shanqing and Lina let out an angry roar. They all went into a frenzy. Their duty was to protect the troll princess, but now the troll princess is dead. This was a huge blow to them. The culprit behind all of this is the appearance of Jiang Yin and others. They must kill all 3 of them. I've already killed the 7.5-star troll princess. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Nar, I'm here. Jiang Yin brandished the dragon flame ghost sword in his hand and rushed towards the 2 troll guards at an extremely fast speed. While the dragon flame ghost dragon is still around, let's finish this quickly. A moment later, the 2 troll guards collapsed to the ground, quickly losing their vital signs as they were engulfed by the endless flames. Finally, it's all sorted out. I have to say, these 2 guys are really tough as nails. After fighting the troll princess and 2 troll guards, Jiang Yin was exhausted and sat on the ground, panting heavily. Although dealing with them was no problem, this was Jiang Yin's limit for now. If a 7-star monster appeared at this point, it would be a huge problem. Fortunately, with those guys dead, the bridal chamber is now perfectly safe. My husband, you've worked so hard. Let us give you a good massage tonight. Tu Shanqing and Lina stood on either side of Jiang Yin, helping him up and walking towards the palace deep in the woods. This palace was originally the residence of the troll princess, but now that she is dead, it has naturally become ownerless. Just like when they rebelled against the goblin princess, everything in this palace now belongs to Jiang Yin, which can be considered a hidden reward. With the help of the 2 men, Jiang Yin entered the palace. The entire palace was decorated like a wedding venue, exceptionally magnificent. On the long table to the side, all kinds of delicious food were laid out. However, Jiang Yin was now drawn to a painting hanging on the wall of the central hall of the palace. The image depicts a one-eyed forest troll clad in golden armor and wielding a great sword. Judging from the portrait, this guy looks quite imposing and is clearly stronger than the previous forest troll. In Jiang Yin's opinion, this guy was most likely the king of the forest troll clan, who was also the father of the former troll princess Anna. Jiang Yin killed his daughter, and if they encounter each other in the dungeon later, this guy will definitely try to kill Jiang Yin at all costs, just like the Goblin King before him. Moreover, this guy's strength must be extremely powerful, at least reaching the 8-star level. However, Jiang Yin was not flustered at all, since it was unlikely that they would encounter each other in the short term. Even if she were to actually appear in the dungeon room, Jiang Yin could use her omniscient and omnipotent talent to avoid the room unless she was absolutely certain of success. Then, Jiang Yin walked towards the table next to her. Besides a variety of delicious foods, there was also a bottle of decanted red wine on the table. Without a doubt, this must have been prepared by the troll princess, who wanted to have dinner with Jiang Yin after the wedding. Come on, you two, sit down quickly. We can't waste this table full of delicious food. Let's eat our fill. Jiang Yin invited Tu Shanqing and Lina to sit down and began to enjoy their meal. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Jiang Yin led Tu Shanqing and Lina into a clean room in the palace to sleep. Although the previous battles had been extremely tough, Jiang Yinka thoroughly enjoyed and felt incredibly comfortable that night. Early morning. As a ray of sunlight shone in through the window, Jiang Yin slowly opened her eyes. After a good night's rest, all the fatigue from yesterday has vanished, and I'm still full of energy. Tu Shanqing and Lina, both with flushed faces, lay beside Jiang Yin, nestled in his arms. If allowed, they really hope to stay in this room for a long time and spend some peaceful days with Jiang Yin. In any case, the supplies they currently have, including those in this palace, are enough to last them for a long time. But at this very moment, the announcement rang out without warning. Urgent announcement. The challenge key has been used in Area 6799 to open the challenge gate, automatically connecting to Area 666. The resource competition has begun. Resource contest. In a lost region, all resources are halved, and all players' attributes decrease by 20 points. In a one region, all resources are doubled, and all players' attributes increase by 20 points. Friendly reminder, Area 6799 has won the resource competition 9 times in a row. What? The moment the announcement was made, Jiang Yin immediately sat up straight. His robust upper body was on full display. If it were just a challenge from an ordinary area, Jiang Yin wouldn't take it seriously at all. The problem is that this time, their opponent, Area 6799, has won 9 consecutive times. Without a doubt, area number 6799 is extremely strong. Otherwise, it would never have been able to win so many games in a row. I really don't get a single day of peace. Jiang Yin stood up and quickly put on her clothes. Despite knowing absolutely nothing about region 6799 and rarely seeing people from that region in the regional chat channels. However, the fact that they were able to win 9 consecutive matches in the resource competition is enough to prove that the strongest player in this region is no ordinary person. Perhaps he has already surpassed Jiang Yin. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest opponent Jiang Yin had ever encountered. What Jiang Yin couldn't understand was that he had no grudge against the 6799 region. If this guy wanted to complete the region ruler mission, he wanted to win 10 consecutive games. There's absolutely no need to choose them last time. You can challenge the weaker regions and easily complete the first task of becoming the regional ruler. But they just happened to choose Area 666, which Jiang Yin believed was definitely not a coincidence. Now, let alone Jiang Yin. Everyone in Area 666 was stunned, their expressions filled with utter horror. The regional chat channel immediately erupted in excitement. Chapter 72, The Special Room. Area 6799, 9 consecutive wins. My God, what's going on with these guys? Why are they challenging us for no reason? We have no grudge against them, and we've never had a direct conflict with them in the regional chat channel. So why are they challenging us for no reason? Who knows? Do they think we can win this challenge? Don't forget, our region has already won 5 games in a row. That's right. Boss Jiang Yin is extremely powerful. There's nothing to worry about at all. That's true, but this time, Area 6799 has already won 9 consecutive games. How could they have done that without some strength? I suddenly had a bad feeling that we might lose this time. To be honest, I actually had this feeling too. Don't jinx it, upstairs. Boss Jiang Yin is powerful and will definitely not lose. We can't be intimidated by their 9-game winning streak. We need to trust Boss Jiang Yin. This time, the strength of area number 6799 is very powerful. Even though they trust Jiang Yin, they still feel a little uneasy. Many people, eager to find out why area number 6799 suddenly launched a challenge against them, flocked to the regional chat channel. Why? Why did your area 6799 suddenly launch a challenge? There has to be a reason. Yeah, they challenged us for no reason. Do they really think we're easy to bully? People from area 6799, come out if you dare. It was during this time that people in area 666 were loudly protesting in the regional chat channel. A blonde woman named Anna Diger spoke up in the regional chat channel. You want a reason? Okay, I can give it to you. The strongest in area 6799. The reason I challenge your area is simple. I don't like Jiang Nian. Is this reason acceptable? After saying that, Anna Diger stopped talking. At the same time, a large number of people from region 6799 entered the regional chat channel. You people from area 666, stop shouting here. Being challenged by our boss Anna is just bad luck for you. There's no point in shouting here. I advise you to prepare to lose the game. The people in area 6799 originally didn't intend to speak. Since Anna Diger had already spoken, how could they let their regional bigwigs fall silent? They were bound to say something. Aren't you guys being a bit too arrogant? The competition hasn't even started yet, and you're already saying we're bound to lose. I remember that this arrogant area before all lost to our boss Jiang Nian. So what if you win 9 straight games? Who knows if you're just targeting weaker areas? With Jiang Nian's strength, he can win N games in a matter of minutes if he wants to. The people in area 666, despite knowing that the other area was very strong, just couldn't swallow their anger. The two sides quickly erupted into a heated argument. Jiang Nian also entered the regional chat channel immediately and saw the reasons for the challenge given by Anna Diger from region 6799. It must be said, this person is indeed extremely arrogant. But Jiang Nian was certain that this guy's real purpose in challenging her was definitely not that. Husband, what should we do now? This Anna Diger is capable of leading her region to 9 consecutive victories. Her strength is truly remarkable. Let's make the most of what we've lost and work hard to improve our strength. Tu Shanqing and Lina immediately got up and dressed. Although they were much weaker than Jiang Nian, they still hoped to help her. Don't panic, don't panic. Although this Anna Diger looks very strong, your husbands are not pushovers. He's so arrogant in challenging me. Does he really think he can win for sure? Jiang Nian smiled slightly. It's okay, relax. Once we've collected all the supplies in this palace, let's leave. Let's try out this key of opportunity in our hands and see what kind of room it can lead to. This was not Jiang Nian's blind confidence. With his current 7-star combat power, he was already capable of killing the 7.5-star troll princess. Even if Anna Diger's strength surpasses Jiang Nian's and reaches 7.5 stars, she may still have a chance to win. Besides the key to opportunity, Jiang Nian also has an unopened golden treasure chest. All of these can make Jiang Nian even stronger. It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Tu Shanqing and Lina nodded obediently and followed Jiang Nian's steps, exploring the palace diligently. In short, take everything you can with you. A moment later, Jiang Nian, along with Tu Shanqing and Lina, left the troll princess's palace and arrived at the edge of this room. In front of him was a white random room. However, Jiang Nian did not rush in, but instead took out the opportunity key she had obtained earlier. Under the power of the opportunity key, the random room in front of me emitted a faint golden light. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian immediately pushed open the door and went inside. When Jiang Nian opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dimly lit conference room. The meeting room was very large, but strangely, the outermost part did not have 4 doors like the other rooms. In other words, the room was completely sealed off, without even windows. Hung in the center of the ceiling, flickering occasionally, making it seem particularly eerie. Besides, inside the room, there was a large round table. Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Lina inexplicably sat in 3 seats at the table after entering the room. What kind of hellhole is this? Jiang Nian looked around in astonishment. This room was unlike any other room Jiang Nian had ever entered before. Most importantly, there seems to be no way out of this room at the moment. This made Jiang Nian feel uneasy. But one thing Jiang Nian was certain of was that after using the key of opportunity, she did not enter the room where anyone else was. This means that this is a real opportunity room. Tu Shanqing and Lina, who were sitting in the other 2 seats, also looked puzzled and carefully observed their surroundings. It was at this time that a shadowy figure without a lower body, draped in a black robe, appeared without warning in the center of the round table. Welcome everyone. Chapter 73 Death Game. What the hell is that? Jiang Yin, Tu Shanqing, and Lena were all startled when they saw the black-robed phantom suddenly appear. Don't panic. Being able to come to this room means, in a way, that you are very lucky. This is the game opportunity room. Once you complete the game, you can receive generous rewards. However, please note that this game carries the risk of death. If you do not wish to participate, you may leave now. You will not receive any reward after leaving. If you choose to participate in the game, then the game begins now. How would you like to choose? Upon hearing the words of the black-robed phantom, Jiang Yin immediately understood everything. First of all, this room is indeed an opportunity room, and not just any ordinary opportunity room. However, to obtain this opportunity, one might have to pay the price of death. My husband, how should we choose? Maybe we should just forget about it. There's no need to participate in such a dangerous death game. Tu Shanqing and Lena looked at Jiang Yin with worried expressions. After all, if you don't participate in this death game, the worst that can happen is that you don't get the reward from the opportunity room and can leave safely. But once you get involved, nobody knows what will happen. Right now, all they know is that it's a death game, but they know nothing about the rules. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin fell silent. Just as they both said, as long as they choose to give up now, they can leave safely. But Jiang Yin would be too unwilling to accept that. It's obvious that as long as you get through that death game, you're guaranteed to get a very good reward. If we choose to give up like this, wouldn't we be wasting an opportunity to become stronger? He simply couldn't bring himself to ask Jiang Yin to give up this rare opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yin's eyes hardened. We can't give up. But if we fail to get through this deadly game, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's not that we don't believe in our husband's abilities. It's just that this is far too dangerous. Tu Shanqing spoke with concern, while Lena, standing to the side, immediately looked at the black-robed phantom and asked, "What are the rules? What are the rules of this game? If you say nothing, how are we supposed to make a decision?" However, the black-robed phantom ignored Lena and remained silent. I am well aware that this death game is extremely dangerous, but it would be a real shame to surrender now. Don't forget, I still have an escape talisman. If all else fails, I can use its power to get us out of here. Jiang Yin said with considerable confidence. Tu Shanqing and Lena remembered the escape talisman Jiang Yin had obtained earlier, which was indeed an excellent way to save their lives. The two then stopped stopping Jiang Yin and looked firmly at the black-robed phantom. "So you've chosen to participate?" Upon seeing this, the black-robed phantom calmly inquired. "That's right." Jiang Yin, Tu Shanqing, and Lena nodded firmly. "Very well, then the game shall begin." As soon as the black-robed phantom finished speaking, the entire sealed room trembled slightly. The next moment, a wooden door inexplicably appeared on the wall directly in front of Jiang Yin. After the wooden door opened, a mysterious person, also dressed in a black robe, slowly walked in. Immediately afterwards, the wooden door closed and disappeared, as if it had never existed. Next, I will explain the rules of the game to you. As the mysterious man in black robes spoke, the black-robed phantom that had been floating in the center of the round table vanished instantly. At the same time, a deck of playing cards appeared mysteriously on the tables of Jiang Yin, Tu Shanqing, and Lena. The game is called Ghost Catching. As you can see, there are decks of cards in front of you. 2 of you with 18 cards each and 1 with 17 cards. First, each person must place the cards of the same rank from their hand in the center of the round table to ensure that no player has cards of the same rank in their hand. After that, the player who is given 17 cards at the start of the game draws cards first, and the drawing proceeds counterclockwise. Each player can only draw a card from the opponent once per round. If you draw a card with the same number as your hand, you can place those 2 cards in the center of the round table. If a player can clear their hand of playing cards, they will receive the reward for this game. Here's something to remind you. Among these 3 decks of cards, there's a single joker. Whoever holds the joker card before the game is completely over loses the game. The losing player will pay the price with death. Oh right, there's one more thing. After choosing to participate in the game, any items unrelated to the game cannot be used, including escape talismans. After saying that, the mysterious man in black robes fell silent and stood quietly to the side. He was like a puppet on a string, devoid of any emotion, merely reciting the rules of the game. Upon hearing the game rules, Jiang Yin was horrified. "What did you say? We can't use escape talismans. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier?" Jiang Yin was extremely unhappy. Who would have thought this guy could be so cunning? The inability to use the escape talisman means that there is no way to leave early unless you pass through a death game. Most importantly, this game appears to be completely safe, as it's simply a card game. One of him, Tu Shanqing, and Lena must die. The game rules clearly state that there is only one joker, and it is impossible to make two jokers and throw them in the center of the round table. This means that at the last moment, one of Jiang Yin, Tu Shanqing, and Lena will definitely be holding the joker card. How? How could the rules be like this? Lena stood up angrily and looked at the mysterious man in black robes beside her. The rules are absurd enough, but why didn't you say before that we couldn't use the escape talisman? Pity. No matter what was said, the mysterious man in the black robe did not respond. But at that very moment, suddenly, a timed alarm clock appeared on the wall next to them, with a timer set to 1 hour. Friendly reminder. This game lasts for 1 hour. If you fail to finish the game within the allotted time, you will all fail. Now please start the game. I will not answer any questions that are unrelated to the game. The mysterious man in black robes said something to himself, then fell silent. It was as if the control over him had ended. He remained motionless. This moment, Jiang Yin, Tu Shanqing, and Lena all wore extremely solemn expressions, staring intently at the playing cards in front of him. Chapter 74, A Deadly Situation? My lord, we are all your women. Even if we die, we will not let you die. No matter what, I will make sure that the joker is in my hand. Tu Shanqing made up her mind and looked at Lena with a firm gaze. Little sister Na, from now on, you will be the only one to take care of my husband. In her view, she was able to survive for so long in such a dangerous world. It can continue to grow stronger, and even its damaged talents have been repaired to some extent. Jiang Yin helped her achieve all of this. If someone really had to die, Tu Shan would choose to die without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lena burst into tears. No, this can't be done. My husband, is there no other way? Lena initially hoped that Jiang Yin would belong to her alone. After spending time with Tu Shanqing, she had long since become like a sister to Tu Shanqing. At that moment, she looked at Jiang Yin with red, teary eyes. Jiang Yin did not respond to them immediately, but stared at the playing cards in front of her with a very serious expression. He kept replaying the game rules that the mysterious man in black robes had mentioned in his mind. You can win the game if you clear your hand of cards. However, it is impossible for someone holding the joker card to do so. Theoretically, one person is indeed destined to die. But the more Jiang Yin thought about it, the more she felt that the rules of the game were very unreasonable. At the very beginning, the black-robed phantom in the center of the round table made it clear that this game only carried the risk of death. But it didn't say that it was a certain death situation. If that's really the case, then there's no need for all this trouble. Just let Jiang Yin and the other two choose one of them to die at the beginning. So, this means that this ghost-catching game is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yin reached out and picked up the playing cards in front of her. Whether it was bad luck or fate, the only joker was among the cards Jiang Yin held. Although the game has only just begun, there is a high probability that this joker card will be drawn by Lena and Tu Shanqing. Based on Jiang Yin's understanding of them, especially Tu Shanqing, once she draws the ghost card, she will definitely hold on to it tightly and risk her own life to ensure Jiang Yin's safe departure. Lena will likely make the same choice. If Jiang Yin were a little more hard-hearted, he could disregard Tu Shanqing or Lena and let them die in his place. But Jiang Yin could never do such a thing. To let the woman you love die in your place? This guy is utterly useless. It was at this time that Jiang Yin suddenly seemed to have thought of something and looked at the mysterious man in black robes beside her. Then, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Husband, do you perhaps have a solution? Lena and Tu Shanqing both looked at Jiang Yin at this moment. There is indeed a solution, but it also carries very high risks. You two must trust me, and you must not object to anything I say from now on. Lena and Tu Shanqing nodded obediently. Their husbands are people who have created miracles time and time again. For them to say such things at this time, they must have thought of something. First of all, I can tell you definitively that the only joker card is currently in my hand. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Lena and Tu Shanqing's eyes widened immediately, and they both picked up the playing cards in front of them to confirm. Just as Jiang Yin had said, neither of them had any jokers in their hands. At this moment, Tu Shanqing and Lena's expressions became extremely solemn. I know what you're afraid of, but please believe me. Next, I will place the joker card as the first card on the left. You must not draw this Joker card under any circumstances. I have to make sure that the Joker is still in my hand until the very last moment. As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, Tu Shanqing asked worriedly, but if that's the case, doesn't that mean my husband will definitely die? Yes. The rules of the game state that whoever holds the Joker card before the game is completely over will die. Lena was also extremely flustered. They simply couldn't bear to watch Jiang Yin die. Perhaps believing that Jiang Yin was risking his life to protect them, Tu Shanqing and Lena both broke down in tears. Silly girl, do you two really think I would willingly die? Don't worry, everything is under my control. As Jiang Yin said this, she repeatedly looked at the mysterious man in black robes standing to the side. Jiang Yin could confirm that this guy was completely controlled by humans. It is definitely not a living, breathing person. In other words, he was more like a puppet that only obeyed the instructions of the behind-the-scenes person. Otherwise, how could he not stop Jiang Yin from openly discussing tactics? Therefore, in Jiang Yin's eyes, this guy was the biggest breakthrough. Seeing the certainty in Jiang Yin's eyes, Tu Shanqing and Lena exchanged glances and finally nodded slightly. The game started very quickly. According to the game rules, Jiang Yin, Tu Shanqing, and Lena all began to carefully arrange the playing cards in their hands. Playing cards with the same number were all thrown to the center of the round table. A moment later, all three players have significantly fewer playing cards in their hands. Tu Shanqing was the luckiest among them, having only 4 cards left in her hand after discarding the same number playing cards. Next is Lena, who has only 6 cards left in her hand. Jiang Yin had the worst luck, not only holding the Joker, but also having a whopping 9 playing cards in her hand. However, Jiang Yin didn't seem to care, and her expression remained very confident. According to the game rules, Jiang Yin starts with 17 playing cards, so he will be the first to draw cards. In counterclockwise order, sitting to Jiang Yin's right was Lena, and he drew a card from Lena's hand without hesitation. With good luck, Jiang Yin drew the 4 of hearts. Since he happened to have the 4 of spades in his hand, he casually placed it in the center of the round table. After that, Lena began to draw cards, and the card they drew was for Tu Shanqing. Unfortunately, he didn't draw the corresponding number. His hand not only didn't decrease, but he actually had 1 more card. Next up is Tu Shanqing. So far, all 3 have perfectly followed the rules of the game, drawing cards one by one and placing cards of the same number in the center of the round table time and time again. After several rounds, Tu Shanqing only had the last spade 3 left in his hand, and his target for drawing the card was Jiang Yin. If Tu Shanqing can draw the number 3 from Jiang Yin's hand, she will pass this death game. Even though doing this would have ensured Tu Shanqing's safety, she hesitated greatly. Qing it's all right. My lord, I have a way to escape. Jiang Yin reached out and patted Tu Shanqing's head, signaling her to avoid the first Joker card on her left and boldly draw a card. After hesitating for a while, Tu Shanqing finally nodded firmly and reached out to draw a card from Jiang Yin's hand. She had already made up her mind that even if she cleared out her hand early, she would not leave Jiang Yin. Even if we die, we'll die together. It has to be said that she was very lucky, as she drew the 3 of diamonds. As Tu Shanqing placed the only 2 playing cards in her hand in the center of the round table, the entire room shook again, and the wooden door that had disappeared earlier suddenly reappeared. Congratulations to player Tu Shanqing for successfully completing the game. Please leave the room now. 10 seconds left on the countdown. If you do not leave, you will die instantly. Chapter 75 The Scapegoat. 10, 9, 8. The mysterious man in black robes began counting down without any emotion. What? Do we really have to leave? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanqing was terrified and had no idea what to do. How could she possibly abandon Jiang Yin and leave on her own now? But if we don't leave now, we'll die immediately. Qing don't hesitate any longer. Leave through that wooden door first. I'll be fine. Believe me. Jiang Yin was speechless at this sudden rule. But there was nothing that could be done. Right now, Tu Shanqing has to leave, or she will die right in front of him. Yes, Sister Qing, you should leave now. Lena, who was standing nearby, quickly spoke up. This. Tu Shanqing remained very hesitant. Now, only 3 seconds remained until the countdown ended. If she doesn't leave now, death awaits her. Seeing the resolute looks in her husband's and Lena's eyes, Tu Shanqing nodded helplessly. My husband, my dear sister Nar, you must both be safe and sound. As soon as she finished speaking, Tu Shanqing opened the wooden door and went inside at the last second. The next moment, the wooden door vanished instantly, and Jiang Yin had no idea where Tu Shanqing would be teleported after entering it. But Jiang Yin couldn't afford to think about those issues right now. She had to hurry and get through this deadly game. Nar, let's continue. Remember, don't draw the first card on my left. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, she and Lena continued playing the game. After several rounds, one joker and one jack of clubs left in her hand. Now, Lena follows Jiang Yin's instructions and doesn't draw the first joker card on her left. She can collect 2 jacks and leave the room smoothly. But now, just like Tu Shanqing before her, Lena is extremely hesitant and unwilling to do so. Husband, are you really sure? Lena said this. She subconsciously prepared to draw the joker card from Jiang Yin's hand. Nar, don't you believe me? Jiang Yin saw through Lena's thoughts and quickly grabbed her hand. Silly girl, I never do anything I'm not sure about. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Later, you and Qing'er will both go through the wooden door first. Jiang Yin looked at Lena with unwavering determination. After hesitating for a long time, Lena finally nodded, avoided the joker, and drew another playing card from Jiang Yin's hand. It was exactly the J-shaped plum blossom she needed. Lena solemnly placed the 2 playing cards in the center of the round table. At the same time, the room shook again, and the wooden door that had disappeared earlier reappeared. Congratulations to player Reina for successfully completing the game. Please leave the room now. 10 seconds left on the countdown. If you do not leave, you will die instantly. Just like before, after Lena cleared out her deck of cards, the silent, mysterious man in black robes suddenly spoke. Then, without any emotion, he began to count down. 10, 9. My husband, you must be safe and sound. Lena ran up to Jiang Yin, kissed him on the lips, and then ran through the wooden door with a worried expression. Then, the wooden door disappeared once again. Now, only Jiang Yin and the mysterious man in black robes remain in this room. According to the rules of the game, Jiang Yin has already lost. There is no way he can collect 2 joker cards and throw them into the center of the round table. This means that Jiang Yin is definitely going to die. But is that really the case? Jiang Yin gave a cold laugh, stood up, and strode towards the mysterious man in black robes. If I'm not mistaken, this game isn't over yet. Sorry, the game is over. You held the joker card, so you have lost. According to the rules of the game, you will pay the price with your death. As he said this, the entire room shook violently, and countless laser cannons appeared on the walls on both sides. If they are launched at the same time, Jiang Yin will have no chance of escape and will be instantly blasted to ashes by the laser cannon. However, the laser cannon failed to activate, and instead, a wooden door that shouldn't have appeared on the wall directly in front of Jiang Yin. What? The mysterious man in black robes was clearly taken aback. How could this be? According to the rules of the game, you have already lost. The last joker card was clearly in your hand. No. Jiang Yin smiled meaningfully. Who said that the last joker card was in my hand? Isn't that joker card on you? As Jiang Yin spoke, her gaze fell upon the pocket of the mysterious man in the black robe. On me. The mysterious man in black robes panicked and began searching his body. As expected, the last joker card was indeed on him. According to the rules of the game, whoever holds the joker card will die before the game is completely over. But now that the joker is in your hand, it's natural that you're the one who will die. Bye-bye. Jiang Yin waved to the mysterious man in black robes, then swaggered in through the wooden door. The moment Jiang Yin stepped through the wooden door, the laser cannon activated instantly, unleashing countless scorching laser beams that blasted the mysterious man in black robes to smithereens. On the other side, after entering the wooden door, Jiang Yin experienced a dizzying sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a closed room. However, this room no longer had the previous round table. Instead, it contained a peculiar black treasure chest. However, this treasure chest is surrounded by a black light barrier, making it impossible to approach at present. Besides, Tu Shanqing and Lena, who had left earlier, were also here. Upon seeing Jiang Yin appear, they excitedly rushed into her arms. My husband, that's great, you're really out safe and sound. So what exactly happened? According to the rules of the game, whoever ends up with the joker card should die. Or did my husband use some special methods? Tu Shanqing and Lena looked at Jiang Yin curiously. They had already decided that if Jiang Yin were to die, they would not live on but would choose to commit suicide to die with her. I didn't have the joker card, so how could I die? After Jiang Yin finished speaking, Tu Shanqing and Lena frowned, completely unaware of what Jiang Yin meant. Jiang Yin was clearly the one who got the Joker in the end, wasn't she? Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Jiang Yin smiled slightly. It's actually very simple. Before the game ended, I secretly threw the Joker card at the mysterious man in black. This guy is clearly not a normal person. He's just a puppet. In this way, this guy became the last one to possess the Joker, so naturally he died in my place. Chapter 76 Vulnerability? Tu Shanxing and Lena suddenly realized what was going on. It turns out that the method Jiang Yin mentioned was actually so simple. Before the game is completely over, whoever holds the Joker card is considered the loser in this game. Logically speaking, Jiang Yin was indeed doomed to die. However, this rule does not say that the Joker cannot be hidden on another person's person. Jiang Yin took advantage of this loophole, secretly hiding the ghost card on the mysterious man in black robes, making him a scapegoat. It was at this time that the black-robed phantom that had previously disappeared reappeared. He hovered in front of Jiang Yin and the others, still without a lower body, looking extremely mysterious. Congratulations on successfully completing this game. Before I give you the reward, I have a question. How did you realize that you could find a scapegoat? The black-robed phantom looked at Jiang Yin curiously. He designed the game, and he also created the rules for it. That so-called loophole is actually the only chance to perfectly pass the game. It is very well hidden, and most people would never be able to detect it. He originally wanted to test Jiang Yin and the other two to see if they would kill each other to survive in such a life-or-death situation. Unexpectedly, not only did they not fight each other, but all three of them managed to get out safely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin smiled confidently. Actually, I was really fooled by you at first. But unfortunately, I still managed to discover the clues. If the mysterious man in black robes was merely reading out the rules of the game, he could have simply left the room after finishing. But he didn't do that. Instead, he stayed in the room with us. At first, I thought his presence was to prevent us from cheating, but it turns out that he doesn't stop us even if we discuss things openly and honestly. This means that the existence of this mysterious man in black robes must serve another purpose. Upon hearing this, the black-robed phantom hovering in midair burst into laughter. Haha. Okay, very good. Now you can receive your reward. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed phantom slowly disappeared, and the black light curtain that had previously enveloped the treasure chest also vanished. At the same time, 4 doors appeared in the room, 1 white, 1 black, and 1 green. It has become exactly the same as before. But Jiang Yin's attention was no longer on the 4 doors, but on the treasure chest in front of her that was emitting a faint black aura. Without a doubt, this is different from the silver and gold treasure chest that Jiang Yin had obtained before. This is an exclusive game treasure chest obtained after completing the game. Filled with excitement and anticipation, Jiang Yin immediately opened the treasure chest. Before, Jiang Yin first received 30 attribute points that he could allocate at will. Of course, this is just the most basic level. What Jiang Yin cares about most is what she gets next. The items are the blueprint for the B-grade equipment, mysterious shield, 1 sky wing fragment, and an egg with black and white stripes. Item, Xianming shield design blueprint. Effect, by putting a C-grade shield and 50 Xianming stones into the forging furnace, a B-grade equipment, Xianming shield, can be forged. Item, sky wing fragment. Effect, collecting 5 sky wing fragments unlocks the hidden dungeon, Sky City 2. Item, beast egg, race unknown. Effect, after a period of incubation, a strange beast from another world can be hatched. Looking at the item information that appeared before her eyes, Jiang Yin was slightly stunned at first, then her eyes widened with excitement. There are even alien beast eggs. Jiang Yin hurriedly picked up the black and white striped monster egg in front of her. It's about 5 times the size of an ostrich egg, and quite heavy. Jiang Yin was truly surprised that he had never obtained a strange beast since entering this world. Tu Shanxing and Lena hurriedly came over as well. My lord, what can this strange beast hatch into? Tu Shanxing and Lena both reached out and gently touched the alien beast egg. I'm not too sure about that either, but whatever it is, it must be very strong. It must be carefully stored away. If it gets accidentally broken, it will be a huge loss. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, she put the strange beast egg in her hand into the warehouse. Jiang Yin didn't know exactly how long the incubation period would take, but as long as it's received into the warehouse, there won't be any problems. Then, Jiang Yin's attention turned to 2 other things. The previous sky seal, You need to collect 5 Sky Wing fragments to unlock the hidden dungeon. Without a doubt, the hidden dungeon in Sky City 2 will be much more difficult than the previous Sky City 1. Next, the design drawings for the Xianming shield. Jiang Yin is currently using a sword. This type of weapon is also known as a one-handed weapon. Weapons such as bows and arrows, gauntlets, or spears are two-handed weapons and cannot be equipped with shields. In other words, Jiang Yin can currently equip not only the Dragon Flame Ghost sword, but also an additional shield. Jiang Yin had never really needed such a shield before, so he never bothered to equip it. But the situation is different now. This is a B-grade Xianming shield. Once forged, its effects will be incredibly powerful. In any case, Jiang Yin must forge it as soon as possible. Forge this Xianming shield before the resource competition begins tomorrow. Our chances of winning will be even greater. A C-grade shield is not difficult for Jiang Yin to obtain. He can simply exchange resources for it at the auction house. This Xianming stone. Fortunately, Jiang Yin possesses the talent of omniscience and omnipotence, and can access all information in this world. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin opened the Xianming shield blueprint he had obtained and gently clicked on the Xianming stone material. An introduction popped up instantly. Mystic Stone, dropped by defeating Mystic Stone Statue. Mystic Stone Statue location, Sky City 2. Oh my, so you can get this Xianming stone in the hidden dungeon of Sky City 2. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time and go collect the fragments of the Sky Wings now. The way to obtain this item must be the same as the previous Sky Seal fragment, which requires killing specific monsters. As Jiang Yin spoke, she turned her gaze to the white random room in front of her. Unfortunately, this random room only contains an ordinary monster. But when he looked at another random room, his eyes lit up. Name random room. Room details. This room contains Dragonkin feather guards from Sky City. Defeating them will reward you with Sky Wing fragments. Safety assessment. If you enter this room now, the mortality rate is 50%. Chapter 77 New Movement Skills. Although he had successfully found a way to obtain the Sky Wings fragments, Jiang Yin did not look very happy at the moment. You need to know, Jiang Yin now possesses the strength of a 7-star expert, but even so, there is a 50% chance of death when entering this random room. This means that the Dragon Man feather guards in this random room must be at least 7-star. If even a random soldier is a 7-star, doesn't that mean the final boss of the hidden dungeon in Sky City 2 will most likely be an 8-star? I have to say, this dungeon is really too difficult. We must be fully prepared. Jiang Yin didn't rush into the random room, but instead took out a golden treasure chest she had obtained earlier. As before, after opening the golden treasure chest, I received 30 attribute points that could be randomly allocated. This time, however, they didn't get the blueprints for B-grade equipment or anything else, just an old-fashioned book. Item, Shadow Step. Type, Skill Book. Quality, Grade B. Effect, after use, you can learn the skill // Evaluation, it can burst out with extremely fast speed in an instant, leaving a trail of afterimages in place, which can greatly confuse the opponent. It is very good. Holy crap, that's a B-rank movement skill. Jiang Yin opened the golden treasure chest, now mainly for the 30 attribute points, which she would add to her strength to increase her power. But unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Movement-based skills are extremely rare. So far, Jiang Yin has only mastered one C-level skill, the free and easy step. Even so, this C-level free and easy step has made Jiang Yin exceptionally agile, allowing him to easily dodge his opponent's attacks. Now that he possesses the even more powerful B-level movement technique, Shadow Step, how could Jiang Yin not be excited? Without any hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately reached out and touched the Shadow Step skill book in front of him. The moment he touched it, he immediately learned the Shadow Step and mastered it. It requires absolutely no practice. It seems like an innate skill. The later the game progresses, the more its omniscience and omnipotence become apparent. No matter what level of skill it is, or how difficult it is to learn, Jiang Yin can skip it all. Without the help of his omniscient and omnipotent talent, even if Jiang Yin had learned the Shadow Step, he probably wouldn't be able to use it well. Chinger, Nar, come in with me. I want to see just how strong this Dragon Man feathered guard really is. During the conversation, Jiang Yin added all 30 attribute points she had gained to her strength stat. With the Shadow Step technique he had learned, Jiang Yin looked extremely confident. It is worth mentioning that Jiang Yin originally had a 50% mortality rate when dealing with this Dragon Man feather guard, but now it is only 20%. It's easy to imagine how significant the improvement that Shadow Step brought to Jiang Yin was. However, perhaps because the higher the combat power, the more difficult it is to improve the star rating. Even though Jiang Yin's strength has greatly increased, his combat power star rating is still only 7 stars. But Jiang Yin didn't care about any of that. In any case, his strength had indeed increased a lot. Tu Shanxing and Lina immediately followed Jiang Yin. The three of them resolutely walked into the random room. When Jiang Yin opened her eyes again, they have been teleported to a lush green grassland. As you can see, in the very center of the grassland lies a robust dragon man. At first glance, this guy looks very similar to the dragon soldier Jiang Yin needed before. However, unlike others, this guy has a pair of dragon wings on his back, and his weapon is not a trident, but a blue longsword. Name Dragon Feather Guard. Race, Dragon, half-human. Talent, Wind Power, Rank B. Skills, Wind Blade / Wind Shield, Gale / Dragon Roar, Dragon Soul Fury. Strength, 7 stars. It really is a 7-star rating. As Jiang Yin sighed, the Dragon Man guards who were lying on the grass also noticed Jiang Yin and the other intruders. His carefree gaze instantly turned murderous, and he immediately unleashed a deafening dragon roar. The entire grassland was shaking. If you're going to fight, then fight. What are you yelling and shouting for? Jiang Yin was most annoyed by the roars of these guys, so he immediately took out the lightning bow and shot it at the Dragon Man Feather Guards. The arrow was incredibly fast, like lightning, striking the weakest point on the Dragon Man Guard's body. Although this guy was tough and didn't cause him much damage, it did interrupt his dragon roar. Immediately afterwards, the Dragon Man Feather Guard spread his wings and flew in midair, looking down at Jiang Yin and the other two like a king. His eyes were filled with disdain. In its view, even if Jiang Yin in front of it had the strength of a 7-star, so what? After all, they are just weak humans. Human, you're asking for death. The dragon human feathered guard spoke in human language, and the long sword in his hand erupted with powerful wind attribute energy. It rushed toward Jiang Yin at an unimaginable speed. This move is the Dragon Feather Guard's strongest skill, called Gale /. Its speed is as fast as lightning, and no human being can possibly dodge it. Each attribute has its own strengths, and the wind attribute's greatest advantage is its exceptional attack frequency. As long as you get close to Jiang Yin, you can use the wind attribute energy to temporarily stun him, and then swing countless swords to kill him on the spot. But, even knowing that the Dragon Feather Guard's move would be extremely powerful, Jiang Yin showed no intention of dodging. The eyes of the Dragon Feather Guards. This must mean that Jiang Yin had no way to escape, and chose to give up. Ha 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 ha. Die. Amidst the Dragon Man's wild laughter, he instantly appeared before Jiang Yin. First, he thrust out a sword fiercely, then slashed at Jiang Yin's body repeatedly with a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive. Even a 7-star level weapon couldn't withstand such a slash. However, strange things happened. The Dragon Feather Guards did indeed strike Jiang Yin with every sword strike, but Jiang Yin showed no signs of bleeding. Before it could react, Jiang Yin in front of it vanished instantly, turning into wisps of green smoke. The real Jiang Yin was already standing behind it, and a powerful fire dragon's fury slammed into the Dragon Man Feather Guard. Roar! With a painful roar from the Dragon Man Guard, his entire body was swallowed up by the giant dragon formed from will-o'-the-wisps and crashed heavily to the ground. Its entire body was charred black, with almost no healthy flesh left. In addition, large areas of his body were continuously burning with will-o'-the-wisps. Jiang Yin severely injured the Dragon Feather Guard, who was also a 7-star level warrior, with a single strike, rendering him unable to continue fighting. At this moment, the Dragon Man Feather Guards felt not only intense physical pain, but also overwhelming fear. It couldn't understand why Jiang Yin could teleport behind him. Why was my previous attack just an afterimage? Chapter 78, Queen-like Treatment. Indeed, the Dragon Man Feather Guard's attack was extremely fast and incredibly powerful. If Jiang Yin is hit, he will not only be briefly stunned, but will also be continuously slashed. Even with the fire meteor set and the protection of the flame shield, it would be difficult to withstand this attack. Because of this skill, Jiang Yin initially faced a 50% mortality rate when confronting the Dragon Feather Guards. Unfortunately, these powerful skills became utterly useless after Jiang Yin learned the Shadow Step. The Dragon Feather Guard rushed in front of him. Jiang Yin immediately used the Shadow Step, leaving a trail of afterimages in his place. Its true form had already circled around to the rear of the Dragon Man Feather Guard. Both being 7-star level, if the Dragon Feather Guard had focused all its efforts on resisting Jiang Yan's Fire Dragon Fury, it would have been impossible for it to inflict such severe damage. Jiang Yan was able to severely injure him with a single blow, mainly because his sneak attack was successful. Caught completely off guard, the Dragon Man Feather Guards endured the full fury of the Fire Dragon and were naturally unable to stand up again. Not to mention, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in Jiang Yan's hand can greatly enhance the power of the Fire Dragon's fury. Facing the Dragon Man Feathered Guard groaning in agony on the ground, Jiang Yan showed no mercy, raising his blade and beheading it. This moment, a pure white feather, as white as snow, appeared before Jiang Yan. These are exactly the sky wing fragments he needs right now. Great, now we only need 3 more pieces. Jiang Yan immediately reached out and picked it up, then put it into the warehouse. At this moment, Tu Shanqing and Lina also came over. They didn't make a move just now. They simply watched silently from the sidelines. A mere dragon human guard? How could she possibly harm their husband? There was absolutely no need to take action. Husband, shall we continue searching for the Dragon Feather Guards? There are white random rooms on both the left and right sides of this room. Tu Shanqing and Lina pointed to the 2 rooms on the left and right respectively. Perhaps it was good luck, but the random room that Tu Shanqing pointed to also had Dragon Feather Guards. Lina pointed out contained extremely powerful monsters, and even Jiang Yan, in his current state, would have a 90% chance of dying if he entered. If someone were to accidentally go inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. It is easy to imagine the importance of this omniscient and omnipotent talent. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan immediately led Tu Shanqing and Lina towards the random room on the left. For the next period of time, Jiang Yan spent most of his time searching for the Dragon Feather Guards. The process went very smoothly. In one day, with 5 opportunities to open the door, they found 4 fragments of the Sky Wing. Including the 1 piece obtained from the special game opportunity room, Jiang Yan has now collected 5 pieces. After combining them, a pair of pure white, angel-like wings appeared before Jiang Yan. Item, Sky Wings. Effect, after use, the hidden dungeon, Sky City 2, will be unlocked. Safety assessment, the Sky City 2 dungeon is extremely difficult. If you enter now, the mortality rate is 80%. Looking at the introduction about Sky City 2, Jiang Yan's expression did not change much and remained calm. The Sky City 1 was already very difficult, and now the Sky City 2 is even more difficult than before. Jiang Yan considered an 80% mortality rate to be perfectly normal. Although Jiang Yan had already reached the limit for the number of times she could open the door today, under normal circumstances, she would indeed be unable to open any more doors. However, if you have special items, you can increase the number of times you can open the door. For example, the opportunity key and challenge key can still be used even after the limit on the number of times you can open a door has been reached. The same applies to Skywing at present. Once used, you can immediately enter the Sky City 2 instance. However, this hidden dungeon is extremely difficult, and Jiang Yan cannot simply choose to enter it casually. You must first restore yourself to a perfect state. Besides, Tu Shanqing and Lina's strength also needs to be improved. Tu Shanqing doesn't need Jiang Yan's help. She seems to automatically learn skills, as if she can recover some of her strength every now and then. While fighting alongside Jiang Yan, Tu Shanqing mastered a new ice-type skill, Extreme Cold Ice Prison. Just as the name of this skill suggests, it allows Tu Shanqing to create a solid ice prison, thereby restricting the opponent's movements. She is definitely a powerful control-type mage. As a result, Tu Shanqing's strength was raised to 6.5 stars. Lina cannot automatically learn skills like Tu Shanqing. She possesses exceptional combat talent. Jiang Yan found a skill that was perfect for Lina. It was called Thunder Teleport. This is a B-rank lightning skill. The effect is to use powerful lightning energy to instantly teleport behind the enemy and quickly launch a backstab attack, an excellent sneak attack skill. If Jiang Yan hadn't been able to learn the Shadow Step, she would definitely have chosen to learn it herself. But now, Jiang Yan is no longer interested in this skill, so it is most appropriate to give it to Lina. Tekawawa Ken, who had consistently ranked 3rd in Area 666. However, the talent this guy awakened was not lightning-based. He originally intended to use this skill to acquire a large amount of resources. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yan immediately contacted Tekawawa Ken, but to her surprise, Tekawawa Ken didn't want anything, and, without saying a word, gave Zhang Nian the lightning teleport skill. The reason is simple. We hope Zhang Nian can continue to create miracles in Area 6799. After all, Zhang Nian is now the strongest in Area 666. The stronger Zhang Nian is, the more benefits they will naturally receive. Trading a B-grade skill book that he couldn't use for Zhang Nian's favor was a very profitable deal. Zhang Nian didn't stand on ceremony with him and accepted it readily. After learning Thunder Teleport, Lena's strength has been further enhanced, and she has now reached 6.5 stars. After everything was completed, Zhang Nian used the sky wings in his hand. The next moment, the wings in the sky in front of Zhang Nian emitted a dazzling white light. Under the influence of the white light, the white random room in front of them gradually turned black. This is the gateway to the Sky City, 2 instance. Let's go? Zhang Nian did not back down at all, and led Tu Shanqing and Lena in, striding inside. On the other side, in Area 6799, Anna Diger showed no sign of panic, lying confidently on the comfortable sofa. Beside her were 2 muscular men, shirtless and wearing tight boxer shorts. One was skillfully peeling grapes for her, while the other was kneeling on the ground, massaging her feet. She was treated like a queen, enjoying their service. As for Zhang Nian, despite the shock, she was confident of victory. After all, Anna Diger's strength has now reached 7.5 stars. She knew very well how big the difference was between 7-star and 7.5 star. It was not as simple as just getting a few pieces of equipment or improving a few points of attributes. Zhang Nian, you only have 1 night left. You have absolutely no chance of beating me. Want to replace me? That's impossible. Chapter 79 Dragon Man Stone Statuist. While Anna Diger was enjoying the services of her male lover, Zhang Nian had already entered the hidden instance of Sky City, 2. Simply put, this place is almost exactly the same as the Sky City, 1, that I entered for the first time. The difference is that you don't start outside the castle, but are directly teleported into the castle. Moreover, Zhang Nian is currently in the location of the final boss of the Sky City, 1, dungeon. Zhang Nian still remembers that when she entered this place, she encountered an incredibly powerful Dragon Man general. If Zhang Nian hadn't been able to discern its weaknesses and easily eliminate its resilience, it would have been absolutely difficult to defeat. It seems that the Sky City, 2 instance is a perfect match with the previous Sky City, 1 instance. As Zhang Nian spoke, she looked at a spiral staircase leading to the next floor. Apart from that, there are no other doors to this room. Obviously, only by climbing this staircase can you truly enter the Sky City, 2 instance. Without hesitation, Zhang Nian led Tu Shanqing and Lena slowly toward the stairs. The stairs were very long. It took about 3 minutes to walk up them. Only then could one vaguely see the end. However, the 3 had just stepped onto this brand new floor when suddenly, the sounds of dragon roars echoed from all around them. The next moment, 3 winged dragon human guards, each wielding a blue longsword, appeared before Zhang Nian. Humans, who allowed you to enter this place? You dare to trespass on Sky City? You're already a corpse. The 3 dragon human feather guards. One had an exceptionally volatile temper and immediately launched an attack upon seeing Zhang Nian. It unleashed a powerful burst of wind attribute energy and rushed toward Zhang Nian at an extremely fast speed. Just like the Dragon Man guards Zhang Nian had encountered outside, they all wanted to use the swift wind/skill to instantly kill Zhang Nian. But unfortunately, Zhang Nian had already seen through this guy's thoughts, and the gale/skill couldn't possibly hurt Zhang Nian. The moment it rushed toward Zhang Nian, it immediately used the shadow step, leaving behind an afterimage to confuse the Dragon Man Feather Guard. The true form stealthily circled behind the Dragon Man Feather Guard. A powerful rage of fire dragon was unleashed, instantly engulfing the Dragon Man Guard. The other 2 Dragon Man guards beside it, who had not yet launched an attack, were also caught off guard and were affected by the fire dragon. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Nian severely injured one of the Dragon Feather Guards and also caused injuries to 2 other Dragon Feather Guards to varying degrees. Such formidable strength truly shocked the Dragon Feather Guards. This is impossible. The previously extremely irritable Dragon Man guard now looked terrified. Compared to the excruciating pain in his body, he was more afraid of Zhang Nian's power. It was already very fast, but Zhang Nian was able to dodge in an instant and even leave an afterimage, which was unbelievable to it. The other 2 Dragon Man Feather Guards beside him were also engulfed in ghost fire, which greatly affected their combat effectiveness. They looked at Jiang Nian with fear on their faces. Do I need to tell you this? Anyone who dares to stop me will die. Jiang Nian didn't need to pay any attention to soldiers of this caliber and immediately unleashed a fierce killing move. Taking on 3 opponents at once is no problem at all. They easily killed all 3 Dragon Man guards. However, even after successfully killing these Dragon Man feather guards, Jiang Nian dared not be negligent in the slightest. We're just grunts in the Sky City, too. Instance. The truly threatening ones haven't shown up yet. As expected, the room shook violently as soon as the 3 Dragon Man guards died. The layout of this room is almost identical to that of the other rooms. They are all very luxurious. The only difference was that the room was surrounded by strangely shaped stone statues. These stone statues are decorated with patterns of flames, and some are decorated with patterns of lightning, each with its own unique design. At first, Jiang Nian paid no attention to these stone statues, thinking they were just ordinary decorations. But now, as the room shook violently, these stone statues floated up one after another, each emitting a light that matched the patterns on their own attributes. Colorful, exceptionally dazzling. It is worth mentioning that these stone statues have no life of their own, and look as if they were manipulated by humans. Qing'er and Nar, you must both be careful. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Xianming stone statue. Jiang Nian looked around with a solemn expression, gripping the dragon flame ghost sword tightly in his hand. 2 Shanqing and Lina beside him were already prepared for battle. It was at this time that a dragon man dressed in a long black robe and holding a short staff slowly walked out from the front. It is clear that this dragon man who appeared this time was not very strong. In fact, he was even thinner than the average dragon man soldier. But this guy's aura was exceptionally powerful, reaching 7.5 stars. Name, Dragon Man Stone Statualist. Race, Dragon, half-human. Talent, Stone Statue Manipulation, Rank A. Skills, Dragon's Roar, Dragon Soul's Fury, Dragon Breath Wave, Stone Statue Creation, Stone Statue Manipulation. Strength, 7.5 stars. Upon seeing the information that appeared, Jiang Nian immediately frowned. Just as he had guessed, these stone statues were manipulated by humans, and the one who manipulated them was the Dragon Man stone sculptor in front of him. Its innate skill is very special. Apart from its innate dragon-type skills, it cannot learn any other type of skills. You can only use the skills that come with your talent. Even so, the strength of this Dragon Man stone statue master should not be underestimated. This guy's main body may be a little weak, but the Xianming stone statues floating around him all have an extremely terrifying aura. Moreover, the quantity is extremely large. There are 8 Xianming stone statues floating in midair around Jiang Nian, 2 Shanqing, and Lina. Facing these Xianming stone statues is like facing one powerful figure after another at the 7.5 star level, creating immense pressure. I never expected that the 3 of you would be able to get here. In certain situations, you are indeed very capable. Unfortunately, no matter how capable you are, you can't take another step forward. My Xianming stone statue is incredibly powerful. Today, this will be your burial ground. The Dragon Man stone sculptor stood calmly in place, slightly raising the short staff in his hand. At this moment, the Xianming stone statues on Jiang Nian's left and right sides, respectively engraved with flame and lightning patterns, instantly emitted a dazzling attribute light. Immediately afterwards, the fiery Xianming stone statue on the left suddenly spewed out raging flames. The thunder and lightning Xianming stone statue on the right spews out dazzling golden lightning bolts. Both had a clear objective, to launch a fierce attack on Jiang Nian. Chapter 80. It can even transfer damage. Jiang Nian reacted extremely quickly. When she sensed that the 2 Xianming stone statues were about to launch an attack, she immediately used the shadow step. He dodged immediately, leaving an afterimage in his place to confuse the opponent's attack. It can be clearly seen that the afterimage left by Jiang Nian was instantly blasted into dust by the attack of the 2 Xianming stone statues. What shocked Jiang Nian even more was that these Xianming stone statues, being lifeless and manipulated by humans, never got tired. As long as the Dragon Man stone caster has enough stamina, these Xianming stone statues can launch attacks continuously. Even if Jiang Nian successfully dodges the first wave of attacks, he will still be attacked by the Xianming stone statue again. Moreover, under the control of the Dragon Man stone sculptor, the other Xianming stone statues also launched continuous attacks. Besides Jiang Nian, the targets also include 2 Shanqing and Lina. In a short time, Jiang Nian, 2 Shanqing, and Lena could only passively engage in various defensive maneuvers, unable to free up their hands to attack the core Dragon Man stone statuelist. What troubled them most was that these Xianming stone statues were exceptionally hard and could not be completely destroyed. Even if some of them are broken, it will not affect the attacks of these Xianming stone statues. Ha 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 ha. Just accept your fate of death. No matter what, you will all die today. No one can leave alive from the siege of the Xianming stone statue. The Dragon Man stone sculptor laughed maniacally, as if he had already foreseen the deaths of Jiang Yin and the others. There is no point in us attacking these Xianming stone statues indiscriminately. We must find a way to deal with the Dragon Man stone sculptor. Once this guy is dead, the Xianming stone statue will collapse on its own. While dodging the attacks of the Xianming stone statue, Jiang Yin looked at Lena beside him and said, "Nar, use the thunder teleport skill to try to ambush the Dragon Man stone statue master. As long as it can be injured, it will definitely affect its ability to control these Xianming stone statues." Jiang Yin's shadow step can also quickly get close to the Dragon Man stone statue master, but it needs to be used continuously, which is too physically demanding. Right now, we must conserve some of our physical strength. If Lena can get it, then Jiang Yin can use shadow step to catch up and finish off the Dragon Man stonecaster. Okay, I'll give it a try. Lena immediately spread her wings and flew into the air, unleashing incredibly powerful lightning energy from her body. Immediately afterwards, it flashed by like a golden lightning bolt, instantly passing through one Xianming stone statue after another. The Dragon Man stonemason could do anything. Lena had already appeared behind her. Without hesitation, he pierced its body with a single sword strike. The whole process went very smoothly, and the Dragon Man stone statue maker's defenses were particularly weak. You succeeded already? Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin frowned immediately. That's obviously impossible. After all, this guy has the strength of a 7.5 star. Most importantly, if something happens to the Dragon Man stone sculptor, then these Xianming stone statues should also go out of control. However, these Xianming stone statues are currently unaffected and continue to launch attacks. You think attacking me will be effective? Isn't that a bit too naive of him? Roar! The Dragon Man stone sculptor, pierced by a sword, showed no signs of pain. Instead, he let out a deafening dragon roar. Then, an extremely powerful surge of dragon breath sent Lena flying. Jiang Yin reacted quickly, using the shadow step to catch up with Lena, who had been knocked away, preventing her from suffering too much injury. Upon closer inspection, one can also discover that the wound that the Dragon Man stone sculptor was previously pierced has mysteriously disappeared. However, a strange, through-and-through wound appeared on a Xianming stone statue, suspended in midair. Anyone could see that this was a special ability of the Dragon Man stone sculptor. This guy can transfer all the damage he receives to the statue he controls. It has to be said, this guy is indeed the most troublesome enemy Jiang Yin has encountered so far. Husband, what should we do now? If we can't get rid of these Xianming stone statues, even attacking the Dragon Man stone statue master's body will be meaningless. At this moment, Tu Shanqing also came to Jiang Yin's side, speaking with a worried expression. Perhaps out of pride, or perhaps because he looked down on Jiang Yin and the others, the Dragon Man stone statue master paused his attack on Jiang Yin. Simply manipulated the Xianming stone statue to completely surround Jiang Yin and the other two. Looking at the numerous Xianming stone statues around him, Jiang Yin's expression grew increasingly solemn. His original plan was to capture the leader first. Once he killed the Dragon Man stonecaster, everything would be over. But now it seems that this approach was meaningless. To defeat the Dragon Man stone sculptor, the first step is to completely destroy all the Xianming stone statues. Using his insightful talent, Jiang Yin could see that each Xianming stone statue had a red dot marking it. This means that these locations are the weak points on the Xianming stone statue. Attacking these locations will also make the Xianming stone statue more vulnerable to damage. However, these Xianming stone statues are too hard and lack life, so it is difficult to stop them from attacking unless they are completely destroyed. It was at this time that Jiang Yin suddenly noticed that each of the Xianming stone statues had a particularly dazzling red spot of light. It is clearly different from other red dots. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin was taken aback at first, then her eyes lit up. Nar, I might have a way to deal with this guy. After saying that, Jiang Yin immediately stood up and looked at the Dragon Man stone statue master in front of her with a cold smile. What's with that expression? Do you think you can defeat me? The dragon human stone sculptor smiled disdainfully. Foolish human, Do you believe that I can make all the Xianming stone statues attack you with just a thought? In an instant, you will be blasted to ashes. Indeed, your Xianming stone statues are very powerful and difficult to destroy. But there might still be a way to deal with it. As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, he immediately used the shadow step, leaving behind an afterimage. The Dragon Man stone sculptor, thinking that Jiang Yin intended to continue attacking him, immediately manipulated the Xianming stone statue to protect himself. Although it can transfer damage, transferring too much damage will severely damage the Xianming stone statue. However, things didn't go as the Dragon Man stone sculptor had predicted. Jiang Yin had no intention of attacking it at all. Instead, he quickly approached a Xianming stone statue, brandished the Dragon Flame Ghost sword in his hand, and fiercely stabbed it at a certain part of the Xianming stone statue. Boom! With a loud bang, the Xianming stone statue, which was originally floating in midair and emitting a dazzling attribute light, instantly lost its color and crashed to the ground. Chapter 81: Deciphering the Xianming stone statue. Looking at the Xianming stone statue that had fallen to the ground and shattered into pieces, Jiang Yin sneered. So this is what you call invincible. This is way too weak. I only tried to be a little serious, and it shattered. At first, Jiang Yin thought that the most conspicuous red spot of light referred to the weakest point on the Xianming stone statue. But now it seems that this is clearly not the case. This red dot of light is actually telling Jiang Yin how to break the Xianming stone statue. The scene was so shocking that the Dragon Man stone sculptor could hardly believe it, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. It was clear that Jiang Yin had not shattered the Xianming stone statue with a single blow. Instead, Jiang Yin directly severed the thread that controlled the Xianming stone statue, causing the Xianming stone statue to lose its energy and fall to the ground and shatter. The so-called line refers to a special device that is left on the statue before it is made. This special device can receive the energy emitted by the stone sculptor, connecting the Xianming stone statues with the Dragon Man stone sculptor, thereby achieving the purpose of controlling these Xianming stone statues. Because this special energy device is so important, it must be placed in the most hidden place. It is no exaggeration to say that, apart from the sculptor himself, no one else could detect where this energy device was. But who would have thought that Jiang Yin would find it so easily? The Dragon Man stone sculptor was still in shock. He had already used the same method to shatter 4 Xianming stone statues. Of the original 8 Xianming stone statues, only 3 remain. For a Dragon Man stone sculptor, these Xianming stone statues are the means of combat he relies on. These Xianming stone statues are destroyed, it will naturally lose its fighting power. It's impossible to defeat Jiang Yin with just those few dragon-type skills. At this moment, the confident expression on the face of the Dragon Man stone sculptor vanished completely. Instead, there was endless fear. Jiang Yin would never miss such a good opportunity. Using the elusive movement technique of the shadow step, they quickly approached the last remaining Xianming stone statue. With the Dragon Flame Ghost sword in hand, he attacked the most conspicuous red spot on the Xianming stone statue time and time again. Boom! With a series of loud bangs, the remaining 3 Xianming stone statues collapsed to the ground. This moment, there were no more Xianming stone statues in the room. Only the Dragon Man stone sculptor, a lone commander. Without the Xianming stone statue that he could control, this guy was nothing but trash in Jiang Yin's eyes. The Dragon Man stone sculptor himself was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. No. Impossible. Before he could react, Lena reappeared behind it and pierced its chest with her sword. Without the Xianming stone statue to transfer damage, the Dragon Man stone sculptor truly took the hit. The wound was so deep that it was gushing out a lot of blood. The Dragon Man stone sculptor's power entirely depends on the stone statues he creates. Now that the stone statues are gone, this guy has naturally become very weak. Seeing this, Jiang Yin rushed forward and beheaded it with a single stroke. That concludes the discussion. This Dragon Man stone sculptor, who possessed the strength of a 7.5 star, was utterly dead. Jiang Yin finally relaxed, plopped down on the ground, and gasped for breath. Although they successfully killed the Dragon Man stonemason, the process was incredibly difficult. Recalling all those Xianming stone statues from earlier, Jiang Yin felt a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for his omniscience and ability to detect the Xianming stone statue's weakness in time, Jiang Yin would probably have been exhausted and died long ago. No more monsters appeared after the Dragon Man stonemason was killed. This means that the Dragon Man stone sculptor should be the last monster in this room. Just as Jiang Nian had guessed, the Dragonman Stone sculptor died. A staircase leading to the next floor appeared at the end of the corridor ahead. Clearly, the room this staircase leads to should be the final boss room. But Jiang Nian wasn't in a hurry to go up. Anyway, there were no other monsters in this room, so she could finally get some rest. Based on Jiang Nian's experience, there should be a period of rest. During the rest, Jiang Nian's gaze fell upon the broken Xinming stone statues beside her. As expected, both have shown collectible. Without any hesitation, Jiang Nian immediately began collecting the materials. 10 pieces of Xinming stone can be collected from the broken body of each Xinming stone statue. There are 8 Xinming stone statues here, and a total of 80 Xinming stones have been collected. 50 Xinming stones are enough to forge the Xinming shield. The final challenge is to defeat the final boss of Sky City, too. Without a doubt, it will be extremely powerful. Qinger, Nar, you two must be careful later. This is for you. Use it immediately if there is any danger. As Jiang Nian spoke, she handed the only escape talisman to Tu Shanqing. If even a Dragonman stone sculptor has given Jiang Nian such a hard time, then the final boss will definitely be even more powerful. Giving this escape talisman to Tu Shanqing will ensure that Jiang Nian can escape immediately if captured by the boss. After all, the effect of an escape talisman is to help everyone escape together. Tu Shanqing did not refuse and obediently nodded. For the next period of time, Jiang Nian and the other two were recovering their strength. They only stood up when they saw the staircase leading to the boss's room become illusory. Just like the previous Sky City, instance, this is a reminder to Jiang Nian that she must enter the boss room, otherwise it will be considered as giving up the challenge. Stones anyway. But that would be a waste of the opportunity to enter Sky City, too. Regardless, Jiang Nian had to try the challenge. Let's go see what the final boss is. With that, Jiang Nian led Tu Shanqing and Lina, striding towards the stairs. This staircase is also spiral-shaped, and it's very long. It took about 3 minutes to reach the end. Before even stepping into the boss room, one could hear an extremely authoritative voice from within. I thought you would be scared and run away from here, but I didn't expect you to actually dare to come up here. I must say, you really surprised me. But unfortunately, it's just surprise. With your strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. If you want to live, you should run away now, not keep going forward. Chapter 82 Special Challenge Mechanism. Jiang Nian naturally heard that extremely authoritative voice. But how could he be intimidated by these few words? He resolutely walked into the boss room. Tu Shanqing and Lina followed closely behind. It is clear that the layout of this room is completely different from before. The biggest difference is that there are 4 different colored tiles on the ground: red, orange, yellow, and green. Every so often, a tile of a certain color will light up. But strangely, the boss was nowhere to be seen in the room. I could clearly hear him threatening Jiang Nian and the others just now. Husband, what's going on in this room? Where's the boss? Wasn't that guy just provoking us? Both Tu Shanqing and Lina were puzzled. Jiang Nian was naturally very puzzled, but his attention was focused on the glowing tiles on the ground. His intuition told him that these glowing tiles couldn't possibly be just for decoration. And where exactly is the boss? Do I have to find it myself? It was at this time that a game notification sounded in the ears of Jiang Nian and the other two. Note, this boss room has a challenge mechanic. Only by overcoming this mechanic can you challenge the final boss. Reminder, the challenge has a 30-minute time limit, starting from the moment you enter the room. Reminder, you have 3 attempts to challenge within the specified time. If you fail to pass the mechanism or the time runs out, the boss will enter exile state, increasing all attributes by 50%. If you successfully pass, all challengers will enter blessed state, increasing all attributes by 30% and skill damage by 10%. What? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Nian and the other two widened their eyes immediately. They had entered dungeons like this many times before, but this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. There's even a challenge mechanism? Even more terrifying is that if you fail to pass this skill, the final boss will become extremely powerful. That's a 50% increase in all attributes. If this guy is already at 8-star strength, wouldn't he be invincible? At this moment, Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Lina all wore unusually solemn expressions. It's obvious. The so-called challenge mechanism refers to these glowing floor tiles in front of you. None of you should make any rash moves. Let me observe carefully first. Although Jiang Nian was not yet clear on what these constantly glowing tiles meant, it was clear for the time being that she could not wander around aimlessly. After all, you only get 3 chances. Just then, Jiang Yin suddenly noticed that there were 4 different colored light bulbs on the surrounding walls, corresponding to the colors of the floor tiles. Whenever the floor tiles light up a certain color, the light bulbs on the walls also light up, and the same color appears. These light bulbs on the walls can't just be decorations. They must also be related to the challenge mechanics. Could it be based on the order of the colors that light up? The only pattern Jiang Yin knows so far is that the floor tiles light up in the order of red, orange, yellow, and green. And it's always the same order, without any changes. Even the light bulbs on the wall are like that. Then, after hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yin tried to follow this order. The moment the red tiles lit up, Jiang Yin immediately walked over. But before he could step onto the lit orange tiles, the room suddenly began to shake violently, was blasted away by an invisible force and returned to the stairwell. It's obvious that Jiang Yin made a mistake, and she made a mistake right from the very first step. Damn it, isn't this the correct order? Jiang Yin felt the situation was becoming increasingly difficult. Now there are only 2 chances left. If you can't get through this challenge mechanism, then don't even think about defeating the final boss. You'll have to use an escape talisman to get away. Husband, could it be the reverse order? Is it actually in the order of green, yellow, orange, and red? Tu Shanqing and Lina, who were standing beside them, spoke up. Now we have no choice but to try again. Jiang Yin nodded slightly, and when the green tiles lit up, she hurriedly went up to them. But the result was exactly the same as before. Jiang Yin stepped onto the green tiles, the entire room shook, and she was blasted away once again. Reminder, you have one last challenge attempt remaining, with 15 minutes left to complete the challenge. The sound of the game notification made Jiang Yin's expression even more serious. There's only one chance left. After passing the challenge mechanism, everyone enters a blessed state, gaining a 30% attribute boost, and even skill damage is increased by 10%. With this blessing status, dealing with the final boss will undoubtedly be much easier. But if you fail, then there's basically no point in challenging yourself. Especially at such a crucial moment, Jiang Yin must not let herself be anxious. He forced himself to calm down, constantly observing his surroundings with his eyes. Whether you start with red or green, it's not right. This means that the order in which the colors flash must be designed to mislead people. But what do these light bulbs on the wall mean? Could it be that this is also used to mislead us? Jiang Yin's attention was entirely focused on the light bulbs on the wall that flickered along with the floor tiles. Time was ticking away, and now there were less than 10 minutes left. Perhaps they found the constantly flashing light bulbs on the wall too annoying. Jiang Yin angrily took out the lightning bow, gathered lightning energy into an arrow, and shot it at the flashing light bulb on the wall. Boom. One light bulb after another was shattered by Jiang Yin. But then Jiang Yin was surprised to find that there was a yellow light bulb on the wall that hadn't been destroyed. Thinking he had missed, he aimed at the yellow light bulb again and fired another arrow. The result was still the same. The yellow light bulb seemed to have an invisible protective shield, blocking any attack. Other light bulbs can be broken easily, so why can't this one be broken? Is this telling me that yellow is the correct color? Jiang Yin's eyes lit up immediately when she thought of this. Without hesitation, I hurried over the moment the yellow tiles lit up. Just as he had guessed, the room did not shake this time, and he was not thrown out. To verify her hypothesis, Jiang Yin waited until the yellow tiles lit up again and then went up to them once more. The result was the same. They were not blasted away. Without a doubt. This means that as long as you walk on the lit yellow tiles all the way to the end, you can pass this challenge mechanism. Qinger Nar, walk on the yellow tiles. Chapter 83 Devouring Flames. Good. Tu Shanqing and Lina didn't hesitate at all. The moment the yellow tiles lit up, they immediately went up to them. Next, once the yellow tile lights up, quickly begin moving. They walked safely to the end of the room. At this moment, all the floor tiles that had been lighting up went dark. A game notification sound then rang out. Congratulations on successfully passing the challenge. Everyone is now in blessed state. One after another, golden rays of light descended from the sky and landed on Jiang Yin and the other two. It was an extremely comfortable feeling, and you could clearly sense that your own strength had been enhanced. Hee, I didn't expect that you guys could even pass the challenge mechanism. I must say, I'm impressed with you all once again. But unfortunately, even if you are under a blessing, you still cannot defeat me. As Jiang Yin and the other two received the blessing, a door suddenly appeared not far away. A tall dragon man, covered in crimson dragon scales and wielding a long sword with red flame patterns, slowly walked out from inside. With each step it took, the ground trembled. Like the bosses we've encountered before, this guy has a long health bar above his head. Name, Ekaros. Race, dragon, half-human. Talent, flame devouring, rank A. Skills, flame jet, flame storm, blazing sword slash, dragon roar, dragon soul fury, dragon breath wave, flame devour. This is a talent-based skill that allows you to devour flames to increase your fire attribute energy and strength. Strength, 7.5 stars. Although this guy's strength is the same as the previous Dragonman Stone Statue Master, both are 7.5 stars. But the sense of oppression this guy gave Jiang Yin was something that the Dragonman Stone Statuelist could never match. Most importantly, this guy has a name. None of the monsters we encountered before, including the final boss of the dungeon, had a real name. Without a doubt, this guy is extremely special and should not be regarded as an ordinary monster. Besides, Jiang Yin also noticed that this guy's innate skills were extremely unique. It can actually devour flames. This means that ordinary fire-type skills are probably ineffective against this guy. It's important to know that Jiang Yin's current main skill is fire. If all fire skills are ineffective, then even if he's in a blessed state, he won't be able to defeat this guy. But, even though she knew that dealing with this guy would be very difficult, Jiang Yin wasn't too flustered. After all, his flames were no ordinary flames. This guy might not be able to devour will-o'-the-wisps. Roar. Just then, Ekaros let out an angry roar, and powerful fire energy erupted from his body. The temperature in the entire room rose rapidly, and flames even spontaneously ignited, instantly making it feel like being in a sea of fire. This is my battlefield. You have no chance of winning. Die. The great sword that Ekaros gripped tightly in his hand suddenly burst into flames, and his aura surged. Then, he frantically swung his sword at Jiang Yin. A sword aura composed of flames instantly formed. This move is Ekaros's blazing sword slash, a B-rank skill with extraordinary power. Not only can it unleash incredibly powerful fiery sword energy, but it can also grant the ability to burn the enemy's flesh. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin immediately used the shadow step to dodge the fatal blow. The afterimage left behind was cleaved in two by the sword energy and quickly burst into flames, turning into ashes. If it had been Jiang Yin's real body that was attacked, she would probably have suffered the same fate as the afterimage. Even if they don't die, they will definitely be severely injured. Even wearing the meteorite set is meaningless, since the fire shield that the meteorite set can form can only block attacks from 7-star enemies. Previously, I was also a 7-star Dragonstone caster, but compared to this guy, the gap is really too big. This also made Jiang Yin realize that the higher the combat power star level, the more difficult it is to improve. Such a powerful guy is only 7.5 stars. Wouldn't an 8-star enemy be even more terrifying? Fortunately, this guy is only 7.5 stars strong, so he might not necessarily lose. The Dragon Flame Ghost sword immediately appeared in his hand. Tu Shanqing and Lina also took out their weapons and, together with Jiang Yin, prepared to launch an attack at any time. Ekaros noticed the Dragon Flame Ghost sword in Jiang Yin's hand and smiled with extreme disdain. Looks like you're also a fire elementalist. Do you know that using fire-based skills in front of me is completely pointless? As he said this, Ekaros opened his blood-red maw and inhaled sharply, drawing in the flames burning all around him. The more flames were inhaled, the more powerful Ekaros's aura became. So what? Is being able to absorb flames really that impressive? Jiang Yin gave a cold laugh. You think you can absorb my ghost fire? As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon Flame Ghost sword he was holding ignited with eerie ghost flames. Will-o'-the-wisps are distinctly different from ordinary flames. They are not hot at all, but rather have a chilling feel. What? Will-o'-the-wisp. Ekaros noticed the unusual flames ignited by Jiang Yin's weapon, and his expression changed drastically. It can indeed absorb flames, but only ordinary flames. He simply cannot absorb special flames like will-o'-the-wisps. Moreover, once the will-o'-the-wisp is ignited, it cannot be extinguished. The previously extremely confident Ekaros's expression turned serious. While Ikelos was still in shock, Jiang Yin swiftly swung the Dragon Flame Ghost sword in his hand, forming a giant fire dragon made of ghost fire, which roared and crashed towards Ikelos. Despite Ekaros's best efforts to resist, he was still engulfed by the wrath of the fire dragon, letting out a painful roar. After the dragon's fury disappears, Ekaros knelt on the ground in agony, his entire body engulfed in flames, his aura noticeably weakened. But this guy is really tough and resilient. Even after withstanding Jiang Yan's Fire Dragon Fury attack, he still has a certain fighting power. Even if it is burned by Will-o'-the-Wisps, it will not be greatly affected. The health bar floating above his forehead showed that only about 15% of his health had been lost. Holy crap! Is it this hard? Upon seeing this, Jiang Yan's eyes widened in surprise. In the past, if the dragon's fury skill could hit, the opponent would be either dead or crippled. But this guy only lost 15% of his health. Not only is he powerful, but his defense is also quite amazing. How dare you hurt me? This time, I won't give you any more chances. Roar! Ekaros let out a deafening roar, and his weak breath continued to grow stronger. A special golden energy bar appeared above its head. It was the boss's resilience bar. At this moment, it entered a state of invincibility. Chapter 84, Digging One's Own Grave, Successful Kill. I admit I underestimated you before. But you no longer have a chance. In this state, I am invincible. Haha. Ekaros is in a super armor state, and his attributes and defense are greatly enhanced. Even though it was still being burned by the Will-o'-the-Wisps, it was not greatly affected and let out a crazy laugh. However, just as it was laughing wildly, a thunderous roar of lightning suddenly came from afar. The next moment, several arrows, as fast as lightning, hurtled towards it. Ekaros had no chance to react before being struck by these lightning arrows. Moreover, each lightning arrow struck the weakest point on Ekaros's body. It was in so much pain that it screamed loudly. Most importantly, the resilience bar that just appeared has been quickly reduced by more than half. What's going on? Why? Why did my resilience bar decrease so much? Ekaros stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. He knew very well that once the resilience bar was depleted, it would enter a vulnerable state. In this state, it is not only unable to take any action, but is also extremely weak. The entire broken defense state lasted for a full 20 seconds. Wouldn't that mean he'd be killed by Jiang Yan? Thinking of this, Ekaros was terrified. It couldn't care less about anything else now, and could only try its best to dodge the lightning arrows shot by Jiang Yan. If there were a way to undo mistakes, it certainly wouldn't have chosen to activate the resilience bar. This is practically digging their own grave. Is this what you call invincible? That's absolutely ridiculous. At first, Jiang Yan was actually very panicked when he saw that this guy had only lost 15% of his life points after taking the Wrath of his Fire Dragon. After all, the Wrath of the Fire Dragon is the strongest skill Jiang Yan can currently unleash. Its power is indeed very strong, but it will also consume a lot of Jiang Yan's stamina. There was simply no way to keep using this move. His original plan was to use Shadow Step in combination with Triple Slash to quickly stack the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and summoned the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. With the assistance of the Dragon Fire Ghost Dragon, the power of the Fire Dragon's fury will be even greater. But to everyone's surprise, Ekaros activated his resilience bar on his own initiative. For ordinary people, Ekaros in his super armor state would indeed become extremely powerful. But for Jiang Yan, it meant nothing. The moment he activated his resilience, it was clear that he had no chance of winning. Nar, hold this guy back. As long as we can break its defenses, we'll win. Jiang Yan shouted excitedly as he continuously fired lightning arrows at Ekaros. Tu Shanqing and Lina began to take action. Rina used her lightning speed to quickly approach Ekaros, although her attacks could not cause any damage to him. However, it can serve as a form of harassment. In Ekaros's eyes, Lina was as annoying as a fly, impossible to swat, and extremely irritating. Tu Shanqing, on the other hand, is much more straightforward. She is a powerful control-type ice mage. They continuously unleashed their respective ice-type skills to restrict Ekaros's movement. First came the Ice Wall spell, then the Frost Chains, and finally the Frost Prison, which were used repeatedly. Although Ekaros was able to break free quickly, he was indeed severely affected. During this process, Jiang Yan fired one lightning arrow after another, and Ekaros was unable to dodge in time and was hit again and again. No. With Ekaros's terrified scream, Jiang Yan's final lightning arrow struck its mark. The resilience bar floating above Ekaros's head was also successfully cleared. At that moment, it instantly entered a vulnerable state, collapsing to the ground in utter weakness. The opportunity has arrived. Kill them. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yan immediately switched the lightning bow in his hand into the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and launched a fierce attack on Ekaros. Tu Shanqing and Lina. Even if such a guy is strong and has strong defense, it's meaningless if he's in a vulnerable state. Not to mention, all three of them are currently under a blessing state, making them even stronger. 20 seconds is enough time for Jiang Yin and his two companions to break through its defenses and kill it. That's all. After 20 seconds of inhumane, continuous attacks, Ekaros closed his eyes in despair and lost all vital signs. His entire body was mangled beyond recognition. He died a truly tragic death. Congratulations to player Jiang Yin for defeating the boss, clearing the dungeon, and receiving the completion gift pack. All attributes increased by 30 points. Skill Book, Blazing Sword Slash. Ekaros' Dragon Scale Armor, Grade B. Elite Half-Dragon Heart 1. As the game notification sounded, an extremely powerful force poured into Jiang Yin's body. Compared to the overall attribute boost, Jiang Yin was more concerned about the other rewards. I won't go into detail about the skill book, Blazing Sword Slash, as it's the very move that Ekaros just used, and its power is truly astonishing. Like the Wrath of the Fire Dragon, it is also a B-rank skill, so naturally, I should learn it immediately. The other elite half-dragon heart is a material, and Jiang Yin is not yet clear about its use, so he has put it into the warehouse for the time being. The most crucial item remains, Ekaros' Dragon Scale Armor. Jiang Yin never expected that B-grade equipment could actually drop directly. He originally thought that equipment of this level would definitely need to be forged from blueprints. Item: Ekaros' Dragon Scale Armor. Type: Armor. Quality: Grade B. Effect: increases own defense by 30%. Upon entering combat, a layer of flame mark is stacked every 2 seconds. When 10 layers are accumulated, damage from any fire-type skill of rank B or below can be absorbed once. If absorption is not chosen, the user enters flame amplification state, increasing the damage of their own fire-type skills. Note: special flames cannot be absorbed. Evaluation: this armor contains the core power of the Dragon Man Ekaros, and its defensive capabilities are extremely strong. Jiang Yin became even more excited after glancing at the attributes of Ekaros' Dragon Scale Armor. Every 2 seconds, a layer of flame mark can be automatically accumulated. It takes 20 seconds to accumulate 10 layers. This means that every 20 seconds, Jiang Yin can nullify the damage of an opponent's B-level fire skill. The effect is absolutely amazing. Although it's useless against special flames, how many people can actually possess special flames? Moreover, this Ekaros Dragon Scale Armor, even though it's just a single piece, can increase defense by 30%, which is really too powerful. It's no exaggeration to say that this one piece of B- grade armor is equivalent to a complete set of the Fire Meteor armor. What are you waiting for? Put on Ekaros' Dragon Scale Armor directly. Let's go. Let's leave this place and go back to forge equipment. As Jiang Yin spoke, she put her arms around Tu Shanqing and Lina and left the instance room. For Jiang Yin, the upgrade to just one piece of Ekaros' Dragon Scale Armor was far from enough. Once the Xianming Shield is forged, dealing with Anodial in Area 6799 will be a piece of cake. Chapter 85. Will the winning streak be ended? After leaving the instance room, Jiang Yin immediately took out the forging furnace and put the Xianming Shield design blueprint and the 50 Xianming stones needed into it. Then, he took out a shield shaped like a tortoise shell and put it inside. This shield, shaped like a tortoise shell, is called the Tortoise Shell Shield and has reached Grade C. The effect was very ordinary and not of much use to Jiang Yin at the moment. The reason for spending a lot of resources to obtain it from the auction house is simply to forge the Xianming Shield. At the same time, a game notification sound then rang out. The materials are complete. Shall we forge the Xianming Shield immediately? Reminder: the success rate for this forging is 70%. Each additional Xianming stone increases the success rate by 1%. What? Only a 70% success rate? Jiang Yin was truly shocked when she learned of this. He immediately threw the remaining 30 Xianming stones into the forging furnace. Jiang Yin could only feel at ease if there was a 100% success rate. Otherwise, if this fails, it will be a huge loss. What puzzled Jiang Yin was why she had a 100% success rate when forging the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword before. But when it comes to forging the Xianming Shield, only 70% remains. They're both just B-grade equipment, so why is there such a big difference in success rate? Perhaps the only reasonable explanation is that the forging furnace has a limited number of uses, and the more times it is used, the lower the success rate of forging. After all, the forging furnace that Jiang Yin obtained looked very old and was probably quite worn out. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Anyway, I've already put in 30 Xianming stones, and it's 100% successful. Let's begin forging. As soon as Jiang Nian finished speaking, flames automatically ignited inside the forging furnace in front of him, and it began to vibrate violently, emitting a dazzling golden light. A moment later, the forging furnace gradually returned to calm. The Xianming shield has been successfully forged. At this moment, a figure emanating a faint black aura appeared in front of Jiang Nian. The shield is oval in shape and about half a meter in diameter. It is not very big and is very suitable to hold in your hand or hang on your arm. The entire surface of the shield is made of special Xianming stone, which is extremely hard. Item, Xianming shield. Type, shield. Quality, grade B. Effect, increases defense by 30%. Upon entering combat, automatically forms a protective aura, reducing all elemental damage by 30% while the aura is active. Evaluation, Xianming stone can withstand the power of any attribute, and also has strong resistance to any attribute. Shields made of Xianming stone can greatly reduce attribute damage. Not only can it increase defense by 30%, it can also reduce elemental damage. Holy crap, this is an amazing artifact. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nian did not hesitate at all and immediately reached out and picked up the Xianming shield in front of him. The Xianming shield wasn't very heavy, and it fit perfectly on the left hand. And it did not affect Jiang Nian's ability to use the Dragon Flame Ghost sword to attack enemies. Player, Jiang Nian. Nationality, Yinghua. Lifespan, 23/142. Physical constitution, 248. Strength, 398. Agility, 247. Spirit, 248. Charm 260. Talent, Omniscient and Omnipotent, SSS rank, Unique. Skills, Triple Slash, Free Step, Fierce Blade Slash, Flame Vortex, Thunder Arrow Rain, Fire Dragon's Fury, Thunderous Strike, Shadow Step, Blazing Sword Slash. Combat Power Rating, 7.5 stars. Jiang Nian glanced at her current attributes and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Equipping the Xianming shield, his combat power star rating finally reached 7.5 stars. Tomorrow's fight against Anadiger is already a sure victory. The higher the combat power star rating, the more difficult it is to improve. At present, Anadiel is at most 7.5 stars in combat power, just like him. Reaching 8 stars is almost impossible at this stage. With that in mind, what does Jiang Nian still have to worry about? After a long day of hard work, Jiang Nian was determined to relax tonight. After opening the homestead, he embraced Tu Shanxin and Lina and slowly walked inside. Time flies. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Announcement. The resource competition has now begun. The portal is now open. Players who wish to register can enter the portal. Reminder, only 3 players can be sent to each region. If no one participates, the top 3 players on the leaderboard will be automatically selected. After entering the portal, you will be teleported to the competition venue. Reminder, the battle between the 2 players will be broadcast live. As the announcement sounded, one portal after another appeared in areas 666 and 6799. At the same time, in the chat channel of Area 666, everyone was discussing it with great tension. What should we do? Are we really going to lose this time? Will Jiang Nian's winning streak be ended today? Although I hate to admit it, Anadiger from Area 6799 seems to be really powerful. I have a rumor that Anadiger has already reached the 7.5 star level. What? 7.5 stars? That's way too exaggerated. To be honest, I really don't understand why these people's strength can improve so quickly, even though we all transmigrated to this world at the same time. Actually, I've been wanting to ask this question for a while now. I've been on a winning streak thanks to Jiang Nian, and I'm barely at 6-star combat power, but some people are already 7.5 stars. Leaving that issue aside for now, the most important task at hand is whether Jiang Nian can win. I think it's unlikely. After all, Jiang Nian is only 7-star right now. Although it's only half a level lower, the difference is still huge. The leaderboard will automatically close each time the resource competition begins. The people in Area 666 were unaware that Jiang Nian had already reached the 7.5 star level, and they felt increasingly nervous. While everyone was discussing it in the chat channel, Jiang Nian had already entered the portal. He was accompanied by Alejo and Takegawa Ken. These two are the eternal second and third, and there is absolutely no way they can surpass Jiang Nian. However, they didn't care about the ranking. On the contrary, they were quite glad that they came in second and third place. In this way, They can enter this portal and witness Jiang Yin's battles with other regional players every time. Although you can see it in the live stream, it's not as good as being there in person. Only by being there in person can one truly appreciate just how powerful Jiang Yin is. Boss, what should we do? The opponent this time is said to be a 7.5 star. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, Alejo and Tekawawa Kin hurriedly ran over to her. As soon as they finished speaking, both of them sensed Jiang Yin's aura and their eyes widened immediately. Holy crap, you're so fast, bro. It's actually reached 7.5 stars. Alejo and Tekawawa Kin looked utterly shocked. It was at this time that a blonde woman with a curvaceous figure, dressed in a tight black leather outfit, was accompanied by two burly men who were shirtless. He calmly walked towards Jiang Yin and the others. Just surrender. You have no chance of winning. Chapter 86. Become my male concubine. Why surrender before even having a chance to compete? Does he really think he's invincible? Are you kidding me? Before Jiang Yin could speak, Alejo and Tekawawa Kin beside her hurriedly retorted. Hee, sorry, but for you trash, I'm really invincible. 7.5 stars of combat power. Tell me, who among you can reach that level? Anadiger looked extremely contemptuous, completely disregarding Jiang Yin and his group. Even though Jiang Yin's previous actions had shocked her, that was all she was shocked about. Now that she has chosen to take action, she will definitely eliminate Jiang Yin, this potential threat to her position, completely. Ridiculous, am I not a 7.5 star? Jiang Yin looked at Anadiger in front of her and smiled coldly. The aura emanating from the 7.5 stars was released without reservation. What's with this aura? Anadiger sensed this aura and her expression changed drastically. How could you possibly have reached the 7.5 star level as well? How did you do that? The higher the combat power star rating, the more difficult it was to improve. It seemed that the difference between 7.5 stars and 7 stars was only half a level. But in reality, they are worlds apart. In her opinion, Jiang Yin was at most a 7-star combat power, but who would have thought that Jiang Yin had actually reached 7.5 stars? Only one day has passed since she issued the challenge, and Jiang Yin's ability to do so is truly puzzling to her. This moment, not only was Anadiger shocked, but the entire live stream room erupted in excitement. Great. Excellent. I didn't expect that boss Jiang Yin had also reached 7.5 stars. As expected of our boss Jiang Yin, he has created another miracle. You people from Area 6799, just wait to lose. You really think we're easy to bully? Don't cry if you lose, okay? Ha ha ha. Who gave you the courage to believe you could win? That's ridiculous. You can't even imagine how strong Anna is. Although I don't know why Jiang Yin from your region has also reached 7.5 stars, he is definitely no match for our boss Anna. The combat power that was barely improved by last-minute cramming is still far behind that of our boss Anna. As the people in Area 666 continued to mock him, the people in Area 6799 could not remain indifferent and retorted in kind. At the same time, on the competition field, Jiang Yin looked at Anadiger's solemn expression and smiled slightly. Do I need to tell you how I did it? Don't be so arrogant. Anadiger shouted angrily. So what if you've reached 7.5 stars? You've already reached 7.5 stars so quickly, which is impressive, but do you really think you can defeat me like this? Let me tell you, the difference between you and me is not just a difference in combat power star level. This wasn't Anadiger being overconfident. After all, she was one of the 7 strongest, enjoying benefits that Jiang Yin could never enjoy. Also special rewards exclusively for the 7 strongest players. In her opinion, Jiang Yin's barely achieved 7.5 star combat strength was no match for her at all. Enough with the chit-chat. Let's get started. Jiang Yin was too lazy to waste words with this guy, so he led Tu Shanqing and Lina into the battle arena. During this process, Anadiger's attributes came to mind. Player, Anadiger. Nationality, British Empire. Lifespan, 28/136. Physical constitution, 220. Strength, 210. Agility, 320. Spirit, 451. Charm, 200. Talent, puppet control, S rank. Skills, free and easy steps, soaring leap, mental threads, mental transformation, puppet manipulation, puppet creation, innate skills. Combat power rating, 7.5 stars. Upon seeing Anadiger's attributes, Jiang Yin frowned immediately. This guy's awakened talent has actually reached S rank. Moreover, this guy's attributes are heavily biased towards the mental. This means that the talent of puppetry requires extremely high mental strength. As a result, Anna Diger had to give up all other attributes in order to improve her mental stat. Jiang Yin could see this from Anna Diger's mastery of the mental transformation. This skill is exclusive to the puppet mastery talent. It is a passive skill that converts other attributes into spirit in a certain proportion. It is precisely because of this skill that Anna Diger has extremely high mental attributes. In some ways, this guy is quite similar to the Dragon Man Stone statue master that Jiang Yin encountered before. They are all unable to learn normal attack skills and can only fight using puppets. But unlike the previous Dragon Man Stone casters, Anna Diger's puppetry can not only control puppets, but also control living people. The ability that granted her this power was the puppetry talent skill, Mental Threads. Clearly, Anna Diger's abilities are extremely troublesome, making her arguably the strongest opponent Jiang Yin has ever encountered. I must say, I admire your inexplicable confidence. Anna Diger was initially shocked by Jiang Yin's 7.5-star combat power, but she quickly regained her confidence. Just as she said, a combat force that is hastily improved at the last minute cannot possibly defeat her. Moreover, Anna Diger's two potential marriage partners are both 7-star level. No matter how you look at it, Anna Diger still has a very high chance of winning, so there's no need to worry about her. At this moment, she confidently walked into the battle arena, looking at Jiang Yin with disdain. How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you obediently become my male concubine, I might consider not killing you. The reason she said that was mainly because Jiang Yin was indeed very beautiful and had a very strong physique. Compared to Jiang Yin, the two male concubines beside her were far too mediocre. Male concubine. Jiang Yin gave a cold laugh. You really think you're a queen? Excuse me, but within my territory, I truly am the queen. Following me will only bring benefits and no harm. I advise you to think it over carefully. If you're willing, just surrender now, then kill your two marriage partners and come back to Area 6799 with me. In the days to come, as long as you make me comfortable enough, I can let you live carefree in this dangerous world. Anna Diger looked at Jiang Yin with a lecherous gaze. In her eyes, Jiang Yin was a perfect doll. Chapter 87: The Dangerous Puppet. Anna Diger's lecherous gaze and humiliating words infuriated Tu Shanqing and Lina, who were standing beside Jiang Yin. They all wished they could rush up right now and kill Anna Diger. Unfortunately, they were not strong enough to defeat Anna Diger. It's okay, don't be angry. Anyway, this guy has no chance of winning, so you guys just stand aside and watch. Calming Tu Shanqing and Lina down, Jiang Yin immediately conjured the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his right hand. A powerful aura of fire attribute energy erupted from his entire body. Oh, that's quite a show of force, but unfortunately it's still too weak. Anna Diger was well aware that Jiang Yin possessed a B-grade weapon, and that it also had a rather troublesome ghost fire. But she didn't seem to care at all, and her expression remained very confident. She slightly raised her hands, and two threads made of spiritual power instantly connected to her two marriage partners. Anna Diger's two fiancés, despite both being only 7-star level, are now showing a noticeable increase in their aura after being connected by mental threads. There's a subtle feeling that it surpasses even a 7-star level. It's obvious. It must have been Anna Diger who used her own power to forcibly amplify the power of her two marriage partners through the mental threads. You are not qualified to fight me. You'll have to defeat my two male concubines first. As soon as she finished speaking, the two shirtless, burly men standing in front of Anna Diger drew their weapons. Both of them are awakened individuals with lightning attribute talents, and they possess extremely powerful lightning attribute energy fluctuations. One wielded a sword, the other a knife, and together they charged toward Jiang Yin with a rapid, thunderous roar. The greatest advantage of the lightning attribute is speed. In just a moment, they rushed to Jiang Yin's side. Go to hell. Two shirtless, burly men spoke in unison and began slashing wildly at Jiang Yin. Even if Jiang Yin has the strength of a 7.5 star, if he cannot dodge in time, he will still be seriously injured. Moreover, both of them now have the power amplified by Anna Diger, making them extremely lethal. However, strange things happened. Both of their attacks hit Jiang Yin precisely, even severing his head. But no blood flowed from Jiang Yin's body. Instead, she gradually turned into wisps of smoke. Upon seeing this, Anna Diger frowned immediately. Could this be a clone? Just then, Jiang Yin suddenly appeared behind the two shirtless, burly men. He wielded the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword rapidly, creating a giant fire dragon made of ghost fire that instantly engulfed the two shirtless, burly men. Despite the amplification of their power by Anodial, their current combat strength has indeed surpassed that of a 7-star in some respects. But it's far from meeting the 7.5-star standard, so Jiang Yin didn't take it seriously at all. Not to mention, once these two were connected by the mental threads, they became like puppets. Every move they make is controlled by Anodiger. If Anodiger doesn't react in time, then these two guys naturally won't be able to dodge either. Accompanied by extremely pitiful screams, two shirtless, burly men lay on the ground, emitting painful howls. His entire body was covered in burns, and the will-o'-the-wisps continued to burn. With a single strike, Jiang Yin crippled Anodiger's two fiancés, rendering them incapable of continuing to fight. Even if they could stand up again, they would be blocked by Tu Shanqing and Lina, and would not be able to hurt Jiang Yin at all. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. I advise you to show your true abilities, otherwise, you will surely be defeated today. Jiang Yin held the dragon flame ghost sword and pointed it at Anodiger, speaking coldly. Anodiger was utterly shocked. She now understood that what Jiang Yin had just used was not a clone skill at all. Instead, Jiang Yin possessed an extremely powerful movement technique that granted him superhuman speed. The speed was so fast that it created afterimages, which is why she couldn't react for a moment. It must be said that Jiang Yin's strength is indeed very powerful. Anodiger clearly realized that she must not underestimate Jiang Yin in the slightest. So, she immediately severed the spiritual connection between the two male lovers and looked at Jiang Yin coldly. You are indeed very strong, but you have absolutely no chance of defeating me. If I go all out, you will surely be defeated. As Anodiger said this, her eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. Jiang Yin, I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to submit to me or not? If you are willing to become my male concubine, I can fulfill all your needs. But if you refuse, then I will kill you with my own hands. You have no power to resist me. You think you're worthy of killing me? Jiang Yin chuckled contemptuously, brandishing the dragon flame ghost sword as he charged toward Anodiger. As a puppeteer, she didn't have any of the puppets she had created on the field at the moment, so how could she be a match for Jiang Yin? As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. As long as Jiang Yin makes a move on him before he can summon the puppet, he will have no chance. Anodiger also anticipated the weaknesses of puppeteers, which is why she learned two life-saving skills. The first move, the free and easy step, was a movement skill that Jiang Yin used frequently before, and it was indeed quite good. The other leap ability allows Anodiger to temporarily increase her jumping power, enabling her to jump more than 10 meters high at will, thus avoiding various kinds of damage. But Jiang Yin didn't take either of those skills seriously. No matter how fast they were, they couldn't outrun his shadow step. Just as Jiang Yin was rapidly approaching Anodiger, he suddenly seemed to sense some extremely dangerous presence, and his hair stood on end. Instinctively, he did a backflip, moving away from Anodiger. At the same time, a dark shadow flashed by in an instant. A man in a black suit, with a buzz cut and a resolute face, appeared before Anodiger. This guy's expression was extremely blank, as if he had lost his soul, but the aura emanating from him was exceptionally powerful. Like Anodiger, she also reached 7.5 stars. In addition, this guy's speed is astonishing, and his hands transform into sharp longswords. If Jiang Yinrua hadn't dodged in time, she would have been severely injured by this suddenly appearing guy. The man in the suit is not a real human being, but a puppet created by Anodiger using her innate puppetry skills. It was made from human corpses. Chapter 88. A powerful puppet with both offense and defense. The puppet was different from any other puppet Jiang Yin had ever obtained. These puppets are all unique. They are all specially made by puppeteers and are one of a kind. In other words, the man in the suit in front of her is Anodiger's true trump card. If Jiang Yinrua hadn't dodged his attack in time, she might have even lost her head. Without a doubt, the real battle with Anodiger begins now. All of that was just a warm-up. Not bad, not bad. Your reaction speed is really fast. But can you guarantee you'll be able to dodge it every time? Anodiger gazed at the man in the suit before her, completely mesmerized, as if admiring a masterpiece of art. To tell you the truth, in my previous life, this puppet was the strongest in a region, just like you before, both of whom were considered geniuses. Unfortunately, this guy ran into me. Since I happened to be lacking a suitable body, I chose him. At this point, Anna Diger suddenly burst into laughter. Jiang Yin, I originally intended to make you my male concubine. But now I've changed my mind. I'm going to make you into an incredibly powerful magical puppet. Don't worry, I'll make sure you die without pain. Anna Diger's eyes suddenly lit up with a blue light, and the man in the suit standing next to her seemed to be recharged like a robot. The aura continued to strengthen. Then, at a speed too fast for the naked eye to detect, it rushed toward Jiang Yin. Even the two shirtless burly men who had previously awakened their lightning attribute talents were no match for the man in the suit. It's no exaggeration to say that he rushed to Jiang Yin's side in the blink of an eye. He swung his arm, which had transformed into a blade, and slashed fiercely at Jiang Yin. Even Jiang Yin couldn't react to such speed. But Jiang Yin, however, showed no concern whatsoever. Instead, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. As you can see, a pitch-black shield has appeared in Jiang Yin's left hand at this moment. The man in the suit slashed fiercely at the shield in Jiang Yin's hand. Boom. It was as if it had struck an extremely hard object, and the entire battlefield trembled. Both sides were forced back 3 or 4 steps by the impact. Although she blocked the man in the suit's blade strike, Jiang Yin was not unharmed. She could clearly feel her left arm going numb and trembling slightly. The puppet created by Anna Diger was indeed very powerful, both in speed and strength, exceeding Jiang Yin's imagination. This shows that the puppet was also very powerful in its previous life. This guy is definitely the strongest enemy Jiang Yin has ever encountered, without a doubt. Fortunately, there is clearly only one Anna Diger, a puppet of this power. And with her current power, she should only be able to control one puppet of this level. Otherwise, this guy would definitely summon more puppets and wouldn't give Jiang Yin any chance. What? You actually have a B-grade shield? Anna Diger thought that even if the puppet's attack couldn't kill Jiang Yin, it would at least severely injure him. But she really didn't expect Jiang Yin to suddenly pull out a shield. Moreover, it's not an ordinary shield. Its strength must have reached grade B. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to withstand the puppet's attack. However, Anna Diger could tell that Jiang Yin was actually struggling to block the puppet's attack. If attacks of this magnitude are launched continuously, Jiang Yin will definitely not be able to withstand them. It's important to understand that a puppet is, after all, just a puppet. It's not a human being in the true sense of the word. In some cases, it's essentially just a machine. As long as Anna Diger has enough strength, even if this guy's head is cut off, he can still continue to attack without any impact. Naturally, they were not afraid of Jiang Yin's ghost fire attacks, and even if the entire field was covered by ghost fire, they could still continue fighting. Anna Diger now adores Jiang Yin and is determined to turn this promising talent into her own puppet. So what if it's a B-grade shield? I'd like to see how many more blows you can withstand. Now, I'll show you the true power of my puppet. At Anna Diger's command, the suit-wearing male puppet's eyes glowed with an eerie red light. At the same time, suddenly, flames erupted from the man in the suit, and his arms, which had transformed into blades, were instantly engulfed in flames and grew several inches longer. Even more terrifying, the man in the suit grew 2 more arms, which also turned into incredibly sharp blades. It can transform? Jiang Yin was truly shocked to see this scene unfold. Upon closer examination, it makes perfect sense. Puppet devoid of any emotion. Jiang Yin was merely shocked, not particularly afraid. As you can see, flames gradually began to ignite on Jiang Yin's body. This wasn't because Jiang Yin used any special skill, but rather the effect of Ekarose's dragon scale armor. Once in combat, you can accumulate 1 layer of fire mark every 2 seconds. 10 layers can negate 1 fire attribute attack from the opponent, or enter a fire amplification state. Jiang Yin did not choose to neutralize the opponent's attack. Instead, under the 10 layers of flame marks, she entered the flame amplification state. In this state, the damage of fire attribute skills will be greatly increased. The suit-clad male puppet in front of them happened to be fire attribute, which was perfectly countered by Jiang Yin's dragon scale armor. Besides, a layer of dark halo appeared beneath Jiang Yin's feet. Although it didn't look particularly remarkable, it was indeed the Xianming halo that the Xianming shield could bestow. The effect is simple and direct. It reduces damage from any attribute by 30%. But if Jiang Yinruo wanted to completely defeat the suit-wearing male puppet, she couldn't do it with just these things. The Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon is required, which means that the number of Dragon Flame Ghost Sword layers needs to be accumulated. Without any hesitation, before the suit-wearing puppet could launch an attack, Jiang Yin used the shadow step to rush over at high speed. Ridiculous. You think launching an attack will be effective? My puppet is good at both offense and defense, and it's also very fast. What can you use to fight me? Kill him. Anna Diger is using her puppet manipulation skill to control the suit-wearing male puppet. The two sides clashed fiercely, and a major battle was about to break out. Shield to defend against the attacks of the suit-wearing male puppet, Jiang Yin seized the opportunity to launch an attack with the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. Every clash sent shockwaves through the entire battlefield. This battle was undoubtedly the most exciting match that everyone in Area 666 had ever seen. This also proves just how strong our opponent is this time. Jiang Yin would have already killed him instantly. After several rounds of intense clashes, Jiang Yin suddenly distanced herself from the suit-wearing male puppet. At the same time, suddenly, deafening roars and howls of dragons echoed from all around. A lifelike, gigantic dragon hovered in midair. Chapter 89 Self-Destruction? At first, Anna Diger thought this was another instance of Jiang Yin unleashing the fire dragon's fury. Subconsciously, he commanded the suit-clad male puppet to stand guard in front of him. She was extremely confident in the puppets she had created, believing they could completely withstand this attack. Upon closer inspection, however, it was discovered that it was not the wrath of the fire dragon at all, but a real, enormous dragon of Will-O-the-Wisps. Could it be a doll? No, that's not how a puppet works. This must be the effect of the B-grade weapon in his hand. Anna Diger reacted quickly, immediately learning everything, and her expression became particularly serious. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in Jiang Yin's hand was even more powerful than she had imagined. However, even so, Anna Diger was not afraid. She had absolute confidence in her puppet. You think you can fool me like that? It's completely useless. Anna Diger is determined to kill Jiang Yin today and will not give Jiang Yin any chance. He manipulated the suit-clad male puppet to rush towards Jiang Yin at high speed. The four arms, transformed into blades, swung rapidly, each strike not only incredibly powerful but also carrying a potent fire attribute attack. She absolutely refused to believe that Jiang Yin could withstand the puppet's attacks indefinitely. After all, no matter how strong Jiang Yin is, she is still just a human being. As long as she is a person, she will get tired. The puppet, on the other hand, is a machine born entirely for battle and will never feel exhausted. Jiang Yin remained calm despite the approaching suit-clad male puppet. It's no exaggeration to say that from now on, Jiang Yin's Sai is going all out. Suddenly, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword tightly gripped in Jiang Yin's hand burst into terrifying ghost flames. Jiang Yin's aura at this moment is even more terrifying. He wasn't going to unleash the wrath of the fire dragon, but rather another move, the Blazing Sword Slash. Although this move doesn't have the wide-range attack of Fire Dragon's Fury, its power is by no means weaker than Fire Dragon's Fury. In some situations, single target burst damage can even surpass that of Fire Dragon's Fury. Now, it is also imbued with the power of Ghost Fire, not to mention that Jiang Yin is currently in a state of 10-layer flame amplification. The Blazing Sword Slash will become extremely strong. In addition, the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon hovering in midair can also assist in the attack. Even if the opponent is an incomparably powerful battle puppet, Jiang Yin is confident that he can severely injure it with a single blow. If we can destroy this puppet, then Anna Diger will be no threat. Anna Diger sensed that the move Jiang Yin was about to unleash would be extremely powerful, but she remained exceptionally confident in her puppet and showed no sign of trying to hide. She wanted her puppet to withstand Jiang Yin's attack and launch her own. It's okay if the puppet is damaged, it can be repaired gradually later. But Jiang Yin must die. Even if the suit-wearing male puppet is completely destroyed as a result, Anna Diger will not feel sorry. At that time, we can use Jiang Yin's corpse to create an even more powerful puppet. Die! Despite Anna Diger's angry shouts, the suit-wearing puppet made no attempt to dodge. He wildly swung his four arms, which had transformed into flaming blades, and slashed at Jiang Yin. However, all of this was within Jiang Yin's expectations. Jiang Yin was equally confident in the power of her move. Swung his sword at the suit-clad male puppet with all his might. Boom! With a loud bang, Jiang Yin's blazing flame sword slashed fiercely at the suit-wearing male puppet. According to Anna Diger's estimate, this move would severely damage the puppet, but it would not completely lose its mobility. While the puppet is severely injured, it will immediately sever Jiang Yin's head. But the current situation is not like that at all. The heavily armored male puppet in a suit was actually cut in half at the waist by the blazing flame sword. Not only that, the dragon flame ghost dragon hovering in midair immediately spewed out powerful ghost flames the moment Jiang Yin launched his attack. In an instant, the suit-wearing male puppet was engulfed by the will-o'-the-wisp, burned all over and charred black. Even if the puppet has no emotions and cannot feel pain, it will be unable to stand up again after being severely injured for the first time. With just one strike, the previously almost invincible puppet was instantly killed. The strength that Jiang Yin is now displaying has truly shocked everyone present. Everyone in the live stream witnessed this scene. After a brief moment of shock, the people in Area 666 cheered with immense excitement. Great, great. You truly live up to our boss, Jiang Yin's reputation. Jiang Yin is truly invincible. To be honest, when I first saw that magical puppet appear, I was really nervous for boss Jiang Yin. After all, this guy is really too powerful. Unexpectedly, this seemingly powerful puppet was actually quite vulnerable in the hands of boss Jiang Yin. The puppet at the beginning, he didn't use his full strength at all, just waiting for the right opportunity. What are you people from Area 6799 thinking now? Is this what you call a sure win? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Ha ha. Even though the constant mockery from Area 666 angered the people in Area 6799, they had no idea how to respond. Who would have thought that the powerful puppet controlled by Anna Diger would be destroyed in an instant? Without the puppeteer, how can they defeat Jiang Yin? At this moment, the people in Area 6799 all showed expressions of despair, believing that the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. At the same time, on the battlefield, Anna Diger looked at the destroyed puppet, and for a moment, she began to question the meaning of life. How so? How could my puppet be destroyed in one hit? Anna Diger couldn't believe what was happening and stared wide-eyed. Give up. Actually, we have no grudges against each other, and I have no need to kill you. Surrender now, and I'll spare your life. Jiang Yin walked up to Anna Diger with a cold expression and spoke. If he wanted, he could kill her with a single sword strike right now. A puppeteer without puppets is truly vulnerable. Anna Diger ignored Jiang Yin. Her initial shock gradually turned into intense anger. Jiang Yin, do you really think you've got this in the bag? You're still too confident. Just when everyone thought Anna Diger would choose to surrender, her eyes suddenly lit up with a blue light. The upper body of the suit-wearing male puppet suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, his chest cavity suddenly opened, and countless strange black threads shot out. In an instant, he and Jiang Yin were tightly bound together, and no matter how much Jiang Yin resisted, she could not break free. What's this? Jiang Yin was horrified and tried to cut the threads with the dragon flame ghost sword in his hand, but he couldn't cut them at all. Hee, that's useless. I've given my puppet a very special skill, which you can think of as self-destruction. Once it is severely destroyed, this skill can be activated automatically. The puppet is now connected to you. As long as I have a thought, the puppet will explode immediately. You and my puppet can die together. Ha. Chapter 90 Astonishing Explosive Power. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin's expression turned extremely ugly. I really didn't expect this guy to have such a trick up his sleeve. The black threads that shot out from the puppet were indeed very hard, clearly made of special materials. My husband, Tu Shanqing, and Lina immediately ran towards Jiang Yin. Don't come any closer. Jiang Yin hurriedly shouted to stop Tu Shanqing and Lina. You need to know, this puppet is extremely powerful, and the power of its self-destruction must be terrifying as well. If Tu Shanqing and Lina get too close to Jiang Yin, they will definitely be affected. Ha 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 ha. You two good-for-nothings, you'd better just stay put and watch. Of course, if you insist on dying, you can die together with your husbands. Anna Diger laughed with a look of absolute certainty. The destruction of the puppet by Jiang Yin truly shocked Anna Diger. But they also realized just how powerful Jiang Yin was. This person must be eliminated, otherwise he will lose his position in the top 7. At the moment, Jiang Yin is already bound by his puppet and has no way to escape. In some respects, Anna Diger has already won this match. To prevent Jiang Yin from shouting surrender, Anna Diger immediately manipulated the puppet to shoot out more black threads, gagging Jiang Yin's mouth as well. We must not give Jiang Yin any chance to speak. You're so despicable. Wouldn't doing this leave us with no chance to surrender? Take Gawa Ken, and the other two outside the battleground shouted angrily. Hee. Anna Diger smiled dismissively. Sorry, I'm the kind of person who always leaves no room for error. If you are unhappy, or if you want to avenge Jiang Yin, you are welcome to challenge me anytime. Although Anna Diger has lost her strongest puppet, it doesn't mean she has no other puppets to use. To deal with guys like Alejo and Takegawa Kin, a single magic puppet would be enough. Upon hearing this, Alejo and Takegawa Kin were so frightened that they immediately shut their mouths. In the current situation, even if they wanted to avenge Jiang Yin, they had no chance of winning. How could Tu Shanqing and Lina watch Jiang Yin die? At this moment, powerful energy fluctuations erupted and rushed rapidly towards Anna Diger. Ridiculous. You think you're worthy to fight me? Anna Diger sneered and used her mental threads to connect with her two previous marriage partners. Although the two shirtless, burly men were severely injured by Jiang Yin, they were not yet incapacitated to fight immediately. Once connected by the mental threads, they became like puppets, completely controlled by Anna Diger. Furthermore, being connected by mental threads will cause their strength to increase dramatically. Anna Diger didn't take Lina and Tu Shanqing, who didn't even have the strength of a 7-star, seriously at all. He could easily control two shirtless, burly men to restrain Tu Shanqing and Lina. Then, Anna Diger looked coldly at Jiang Yin. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Don't worry. I will let you die without any pain, and then slowly piece your body together to create the strongest magical puppet. Ha 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 ha. Anna Diger burst into wild laughter. Just when she thought Jiang Yin would be terrified, she found that Jiang Yin's expression was unusually calm. Aren't you afraid of dying? Anna Diger looked at Jiang Yin with a puzzled expression. Jiang Yin remained calm, showing no sign of panic despite being unable to surrender. Okay, very good. Now go and die. Anna Diger wouldn't give Jiang Yin any chance. She clenched her right fist, and the suit-wearing male puppet bound to Jiang Yin exploded like a bomb. Boom. With a deafening roar, a massive mushroom cloud appeared on the battlefield. Whether it was Tu Shanqing, Lina, or Anna Diger's two betrothed partners, they were all affected by this enormous energy and were blasted away on the spot. Its power was so great that even the other participants standing on the sidelines retreated several meters. My husband. Tu Shanqing and Lina struggled to their feet, staring in horror at the enormous mushroom cloud rising before them. With such terrifying power, and Jiang Yin right at the very center of the explosion, wouldn't he be doomed? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yin, this is the price you pay for defying me. If you obediently submit to me and become my male concubine, why would you die? All of this is your own fault. Anna Diger stared at the enormous mushroom cloud before her and laughed maniacally. In his view, Jiang Yin would probably have been reduced to dust by now. Although collecting Jiang Yin's body fragments was a bit troublesome, at least they eliminated Jiang Yin, a huge hidden danger. This is what happened. Everyone in the live stream saw it clearly. At this moment, everyone in Area 666 stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mixture of shock and terror. How could this happen? Why can a destroyed puppet still self-destruct? This power is far too strong. Could it be that Boss Jiang Yin is already dead? No, absolutely impossible. Boss Jiang Yin is someone who constantly creates miracles. How could he die so easily? But the question is, can Boss Jiang Yin really withstand such immense power? While everyone in Area 666 was in utter shock, everyone in Area 6799 cheered excitedly. At first, they thought that they had lost because Anna Diger's puppet was destroyed. But to everyone's surprise, Anna Diger's puppet could actually self-destruct. Looking at that huge mushroom cloud now, they all believed that Jiang Yin was doomed. At that moment, they cheered in the live broadcast room as if they could already see victory. See that? This is Anna's true power. You really think you can defeat our boss Anna by destroying the puppet? That's impossible. I'm afraid Jiang Yin has already vanished into thin air by now. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, on the battlefield, Tu Shanqing and Lina were already in tears. Hee, crying won't help. Now that Jiang Yin is dead, do you still have a chance to live? Don't worry, after you die, I will turn you into magic puppets. Ha ha. Anna Diger laughed triumphantly as she walked towards Tu Shanqing and Lina. But just as Anna Diger walked up to them, she suddenly seemed to sense something. Before she could react, the dragon flame ghost sword pierced through her chest. Chapter 91 Turning Defeat into Victory, a Special Reward. Anna Diger stared wide-eyed at the pierced chest, her face filled with disbelief. This is impossible. As soon as Anna Diger finished speaking, Jiang Yin drew the dragon flame ghost sword without hesitation, and blood gushed out wildly. At the same time, the will-o'-the-wisps continued to burn on Anna Diger's body, causing her unbearable pain. As a puppeteer, she is actually very weak without the protection of her puppets. She originally thought that Jiang Yin had been killed by the magic puppet, and that the remaining two Shanqing and Lina were not a threat at all. But who would have thought that Jiang Yin was still alive? Why? Why are you completely unharmed? Anna Diger endured the pain and looked at Jiang Yin in horror. The puppet exploded successfully with tremendous power, so how could Jiang Yin, who was at the very center of the explosion, be completely unharmed? This was what surprised Anna Diger the most. Not only that, everyone present, including Tu Shanqing and Lina, was utterly shocked to see Jiang Yin appear unharmed. My husband! My husband! Tu Shanqing and Lina excitedly ran to Jiang Yin's side and repeatedly confirmed the news. As it turns out, Jiang Yin was not harmed in the slightest. Hee. Jiang Yin looked at Anna Diger, who was lying on the ground in agony, and smiled coldly. I must say, the power of your puppet's self-destruction is indeed very strong. Under certain circumstances, I would have certainly died just now. But unfortunately, your puppet is fire-attributed, and its explosive power does not exceed that of a B rank. And I happen to have a special piece of equipment on me. If I want to, I can negate the damage from one fire attribute skill. As Jiang Yin said this, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. What? Such equipment exists? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. When Anna Diger learned of all this, she screamed wildly. But even if you don't want to believe it, you have to admit that Jiang Yin is indeed perfectly fine. Moreover, she only realized now that if Jiang Yin had really died, the announcement would definitely have been made. This means that the explosion of the puppet did not harm Jiang Yin at all. Nothing is impossible. The fact is, you've already lost. The moment Jiang Yin finished speaking, he chopped off Anna Diger's head with a single sword stroke, without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Yin would show absolutely no mercy to someone who wanted to kill him. The announcement was made immediately after Anna Diger's death. Announcement: Jiang Yin has won the first game. Player number 6799 is now invited to continue the match. This moment, the entire arena fell silent. The other two contestants, number 6799, stared at Anna Diger's corpse with extremely grim expressions. Who could have imagined that, in just a moment, the strongest person in their region would die like that? The people in Area 666 who had been in despair in the live stream suddenly erupted in wild cheers after a brief moment of shock. Ha! We won. We won again. Jiang Yin is really awesome. So what if the puppet can self-destruct? It can't hurt our boss Jiang Yin at all. Jiang Yin is awesome. Now what do you have to say? Just admit defeat and surrender. The strongest person in your region is already dead. Do you still intend to continue fighting? Ha. The people in Area 666 were truly surprised that Jiang Yin would appear unharmed. What was even more unexpected was that Jiang Yin would suddenly turn the tables and kill Anna Diger. The whole process happened too fast. The people in Area 6799 all looked terrified. They were already celebrating their victory in advance, but then the situation suddenly turned around? Why? Why is Jiang Yin completely unharmed? He was clearly bound by the puppet, and the puppet clearly exploded. How could Jiang Yin's eye be unharmed? Even if he doesn't die, he should be severely injured. Cheating. This must be cheating. We won't accept this. No matter how dissatisfied or unwilling the people in Area 6799 were, it was all meaningless now. Anna Diger's body is now in the battlefield. The strongest in their region is dead. Without Anna Diger as a powerful figure, how could the remaining two contestants in Area 6799 possibly dare to fight Jiang Yin? Despite both of them possessing 7-star strength, they dared not provoke Jiang Yin. She feared that her fate would be the same as Anna Diger's. Without any hesitation, the two shouted, "We surrender! We surrender!" Announcement: Region 666 has emerged victorious in this resource competition. Announcement: Resources in Area 666 are doubled, and all attributes for all characters increase by 20 points. Resources in Area 6799 are halved, and all attributes for all characters decrease by 20 points. Announcement: Jiang Yin has successfully defeated 3 opponents single-handedly and has received additional rewards, 1 silver treasure chest, and 1 challenge key. After the two surrendered, an announcement was immediately made. Immediately afterwards, beams of golden light fell upon the people in Area 666. Jiang Yin led them to victory once again. This victory was truly thrilling. As Jiang Yin spoke, she opened the silver treasure chest in front of her. At this stage, the rewards that can be obtained from the silver treasure chest are almost useless to Jiang Yin. Only a fixed 15 attribute points can provide Jiang Yin with an improvement. For Jiang Yin, the most important task at present is to complete the mission of the regional ruler. Tu Shanqing and Lina nestled in Jiang Yin's arms, holding him tightly. Although Jiang Yin is perfectly fine now, she really scared them just now. If anything happens to Jiang Yin, they will not live on alone. Just as Jiang Yin was leaving the competition venue with Tu Shanqing and Lina in his arms, the announcement suddenly rang out. Announcement: Anadile's strength ranked 7th in the entire 7th region. Jiang Yin defeated her, took her place as the 7th strongest, and received the exclusive reward for being the strongest in the region. Announcement: Region 6799 was one of the first 7 strongest regions to open the regional chat channel. Region 666 has replaced Region 6799 to become one of the 7 strongest regions, and everyone in that region will receive the strongest region rewards. Holy crap! This Anadiger is actually one of the 7 strongest? Have I replaced her now? The moment Jiang Yin heard the announcement, her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 92: The Badge of 7th Place. This moment, not only Jiang Yin, but everyone in the entire 666 area was extremely shocked. The regional chat channel immediately erupted in excitement. What's going on? Area 6799 is one of the 7 strongest areas. Holy crap, now that we've replaced their region, doesn't that mean we've become one of the 7 strongest regions? Speaking of which 6 areas are they? I'm suddenly very curious. No, I'm not curious about the other 6 areas at all. All I want to know right now is what that special reward will be. Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. Amidst the murmur of the crowd, the announcement was made. Best area reward. All attributes of all characters increase by 50 points. 1 silver treasure chest is obtained, and resources in this area are increased. Immediately afterwards, 1 dazzling golden beam after another fell upon everyone in Area 666. All attributes increased by 50 points. That's awesome. And I even got a free silver treasure chest. It's so awesome. All of this was given to us by Boss Jiang Yin. Boss Jiang Yin is awesome. I hereby declare that from this day forward, Jiang Yin is my absolute idol, without a doubt. It is truly an honor to be in the same region as Boss Jiang Yin. I absolutely love Jiang Yin. Boss Jiang Yin, if you're willing, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. In the regional chat channel, almost everyone in Region 666 was cheering excitedly. Jiang Yin also received the reward for the strongest area, with all attributes increasing by 50 points, as well as a silver treasure chest. But none of that matters to Jiang Yin now. Most importantly, he receives a reward exclusively for being the strongest in his region. As the golden beam of light fell, a special golden treasure chest appeared in front of him. Once opened, it instantly burst forth with an extremely dazzling golden light. Soon, the dazzling golden light disappeared, and an extremely exquisite badge appeared before Jiang Yin's eyes. Item: Badge for 7th place. Effect: Wearing this item will grant you an exclusive aura. While within this aura, you will have 2 more chances to open doors each day, significantly increasing the probability of encountering a golden resource room. Reminder 1. If in any match the person holding the badge loses to the person who does not have the badge will be automatically transferred to the other person. Reminder 2. After obtaining this badge, you can challenge a person ranked higher to a one-on-one match. If you win, the rankings will be swapped. In addition to this special badge, there is also a brand new novice forge. Although Jiang Yin had obtained one before, that forging furnace was too old and clearly inferior to this one. The remaining rewards consist of C-grade equipment and a large gift pack of building materials, enough to further upgrade Jiang Yin's current home. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately reached out and picked up the special badge. With a thought, the badge instantly transformed into a golden light and merged into Jiang Yin's body. From now on, Jiang Yin will be under this exclusive strongest aura for the entire time. Although it does not improve his combat power, Jiang Yin knows very well that this thing is extremely useful. For ordinary people, the door can only be opened 5 times a day. Without special tools or keys, it would be impossible to open the door again. Since Jiang Yin can open the door twice more, he will naturally obtain more resources and equipment than they do. Not to mention, The probability of encountering a golden resource room will also increase significantly. This means that Jiang Yin's chances of obtaining rare treasure chests and high-level equipment will increase. No wonder that girl was so confident just now. It turns out she's one of the 7 strongest people in District 7. But this guy is only ranked 7th? Then the 6 people ahead of her in line must be even more powerful. Jiang Yin's expression suddenly turned serious as she thought about this. Although she had no grudges against the 6 of them and had never met them, Jiang Yin suddenly had a very bad feeling for some reason. Husband, what's wrong? Tu Shanqing and Lena noticed that Jiang Yin's expression was off and asked her about it with concern. Logically speaking, one should be very happy to receive such a great reward. The Anadiger I just killed was definitely the strongest opponent I've ever faced. If I hadn't been wearing the Ekaro's dragon scale armor, which could negate fire damage, I probably would have been killed by the puppet's self-destruction back then. But did you know that this Anadiger is only ranked 7th? Above her, there are 6 even more powerful people. I'm worried that if these 7 people are connected to each other and have become friends, then killing Anadiger now might attract even more powerful opponents. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Tu Shanqing and Lena both showed expressions of shock. Who has awakened an S-ranked talent in puppetry and possesses almost a powerful magical puppet, is only ranked 7th. How powerful must those 6 people who surpassed her be? If they challenge Jiang Yin, can they still win? It's nothing, it's just my guess. Our top priority right now is to continue becoming stronger. Only in this way can we face their challenges without fear. As Jiang Yin spoke, her gaze fell upon the golden resource room ahead. Let's go? Let's take a look in that room. For Jiang Yin, those 6 people were indeed very strong, but if he could defeat them, his ranking would not continue to rise. If the 7th ranked badge is already this powerful, wouldn't the higher level badges be even stronger? Tu Shanqing and Lena nodded slightly and hurriedly followed Jiang Yin. At the same time, in a special group chat among the 7 strongest members, now that things have come to this, are you all still not going to take action? Anadiger is dead. She was killed by Jiang Yin. This means that Jiang Yin has replaced Anadiger and become one of the 7 strongest, just like us. Although I don't have any deep feelings for Anadiger, we have known each other for a long time. Do you really intend to sit idly by and watch Jiang Yin defeat us one by one? In my opinion, we must act now and kill Jiang Yin. In the group chat was still Tudu Show from Japan. This person ranks 6th among the 7 strongest individuals. Although, like the deceased Anadiel, they only had a strength of 7.5 stars. The higher the star level combat power, the more difficult it is to improve. Even if he is only 7.5 stars strong, he is still much stronger than Anadiger. Now that Anadiger is dead, if Jiang Yinru wants to improve her ranking, her next opponent will definitely be him. Chapter 93. With greatly increased strength, Tudasho issues a challenge. Dongtang Xiang, I admit that I underestimated Jiang Yin before. It seems we have to make a move now, otherwise we might really be defeated by Jiang Yin one by one. Now that Jiang Yin has become one of the strongest 7, he must have obtained Anadiger's 7th badge, which means that he also knows about our existence. I think it won't be long before Jiang Yin challenges us to improve our ranking. The one speaking at this moment is the strongest person from Area 997, named Amir. He ranked 5th among the 7 strongest. His own strength has already reached the peak of 7.5 stars, and he will soon reach 8 stars. That's why he hadn't taken Jiang Yin seriously before. But as it turns out, he was so wrong. Jiang Yin actually defeated Anadiger so quickly and squeezed into one of the strongest 7. If this trend continues, Jiang Yinjin will soon surpass him. Amir couldn't bear to lose the status he had worked so hard for. Just then, a black man from the United States spoke up. His name is Byron Angus. He is ranked 4th, and he is located in Area 5566. At first, he didn't take Jiang Yin seriously at all, and even thought they were overestimating Jiang Yin. But who could have imagined that Jiang Yin would quickly defeat Anna and become one of the strongest 7? The speed at which this person has grown is truly astonishing. Dongtang Xiang, Amir, what exactly is the situation with Jiang Yin now? Does anyone know anything about Jiang Yin? What are his talents? As soon as Byron Angus finished speaking, Dongtang Xiang hurriedly interjected. The information we have at the moment is that Jiang Yin has awakened a dual attribute talent. It can use both fire and lightning attribute skills, and its power is great, making it at least an A-level talent. Furthermore, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword he wields also possesses the effect of ghost fire, making it extremely troublesome. Apart from that, there is no other information. Upon hearing this, Byron Angus remained silent for a moment, then said, "This talent isn't anything special. It's nothing more than being able to use skills with 2 attributes. As for the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, there's no need to worry about it. Will-o'-the-wisps are countered by Ice-type skills. If I remember correctly, Show should have an S-rank Ice-type talent. You should deal with Zhang Yin and get rid of this threat as soon as possible." Byron Angus spoke calmly, like a leader. "Brother Byron, even if you hadn't said anything, I was already planning to take action. I want to see what methods Zhang Yin used to kill Anna. I will never let him threaten my position." Dong Tangxiang spoke with great conviction. However, before the formal challenge, he must first perfect his equipment so as not to give Zhang Yin any chance. It's worth mentioning that none of the top 3 people in this group chat have spoken yet. These 3 have all reached the 8-star level and have even completed the task of becoming the regional ruler. They wouldn't care about Zhang Yin at all, believing that Zhang Yin was not on the same level as them. Since defeating Anadile of District 6799, District 666 has become much stronger. Ordinary areas wouldn't dare to challenge Area 666 so casually. Zhang Yin thus enjoyed a few peaceful days. Spends his time enjoying pleasant moments with Tu Shanqing and Lina. In order to fulfill his mission as the regional ruler, Zhang Yin would occasionally launch resource competitions against certain regions during this period. Upon learning that the challenge was initiated by area number 666, the challenged area was so frightened that it immediately surrendered. Over the past few days, Zhang Yin has won 9 consecutive matches. He only needs 1 more win to complete the first task of becoming the regional ruler. Player, Zhang Yin. Nationality, Yinghua. Lifespan, 23/165. Physical constitution, 378. Strength, 608. Agility, 377. Spirit, 378. Charm 390. Talent, Omniscient and Omnipotent, SSS rank, Unique. Skills, Triple Slash, Free Step, Fierce Blade Slash, Flame Vortex, Thunder Arrow Rain, Fire Dragon's Fury, Thunderous Strike, Shadow Step, Blazing Sword Slash. Combat Power Rating, 7.5 stars. Zhang Yin glanced at her current stats and smiled smugly. In the past few days, I've encountered many golden resource rooms. Upon entering these resource rooms, Zhang Yin not only obtained a large amount of survival supplies, but also acquired 2 silver treasure chests. All the attribute values obtained after opening were added to strength. Before he knew it, his strength attribute had already exceeded 600. This is an absolutely astonishing number. An ordinary person simply cannot withstand Zhang Yin's attack. Relying on the special movement technique of Shadow Step, even though the agility is slightly lower, it does not have a big impact. For Zhang Yin, strength is the only way. After all, the higher the strength, the higher the attack power. Tu Shanqing and Lina, who were standing beside him, had both reached the 7-star level in the past few days. If Zhang Yin were to encounter Anadiger again at this time, he could definitely defeat her with ease. This day, as usual, Zhang Yin led Tu Shanqing and Lina out of the home. Since defeating Anadiger last time, Zhang Yin has obtained a large amount of building resources. His home is no longer a mud brick house, but a rather luxurious 3-story villa. Zhang Yin originally planned to continue challenging a region today and complete the task of becoming the first regional ruler. But at that very moment, Zhang Yin discovered that a very special black dungeon room had appeared before him. Name, Dungeon Room. Room details. This is the realm of forest trolls, inhabited by incredibly powerful forest trolls. Safety assessment. If you enter this room now, the mortality rate is 50%. Forest troll. I encountered a forest troll before when we were in the bridal chamber. This is definitely a very powerful race. No wonder even with my current strength, there is a 50% mortality rate when I enter. But the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the richer the rewards, making it worth the adventure. Without hesitation, Zhang Yin led Tu Shanqing and Lina toward the instance room. Before he could even step into the dungeon room, an announcement suddenly rang out. Urgent announcement. The challenge key has been used in Zone 88 to open the challenge gate, automatically connecting to Zone 666. The resource competition has begun. Resource contest. In a lost region, all resources are halved, and all players' attributes decrease by 20 points. In a one region, all resources are doubled, and all players' attributes increase by 20 points. Friendly reminder. Area 88 has won 10 consecutive resource competitions. Chapter 94 Rapid Regeneration, Troll Commander. The moment Jiang Nian heard the announcement, her expression turned serious. Without a doubt, in Area 88 must also be one of the strongest, and their ranking must be ahead of Anadiger. In Jiang Nian's view, this guy's sudden challenge must be because he thinks he is a threat to his position. It was at this time that Jiang Nian suddenly received a cross-region chat request from someone in Region 88 named Dongtang Xiang, who was a Japanese. I don't care what methods you use to defeat Anadiger, but you absolutely cannot defeat me. Be prepared to be killed by me. I won't give you any chance. As for the will-o'-the-wisp you use, it has absolutely no meaning to me. Jiang Nian saw the message from Dongtang Xiang, gave a cold laugh, and then retorted, "You have quite the nerve. The last person to speak like that is already a dead man by my sword. You won't be an exception." Jiang Nian immediately retorted to this guy, who was provoking her for no reason. He. Dongtang Xiang didn't say much to Jiang Nian, only replying with 2 words. Seeing this, Jiang Nian didn't bother to waste any more words with this guy and immediately closed the chat channel. He then looked at the instance room ahead and said, "Let's go. Let's continue. Husband, this guy is definitely ranked above Anadiger. He explicitly said that he can ignore your will-o'-the-wisp. This means that the talent he awakened is most likely ice attribute." Tu Shanxing walked beside Jiang Nian and said in a low voice. Lina, who was standing to the other side, nodded in agreement. Will-o'-the-wisps are indeed stronger than ordinary flames, and once they are tainted, they are difficult to extinguish. Ice-type skills, which are colder than will-o'-the-wisps, can counter will-o'-the-wisps. Jiang Nian already knew this, and nodded with a smile. It's alright, even if it's ice-type, it's fine. Anyway, the Xianming shield I have can reduce the damage of all attribute skills by 30%. Although Ekarose's dragon scale armor cannot negate the damage from ice-type skills, it can increase the damage from fire-type skills. Although this guy has won 10 games in a row, his area number is still 88, which means that he has not yet completed the task of becoming the area ruler. The biggest challenge of this mission is to reach the level of 8 stars. This guy has already won 10 consecutive matches. The resource plunder challenge is probably not too difficult, and he may have already completed it. But he has yet to become a regional challenger and give Region 88 a new name. Clearly, this guy has not yet reached the strength of an 8-star. We're both at 7.5 stars right now, so it's still uncertain who will win. With that, Jiang Nian led Tu Shanxing and Lina into the dungeon room ahead. When Jiang Nian opened her eyes again, she found herself in a primeval forest. Here, the flowers, grasses, and trees grow extremely lushly and are noticeably thicker. Looking around, all you can see are towering trees. Suddenly, a roar like that of a wild beast came from afar. The next moment, one after another, enormous and powerful monsters appeared in Jiang Nian's sight. These monsters were all over 4 meters tall, with rough and thick skin, and their entire bodies were covered with green scales. His eyes were like 2 fiery rubies, flashing with wildness and ferocity. Holding in hand. Without a doubt, these guys are forest trolls. However, unlike the previous troll guards, this guy's weapon is not just a spiked club. Some were carrying broadswords, some were carrying spears, and some were even carrying bows and arrows. In short, all kinds of weapons are available. In an instant, Jiang Nian was surrounded by 7 or 8 forest trolls, each with the strength of a 7-star level. Even ordinary minions possess 7-star strength, and there are so many of them, which is enough to prove just how dangerous this forest troll dungeon is. But these 7-star soldiers pose absolutely no threat to Jiang Nian at this point. The Dragon Flame Ghost sword immediately appeared in his hand, and he rushed towards the forest troll ahead. At the same time, Tu Shanxing and Lina also stepped in to assist Jiang Nian. They are now at the 7-star level, and they already possess the power to deal with forest trolls. Before long, all the forest trolls surrounding Jiang Nian fell to the ground and died. It is worth mentioning. The green scales covering these forest trolls can be harvested. You can collect about 5 to 10 forest troll scales from the corpse of each forest troll. Although the exact location of these forest troll scales is unclear, they are certainly one of the materials needed for forging equipment. After Jiang Nian collected all the scales, he continued walking deeper into the forest. Along the way, every now and then, the roar of the forest trolls could be heard. But they are basically all 7-star minions, posing no threat whatsoever. After slaying more than 20 forest trolls, Jiang Nian arrived at the deepest part of the forest. Other dungeons, this one has a huge bronze door. Once you enter the bronze door, you can enter the final boss's room. Only, standing before the bronze gate was a monster whose appearance was distinctly different from that of ordinary forest trolls. The scales on his body are not green, but black. There was also a great sin, covered with sharp fangs, which looked extremely terrifying. In addition, this guy has 4 thick arms, each holding an extremely sharp knife. Name: Troll Overlord. Race: Forest Troll. Talent: Rapid Regeneration, Rank A. Skills: Fierce Slash, Frenzied Combo, Blade Whirlwind, Blade Barrier. Strength: 7.5 stars. With his omniscience and omnipotence, Jiang Nian clearly saw the attributes of the troll leader. I really didn't expect that the talent this guy awakened would be Rapid Regeneration. This skill doesn't grant him any boost in combat power, but it does give him an extremely overpowered ability. Just like its name, Rapid Regeneration, this guy's regenerative abilities far surpass those of ordinary monsters. Unless it's a fatal wound, it can heal automatically in a short time. Moreover, with a talent level of A, even severed limbs might regrow. This means that this guy has an abnormally high ability to sustain combat. If it cannot be killed quickly, it can continue to recover. Not to mention, this guy's strength has reached 7.5 stars. If even a gatekeeper elite monster is this powerful, one can only imagine how terrifying the final boss will be. Chapter 95: The Power of Enchantment. Trespassing in the Troll Kingdom will result in certain death. The troll leader roared angrily, then spoke in human language. Its voice is extremely deep and intimidating. Jiang Nian was too lazy to waste words with this guy. He leaped up, wielding the dragon flame ghost sword in his hand, and slashed fiercely at the troll leader. Perhaps it was because he underestimated Jiang Nian, or perhaps it was because he was extremely confident in his own abilities. Facing Jiang Nian's attack, he made no attempt to dodge, letting Jiang Nian's dragon flame ghost sword slash at him. It was clearly visible that a deep, bone-revealing wound had appeared on the troll leader's chest, with will-o'-the-wisps burning continuously. Logically speaking, suffering such severe injuries would surely cause unbearable pain. But a strange thing happened. The troll leader showed no signs of pain, and the wound on his chest was healing rapidly. Although the will-o'-the-wisps continued to burn, they seemed to have little effect on the troll leader. This is the ability that Rapid Regeneration grants him. As long as he is not instantly killed, he can recover quickly. That's why he didn't try to avoid it at all. He didn't believe that the human in front of him had the power to kill him instantly. Jiang Nian wasn't surprised to see the troll commander's wounds healing rapidly. That attack just now was merely a test. As it turns out, this guy does indeed have an extremely abnormal recovery ability. We absolutely cannot engage in a protracted war with him. Nar, this guy's talent skill is too overpowered. Ordinary injuries are basically ineffective against him. As Jiang Nian spoke, she gripped the dragon flame ghost sword tightly in her hand. Next, you will cooperate with me to launch an attack. I need to quickly stack the layers of the dragon flame ghost sword. Summon the Dragon Fire Ghost Dragon and kill it with a single blow. Tu Shanqing and Lina nodded seriously upon hearing this. At the same time, the two rushed toward the troll leader and launched various attacks. During this process, the troll leader did not offer much resistance, but instead withstood their attacks and launched counterattacks. In any case, the wounds caused each time heal quickly within a short period of time. Even if an arm is cut off, it can regrow in a short time. Moreover, this troll leader possesses a combat strength of 7.5 stars, making his attack power extremely powerful. He must not be easily injured. Fortunately, Tu Shanqing's ice-type skills have strong control, and Lina is fast enough. The two cooperate well and can greatly restrain the troll leader. As for Jiang Nian, he used the ghostly movement technique of the shadow step, combined with the triple slash, to quickly stack the layers of the dragon flame ghost sword. The moment he reached the 10th level, Jiang Nian immediately summoned the dragon flame ghost dragon. The sudden roar of a dragon greatly shocked the troll leader. Before he could react, he saw a giant dragon hovering in midair, its body engulfed in ghostly flames. What? That's a dragon? The troll leader's eyes widened the moment he saw the dragon flame ghost dragon. How could there possibly be dragons in the territory of the forest trolls? It's obvious. This must have been summoned by the human in front of me using special means. The troll leader let out an angry roar, then began to spin rapidly around its own axis, wielding its weapon to create a whirlwind-like attack. This move is the troll leader's Blade Whirlwind, which has astonishing destructive power. Seeing this, Tu Shanqing and Lina both distanced themselves from the troll leader. Jiang Nian, however, showed no intention of dodging. He smiled faintly as he watched the troll commander rushing towards him. I don't have time to keep arguing with you. It's time to show you my true strength. As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, the dragon flame ghost sword he was holding instantly ignited with eerie ghost flames. Immediately, Jiang Yin unleashed the fury of the fire dragon. A giant fire dragon made of will-o'-the-wisps hurtled toward the troll leader. At the same time, the dragon flame ghost dragon hovering in midair also launched an attack, spewing out a large amount of ghost fire, making the fire dragon's fury attack even more powerful. The dragon leader was extremely confident in its own regenerative abilities and showed no sign of trying to dodge. He believed he could withstand the wrath of the fire dragon and kill Jiang Yin. However, as it turned out, he was overconfident. The moment it was engulfed by the wrath of the fire dragon, it let out an extremely miserable scream. The power of the fire dragon's fury was so great that he couldn't recover in time. In order to kill him completely, Jiang Yin immediately unleashed the blazing sword slash. With a flash of ghostly fire sword energy, the troll leader's body was cut in two. This time, he was unable to recover and was burned to a crisp by the will-o'-the-wisp, dying a miserable death. Immediately afterwards, the bronze door in front of us slowly opened. Jiang Yin had expected to hear the angry roar of the big boss coming from inside. Like the Goblin King before, he couldn't wait to rush out and kill Jiang Yin. After all, Jiang Yin had killed the troll princess before. Strangely, after the bronze door opened, there was no sound at all. It was completely silent. It was like the calm before a storm, eerily unsettling. Jiang Yin didn't rush to take Tu Shanxin and Lina inside, but rested on the spot for a while. After recovering most of his strength, he entered the final boss's room. Enter here. The surroundings remained quiet, as if there was no danger whatsoever. However, Jiang Yin and the others dared not slack off in the slightest, and observed their surroundings with solemn expressions. A moment later, a figure slowly walked towards us from the front. This creature wasn't very big. It was smaller than a normal forest troll, probably only about 2 meters tall. He wore dazzling golden armor and held a sharp golden greatsword. When he walked closer, Jiang Yin realized that this guy only had one eye. It was exactly the same portrait that Jiang Yin had seen in the troll princess's palace. Without a doubt, this guy is the king of the forest trolls. Name: Andrew, king of trolls. Race: forest troll. Talent: enchantment, S rank. Skills: fierce slash, triple slash, light speed slash, flying sword technique, enchantment, talent-based skill. Strength: 7.5 stars. The moment Jiang Yin saw this guy, his detailed attributes appeared before his eyes. Although this guy, like the previous troll leader, has a combat strength of 7.5 stars. However, the aura emanating from this guy was far stronger than that of the troll leader, giving Jiang Yin a great sense of oppression. Just like when I faced the Dragon Man, Ekaros before. Not only that, this guy's innate skills are also extremely unique. The enchantment talent skill allows the user to infuse their energy into any item, granting it special powers or attributes. For example, through the enchantment talent skill, the longsword in the Troll King's hand can become even more powerful. In addition, enchanting can also grant living beings extra abilities, such as increased speed, strength, and so on. Without even a second thought, this guy's strength must be ridiculously high. Chapter 96. Aren't you afraid of dying? Humans, you killed my people and my daughter, yet you still dare to set foot in this place. Aren't you afraid of dying? The Troll King Andrew glared at Jiang Yin and questioned her in an icy tone. Jiang Yin smiled calmly and replied, in this dog-eat-dog world, if I don't take action, I'll be the one who dies. As for your daughter's situation, I can only say that she brought it upon herself. Despite Andrew's immense strength and unique abilities, Jiang Yin remained calm and composed as she faced the Troll King. Very good. Andrew nodded approvingly, then said coldly, in that case, you won't be leaving here alive today. Just as you said, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. By stepping into my territory, you are destined to die. Of roars, like those of wild beasts, came from all around. Immediately afterwards, one after another, enormous forest trolls appeared. Although these forest trolls all possessed 7-star strength, in Jiang Yin's eyes, they were utterly insignificant. However, Andrew's special talent skill can directly amplify these forest trolls, making them even more powerful. At this moment, he unleashed his innate skill, enchantment, with only his single eye flashing an eerie purple light. At the same time, The forest trolls that appeared all around also had their eyes glowing with a purple light, and their aura continued to grow stronger. It was as if it had surpassed the 7-star level in an instant. This is precisely the power of the enchantment skill. It can greatly enhance a creature's strength. Kill! Andrew waved his hand, and the surrounding forest trolls roared deafeningly as they charged toward Jiang Yin. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin immediately brandished the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and engaged in a fierce battle with these trolls. Tushan and Lina followed closely behind, assisting Jiang Yin in fighting against the forest trolls. Even with Andrew's enchantment amplification, these forest trolls were completely unable to harm Jiang Yin and were soon slaughtered. Surrounded by the corpses of forest trolls, Jiang Yin, nestled among them, was full of fighting spirit and had no fear of the Troll King before him. I must say, your strength as a human is indeed very powerful. No wonder my daughter is interested in you. All right, I can give you a chance. As long as you are willing to submit to my forest troll clan and recognize me as your godfather, I can let you go. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. Andrew didn't expect that these forest trolls, after being enchanted, would be able to kill Jiang Yin. If it were really that easy, Jiang Yin wouldn't have even gotten here. He would have been killed by the troll leader outside the door long ago. How ridiculous! How could I, a mere human, possibly submit to you forest trolls? As for recognizing you as my godfather, that's even more impossible. I'm here today specifically to kill you. Jiang Yin was too lazy to waste words with this guy, so he brandished the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and rushed towards Andrew. Even if this guy is strong and has special abilities, he is currently only 7.5 stars, just like Jiang Yin. As long as he hasn't reached the 8-star level, Jiang Yin is absolutely confident that he can defeat him. You are absolutely stupid. Andrew sneered and raised the golden longsword in his hand. At that moment, his whole body radiated a dazzling golden light. As if he had suddenly gained lightning speed, Jiang Yin had just prepared to attack when this guy had already rushed in front of him. Without hesitation, he swung his sword down fiercely, blocked the sword with the Xianming shield at the first moment. He was still blasted away by the sword and crashed heavily to the ground. My husband, Tu Shanqing and Lina were horrified and rushed to Jiang Yin's side to help him up. It's all right, I'm fine. This guy is extremely powerful in both strength and speed. You must be careful not to get hurt by this guy. Jiang Yin looked at the Troll King in front of her with an extremely solemn expression. He knew very well that if he hadn't used the Xianming shield to block the attack in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I'm afraid that one strike would be enough to seriously injure Jiang Yin. Not bad, not bad. You can actually still stand up. Andrew first gave a cold laugh, then revealed a murderous glint in his eyes. I'd like to see how you can withstand my next attack. After saying that, Andrew once again unleashed lightning speed and charged towards Jiang Yin. In reality, his actual speed wasn't that fast. The reason he could unleash lightning speed was because he had cast an enchantment skill on himself. It increased not only the speed of increase, but also the strength. Even the golden longsword in his hand and the golden armor he wore had been enhanced. In some ways, he is now almost at the level of an 8-star fighter. Get out of the way. When Jiang Yin saw the guy charging at her again, she immediately shouted for Tu Shanqing and Lina to retreat. He then immediately used the shadow step technique, employing his ghostly movements to evade Andrew's attacks. Although he hasn't found a chance to retaliate yet, Jiang Yin doesn't need to worry about being seriously injured thanks to his shadow step technique. At this moment, what Jiang Yin had to do was wait for the right opportunity. The enchantment skill can indeed directly amplify one's own strength or make one's equipment more powerful. However, enchanting also consumes mental energy, so it cannot be used indefinitely. What Jiang Yin needs to do is wait for this guy's enchantment to disappear, and then kill him while he is recovering his mental strength. Andrew was truly shocked to see his attacks being dodged by Jiang Yin time and time again. He never expected that Jiang Yin would possess such powerful movement skills, and he couldn't help but frown. Tu Shanqing and Lina, who were standing still, were also cooperating with Jiang Yin to launch an attack on the Troll King. Although the damage they inflicted on the Troll King was negligible, it still affected him to some extent. Only, Andrew's attention was entirely focused on Jiang Yin, completely ignoring Tu Shanqing and Lina. In any case, while they are enchanted, their attacks are almost ineffective. He vowed not to rest until he had killed Jiang Yin today. Time passed by minute. Both Andrew, the Troll King, and Jiang Yin were clearly exhausted. Andrew continued to attack Jiang Yin, but he was unable to truly kill her. Each time, the attacks were either dodged or landed on the afterimages. Or perhaps the Xianming shield blocked most of the damage. Just as Jiang Nian said, enchanting skills have a time limit. With his current mental strength, he can only maintain it for a maximum of 2 minutes. Situation by a human filled Andrew with immense anger. He could not continue to waste time with Jiang Nian. In order to enhance the power of the enchantment, he removed the enchantment from the golden armor and also from his own power. He focused his remaining enchantment power on increasing speed and on the golden longsword in his hand. As long as his speed can surpass Jiang Nian's shadow step, he will have no chance to dodge. Chapter 97. Puppet Meat Shield, Slaying the Troll King. You have absolutely no chance of dodging this attack. Die. Accompanied by Andrew's beast-like roar, he rushed toward Jiang Nian at unimaginable speed. Andrew's speed this time was really too fast. Jiang Nian's continuous use of shadow step also caused her to suffer serious physical exhaustion. Under certain circumstances, Jiang Nian would indeed have had difficulty dodging Andrew's attack this time. Even with the Xianming shield, the defense would still result in severe damage. After all, the Xianming shield can only reduce some damage, it is not invincible. But, even so, Jiang Nian remained calm. It was at this time that thick ice walls appeared out of thin air, attempting to block Andrew's attack. Ridiculous. You think you can stop me like this? Andrew ignored the rising ice wall and charged straight at it. These ice walls were indeed unable to stop Andrew, and they all shattered in an instant. Just when Andrew thought he could kill Jiang Nian, a strong and tall Dragon Man general suddenly appeared. Andrew didn't have time to react, and the attack that was supposed to severely injure Jiang Nian instead struck the Dragon General. This Dragon Man general was naturally a puppet summoned by Jiang Nian, possessing only a strength of 6.5 stars. In battles of this level, it can no longer play a significant role, it can't even defeat ordinary troll guards. But Jiang Nian summoned it not to help her fight, but purely to use it as a meat shield. As it turns out, Jiang Nian's approach was absolutely correct. Only a 6.5 star strength was extremely weak and could not withstand Andrew's full force attack. It was cleaved in two, but it perfectly shielded Jiang Nian from that fatal blow. This is impossible. Andrew looked terrified as he watched this unfold. He never imagined that a half-dragon would suddenly appear. Even more unexpectedly, this guy used his body to shield Jiang Nian from a fatal attack. In fact, given Andrew's reaction speed, he could have easily bypassed the Dragon General and launched an attack on Jiang Nian. However, the ice wall that Tu Shanqing had created earlier had seriously misled him, making him believe that Jiang Nian had run out of options. Therefore, he lowered his guard. Damn it! Roar! Andrew let out an extremely angry roar, and the entire boss room began to tremble slightly. But no matter how much he regrets it, it's all in vain. That attack just now exhausted his enchanting power, and he won't be able to cast enchanting skills again until his mental energy recovers. It was clear that Andrew's aura was far less powerful than before. However, although he was temporarily without the power of enchantment, Andrew did not feel despair. Instead, he glared angrily at Jiang Nian. In his view, even without the amplification of enchantment power, his own strength was still stronger than Jiang Nian's. However, just as Andrew was preparing to continue his attack, a deafening roar of a dragon suddenly rang out. A gigantic dragon, its body engulfed in ghostly flames, appeared in midair. What? Upon seeing this, Andrew's eyes widened in surprise. The half-dragons that had appeared earlier were already enough to shock him. But who would have thought that Jiang Nian would actually be able to summon a real dragon? The giant dragon hovering in midair was naturally the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon summoned by Jiang Nian. During the earlier battle with Andrew, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword had already accumulated enough layers. However, Andrew was amplified by enchantment power at the time, making him too powerful. Even if Jiang Nian summoned the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon, he still wouldn't have much of a chance. Therefore, Jiang Nian chose to endure it for the time being. Now that Andrew's enchantment has disappeared, he is just like a slightly stronger forest troll, which is the perfect opportunity for Jiang Nian to kill him. Using the elusive movement technique of the shadow step, Jiang Nian appeared in front of Andrew in an instant. Although the sudden appearance of Longyan Guilong greatly shocked him, Andrew reacted quickly and immediately swung his longsword at Jiang Nian. Unfortunately, without the boost from enchantments, Andrew's speed has declined significantly. He did manage to attack Jiang Nian, but the Jiang Nian who appeared in front of him at that moment was just an afterimage. Jiang Nian's true form had already appeared behind him, wielding the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and unleashing the Blazing Sword Slash. With the help of the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon, the power of the Blazing Flame Sword Slash became even greater. The moment Andrew attacked the afterimage, Jiang Yin also swung her sword and struck him. The Blazing Flame Sword Slash has extremely strong single-target burst power, not to mention the assistance of the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. It severely injured Andrew with a single strike, sending him flying. Roar! Amidst Andrew's agonizing roar, the golden armor he was wearing was shattered. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on his back, and will-o'-the-wisps quickly spread throughout his body, causing him unbearable pain. But Jiang Yin's attacks were far from over. Blazing Sword Slash succeeded. He unleashed all his power, unleashing the fury of the Fire Dragon. Combined with the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon, it instantly engulfed the Troll King Andrew. I'm so unwilling to accept this. After Andrew's desperate screams, he collapsed and died. Congratulations to player Jiang Yin for defeating the boss, clearing the dungeon, and receiving the completion gift pack. All attributes increased by 30 points. Skill book, Flying Sword Technique. Blueprint for the Troll King's Arm Guard, 30 Force Troll Scales. As the announcement was made, an extremely powerful force was injected into Jiang Yin's body. Jiang Yin was no longer surprised by the overall attribute boost. His current focus was entirely on the skill books and blueprints he had acquired. First, the Flying Sword Technique is also a B-rank skill. This skill does not have any attribute attacks and is a general-purpose skill. Simply put, regardless of the type of talent awakened, everyone can learn this move and also use flying sword techniques with elemental attacks. Andrew had previously used this skill when he fought Jiang Yin. He could control his long sword with his mind, turning it into sword shadows to attack enemies from a distance. However, this skill consumes mental energy, and Andrew also needs to maintain his enchantment skill, so he doesn't use this move much. But that doesn't mean the skill is weak. On the contrary, Jiang Yin loves the flying sword technique. The thought of being able to use a flying sword to kill monsters from a distance filled Jiang Yin with excitement. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately learned it. Then, Jiang Yin looked at the design drawings on the side. Item: Troll King's Arm Guard Design Blueprint. Effect: by putting a C-grade gauntlet and 150 forest troll scales into the forge, you can forge the B-grade equipment, the Troll King's Gauntlet. After donning the Ekaro's dragon scale armor, Jiang Yin decided to go for a mixed and matched look. Without a doubt, this bracer of the Troll King must have a very powerful effect. It must be forged. Chapter 98 Mutant Frostwolf. The moment Jiang Yin received the design drawings, she immediately took out the forging furnace. This is one of the rewards obtained after defeating Anadiger. It is a brand new, undamaged beginner forge. Jiang Yin immediately threw the Troll King's arm guard into the forge. As for the required C-grade gauntlets, that was very simple. Jiang Yin casually took off the Fire Meteor gauntlets he was wearing. Meteor set is basically useless to Jiang Yin now, and he has decided to go for a mixed set build. Keeping the Fire Meteor set is pointless, so he might as well use it to forge more powerful equipment. The remaining items are the most crucial forest troll scales, requiring a total of 150 pieces. Jiang Yin opened the warehouse and carefully checked. He currently possessed more than 160 forest troll scales, which was enough to forge the Troll King's arm guards. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately threw the required scales into the forging furnace. At the same time, a game notification sound then rang out. The materials are complete. Shall we forge the Xianming shield immediately? Reminder, the success rate of this forging is 100%. As expected of a brand new primary forging furnace. Upon hearing the notification tone, Jiang Yin's lips curled up slightly. This confirms his earlier suspicion that the forging furnace has a limited number of uses. The more it is used, the older it becomes, and the lower the forging success rate naturally becomes. Let's begin forging. Since it was a 100% success rate, Jiang Yin didn't hesitate and immediately shouted it out. Immediately afterwards, flames automatically ignited inside the forge in front of them, and the furnace began to vibrate violently, emitting a dazzling golden light. A moment later, the forging furnace gradually returned to calm. The Troll King's arm guards have been successfully forged. At this moment, an arm guard emitting a faint green light appeared in front of Jiang Yin. If you look closely, you can see that the head of the Troll King is engraved on this arm guard. Item: Troll King's arm guards. Type: Armor. Quality: Grade B. Cast an enchantment skill on any equipment or any living being. The enchantment lasts for 60 seconds. Review. Contains the enchanted power of the Troll King. Quite impressive. Wow, this arm guard is amazing. When Jiang Nian saw the effect, her eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Nian still vividly remembers the battle with the Troll King. I was particularly impressed by the enchantments he cast. If the Troll King had remained enchanted, Jiang Nian would have had no chance of defeating him and would have had no choice but to flee in disgrace. He never expected that the Troll King's arm guards could directly grant him the power to use enchantments. Although it only lasts for 60 seconds, it is still quite powerful, enough to give Jiang Nian a strong burst of power in a short period of time. Of course, the Troll King's arm guards have a major weakness. They can only be used once every 100 seconds. Each duration is 60 seconds, which means there are 40 seconds during which enchantments cannot be used. However, this didn't matter much to Jiang Nian, as the effect of the Troll King's arm guard had far exceeded his expectations. At crucial moments, it can definitely produce unexpected results. Jiang Nian naturally equipped himself with such powerful gear immediately. Unfortunately, Jiang Nian is still only at the 7.5-star level of combat power. This also proves just how powerful an 8-star combat power expert is. At least under the current circumstances, if Jiang Nian were to encounter a true 8-star expert, he would have absolutely no chance of winning. Fortunately, Dongtang Xiang, who was going to challenge him this time, was also a 7.5-star fighter, just like him, so Jiang Nian was not flustered at all. To explore the room with Tu Shanqing and Lina, just as usual. We can't waste the 7 opportunities to open the door each day. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was the next day. The resource competition began as scheduled. The moment the portal appeared, Jiang Nian calmly led Tu Shanqing and Lina inside. Accompanying him to the competition venue were still Alejo and Takegawa Ken. At this moment, they were both looking at Jiang Nian with eyes full of admiration. They knew very well that everything that Area 666 possessed today was brought to them by Jiang Nian. For everyone in Area 666, Jiang Nian is undoubtedly the king. It was at this time that a burst of laughter came from ahead. Ha! Then, a strong-looking man with a black buzz cut and a resolute face walked up to Jiang Nian. This person is none other than the strongest in Area 88, Dongtang Xiang. He first sized Jiang Nian up and down, then said disdainfully, "So you're Jiang Nian?" "Exactly. Don't try to persuade me to surrender. I've heard that kind of talk far too many times. I'm so tired of hearing about it. Let's get started." Dongtang Xiang's detailed attributes appeared before her eyes. Player, Dongtang Xiang. Nationality, Japanese. Lifespan, 35/140. Physical constitution, 410. Strength, 510. Agility, 410. Spirit, 600. Charm 220. Talent, Mutated Frost Wolf, S rank. Skills, Ice Claw, Ice Wall, Ice Cone, Ice Breath, Ice Blade Storm. Rank B. Extreme Cold Domain, Rank B. Extreme Cold Burst, Rank B. Combat Power Rating, 7.5 stars. Jiang Nian frowned slightly upon seeing this. This guy really does have Ice-type talent, and it's a rare mutated type at that. Without a doubt, once this guy fully transforms into a Frost Wolf, he will become incredibly powerful. Combined with his powerful Ice-type skills, it's no wonder this guy is so confident. In some situations, will-o'-the-wisps are indeed not very useful to this guy. Kid, I love your arrogant attitude. Unfortunately, you have absolutely no chance of winning this battle. I understand your situation. You can use lightning and fire skills at the same time, as well as special ghost fire weapons. But the will-o'-the-wisp you rely on means nothing to me. Without will-o'-the-wisps, what are you? As he spoke, Dongtang Xiang burst into wild laughter. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Takegawa Ken standing behind Jiang Nian and raised an eyebrow slightly. You must also be Japanese, right? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll kill Jiang Nian later. The strongest in Area 666, which can be considered a gift from me. If you want to thank someone, thank yourself for being Japanese, ha! Chapter 99 Extreme Cold Domain, Astounding Defensive Power. You're dreaming. Takegawa Ken shouted angrily. You think you can defeat boss Jiang Nian? That's absolutely impossible. Higashido shows original guess. Takegawa Ken would definitely kneel down in front of him in excitement. After all, once Dongtang Xiang kills Jiang Nian and Aliho, Takegawa Ken, who is ranked 3rd, will naturally become the strongest in Area 666. To his utter surprise, Ken Takegawa not only showed no gratitude, but also mocked him. You idiot. How dare you mock me like that? Believe it or not, I'll kill you too. Dong Tangxiang gritted his teeth in anger. You're asking for it. Don't think that just because we're both from Japan, I'll let you off the hook. Hee hee, my original country is no longer important to me. From the moment I transmigrated to this world, I was no longer a Japanese citizen, but a citizen of Area 666. And Jiang Nian is our king. Tekawawa Kin was powerless against Tudusho. He believed that Jiang Nian would definitely have a way to do it. As for the question of which country he belongs to, it is completely unimportant to Kin Takegawa. In fact, many people currently share the same idea as Tekawawa Kin. Damn it, since you're so determined to die, then don't blame me. Today I will kill all of you. At this point, Dong Tangxiang looked at Jiang Nian, including you. Then, Dong Tangxiang strode into the battle arena. He had 3 marriage partners, all of whom were fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged women. She was at least much prettier than the average woman. Of course, compared to Tu Shanqing and Lina, there is still a gap. In addition, all 3 of Dong Tangxiang's marriage partners possess 7-star combat power. Jiang Nian, you absolutely must win. Alejo and Tekawawa Kin looked at Jiang Nian with anticipation. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Although learning about the other party's talent made Jiang Nian feel a bit troubled, it didn't mean that Jiang Nian would be afraid of him. As Jiang Nian led Tu Shanqing and Lina into the battle arena, Dong Tangxiang laughed contemptuously. Jiang Nian, do you know what my talent is? To be honest, what I awakened was a mutated frost wolf, an S-rank talent. No matter how strong your will-o'-the-wisp is, it will still be countered by my ice skills. Without will-o'-the-wisps, you're nothing but trash. Your only chance to survive is to surrender now. Otherwise, once the battle begins, you will have no chance to surrender. Dong Tangxiang's purpose in coming here was naturally to kill Jiang Nian. However, due to the rules of the competition, if Jiang Nian surrenders now, he really has no way to kill him. But, if Jiang Nian surrenders out of fear of his power, it means that Jiang Nian is not a threat at all. It will not affect his status in the future. Enough with the chit-chat, let's get started. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword immediately appeared in his hand. Good, very good. You are all truly fearless. Since that's the case, then I'll grant your request. Dong Tangxiang naturally noticed the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in Jiang Nian's hand. It has to be said that the aura of this B-grade weapon is indeed very powerful. But no matter how strong it is, Will-o'-the-Wisp will definitely be countered by ice, and Tudusho doesn't take it seriously at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Tangxiang's body began to change. His already strong body became even taller, and the clothes he was wearing on his upper body were stretched to bursting. At the same time, on Dong Tangxiang's body, his hands transformed into wolf claws, and his head became the head of an ice wolf, looking extremely terrifying. Most importantly, at this moment, a very powerful ice attribute energy fluctuation erupted from Dong Tangxiang's body. A layer of frost instantly covered the surroundings, and the temperature plummeted. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword that Jiang Nian held tightly in his hand was originally burning with eerie ghost flames, but now it seemed to be afraid of this powerful ice attribute energy, and the ghost flames had obviously become much weaker. Transforming into a half-human, half-wolf form, Dong Tangxiang let out a roar like a wild beast, shaking the entire battle arena. Barrier instantly unfolded around him, covering the entire battlefield. Gradually, a blizzard began to fall, accompanied by biting, icy winds. This move is the skill that Dong Tangxiang has mastered, Extreme Cold Domain. Once activated, enemies within the extreme cold zone will continuously suffer ice attribute damage, and their speed will be significantly reduced. Simply put, this move is an enhanced version of the storm that Tu Shanqing used before. Jiang Nian could clearly sense an extremely cold aura constantly invading her body. Lina, standing behind Jiang Nian, was in the same situation. As for Tu Shanqing, her talent is also ice attribute, and it has even reached S rank. Logically speaking, she should not be afraid of Dong Tangxiang's ice attribute energy. Perhaps it was because Dong Tangxiang was too strong, and Tu Shanqing, who was only a 7-star level, was unable to resist his ice attribute energy aura, and showed signs of discomfort. Ha 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 ha. Being in my frigid domain, you have even less chance of winning. Jiang Nian, prepare to die. Accompanied by Dong Tangxiang's maniacal laughter, he rushed towards Jiang Nian at high speed. The wolf claws on its arms instantly grew several inches longer and became extremely sharp. Ice Claw. Dong Tangxiang rushed up to Jiang Nian and grabbed at him fiercely. Jiang Nian didn't seem to be trying to dodge at all, and Dong Tangxiang thought that Jiang Nian was affected by the extreme cold domain and had no way to escape. However, just when he thought he had succeeded, Jiang Nian in front of him suddenly turned into green smoke and disappeared. Jiang Nian suddenly appeared behind Dong Tangxiang, wielding the dragon flame ghost sword and unleashing the blazing sword slash, slashing towards Dong Tangxiang. Although he has not yet summoned the dragon flame ghost dragon, the blazing sword slash is still Jiang Nian's strongest single-target burst skill. However, when the sword struck Dong Tangxiang's back, it only left a shallow wound. Even the will-o'-the-wisp was completely useless against Tutu Shou and was extinguished in an instant. This is not because the blazing flame sword slash is too weak, but because Tutu Shou's ability to control the ghost fire is too strong. Moreover, all mutant talents have one thing in common. After transforming, their defense, endurance, and so on will far exceed those of others. Not to mention, what Dong Tangxiang awakened was an S-class mutated frost wolf. Simply put, this guy is incredibly durable. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so much faster than I thought. Even the extreme cold region didn't affect you much. But the damage of your skill is far too weak. Are you tickling me? Chapter 100 Critical Situation. Just now, Jiang Nian dodged Dong Tangxiang's attack in an instant and even left behind an afterimage to confuse him, which really shocked Dong Tangxiang. But this shock was only temporary. Even though Jiang Nian had slashed him with her sword, he hadn't suffered much damage. Fire-type B-rank skills are nothing special. He still looked at Jiang Nian with disdain, as if she were an ant. Jiang Nian frowned upon seeing this. In its current state, Blazing Sword Slash is already the strongest single-target burst skill he can unleash. But it didn't cause him any harm, and it has to be admitted that this guy is really strong. Awakened individuals with mutated talents are incredibly durable. Not to mention, Jiang Nian's will-o'-the-wisp was severely suppressed by this guy. In addition, being in an extremely cold region means being constantly eroded by ice attribute energy. As time went on, Jiang Nian also couldn't bear it. Ha 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 ha. So you're scared? Dong Tangxiang noticed Jiang Nian's expression and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Nian ignored Dong Tangxiang and continued to wield the dragon flame ghost sword, launching an attack on him. What can be done? Dong Tangxiang was tough and thick-skinned, and in his half-human, half-wolf state, Jiang Nian, who was severely restrained, couldn't hurt him at all. However, Jiang Nian was not discouraged. The reason he kept launching attacks was simply to stack up the dragon flame ghost sword. But to others, this scene made them think that Jiang Nian was a little angry. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the power of our Dongtang boss. Jiang Nian from your region is undeniably very strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't possibly defeat the big boss of Dongtang. With talent inferior to the Dongtang master and his ghost fire severely countered, what chance do we have of winning under these circumstances? In my opinion, Jiang Nian's continuous attacks are completely meaningless. The outcome of this match is already decided. Everyone in Area 88 looked extremely smug at that moment. In their view, the seemingly fierce battle on the battlefield is actually a victory for Tutu Shou. Jiang Nian's abilities are severely suppressed, so how could she possibly have a chance of winning? The people in Area 666 of the live stream chose to remain silent in the face of their taunts. They knew very well that Jiang Nian was waiting for the right opportunity. After all, the most crucial dragon flame ghost dragon hasn't been summoned yet, which means Jiang Nian hasn't used his full strength. At the same time, on the battlefield, Dong Tangxiang gathered powerful ice attribute energy in his mouth and spat it directly at Jiang Nian. Even though Jiang Nian used the Xianming shield to defend against the attack immediately, he was still blasted away. That's how he avoided serious injury. His extreme cold burst technique is indeed very powerful. In addition, the effects of the extreme cold domain caused Jiang Nian considerable injuries, and his body was covered with a layer of frost, making him feel even colder. Since entering this world, Jiang Nian has been constantly fighting with others, but this is the first time he has been beaten so badly in a resource competition. This also proves just how powerful Tutu Shou is. Even if Jiang Nian used her omniscient and omnipotent talent to see through his weaknesses and launch an attack against him, it is also unlikely to cause much damage. Being in the extreme cold region severely affected Jiang Nian's combat power, while Dong Tangxiang not only remained unaffected, but actually grew stronger. In Jiang Nian's opinion, unless he had the ability to suppress Dong Tangxiang's ice attribute energy, it would be difficult to defeat him even if he summoned the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. To suppress Dongtang Xiang's ice attribute energy, one must be able to unleash ice attribute energy even stronger than his. Jiang Nian's omniscience and omnipotence allow him to learn any skill. If Jiang Nian had an exceptionally powerful ice attribute skill, then with the help of his SSS level talent, he might be able to suppress him. The problem is that Jiang Nian specializes in fire and lightning skills, and has not yet learned any other attribute skills. Then there is only one chance left, and that is Tu Shanqing. Although Tu Shanqing's talent was incomplete, it still reached the S level. This means that Tu Shanqing's talent is, in essence, much stronger than Dongtang Xiang's. If it gets a complete repair, it will be at least SS level. Under normal circumstances, even if Tu Shanqing's talent is currently incomplete, it is still at the S rank level, so she should be able to withstand Dongtang Xiang's ice attribute energy. But at this moment, she showed an extremely painful expression, and she didn't even have the ability to fight. On the other side, Lina, although also affected by the extreme cold domain, did not suffer as much as Tu Shanqing, and was able to launch attacks in coordination with Jiang Nian from time to time. It's obvious. Something must have happened to Tu Shanqing, otherwise this wouldn't be the case. Husband, what exactly happened to Sister Qing? Her talent is also ice-based and extremely powerful. It shouldn't be this painful. Lina was equally puzzled. Even as a lightning attribute talent awakener, I can still fight. How come Tu Shanqing, who possesses such a powerful ice attribute talent, is unable to fight when both are 7-star battles? Jiang Nian glanced at Tu Shanqing first, then said in a serious tone, "Nar, protect Qing'er. She may not be affected by the extreme cold domain right now. As for what the situation is, I'm not quite sure either. The most urgent task right now is to defeat Tu Shou." After giving a few simple instructions, Jiang Nian immediately activated the power of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and summoned the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. With a loud roar, a giant dragon engulfed in ghostly flames hovered in the air. Could this be a doll? As the strongest in Area 88, Higashido Sho ranked 6th in the entire Area 7, so naturally, he had also obtained a doll. But soon he realized something was wrong. It wasn't the puppet's power. It wasn't summoned by Jiang Nian's skill. Then there's only one possibility. This is a special ability of the ghost fire weapon in Jiang Nian's hand. I must say, you are incredibly lucky to have acquired such a powerful weapon. Not only can it be imbued with Will-O-the-Wisps, but it can also summon a giant dragon of Will-O-the-Wisps. If I cannot suppress the power of your Will-O-the-Wisp, then I truly cannot defeat you. Unfortunately, your Will-O-the-Wisps are severely countered by me. Even if you summon a giant Will-O-the-Wisps dragon, what can you do? This wasn't due to Dongtang Xiang's blind confidence, but rather because he noticed that the ghost fire dragon in midair was clearly weakening. The Will-O-the-Wisps burning on his body had also weakened considerably. Even if he summoned a terrifying ghost fire dragon, Tu Shou wouldn't take it seriously at all. Chapter 101: The Mysterious Power of Tu Shanqing. Dongtang Xiang completely ignored the giant dragon of ghost fire in midair and rushed towards Jiang Nian. They launched one fierce attack after another. In his view, even puppets have time limits, so this special dragon summoned by the weapon in midair certainly couldn't last very long. Since they've already been suppressed by his ice attribute energy, there's no need to take them seriously. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nian immediately brandished the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, using the Xianming Shield in conjunction with it to defend against Dongtang Xiang's attacks, while attempting to launch an offensive. With the assistance of the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon and the effect of the Ekaros Dragon Scale Armor, Jiang Nian's damage to Dongtang Xiang increased significantly. Even so, it was still difficult to defeat Tu Shou. However, Jiang Nian did not give up, nor did she ever think of surrendering. He knew very well that maintaining the alienated state required mental energy. As long as he could stall for time, once Dongtang Xiang could no longer maintain the alienated state, he would surely be defeated. Of course, during this period, Jiang Nian must not slack off in the slightest. If he is severely injured by Dongtang Xiang, the consequences will be unimaginable. As Jiang Nian's opponent, Dongtang Xiang naturally knew that his time for transformation was limited. However, he didn't care and wouldn't let Jiang Nian delay any longer. Everyone attack, surround and kill him. At Dongtang Xiang's command, all three of his potential marriage partners made their moves. Although they are not ice attribute talent awakeners, they can ignore the extreme cold domain and attack Jiang Nian because of the protection of Dongtang Xiang's power. This means that Jiang Yin now not only has to deal with Dantang Xiang, but also his 3 marriage partners, meaning she has to fight 4 against 1. Alejo and Takegawa Ken, who were watching the game live, clenched their fists nervously. They were terrified that Jiang Yin would actually be killed by Dantang Xiang. In fact, Jiang Yinwei, for the 666 region, had already won so many games, and they were already quite satisfied. Even if Jiang Yin loses this match, they will still be extremely grateful to her. But I absolutely do not want Jiang Yin to lose her life because of this. It is no exaggeration to say that if Jiang Yin were to perish in this battle, then Area 666 would be finished. It was at this time that, whether due to exhaustion or some other reason, Jiang Yin was unable to use the shadow step to dodge the attack in time and was directly blasted away by Dantang Xiang's punch. It slammed violently into a nearby rock pillar, spitting out a large amount of blood. In addition, the effects of the extreme cold domain made Jiang Yin's face extremely pale, and his body trembled slightly. Anyone could see that Jiang Yin was seriously injured. Although Dantang Xiang was also physically exhausted, he was in much better condition than Jiang Yin. My husband. Seeing that Jiang Yin was seriously injured, Lena didn't care about anything else and rushed towards Dantang Xiang. Normally, as a lightning attribute awakened user, Lena possesses lightning fast speed. However, due to the influence of the extreme cold, her speed was significantly reduced. Dantang Xiang didn't take this guy with his mere 7-star combat power seriously at all. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a powerful surge of ice attribute energy, blasting Reina away. As he crashed to the ground, his body was instantly frozen in place, making it impossible for him to break free. Immediately afterwards, Dantang Xiang flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Yin. Using the same method, they froze Jiang Yin's body in front of them, leaving only his head. Jiang Yin, I have to say, I am indeed a little envious of you. Such a beauty, and she has become your marriage partner. How about this? If you hand over these 2 women to me now, I might consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I will never give you any chance to surrender. Dantang Xiang was actually fully capable of completely freezing Jiang Yin in place, giving her no chance to speak. The reason they didn't choose to do that was simply to humiliate Jiang Yin. In his view, his strength completely overwhelmed Jiang Yin, and he was not a threat at all. You're dreaming. Jiang Yin glared at Dantang Xiang in front of her and shouted angrily. Jiang Yin would never do something like sacrificing her beloved woman to save her own life. Good, very good. You are truly the best man in the world. It's just a pity that you're about to die. Even after you die, I will still be able to have your 2 marriage partners. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yin's body was frozen solid. Then, Dantang Xiang gathered his power in his right claw and casually delivered the final blow to Jiang Yin. Seeing this scene unfold, whether it was Alejo and Takegawa Ken present at the scene, or the people in Area 666 of the live broadcast room, they all showed expressions of utter despair. Could it be that the strongest person in our region is going to die today? However, at this critical moment, Dantang Xiang suddenly seemed to sense something, and his brows furrowed. Before he could react, Jiang Yin, who had been frozen in front of him, suddenly broke free from the ice. What? Upon seeing this, Dantang Xiang's eyes widened immediately. If Jiang Yin were to break free from the frozen state under normal circumstances, that would be understandable. After all, even if Jiang Yin says that, he is still the 7th-ranked powerhouse. The problem is that Jiang Yin is already seriously injured and is in the extreme cold domain. How can he break free? What's most terrifying is that Dantang Xiang has now realized that his extreme cold domain is gradually disappearing. What on earth is going on? Dantang Xiang looked around blankly, wanting to try to activate the extreme cold domain again, but found that his ice attribute energy was severely suppressed. The feeling was as if an ice attribute talent surpassing S rank had awakened. That's impossible. Jiang Yin's talents are only fire and lightning. Neither of his 2 wives could possess such extraordinary talent. Just as Dantang Xiang looked surprised, he suddenly saw a woman with a full head of white hair wearing an ice blue robe appear. This woman was none other than Tu Shanqing, who had been suppressed by the ice attribute energy earlier. However, apart from her appearance, everything else about Tu Shanqing has changed drastically. The ice attribute energy emanating from his body even instilled fear into Tu Shou. If Dantang Xiang is likened to a candle flame, then Tu Shanqing at this moment is like a raging fire, utterly incomparable. The ice-based skills he needed seemed to have no effect at this moment. Freeze it. Tu Shanqing spoke in an extremely cold tone. The next moment, a biting cold wind swept through the surroundings. The person in front of him, Dantang Xiang, and his 3 marriage partners were all frozen in place for a moment. Chapter 102 One-Hit Kill. What's going on? Seeing what was happening before her eyes, Jiang Nian herself found it hard to believe. He was frozen by Dantang Xiang's power. He had almost given up. But who could have imagined that Tu Shanqing would unleash such terrifying power? At this moment, Jiang Nian looked at Tu Shanqing in front of her and suddenly felt a very unfamiliar feeling. Lena was also freed from her frozen state, but fearing Tu Shanqing's aura, she nervously ran to Jiang Nian's side. Although Jiang Nian didn't know why Tu Shanqing had undergone such a drastic change, he could sense that Tu Shanqing in her current state possessed extremely terrifying strength. Even Dantang Xiang is nothing more than an ant in front of her. No, this is impossible. Why did you become like this? Dantang Xiang was frozen by Tu Shanqing's terrifying ice attribute energy and was unable to break free. It should be noted that the talent he awakened was that of an S-rank mutated frost wolf, possessing extremely powerful ice attribute energy. Logically speaking, it is impossible for it to be frozen. To freeze him in an instant, unless the opponent's talent is far superior to his. He is S-rank, which means that the woman in front of him has at least SS-rank talent. He simply couldn't believe that Jiang Nian's fiancé actually possessed an SS-level talent. If that's really the case, then why wasn't it shown in the first place? On the contrary, such powerful strength was unleashed when Jiang Nian was in the most danger. All these problems combined made Higashido show increasingly horrified. This is what happened. It was seen clearly by everyone in the live stream. The people in Area 88, who had been so smug just moments before, were now stunned, as if struck by lightning. What happened? The boss of Dantang was frozen in an instant. Can anyone tell me who that white-haired woman who suddenly appeared is? That white-haired woman is Jiang Nian's fiancé. But why has such a big change occurred? He's cheating. He's definitely cheating. Otherwise, how could he suddenly become so powerful? While the people in Area 88 were discussing amongst themselves, the people in Area 666 were celebrating excitedly. They also didn't expect that Jiang Nian's wife could be so powerful. Now, on the battlefield, Tu Shanqing's expression was extremely cold and devoid of any emotion. Even when passing by Jiang Nian, he still had the same expression. She used to rely on Jiang Nian. She strode up to Dantang Xiang and said coldly, "How do you want to die?" Dantang Xiang was unable to speak and could only show a look of terror. "All right, I almost forgot, you can't speak right now. In that case, I don't need to say anything more to you." As soon as Tu Shan finished speaking, she casually struck out with a palm, instantly blasting Dantang Xiang to pieces. The whole process was completed in an instant. Dantang Xiang didn't even have a chance to react before he died a miserable death. His 3 marriage partners all met the same fate, turning into ice shards along with Higashido's show. This moment, the announcement was then made. Announcement: Jiang Nian has won the first game. Player number 88, please continue to the stage. Tu Shanqing was Jiang Nian's marriage partner, and since she defeated Dantang Xiang, it was naturally considered a victory for Jiang Nian. Seeing the tragic deaths of Dantang Xiang and the others, everyone present showed expressions of horror, including Jiang Nian. It should be noted that Dantang Xiang is currently at the level of 7.5 stars, but he was instantly killed by Tu Shanqing. This is enough to prove that Tu Shanqing's actual combat power in her current state probably surpasses that of an 8-star. Even higher. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to kill Tu Dushou in one blow. Killing Dantang Xiang, Tu Shanqing remained serious, as if he had no feelings for Jiang Nian at all. Just as she was about to say something, suddenly, terrified screams came from outside the battlefield. "We surrender! We surrender!" The remaining 2 contestants from area number 88 knelt on the ground in fear. If even Dantang Xiang was killed so easily, what chance do they have? I'm afraid that as soon as they step into the battle arena, they'll be instantly killed. In order to survive, they chose to surrender without hesitation. Announcement: Region 666 has emerged victorious in this resource competition. Announcement: Resources in Zone 666 doubled. All attributes increased by 20 points for all characters. Resources in Zone 88 halved. All attributes decreased by 20 points for all characters. Announcement: Jiang Nian has successfully defeated 3 opponents single-handedly and has received additional rewards: 1 silver treasure chest and 1 challenge key. One after another, golden beams of light descended upon the people in Area 666. At the same time, There was also a special announcement voice that rang in everyone's ears. Announcement: Dong Tangxiang's strength ranked 6th in the entire 7th region. Jiang Yin defeated him, took his 6th place, and obtained the exclusive reward for the strongest player in the region. Announcement: Dong Tangxiang was defeated by Jiang Yin, dropping to 7th place. However, since he is deceased, the 7th place badge will be awarded to the 2nd-ranked expert in that region. Did you hear that? Our boss Jiang Yin is already the 6th strongest player in Region 7. Ha! I never expected to win this match so easily. I have to say, Jiang Yin's marriage partner is really too strong. You all saw it just now, right? Miss Fox Demon killed Dong Tangxiang with a single palm strike. That shows how powerful she is. While everyone in Area 666 was immersed in joy and excitement, Jiang Yin's expression appeared unusually solemn. That's because Tu Shanxing was looking at him with murderous intent at that moment. Alejo and Tekawawa Ken noticed that Jiang Yin and her husband seemed to be having a conflict, and they dared not get involved in this situation, so they left the competition venue. And Tu Shanxing remained in the competition venue. Forehead. Under these circumstances, Jiang Yin had no interest in checking the reward for 6th place. Instead, she was nervously staring at Tu Shanxing in front of her. Since she was able to kill Dong Tangxiang with a single palm strike, it means that she has absolute strength and is capable of killing Jiang Yin instantly. Just as Jiang Yin was about to say something, Tu Shanxing suddenly seemed to lose all her strength and fainted on the spot. As you can see, Tu Shanxing, after falling into a coma, has returned to her previous state. Qing'er. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin ran over and hugged Tu Shanxing without any hesitation, then hurriedly left the competition venue with Lena and returned to Area 666. Chapter 103: Returning to Normal, Feeling Unwell. Husband, what happened to Sister Qing? The look she gave us just now clearly meant she wanted to kill us. Lena felt a chill run down her spine when she recalled what had happened. Even Dong Tangxiang could be killed in one blow. If they were to attack them, they would have absolutely no chance of escape. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin did not respond, but instead looked at Tu Shanxing with an extremely solemn expression. Jiang Yin naturally understood what Lena was saying. Tu Shanxing's murderous gaze just now was genuine. But what puzzled him was why Tu Shanxing had become like this. Tu Shanxing had experienced similar situations before, but her personality never changed. This time, however, she seemed to have become a completely different person. I'm not quite sure why this is happening, but I believe Qing'er wouldn't hurt us. The situation just now was clearly beyond her control. Perhaps there is a big secret about Qing'er. Jiang Yin sighed softly and looked at Lena. Nar, I'll trouble you to take care of Qing'er. Lena nodded obediently and reached out to touch Tu Shanxing's cheek. She was such a gentle person, so why did she suddenly become so terrifying? Lena really couldn't understand it. After sitting next to Tu Shanxing and observing for a while, Jiang Yin slowly stood up. They took out a dazzling golden treasure chest. The 6th place reward I received after defeating Tudu Shou. In addition, the badge he originally wore, which ranked 7th, automatically changed to 6th place. However, the badges for 7th and 6th place have the same effect, and there is no difference between them. After opening the treasure chest, the first thing Jiang Yin got was a design blueprint called Black Armor Knight's Boots. What remained was a large amount of survival supplies, which were of little use to Jiang Yin at the moment. At this moment, Jiang Yin's attention was entirely focused on the design drawings. Item: Black Armor Knight's Boots Design Blueprint. Effect: putting a C-grade shoe and 100 pieces of black armor into the forge can forge a B-grade equipment, the Black Armor Knight's Boots. Although the specific effects are still unclear, this item was obtained from the 6th place reward chest. The effect will definitely be very powerful. Jiang Yin is currently unsure how to obtain these black armor fragments. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin opened the design blueprint and clicked on the black armor fragment. Black armor fragments, dropped by defeating Black Armor Knights. Black Armor Knights spawn in Sky City 3. Its materials dropped from Sky City again. It seems necessary to continue the search for the key. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin frowned immediately. Although Jiang Yin now knows how to obtain the black armor fragments, he has no idea how to get to Sky City 3. In the previous Sky City 1 and Sky City 2, Jiang Yin had obtained a key fragment beforehand, which allowed her to continue her search using that clue. This time, however, nothing is known. Fortunately, Jiang Yin possesses omniscience and omnipotence, and can know everything that is happening at the door. Both the initial Sky Seal fragment and the sky wing fragment were dropped by killing half-dragons. This time, the key fragments for Sky City 3 should also require defeating the centaur. Once a half-dragon is discovered in a random room, Jiang Nian must take action and eliminate it. Just then, Tu Shanqing, who was originally unconscious, suddenly started coughing violently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian hurriedly ran towards Tu Shanqing. My husband, my husband. Jiang Nian held Tu Shanqing in her arms. Gradually, she slowly opened her eyes and spoke in an extremely weak voice. That's great. Qing'er, you're finally awake. Jiang Nian and Lina both showed excited expressions upon seeing this. After waking up, Tu Shanqing looked around in confusion. That's strange. Husband, weren't you fighting with Dongtang Xiang? Where are the others? Strange? This isn't the competition venue. Could it be that my husband has already won? Tu Shanqing looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what had just happened. The time when she was tormented by Dongtang Xiang's extreme cold domain. I can't remember anything at all. Jiang Nian frowned when he saw Tu Shanqing's bewildered expression. First, he was certain that Tu Shanqing had returned to her original state, which meant that Tu Shanqing would not deceive him. She truly had no idea what had just happened. So Jiang Nian briefly explained what had just happened to Tu Shanqing. Tu Shanqing, who had been looking puzzled, suddenly showed a look of horror. This is impossible. How could I have become like this? It's even more impossible for her to show any murderous intent towards her husband. Tu Shanqing was terrified, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Jiang Nian was the most important person in her life, and she would never let Jiang Nian be in danger, even if it meant her own death. But just now, she turned into a completely different person and even tried to kill Jiang Nian. This was something Tu Shanqing could not accept at all, and she broke down in tears. Jiang Nian quickly hugged Tu Shanqing. It's okay. It's all over now. Maybe it was just an accident. Qing'er, in my opinion, the problem lies with your incomplete talent. Do you remember? Whenever I was in mortal danger, you always managed to unleash a power beyond your limits. It's probably because I was almost killed by Tu to show this time that you turned into the way you were just now. Jiang Nian suddenly had a guess. Perhaps Tu Shanqing's state just now was what he looked like when he had his full talent. There must be a huge secret hidden in Tu Shanqing. However, even Tu Shanqing herself was unaware of this secret. Only by gradually repairing her flawed talent can this secret be unlocked. But Tu Shanqing lowered her head sadly and was about to say something when Lina walked to her side. She took Tu Shanqing's hand and said, Sister Qing'er, you don't need to blame yourself too much. Although you looked scary just now, you did save our husband after all. If you hadn't intervened in time, we would all be in danger now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian nodded excitedly. No matter what, Tu Shanqing is his wife, and no matter what she becomes, Jiang Nian would never abandon her. After being comforted by the two, Tu Shanqing gradually calmed down. But she still felt uneasy. What if she transforms into that form again and really hurts her husband? Therefore, Tu Shanqing could only try her best to control her emotions and not allow herself to be in a state of extreme anger. Just as Tu Shanqing stood up, she suddenly felt a strong sense of nausea and began to dry heave. Chapter 104 Pregnancy. Qing'er, are you alright? Seeing Tu Shanqing looking so uncomfortable, Jiang Nian was very worried. Even though I've already woken up, why do I still feel so uncomfortable? Lina, standing to the side, looked at Tu Shanqing with great concern. After a period of violent retching, Tu Shanqing gradually recovered and lay weakly in Jiang Nian's arms. She was completely unaware of her own physical condition. In the past, when I overexerted myself, I would indeed become very weak, but I have never experienced nausea. Jiang Nian was quite puzzled by this. Just then, the announcement suddenly rang in my ears. Your marriage partner, Tu Shanqing, is now pregnant. Your homestead has been upgraded, and you've received a pregnancy gift pack. Reminder: after upgrading your homestead, pregnant women can stay in their homestead for extended periods to nurture their pregnancy and will not participate in combat. As the announcement sounded, a special golden treasure chest appeared out of thin air in front of Jiang Nian. At this moment, Jiang Nian, Tu Shanqing, and Lina were all dumbfounded. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Nian immediately revealed an expression of extreme excitement. He hugged Tu Shanqing tightly, exclaiming, Qing'er, you're pregnant. Great news. I'm going to be a dad. After realizing what was happening, Jiang Nian became even more excited. Tu Shanqing's pregnancy was indeed a huge surprise for him. However, Jiang Nian also began to feel nervous. After all, It was his first time becoming a father, so how could he not feel nervous? After learning about her situation, Tu Shanqing was initially bewildered, then gently touched her belly. So I'm pregnant with my husband's child. She was also very surprised and delighted to learn that she was pregnant. Lena was equally excited when she learned of this. This is my husband's child. Qing'er, I've made up my mind. From now on, you can no longer fight alongside me. You must stay home and get some rest. After Jiang Nian finished speaking, he immediately activated the homestead, and a 3-story villa appeared in front of him. The upgraded homestead allows the pregnant Tu Shanqing to stay there and focus on her pregnancy. He no longer needed to follow Jiang Nian around all the time like before. Jiang Nianrua can open her homestead at any time in any room if she wants to see Tu Shanqing. But I want to fight alongside my husband. As soon as Tu Shanqing finished speaking, Lena walked to her side and said, Sister Qing'er, you are now pregnant with your husband's child. This is the first child in our Jiang family. It's very important. You can't afford any accidents to happen to you right now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian nodded in agreement and took Tu Shanqing's hand, saying, Qing'er, my battles from now on will become increasingly dangerous. Given your current condition, it's not advisable for you to continue fighting. This wasn't Jiang Nian deliberately trying to scare her. It was Jiang Nian's true feeling. Not long after she defeated Anna Diger, who was ranked 7th, Tudu Shou, who was ranked 6th, challenged her. This further demonstrates that these guys had already joined forces long ago. Or perhaps these guys sensed that Jiang Nian would threaten their position, which is why they chose to take action. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Nian's current situation is indeed very dangerous. Perhaps the 5th-place finisher will also challenge him. Battle with Dongtang Xiang. Jiang Nian clearly realized just how powerful these guys were. In the past, Jiang Nian would have been fearless and could have fought them without any scruples. But the situation is different now. Whether it's for Tu Shanqing, Lena, or the child in Tu Shanqing's womb, he can't afford to get hurt. If Jiang Nian dies, then Tu Shanqing, Lena, and even their unborn child will all die together. Therefore, Jiang Nian must make herself stronger. Seeing Jiang Nian's resolute expression, Tu Shanqing nodded obediently. Husband, you must be extra careful. Don't worry, I'll definitely be fine. After comforting Tu Shanqing, Jiang Nian looked at the golden treasure chest in front of her. Upon opening it, I found a complete set of items related to pregnant women and babies. Not only that, Jiang Nian herself also received a reward of 50 points of increase in all attributes, which was a truly unexpected surprise. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Nian and Lena took Tu Shanqing back to their home. He first prepared a large table of delicious food for Tu Shanqing, and after she had eaten and drunk her fill, he prepared a lot of fruit. Jiang Nian has no shortage of these survival supplies, and she certainly won't let Tu Shanqing go hungry during her pregnancy. After all this was done, Jiang Nian and Lena left their home. It's worth mentioning that after the homestead is upgraded, even if Jiang Nian temporarily puts the homestead away, Tu Shanqing can still stay safely in the homestead. It's like a special space, undisturbed by the outside world. Jiang Nian can also go in any time to accompany Tu Shanqing. Let's go search for the key fragments of Sky City 3. I have a feeling that an even more powerful guy will challenge me next. Jiang Nian's expression was quite solemn when she said this. Lena, standing beside him, had the same expression. If Dongtang Xiangdu is already that powerful, then the 5th-ranked expert must be even more terrifying. Then, Jiang Nian's gaze fell on the white random room in front of her. Unfortunately, there was no half-dragon in this random room, only a fiery lion. With a strength of only around 6.5 stars, it's truly no match for Jiang Nian right now. Apart from that, there were no other random rooms in this room, and Jiang Nian was too lazy to kill this fiery main lion. He took Lena directly and headed towards the golden resource room on the other side. Since Jiang Nian can open the door 7 times a day, he refuses to believe that there is no way to find the key fragments of Sky City 3. During Jiang Nian's search for the key fragments, the special group chat of the 7 strongest individuals once again erupted in excitement. It's really incredible. Even Dongtang Xiang was defeated. What's the deal with Jiang Nian? Dongtang Xiang awakened an S-rank mutated frost wolf, whose powerful ice attribute energy is extremely effective against ghost fire. How exactly did Jiang Nian win? At this moment, it was Amir, who was ranked 5th, who was speaking. He originally thought that Dongtang Xiang could easily defeat Jiang Nian by using attribute suppression, but who would have thought that Dongtang Xiang would also die? Upon learning of this, Amir was truly incredulous. I have a basic understanding of what happened. It wasn't Jiang Yin herself who defeated Dongtang Xiang, but rather her fiancé. It is said that his fiancé suddenly unleashed an extremely terrifying power and killed Tudu Shou in one blow. Not long after Amir finished speaking, Byron Angus, who was ranked 4th, spoke up. His words shocked Amir even more. Chapter 105 The Golden Stone Giant. Brother Byron, is your information accurate? No matter what, Dongtang Xiang is the 6th strongest in our 7th region. How could he be instantly killed? If even Dongtang Xiang can defeat it instantly, then we have no chance of winning either. Could it be that his fiancé is at least an 8-star level in strength? Upon learning this, Amir's initial shock instantly turned into fear. Although he was ranked 5th and was much stronger than Dongtang Xiang, he still couldn't achieve a one-hit kill. Byron Angus, I'm not entirely sure about their exact strength, but Jiang Yin's fiancé is indeed very powerful. If you don't believe me, you can open the regional chat channel and take a look. They're all talking about this issue right now. Upon learning this, Amir immediately entered the regional chat channel. As expected, right now, everyone in the regional chat channel is talking about Jiang Yin's marriage partner. Dongtang Xiang had already defeated Jiang Yin and was about to kill him. But at this critical moment, Jiang Yin's fiancé suddenly unleashed an extremely terrifying power. In an instant, he killed Dongtang Xiang, leaving him no chance to resist. Upon learning all this, Amir's expression grew increasingly terrified. If Jiang Yin were to challenge him at this moment, what chance would he have of winning? Byron Angus felt almost exactly the same way as Amir, utterly horrified. She was terrified of losing to Jiang Yin and losing her current status. It was at this time that a man named Ivan Lovesky calmly remarked in the group chat, "It can't be 8 stars. It must be that Jiang Yin's fiancé used some special means to make her strength increase rapidly in a short period of time." The speaker now, Ivan Lovesky, comes from Russia, and his profile picture is of a burly man with a full beard. It ranks 3rd in Region 7. As you can see, the area he belongs to is not a regular numbered area, but is called the Black Wolf Domain. Clearly, he has completed his task as the regional ruler, naming his territory the Black Wolf Domain. And he is the absolute ruler of this Black Wolf Domain. Boss Ivan has appeared. Boss, what do you mean by that? Why can't it be 8 stars? Even if she can unleash power beyond her limits in a short period of time, she still can't kill Tudu Shou instantly. This is really too bizarre. Amir and Byron Angus were both pleasantly surprised to see Ivan Lovesky appear. When they were discussing Jiang Yin earlier, none of the top 3 big shots said a word. They could understand. After all, the other party had already become the regional ruler and possessed the strength of an 8-star, so naturally they would not bother to get involved in their petty squabbles. Currently, Amir and Byron Angus are just one step away from completing the task of becoming the ruler of the region. That's the strength to reach the 8 stars. But this process is extremely difficult, and they haven't succeeded yet. In the entire 7th region, among so many areas and so many people, only these 3 individuals, ranked in the top 3, have reached the level of 8-star combat power. I can tell you for sure that the person he's marrying will never reach the level of an 8-star. The reason is simple. Before the regional ruler mission is completed, your region can only allow 1 8-star powerhouse at most. If Jiang Yin's marriage partner has the strength of an 8-star, then the ruler of Region 666 would not be Jiang Yin, but his marriage partner. Only the strongest in the region can receive the mission of the regional ruler. Similarly, the 6th rank badge is unlikely to be on Jiang Yin, but rather on his marriage partner, since she is the strongest. But Jiang Yin is still the strongest in Area 666, and he also has the badge that ranks 6th. This proves that his marriage partner's strength has not reached 8 stars. In addition, once one's own combat power reaches 8 stars, if one wants to continue to become stronger, one must complete the task of the regional ruler and bring one's region into the next stage. The area Jiang Yin mentioned is still numbered 666, so I can be sure that Jiang Yin's marriage partner is definitely not an 8-star, but has only temporarily improved his strength. Upon hearing Ivan Lovesky's words, Amir and Byron Angus immediately understood. That being said, Jiang Yin is still not to be underestimated. I advise you not to provoke him. Strive to become stronger. Only by reaching the 8th star and becoming a regional ruler can you enter a wider world. After Ivan Lovesky finished speaking, he left the chat channel. As for the 2 ranked 2nd and 1st, they didn't say a word from beginning to end, appearing very aloof. Ivan Lovesky hadn't originally intended to speak, but he couldn't stand it any longer and finally spoke up to remind them. Upon learning the truth, Amir and Byron Angus both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they are not 8-star, they still have confidence. However, Ivan Lovsky was absolutely right. Right now, rather than provoking Jiang Nian, they needed to continue becoming stronger. Everyone wants to become the regional ruler as soon as possible. The next few days, Jiang Nian has not been challenged. In the past few days, he has been searching through various rooms, hoping to obtain the key to enter Sky City 3. But whether it was due to bad timing or simply bad luck, Jiang Nian didn't see a single half-dragon, nor did he have any key fragments related to Sky City 3. However, although she couldn't find the key, Jiang Nian entered many gold resource rooms during this time, and her own strength was greatly improved. Unfortunately, he still hasn't advanced to 8 stars. The gap is still huge. Having defeated Dantang Xiang, Jiang Nian had already completed the first task of becoming the regional ruler. Nowadays, as long as you reach 8 stars and win a resource raid, you can become the ruler of Area 666. Thinking of this, Jiang Nian took out the plunder key. He currently knows nothing about the rules of the resource raiding competition, so he can't help but feel curious. Husband, are you perhaps planning to launch a resource plundering competition? Lena walked to Jiang Nian's side and asked curiously. That's definitely the idea. Jiang Nian nodded slightly, but just as he was considering which areas to launch raiding challenges against. Suddenly, I noticed something amiss in the white random room ahead. Name random room. Room details. This room contains a golden stone giant from Sky City. Defeating it will reward you with sky crystal core fragments. Safety assessment. If you enter this room now, the mortality rate is 50%. Chapter 106 Rock Explosion. The Golden Stone Giant. Fragments of the Sky Crystal Core? So this is the key to Sky City 3? Upon seeing the information in the random room, Jiang Nian frowned immediately. He originally thought that the key fragments in Sky City 3 should also be dropped by killing half-dragons. However, they did not expect that the target they were to kill this time was the Golden Stone Giant. If I hadn't checked it carefully just now, I would have completely overlooked it. Husband, have you found your target? Lena's eyes lit up. That's right. Jiang Nian temporarily put away the plunder key and led Lena into the random room. When Jiang Nian opened her eyes again, she found herself in a desert. Not far in front of him stood a huge stone statue, entirely golden in color. Perhaps sensing the intrusion of an enemy, the golden statue, which had appeared lifeless, suddenly began to tremble violently. The next moment, the golden statue lit up its bright red eyes, and a brown gemstone was inlaid on its chest. Name, the Golden Stone Giant. Race, Rock Clan. Talent, Rock Power, Rank B. Skills, Savage Charge, Rock Wall, Stone Spike, Rock Blast, Earthquake. Strength, 7.5 stars. After glancing briefly at the information about the Golden Stone Giant, Jiang Nian's lips curled into a slight smile. Although this guy is currently at the same level of 7.5 stars in combat power as him, he is actually far inferior to Jiang Nian. However, the Rock Clan monsters are all extremely strong in defense, so this guy must be very durable. Nar, you can rest over there. I'll take care of this big guy. The Dragon Flame Ghost sword immediately appeared in his hand, and he rushed towards the Golden Stone Giant in front of him. Roar! The Golden Stone Giant let out a deep roar, and the brown gem on its chest emitted a dazzling light. At that moment, one sharp stone after another formed and bombarded Jiang Nian. Only, this guy is too slow. Jiang Nian easily dodged the sharp stone attack, rushed in front of him, and swung down with a fierce slash. The Golden Stone Giant was struck so hard that it staggered back several steps, and a crack was clearly visible on its shoulder. Unfortunately, due to this creature's unique constitution, will-o'-the-wisps are almost ineffective against it. There was no way around it. The Rock Clan monsters were made entirely of rock, so they couldn't be burned. This is a huge advantage for the Rock Clan monsters. However, the inability to burn does not mean that fire-based skills are ineffective. This guy will still feel pain. However, this Golden Stone Giant had strong defenses, and Jiang Nian's fierce slash did not seem to cause it much damage. The Golden Stone Giant glanced at the crack in its shoulder and let out an angry roar. In an instant, countless rock fragments flew out from its body. These rock fragments exploded around Jiang Nian like bombs. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it also has a very wide attack range. Jiang Nian couldn't dodge with the Shadow Step and could only rely on the Xianming Shield to defend, but she was still blasted away. Die! The golden stone giant pressed its advantage, stomping the ground so hard that it triggered a powerful earthquake. Taking advantage of Jiang Yan's inability to stand due to the earthquake, the golden stone giant launched a savage charge, fiercely rushing towards Jiang Yan. This guy is about 4 meters tall. If he were to crash into Jiang Yan, the consequences would be unimaginable. The golden stone giant intended to use this move to severely injure Jiang Yan. Boom! With a loud bang, the massive body of the golden stone giant crashed into Jiang Yan. It was as if a tank was charging straight at them, instantly sending Jiang Yan flying dozens of meters. Ha 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 ha. Upon seeing this, the golden stone giant burst into maniacal laughter. This is what happens when you provoke me. However, just as it was feeling smug, Jiang Yan appeared behind it without its knowledge and unleashed a powerful blazing sword slash. The golden stone giant had no chance to react before Jiang Yan chopped off its right leg. The guy lost his balance and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Then, with an extremely terrified expression, it slashed at Jiang Yan. How is this possible? Shouldn't you have been knocked flying by me? As he said this, the golden stone giant looked in the direction where Jiang Yan had been knocked away earlier. However, Jiang Yan was nowhere to be seen. He was thrown into the air? Jiang Yan smiled faintly. You big oaf, like you think you can knock me flying? What you knocked away was nothing more than an afterimage of me. After saying that, Jiang Yan unleashed the blazing sword slash once again, slashing at the golden stone giant. Jiang Yan intended to cut it in half, but the creature had extremely strong defense and a huge size, so his attack did not completely sever it. Only a deep wound remained on his waist. Even so, being hit twice by the blazing sword still severely injured the golden stone giant. As a monster of the rock clan, even if its limbs are severed, it can actually use the power of rock to slowly regenerate them. But in the current situation, where's their time to recover? Jiang Yan wouldn't give it any chance. Ekarose's dragon scale armor had already accumulated to 10 layers. Under the amplified state of flames, Jiang Yan's fire attribute skills already deal significant damage. Facing a severely wounded golden stone giant, he showed no mercy and immediately unleashed the wrath of the fire dragon, engulfing the golden stone giant. After a series of extremely pitiful screams, the golden stone giant completely lost its life, and the brown gem on its chest shattered on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a fragment of a golden crystal core fell to the ground. Item: Sky Core Fragment. Effect: collecting 3 Sky Crystal Core Fragments unlocks the hidden dungeon, Sky City 3. Oh my, it only takes 3 to synthesize. I thought it would take 5 fragments like before. After picking up the Sky Crystal Core Fragments from the ground, Jiang Yan immediately stored them in the warehouse. Although only 3 Sky Crystal Core Fragments are needed to synthesize the key to Sky City 3, the Golden Stone Giant is clearly stronger than the previous half-dragon. Just now, the Golden Stone Giant used Earthquake in conjunction with Savage Charge. If Jiang Yan hadn't been able to escape in time using Shadow Step, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In addition, the Golden Stone Giant's Rock Blast skill has a very large attack range, making it difficult for Jiang Yan to dodge even with Shadow Step. If just one Golden Stone Giant is this troublesome, then you'll definitely encounter even more Golden Stone Giants in the Sky City 3 dungeon. Without a doubt, the Sky City 3 dungeon must be extremely dangerous. Jiang Yan must be fully prepared before she can enter. After resting for a while, Jiang Yan continued searching for the Golden Stone Giant with Lena. Chapter 107 Plunder Challenge. Unfair Rules. Perhaps it was because Jiang Yan was too strong, or perhaps it was because Tu Shanxing had instantly killed Dongtang Xiang, which had intimidated everyone in District 7. As a result, half a month has passed, and Jiang Yan's area number 666 has not been challenged. During this time, Jiang Yan had already collected 3 Sky Crystal Core Fragments and synthesized a Sky Crystal Core, which was ready to go to the Sky City 3 instance at any time. However, Jiang Yan did not rush in, at least not without absolute certainty. Anyway, no one challenged her during this time, and Jiang Yan enjoyed a very peaceful period. During this time, after each time the number of times the door was opened was exhausted, Jiang Yan would return to his home to accompany Tu Shanxing. Husband, why is it so difficult to reach the 8-star combat power? Even I'm already 7.5 stars, but you've yet to reach 8 stars. During Tu Shanxing's pregnancy, Lena fought alongside Jiang Yan and has now reached a combat strength of 7.5 stars. Moreover, Jiang Yan has naturally become stronger during this time. and has even learned a brand new B-level fire skill called Flame Energy Shield. This is a defensive skill that instantly creates a fire shield that counterattacks the attacker. If this move is used in conjunction with a shield, it can make the fire shield even more powerful. However, not all shields can be used. It must be a fire attribute shield. Jiang Nian's Xianming shield is very special. It is a shield with all attributes, so it can naturally be used in conjunction with the Flame Energy Shield. In addition, Jiang Nian entered many gold resource rooms during this period, obtained a lot of silver treasure chests, and even got some gold treasure chests. This greatly enhances its own attributes. Even so, it still hasn't reached 8 stars, which truly shocked Jiang Nian. This also proves that Jiang Nian is still far behind a true 8-star powerhouse. It's alright. Although I haven't reached 8 stars yet, my strength has increased quite a bit. It's time to enter the Sky City 3 instance. As Jiang Nian spoke, she took out the complete Sky Crystal Core. But at this very moment, suddenly, an announcement rang out. Urgent announcement. Area 88 has launched a rating challenge against Areas 666, 6799, 112, and 75. The competition will officially begin tomorrow. Plunder Challenge. If you win, you can plunder 50% of the resources in the opponent's area, and all characters in your area will have all attributes increased by 50. If you lose the Plunder Challenge, your area's resources will be reduced by 90%, and all attributes will be reduced by 50. What? Someone has launched a rating challenge. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nian immediately showed a shocked expression. This area number 88 is the area where Higashido Sho belongs. Logically speaking, after losing Higashido Sho, their strongest member, even if they wanted revenge, they wouldn't dare challenge Area 666. But who would have thought that Area 88 not only dared to issue a challenge, but also launched a plundering challenge? In addition, Jiang Nian discovered another problem. All the areas challenged by Area 88 were areas that had previously lost to Jiang Nian. This could not possibly have been an accident. It must have been premeditated. Husband, it must be that the people in Area 88 are dissatisfied and have joined forces with other areas to deal with you. Tu Shanxing and Lina both showed expressions of worry at this moment. The Plunder Challenge is different from the resource competition. If these regions unite in advance and then attack Jiang Nian together, it will be a big problem. Don't panic. Let's first understand the rules of the Plunder Challenge and see what they are. As Jiang Nian was speaking, the announcement sounded again. Competition rules. Once the Plunder Challenge officially begins, the top-ranked player in each participating region will be transported to the competition venue via a portal. The venue will be randomly selected from environments such as desert, snow-capped mountains, and forests. The competition lasts for 3 days. After teleporting to the competition venue, each player will receive a plunder badge. During this period, players who defeat players in the opposing region can steal their badges. After the competition ends, the player with all the plunder badges wins the Plunder Challenge. All other players lose. Upon learning the rules of the Plunder Challenge, Jiang Nian's expression immediately turned serious. Only then did he truly understand why all the targets that Area 88 was challenging were areas that had previously lost to Jiang Nian. It's obvious that they've joined forces to kill Jiang Nian during the Plunder Challenge. The rules of the competition did not specify that it had to be a 1v1 situation, so they could very well team up and gang up on Jiang Nian. Even if all these areas are Jiang Nian's defeated opponents, the strongest people in the original areas are all dead. But so much time has passed, they must have become much stronger. Perhaps, an even more powerful person has risen to power. For example, the strongest player in Area 88 was Dongtang Xiang, but he was defeated by Jiang Nian and dropped from 6th to 7th place. Since Tudu Shou is dead, the 7th place badge will be awarded to the second-ranked person in Area 88. That person, having obtained all of Higashido Shou's privileges, will undoubtedly become even more powerful. These people already harbored a grudge against Jiang Nian, so it was perfectly reasonable for them to join forces to kill him. I can't believe it's this kind of rule. Lina immediately became anxious. Husband, these rules are really unfair. There's no restriction on 1v1, so wouldn't they be able to team up against you? Can we refuse this rating challenge? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanxing nodded in agreement. We can't refuse. Our area has been locked down. However, there's no need to panic too much. These regions were my defeated enemies to begin with. Even if they unite, I have nothing to fear. Jiang Nian, with one arm around Tu Shanxing and the other around Lina, spoke confidently. This is not Jiang Nian's blind confidence. It's worth noting that Jiang Yin can still enter the Sky City 3 dungeon. If she can clear it, her strength will definitely become even greater. The blueprints for the black armor knight boots that we obtained earlier can also be successfully forged. If Jiang Yin could reach the level of an 8-star fighter, he would have no fear even if it meant facing 4 opponents at once. However, no one else in Area 666 knew about Jiang Yin's idea. The area chat channel exploded after people learned about the plunder challenge. What the hell? These rules don't actually restrict it to 1v1. Doesn't this mean they can join forces to deal with our boss Jiang Yin? This is just too unfair. Chapter 108: The Sudden Appearance of Goblins. The people in Area 666 were furious and flocked to the chat channel of Area 7, wanting to demand justice. What can be done? These areas seem to have been coordinated beforehand. No matter how the people in Area 666 questioned them, no one in these areas spoke. Jiang Yin checked the chat channels in the different regions, and, seeing that the people in those regions remained silent, understood everything. They really did collude beforehand. It seems they're determined to kill me. Jiang Yin gave a cold laugh and said, "My lord, although these guys were once your defeated opponents, so much time has passed, and they may have become stronger. It's definitely dangerous if these guys team up against you. If all else fails, we might as well just hand over the looting badges." Before Tu Shanqing could finish speaking, Jiang Yin reached out and pinched her cheek. "My silly girl, since they chose to join forces against me, how could they let me go so easily? Furthermore, the competition rules do not state that one can leave the competition venue early simply by voluntarily handing over the badge. This means that even if I give them the badge, these people will still attack me. Their purpose in launching the looting challenge was to kill me." At this point, Jiang Yin smiled and said, "But don't worry, nothing will happen to me. These guys want to kill me? It'll be as difficult as climbing to heaven." Jiang Yin then took out the Sky Crystal Core, saying, "Once I clear the Sky City 3 dungeon, I will definitely receive a huge boost. It's time to go and try something new." Upon hearing that Jiang Yin was going to such a dangerous dungeon, Tu Shanqing immediately became restless. "I want to go with my husband." No, Qinger, you can't go. You know how dangerous the Sky City instance is. Under these circumstances, you absolutely cannot go to such a dangerous instance. Just rest well at home. With my current strength, I can definitely clear the Sky City 3 dungeon as long as nothing unexpected happens. Besides, even if an accident does happen, I still have escape charms, substitute dolls, and a series of other life-saving measures. I'm sure nothing will happen. You should stay home and rest. Nar and I will be back soon." Jiang Yin gently patted Tu Shanqing's head, then turned and led Lina out of the home. Although Tu Shanqing was still a little worried, as long as they had the escape talisman and the substitute doll, Jiang Yin and Lina would definitely not die. After leaving his home, Jiang Yin used the Sky Crystal Core immediately. At that moment, the random room not far in front of him instantly turned into a black dungeon room, leading to the Sky City 3 dungeon. Name: Dungeon Room. Room information: Hidden Dungeon Sky City 3. This dungeon is extremely dangerous. Please enter with caution. Safety assessment: if you enter this room now, the mortality rate is 80%. Despite knowing there was an 80% mortality rate, Jiang Yin remained unfazed and slowly led Lina inside. When Jiang Yin opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the magnificent castle. Directly in front of Jiang Yin is a spiral staircase. As long as you walk up the staircase, you will begin the challenge. Nar, I'll say it again, you absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes. Leave everything to me. Here's an escape talisman for you. Use it immediately if you encounter any unavoidable danger. Jiang Yin took out an escape talisman from the warehouse and handed it to Lina. Lina nodded solemnly. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yin led Lina slowly up the stairs. This staircase, like the ones we've encountered before, is very long. The only difference is that it's very safe along the way. If it were Sky City 2, the Dragon Warriors would have already charged out. But there are still no monsters here. Jiang Yin did not think that Sky City 3 would be simpler than Sky City 2. After all, it had an 80% mortality rate. This must be the calm before the storm. Moreover, the golden stone giants they encountered when obtaining the Sky Crystal Core fragments were all powerful enough to overwhelm the Sky Feather Guards. Encountering a large number of golden stone giants would still be extremely dangerous. After exiting the stairs, Jiang Yin arrived at the actual Sky City 3 instance. Strangely, the room was empty and dimly lit, with only a faint outline visible. Besides, There were no monsters in the room, which made Jiang Yin even more puzzled. Husband, what's going on? Could it be that there are no monsters in the Sky City 3 dungeon? Or are there traps or mechanisms around here? Lena was equally surprised when she saw what was happening around her. The more bizarre the situation, the less she dared to act rashly, and she stayed close to Jiang Yin. It is not clear at the moment. But this instance is indeed strange. You can't stray too far from me from now on. Soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, Lena nervously grabbed Jiang Yin's collar. In such dim light, anything can happen. And so, Jiang Yin carefully led Lena forward. The room was very large, and it was dark all around. Not to mention monsters. Even Jiang Yin had not yet found the stairs leading to the next floor. But in Jiang Yin's opinion, this room was definitely not that simple. Just as Jiang Yin was carefully leading Lena to explore, a gray goblin suddenly appeared in front of them. Careful! Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin immediately protected Lena beside him, gripping the dragon flame ghost sword tightly in his hand. Although the opponent is just a goblin, this is a dungeon in Sky City 3. Even a random soldier could be a 7.5-star strongman, so Jiang Yin naturally dared not be careless in the slightest. Maybe this goblin in front of us is really strong. Name: Timid Goblin. Race: Beast, half-human. Skills: Charge, Slam. Strength: 1 star. What? This guy is only a 1-star combatant. How is this possible? How could there be such a weak monster in the Sky City 3 dungeon? Jiang Yin thought she had misread it, and quickly rubbed her eyes. But as it turned out, the goblin in front of them was indeed too weak. This guy was clearly startled by Jiang Yin's sudden appearance, and he huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yin could have killed this goblin with a single strike, but everything that was happening now felt strange to him. He didn't act rashly, but instead frowned and looked at the cowardly goblin in front of him. Are you the only one here? Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, the timid goblin did not immediately reply, but instead looked around nervously. Then, trembling, he said, Humans, you'd better leave now. Staying here will only lead to your death. Chapter 109, A Dead End. This is, after all, a dungeon in Sky City 3. Jiang Yin wasn't surprised that such a weak goblin could speak human language. He immediately pressed, What do you mean by that? There's clearly nothing here, so why is there only a dead end? You had better tell me everything you know, or I'll kill you right now. As Jiang Yin said this, he switched the dragon flame ghost sword in his hand to the lightning bow. Although it's only a C-grade weapon, it's still enough to kill a 1-star monster in one hit. Upon seeing Jiang Yin take out the lightning bow, the timid goblin immediately knelt down on the ground, trembling all over. No, don't kill me. I was just trying to be helpful by reminding you to leave. I definitely won't hurt you. As soon as the timid goblin finished speaking, he pressed the switch next to him. The previously dim room was instantly illuminated. A door appeared at the end of the corridor ahead. In addition, there is a staircase leading to the next floor. I really don't want you to rush off to your deaths. There is actually no danger on this floor. As long as you push open the door at the end of the corridor, you can be teleported away from here. And you can also get some of the dungeon rewards, so it's not a bad deal. Compared to losing your life for nothing, choosing to take some of the dungeon rewards and leave early is the wisest choice. Of course, you can choose not to believe me. Go up this staircase and you can officially begin the dungeon challenge. However, I advise you not to do this. With your current strength, you will surely die if you go in. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yin and Lena both showed expressions of shock. What I didn't expect was that I could leave this instance early. And you can also get some of the dungeon rewards? Could such a good thing really happen? Jiang Yin felt increasingly uneasy, realizing that he had never truly believed the goblin in front of him. My husband, I think this guy is definitely lying to us. There's definitely no exit behind that door. This is my intuition as a woman. Lena stared at the door at the end of the corridor ahead and whispered to Jiang Yin beside her. When I first entered the Sky City 3 instance, I already knew that this instance had an 80% death rate. If we can leave safely through that door ahead, it would be far too easy. Under normal circumstances, anyone would choose to leave early, since they would receive some reward anyway. But the more tempting it is, the more it indicates a problem. This guy is definitely up to no good. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yin took Lena's hand and walked towards the stairs. The timid goblin's eyes widened at the sight, and it immediately ran towards Jiang Yin, crying out, Danger! If you go any higher, you really will die. Take my advice and try leaving through that door. The timid goblin followed closely behind Jiang Yin, shouting. Finding it couldn't stop Jiang Yin, it reached out and grabbed Jiang Yin's pants, saying, You can't go any higher. I'm saving your life. Jiang Yin frowned immediately when she saw her pants being pulled. You're really annoying. Get out of my way. Kicked the cowardly goblin away. This guy was really too weak, and with Jiang Yin's current immense strength, he kicked the cowardly goblin to death on the spot. With this man's death, the hidden door at the end of the corridor vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Seeing that no one was stopping them, Jiang Yin immediately led Lena up the stairs to the next floor. The staircase was also very long and posed no danger whatsoever, but the moment Jiang Yin stepped off the stairs, she was stunned by the sight before her. On the left and right sides of the room stood knights clad in black armor, each wielding a great sword, looking extremely imposing. For some reason, these black-armored knights did not attack Jiang Yin, as if they had lost their souls and were just lifeless shells. Name, Black Armor Knight. Race, Oni. Talent, Will-o'-the-Wisp Power, Rank B. Skills, Fierce Slash, Tortoise Roar, Ghost Fire Slash, Soul Devouring Ghost Slash, Ghostly Combo Slash. Strength, 7.5 stars. The moment Jiang Yin saw these black-armored knights, their detailed allure came to mind. They are all at the level of 7.5 stars. However, these guys are currently motionless and have no aura, so Jiang Yin really can't judge their actual combat strength. In addition, what puzzled Jiang Yin even more was why there was no Golden Stone Giant in the Sky City 3 instance. In the past, the monsters that drop key fragments are usually just regular minions in the dungeon. Whether it was the earlier Dragon Man Feather Guards or the even earlier Dragon Man soldiers, they were all the same. However, in this Sky City 3 instance, there are no Golden Stone Giants to be seen. From the moment he entered the instance, Jiang Yin was filled with doubts. Now that these black-armored knights were still motionless, Jiang Yin was even more puzzled. It was at this time that, suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from ahead. The next moment, a knight, also dressed in black armor, slowly walked in from the front. This guy also wielded a great sword, and apart from a black cloak on his back, he was identical to the black-armored knight. Name, Black Armor Commander. Race, Oni. Talent, Hellfire, Rank A. Skills, Fierce Slash, Tortoise Roar, Ghost Fire Slash, Soul Devouring Ghost Slash, Ghostly Combo Slash, Ghostly Strike. Strength, 7.5 stars. I never expected that you would actually make it here alive. It seems that the stupid goblin failed to fool you. I must say, you guys are really lucky. The black-armored commander spoke in a very low voice as he walked. Although this guy is also a 7.5-star combatant, the aura emanating from him is far too powerful. Even the Golden Stone Giants cannot compare to it. Without a doubt, this guy must be the elite gatekeeper monster in the Sky City 3 dungeon. However, after hearing what this guy said, Jiang Yin immediately understood everything. The cowardly goblin that just appeared was indeed a trap. So what would have happened if I had gone into that room just now? Jiang Yin looked solemnly at the black-armored commander in front of him. Hee. The black-armored commander chuckled coldly. If you enter that room, you will be besieged by a large number of Golden Stone Giants. There is absolutely no chance of survival. That's a deadly trap. Chapter 110, A 10-Minute Opportunity. Upon hearing the black armor commander's words, Jiang Yin breathed a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Yinka wasn't misled by that guy. Otherwise, once she entered that door, she would have had no choice but to use an escape talisman to leave. With so many Golden Stone Giants, even if Jiang Yin is strong now, he has no chance of surviving. It really was a deadly trap. Fortunately, Jiang Yin managed to avoid all of this, and it was a close call. But Jiang Yin did not feel relaxed at all. He knew very well that the black-armored commander in front of him was the most powerful. In fact, if it weren't for the black-armored knights beside him, Jiang Yin wouldn't have been worried about the black-armored commander in front of him. With Jiang Yin's current strength, defeating him shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, there were a large number of black-armored knights all around. These guys were not just for show. They were clearly waiting for the black-armored commander's orders. Once this guy gives the order, the surrounding black knights will probably all attack Jiang Yin. With so many monsters possessing the strength of 7.5 stars, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Yin to defeat them. Seeing Jiang Yin's solemn expression, the black-armored commander chuckled twice. It's good that you're afraid. This is not a place for weak humans like you to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-armored commander raised his black longsword high, which emitted a dazzling black light. After being enveloped by this black light, the black-armored knights who had been motionless all around began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, his previously empty eyes lit up with an eerie red light. All the black-armored knights present turned their gaze to Jiang Yin. At that moment, Jiang Yin felt a chill run down his spine, as if a multitude of evil spirits were staring at him. Lena, who was standing next to him, subconsciously tugged at Jiang Yin's sleeve, looking very nervous. "Don't panic, I'm here for you. Use the escape talisman immediately if there is any danger. Compared to passing through customs, saving your life is the most important thing." Jiang Yin gave her earnest instructions. Jiang Yin must not lose her life in vain now. She must be cautious in everything she does. If something happens to him, Tu Shanqing, Lena, and his child who is still alive will all be in danger. In this situation, it would be best if Jiang Yin could win. If not, she should run away immediately. Lena nodded obediently. At the same time, a longsword wrapped in a large amount of golden lightning appeared in her hand. Clearly very different from the previous weapons. This sword is called the Thunder Prison Sword, a B-grade weapon, which Jiang Yin obtained from a gold resource room some time ago. It's a finished product, no forging is needed at all. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword for Jiang Yin, so Jiang Yin handed it over to Lena. Obtaining a B-grade weapon, Lena reached a strength level of 7.5 stars. No matter how you resist, it's pointless. Foolish humans, today is your death day. The black-armored commander had no intention of making a move. Instead, he simply waved his right hand. The numerous black-armored knights present all let out howls like vengeful ghosts, brandishing their black greatswords and charging towards Jiang Yin. These black-armored knights may look clumsy, but they are actually very fast. In an instant, he rushed in front of Jiang Yin, his black greatsword ignited with ghostly flames, and slashed fiercely at Jiang Yin and Lena. Jiang Yin easily dodged the black-armored knight's attack using the Shadow Step ability and immediately launched a counterattack. Lena's speed was already extremely fast, making it difficult for ordinary black-armored knights to harm her, and they could easily dodge her attacks. She and Jiang Yin worked together seamlessly, dodging the attacks of the black-armored knights while using various skills. Throughout the entire ordeal, the black-armored commander never made a move. He stood like a king, his greatsword planted in front of him, coldly watching them. If this continues, there's no way to clear the level. We're sure to be dragged down to our deaths by these black-armored knights. Right now, the only chance is to kill the black-armor commander and leave these guys leaderless. Only then will we have a chance of winning. How long can you hold off these black-armored knights all by yourself? As Jiang Yin spoke, she counted the black-armored knights around her. Besides those who were still killed, there are 7 left. Although Lena is currently at a 7.5-star combat level, it would still be extremely difficult for her to deal with so many black-armored knights on her own. Lena was naturally aware of this, but Jiang Yin did not intend for her to defeat so many black-armored knights alone, but rather to temporarily delay them. This is entirely within Lena's capabilities right now. After a moment of contemplation, Lena said firmly, "My husband, I will hold on for about 10 minutes. During this time, you can focus all your efforts on dealing with the black armor commander." Upon hearing Lena's words, Jiang Yin immediately nodded. 10 minutes is enough. If I fail to kill the black armor commander within these 10 minutes, then you should activate the escape talisman immediately. After speaking, Jiang Yin looked at the black-armored commander in front of him. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand ignited with eerie ghost flames, and under Jiang Yin's control, it instantly transformed into a blue sword shadow, rushing towards the black-armored commander at an extremely fast speed. This move was the flying sword technique that Jiang Yin had learned before, and it was also a B-level skill. The flying sword technique, imbued with the attribute of ghost fire, is even more powerful. The black-armored commander did not intend to take action himself, believing that these humans would certainly be killed by his subordinates. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yin suddenly attacked him. The flying sword technique was very fast, and the black-armored commander could not dodge in time. Jiang Yin hit his most vulnerable spot directly. The intense pain caused him to roar out, "Human, how dare you hurt me? Die!" Although the black-armored commander couldn't dodge it, he didn't think Jiang Yin's attack would cause him much damage. But he didn't expect that Jiang Yin also possessed the ability to see through the enemy's weaknesses. In a fit of extreme rage, he disregarded the excruciating pain in his body and launched an attack on Jiang Yin. Unlike ordinary black-armored knights, This black armored commander possesses an extremely powerful skill that is both fast and lethal. The moment he was struck by Jiang Nianfei's sword technique, he immediately pulled out the black greatsword stuck in front of him. The black greatsword emitted an eerie black light, accompanied by chilling howls that sent shivers down one's spine. Like a black lightning bolt, the black armored commander instantly rushed in front of Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian never expected that this guy could be so fast. He didn't even have time to use the shadow step before he was slashed away by a single blow. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Jiang Nian used the Xianming shield to protect her vitals, thus avoiding being severely injured by the attack. Even so, Jiang Nian was seriously injured, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 111 The Thunder Prison, Showing True Strength. My husband. Seeing Jiang Nian injured, Lena was terrified and immediately screamed. Just as she was about to use the escape talisman to flee with Jiang Nian immediately stopped her. No, I can still fight. This guy isn't as powerful as I thought. The 10 minutes haven't run out yet, and I haven't lost. After Jiang Nian finished speaking, he picked up the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and continued charging towards the Black Armor Commander. This wasn't Jiang Nian deliberately showing off. He was genuinely confident. Although he was sent flying by the Black Armored Commander's sword, Jiang Nian was protected by the Xianming shield and did not suffer too much damage. Most importantly, Jiang Nian did not use the Flame Energy Shield just now. If he had used this move, the Black Armor Commander's skill would not have hurt him at all. On the contrary, the Black Armored Commander in front of him was caught off guard and hit in a weak spot by Jiang Nian's flying sword technique. The damage he suffered was far greater than that suffered by Jiang Nian. That's why the Black Armor Commander was so furious, wishing he could kill Jiang Nian with a single sword strike. Seeing Jiang Nian's confidence, Lena didn't say much and continued to stall the Black Armored Knight. The Thunder Prison Sword currently in Lena's possession not only increases her lightning damage, but also has a very special ability. It is a skill inherent to the Thunder Prison Sword, named 10,000 Zhang Thunder Prison. Once this move is executed, the user can summon the Thunder Prison Sword and unleash extremely powerful lightning attribute abilities. This instantly creates a cage made of lightning, restricting the enemy's movements. Once this move is used, Lena is unable to take any action during the process and can only focus all her energy on channeling lightning attribute energy into the Thunder Prison Sword. While the lightning cage exists, any monster trapped inside cannot escape unless its own lightning energy surpasses that of Rena. The lightning cage could originally last for about half an hour, but now Lena had trapped all these black armored knights in it at once, which was a huge burden for her. For a maximum of 10 minutes. When the time is up, Lena will be drained of all her lightning energy, and even if she wants to fight, she will have no strength left. To this end, if Jiang Nian fails to kill the Black Armor Commander in 10 minutes, she will not hesitate to use the escape talisman. At the same time, thought he could kill Jiang Nian with a single blow, was utterly shocked when he saw Jiang Nian easily stand up and rush towards him. How is that possible? You survived my ghostly strike and you're still able to stand up? That's obviously impossible. The Black Armored Commander was certain that his attack had struck Jiang Nian. However, at the crucial moment, it was blocked by Jiang Nian's shield. However, he did not believe that Jiang Nian's small shield could withstand his strongest attack. Even if Jiang Nian did not die, she would definitely be seriously injured. Jiang Nian was indeed sent flying by his attack, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, Jiang Nian doesn't appear to be injured at all. While the Black Armored Commander was still in shock, Jiang Nian had already rushed in front of him. Without having time to think, he immediately swung his black greatsword and engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Nian. If Jiang Nian wants to kill this guy within 10 minutes, he must summon the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword as soon as possible. Therefore, when fighting the Black Armor Commander in close combat, Jiang Nian conserved his strength and only used basic sword moves such as the 3-stage slash, in order to quickly stack the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword S layers. The process wasn't very long. Not long after the fight with the Black Armor Commander, the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword S layers were already maxed out. Besides, Jiang Nian's Ekaros Dragon Scale armor has reached its maximum level and has successfully entered the state of flame amplification. Seeing this, Jiang Nian's lips curled up. He knew his chance had come. Roar! With a deafening roar, a giant dragon engulfed in ghostly flames suddenly appeared in midair. The Ekaros Dragon Scale armor, Jiang Nian's body was instantly engulfed in flames. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, these flames gradually turned into will-o'-the-wisps. It is no exaggeration to say that the aura emanating from Jiang Yin at this moment is clearly stronger than that of the black-armored commander. The black-armored commander was completely taken aback by Jiang Yin's ability to unleash such power, and he became visibly panicked. How is that possible? How can you, a human, possess a ghost fire power stronger than mine? And what exactly is this ghost fire dragon? What kind of monster are you? The black-armored commander grew increasingly panicked and began to retreat repeatedly. Excuse me, from now on, my true strength will be revealed. Jiang Yin didn't give this guy any chance. Using the shadow step, she instantly closed in on him and unleashed the wrath of the fire dragon at close range. With the assistance of the dragon flame ghost dragon, the power of the fire dragon's fury became even stronger, instantly engulfing the black armor commander. Even though this guy also possesses the power to control will-o'-the-wisps, he still can't withstand such powerful will-o'-the-wisps. After being engulfed by the fire dragon's fury, it let out an extremely painful roar. But Jiang Yin's attack was not over yet. He first used his flying sword technique to pierce through the body of the black-armored commander. Immediately afterwards, he flashed past with the shadow step, gripped the dragon flame ghost sword tightly, and with a blazing sword slash, cut the black armor commander in half at the waist, killing him completely. After the black armor commander died, a large amount of black mist emanated from his corpse, and the black armor he wore shattered instantly. These fragments of armor that fell to the ground were precisely the black armor fragments that Jiang Yin needed. However, Jiang Yin couldn't care less about collecting the black armor fragments right now. After the death of the black armor commander, the black armor knights bound by the lightning cage were clearly stunned. This gave Jiang Yin an excellent opportunity. Nar, the black armor commander, is dead. Release the thunder prison and slaughter these black armor knights. At Jiang Yin's loud shout, Lina excitedly released the thunder prison and wielded the thunder prison sword in her hand, cooperating with Jiang Yin to attack these black armored knights. Although these guys all possessed the strength of a 7.5-star individual, they were noticeably clumsy and lacked any apparent intelligence. Moreover, all their orders must be obeyed by the black armor commander. Now that the black armor commander is dead, it's meaningless for these black armor knights to be any stronger. Jiang Yin and Lina, they all fell to the ground and died. At a glance, there were black armor fragments everywhere that could be collected. These are all forging materials that Jiang Yin needs. Not a single one can be missed. Once all the pieces were collected, there were over 100, which was enough to forge the black armor knight's boots. But Jiang Yin's expression didn't show much joy. He was exhausted. After collecting the black armor fragments, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. If a monster as powerful as the black armor commander were to appear at this moment, Jiang Yin would certainly have no chance to fight back. A mere black-armored commander is already this troublesome. How strong is the final boss of Sky City 3? I'm afraid there's no chance of winning. Chapter 112: The Tree Demon with a Human Face. Jiang Yin obtained enough black armor fragments to meet the requirements for forging the black armor knight boots. You can leave Sky City 3 right now and don't need to continue the adventure. But Jiang Yin was somewhat unwilling to do so. The boss is right in front of us. How can we not go and take a look? However, Jiang Yin must make ample preparations before heading to the boss room. Without hesitation, he immediately took out the forging furnace. To forge the black armor knight's boots were thrown into the forge. He intends to forge the black armor knight boots while he rests here. The materials are ready. Shall we forge the black armor knight boots immediately? Reminder: the success rate of this forging is 100%. Seeing that the success rate was 100%, Jiang Yin immediately chose to forge. At this moment, the forging furnace in front of them emitted a dazzling golden light. Not long after, a pair of jet black armor boots appeared before Jiang Yin's eyes. Item: black armor knight boots. Type: armor. Quality: grade B. Effect: increases movement speed by 10%. While running, it charges every 6 seconds, accumulating 10 charges to enter the black armor invincible state. If you stop running, the charge count decreases by 1 every 6 seconds. After entering the black armor invincible state, you can ignore any opponent's control skills, and the effect lasts for 60 seconds. If you are attacked 3 times during this period, the state will be prematurely ended. Upon seeing the effect of the black armor knight boots, Jiang Yin's eyes immediately lit up. Although these boots don't improve his attack power, they are extremely practical. Not only can your movement speed increase, but you can also gain the black armor invincibility state. While in the state of black armor invincibility, any control skills are ineffective. This effect is absolutely powerful. Effects such as dizziness, slowing down, restraint, and freezing can be neutralized. The previous battle with the Black Armor Knights, Jiang Nian clearly noticed that these guys were all in this special state. If Lina hadn't used the 10,000-foot thunder prison that directly sealed off the area, it would have been really difficult to restrain these black-armored figures. Although the status will be lifted prematurely after being attacked 3 times, it is still very useful. The only drawback is that you need to keep running to enter the black armor invincible state. Jiang Nian needs to run continuously for 1 minute to enter the black armor invincible body state. Once he stops running, the number of layers will decrease. However, running at full speed for 1 minute was not too difficult for Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian immediately equipped the black armored knight boots. Unfortunately, even with the black knight boots, Jiang Nian still only has a combat strength of 7.5 stars. Jiang Nian's current equipment has been upgraded to B grade, except for his pants, which are still C grade. Although they didn't get the set bonus, each of these B grade equipment pieces has a pretty good effect. Jiang Nian speculated that perhaps only by replacing all his equipment with B grade equipment could he possibly possess 8-star combat power. After resting for a while, Jiang Nian noticed that the stairs leading to the boss room were gradually becoming illusory. This means Jiang Nian can no longer rest. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to giving up the challenge. Without any hesitation, Jiang Nian immediately led Lina towards the boss room. After entering the room, what came into view was a huge tree stump. It looked as if it had been cut in half, but surprisingly, the tree was still alive, with thick branches embedded in the floor. Where the tree stump was cut, a plant resembling a weed grew. In addition, there was a human face growing on the front of the tree stump, which looked extremely horrifying. The boss's health bar floats above this guy's head. Without a doubt, the tree stump in front of us is the final boss of Sky City 3. Name, Eli. Race, human face treant. Talent, blood absorption power, rank A. When any of the user's skills hit an enemy, the user can absorb the enemy's blood. The absorbed blood can restore the user's status or enhance the user's strength. Skills, whiplash, tree shield, tree root thrust, tree root entanglement, treant summoning, blood soul pierce, a talent inherited skill that drains a large amount of blood upon hitting an enemy. Strength, 7.5 stars. Jiang Nian frowned slightly upon seeing this guy's message. This guy, like the half-dragon Ekaros that Jiang Nian encountered before, also has a name. Generally speaking, monsters with names are usually very powerful. Even though this guy, like Jiang Nian, only has a combat strength of 7.5 stars, the aura emanating from him is incredibly strong. Even the former Black Armor commander was no match for him. However, the big boss in front of us hasn't shown any signs of attacking so far. The human face on the front of the tree stump has its eyes closed, as if it were asleep. Husband, why didn't this guy attack us? This Sky City 3 instance is really eerie everywhere. Lina said with a worried expression. This instance is indeed quite strange. We must not act rashly. As I said before, use the escape talisman if there is any danger. I'll test the waters to see what kind of situation this boss is. After Jiang Nian finished speaking, he immediately used his flying sword technique. The dragon flame ghost sword in his hand instantly transformed into a blue sword shadow and rushed towards the human-faced tree demon Eli. In fact, Jiang Nian possesses the attribute of ghost fire, coupled with his incredibly powerful fire attribute ability, which allows him to completely suppress this type of monster. The problem is that this human-faced tree demon is the final boss of Sky City 3, so it's definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Just as Jiang Nian had predicted, just as the blue sword shadow was about to strike Eli, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to harm Eli at all. Boom. With a loud bang, the dragon flame ghost sword was instantly flung back and landed in Jiang Nian's hand. It was at this time that the announcement then rang out. Note, this boss room has a challenge mechanic. Only by overcoming this mechanic can you challenge the final boss. Reminder, the challenge has a 30-minute time limit. The timer has officially started. Reminder, you have 3 attempts to challenge within the specified time. If you fail to pass the mechanism or the time runs out, the boss will enter exile state, increasing all attributes by 50%. If you successfully pass, all challengers will enter blessed state, increasing all attributes by 30% and skill damage by 10%. The moment Jiang Nian heard the announcement, she understood everything. It turns out this guy wasn't asleep at all. To fight him, You have to pass the challenge mechanism first. Chapter 113 Challenge Mechanism. Dodge the tree branches. Although I know that this room has a challenge mechanism, as long as I pass it, I can enter a powerful blessing state. The problem is that Jiang Yin currently has no idea what the challenge mechanism of this room is. There was nothing there except for Eli, the tree demon with a human face, standing before him. Previously, there was also a challenge mechanism in the room of the half-dragon Ekaros. The floor of that room was very special, and Jiang Yin noticed it at a glance. Jiang Yin couldn't see anything amiss in the room of the human-faced tree demon Eli. But rooms with challenge mechanics are often very dangerous. Given this unknown situation, Jiang Yin dared not take any action rashly. After a moment of contemplation, he took out the puppet of the Dragon General and summoned it. Then, he ordered the Dragon Man General to walk towards the human-faced tree demon Eli. Since we have 3 chances, we must first figure out how this room works. After receiving Jiang Yin's instructions, the Dragon General walked towards the human-faced tree demon with a blank expression. However, just as the Dragon Man General had taken a few steps, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a thick tree branch emerged from the ground, binding the Dragon Man General tightly. Then, as if throwing away trash, the Dragon Man General was thrown out and slammed hard against the wall next to him. Upon witnessing this scene, both Jiang Yin and Lena stared wide-eyed. It's obvious. The room's design is meant to help you avoid these branches that might sprout from the ground at any moment. If you manage to dodge them all, you should be able to pass this challenge mechanism. Even though she now knew what the challenge mechanism was and roughly understood how to pass it, Jiang Yin's expression remained very solemn. Because these branches that emerged from the ground were moving too fast and seemed to appear randomly without any pattern. This will severely test Jiang Yin's reaction speed. If she is even a step too slow, the challenge will be considered a failure. I just used the Dragon Man General to test the challenge mechanism, and I've already wasted one opportunity. Jiang Yin now only has 2 chances left. If one cannot pass through this point, it is naturally impossible to defeat the tree demon Eli. My husband, I'm fast enough, so let me take on this challenge. Lena volunteered. She possesses the S-rank 9 Heavens Thunder Body talent, with extremely powerful thunder attribute energy. The strongest aspect of the lightning attribute is speed. Unless Jiang Yin uses the shadow step, he really can't match Lena's speed. However, if the shadow step is used continuously for a long time, the stamina will be severely depleted, which will greatly affect the subsequent battle with the human-faced tree demon. In this situation, Lena is indeed the best candidate to pass this challenge mechanism. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yin nodded slightly. Okay, then go and give it a try. Right now, all we know is to avoid tree branches that could emerge from the ground at any time. Everything else is still unclear, so you must be careful. If this challenge mechanism is too dangerous, Jiang Yin will never allow Lena to take the risk. But the Dragon General's puppet has already verified that this challenge mechanism is not dangerous. At most, you'll be tied up with tree branches and thrown out. Jiang Yin only needed to catch Lena in time to avoid injury. Lena nodded confidently, and a powerful burst of lightning energy instantly erupted from her body. At this moment, Lena was also surrounded by pure white wings. As a member of the celestial race, she naturally possesses the ability to fly. Combined with her lightning speed, she is extremely confident that she can pass this challenge mechanism. Immediately afterwards, Lena rushed toward Eli, the human-faced tree demon, at an extremely fast speed. During this process, the floor kept cracking, and one after another thick tree branch emerged from the ground, all aimed at Lena. But Lena was incredibly fast. The branches couldn't bind her at all. They couldn't even touch her. Time passed by, minute by minute. Lena wasn't bound by those branches. She hadn't yet passed the challenge mechanism, which made Jiang Yin realize that the challenge mechanism wasn't so simple. Perhaps besides avoiding these branches, there's something else that needs to be done to pass this challenge. The problem is that Jiang Yin knows nothing about it at the moment. Apart from these branches that keep emerging from the ground, she has not found anything else. Finally, due to her distraction, Lena accidentally got her right leg tied by a tree branch and was thrown off. Jiang Yin reacted quickly, leaping up to catch Lena and landing gently on the ground. Reminder, you have one last challenge attempt remaining, with 7 minutes left to complete the challenge. 7 minutes left. Jiang Yin's expression grew increasingly serious. If the challenge mechanism cannot be overcome, Eli, the tree demon, will enter a banishment state. This guy is already incredibly powerful as the final boss. If he enters the banishment state, he'll have no chance of winning. My husband, why don't you let me try one more time? Could it be that we need to try attacking the human-faced tree demon? Lena pointed to the human-faced tree demon ahead and asked. That shouldn't be the case. Don't forget, I tried using the flying sword technique before. If attacking it would count as passing the challenge mechanism, I would have already passed it. Perhaps there is some hidden key point that we haven't discovered. As Jiang Nian spoke, she carefully observed her surroundings. Jiang Nian must seize this last chance. It was at this time that Jiang Nian suddenly noticed that where the human-faced tree demon had been cut down, there was a strange weed growing there. It looks like a dead tree, with no weeds growing anywhere else, but there's a weed growing in this particular spot. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Nian's eyes lit up. Nar, you see that weed, right? Rush over there as fast as you can and pull it up. Remember, during the process, you must not get tangled in the branches. This is our last chance. Lena nodded obediently. After catching her breath, Lena rushed toward Eli, the human-faced tree demon. Throughout this process, you still need to constantly dodge attacks from tree branches. With her incredible speed, Lena easily reached the face of the tree demon. Without any hesitation, I reached out and pulled the weeds off its body by the roots. This moment, the branches that had originally emerged from the ground quickly burrowed back into the ground. The human-faced tree demon, whose eyes had been tightly closed, suddenly opened them, radiating an extremely terrifying killing intent. Lena was so frightened that she immediately returned to Jiang Nian's side. At the same time, a game notification sound then rang out. Congratulations on successfully passing the challenge. Everyone is now in blessed state. Golden rays of light descended from the sky and landed on Jiang Nian and Lena. Due to the successful completion of the challenge mechanism, Jiang Nian and Lena both entered a blessed state at this time, and clearly felt their own power increase. But Jiang Nian, however, did not feel very happy. Of the human-faced tree demon in front of me was truly overwhelming. Chapter 114 Fierce Battle Against the Human-Faced Tree Demon. Roar. At this moment, Eli, the tree demon with a human face, let out a low, angry roar. At that moment, the entire room began to shake violently. One after another, thick branches sprouted from the ground. They look like wooden dragons and are extremely intimidating. I didn't expect that you could actually pass the challenge mechanism. But unfortunately, even if you pass the challenge mechanism, it doesn't mean much. From the moment you stepped into this place, it was destined that you would die a very miserable death. As Eli spoke, the human face directly in front of the tree stump displayed an expression of utter contempt. At the same time, one after another, mummified corpses were thrown out from the side. See these? These are all my treasured possessions. You too will suffer the same fate as them in a moment. Ha! Eli burst into maniacal laughter. Seeing this, Jiang Nian's expression grew increasingly solemn. The human-faced tree demon in front of them possessed a truly disgusting talent, the power to drain blood. Simply put, if you are hit by this guy's skill, a portion of your blood will be drawn out. Then, the human-faced tree demon can restore its condition or enhance its power by absorbing this blood. The fact that his blood was being continuously drawn was already extremely dangerous, but this guy could use that blood to make himself stronger. Without the blessing effect, Jiang Nian would have immediately chosen to escape. Nar, be very careful of this guy's skills. I'll lead the attack, and you'll assist me. After Jiang Nian finished speaking, the dragon flame ghost sword in his hand ignited with eerie ghost flames. Then, he immediately transformed into a sword shadow and rushed towards the human-faced tree demon Eli. Previously, Jiang Nian's flying sword technique could not harm him because he had not yet passed the challenge mechanism. But the situation is different now. The challenge mechanism has been passed, and the human-faced tree demon is no longer protected. Fire is inherently very effective against this type of monster, not to mention the even more powerful ghost fire that Jiang Nian is using. So what if it's a will-o'-the-wisp? You really think you can hurt me? Although the human-faced tree demon Eli cannot move freely like ordinary monsters, it can only take root in one place and cannot move. But this doesn't mean it's weak. On the contrary, this guy is ridiculously strong. Eli's expression remained as disdainful as ever when faced with the flying sword attack wreathed in ghostly flames. With a thought, a large number of tree branches gathered together, forming an indestructible shield that easily blocked the attack of the flying sword technique. Afterwards, Eli casually cut off the branches that were tainted with will-o'-the-wisps and sneered at Jiang Nian. Is that all? Is this your full force attack? That's so weak, ha ha ha. I'll show you my true strength. After laughing a few times, Eli deliberately cut off several tree branches, which fell to the ground and transformed into one strangely shaped tree person after another. These tree people are different from Eli's original form. They are mobile and extremely fast. This move is Eli's skill, tree summoning. Simply put, he can separate a portion of his power to summon one treant after another. As long as you are injured by these treants, you can still trigger the blood-draining power effect. This means that Eli doesn't need to lift a finger. He can rely on these tree men to drain the enemy's blood. As long as Eli's original body remains intact, he can continuously summon these treants from afar. Although the tree people are not very strong, they have a great number of them. In an instant, a large number of tree people appeared and rushed madly towards Jiang Yin and Lina. Careful! Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin frowned immediately. While protecting Lina behind him, he unleashed the fury of the fire dragon. A flame made of will-o'-the-wisp suddenly appeared and blasted towards the treants. These treants were all very weak to Jiang Yin. One fire dragon's fury attack would basically kill them all. Moreover, the corpses were completely burned by the will-o'-the-wisps and could not stand up again. Wow, that move is really powerful. But how many times can you use such a powerful skill? And my tree people are endless. Eli was somewhat shocked to see the tree men wiped out in an instant, but he didn't care too much. With a thought, a large number of treants were summoned and rushed towards Jiang Yin. In this process, Eli also used the thick branches to attack Jiang Yin and Lina. For Eli, a protracted war is its advantage. If this continues, Jiang Yin's physical strength will be exhausted. At that point, Jiang Yin would have no ability to resist and would only have all her blood drained, turning her into a dried-up corpse. Seeing the large number of tree people reappear before him, Jiang Yin's expression grew increasingly solemn. He knew very well that this was Eli, the tree demon, a tactic designed to exhaust his strength. Continuing to fight these tree men is pointless. There's no way you can kill them all. The only way is to kill the human-faced tree demon in its true form. With his omniscient and omnipotent talent, Jiang Yin clearly knew that monsters like the human-faced tree demon were not actually very strong in their true form. It could even be said that they did not master many powerful offensive skills. This guy is so powerful not only because of his army of treants, but also because of the talents he possesses. There's absolutely no chance of winning a protracted battle with this guy. My husband, you should go ahead. These tree men are all weak. They're just numerous. I'm very fast. As long as I dodge in time, these guys won't be able to hurt me. You can focus all your efforts on dealing with the human-faced tree demon's main body, and I will hold off these tree people for you. Lina finished speaking. A powerful lightning attribute burst forth from her body. Wings spread from her back, and she wielded the thunder-prisoned sword in her hand, beginning to slay the treants. Then you must be careful. These tree people are endless, and there's no need to waste your energy on them. All you need to do is dodge. I will kill the human-faced tree demon as quickly as possible. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, a strong killing intent flashed in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, he then brandished the dragon flame ghost sword and ran rapidly toward the human-faced tree demon. Throughout the process, no matter how the tree man tried to stop him, he had no intention of stopping running. You think attacking my main body will work? Then you're underestimating me far too much. I am the absolute king here. Eli, the tree demon with a human face, let out an angry roar. At that moment, countless branches sprouted from the floor, resembling tentacles that were incredibly flexible. Once Jiang Yin is tied up, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 115: The Power of Blood Absorption. Your blood is so delicious. This move involves the tree roots of the human-faced tree demon entangling the tree. With such dense branches, it didn't believe Jiang Yin could escape unscathed. As the tentacle-like branches rushed towards him, Jiang Yin frowned and used his ghostly shadow step technique to dodge them as much as possible. However, the branches were so dense and extremely agile that even with Jiang Yin's quick reflexes and excellent agility, she could hardly avoid being scratched by them. Every time a wound occurs, the blood that flows out is instantly absorbed by the tree branch. If you were tightly bound by tree branches under such circumstances, you might really have all your blood drained. The tree branch injured Jiang Yin, which naturally triggered the effect of the blood-draining power. The human-faced tree demon, having tasted Jiang Yin's blood, became even more excited. Delicious, truly delicious. Ha ha ha. Foolish human, you can't possibly hurt me. All the attacks you have launched are completely meaningless. Zhang Yan ignored Eli's sarcastic remarks and continued to focus on dodging the tree branch attacks, gradually approaching the human-faced tree demon. As you can see, Zhang Yan kept running throughout the process, and even if she was accidentally injured by a tree branch, she would immediately start running again. His goal was to stack the Black Armor Knight boots. Once you reach level 10, you can enter the Black Armor Invincible state. In this state, Zhang Yan can ignore control-type skills. By then, the skill of entwining tree roots will be basically ineffective against Zhang Yan. In some situations, the human-faced tree demon Eli in front of him is a sitting duck. However, this guy has extremely strong defensive capabilities, making him very difficult to injure. Zhang Yan must seize the 60 seconds of the Black Armor's invincible state to severely injure it. Right now, the more smug the human-faced tree demon is, the greater Zhang Yan's chances become. With all his might, Zhang Yan quickly charged the Black Armor Knight boots to the 10th level and entered the Black Armor Invincible state. This moment, a layer of black light film appeared on Zhang Yan's body. Eli, the tree demon with a human face, noticed the change in Zhang Yan's state and frowned immediately. At that moment, Zhang Yan rushed toward it at great speed. The branches it controlled could have easily trapped Zhang Yan, but now Zhang Yan possessed a very peculiar power. As Zhang Yan charged forward with all her might, the skill of entanglement by tree roots seemed to become ineffective. Of course, the Black Armor Invincibility state only grants immunity to crowd control, not to damage. The tree branch whipping at Zhang Yan would still cause harm, but it wouldn't be able to bind him. The Black Armor Invincibility state is attacked more than 3 times. It will be prematurely cancelled. But for Zhang Yan, that was enough. The human-faced tree demon Eli could even comprehend what was happening. Zhang Yan had already rushed in front of him. At the same time, a deafening roar of a dragon resounded. The dragon flame ghost dragon hovered in midair, looking down at the human-faced tree demon Eli with extreme majesty. The previous battle with the treant, as well as the subsequent dodging of tree roots and tree branch attacks, had already allowed the dragon flame ghost sword to accumulate 10 layers. Now was the perfect opportunity, and Zhang Yan summoned it without hesitation. Besides, the Ekaro's dragon scale armor had also accumulated to 10 layers, allowing Zhang Yan to enter a flame amplification state. To ensure a fatal blow to the tree demon Eli, Zhang Yan also activated the Troll King's arm guard. He enchanted the dragon flame ghost sword in his hand, giving it even greater attack power. What? Eli, the tree demon with human face, was the final boss here, and he immediately realized that Zhang Yan's previous state was immune to control. Moreover, the aura emanating from Zhang Yan at this moment made it feel fear. In this situation, even if the tree shield is activated, it probably won't be able to block it effectively. The best course of action now. The only thing I can do right now is unleash my strongest killing move, Blood Soul Pierce. He knew very well that Zhang Yan was not immune to harm. Otherwise, the tree branches would not have been able to hurt him as he charged forward. Clearly, Zhang Yan is only capable of immune control. If Blood Soul Pierce can hit Zhang Yan, it can drain him dry in an instant. Die! Accompanied by the furious roar of Eli, the human-faced tree demon. A large number of branches quickly gathered together, forming a spiral like a drill, and emitted a dazzling blood-red light. Just as Zhang Yan was about to launch his attack, it pierced through its body on the spot. Ha 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 ha. Even if you manage to avoid being entangled by the tree roots, so what? They'll still die by my hand anyway. If you are hit head-on by my Blood Soul Piercer, you have absolutely no chance of survival. Eli, the human-faced tree demon, burst into maniacal laughter, as if he could already see Zhang Yan turn into a dried-up corpse. On the other side, Lena, who was doing her best to dodge the tree spirit's attacks, was startled when she saw this scene, but she quickly recovered. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. He showed no concern for Zhang Yan and continued to dodge the tree man's attacks. Without a doubt, this must have been just an afterimage of Zhang Yan. And that is indeed the case. As the human-faced tree demon Eli laughed maniacally, Zhang Yan, who had been pierced by it, instantly transformed into a wisp of blue eye. Eli's eyes widened immediately upon seeing this. Before he could react, an extremely terrifying killing intent came from behind him. Zhang Yan pressed close to the human-faced tree demon and unleashed the wrath of the fire dragon. With the amplification of so many status effects, this move became extremely powerful. Not to mention, there's also the assistance of the dragon flame ghost dragon in midair. The powerful wrath of the fire dragon instantly engulfed Eli, the human-faced tree demon. The whole process happened so fast that Eli had no chance to react. After all, it is a plant-based monster, and is naturally very wary of fire tribute skills. Now, at close range, Eli, the human-faced tree demon, was completely struck by the wrath of the fire dragon, causing him immense damage. Roar! Its entire body was engulfed in ghostly flames, emitting painful roars. All the surrounding branches and roots, including the summoned tree people, were burned by the will-o'-the-wisps at this moment. Huff, huff. After using this move, Jiang Yin was panting heavily, her physical strength greatly depleted. From the initial battle against the tree people to the subsequent strenuous running and the continuous use of shadow step, Jiang Yin's physical strength had been almost completely depleted. This move, Wrath of the Fire Dragon, was unleashed with all his might. Judging from the current situation, it has definitely dealt a heavy blow to the human-faced tree demon. However, just as Jiang Yin was panting heavily, suddenly, a blood-red spiral drill emerged from the ground and pierced through Jiang Yin's body. The whole process was completed in an instant, and Jiang Yin, who was exhausted, had no way to dodge. Human, you weak human, how could you hurt me like this? I will tear you to pieces. Chapter 116 Resurrected on the Spot, Slaying the Human-Faced Tree Demon. The human-faced tree demon Eli was severely injured by Jiang Yin's fire dragon fury. This guy has a strong defense. It's not so bad that it can be instantly killed. It still has a certain fighting capacity. However, Jiang Yin's attack just now was really too powerful. At this moment, the human-faced tree demon Eli was engulfed in ghostly flames, and his aura was extremely weak. The blood soul pierce it just used was already its limit. Fortunately, the attack successfully hit Jiang Yin, and its power was enough to kill the human on the spot. However, just as the human-faced tree demon Eli was feeling smug, he suddenly discovered that Jiang Yin had disappeared from his sight. You should know that its blood soul pierce just now hit Jiang Yin precisely. This was definitely not an afterimage. It truly pierced through Jiang Yin's body. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yin's blood would be quickly drained, turning him into a dried-up corpse. But now Jiang Yin's body has mysteriously disappeared. How could it not be shocked? Before it could figure out what had happened, Jiang Yin appeared in front of it unharmed. There wasn't a single mark of injury on his body. How is that possible? Shouldn't you already be dead? Eli, the tree demon with a human face, looked utterly horrified upon witnessing this scene. In fact, its blood soul piercing strike did hit Jiang Yin and killed him. It's a pity. Jiang Yin possesses a substitute doll, which grants her an extra life. Now that Jiang Yin has been fully resurrected, dealing with a heavily injured human-faced tree demon would be incredibly easy for her. My husband, I knew you would be alright. Lena excitedly ran to Jiang Yin's side. When Jiang Yin was pierced by the blood soul, she was initially terrified, but upon closer reflection, she realized that Jiang Yin had a substitute doll. So how could she really die? This guy is incredibly strong. Even if I unleash my full power with the wrath of the fire dragon, I still won't be able to kill him instantly. His use of blood soul piercing to kill me was entirely within my expectations. This guy has no chance of winning now. Nar, you can rest for now. I'll take care of the rest. Jiang Yin said a few words briefly, then looked at the human-faced tree demon in front of her, revealing a murderous expression. He wasn't going to waste his breath explaining to the human-faced tree demon. He simply brandished the dragon flame ghost sword and charged forward. No, it's impossible. Eli, the human-faced tree demon, was truly unaware of what was happening. Seeing Jiang Yin rushing towards it, it showed a look of terror for the first time. If it were at its peak, it would have no fear of Jiang Yin. But now it is severely injured, its whole body is burning with ghost fire, and it has to fight Jiang Yin while enduring the excruciating pain. There is absolutely no chance of winning. Jiang Yin gave the tree demon Eli no chance, rushing in front of him and unleashing various fire-based skills. He unleashed his full power in the final strike, finishing with a blazing sword slash. Cut this guy in half. Roar. With Eli, the tree demon with a human face, letting out a miserable roar, it completely lost its life force and turned into a decaying, withered tree. Congratulations to player Jiang Yin for defeating the boss, clearing the dungeon, and receiving the completion gift pack. All attributes increased by 30 points. Skill Book, Ghost Strike. Bloodthirsty Eli's Bark Pants, Grade B. Heart of the Human-Faced Tree Demon 1. The moment the announcement rang out, Jiang Yin completely relaxed and plopped down on the ground. At the same time, a dazzling golden light descended and bathed in it. Jiang Yin's attributes increased by 30. But this doesn't mean much to Jiang Yin right now. He cares more about the skills and equipment he's acquired. First of all, the Ghost Strike skill is the same skill that the Black Armor Commander just used. It's fast, powerful, and can even inflict damage with Ghost Fire, making it an extremely powerful skill. Jiang Yin had suffered a great loss when facing the Black Armor Commander earlier. Such a powerful skill should naturally be learned immediately. With her omniscient and omnipotent talent, Jiang Yin learned skills with incredible ease, mastering them in an instant. Jiang Yin's attention then focused entirely on Bloodthirsty Eli's Bark Pants. Item: Bloodthirsty Eli's Bark Pants. Type: Armor. Quality: Grade B. Effect: wearing this equipment will prevent you from entering a bleeding state. Each time you attack an enemy, this armor can absorb 1% of the enemy's blood. When the accumulated blood absorption reaches 30% or more, you can enter a bloodlust state. Your skill damage is increased by 20%, and 1% of the accumulated blood is consumed every second. Evaluation: Eli, the tree demon with a human face, is a bloodthirsty monster. Armor made from his bark can retain some of his bloodthirsty abilities. Holy crap, this effect is amazing. Jiang Yin's eyes lit up immediately after seeing the detailed information. Although entering a bloodlust state requires constantly absorbing the enemy's blood, it also means constantly inflicting damage with skills. However, once they can accumulate 30% of the blood, they can enter a bloodlust state. In this state, Jiang Yin's skill damage is directly increased by 20%, and combined with the effects of the other equipment he currently has, it is enough for Jiang Yin to gain extremely terrifying attack power in a short period of time. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately put on Bloodthirsty Eli's Bark Pants. At this moment, all of Jiang Yin's equipment was upgraded to B grade, resulting in a significant improvement. In addition, Jiang Yin's combat power star rating has finally been raised to 8 stars. This confirmed his guess. Indeed, to reach 8-star combat power, one needs to upgrade all equipment to B grade. Feeling the power of his own 8-star combat strength, Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile. He is now completely unafraid of those regional coalitions challenging him. If Jiang Yin can win this plunder challenge, it will mean that he has completed the task of becoming the regional ruler. Congratulations, my husband, on reaching the 8-star combat power. Now, even if those guys team up, they won't be a match for my husband. Lena sensed Jiang Yin's aura and looked very excited. Let's go home. Jiang Yin couldn't help but burst into laughter, then put his arm around Lena and left the Sky City 3 instance, returning to their home. At the same time, in a special group chat, from areas 88, 60, 799, 112, and 75 are all gathered here. This group chat was initiated by the strongest person in Area 88. His name is Shiba Akira, and like the deceased Tudasho, he is Japanese. He was originally ranked 2nd in Area 88, and being Dongtang Xiang's subordinate brought him great rewards. But to my surprise, my most admired older brother died just like that. As his younger brother, and also a Japanese, he had to avenge this grudge. Chapter 117: Secretly plotting to ambush and kill Jiang Yin. After Tudasho's death, Shiba Akira inherited his 7th rank badge and naturally enjoyed a series of benefits. That is why his strength has increased dramatically, and he is confident that he is no weaker than the former Dongtang Xiang. However, Jiang Yin's strength was too great, and the strength of her marriage partner was even more astonishing. Jibua Ming wasn't confident that he could kill Jiang Yin by himself, so he joined forces with people from these areas to launch a raiding challenge against Area 666, where Jiang Yin belonged. These regions were all defeated by Jiang Yin. The strongest people in their original regions were killed by Jiang Yin, which not only left their regions without the protection of powerful figures, but also caused them to lose a lot of resources. It's no exaggeration to say that they all hated Jiang Yin to the core. Therefore, without any instigation from Shiba Ming, they all agreed to Shiba Ming's request and joined forces to kill Jiang Yin. Everyone, let us not forget our agreement. The most important thing in this plundering challenge is to kill Jiang Yin. Once this guy dies, our mission will be complete. Shiba Akira spoke up in the group chat. We know the mission. As soon as Jiang Yin enters the competition venue, we will kill him immediately. But the problem is, if Jiang Yin dies, what will happen next? After all, if you lose this plundering challenge, the area you belong to will lose 90% of its resources, and all your attributes will drop by 50 points. In areas 67, 99, 112, and 75 are all paying close attention to this issue. Don't worry, as long as Jiang Yin is dead, we'll have a fair duel. We'll decide based on our skills. Shiba Akira said with great confidence. In his mind, apart from Jiang Yin, he didn't care about any of the strongest people in these areas. As long as Jiang Yin died, he would basically have won. However, of areas 67, 99, 112, and 75 actually secretly joined forces behind Shiba Akira's back. Their first step would be to cooperate with Zhibua Ming's plan and attack Jiang Yin. Once Jiang Yin is dead, they will then launch a coordinated attack on Zhibua Ming. In this way, the remaining three can have a fair duel, since their strengths are all about the same. Zhibua Ming was naturally unaware of these plans. He was currently immersed in the joy of being about to kill Jiang Yin. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Announcement: the plunder challenge has now begun. The portal is now open. The strongest player from your region, please teleport to the competition venue. Reminder: this competition lasts for 3 days. Unless you defeat all your opponents and win, you will not be able to leave the competition venue early. Reminder: if a participant surrenders their loot badge before the deadline, it will be considered a forfeit. The entire competition will be streamed live. As the announcement was made, a portal appeared in front of Jiang Yin. My lord, you must be careful. Tu Shanxing, looking worried, grabbed Jiang Yin's hand. Don't worry, I'm now an 8-star powerhouse. These guys can't possibly be my match. Just stay home and rest. Jiang Yin patted Tu Shanxing's head and turned to enter the portal. Lena hurriedly followed, but was immediately stopped by Jiang Yin. Lena, you should stay home this time too. Lena was taken aback. My husband wants to go alone? That's right. Jiang Yin nodded slightly. Even if this rabble unites, they could never be a match for me. But what if there are also 8-star experts among them? Lena asked worriedly. This was also the question on Tu Shanxing's mind, and she hurriedly looked at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin smiled faintly. That's impossible. If there are 8-star powerhouses among these guys, how could they possibly launch a plundering challenge? It's obvious that they're not strong enough and are worried that one of them can't beat me, so they've teamed up. All right, you can all stay home and rest. I can handle this competition by myself. After saying that, Jiang Yin walked into the teleportation portal. Lena and Tu Shanxing did not stop him because they felt that Jiang Yin's words made a lot of sense. Strong people would never bother asking others for help. It's only the weak who choose to band together. Jiang Yin is now an 8-star powerhouse, so there's really nothing to worry about. The live stream started the moment Jiang Yin entered the portal. However, this time the live broadcast room is not connected to other areas, but each area is independent. After seeing the live stream appear, everyone in area 666 rushed into the live stream room. They felt deeply ashamed to learn that these regions had united to challenge Jiang Yin. But I don't think Jiang Yin will definitely lose. After all, the strength of Jiang Yin's previous fiancée had greatly shocked them. If Jiang Yin's marriage partner can also unleash such formidable strength, she will surely win. On the other side, after experiencing a dizzying sensation, Jiang Yin was teleported to a primeval forest. Seeing Jiang Yin walk out of the teleportation portal alone, the people in Area 666 immediately showed extremely shocked and puzzled expressions. What's going on? Where is Jiang Yin's fiancée? Yeah, where's Miss Tu Shanxing? She's so powerful. Isn't she here to help Boss Jiang Yin? This can't be right. Miss Tu Shanxing and Boss Jiang Yin are so loving. It's impossible for this to happen. Could it be that Boss Jiang Yin is going to take on all these people one-on-one? That's right, that must be it. Boss Jiang Yin never fights a battle he's not sure he can win. Maybe Boss Jiang Yin's strength has already reached the 8-star level. We must trust Boss Jiang Yin. Although the people in Area 666 were surprised to see Jiang Yin appear alone, they chose to believe in her more than anything else. After all, under these circumstances, choosing someone to accept the challenge clearly indicates a high degree of confidence. Now, inside the competition venue, Jiang Yin first carefully observed the surrounding environment, and then walked away as if nothing had happened. Immediately afterwards, an announcement was made. All participants have entered the competition venue. The plunder challenge is now beginning. The next moment, a golden badge engraved with the word plunder descended from the sky and slowly landed in Jiang Yin's hand. Jiang Yin can win by defeating the players from the other areas and obtaining all the plunder badges. Only, The primeval forest was so vast that Jiang Yin had difficulty finding them in a short time. Seeing this, Jiang Yin simply stopped looking and sat down on a tree stump to the side, closing her eyes to rest. He's going to wait for those people to find him, and then wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Chapter 118, Waiting for a Rabbit to Run into a Tree Stump. Huh? What does Boss Jiang Yin mean by this? Doesn't he want to look for people in other areas? No. This is clearly Jiang Yin lying in wait. Holy crap. What's going on? Is Boss Jiang Yin planning to wait for people from other regions to come and challenge him? That takes a lot of confidence. Judging from the current situation, that's definitely the case. This only shows that Jiang Yin's strength has increased again. The viewers in Area 666 of the live stream were all utterly shocked by what they witnessed. On the contrary, Jiang Yin remained calm as always. He even leisurely crossed his legs and continued to rest with his eyes closed. This primeval forest is very large. It will take Jiang Yin a lot of time to find them, and naturally, it will take them the same. What Jiang Yin needs to do now is conserve her energy. At the same time, on the other side of this forest, this man, who was about 1.65 meters tall and not very tall, with a watermelon-shaped haircut, was strolling through the forest. Beside him were two women who seemed to be normal. One of them had an average appearance and a mediocre figure, while the other had a great figure, but his blue skin was really creepy. This man is none other than Shiba Akira, currently the strongest in Area 88. This planned to ambush and kill Jiang Yin. As long as Jiang Yin dies, he will not only be able to take away Jiang Yin's 6th place badge, but also avenge Dongtang Xiang. No matter what, he couldn't let Jiang Yin leave the competition venue alive. Thinking of this, Zhibo Ming did not hesitate and immediately took out a signal gun from the warehouse and fired a shot into the sky. The resources that can be found in the marriage world are incredibly diverse, and it's even possible to obtain special signal guns. He had already made plans with people from other areas before the raiding challenge even started. He will use the flare gun as soon as he enters the competition area. People from other areas would rush here immediately upon seeing the signal flare and meet up with Shiba Akira. By then, they can team up to search for Jiang Yin. During the process, they must stay close by at all times to ensure they are not left alone and thus not ambushed by Jiang Yin. After the flare gun was fired, Shiba Akira then embraced his two fiancées and waited in place. About 2 hours later, Shiba Akira finally saw a dark-skinned black man walking towards him. Beside this black man were 3 potential marriage partners, one of whom was a human woman, and the other 2 were female monsters, who were quite creepy-looking. He came from Area 6799 and became the strongest person in Area 6799 after Anadile's death. He is currently at the level of 7.5 stars, but his aura is clearly slightly weaker than that of Shiba Akira. They're taking forever to arrive. Where's the others? Shiba Akira spoke somewhat impatiently after seeing the black man. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know this forest is very big? If it weren't for your signal flare, we wouldn't have been able to reunite so easily. The other 2 should be on their way here. After the black man finished speaking, he leaped up and landed on a large tree. It was clear that the man was extremely agile and had an amazing jumping ability. He easily jumped up to the top of a tree that was over 10 meters tall. He observed that a man and a woman were running rapidly toward him in the distance. Seeing this, he returned to the ground, saying, "Those 2 people will be here soon." Hearing this, Shiba Akira breathed a sigh of relief and continued to wait. About 10 minutes later, the 2 strongest individuals from areas 112 and 75, along with their marriage partners, have all arrived at the meeting point. In these 2 areas were originally brothers, who both died at the hands of Jiang Yin. It was precisely because Jiang Yin killed the strongest person in their region that their region lost the protection of the big boss and was bullied by other regions for a long time. Now that they finally have a chance to take revenge on Jiang Yin, they naturally want to seize it. The strongest person in Area 112. The other man was thin and small. His only notable feature was that, like Jiang Yin, he was a citizen of Yin. Although these 2 also possessed a combat strength of 7.5 stars, they had only recently reached that level, and their auras were noticeably weaker than Shiba Akira's, even inferior to the black man. Currently, at this meeting point, there are 4 of them and their respective marriage partners, totaling 16 people. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's begin. Remember, we have only one target this time, and that is Jiang Yin. Did you spot Jiang Yin on your way here? At this moment, Shiba Akira looked at the 4 people in front of him as if he were the captain. I didn't see it, We should all have been teleported in different directions. This forest is very large, and it is almost impossible to find Jiang Yin in a short period of time. And you just fired a signal flare, which Jiang Yin must have seen. He must know we've joined forces now, and he's probably hiding in fear. The other 4 people present spoke in serious tones. So what if he hides? Anyway, the 4 of us have already joined forces. As long as Jiang Yin is still in this forest, we will definitely be able to find him. Let's not delay, let's set off now. As Shiba Akira spoke, he prepared to lead the 4 of them deeper into the forest. I'll take charge of the investigation. The black man volunteered, and then planned to jump up the tree. His awakened talent is perfectly suited for moving through the forest. But just as Jiang Yin, the black man, was about to jump, a signal flare appeared in the distant sky. What's going on? Why is another signal flare popping up? The black man looked extremely shocked when he saw the signal flare in the sky. Currently, besides the 4 of us, only Jiang Yin remains in this competition venue. Then the only possibility is that Jiang Yin made this signal flare. He's deliberately trying to lure us over there. Shiba Akira saw this, his brows immediately furrowed. But something's not right. Jiang Yin is indeed stronger than all of us, but we're all in this together now. If you include marriage partners, there are a total of 16 people. Even if Jiang Yin is powerful and has the assistance of her fiancé, she wouldn't dare to face us directly. This is definitely a trap. Chapter 119. Stop dawdling. Let's go. It could indeed be a trap, but this is also the best time for us to find Jiang Yin. This guy definitely knows we've joined forces, and he's deliberately sending out a signal flare to lure us over there. So what if it's a trap? Does Jiang Yin think he can defeat all of us? That's absolutely impossible. Let's go find Jiang Yin. Shiba Akira took the lead and walked towards the direction of the signal flare with his fiancée. The other 3 people present looked at each other, pondered for a moment, and then agreed with Shiba Akira's approach, taking their fiancés with them. In this situation, it is indeed an excellent opportunity to find Jiang Yin, which is better than searching aimlessly in the forest like a headless fly. At the same time, in a corner of the forest, after Jiang Yin fired a signal flare into the sky, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Jiang Yin had naturally seen the signal flare that Shiba Akira had fired earlier. Without a doubt, this must be the signal for them to gather. In Jiang Yin's view, the contestants from these 4 regions must have joined forces and were planning how to find him. Rather than letting them search aimlessly, it's better to proactively reveal our location to prevent them from taking too long to find it. Just recently, he obtained a flare gun in a resource room, which he can use. Jiang Yin didn't want to waste any more time here. The sooner she dealt with them, the sooner she could leave. Jiang Yin then closed her eyes to rest, waiting for them to arrive. In this process, everyone in Area 666 was watching Jiang Yin's every move in the live stream. They now understood everything. Jiang Yin clearly intended to defeat them all by himself. Jiang Yin would never have done this unless she was absolutely certain. At this moment, everyone in Area 666 began to look forward to seeing how Jiang Yin would beat these people up. About 2 hours have passed. Jiang Yin suddenly opened her eyes as if she had sensed something. Immediately afterwards, then they saw more than 10 people walking out of the woods ahead. The leader among them possessed the strongest aura, but his combat strength was only 7.5 stars. Compared to Jiang Yin now, the difference is truly enormous. What's the point of having a large number of people? In the face of absolute power, no matter how many people you have, it's useless. In order not to alert the enemy, Jiang Yin deliberately concealed his aura, keeping it at around 7.5 stars. Oh my, you think so highly of me, bringing so many people with you. So are you planning to attack together, or one at a time? Jiang Yin looked at the dozen or so people in front of her, but her expression remained confident. However, Jiang Yin's confidence seemed particularly strange to Ji Boming and the others. Everyone, don't act rashly. There's definitely something wrong with this Jiang Yin. I can sense his aura. He's only slightly stronger than me, but he's far from reaching the 8-star level. Since they are not at the 8-star level, they have absolutely no chance of defeating us. But the problem now is that this guy is too confident. I always feel like there are ambushes all around. Moreover, this guy's marriage partners have all disappeared. They must be hiding nearby. Especially that fox demon, its strength is extremely powerful. Shiba Akira grew increasingly surprised as he thought about it, and looked around warily. The others around her were in the same boat, not daring to approach Jiang Yin for fear of being ambushed. Although they didn't witness the battle between Dong Tangxiang and Jiang Yin, They had heard about it. It is clear that among Jiang Yan's marriage partners is an extremely powerful fox demon. Even Shota Tadu was instantly killed. His strength is truly overwhelming. Before Tu Shanxing appeared, they dared not make any rash moves. What? All of you ganged up on me, yet you don't dare to make a move. You guys are way too cowardly. Stood up speechlessly. All right, I'll tell you the truth. My wife is pregnant, so I'm the only one competing now. What else do you have to worry about? Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Zhibua Ming and the others immediately showed expressions of shock. What? This guy's fiancée is pregnant. Isn't this giving us a golden opportunity? Right now, Jiang Yan is alone. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to surround and kill him. I've checked repeatedly, and there are indeed no other auras around here besides Jiang Yan's. It should only be Jiang Yan alone. The black man and the strongest men from the other two areas became excited. Without Tu Shanxing's presence, they believed Jiang Yan had no chance of winning. After pondering for a moment, Shiba Akira said in a low voice, "You can't completely trust what this guy says. If his fiancée is truly unable to fight due to pregnancy, where does he get the confidence to fight so many of us all by himself? This guy is only a 7.5-star fighter, about the same level as us. There must be something fishy about him if he dares to be so confident. However, now that we have the numbers and the power, it would be really shameful if we continued to cower in fear. Alright then, I'll make the first move, and you all help me subdue Jiang Yan." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light burst forth from Shiba Akira's body, instantly transforming him into a half-human, half-lion monster. His original short stature of about 1.65 meters suddenly grew to about 2 meters. He was also holding a large golden sword, and his aura became extremely powerful. That Shiba Akira awakened, like that of Tudusho before him, is of the mutated type. However, he was not as powerful as Dongtang Xiang. He was merely an A-level mutated white lion. Then, Shiba Akira let out a deafening roar, brandishing his broadsword, and charged angrily toward Jiang Yan. His fiancée, along with the powerful figures from the other 3 regions, all unleashed their awakened talents at this time. They wanted to join forces and kill Jiang Yan. But just as they were about to make their move, Zhibua Ming, who had just rushed in front of Jiang Yan, was kicked away by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's kick was extremely powerful. Even though Zhibua Ming was already in a mutated state, he couldn't withstand it at all. He slammed hard against a nearby rock, breaking several of his ribs and spitting out a large amount of blood. You need to know, Jiang Yan currently has no weapons in her hands and hasn't even shown her talent. The sheer power of that single kick truly shocked everyone present. Only then did they clearly perceive that Jiang Yan's aura had actually reached the 8th level. Chapter 121 Hit Kill, stunning the entire audience. 8 stars. How is this possible? How could he reach 8-star combat power so quickly? Upon sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Yan, everyone present displayed expressions of utter astonishment. Who was kicked away by Jiang Yan, ignored the pain in his body, and looked at Jiang Yan in fear. This moment, he finally understood why Jiang Yan was so confident. It turns out he had already reached the 8-star combat power. He was just pretending all along. At this moment, everyone in Area 666 of the live stream cheered excitedly. Jiang Yan was already considered almost invincible among those of the same level, and now that he has reached the 8th star, his strength is naturally even greater. No matter how many of these guys there are, they could never be a match for Jiang Yan. That's it. Your strength of 7.5 stars is far too weak. Jiang Yan looked at Ji Boming, whom she had kicked away, and said contemptuously, "I advise you not to attack one by one, but to just attack all at once." The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword appeared in Jiang Yan's hand, and its aura burst forth without reservation. Even though the opponent has a total of 16 people, they dare not make any rash moves at the moment. Damn it! How are we supposed to fight now? Jiang Yan is already an 8-star combatant. What chance do we have of winning? I don't want to lose my life here. Jiang Yan's astonishing strength intimidated them, and they all felt fear. Are you really just going to give up like this? Jiang Yan does indeed have 8-star combat power now, but he is only one person after all. I have checked repeatedly, and there is no one else around here except Jiang Yan. There are 16 of us. How can we just surrender like this? Don't we feel ashamed? Although Shiba Akira was intimidated by Jiang Yan's strength, he still did not intend to give up. In his view, this was the perfect opportunity to kill Jiang Yan. Once missed, there would be no more chances. Most importantly, If you lose a raid challenge, the resources in your area will be reduced by 90%, and all your attributes will be reduced by 50. He said. Shiba Akira couldn't accept it. Everyone else present was aware of this as well, but Jiang Yin was simply too strong. They cared more about their lives than about losing the game. Seeing these guys cowering in fear, Shiba Akira felt even angrier. I don't know what you're afraid of. There are so many of us. Do you think we can be scared by just one person? If we surrender directly, we will never be able to hold our heads high again. Let's join forces and see how he handles it. After Shiba Akira finished speaking, he immediately transformed into a ferocious white lion. A half-orc, the alienation talent can also achieve complete beastification. In this state, one's strength, defense, endurance, and so on can be greatly enhanced. However, it consumes a lot of mental energy and cannot be maintained for a long time. Furthermore, in this state, weapons cannot be used. But in return, he unleashed an astonishing burst of power in a short period of time. Zhibua Ming glared angrily at Jiang Yin, and white light waves began to condense in his mouth. Although the people in the rest of the area were still afraid of Jiang Yin, they had to admit that what Zhibua Ming said was very correct. If we don't put up any resistance now and just choose to surrender, it would be too shameful. Regardless, we should give it a try. By Shiba Akira, the strongest individuals from the other 4 areas present, including their respective marriage partners, were present. They all unleashed their strongest attacks on Jiang Yin. With so many powerful skills combined, if Jiang Yin couldn't dodge in time, he would still be severely injured. However, Jiang Yin showed no fear whatsoever, remaining motionless in place. You all saw it, didn't you? Jiang Yin is far too arrogant. With our powerful skills combined, we launched a joint attack on him, and he didn't even dodge. And indeed, his intended marriage partner has not appeared. This guy is definitely going to die today. Zhibua Ming's excited shouts, the skills of the 16 people present were all unleashed at Jiang Yin. Rumble. With a loud bang, Jiang Yin was hit by a large number of skills, causing a violent energy shock. Zhibua Ming and the others thought they had successfully attacked Jiang Yin, and they all burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yin, blame yourself for being too arrogant. 8-star combat power is indeed very strong. In a one-on-one fight, there is absolutely no chance that I could be your opponent. Unfortunately, we outnumber you, and you will still not escape death. While they were laughing hysterically, they suddenly realized that Jiang Yin was gone. What's going on? Where's Jiang Yinren? Did it just vanish into thin air? That's unlikely. The burly black man's eyes widened in astonishment at what he saw. In the remaining areas were also surprised. No matter what, Jiang Yin is an 8-star combatant. She shouldn't have been beaten to a pulp. Furthermore, there was no announcement or notification, which means that Jiang Yin is not dead. This moment, everyone became wary. Everyone, Jiang Yin couldn't have completely dodged our attack just now. She must be injured. Shiba Akira looked around with a serious expression. As long as we stick together, he won't be able to ambush us. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly a dark shadow rushed towards him at high speed, and no matter how fast he reacted, he couldn't dodge it at all. His body was pierced through by the shadowy figure on the spot. Shiba Akira collapsed miserably in a pool of blood. His mutated state disappeared, and he returned to his normal human form. Immediately afterwards, her hands stained with blood, slowly walked out from the side. The skill he used earlier was the shadow strike he had just learned. It's fast and powerful. No one expected that Jiang Yin would not only escape unscathed, but would also kill Zhibua Ming in one blow. Such overwhelming power terrified everyone present, causing them to collapse to the ground, trembling with fear. Jiang Yin ignored them and walked to Zhibua Ming's body, taking out the plunder badge from his body. Then, he looked at the rest of the people present with a murderous gaze. So you're planning to end up like this guy? Or should we admit defeat and surrender now? As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, everyone present knelt down in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately took out their looting badges and shouted, "We surrender! We surrender!" They knew very well that if they didn't surrender now, they would suffer the same fate as Shiba Akira, being instantly killed. Losing the game is losing, at least you can save your life. But if I die now, everything will be over. They had all worked hard to become the strongest in the region, and they were unwilling to die like this. Chapter 121 Victory and Resource Plunder. It would have been better to do this earlier. I'm not a person who enjoys killing. If I hand over the plunder badge sooner, I won't have to die. Jiang Yin calmly walked towards them and took the plunder badges from their hands one by one. In fact, Jiang Yin originally did not want to kill him. But Shiba Akira is such a nuisance. If it weren't for him constantly stirring things up and adding fuel to the fire, they would have surrendered long ago. Moreover, the culprit behind their united attack on him was Shiba Akira. In addition, Jiang Yin didn't have much affection for the Japanese to begin with, so he naturally targeted this guy. As it turns out, making an example of someone to warn others is indeed very effective. As Jiang Yin obtained all the plunder badges, an announcement was made. Announcement: congratulations to Jiang Yin, player from Region 666, for winning this plunder challenge. Region 666 successfully plundered 50% of the resources from Regions 88, 60, 799, 112, and 75. All attributes of players in this region have increased by 50 points. At that moment, beams of golden light fell upon the people in Area 666. Compared to the 50-point increase in all attributes, what they care about now is the massive amount of resources they've plundered. In short, Area 666 plundered 50% of the resources in Areas 88, 60, 799, 112, and 75, which is a huge boost. From this moment on, it also means that the people in Area 666 no longer need to worry about survival supplies. On the contrary, Areas 88, 60, 799, 112, and 75 are in a very bad situation. Not only have their resources decreased by 90%, but everyone's attributes have also decreased by 50 points. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow to them. After their victory, one portal after another opened, and the strongest individuals in these areas dared not provoke Jiang Yin any longer, leaving with their respective spouses. Although the raiding challenge was a crushing defeat and the region was greatly affected, at least they survived. Gradually recover by participating in resource challenges in the future. Jiang Yin was in a hurry to get home to see his two wives. When he saw the portal appear, he rushed over. But at this very moment, Ji Boming's two marriage partners suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin originally thought they were avenging Ji Boming, but to her surprise, they actually knelt down. Brother Jiang Yin, please take us in. We'll do anything for you. We only ask that you take us away. The fact that Shiba Akira was killed by Jiang Yin had indeed angered them. But Jiang Yin's strength is too great. There is absolutely no way they can avenge Ji Boming. In such a dangerous world, women like them, with mediocre strength and average looks, would find it extremely difficult to survive. Now that Shiba Akira is dead, they quickly accepted the fact. Rather than recklessly seeking revenge, it would be better to seek refuge with Jiang Yin. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin immediately frowned. First of all, these two people are too ordinary in appearance, and their strength is not very strong either. One of them even has blue skin. If it were the Jiang Yin of the past, she definitely wouldn't have paid them any attention and would have teleported away directly. But the situation is different now. Jiang Yinrua's strength will be difficult to continue improving if his first wife, Tu Shanqing, is constantly by her side to take care of her. Jiang Yin was reluctant to let Lina take care of him. At this time, a hardworking and dutiful maid is needed. It's obvious. The two women in front of me are a perfect match. If you are willing to be my maids, then come with me. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, she walked towards the teleportation portal ahead. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged a glance before hurriedly following Jiang Yin. They all knew very well that Jiang Yin was extremely powerful. They would be happy to serve as maids, even if it meant following such a top-tier expert. At least Jiang Yin can guarantee their safety. Seeing the two of them follow, Jiang Yin smiled slightly. Since you are now my maids, there are a few requirements that I must explain to you. First, I am not your husband. From now on, you shall call me master. Secondly, you must also respectfully address my two betrothed wives as madam, and their words are also commands. Third, you are not allowed to leave the home without my permission. From now on, you will be responsible for all household chores, such as washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning. Jiang Yin walked leisurely while explaining the rules to them. The two followed beside Jiang Yin, nodding repeatedly. They would be happy to be called Emperor Jiang Yin, let alone Master. During this process, Jiang Yin also learned their names. The one who looked like a normal woman was called Saini. The other one with blue skin is called Kai, and he currently has a strength of around 7 stars. Although not extremely strong, it is still far beyond that of ordinary people. A moment later, Jiang Yin returned to Area 666 and immediately activated her homestead. He led Saini and Kai into the house. He then noticed Tu Shanqing and Lena's very indifferent expressions. The atmosphere became very strange. I didn't expect my husband to be back so soon. And he has a big appetite, bringing back two women at once. Tu Shanqing and Lena looked at Jiang Yin and spoke to him in a sarcastic tone. They didn't actually object to Jiang Yin continuing to find women. After all, Jiang Yin was too charming and powerful. It was normal for him to be noticed by others. The problem is, the two people Jiang Yin found this time are just too ordinary looking. And one of them even has blue skin. When did her husband become so indiscriminate in his desires? Seeing the expressions on Tu Shanqing and Lena's faces, Jiang Yin immediately realized that they must have misunderstood. To avoid marital discord, Jiang Yin rushed over and explained the situation to them. Qing'er nar, you've really misunderstood. These two women are the ones I specifically brought back to take care of you. Our family will grow bigger and more lively in the future, and we will definitely need some servants. Their betrothed partners are dead, and they have now submitted to me, willingly becoming my servants. From now on, they can take care of our daily lives. As Jiang Yin spoke, Sani and Kai very tactfully knelt down and called out, Master, Madam. Chapter 122 Fiery Domain. Without Jiang Yin needing to give any instructions, Sani and Kai started getting busy on their own. They first familiarized themselves with the layout of the house. Then one of them took charge of cleaning while the other ran into the kitchen to start cooking. Jiang Yin had piled up a lot of survival supplies in her home, including all kinds of food. Seeing how conscientiously the two of them worked, Jiang Yin nodded with satisfaction. Husband, this isn't quite right. Actually, we can do these things ourselves. Tu Shanqing and Lena were both a little embarrassed. Qing'er nar, you two are the women I love most. I don't want you to work so hard every day. All right. From now on, let them handle all these matters. Since they want to seek my protection, they naturally have to pay a price. Since Jiang Yin had already said that, Tu Shanqing and Lena naturally didn't say anything more and obediently nodded. Then, Jiang Yin took out the regional ruler mission scroll from the warehouse. The moment Jiang Yin won the plunder challenge, it meant he had completed his task as the regional ruler. Now, the quest scroll is radiating a dazzling golden light, and Jiang Yin can submit the quest at any time to become the ruler of area number 666. My lord, what name do you want to give our area number 666? Tu Shanqing and Lena looked at Jiang Yin with curiosity. As Jiang Yin's marriage partners, they were naturally aware of the regional ruler's mission. I'm very excited that this task will be completed soon. Hey. Jiang Yin held the mission scroll in her hand and smiled slightly. I've already thought it through. As soon as he finished speaking, the mission scroll in Jiang Yin's hand immediately turned into countless golden specks of light. At the same time, a dazzling golden light descended from the sky and landed on Jiang Yin. Congratulations on completing the district ruler quest. Please rename District 666. Reminder, each region's name is unique and cannot be the same as another region's name. Please consider carefully. As the announcement sounded, a message box that only Jiang Yin herself could see appeared. Jiang Yin can enter the name he wants to give to Area 666 in this information box. If there are no duplicates, it will take effect immediately. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately typed in 2 words, Flame Domain. From the moment he received the mission from the regional ruler, Jiang Yin had already decided on this name. Only, each region's name is unique, and Jiang Yin was genuinely worried that someone else might snatch the name Flame Domain first. Jiang Yin typed in the words Flame Domain. The information box emitted a dazzling golden light. This process checks whether the name is already taken. Jiang Yin watched nervously. It would be such a pity if someone else had already gotten there first. It was at this time that the information box in front of me disappeared instantly. Announcement. Player Jiang Yin from Region 666 has completed the Region Ruler quest, bestowing a new name upon Region 666, Flame Domain. Announcement. All attributes of everyone in the Flame Domain have increased by 100 points. This area has left the beginner zone and entered the intermediate zone. Announcement. Congratulations to Jiang Yin on becoming the regional ruler. Exclusive privileges granted to regional rulers are now available. At that moment, the announcement rang in everyone's ears in the Flame Domain. Undoubtedly, everyone wore expressions of extreme shock. The Flame Domain chat channel exploded instantly. What's going on? Our region has been renamed Flame Domain. Holy crap, Jiang Yin has become the ruler of our region? Jiang Yin truly deserves the title. and the name Yin Yu is so cool. As a Yin citizen, I feel so proud. Although I am not a citizen of Yin Kingdom, I am now a citizen of Yin region. Jiang Yin, I love you. It's clearly inappropriate to call Jiang Yin by his first name now. We should all be calling him Your Majesty the Ruler. That's right. Long live the ruler. Everyone, I just checked, and we're no longer in Region 7, but in a completely new region. You all heard the announcement just now, right? We've left the newbie zone and are now officially entering the intermediate zone. So we were just staying in the newbie village before? Holy crap, how strong must the people in the intermediate region be? When everyone learned of this, they were even more shocked. In addition, the intermediate chat channel is also opened after leaving the beginner zone and entering the intermediate zone. Regardless of ability, each person can only speak 20 sentences per day. A large number of people from the Flame domain flooded into the intermediate level chat channel. It is worth mentioning that there are currently fewer than 50 regions in the intermediate level regions, and each region has its own unique name. The remaining regions remain in the beginner zones. Only when someone in a region completes the task of becoming the regional ruler can they enter the intermediate zones. Oh my, another brand new area has arrived. The name Yinyu is quite good. It seems that the ruler of Yinyu is a Yin citizen. Come to think of it, this should be the third region ruled by the Yin kingdom. The first two were quite powerful. Fellow countrymen, I'm also from Yin. Come out and say something. By the way, does anyone know anything about this flame domain? How powerful is the ruler of this region? Who knows? They've only just entered the intermediate region, so they probably only have around 8-star strength. Now, Jiang Yin himself didn't care about these things. After completing the naming of the region, he officially became the ruler of the flame domain. At this moment, their home was directly upgraded. What was originally a 3-story villa has been transformed into a magnificent palace. She even had a room that belonged exclusively to Jiang Yin, named the ruler's domain. From now on, whenever Jiang Yin wants to return home, she can immediately open the door to the realm of the ruler. As the ruler of the flame domain, Jiang Yin opened the door 10 times a day. The 6th rank badge that Jiang Yin had been wearing earlier immediately became invalid as he entered the intermediate zone. Besides, Jiang Yin also possesses the privileges of a ruler. Every day, people in the area will automatically hand over 5% of all resources they collect, except for equipment, skills, or some items, to Jiang Yin. This means that Jiang Yin will no longer need to worry about resources. Even if he lies around all day, he will have countless resources. But that's not the most important thing. For Jiang Yin, the most important thing is that the region can actually be upgraded. Chapter 123 The Wedding Chamber, Dragon Girl. Currently, the Flame domain is only at level 1. Once the domain level is increased, everyone within the domain will receive generous rewards. Moreover, after the region is upgraded, there will be more resources, and the skills and equipment that can be obtained will also be better. However, Jiang Yin alone cannot upgrade the region. It requires everyone in the region to collect Flame domain badges and exchange them for contribution points. Once a certain number of contribution points are accumulated, the region can be upgraded. Currently, 5,000 contribution points are needed to advance to level 2. One Flame domain badge can be exchanged for 1 contribution point, and to obtain a Flame domain badge, everyone in the area needs to continuously explore rooms to collect them. Killing monsters is the easiest way to obtain Flame domain badges, especially some high-difficulty dungeons. This means that everyone in the Flame domain now has an additional long-term task, collecting Flame domain badges. Please collect more Flame domain badges in the future. As long as we have enough contribution points, our region will become stronger and stronger. Jiang Yin spoke a sentence in the Yinyu chat channel. At that moment, the chat channel immediately erupted in excitement. Brother Jiang Yin. No, Your Majesty, please rest assured, we all know about the contribution points. I'm already grinding monsters in the dungeon. That's right. This is about whether our region can become stronger, and we will definitely do our best. Your Majesty, I just opened a treasure chest and obtained a Flame domain badge, which I have already exchanged for contribution points. +1, I've collected 1 too. Everyone in the Yin domain, Jiang Yin is now an absolute king. Not to mention, after the region is upgraded, they will all receive rewards and a series of benefits, so naturally they will go all out. Jiang Yin checked the current contribution value progress, 75 out of 5,000. Although he was still far from reaching 5,000 contribution points, Jiang Yin was not in a hurry. As long as everyone in the Flame domain is united, leveling up will not be difficult. Then, Jiang Nian noticed the intermediate level chat channel next to her. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nian immediately frowned. He really didn't expect that the area he was in before was just the beginner area. After going through countless hardships, I've only managed to reach the intermediate level. This means that there are at least some high-level regions. There must be many people who are even more powerful than Jiang Nian. For example, Jiang Nian hasn't encountered any of the top players from Region 7 yet. It's highly likely that these people have also entered the intermediate level region, but Jiang Nian is still unaware of their identities. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I'll just focus on getting stronger and steady. Jiang Nian didn't think much of it, and slowly walked to Tu Shanqing and Lina's side. Husband, this change is far too drastic. Tu Shanqing and Lina looked at their homeland, which had undergone tremendous changes, with expressions of shock. Sani and Kai, who were quietly doing housework nearby, were also stunned. They had no idea that Jiang Nian, whom they followed, was actually the regional ruler. Although she was just a lowly maid, this was a meteoric rise for her. Being by the side of the regional ruler, even as a mere maid, filled them with immense excitement. To be honest, I didn't expect that becoming a regional ruler would bring about such a big change. And from now on, we really don't have to worry about survival supplies anymore. Jiang Nian looked at the changes around her and was quite shocked. For the next period of time, Jiang Nian, along with Tu Shanqing and Lina, observed his palace. I have to say, it's really huge. Fortunately, we had hired 2 maids beforehand. Otherwise, such a large palace would have been really difficult to clean. Afterwards, Jiang Nian decided to go out and explore properly. With the door now open 10 times a day, it's clear that we can't afford to waste the time. Furthermore, the flame domain badges also need to be collected. Only as the region grows stronger can Jiang Nian, as the ruler, gain even greater power. Jiang Nian originally only planned to take Lina out, but Tu Shanqing insisted on coming along, and Jiang Nian could not persuade her otherwise, so she had no choice but to take her with her when she left the palace. Qing'er, no matter what happens later, you must not fight. You're pregnant now, you absolutely can't have anything happen to you. Jiang Nian spoke in a very serious tone. Husband, I'm so bored staying at home all day. The area we are in now has also been upgraded, so I definitely have to come out and take a look. Don't worry, I definitely won't interfere in the battle. If there's any danger, I'll use the escape talisman immediately. Tu Shanqing excitedly hugged Jiang Nian's hand. Oh well. Jiang Nian nodded helplessly. After leaving the palace, a door appeared in front, behind, left, and right. Suddenly, he realized that what was in front of him was a wedding room. Jiang Nian hadn't encountered a wedding room in a long time, and was immediately drawn to it. After all, as long as you enter the marriage room, whether you successfully marry or successfully resist, you can get a great reward. Name wedding room. Room details. A beautiful girl from the dragon clan, possessing an unparalleled beauty and an arrogant personality. Security assessment. After becoming the ruler of the flame domain, your power has attracted her attention. If you have the courage to conquer her, then please enter. Holy crap, a beautiful dragon girl. Upon seeing the situation inside the room, Jiang Nian's eyes widened immediately. The information directly states that this woman has a face that could launch 1,000 ships. Without a doubt, she must be extremely beautiful. How could Jiang Nian miss such a stunning beauty? Only, Jiang Nian now has 2 wives, so he definitely needs to be mindful of their feelings. Husband, just go ahead. We will support you no matter what you do. And we also want to see just how beautiful this dragon girl really is. Tu Shanqing and Lina never stopped Jiang Nian from finding a marriage partner. As long as Jiang Nian doesn't bring back that ugly monster, they won't actually be angry. Sometimes having more sisters can make things more lively. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Jiang Nian put his arms around Tu Shanqing and Lina's waists and strode into the bridal chamber. A moment later, Jiang Nian slowly opened her eyes and found herself in a valley. In this valley, many peach trees are planted, and the air is filled with their rich fragrance. It was at this time that a deafening roar of a dragon echoed from afar. The next moment, a giant dragon, its entire body radiating dazzling golden light, appeared in midair. This golden dragon is far too magnificent in appearance. But before Jiang Nian could see clearly, the golden dragon landed on the ground and transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a golden robe. Chapter 124, A Beauty Among Men. Just as described in the previous room description, this dragon girl indeed possessed a face that could launch 1,000 ships. It's like a flawless painting, breathtakingly beautiful. His eyes were like the blue sea and sky, deep and bright. Her eyebrows were long and delicate, like a crescent moon, adding a touch of mysterious charm to her face. Her facial features are absolutely flawless. It's no exaggeration to say that even Tu Shanxing and Lena are not as beautiful as her. She was the most beautiful woman Jiang Yin had ever seen. Most importantly, after she transformed into a human woman, she did not possess any dragon-like characteristics. If it weren't for the golden dragon that appeared earlier, Jiang Yin would have found it hard to believe that the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him was actually a golden dragon. Name: Long Yingying. Race: Dragon, True Dragon. Talent: Gift of Light, SS rank. Skills: Heavy Strike, Purification, Holy Light Shield, Holy Light Slash, Holy Light Blessing, Holy Healing Barrier, Judgment Barrier, Dragon Roar, Dragon Soul Fury, Dragon Breath Wave. Strength: 8 stars. 8-star combat power. This guy is incredibly strong. Jiang Yin's face darkened immediately after seeing Long Yingying's message. Most importantly, this guy's talent has actually reached SS level. If this guy is ugly, then it will be really difficult for Jiang Yin to resist him now. Fortunately, this guy was so beautiful that Jiang Yin had no need to resist. Tu Shanxing and Lena, who were standing next to Jiang Yin, both showed fear after sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Long Yingying. It wasn't just because Long Yingying was powerful, but also because the aura of a true dragon emanating from her was terrifying. Although Jiang Yin had encountered dragon monsters before, those guys were just half-dragons. The dragon monsters, half-dragons, or even dragons of mixed blood, have a very low status. Only this kind of true dragon is a noble being among the dragon race. Not to mention that Long Yingying also possesses SS-level talent, which is clearly extremely high among the dragon race. You are indeed powerful, but you are not qualified to be my man. Defeat me. If you can defeat me, I will leave with you. Otherwise, you will all die today. Although this is a bridal chamber, Long Yingying, of noble lineage, has very high standards and naturally wouldn't marry just anyone. Jiang Yin did indeed catch her attention, and his strength was indeed very strong, but she still needed to verify it herself. As for Tu Shanxing and Lena behind Jiang Yin, she didn't really care. I even felt a little confused. After all, Jiang Yin is an 8-star powerhouse and the ruler of the Flame Domain. In this world of marriage, such a top-tier powerhouse only has 2 women by his side. This also proves that Jiang Yin is not the kind of womanizer who falls in love with every woman he meets. At this moment, Long Yingying's aura became increasingly powerful, and a golden dragon soul could be faintly seen appearing behind her. At this moment, the sense of oppression that Long Yingying exerted on Jiang Yin and the others became increasingly stronger. She is extremely powerful. You should all step back. I'll deal with her. The Dragon Flame Ghost sword immediately appeared in his hand. We're completely unable to intervene in this battle between 8-star powerhouses. In order not to interfere with Jiang Yin's battle, they quickly retreated several meters. Hee, I didn't expect that the weapon in your hand would actually have a trace of the aura of a true dragon. But that alone is far from enough. As soon as Long Yingying finished speaking, a golden giant sword immediately appeared in her hand. Jiang Yin was truly shocked to see this. He never expected that the weapon Long Yingying used would be such a heavy great sword, which contrasted sharply with her appearance. But upon closer reflection, it seems quite normal. After all, her true form is a powerful dragon, naturally possessing superhuman strength. Take this. Although Long Yingying looks slender, she is actually very strong. She wields such a heavy greatsword with remarkable ease. In an instant, he rushed in front of Jiang Yin, and the golden greatsword in his hand burst out with dazzling golden light, and the blade suddenly grew several inches longer. Swung his sword down at Jiang Yin. It's a pity. Who has mastered the shadow step, moves incredibly fast. Long Yingying's holy light slash only hit a fleeting afterimage of Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin's true form had already circled around to behind her. He could have launched a sneak attack on Long Yingying, but Jiang Yin didn't. Instead, he reached out and hugged Long Yingying. Its attack power is quite good, but its speed is a little slow. I can also see that you are not actually good at fighting. Both your talent and your skills are more inclined towards support. From the moment Jiang Yin saw Long Yingying, he already knew everything about her. The Gift of Light is indeed a powerful SS-level talent, granting Long Yingying powerful light attribute energy. However, light attribute energy is more inclined to support, and basically all the skills that can be learned are support type. Even if Long Yingying has 8-star combat power, If she were to actually fight Jiang Yin, her support-oriented nature would definitely put her at a certain disadvantage. Long Yingying has a strong personality, but fate has forced her to take the support role, which makes her quite unwilling. Even if light attribute can only provide support, she still wants to prove her strength. That is why she chose the rather heavy greatsword as her weapon. Now, all she wants is to have a good fight with Jiang Yin, who is also an 8-star. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yin saw right through him. Don't underestimate me. Long Yingying disliked being told she could only provide support, which angered her so much that she immediately broke free from Jiang Yin, wielding her greatsword and slashing at Jiang Yin with all her might. This time, Jiang Yin did not choose to dodge, but instead relied on the Xianming shield to withstand Long Yingying's holy light slash. In Long Yingying's eyes, even if Jiang Yin had the same 8-star combat power as her, he was still just a human. She is a powerful true dragon, whose strength is absolutely comparable to that of a human. He was confident that his holy light slash would send Jiang Yin flying. However, things did not go as Long Yingying had expected. Jiang Yin stood motionless in place, looking quite relaxed. Long Yingying's attack did indeed cause him some damage, but it was insignificant to Jiang Yin. Moreover, Jiang Yin has always focused on strength, making him even stronger than Long Yingying. The reason he didn't dodge was to prove his strength. Jiang Yin couldn't bear to really hurt such a stunning beauty. Chapter 125 Wedding Night. Conquering the Dragon Girl. This is impossible. Long Yingying was horrified when she saw what was happening. One of the strongest offensive skills she has mastered, and in that last strike, she did not hold back at all, swinging her full power at Jiang Yin. Even if Jiang Yin blocked it with her shield, it would be impossible for her to withstand such a powerful force. It would be perfectly normal for her to be blasted away. But Jiang Yin stood there motionless. This means that Jiang Yin's power is even greater than hers as a true dragon. This also proves that Jiang Yin is much stronger than him. But Long Yingying did not give up and launched another attack on Jiang Yin. But the result was the same. Jiang Yin either easily blocked their attacks, or she dodged them using her shadow step technique. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Yin did not fight back, allowing Long Yingying to attack her. Why don't you fight back? Do you look down on me? Long Yingying looked at Jiang Yin with a very displeased expression. You've misunderstood me. I didn't look down on you. The reason I didn't fight back is because I was afraid of hurting you. Jiang Yin held the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and looked at Long Yingying in front of him. The power of the ghost fire is much stronger than you imagine. Snort. Long Yingying snorted disdainfully. If you don't fight back, then you're looking down on me. I don't care about any will-o'-the-wisp power. As long as you can hurt me, I'll go with you. Long Yingying has a very strong sense of self-respect. She is well aware that Jiang Yin is very powerful, and she has already acknowledged Jiang Yin in her heart. But he didn't want Jiang Yin to keep holding back. He wanted her to launch a full-scale attack on him. Seeing Long Yingying's persistent look, Jiang Yin sighed helplessly. Fine, since that's how it is, then I'll grant your wish. Although Jiang Yin was very reluctant to hurt Long Yingying, she had no choice but to do so now. Only by going all out can we completely subdue Long Yingying. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in Jiang Yin's hand ignited with eerie ghost flames. By utilizing the effects of the Troll King's arm guards, the Dragonfire Ghost Sword can be enchanted to make it even more powerful. In addition, the Ikaro's Dragon Scale Armor's abilities have entered a flame amplification state. Jiang Yin's next attack will become extremely powerful. Long Yingying seemed to notice Jiang Yin's aura at this moment. Her brows furrowed, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. It was at this time that Jiang Yin suddenly disappeared from in front of him. Long Yingying was startled. Before she could react, Jiang Yin had already appeared in front of her. A powerful, blazing sword slash was fiercely aimed at Long Yingying. To prevent Long Yingying from suffering too much damage, Jiang Yin did not use his omniscient abilities to attack Long Yingying's weak points. Instead, avoid those areas as much as possible and attack the areas with the strongest defenses. Even so, Blazing Sword Slash is Jiang Yin's strongest single-target burst skill. Long Yingying was caught off guard and was sent flying by the sword. Even though Jiang Yin tried his best to hold back, he still managed to severely injure Long Yingying. A deep, bone-revealing wound appeared on her chest, and blood was flowing uncontrollably. Besides, the will-o'-the-wisp quickly ignited on Long Yingying's body, causing her unbearable pain. Not good. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin hurriedly ran towards Long Yingying. This is her third wife, She absolutely cannot afford for anything to happen to her. However, before Jiang Yin could even reach Long Yingying, then they saw that Long Yingying's whole body was radiating a holy golden light, and the ghost fire that was burning on her body was extinguished in an instant. With her, as the origin, a huge golden barrier appeared on the ground around her. Long Yingying, who was inside the barrier, was bathed in holy golden light. The wound healed quickly, and his previously extremely pale complexion became rosy. The holy healing barrier that Long Yingying has mastered. Her skill of forcibly extinguishing the will-o'-the-wisps is purification. Although Long Yingying's attack power is not as good as Jiang Yin's, her support ability is extremely strong. Even the rather troublesome will-o'-the-wisps were almost ineffective against Long Yingying. Jiang Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Then, Long Yingying slowly stood up, and her aura gradually subsided. The extremely powerful golden greatsword was also sheathed. So you're giving up? Jiang Yin asked curiously. It turns out I was right about you. You are indeed very capable. From this day forward, you are the man I have chosen. Although Long Yingying recovered quickly, she had to admit that Jiang Yin's attack was really too powerful. If it weren't for the powerful physique of a true dragon and the strong defensive capabilities granted by its scales, she might have been instantly killed by Jiang Yin. Besides, she also noticed that Jiang Yin's dragon flame ghost sword, despite possessing the power of a true dragon, was not being used. It's clear that Jiang Yin has been holding back some of her strength. Such a powerful man, with outstanding looks as well, how could Long Yingying not like him? The thought of consummating her marriage with Jiang Yin soon brought a shy smile to her face. Jiang Yin then put her arm around Long Yingying's slender waist. Then come with me. With a thought, a gate leading to the palace appeared directly in front of him. This is a power exclusive to the regional ruler, which Jiang Yin can activate at any time if he wishes. Long Yingying did not resist and obediently followed Jiang Yin into the palace. Tu Shanqing and Lina immediately followed. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Jiang Mianhun was drenched in sweat and fought for more than 3 hours before the battle finally ended. At this moment, Jiang Yin was lying on the comfortable bed, with Long Yingying on her left and Lina on her right. Tu Shanqing originally wanted to serve Jiang Yin as well, but she is currently pregnant, and it is inconvenient for her. They had no choice but to leave temporarily and, together with Saini and Kai, prepared a room for Long Yingying to stay in. Looking at Long Yingying, whose skin was as white as snow and who looked like a rare beauty, and Lina, who was equally fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs, Jiang Yin felt truly satisfied. But it also strengthened my determination to become stronger. Only with sufficient strength can one have the ability to protect one's wife. It was at this time that the announcement was immediately broadcast. Congratulations on your marriage. You and Long Yingying are deeply in love and have successfully married. Receiving a reward. You can choose any 5 rewards from the following list. 1. All attributes increase by 100 points. 2nd, Grade A skill book, Burning Spirit Sword Shadow. 3. Substitute doll, effect, automatically consumed upon death, allows for immediate resurrection. 4. Opportunity key, after use, enter the white random room. You may enter another person's room or encounter an opportunity. 5. Survival supplies gift pack. 6. Sky Scepter Fragment 1. 7. 1,000 Flame Domain Badges. 8. Number of times the door was open today, +2. Chapter 126 Regional Upgrade Competition. Looking at the reward that appeared before him, Jiang Yin pondered for a moment, then decisively said, I choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Jiang Yin made the first 4 choices without any hesitation. They were the only ones she had to choose. Especially the A-grade skill book, Blazing Spirit Sword Shadow. This is Jiang Yin's first A-level skill so far, and without a doubt, it must have extremely terrifying power. What made him hesitate the most was the 5th reward. Which one should he choose? The Sky Scepter Fragment is clearly the key to unlocking the hidden dungeon in Sky City 4, which is what Jiang Yin originally intended to choose. But upon closer reflection, it seems unnecessary, since defeating the corresponding monsters will also yield fragments of the Sky Scepter. Jiang Yin possesses omniscience and omnipotence, so obtaining this key fragment would be quite easy for her. As for the increase of 2 openings today, it doesn't mean much to Jiang Yin. Anyway, as the regional ruler, he can already open the gate 10 times a day. The survival supplies gift pack is even more useless. Finally, After careful consideration, Zhang Yin chose the 7th reward, 1,000 Flame Domain Badges. The drop rate for this item is already very low, so getting 1,000 of them directly is enough to greatly shorten the time required to upgrade an area. Zhang Yin was also eager to see what changes would occur after the region was upgraded to level 2. As soon as Zhang Yin made his choice, an invisible force immediately flowed into his body, increasing all his attributes by 100 points. At that moment, he immediately learned the A-level skill, Blazing Spirit Sword Shadow. Simply put, this skill is an enhanced version of the flying sword technique, transforming the original single sword shadow into dozens of sword shadows. Furthermore, each sword shadow was imbued with astonishing fire attribute energy. Like bombs, they bombard the enemy, causing massive explosive damage. If all the sword shadows were to strike a single target, the power would be terrifying. When combined with the effect of Will-o'-the-Wisps, its power can be made even stronger. This is Zhang Yin's most powerful skill to date. Zhang Yin couldn't wait to experience it, so she quickly got dressed and hurriedly left the palace. After all, there were still 9 more openings today, and Zhang Yin couldn't afford to waste them. You can also search for how to obtain the fragments of the Sky Scepter. Based on current experience, it is definitely necessary to kill specific monsters. Long Yingying, Lina, and Tu Shanqing are all currently staying in the palace and have not come out with Zhang Yin. In any case, given Zhang Yin's current strength, as long as he doesn't enter a high-difficulty hidden dungeon, he won't be in any danger. As for the key to the opportunity he had obtained, Zhang Yin was not in a hurry to use it. After leaving the palace, Zhang Yin used her omniscient and omnipotent talent to check the situation in each room. Most of the rooms chosen are random rooms or instance rooms. In this way, they can both test the power of the Blazing Spirit Sword Shadow and collect Flame Domain Badges. It's a pity. Zhang Yin did not find any monsters that could drop Sky Scepter fragments. But he wasn't in a hurry at all, since he was already the ruler of the Flame Domain and had entered a brand new intermediate region. The previous challenge keys and loot keys have all become invalid, so for at least a long time, you don't have to worry about being challenged. The next day, early morning, Zhang Yin, embracing his 3 beautiful wives, slowly awoke from his sweet dream. It was at this time that the announcement then rang out. Announcement: 50 regions have now been instantly promoted to intermediate level regions. The regional upgrade competition officially begins today. The region that first reaches level 3 wins the competition. Everyone in that region receives a 500-point boost to all attributes, and each receives 5 gold chests. The region's ruler receives an 800-point boost to all attributes, and 2 platinum chests. The 2nd to 4th place teams will be upgraded to level 3. Everyone in that team will receive a 300-point increase in all attributes, and will each receive 3 gold chests. The team ruler will receive a 500-point increase in all attributes, and will receive 1 platinum chest. Those ranked 5th to 10th will be upgraded to level 3. Everyone in that area will receive a 100-point increase in all attributes, and will each receive 1 gold chest. The area ruler will receive a 300-point increase in all attributes, and will receive 1 platinum chest. Reminder: this regional upgrade competition is only open to the first 50 regions to enter the intermediate level region. Regions that enter the intermediate level region afterward are not eligible to participate in this competition. Reminder: after the start of this regional upgrade competition, regional rulers will unlock new privileges. Holy crap! Zhang Yin was originally planning to take a nap and enjoy his beautiful wife's caresses. Upon hearing the announcement, his eyes widened and he sat up straight. If Zhang Yin can win first place in this regional upgrade competition, all of his attributes will be increased by 800 points. Most importantly, you can also get 2 extra platinum treasure chests, which is something Zhang Yin has never received before. Perhaps, we can seize this opportunity to reach a combat power of 8.5 stars in one fell swoop. With such a generous reward, how could Zhang Yin not be tempted? I immediately checked the current contribution value of the Flame Domain, 1534/5000. The 1,000 contribution points were a reward for Zhang Yin and Long Yingying's successful marriage last night. This means that they only earned a little over 500 contribution points throughout the entire day yesterday. At this rate, it will take at least 7 or 8 days just to reach level 2. Reaching level 3 will definitely take more time. Zhang Yin led Yin Yu into the intermediate region. There were already more than 40 areas within that region. The upgrade progress in these areas will definitely be faster than that in the Flame Domain. especially the first few regions to enter the intermediate level regions. Under these circumstances, competing with them for the championship would be extremely difficult. But Zhang Nianke did not give up. On the contrary, it fueled his competitive spirit. Most importantly, these regions that came in first were not aware of the upgrade competition at the beginning, so they were not in a hurry to upgrade. Values of the 50 regions are unlikely to differ too much at present. If the people of the Flame Domain unite as one and work hard to collect badges, they have a chance to win first place. Without hesitation, Zhang Nian immediately entered the Yin Domain's chat channel and began encouraging everyone in the region. At the same time, after learning about this regional upgrade competition, the rulers of other regions, like Zhang Nian, encouraged their people to work hard to collect badges and exchange them for contribution points. This competition is not just about the strength of the regional rulers. It requires the cooperation of the entire region to win first place. An 800-point boost to all attributes, plus 2 platinum chests. This is incredibly attractive to any regional ruler. Chapter 127: Inspiring Everyone, Collecting Badges. I'm sure everyone is already aware of the regional upgrade competition. As long as they win the championship, everyone will receive a 500-point boost to all attributes, as well as 3 golden treasure chests. We absolutely must claim this generous reward. Brothers, from today onwards, let's work hard to collect Flame Domain badges. To motivate the brothers, I've set up a small reward. The 3 who collect 20 Flame Domain badges the fastest on the day will each receive a special reward from me. I will give corresponding rewards based on the actual situation of the brothers. Let's go, brothers. Zhang Nian knew very well that after learning about the regional upgrade competition, people in her region would definitely work even harder to collect badges. But that's not enough. Zhang Nian also needs to motivate them even more. So, after a moment of contemplation, he decided to set up exclusive rewards in his capacity as the regional ruler. Currently, Zhang Nian actually has a lot of equipment, skill books, or other resources that he doesn't need. For Zhang Nian, the only use for these items was to put them on the auction house in exchange for survival supplies. Now, Zhang Nian has become the ruler of the region and no longer needs to worry about supplies. Then these things naturally become even more useless. Zhang Nian simply took them out and gave them as a reward to those who worked hard to collect the badges. As for why 20 Flame Domain badges were set instead of more, this was something Zhang Nian had specifically considered. With the gates opened 5 times a day, 20 Flame Domain badges were basically the limit they could collect in a day. Zhang Nian has already figured out the new permissions for regional rulers mentioned in the previous announcement. Essentially, it allows Zhang Nian to teleport someone from the Flame Domain to the palace at any time, or for Zhang Nian to go to their room. This feature makes it very convenient for Zhang Nian to give them rewards. Everything went as Zhang Nian had predicted. The regional channel erupted in excitement after he announced the additional rewards offered. They were already very motivated after learning about the regional upgrade competition. After all, if you can win the championship, everyone's attributes will be increased by 500 points, and you will also get 3 golden treasure chests. This represents an immense improvement for them. This is enough to allow many people to enter the ranks of 7-star powerhouses. Unexpectedly, Zhang Nian was willing to use her own resources as prizes to motivate them. At this moment, almost everyone in the Flame Domain was deeply moved and secretly vowed to work hard to collect the Flame Domain badges. Brothers, after entering the intermediate region yesterday, I went into a dungeon room once and a random room twice, and collected a total of 13 Flame Domain badges. I've already made up my mind. If I come across a dungeon room or a random room today, I'll enter it without hesitation. Upstairs, I have the same idea as you. During the competition, we plan to only enter dungeon rooms and random rooms. Only by killing monsters can we obtain more Flame Domain badges. In the past, whether it was the resource challenge or the plunder challenge, it was always the ruler who led us to victory. This time, in the upgrade competition, we must go all out and absolutely cannot let the ruler down. +1+1. Brothers, stop standing around. Hurry up and collect the Flame Domain badges. After exchanging a few words in the chat channel, everyone immediately began to take action. Within moments, the chat channel was completely empty. No one wasted any more time chatting. Everyone was focused on collecting Flame Domain badges. Upon seeing this, Zhang Nian immediately took action as well. He left Tu Shanxing to rest in the palace while he, along with Long Yingying and Lina, began their search. At the same time, in a region called Blood Soul Domain, A fair-skinned man in a black tuxedo was sipping a glass of red wine with a contented expression. This man, named Johnson Noah, is the ruler of the Blood-Soul domain and possesses extremely powerful strength. Beside him stood four scantily clad blonde women with figures so alluring they were enough to make one's blood boil. Although these four women were supposed to be his marriage partners, in Johnson Noah's eyes they were nothing more than servants. You all heard the regional upgrade competition just now, right? Immediately issue an order to the regional channel, instructing everyone to collect badges and exchange them for contribution points. If these guys didn't have my protection, how could they have entered the intermediate region? This can be considered their way of repaying me, Johnson Noah said with an extremely smug expression. In his mind, a regional ruler is equivalent to an emperor who dominates that region. He will naturally collect badges, but more importantly, he wants his people in the region to work hard to collect them. Oh, and one more thing. Everyone must truthfully record how many badges they collect each day. Anyone who collects less than 10 badges a day will be severely punished by me. When Johnson Noah said this, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. The new authority granted the regional ruler the ability to enter other people's rooms at any time, or to teleport someone to the palace. In Johnson Noah's view, this function could be used to punish lazy people. If someone can't even collect 10 badges a day, there's no need for Johnson Noah to keep him alive. In this way, Johnson Noah believed that the people in his region would do anything to collect the Flame Domain badge, just as he had expected. Upon learning of this situation, the people in the Blood-Soul domain were terrified and immediately took action. Sitting on the sofa, watching his contribution points rapidly increase, Johnson Noah's expression grew increasingly smug. Your Majesty, yesterday a region called the Flame Domain entered the intermediate region. The ruler of the Flame Domain is none other than Jiang Yin. At this moment, a blonde woman standing to Johnson Noah's left spoke in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Johnson Noah's pupils shrank instantly. Jiang Yin? This kid is still alive, and he's become the regional ruler so quickly? Johnson Noah was so shocked because he had once been in the Noob Zone 7 as well. Ranked number 1 in the number 7 beginner zone is Johnson Noah. In fact, he had noticed Jiang Yin a long time ago, but Jiang Yin was too weak at that time and not worth his attention. Moreover, at that time, Johnson Noah had already advanced to the intermediate region and didn't care about the situation in the beginner region at all. But now, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yin has become the regional ruler so quickly. Being able to become a regional ruler means that Jiang Yin's current strength has reached the 8-star level. Although I don't have much affection for Anna and Dongtang Xiang, they are still my younger brothers. As the eldest brother, it's only natural that I must avenge them. Chapter 128 Regional Challenge begins. Your Majesty, do you mean to challenge Jiang Yin? But Jiang Yin has already entered the intermediate zone, and the challenge keys and plunder keys from the original beginner zone have become invalid. How do we launch a challenge in this situation? The four women standing next to Johnson Noah all looked puzzled. In their view, Jiang Yin had successfully become the regional ruler and entered the intermediate region, so there was no longer any chance for a challenge. So far, there are no items available to initiate a challenge. You've all followed me for so long. Why are you still so foolish? Upon hearing their words, Johnson Noah smiled dismissively. The so-called regional upgrade competition is definitely not as simple as just upgrading. Perhaps we'll know once the region reaches level 2. Johnson Noah said this with a very confident expression. His words were not without basis. In the beginner areas, players in different areas could already challenge each other. Once you reach the intermediate region, you can no longer take on challenges? This is clearly impossible. In Johnson Noah's view, the challenges would be even more intense once he arrived in the mid-tier region. Maybe once the area reaches level 2, the challenge feature will be unlocked. Upon hearing this, the men who were to marry Johnson Noah standing beside him all nodded in understanding. Don't just stand there, wash up and go back to your rooms to wait for me. I'm really angry today. I need to let off some steam. The next day, it was evening. Jiang Yin concluded her exploration for the day and returned to the palace. The current contribution value is 5123/5000. It fully meets the requirements for upgrading to a level 2 area. On the first day, after deducting the 1,000 contribution points Jiang Yin received as a marriage reward, the entire region's population totaled only a little over 500 contribution points. However, once the regional upgrade competition started, everyone seemed to be on a high, frantically collecting Flame Domain badges to exchange for contribution points. Jiang Nian really didn't expect that the region could be upgraded to level 2 so quickly. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian immediately chose to upgrade. This moment, the announcement was then made. Announcement: congratulations on the Flame domain reaching level 2. The resources that can be collected in this area have been upgraded. The area challenge function has been unlocked, and all attributes of everyone in this area have been increased by 50 points. Regional challenge feature introduction. Regional rulers can initiate challenges against any region that has reached level 2. The victorious side can plunder 30% of the opponent's contribution points. A regional ruler can only initiate one challenge per day. Regional challenge rules. Once the challenge officially begins, a boss will appear in both regions. Players from both regions can teleport to the boss's room through portals to work together to defeat it. The region that defeats the boss the fastest wins this regional challenge. During this process, the rulers of both regions can teleport into the duel room. If they defeat the ruler of the opposing region, they can reduce their region's boss's health by 30%. A ruler can only bring one spouse into the duel room. Holy crap, there are even regional challenges? Jiang Nian already knew that the resources available for collection would also be upgraded after the area was upgraded, so he wasn't too surprised. To his utter surprise, he was able to unlock the regional challenge feature. If you can win, you can plunder 30% of the contribution value of the opponent's area. It was only then that Jiang Nian realized that this was the true nature of the regional upgrade competition. It's no exaggeration to say that the competition truly begins the moment the region is upgraded to level 2. In order to reach level 3 as quickly as possible, everyone will definitely go crazy challenging other areas. After all, it now takes a full 50,000 contribution points to reach level 3. Relying solely on collecting badges to exchange for contribution points without initiating regional challenges is simply too slow. Even at the current pace, it will take at least 10 days. Jiang Nian suddenly had a premonition that someone would soon challenge him. This challenge is different from the previous ones. Jiang Nian's strength alone is far from enough. The rules clearly state that the area must rely on the combined efforts of everyone in the area to defeat the boss, and the area with the shortest time will be the one to win. As the ruler, all Jiang Nian could do was try his best to defeat the ruler of the opposing region. The most crucial point for victory. Of course, if everyone in the area is just slacking off and not seriously fighting the boss, or if they simply don't teleport into the boss's room. So even if Jiang Nian defeats the ruler of the opposing region, it won't mean much. Simply put, this regional challenge tests whether the people in different regions can unite as one. Right now, the Flame Domain chat channel immediately erupted in excitement. Brothers, the time has come to show us our strength. Our ruler has already done so much for us. Let's work together this time to slay the boss. Haha, I've been waiting for this opportunity for far too long. I've finally gotten my chance. Charge, charge, charge. I can't wait to start the battle against the boss. Seeing their enthusiastic expressions, Jiang Nian felt truly gratified, and then spoke up in the chat channel. Listen to me, everyone. In order to win in the regional upgrade competition, launching regional challenges is inevitable, and we will also be challenged by others. But please rest assured, I will do my utmost to defeat the ruler of the enemy territory. Please be extra careful during this process. A boss that can get the entire area to join forces to attack must be ridiculously strong. If necessary, you can leave the boss room at any time to save your life. There is no need to risk your life for a temporary victory. Only when we unite as one can the Flame Domain become stronger and stronger. Everyone in the Flame Domain was deeply moved when they saw Jiang Nian's words. It is truly a great honor to be able to follow such a ruler. Your Majesty, please rest assured, we will be careful. You must also be careful. Even if you fail, it's okay, we're here for you. At worst, we'll just attack the boss even harder. Long live the ruler. Looking at the comments in the chat channel, Jiang Nian smiled with satisfaction and then left the chat channel. After the regional challenge function is enabled, Jiang Nian, as the ruler of the Flame Domain, can also view all regions that have reached level 2. Including his Flame Domain, there must be 12 regions that have reached level 2. These areas are Jiang Nian's current targets, but he also needs to guard against their sudden challenges. It was at this time that the announcement suddenly rang out. Chapter 129 Trash has no reason to live. Urgent announcement. The ruler of the Blood Soul Domain has launched a challenge against the Flame Domain. The match will begin in 1 hour. Players from both regions are requested to prepare as soon as possible. Reminder. If you choose to leave the boss room midway through the session, you will not be able to re-enter the boss room. Warning: the boss is extremely powerful, and challengers face certain dangers. Please proceed with caution. Reminder: once the rulers of both regions enter the duel room, if they are no match for their opponent, they may choose to surrender at any time. If a region's ruler dies, their region will automatically be merged into the opponent's region. Holy crap, it's even faster than I expected. Jiang Yin looked helpless when she heard the announcement. He had never heard of this Blood Soul domain before, so naturally, he couldn't possibly know the ruler of this region. Jiang Yin didn't believe that this guy had chosen him randomly. He must have had ulterior motives. Based on previous experience, Jiang Yin guessed that this Blood Soul domain must also come from the number 7 beginner zone. Besides, Jiang Yin also learned about another, most terrifying place. That is, if the ruler dies, then the flame domain will cease to exist and will be directly merged into the other party's territory. This means that there will definitely be many rulers who, in order to make their own region stronger, will be even more eager to kill the rulers of other regions. My husband, you must be careful. Tu Shanxing touched her belly and looked at Jiang Yin with concern. She is now genuinely worried that something might happen to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin gently hugged Tu Shanxing. Qing'er, don't worry, I won't take any risks under these circumstances. If the ruler of the other region is truly powerful, I will surrender immediately. Jiang Yin didn't say this on purpose to comfort Tu Shanxing. It was what Jiang Yin truly thought. Even if you lose, you'll only lose 30% of your contribution points. Preserving your life is the most important thing. Then, Jiang Yin called Lina and Long Yinging to her side and took their hands, saying, for this regional challenge, Lina, you stay in the boss room and take charge of commanding for me. Qing'er, you can stay in the palace and rest in peace. Yingying, come with me to the duel room to fight the ruler of the Blood Soul domain. The competition rules only allow Jiang Yin to bring one marriage partner into the duel room. Naturally, it would be most appropriate for Long Yingying, with her 8-star combat power, to accompany Jiang Yin. Moreover, Long Yingying possesses exceptional support abilities, enough to ensure Jiang Yin's safety. Tu Shanxing, Lina, and Long Yingying didn't say much and obediently nodded. Jiang Yin then entered the chat channel and began discussing with the other members of the group. At the same time, inside the palace of the ruler of the Blood Soul domain, Johnson Noah sat on the sofa, embracing his beautiful wife beside him, looking extremely smug. See? I told you this regional upgrade competition is no simple matter. I knew it. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yin. Actually, we are in the same newbie region, and I could have taken good care of you. It's a pity you killed my little brother. As the elder brother, I naturally have to avenge him. Not long ago, Blood Soul domain also successfully upgraded to level 2. When Johnson Noah learned that he could challenge other level 2 areas, he was extremely excited. Since entering the intermediate region, he has been unable to initiate resource challenges and plunder challenges as freely as before, which is really boring. Now, he has finally gotten his chance. His flame domain reached level 2. He couldn't wait to launch a challenge. Actually, his desire to challenge Jiang Yin wasn't solely because Jiang Yin had killed Anna and Dongtang Xiang. More importantly, it's because Jiang Yin's potential is too great. In such a short time, Jiang Yin caught up and became an 8-star powerhouse just like him. This made Johnson Noah realize a strong sense of crisis. If Jiang Yin doesn't die, won't he end up like Anna and Dongtang Xiang in the future? Johnson Noah's dream is to become the master of the whole world, so Jiang Yin must die. The regional challenge is about to begin. Go to the chat channel now to notify everyone. Once the boss appears, everyone must immediately engage in battle with it. If anyone dares to quit halfway, or is afraid of the boss's strength and dares not fight, then kill them all. The Blood Soul domain has no need for such a weak person. Johnson Noah said this with an extremely cold expression. Your Majesty, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. The blonde woman sitting next to Johnson Noah said, when we forced them to collect badges earlier, it already caused some dissatisfaction among them. If we slaughter people in our area out of fear of the boss, then I'm afraid no one will collect badges in the future. Hee. Upon hearing this, Johnson Noah smiled with utter contempt. Who told you there wouldn't be anyone there? As long as I kill Jiang Yin, the flame domain will naturally cease to exist, and everyone in the flame domain will automatically enter my Blood Soul domain. If we don't filter them, the amount of waste will only increase. I will make the Blood Soul domain the most powerful region. Cowardly, timid, and incompetent trash have no reason to live. No need for further words, just issue my orders. Upon hearing this, Johnson Noah's fiancée didn't say much and immediately went to the chat channel. In the Blood Soul domain felt both fear and immense anger. But they had no way to solve it. Since Johnson Noah is the ruler of Blood Soul domain, he has the ability to kill anyone who disobeys his orders. Several people had already been teleported to the palace and brutally murdered by Johnson Noah for failing to collect 10 badges within a day. To intimidate them, Johnson Noah even displayed their heads at the auction house. This made the people in the Blood Soul domain even more fearful of Johnson Noah. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. It was at this time that the announcement rang out again. Announcement: the regional challenge has now begun. Players from both regions, please enter the boss room. Reminder: the boss will launch an attack once anyone approaches its attack range. At this moment, one teleportation portal after another appeared before the people of Blood Soul domain. Even if they were terrified, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and enter the boss room. Chapter 130, a 9-star big boss. At the same time, the people of the Flame domain, one teleportation portal after another opened. Compared to the fear of the people in the Blood Soul domain, the people in the Flame domain showed no fear whatsoever. Even knowing that the boss is extremely powerful, one wrong move could put your life in danger. But Jiang Nian gave them immense confidence, and they trusted Jiang Nian completely, so they went into the boss room without hesitation. Let's set off too. Let's see what the boss is first. At that moment, a teleportation portal appeared directly in front of Jiang Nian. The room for dueling with the ruler of the opposing region has not yet been opened, so Jiang Nian naturally needs to lead the people of the region to fight against the boss first. After giving Tu Shanxing a few instructions, Jiang Nian led Lina and Long Yingying into the teleportation portal. After experiencing a dizzying sensation, Jiang Nian and the others were teleported to a vast plain. About 200 meters ahead of him stood an enormous black stone man. It was at least 30 meters tall, making it the largest monster Jiang Nian had ever seen so far. At this moment, one portal after another opened, and people from the Flame domain emerged one after another from the portals. Upon seeing the enormous black stone figure before them, they all showed expressions of horror. Holy crap! What the hell is this thing? It's way too big. Can anyone tell me what kind of monster this is? Who cares what kind of monster it is? With such a huge size, it could probably kill a whole bunch of us with one slap. In front of this guy, we really are like ants. Looking at the black stone figure ahead, no one dared to make a move. According to the rules, as long as we don't get close to this guy's attack range, it's not officially over yet. Although the area where the boss is killed the fastest will win, the Blackstone Golem is too oppressive for them, and no one dares to make the first move. Look, isn't that the ruler? Just then, a young man in the crowd suddenly noticed Jiang Nian. Upon entering the boss room, everyone's attention was focused on the Blackstone Golem, and they did not notice Jiang Nian's appearance. Now, upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Jiang Nian's location. He really is the ruler. Wow, he's so handsome. This is the first time I've ever seen the ruler up close. In the past, I could only secretly look at the ruler's face through the avatar in the chat channel. This time, I finally saw it with my own eyes. A huge crowd instantly surrounded Jiang Nian, all of them looking extremely excited. Even though a very powerful boss was not far ahead, everyone temporarily forgot their fear. Surrounded by the crowd, Jiang Nian remained calm as always, her eyes fixed on the black stone man in front of her. At this moment, its detailed information appeared before Jiang Nian's eyes. Name: Dark Soul Giant. Race: Rock Clan. Talent: Hard Shell, Grade C, increases defense by 20%. Skills: Heavy Strike, Rock Wall, Stone Spike, Earthquake. Strength: 9 stars. They actually have 9-star combat power. The moment Jiang Nian saw this guy's message, his eyes widened. It should be noted that Jiang Nian herself currently only possesses an 8-star combat power. The higher the combat power level, the harder it is to improve. Reaching 9-star combat power is no easy feat. Who would have thought that the Black Soul Giant in front of them already possessed 9-star combat power? Its strength must be ridiculously powerful. But Jiang Nian soon discovered a problem. This guy's talent and skills were both terrible. The strongest skill is only a B-rank Earthquake spell. This means that the Black Soul Giant in front of you, which seems to have the strength of a 9-star, is actually just a super soldier with empty appearance. Listen to me, everyone. As soon as Jiang Nian said this, the entire room fell silent, and everyone looked at Jiang Nian intently. In their hearts, Jiang Nian is the undisputed king. The boss ahead of us is called the Black Soul Giant. and it has a combat power of 9 stars. However, don't panic. Although this guy has 9-star combat power, his actual combat ability is not very strong. The talents and skills they possess are also quite ordinary. You can think of this guy as a super minion with a lot of health. As long as you dodge attacks reasonably, there won't be much danger. Jiang Yin's words were clearly heard by everyone present. When they first learned that the Black Soul Giant possessed a 9-star combat power, everyone present showed expressions of fear. Such a massive 9-star boss, if it were to slap down, could really kill a whole bunch of them. After Jiang Yin's explanation, everyone felt much more at ease. It's just a super minion with extremely high health. There's nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, such a huge monster must be very slow. Your Majesty, there is no time to lose. Let's begin the challenge now. We absolutely cannot lose to those people from the Blood Soul domain. Our goal is to win the championship. Alejo and Tekawawa Kin are already eager to make their move. None of you should make any rash moves for now. I'll go and check it out first. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, she rushed towards the Black Soul Giant. The moment it arrived in front of the Black Soul Giant, which had been standing motionless, began to tremble violently. The whole thing began to shake. The Black Soul Giant's eyes glowed with a chilling red light, staring at Jiang Yin with murderous intent. Then, with its enormous palm, it slapped Jiang Yin hard. The main problem is that even if Jiang Yin has 8-star combat power, he will be severely injured if he gets hit. It's a pity. This guy is really too slow. Jiang Yin has mastered the shadow step, so there's no way she could hurt him. She easily dodged him. Immediately afterwards, the fully activated Black Soul Giant walked step by step toward the people of the Flame Domain. With each step, the ground trembled. At the same time, a huge health bar appeared above the head of the Dark Soul Giant. Jiang Yin tried to unleash the blazing sword slashing fiercely at the Black Soul Giant, but its health only decreased by 0.5%. This was Jiang Yin's strongest burst skill before, yet it was almost impossible to hurt the Black Soul Giant, which is enough to prove how strong this guy's defense is. No wonder it could withstand continuous attacks from over 1,000 people in the entire Flame Domain. You've all seen how slow this guy is, haven't you? He's incredibly slow. But its defense and health are extremely high, so you have to keep attacking it. Next, I'll explain this guy's skills to you, and how to dodge them effectively. Chapter 131. Anyone who dares to retreat a single step will be killed without mercy. Jiang Yin possesses the talent of omniscience and omnipotence, allowing her to clearly know all the information about the Black Soul Giant. The casualties among the people of Yinyu from being too severe, Jiang Yin had to tell them all about the Black Soul Giant's skills and how to dodge. Anyway, the duel with the ruler of the Blood Soul Domain has not yet begun, so there is plenty of time. Following Jiang Yin's orders, the group refrained from approaching the Black Soul Giant and instead watched it from a distance. With Jiang Yin's explanation, they basically understood the Black Soul Giant in front of them. Simply put, the only skills this Dark Soul Giant frequently uses are Heavy Strike and Rock Wall, one for attack and the other for defense. The remaining attacks, such as the Stone Spikes and Earthquakes, are only used when the Dark Soul Giant is enraged. Moreover, it emits a deafening roar before use. This is tantamount to giving them a warning that they must immediately evacuate from the Black Soul Giant's attack range. Once they understood the mechanics of the Black Soul Giant, Jiang Yin gave the order, and everyone rushed forward to attack it. Even though this guy has 9-star combat power, enough to kill any one of them instantly, none of them showed any fear at this moment. At the same time, inside the boss room in the Blood Soul Domain, Johnson Noah frowned as he looked at the enormous Black Soul Giant in front of him. Although he couldn't know all the information about the Black Soul Giant like Jiang Yin did. However, Johnson Noah possessed exceptional perception and could clearly sense that this Black Soul Giant had an extremely powerful aura. This aura completely overwhelmed him, and it's highly likely that he has reached the 9-star combat power level. This was the first time even Johnson Noah had encountered such a powerful boss. But Johnson Noah was not alarmed at all. No matter how strong this boss was, there was only one of them now. Beside him were more than 1,000 people from the Blood Soul Domain. Johnson Noah didn't care about the lives of these people. They could be used as cannon fodder to wear down the boss's health. As long as we can kill Jiang Yin, it doesn't matter whether we kill the boss or not. After all, with Jiang Yin, the ruler, dead, the Flame Domain ceased to exist, and naturally, the Blood Soul Domain also won. What a terrifying monster. Could this guy have the combat power of a 9-star? How can his aura be so strong? Is such a powerful monster something we can handle? If that slap came down, we'd probably all be killed on the spot. As the portal opened, one Blood Soul Domain member after another arrived in the boss room. The moment they saw the Black Soul Giant, they all showed expressions of extreme fear and instinctively began to back away. Are you all ignoring what I said? Anyone who dares to take another step back, I will kill them immediately. Johnson Noah looked at everyone present with an extremely cold gaze. As you can see, Johnson Noah's pupils gradually turned blood red, which was extremely eerie. The people from the Blood Soul Domain present were so frightened that they immediately stopped in their tracks and stared at Johnson Noah with trembling eyes. Now you only have two paths in front of you. Either obediently charge up and fight the boss, or die right now. How will you choose? As Johnson Noah spoke, he took a chair from the warehouse and sat down comfortably. Johnson Noah did not intend to deal with this Black Soul Giant himself. He wanted to conserve all his strength so that he could kill Jiang Yin in one fell swoop once he entered the dueling room. Before he killed Jiang Yin, these people were naturally responsible for attacking the Black Soul Giant. Standing next to Johnson Noah were four curvaceous blonde beauties. They were all potential marriage partners of Johnson Noah, and each possessed the strength of a 7.5 star. Within the Blood Soul Domain, he is the most powerful being besides Johnson Noah. If any of these people dare to disobey Johnson Noah's orders, his fiancée will immediately take action and kill these disobedient people one by one. Your Majesty, this boss is too powerful. They're probably already at the 9-star level. If I rush over rashly, wouldn't I be throwing my life away? Just as the dark-skinned, burly man finished speaking, a flash of blood suddenly appeared. The burly black man was decapitated on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. This scene terrified everyone present, who let out horrified screams. The blood-red light from before was a skill used by Johnson Noah. The black strongman was only 6.5 stars strong. In Johnson Noah's eyes, he was equivalent to an ant and could be killed instantly. I don't want to say it a second time. Either die now, or attack the boss. As Johnson Noah spoke, his eyes gleamed with a chilling, blood-red light. At that moment, a large amount of blood was drawn from the body of the burly black man. The blood transformed into countless incredibly sharp blades, aimed at everyone present. If Johnson Noah so desired, a single thought could unleash a frenzy of killing. Under the threat of death, even if the people of Blood Soul Domain were afraid, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge towards the Black Soul Giant. They might still have a sliver of hope if they fight the Black Soul Giant now. If they do not choose to fight, then death will surely await them. At least none of them had the ability to resist Johnson Noah. As he watched the Blood Soul Domain soldiers charge relentlessly towards the Black Soul Giant, Johnson Noah revealed a smug smile. Although the Dark Soul Giant is slow, its attack range and attack power are extremely powerful. The people in the Blood Soul Domain were completely unaware of the Black Soul Giant's skills and talents. Before long, a large number of people were killed or injured. Johnson Noah witnessed all of this, and his expression remained unchanged throughout. To him, those who are now dying are nothing but trash. Only those who survive with strength are the elite that the Blood Soul Domain needs. As for the sharp decrease in numbers, Johnson Noah was not worried at all. Anyway, as long as Jiang Yin is killed, the people of Yin you will automatically enter the Blood Soul Domain. Thinking of this, Johnson Noah couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. It was at this time that the announcement suddenly rang out. Announcement: the duel of rulers has now begun. Rulers from both regions, please enter the duel room. Reminder: when a ruler reaches a certain level of prestige within their territory, they will receive an exclusive ruler buff. Prestige buffs are divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and king level. Immediately afterwards, a portal slowly formed in front of Johnson Noah. Fair, you come with me. The other 3 will stay here and keep an eye on these people. With that, Johnson Noah strode into the portal. As for any prestige buff, Johnson Noah didn't care at all. In his view, as the ruler of the Blood Soul Domain, he was equivalent to an emperor, and his prestige must be extremely high. Chapter 132: The Strongest Man of the Past. On the other side, Jiang Yin did not rush into the duel room, but continued to direct the Flame Domain members in their battle against the Black Soul Giant. Despite the continuous attacks from over 1,000 people, the Dark Soul Giant has only lost 30% of its health so far. According to Jiang Yin's calculations, it would take at least 3 more hours to kill this Black Soul Giant. To this end, Jiang Yin had to make reasonable arrangements for them, so he divided the team into 2 groups. One group, led by Lena, was to attack the Black Soul Giant first. The other team, led by Aliho, ranked second in strength in the Flame Domain, rested and recovered their strength while Lena led her men to attack. Although killing the Black Soul Giant will take a little longer, doing so can greatly reduce casualties. Star Jiangyan wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks. Once their strength is exhausted, they will surely be killed by the Black Soul Giant. After everything was arranged, Jiang Nian led Long Yingying into the duel room. Before leaving, Jiang Nian specifically instructed Long Yingying to conceal her aura. In this battle against the regional ruler, Long Yingying is Jiang Nian's biggest trump card. The duel room looks almost exactly the same as the one where I was teleported to the competition venue during the previous resource challenge. They all have a battle arena similar to a gladiatorial arena. Now, in the battlefield, a man dressed in a black suit and sporting a short blonde haircut was sitting leisurely in a chair. This person was none other than Johnson Noah, who had been waiting for a long time. Beside him stood a tall, blonde woman, who was his fiancée. When Johnson Noah saw Jiang Yin enter, he smiled contemptuously. "You took so long to come in. Were you scared? If you're scared, just surrender. Otherwise, once the battle begins, you won't have a chance to surrender. My strength is beyond your imagination." When he said this, Johnson Noah looked incredibly confident. In his opinion, Jiang Yin must have been afraid of his strength to have waited so long to enter the duel room. However, Jiang Yin ignored him and said calmly, "Why did you choose to challenge us?" This moment, Johnson Noah's detailed attributes appeared before Jiang Yin's eyes. He could clearly see that the talent this guy had awakened was the Bloodlust technique, which was also an S-rank talent. The Bloodlust spell grants this guy the ability to freely absorb the blood of his enemies to enhance his own strength or restore his stamina. In addition, it can use its own blood to unleash powerful blood skills, making it a formidable force. Fortunately, this guy's attributes aren't as strong as Jiang Yin's. It's just that his talent is extremely troublesome. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Johnson Noah burst into laughter. "Ha! What? Don't you recognize me? Newbie in the number 7 newbie zone, so naturally you wouldn't know my name. When I entered the intermediate zone, you were still stuck in the newbie zone like an idiot." The more Johnson Noah spoke, the more smug he became. Although Jiang Yin's strength was the same as his, both reaching the 8-star level, he wasn't worried about anything. He was extremely confident in the talent he had awakened. As for Long Yingying standing next to Jiang Yin, he didn't pay her any attention at all. However, Long Yingying was so beautiful that he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Anyway, after killing Jiang Yin, I can still steal his marriage partner. Jiang Yin didn't know Johnson Noah before, but after hearing his words, she immediately realized who he was. This person, like him, comes from the number 7 beginner zone. In addition, Johnson Noah said he entered the intermediate region very early on. Without a doubt, this person must be the strongest player ranked number 1 in the number 7 newbie zone. "So you're here to avenge those two guys?" Jiang Yin guessed the other party's true intentions and spoke calmly. "Hee." Johnson Noah chuckled dismissively. "Those two good-for-nothings are dead, so be it. I don't really care. The main reason I want to challenge you is to see just how strong you really are. Come on, let's not waste any more time." As he spoke, Johnson Noah sarcastically remarked, "You, a dignified regional ruler, are you just a cowardly piece of trash? Fine. If you don't want to come in, I won't force you. Just surrender." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin hesitated briefly for a few seconds before striding into the battle arena. "Who gave you the courage to think I would definitely surrender? Even if you were the strongest player in the number 7 beginner zone, so what? Now that we're in the mid-level region, everything has changed." Jiang Yin never showed any fear of Johnson Noah and remained as calm as ever. Long Yingying followed quietly behind Jiang Yin without saying a word. Following Jiang Yin's instructions, he concealed his aura and disguised himself as having a combat strength of only about 7.5 stars. Jiang Yin entered the battlefield. The announcement was immediately broadcast. Announcement: both regional rulers have entered the battleground. The battle has officially begun. Reminder: Ruler Johnson Noah has reached the first stage of prestige in his region, gaining a basic prestige buff, 10% increase to all attributes. Reminder: Ruler Jiang Yin has reached the second stage of prestige within his region, gaining a mid-level prestige buff, increases all attributes by 15%. As soon as the announcement was made, Johnson Noah, who had been exceptionally confident, stood up angrily. "How is that possible? Why is my prestige only at the first stage?" Johnson Noah was completely unable to accept this situation. In his view, he was the ruler of the Blood Soul domain, and everyone in his territory should treat him like an emperor. But who would have thought that he could only activate the first stage of the basic prestige buff? The more loyal the people in a region are to the ruler, the higher the ruler's prestige will be. Johnson Noah immediately realized that it must be those people in the Blood Soul domain who were dissatisfied with him. You bunch of useless trash. I've worked so hard to protect your safety, and you dare to harbor any resentment towards me? After we kill Zhang Yan, we must kill all of you piece of trash. Johnson Noah had a plan in mind. He would not allow anyone to harbor any dissatisfaction with him. As for Zhang Yan obtaining the intermediate prestige buff, Johnson Noah didn't care too much. They still have complete confidence. Chapter 133: The Ability to Manipulate Blood. At this moment, Zhang Yan, upon learning that he had obtained the intermediate prestige buff, merely smiled and was not overly shocked. He had never mistreated anyone in the flame domain, so naturally he harbored no resentment. Although the difference between the basic and intermediate prestige buffs is not significant, it still gives Zhang Yan a greater advantage. In the number 7 beginner zone was no threat at all. Zhang Yan, although my prestige buff is slightly weaker than yours, none of that matters. You have absolutely no chance of defeating me. From the moment you stepped onto the battlefield, it was destined that you would die. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnson Noah's eyes turned blood red, and his body emitted a dazzling crimson light. As you can see, a curved dagger has appeared in Johnson Noah's hand. This is his weapon, called the Blood Moon Scimitar, which is also a B-grade weapon. With the help of the Blood Moon Scimitar, as long as his skills damage the enemy will definitely be put into a bleeding state. Johnson Noah possesses the powerful S-rank talent of Bloodlust. As long as Zhang Yan enters a bleeding state, it means that the blood in Zhang Yan's body will be continuously drained away. That is precisely why Johnson Noah is so confident. Seeing the situation, Zhang Yan immediately conjured the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand and stared coldly at Johnson Noah. It was at this time that a blood-red shadow rushed towards him at high speed, but fortunately Zhang Yan reacted extremely quickly and used the shadow step immediately, thus avoiding being injured. The afterimage left by the shadow step was immediately cut in half at the waist. This is enough to prove just how powerful Johnson Noah's attack was. Oh my, I didn't expect you to have such powerful movement skills. No wonder Dongtang Xiang and Anna died at your hands. Although Johnson Noah said this, he actually felt very sorry about it. The skill he just used is called Blood Shadow Flash, which is a B-level skill. Not only is its attack speed extremely fast, but its destructive power is also quite astonishing. Ordinary people would absolutely have no chance of dodging it. I thought that even if this move couldn't kill Zhang Yan, it would at least severely injure him, or at the very least scratch him. But who could have imagined that Zhang Yan's speed was even faster than Blood Shadow Flash, which truly shocked Johnson Noah. However, despite his shock, Johnson Noah still didn't think he would lose to Zhang Yan. He still had a trump card up his sleeve. Zhang Yan ignored Johnson Noah and quickly approached him using the elusive shadow step technique. The whole process was very fast. They appeared in front of Johnson Noah in an instant. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yan ignited the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand with eerie ghost flames, unleashing the blazing sword slash, and fiercely slashed down at Johnson Noah. Just as Zhang Yan was about to succeed in his attack, Johnson Noah's skin automatically cracked open, and a large amount of blood gushed out, forming a shield made of blood. It was extremely hard. Zhang Yan's blazing sword slash failed to cause the slightest damage. Before Zhang Yan could react, a large amount of blood appeared around him and quickly condensed into sharp blood blades, which rained down on him. Shadow Step immediately and the mysterious shield to defend, it was difficult for him to completely dodge them. He had multiple cuts on his body from the bloody blade. Although it didn't cause too much damage, it at least caused some harm to Zhang Yan. In addition, the effect of the Blood Moon Scimitar in his hand means that Zhang Yan will definitely enter a bleeding state. Johnson Noah, as if he had already foreseen victory, burst into maniacal laughter. Ha. With your strength, you think you can defeat me? The moment you are injured by my skill, it is destined that you have no way to survive. The power of bloodlust. Johnson Noah's eyes gleamed with a chilling crimson light as he activated his innate bloodlust skill. Once this skill is activated, Johnson Noah can continuously drain Zhang Yan's blood until he is completely drained. However, things did not go as Johnson Noah had expected. his bloodlust was ineffective against Jiang Yin. This is impossible. Johnson Noah looked utterly shocked. It was at this time that Jiang Yin stood up nonchalantly and dusted herself off. As you can see, although Jiang Yin has some wounds, all of them have stopped bleeding and she is not bleeding at all. At the same time, a sacred golden light then descended upon Jiang Yin. The wounds inflicted by the blood blade are healing rapidly. Seeing this, even if Johnson Noah was slow to react, he immediately knew what was going on. Obviously, this is not Jiang Yin's self-healing power, but rather the ability of his fiancée. She must have used a skill that can heal others' injuries. However, what Johnson Noah cares about most right now is not actually this. The real question is why Jiang Yin didn't enter a bleeding state. The blood moon scimitar in his hand has a very special effect. As long as the attack is successful, the enemy will definitely be in a bleeding state. Furthermore, once you enter a bleeding state due to the blood moon scimitar effect, it cannot be cleared by any skill. This means that no matter how powerful the support ability of Jiang Yin's marriage partner is, it is impossible to remove the bleeding status. But why is Jiang Yin not bleeding at all right now? How did you do that? Johnson Noah shouted at Jiang Yin in disbelief. Who do you think you are? Do I need to tell you everything? Jiang Yin responded coldly. In fact, Jiang Yin already knew about Johnson Noah's abilities when she saw his information. They will definitely try every means to induce a bleeding state. But all of this was in vain. Jiang Yin obtained bloodthirsty Eli's bark pants after defeating the Sky City 3 instance. After wearing this equipment, Jiang Yin was no longer able to enter the bleeding state. The blood moon scimitar in Johnson Noah's hand becomes meaningless, perfectly restrained by the bark pants of the bloodthirsty Eli. Hateful. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Johnson Noah was enraged and roared. You won't listen to reason, so I'll kill you today. With a roar like that of a wild beast, Johnson Noah's original height of about 1.7 meters instantly increased to 2 meters. His upper body clothes were completely ripped open, revealing an extremely muscular body. Immediately afterwards, at a speed visible to the naked eye, Johnson Noah's flesh and blood split open automatically, gushing out countless amounts of blood. Chapter 134 Blood Rage. The blood gushing from Johnson Noah quickly gathered on the blood moon scimitar in his hand. At that moment, the blood moon scimitar instantly transformed into a blood-red greatsword. Johnson Noah was covered in bright red blood, turning him into a monster-like figure with an extremely horrifying appearance. This move is the blood frenzy that Johnson Noah possesses, one of the innate skills of the bloodlust arts. Once activated, it will grant power beyond one's own limits, amplify various bodily functions, and make blood-based skills even more powerful. However, the cost is that one's blood will be rapidly consumed. If it is not replenished in time, the blood frenzy cannot be maintained for long, and after it ends, one will enter an extremely weak state and lose all combat power. Die! Johnson Noah roared madly, wielding his blood moon scimitar and slashing fiercely at Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin intended to use the shadow step to escape quickly, but Johnson Noah had anticipated all of this. The blood gushing from his body quickly turned into blood-red chains, binding Jiang Yin tightly. Ha. Now let's see how you escape. Johnson Noah was, after all, the strongest player in the Noob Zone 7, and his strength was extremely powerful. Jiang Yin had already used the shadow step before, so it was impossible for him to fall twice in the same place. Now, Jiang Yin, bound by the blood soul chains, is like a sitting duck, at the mercy of Johnson Noah's attacks. However, even though Jiang Yin was bound by the blood soul chains, she was only shocked and not afraid at all. Johnson Noah thought Jiang Yin had given up and roared as he swung his blood moon scimitar toward Jiang Yin's head. This move had hit its mark. It would have been enough to kill Jiang Yin on the spot. But at this critical moment, Long Yingying, who had been standing behind Jiang Yin, waved her hand casually, and a large amount of golden light gathered in front of Jiang Yin, forming a solid golden shield. He easily blocked Johnson Noah's attack. What? Upon seeing this, Johnson Noah's eyes widened in surprise. Before he could react, the golden shield shattered instantly, and the force it released sent Johnson Noah flying. The sudden explosion of the golden shield, while not causing significant harm to Johnson Noah, certainly shocked him. It's obvious. This wasn't Jiang Yin's skill, but belonged to the woman behind him. Jiang Yin's injuries were healed immediately thanks to this woman. This immediately made Johnson Noah realize that this woman was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Immediately afterwards, Another beam of holy golden light fell upon Jiang Nian, and the chains that had bound him tightly shattered instantly. Jiang Nian rubbed her wrist nonchalantly. That's it. Is this all the strength you have? Jiang Nian was not afraid of Johnson Noah's attack, not only because of his own strength, but also because of Long Yingying behind him. An 8-star powerhouse with SS-level support talent has the ability to restore Jiang Nian's health, unless she is instantly killed. Wow, I never expected your marriage partner to have such abilities. I misjudged him. But don't get too cocky. Johnson Noah stood up and glared at a woman standing behind him. What are you standing there for? Go and restrain that bitch right now. If you dare to let him support Jiang Nian again, I will suck your blood dry. Johnson Noah's fiancée is named Chen Fei. Although she has long, bright blonde hair, her face is indeed that of a Chinese person. Chen Fei is actually a Yin country person. She was originally the strongest person in a region. After being defeated by Johnson Noah, she submitted to him and willingly became his marriage partner. Now, in order to survive, she didn't hesitate at all. Thunderous power erupted from her body, and she rushed towards Long Yingying at an extremely fast speed. Although Chen Fei's awakened talent is not as powerful as Lena's, it is still an A-level lightning talent. This granted Chen Fei lightning-fast speed, and coupled with her status as a 7.5-star level expert, she instantly reached Long Yingying. In her eyes, Long Yingying was just an assistant and not worth worrying about at all. As long as she can keep Long Yingying in check, her mission will be complete, and she will not be punished by Johnson Noah afterwards. Following Jiang Nian's instructions, Long Yingying continued to conceal her aura and did not display her 8-star power. To make it seem more realistic, Long Yingying deliberately pretended to be struggling. In reality, she was fully capable of directly restraining Chen Fei, but she had not yet received Jiang Nian's instructions, so she did not choose to do so. A support is just a support after all. Without the help of others, what power do you have to fight me? Prepare to die. Johnson Noah was unaware of Long Yingying's true strength and thought that she had been restrained by Chen Fei as well. In this way, Jiang Nian would have no chance against him. Just as he was about to make his move, Jiang Nian suddenly chuckled twice. Upon seeing this, Johnson Noah frowned immediately. What are you laughing at? Johnson, actually we are both in the same newbie region, and we don't have any real grudges. There is absolutely no need for a fight to the death. How about this? You just surrender, and I might spare your life. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Johnson Noah was first taken aback, then burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! Jiang Nian, do you think I'm stupid? With your strength, you think you can defeat me? Don't think I don't know what you're doing. You're just stalling for time. I won't give you any chance. As Johnson Noah spoke, a large amount of blood gushed out from his body again, transforming into countless blood blades. Under its control, it bombarded Jiang Nian. Although Jiang Nian couldn't enter a bleeding state due to certain special reasons, she couldn't dodge such a dense barrage of attacks. They will also be severely injured by the blood blade. Without Long Yingying's timely treatment, Johnson Noah could have easily killed Jiang Nian. Why? Jiang Nian sighed helplessly, ignoring the incoming blood blades, and turned to look at Long Yingying beside her. Yingying, you've been holding back for so long. You must be about to lose it. In that case, let's fight it out. Let this guy see what real strength is. The moment she heard Jiang Nian's voice, a smile suddenly appeared on Long Yingying's originally indifferent face. An extremely powerful force erupted from his body in an instant. Accompanying this was a deafening roar of a dragon. Long Yingying instantly transformed into a golden dragon, unleashing the terrifying aura of an 8-star powerhouse without reservation. An even more powerful golden shield appeared in front of Jiang Nian, blocking all the blood blade attacks. Chapter 135 The Power from the True Dragon. The golden shield shattered instantly after blocking the blood-red blade attack. The immense power it unleashed nearly blasted Johnson Noah and Chen Fei away. What? Upon seeing the golden dragon transformed from Long Yingying in midair, along with its powerful 8-star aura, Johnson Noah's eyes widened in shock. Chen Fei looked utterly terrified. How is this possible? How could a real dragon appear? Johnson Noah rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He was certain that this was neither a puppet nor summoned by any special equipment. It was a living, breathing dragon. Who would have thought that Jiang Nian's marriage partner would actually be a real dragon? Before Johnson Noah and Chen Fei could react, a dazzling golden light shone beneath their feet. Immediately afterwards, runes appeared one after another, forming a barrier like an array, trapping the two of them inside. Then, Under the shocked gazes of Johnson Noah and Chen Fei, Long Yingying transformed back into a human. At this moment, she held a giant golden sword in her hand. She raised the golden greatsword high in both hands, binding the barrier between Johnson Noah and Chen Fei, and unleashed an extremely powerful force. One after another, golden specks of light formed in midair. The next moment, these golden dots emitted powerful golden light waves, attacking at an extremely high frequency and causing immense damage, catching the two of them off guard. This move is the strongest killing move that Long Yingying currently possesses, called the Judgment Barrier. Once the enemy is successfully trapped within the barrier, attacks can be launched continuously. At first, Johnson Noah thought that Long Yingying was just a simple support character, never expecting that she would have such powerful offensive skills. Even in his current state of blood frenzy, he was still severely injured by these golden light waves. But Johnson Noah was too powerful. Even with the Judgment Barrier, it was impossible to defeat him. Roar! With a roar like that of a wild beast, Johnson Noah gushed out a large amount of blood, instantly shattering the Judgment Barrier and successfully escaping. But Chen Fei wasn't so lucky. With only a 7.5-star strength, she was instantly and severely injured by the Judgment Barrier, collapsing to the ground on the verge of death. Jiang Yan had assumed that Johnson Noah would attack him immediately after breaking free of the Judgment Barrier. Unexpectedly, Johnson Noah did not attack him, but instead unleashed his bloodlust, draining the already severely injured Chen Fei into a dried-up corpse. To him, his marriage partner was nothing more than his servant. Chen Fei was severely injured by the trial barrier and had lost her ability to fight. In Johnson Noah's eyes, she was equivalent to a piece of trash. It's better to turn it into your own power. It is clear that Johnson Noah's aura is becoming increasingly powerful. She is, after all, your wife. How can you do this without any humanity? To be honest, Jiang Yan's initial idea was not to kill Johnson Noah, but simply to force him to surrender. But seeing Johnson Noah casually kill his fiancée filled Jiang Yan with immense anger. A person who can kill his own wife at will doesn't deserve to live in this world. Wife? Johnson Noah gave a cold laugh. Sorry, but to me, a marriage partner is nothing more than a tool for venting my desires. Now that this guy is no longer of any use, what use is there for me to keep him around? It's her honor to have her blood drained by me. As soon as he finished speaking, Johnson Noah transformed into a blood-red shadow and charged towards Jiang Yan at an unimaginable speed. By absorbing all of Chen Fei's blood, Johnson Noah became even more powerful. Son of a bitch. Yingying, this beast has no reason to live in this world. Let's work together and kill him. At this moment, Jiang Yan's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Jiang Yan would no longer hold back against this inhuman guy. Ekarosa's dragon scale armor activated its effect, putting him into a state of fire amplification. In addition, Jiang Yan activated the effect of the Troll King's arm guard, amplifying the power of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword. But these alone are far from enough. Next, we will need to stack more layers of Dragonfire Ghost Sword while continuously attacking the opponent, and combine this with the effect of Bloodthirsty Eli Bark Pants to absorb the blood of Johnson Noah. If Jiang Yan can summon the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon again, along with the special effect of the Bloodthirsty Eli Bark Pants, he can become incredibly powerful. Not to mention, Jiang Yan also has Long Yingying's support, so he can definitely kill Johnson Noah. Then, Jiang Yan, along with Long Yingying, engaged in a fierce battle with Johnson Noah. Johnson Noah truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest player in the number 7 beginner zone. After absorbing Chen Fei's blood, he has become incredibly powerful. At this stage, he is fully capable of withstanding the combined attack of Jiang Yan and Long Yingying on his own. At the same time, inside the boss room in the Blood Soul Domain, a large number of people from the Blood Soul Domain died at the hands of the Black Soul Giants. Of those who are still alive today, only about half remain. The incredibly powerful Black Soul Giant, however, only lost about 20% of its health. Fortunately, after such a long battle, everyone had figured out the Black Soul Giant's skills and general attack patterns, and the casualties were no longer so severe. However, the Dark Soul Giant's defense was too strong. Continuing to attack would not only fail to kill it, but would also cause it to lose its ability to move due to exhaustion. Simply put, continuing to fight the Dark Soul Giant will only lead to certain death. This intensified the fear in the hearts of everyone in the Blood Soul Domain. But if they do not choose to fight now, they will be killed immediately by Johnson Noah's betrothed if they show any signs of retreating. This situation nearly drove the people in the blood-soul domain to the brink of collapse. It was at this time that a woman with short black hair and glasses suddenly whispered to the people around her, "Everyone, we can't go on like this. This black soul giant is far too powerful. We are definitely not capable of defeating it. To survive, we have no choice but to retreat." These words immediately garnered the approval of the crowd, but the thought of Johnson Noah's fiancée, who was still watching them with predatory eyes, made them abandon the idea. "Forget it, we can only fight the black soul giant now. There's no way we can retreat." Johnson Noah's 3 betrothed partners are guarding the portal tightly, and there is no way for them to get out. Upon hearing this, the short-haired woman's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. "Who said we can't get out? Now that Johnson Noah is not here, if we can't deal with the black soul giant, surely we can handle those 3 guys? If we want to live, we have no choice but to fight back now. Only by killing those 3 guys can we escape from the boss room." Chapter 136: The Resistance of the Blood Soul Domain. Upon hearing the short-haired woman's words, the Blood Soul Domain members, who had previously shown expressions of fear, all revealed expressions of shock. They all looked at the short-haired woman as if she were a monster. I never expected her to say such horrifying things. This short-haired woman, named Lucille, is actually the second strongest in the Blood Soul Domain, and has always been suppressed by Johnson Noah. Because she was no match for Johnson Noah, she had no choice but to submit, and could not resist whatever Johnson Noah did to her. In this situation, if she doesn't fight back, she will surely die at the hands of the Black Soul Giant. Johnson Noah is currently fighting Jiang Yin and will not be able to return to Blood Soul Domain in the short term, which means that she is currently the strongest person in Blood Soul Domain. Even Johnson Noah's 3 marriage partners would be no match for her in a one-on-one fight. With the help of others, we will surely be able to succeed in our resistance. As for what might happen afterward, she couldn't care less now. Survival was the most important thing. "Lucille, are you crazy? If we choose to rebel against Johnson Noah now, have you thought about what the consequences will be? Those 3 are Johnson Noah's betrothed. If we attack them, it's tantamount to rebellion. When Johnson Noah returns, we will all be killed. Nowadays, as long as we dodge the Black Soul Giant's skills properly, there is still a glimmer of hope for survival." The people in the Blood Soul Domain have been oppressed by Johnson Noah for a long time, and Johnson Noah's strength is truly too great. Now, not a single person dares to resist. Hehe. You all know how powerful this Black Soul Giant is. We've been attacking it for so long, and we've only lost a little over 20% of its health. Even if Johnson Noah can defeat Jiang Yin and we can all survive, who can guarantee that we will survive next time? Johnson Noah is too brutal. If he succeeds in this challenge and annexes the Flame Domain, he will definitely go on to make moves in other regions. To him, we are nothing more than ants. When will he ever care whether we live or die? Even if I survive this time, I will definitely die at the hands of other bosses next time, or be killed by Johnson Noah. If you want to survive, you must learn to fight back now. Moreover, Johnson Noah has been fighting Jiang Yin for so long without coming out, which means that Jiang Yin's strength far exceeds his imagination. The outcome is still uncertain. Why don't we fight back? Lucille finished speaking. She looked at everyone present with a determined gaze. This is a golden opportunity for us. Don't hesitate. It has to be said. Lucille's words truly moved the people of Blood Soul Domain present. They dared not rebel against Johnson Noah because they feared being killed by him. The problem is, even if they weren't killed by Johnson Noah, they would most likely be killed by these powerful bosses just like those who died. Collecting badges alone is clearly too slow if you want to quickly upgrade the area to level 3. Based on their understanding of Johnson Noah, they would indeed challenge other regions at all costs. This means that the Black Soul Giant in front of us is only the beginning. Not everyone has a substitute doll, and if someone dies in such a situation, it's a true death. Lucille, you're right. I agree to join you in this effort. A bespectacled, seemingly refined, Yin Chinese man responded. This person is the 3rd strongest in the Blood Soul Domain. I agree to take action too. We may not be able to beat Johnson Noah, but those 3 bitches are no match for us. That's fucking infuriating. We're here attacking like crazy, and these 3 bitches are just sitting back and watching idly. Why should they get away with this? That's right, resist. You must take your own life and death into your own hands. I hope Jiang Yin can just kill Johnson Noah. I've had enough. At this point, one person after another spoke up, all agreeing with Lucille's approach. In an instant, everyone stood beside Lucille and began to retreat, moving away from the Black Soul Giant. They now understand that this guy is indeed very strong, but not very intelligent, and he hasn't mastered any particularly powerful skills. Simply put, he's a super soldier with great strength, but he's also very stupid. Seeing that the crowd was retreating instead of continuing to attack the Black Soul Giant, Johnson Noah's 3 betrothed partners all showed expressions of anger. What are you doing? I'm warning you. If anyone dares to back down again, we'll take action. The 3 women's words naturally reached the ears of everyone in the Blood Soul domain, but no one listened to them. Instead, they walked in an orderly fashion toward the teleportation portal. This is clearly an attempt to escape. Johnson Noah's orders to them were that no one was allowed to leave the boss room beforehand, and anyone who escaped or failed to attack the boss was to be killed immediately. But the problem now is, with so many people trying to escape at the same time, can the 3 of them stop them? Before the 3 of them could react, the group of powerful individuals, led by Lucille and possessing the strength of a 7.5 star, suddenly accelerated and charged towards them. Subsequently, a large number of people from the Blood Soul domain also changed their attack direction, abandoning the battle against the Black Soul Giant and turning their attacks towards them. No, don't. You dare to attack us. The king will not let you get away with this. Although the 3 of them were also at the 7.5 star level, how could they withstand the attack of so many people? They had no ability to resist and were killed on the spot with miserable screams. Let's go. Follow me out of the boss room. Lucille temporarily became their commander, leading the Blood Soul domain members one after another into the portal to evacuate the boss room. At the same time, in the dueling arena, by absorbing all of Chun Fei's blood and amplifying his power through blood frenzy, Johnson Noah unleashed an astonishing surge of strength in a short period of time. Even when facing both Jiang Nian and Long Yingying at the same time, he has not yet been at a disadvantage. However, he cannot maintain this state for long. If he cannot kill Jiang Nian as soon as possible, he will definitely be worn down to death. Therefore, Johnson Noah had to abandon everything to launch an attack. Even if it meant killing Jiang Nian and suffering serious injuries himself, it would still be worth it. Just as Johnson Noah was preparing to gather all his strength and unleash his most powerful skill, suddenly, an announcement rang out. Urgent announcement. All members of the Blood Soul domain have evacuated the boss room and have not continued to challenge the boss. The ruler of the Blood Soul domain has been punished and has entered a weakened state. Weakened state strips you of the basic prestige buff, removes all other buffs, and reduces all attributes by 50%. Chapter 137. The ruler dies. Blood Soul domain is swallowed. The moment the announcement was made, a bolt of golden lightning suddenly struck down, hitting Johnson Noah hard. Although it didn't cause him any harm, it made Johnson Noah extremely weak, causing him to kneel on the ground. The effects of blood frenzy were immediately cleared at that moment. How could this happen? Johnson Noah felt his power draining away, and his expression was one of utter terror. The people from Blood Soul domain should all be fighting obediently in the boss room, so why is there not a single one of them? Could it be that they were all killed by the boss? That's even more impossible. The boss, Johnson Noah, has already observed that although his attack power is strong, he's too stupid. As long as you dodge his skills properly, it's impossible for the entire army to be wiped out. Then there's only one possibility. These people rebelled and all evacuated the boss room. Thinking of this, Johnson Noah's initial expression of fear gradually turned into anger. What he could not tolerate most was betrayal by his subordinates. But he has no time to consider these issues now. In his weakened state, all his attributes have been greatly reduced, and he is no longer able to maintain blood frenzy. In this situation, how could they possibly defeat Jiang Nian and Long Yingying? Even if he was unwilling and resentful, Johnson Noah had no choice but to surrender in order to save his life. When he gets back this time, he will definitely kill all those good-for-nothings who led the rebellion against him. Once everything is ready, we'll continue the challenge against Jiang Nian. However, just as he was about to shout his surrender, Long Yingying suddenly let out a deafening dragon roar. The shock caused Johnson Noah to cover his ears tightly, his expression one of extreme pain. This is not the roar of a half-dragon, but the roar of a true dragon. The purpose was to forcibly interrupt Johnson Noah's surrender. At the same time, Jiang Nian used the speed of the shadow step to rush in front of Johnson Noah in an instant, grabbed his neck tightly, and refused to let him make any sound. Although Jiang Nian was not quite sure why the boss room in the Blood Soul domain was empty, Johnson Noah was currently in a weakened state and had lost the ability to continue fighting him. How could Jiang Yin possibly let go of such a scumbag who casually killed his own wife? Seeing Jiang Yin's murderous expression, his eyes turned to extreme fear, and his previous arrogant and conceited demeanor vanished. He knew very well that Jiang Yin was now fully capable of killing him. If the weakened state is not entered, the effects of blood frenzy can be maintained for a period of time. Even if you can't win a fight, you still have the ability to escape. But now he has lost the ability to resist. If Jiang Yin makes a move now, he will die immediately. Husband, there's no need to let this scum live any longer. Just kill them. Long Yingying walked to Jiang Yin's side with an extremely cold expression. When Long Yingying saw Johnson Noah drain Shin Fei's blood without any regard for their marital bond, she was already eager to kill this scumbag. The dragon flame ghost sword in his hand flew out and transformed into countless blue sword shadows burning with ghost fire, hovering around Johnson Noah. These sword shadows are like one powerful bomb after another, and are the only A-level skill that Jiang Yin has learned so far. As soon as Jiang Yin gives the order, these sword shadows will attack Johnson Noah at the same time, enough to kill him instantly. As an 8-star powerhouse, Johnson Noah could naturally sense how powerful Jiang Yin's move was, and he turned pale with fright, struggling incessantly. What can be done? Jiang Yin's strength was truly immense. Even with Johnson Noah's current power, he simply couldn't break free. So even a scumbag like you can be scared? Unfortunately, I've always liked to nip problems in the bud, so blame yourself for choosing the wrong opponent. Jiang Yin showed no mercy and kicked Johnson Noah away with a powerful kick. Immediately, several blue sword shadows suspended in midair simultaneously blasted towards Johnson Noah. Amidst Johnson Noah's extremely pitiful screams, he was instantly blasted to death by the energy of the blazing spirit sword shadow, leaving no trace of his body. Announcement: Congratulations to Jiang Yin, ruler of the Flame Domain, for defeating Johnson Noah, ruler of the Blood Soul Domain, and winning this duel. The boss in your area has had its HP reduced by 30%. Announcement: King Johnson Noah, ruler of the Blood Soul Domain, is dead. The Blood Soul Domain has vanished and automatically merged into the Flame Domain. As the announcement sounded, a portal appeared in front of Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin hurriedly led Long Yingying inside, returning to the boss room. The people of Yinyu were originally working together to fight against the Black Soul Giant. Although they were unable to kill it for the time being, at least there were no casualties. However, after Jiang Yin killed Johnson Noah, it was already clear that Yinyu had won the victory. Obliterated into dust by several golden lightning bolts, Jiang Yin also stepped out of the portal at that moment. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, everyone cheered with immense excitement. Long live the ruler! Great! We not only defeated Blood Soul Domain, but also annexed it along with it. Our Flame Domain's strength has greatly increased. Haha. Hearing the excited cheers of the crowd, Jiang Yin felt quite proud of herself. At the same time, in the Blood Soul Domain on the other side, the moment they heard the announcement, their eyes widened, revealing an expression of utter shock. After a brief moment of shock, none of the people from the Blood Soul Domain showed any anger. Instead, they cheered with immense excitement. Good, good. That bastard is finally dead. That's amazing. I never expected Jiang Yin to be so powerful. I was worried that Johnson Noah might cause trouble for us after he got out, but now that bastard is dead. Although our Blood Soul Domain is gone, the Flame Domain is clearly better. Following Jiang Yin is obviously much better than following Johnson Noah. Normally, when the ruler of a region dies, the people in that region will feel sad to some extent. But the Blood Soul Domain is completely different. They have always hated Johnson Noah. Jiang Yin has now done a service to the people, eliminating a huge hidden danger for them. At this moment, the announcement rang in the ears of everyone in the Blood Soul Domain. Announcement: This area will automatically close in 3 minutes. Please enter the Flame Domain immediately through the portal. At this moment, the entire Blood Soul Domain trembled violently, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were splitting apart. Then, one portal after another opened. In the Blood Soul Domain frantically rushed into the teleportation portal. Chapter 138: Winning Hearts and Minds. Now, in the boss room of the Flame Domain. The Flame Domain has won this regional challenge. Everyone can leave the boss room at any time through the portal. But at this very moment, one portal after another suddenly opened. The people of Yinyu thought a monster had appeared, and they all assumed fighting stances. However, they discovered that what emerged from these portals were not monsters, but one human after another. They were all from the Blood Soul Domain. Don't panic, they are not enemies. Jiang Nian wasn't too shocked to see these people appear. After all, the ruler of the Blood Soul domain was dead, and the Blood Soul domain no longer existed, so these people naturally became people of the Flame domain. Moreover, after annexing the Blood Soul domain, the area of the Flame domain also expanded. Everything that originally belonged to the Blood Soul domain now belongs to the Flame domain. The current leader of these Blood Soul domains is none other than Lucille, who previously led them in their rebellion against Johnson Noah. She immediately sensed Jiang Nian's aura as an 8-star being, and without any hesitation, she led the many people from the Blood Soul domain to kneel down before Jiang Nian. Ultimately, they are outsiders, and even though they have now joined the Flame domain, their status is certainly not as high as that of the original Flame domain members. Furthermore, they are still unclear about Jiang Nian's character, so submitting to him is the wise choice. Moreover, Jiang Nian's ability to kill Johnson Noah is enough to prove that he is extremely powerful. Seeing this, everyone understood what had happened and relaxed. But soon, everyone discovered a big problem. Why were there so few people in the Blood Soul domain? It's not even half of what they have, which is quite unusual. Jiang Nian naturally noticed this as well, and walked up to Lucille, who was at the head of the group. So it was you who led the people from Blood Soul domain out of the boss room. No matter what, Johnson Noah is the ruler of your region. It was because all of you left the boss that he failed. Jiang Nian doesn't know much about the people of the Blood Soul domain, and he doesn't want to die a miserable death because of it. Therefore, it is essential to know why these people betrayed Johnson Noah. Upon hearing Jiang Nian's words, Lu Hilton's expression turned angry. Your Majesty, you are unaware of the truth. Johnson Noah is a scumbag. As Lucille spoke, the many Blood Soul domain people behind her were equally furious. This guy is a demon. He forced us to collect badges, and if we didn't collect more than 10 each day, he would use his authority as ruler to kill us without hesitation. As the ruler, he was already entitled to 5% of the resources every day, but he was still not satisfied and forced us to pay him tribute every day. If we didn't, we would die too. And when we were fighting the boss just now, this guy was so insane that he made us fight the boss all the time. If we choose to leave the boss room, or if we don't fight the boss seriously, we will be killed by him anyway. That boss is too strong. He doesn't do anything himself, but instead keeps forcing us to rush up and die. That's why our region suffered heavy casualties, and now less than half of the population remains. This beast is not fit to be a ruler. Killing him is a great favor to us. It was you who helped us escape this sea of suffering. Lucille and the other Blood Soul domain people were clearly heard by Jiang Nian. At that moment, he finally understood everything and clenched his fists in anger. That Johnson Noah is a real piece of trash. Not to mention Jiang Nian, many people from the Yin domain present were also outraged by what Johnson Noah had done. Compared to this guy, Jiang Nian is really much better. Everyone, you've really made the right choice coming to the Flame domain. Our ruler is very good to each and every one of us, and would never be like that beast. Now that we've come to our Flame domain, we're all one family. As long as we remain loyal to our ruler, we can live safely in this world. Many people from the Flame domain present expressed deep sympathy for the plight of the Blood Soul domain people. Although they were once rivals, at this moment, they have both come to the Flame domain and are indeed considered people of the Flame domain. I, Jiang Nian, can assure you that I will never force you to do anything you are unwilling to do. The daily offerings are completely unnecessary in the Flame domain. It makes no sense for me to have so many supplies. As for the badges, I won't force you, but the 3 people who collect the 20 badges the fastest each day will receive my reward. As long as we unite as one, the Flame domain will become even stronger. Alright, there's no need for anyone to kneel. We don't have that kind of rule in the Flame domain. I can only be considered the administrator of this region, not some dictatorial emperor. Jiang Nian knew very well that the more loyal and trusting the people in the region were to him, the higher his prestige would be. He wouldn't let go of this great opportunity to win people's hearts. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lucille and the others from the Blood Soul domain couldn't help but have their eyes redden, and tears streamed down their faces. They are both rulers of their respective regions, so why is there such a huge difference between them? At this moment, they were all very happy to be able to enter the Flame domain. Let's go home. As Jiang Nian spoke, she led everyone toward the teleportation portal behind them, and they orderly evacuated the boss room. For the people of the Blood Soul domain, moving to a different area doesn't actually have any impact. All regions in this world are the same. They are all composed of countless special rooms. For them, returning to the flame domain and returning to the blood soul domain felt the same. The only difference is that Jiang Yin is now the ruler of their region. Collect flame domain badges to exchange for contribution points, as usual. But after thinking it over for a moment, he still felt a little uneasy about the people from the blood soul domain. Therefore, using the ruler's power, Lucille, the former leader of the blood soul domain, was directly teleported into the palace. Your Majesty. When Lucille arrived at the palace, she instinctively prepared to kneel down in front of Jiang Yin, but Jiang Yin immediately stopped her. As I just said, there is no rule of kneeling in the flame domain. The reason I want to see you is to ask you for a favor. Chapter 139. A special room, a special man in black robes. Your Majesty, please speak. Lucille had great respect for Jiang Yin. At the same time, she felt increasingly fond of Jiang Yin. If it were the previous Johnson Noah, Lucille would not only have to kneel down, but would also have to strip naked and be at Johnson Noah's mercy. Fortunately, Johnson Noah is dead, so she has finally gotten her revenge. In the blood soul domain, you should be the strongest besides Johnson Noah, right? Do all the people in the blood soul domain listen to you now? Upon hearing Jiang Yin's question, Johnson Noah quickly replied, yes. I was once the second strongest in the blood soul domain, and I was the one who instigated them to rebel against Johnson Noah. Very good. Jiang Yin nodded in satisfaction. In that case, you can continue to soothe their emotions. I do not want people in the flame domain to kill each other. Jiang Yin didn't know much about these newcomers to Yanyu, so she had to be cautious. If any of these people wantonly kill people from Yin Kingdom, Jiang Yin will definitely not let them off easily. Although everyone is in a different room, it doesn't mean that they can't meet. For example, in the earliest days, Jiang Yin also encountered someone breaking into his room and attempting to kill him. The flame domain of today is no longer the same as the original region 666. As the ruler, Jiang Yin must prevent the people of the region from killing each other in order to make the flame domain stronger. Only through harmonious coexistence and unity can the flame domain become stronger. Jiang Yin knew the people in the original flame domain very well. They would never kill each other. But he couldn't guarantee that the people from the former blood soul domain would be the same. Moreover, Johnson Noah's rule was extremely brutal, and many people's personalities may have been influenced by him. The original flame domain to be harmed because he accepted people from the blood soul domain. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will certainly not let you down. Lucille understood Jiang Yin's intentions perfectly. After all, under Johnson Noah's rule, the blood soul domain's policy was to respect the strong. As long as you are powerful enough, you can do whatever you want legally. Therefore, many people in the blood soul domain take pleasure in killing. Even their marriage partners will be killed if they are no longer of use to them. This is clearly different from the Yin domain's concept of unity and harmony. If Jiang Yin is angered, the people of the blood soul domain will be doomed. In order to fully integrate into the flame domain, Lucille must lead by example and change the blood soul domain's past philosophy of wanton killing. Jiang Yin nodded with satisfaction and casually took out an equipment design blueprint from the warehouse. Your talent is the A-level mutated dream butterfly, which has hallucinogenic abilities. The equipment in this design is called the Dream Eater's fur coat. It is a B-grade equipment that can greatly enhance illusion power. It's not of much use to me, but I'll give it to you as a gift. As he spoke, Jiang Yin handed the design drawings to Lucille in front of him. This was something Jiang Yin had obtained from a resource room. Jiang Yin didn't have the skill to induce hallucinations, nor did Tu Shanqing, Lina, or Long Yingying. This equipment was truly useless to Jiang Yin. This is too precious, how can I accept it? Lucille was a little flattered and nervously took 2 steps back. Even knowing that this equipment would greatly enhance her abilities, she dared not accept it. She had never received such treatment in the blood soul domain. The blood soul domain no longer exists. This is now the flame domain. And I am the ruler of this region, and you must accept the gift I am giving you. Seeing Lucille's timid and hesitant demeanor, Jiang Yin knew just how tyrannical Johnson Noah had been, to the point that they were all somewhat afraid of the regional rulers. Looking at the equipment design drawings in front of her, Lucille hesitated for a moment before mustering up the courage to take them. Filled with gratitude, she looked at Jiang Yin and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. You are welcome. Jiang Yin smiled and nodded, then used his ruler privileges to open a portal and send Lucille away from the palace. With Lucille's help, the people of Blood Soul Domain will basically be fine. Master, it's time to eat. At this moment, Saini walked to Jiang Nian's side and spoke very respectfully. Jiang Nian nodded slightly, then called over Tu Shanqing, Lina, and Long Yingying, and headed towards the dining table. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Nian rested in the palace for a while before leaving with Lina and Long Yingying to explore the rooms. Besides collecting Flame Domain badges to exchange for contribution points, Jiang Nian also wants to find the Sky Scepter fragments that lead to Sky City 4. Moreover, Jiang Nian also plans to use the opportunity key to see if he can obtain a special opportunity. At the same time, in the world of marriage, in an extremely mysterious room, in the very center of this room is a huge display screen that clearly shows everything that is happening in the intermediate region. The previous battle between Jiang Nian and Johnson Noah was also clearly revealed. At this moment, 7 people dressed in black robes, their faces obscured by black mist, stood in front of the large screen. The way these people dressed was almost identical to the black-robed phantom Jiang Nian had encountered in the room before. Interesting. I didn't expect a regional ruler to die so quickly. Johnson Noah was quite powerful, but I didn't expect him to die so easily. It's such a pity. There's nothing to regret. This Johnson Norman is far too foolish. Does he really think he's the emperor? If he hadn't been so harsh and cruel to the other people in the area, he wouldn't have ended up like this. This Jiang Nian is quite interesting. Not only is he very strong, but he also treats other people in the region very well. I personally vote for this kid. It's probably not appropriate to vote so soon. Everything is just beginning. Yes, there aren't even 100 regions in the intermediate level regions yet, so it's too early to say anything. Jiang Nian is very impressive, but she is not the strongest after all. No matter what you say, Jiang Nian is the one I have the most faith in. After all, he passed the challenge I set in the opportunity room. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could easily solve your opportunity room challenge. Since you're so capable, why don't you set up an opportunity room challenge? To be honest, I've already set up an opportunity room challenge, and I'm just waiting for Jiang Nian to use the opportunity key. 7 men in black robes stood in front of the large screen, discussing amongst themselves. Each of them was extremely mysterious, and their identities were impossible to discern. It was at this time that, on the big screen, Jiang Nian slowly took out the key of opportunity. Chapter 140, The Sealed Cave. Now, in the midst of a desert in the fiery domain, there was a random room directly in front of Jiang Nian. He didn't rush in, but slowly took out the key of opportunity he had obtained earlier. At this moment, Jiang Nian couldn't help but recall the death game she encountered when she entered the opportunity room last time. If they hadn't been able to break that deadlock back then, Jiang Nian would probably be dead by now. The opportunity room, but the rewards can also be very good. Jiang Nian is currently in the intermediate region. In order to win the competition, the rulers of the various regions will definitely challenge other regions like crazy. The former Johnson Noah was merely one of the rulers of these regions, yet he already possessed such formidable power. Next, there will definitely be a more powerful regional ruler who will challenge Jiang Nian. Moreover, as long as the ruler of the opposing region can be killed, the opposing region can be annexed. This means that many rulers will go to any lengths to kill the rulers of other regions in order to make their own territory stronger. Jiang Nian must go all out in every duel that follows and must not be killed by her opponent. Therefore, we must make ourselves stronger. How dangerous this opportunity room is. Jiang Nian is determined to go in and take the plunge. Lina and Long Yingying beside him didn't say much, but looked at Jiang Nian firmly. No matter what decision Jiang Nian makes, they, as his wives, will support him without hesitation. Then let's go. Jiang Nian took a deep breath and used the opportunity key in his hand. Under the power of the opportunity key, the random room in front of me emitted a faint golden light. Without hesitation, Jiang Nian immediately led Lina and Long Yingying inside. When Jiang Nian and the others reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a pitch-black cave, which seemed completely sealed off, with not a single ray of light, so dark that they couldn't see their own hand in front of their face. Apart from the breathing of Jiang Nian and the other two, there was not a sound around them. Seeing this, Long Yingying slightly raised her right hand, unleashing light attribute energy that instantly illuminated the entire cave. She gathered these light attribute energies together, forming a ball of light, which she held in her hand, using it as a light source. Looking around, Jiang Nian immediately realized that this time, after using the opportunity key, he had not entered anyone else's room, but had instead entered the mysterious opportunity room. In this way, as long as you can successfully pass through this opportunity room, you can get a very generous reward. What puzzled Jiang Yin was that there was really nothing in this cave, not even a door. To test whether the cave was completely sealed, Jiang Yin casually plucked a hair to test if any wind was blowing in. As it turns out, this cave is completely sealed off, with no gaps whatsoever. This means that the available air in this enclosed cave is limited. If Jiang Yin hadn't managed to evacuate Lina and Long Yingying from here in time, they would have died from lack of oxygen. Thinking of this, Jiang Yin's expression immediately became serious. Nar, Yingying, if I'm not mistaken, we may have entered the same death game as last time. This completely enclosed cave is clearly our first test. If we can't find a way out of the cave, we'll be forced to use the escape talisman to leave. Currently, there are no warnings or announcements around. This means that the death game has not actually started yet, and there is still a chance to escape using the escape talisman. Lina and Long Yingying nodded solemnly and followed behind Jiang Yin, checking the situation in the cave. The interior of the cave was not as cramped as Jiang Yin had imagined. It was actually quite large. Jiang Yin led Lina and Long Yingying deeper into the cave. Throughout the journey, Long Yingying used her light attribute energy to illuminate the cave, but she still made no discovery. Husband, could it be that they actually want us to destroy this cave? As Long Yingying finished speaking, she slammed her right fist into the rock wall beside her. Boom. After a loud bang, the cave only trembled slightly, showing no signs of collapsing. Even the rock wall that Long Yingying bombarded did not show any cracks. You must know that Long Yingying is a real dragon with extremely powerful strength. That punch she just threw was incredibly powerful. Under normal circumstances, a punch to a rock wall would easily shatter it. It's impossible for it to remain without a single crack. Clearly, this cave is exceptionally sturdy, and it is absolutely impossible to get out by brute force. It's best not to act rashly. This cave is eerie in every way. There might be many hidden mechanisms. Let's walk along this road to the end and take a look. As Jiang Yin spoke, she continued walking forward towards Anu. Lina and Long Yingying hurriedly followed. It took about 10 minutes to walk. Jiang Yin and the other two arrived at the deepest part of the cave, where there was a dead end ahead and no way to go any further. We haven't seen any mechanisms along the way. Could it be that this place is really completely sealed off, with no chance of getting out at all? Was this key to opportunity wasted? Lina and Long Yingying were genuinely puzzled by this situation. Jiang Yin didn't speak, but instead reached out and touched the rock wall in front of her to see if there were any hidden mechanisms. In Jiang Yin's view, since this is a place of opportunity, it's impossible for it to be completely empty. There must be a way to leave the cave. The most likely possibility is this rock wall in front of us. However, the rock wall seemed to be completely integrated with the cave, without any gaps. The rock face was bare, with nothing on it. Even Jiang Yin was deeply puzzled. It was at this time that Jiang Yin suddenly noticed that there were some strange runes at the very top of the cave. There are words on it. Although Jiang Yin couldn't understand the meaning of these runes, they couldn't have appeared for no reason. They must represent something. Perhaps this is a hint. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Lina and Long Yingying immediately looked up at the top of the cave. My lord, these don't seem to be words, but rather some kind of special runes. Perhaps it was the power of these runes that sealed the entire cave. Upon seeing these runes, Long Yingying hurriedly spoke up. Among the skills she possesses are 2 barrier skills, and when these barrier skills are used, very similar runes will appear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin nodded in agreement and then fell into deep thought. A moment later, Jiang Yin suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and immediately took out the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, used the flying sword technique to attack the runes at the top of the cave. These runes, influenced by Jiang Yin, instantly burst forth with dazzling golden light. The next moment, these special runes mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 141 Another Death Game. In Jiang Yin's view, if the runes have the ability to seal off the entire cave, then as long as these runes are destroyed, the cave will naturally have an exit. Just when Jiang Yin thought she could leave the cave, at the very top of the mountain have reappeared. What? Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin's eyes widened immediately. Lina and Long Yingying, who were standing beside her, were equally shocked. What's going on? Why did these runes disappear and then reappear? This is clearly not right, Lina said with great confusion. Even if the rune wasn't the mechanism to open the cave, it shouldn't have been restored after being destroyed. Long Yingying nodded in agreement. There was definitely something wrong with these runes. Jiang Yin then tried to attack the runes again, but no matter how many times she attacked, the runes would always revert to their original state. This situation reminded Jiang Yin of the challenge mechanics she encountered when she challenged the Sky City boss before. If the mechanism malfunctions, it will immediately restart. Clearly, this rune is similar to that challenge mechanic. It must be destroyed in the correct way to make it disappear permanently. The only thing Jiang Yin is certain of so far is that these runes will definitely disappear if they are attacked. What he needs to do now is find out why the runes disappear and then reappear. Let's leave this place first and see if there are any similar runes in this cave. When Jiang Yin first entered the cave, he didn't pay much attention to whether there were any patterns or runes on the rock walls. We must observe carefully this time. It has been about 20 minutes since we entered the cave. If they don't find a way to leave the cave soon, the oxygen inside will definitely run out. At that point, they will be forced to use an escape talisman to leave. Lina and Long Yingying nodded slightly and hurriedly followed Jiang Yin's steps. Under Long Yingying's power, the previously dark cave has now become exceptionally bright. After searching for about 10 minutes, Lina seemed to have discovered something, and her eyes lit up. "Husband, is this also a rune?" Lina spoke. She pointed to a small rune on the left rock wall. "If you don't look closely, you might mistake it for the texture of a rock wall." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin turned to look at the tiny runes on the rock wall, and then punched them. As before, these runes will disappear automatically after being attacked. Then, after about 5 seconds, the runes will automatically reappear. That's right, this is also a rune. "Nar, you stay here and keep watch. Do not act rashly for now. Wait for my command to attack the rune together." Jiang Yin now has an idea. The reason why these runes can recover after being attacked is probably because there are other runes in the cave. The power of these runes allows runes that had previously disappeared to reappear. Therefore, Jiang Yin planned to find all the runes in the cave and attack them all at the same time. Let's see if we can make these runes disappear completely. Lina nodded slightly and stood next to the rune. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yin led Long Yingying to continue searching in the cave. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The oxygen in the cave is becoming increasingly thin. Fortunately, Jiang Yin has found all the runes in the cave. Including the rune at the very top of the cave, there are a total of 5. In order to ensure that he could attack all the runes at the same time, Jiang Yin took out the Goblin King puppet and the Dragon Man General puppet he had obtained earlier and had them stand in front of a rune respectively. After everything was ready, Jiang Yin returned to the deepest part of the cave as quickly as possible, stood below the topmost rune, and took out the Dragon Flame Ghost sword. If Jiang Yin still can't find an exit this time, he will be forced to use an escape talisman to leave. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Yin unleashed his flying sword technique, aiming at the runes at the very top of the cave, then shouted loudly in the direction of Lina and Long Yingying, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yinxian used his flying sword technique to launch an attack. At the very top of the mountain disappeared instantly after being attacked. At the same time, Reina, Long Yingying, and the 2 puppets, after receiving Jiang Yin's instructions, also launched an attack on the runes. All the runes inside the cave disappeared at that moment. 5, 4, 3. Jiang Yin stared at the runes at the top of the cave, while silently counting down in her mind. Just as he counted to 1, the runes did not restore as before, and the entire cave began to shake violently. Great, that's wonderful. Although Jiang Yin was still unsure of what would happen next, at least he had deciphered the runes in the cave. After a violent tremor, a crack slowly appeared on the once indestructible rock face. Immediately afterwards, the rock wall in front of Jiang Yin shattered instantly, revealing a vast and boundless grassland. At this moment, Long Yingying and Lina also ran over and saw the vast grassland in front of them, both showing excited expressions. However, just as everyone was rejoicing, a black-robed phantom suddenly appeared in front of them. That was exactly the same black-robed phantom I encountered when participating in the death game before. Congratulations on passing the first test. You are now officially entering the game's opportunity room. As long as you complete the game, you can get generous rewards. This game carries the risk of death. If you do not wish to participate, you may leave now. You will not receive any reward after leaving. If you choose to participate in the game, then the game begins now. How would you like to choose? The black-robed phantom not only looked the same as before, but even its opening remarks were almost identical. Just as Jiang Yin had guessed, they had entered the death game again. Husband, shall we join? Recalling her previous experience participating in a death game, Lena instinctively tensed up. After all, in the last death game, if Jiang Yin hadn't discovered the bug at the last moment, everything would have been over. Although Long Yingying had never participated in the death game, she could tell from the words of the black-robed phantom and Lena's solemn expression that the death game must be very dangerous. Of course I'll participate. Jiang Yin looked at Lena and Long Yingying beside her. Although this is a death game, it is not a situation where death is inevitable. There must be a way to crack it. Once the game starts, just follow my instructions and everything will be fine. For Jiang Yin, this was a rare opportunity, and she really didn't want to give it up. With her previous experience, Jiang Yin was confident that she could find a way to pass the level. Chapter 142 The Death Game, The Choice. Lena and Long Yingying unconditionally believed in Jiang Yin. Then, led by Jiang Yin, the three of them slowly walked out of the cave and came to the vast grassland. The black-robed phantom beside them remained silent, simply following behind the three. It was at this time that 3 wooden stakes appeared out of thin air directly in front of Jiang Yin and the other 2. On each wooden stake was a cup of peculiar beverage, 2 of which were the color of pitch-black sewage, making them truly disgusting to look at. The remaining cup, however, emitted a golden light and looked clearly extraordinary. The black-robed phantom then spoke. The name of this game is Choice. As you can see, there are 3 special drinks in front of you, only one of which is the Golden Body Elixir. After drinking the Golden Body Elixir, one's physical body will be greatly enhanced, and all attributes will also increase, resulting in a significant increase in strength. The remaining 2 are called Death Poison, which, as the name suggests, will surely kill any ordinary person who drinks them. The rules of the game are simple. You just need to drink all 3 cups of water to pass. The game has a 30-minute time limit. If anyone fails to drink it within the allotted time, everyone must die. Here's a reminder. The game has officially started now, and any items unrelated to the game are unusable, including escape charms. After the black-robed phantom finished speaking, its body turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. At the same time, a giant clock appeared above Jiang Yin and the other 2's heads, counting down. Upon learning the rules, Jiang Yin, Lena, and Long Yingying all showed expressions of utter shock. The rules this time are actually very simple. All the 3 of them need to do is go over, each choose a cup to drink, and they can immediately pass the game. The problem is, 2 of these 3 cups of water are deadly poison. Moreover, the black-robed phantom explicitly stated that anyone who drinks the poisonous water of death will surely die. How so? Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin's expression became extremely solemn. Unlike before, this time there were no NPCs, and even the black-robed phantom had disappeared. In the vast thicket, there was no one else besides Jiang Yin and his 2 companions. There are no scapegoats like before. This means that at least 2 people will die. Husband, don't hesitate. Go and drink the middle cup of water. Only the middle cup of water is golden, so it must be the Golden Body Elixir. Lena and Long Yingying exchanged a glance and immediately made a decision. They were all planning to drink a deadly poisonous liquid, for no other reason than that Jiang Yin is their beloved. Moreover, Jiang Yin is currently the ruler of the Yin domain. Once Jiang Yin dies, the Yin domain will cease to exist. So many people are relying on Jiang Yin. We absolutely cannot let her die unexpectedly under these circumstances. No. Jiang Yin was well aware of what the 2 of them were thinking and immediately shouted, "Don't make any rash moves. This might be a trap." Jiang Yin held tightly to Lena and Long Yingying beside her to prevent them from doing anything foolish. Jiang Yin absolutely refused to believe that the rules of this death game could really be this cruel. There must be a way to break this, just like when they found a scapegoat before. However, in Long Yingying, there is really no one else on this grassland. If they fail to drink all 3 cups of water within 30 minutes, all 3 of them will die. As time ticked by, Jiang Yin's expression grew increasingly grim, and Long Yingying beside her remained silent. They had long been prepared to drink the deadly poison. As soon as time was running out, they would immediately break free from Jiang Yin and rush to drink the deadly poison. At the same time, in a very special room in the world of marriage, 7 men in black robes gathered here, watching Jiang Yin and his 2 companions every move through the large screen in front of them. Third brother, so this death game you set up will really force 2 of them to die? You're being incredibly heartless. They deliberately didn't conceal the color of the water. Anyone with eyes can see that only the one in the middle is the golden body elixir. Aren't you forcing them to kill each other? Everyone present looked at the black-robed man standing on the far left. Upon closer inspection, one can discover a distinctive black badge on the left chest of this man in black robes, bearing the number 3. This person is the creator of this death game, and the number 3 also represents his ranking among the 7. Hehe. If they really do kill each other, then it means we've all misjudged them. On the surface, it seems that 2 people will definitely die, but it's not that simple to get through the death game I've set up. I just want to see if this Jiang Yin is really any different. As for lacking humanity, sorry, it seems we're not even human anymore. The third man in black robes stared at Jiang Yin on the large screen in front of him and gave a cold laugh. The deadly game he set up actually had 2 ways to pass. Let's see what Jiang Yin and the other 2 choose. The other men in black robes remained silent, watching the large screen in quiet silence. Time flies. 25 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Now, there are only 5 minutes left until the 30-minute time limit expires. During this time, no matter how Jiang Yin observed her surroundings, she could not find a single clue. As time dwindled, Jiang Yin grew increasingly anxious. How could this be? Are we really going to have to drink these 3 cups of water? No, it can't be like that. Jiang Yin was still unwilling to give up, staring at the 3 glasses of water in front of her. First of all, death games don't necessarily mean death, something Jiang Yin already knew last time. The rules on the surface state that someone will die, but in reality, there will always be another special way to get through. In Jiang Yin's view, this time is no different. There were just some clues that I hadn't been able to find. Seeing Jiang Yin's anxious expression, Lina and Long Yingying both sighed. My husband, the responsibility on your shoulders is too heavy. After drinking the golden body elixir, you will become even stronger so that you can better protect the flame domain. Moreover, you will definitely receive other generous rewards after passing the death game. If you die, what will happen to the flame domain? You are now the ruler of the region. Once the ruler dies, the flame domain will become ownerless and be plundered by the rulers of other regions. You absolutely cannot get hurt. Besides, the child in Qing'er's belly can't be without a father. Let us drink this deadly poison. Lina and Long Yingying finished speaking. They forcefully shook off Jiang Yin's hand and rushed towards the 2 glasses of black water in front of them. Chapter 143 Death by Poisoning, etc. Don't act rashly. Jiang Yin had long anticipated that the 2 of them would fight over drinking the poisonous water. They immediately took action and stopped Lina and Long Yingying. My lord, we can't hesitate any longer. There are less than 4 minutes left. If we don't drink it within the allotted time, we'll all die. As Long Yingying said this, her eyes immediately reddened. Although the time we spent together was short, it was the happiest time of my life. I am truly happy to be your woman. Lina, too, shed tears of reluctance. But for Jiang Yin, they were all willing to give up their lives. I know the time is almost up, but I've already figured out a way to break it. Jiang Yin's eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. All the previous tension and anxiety vanished. Lina and Long Yingying immediately frowned. Is there any way to solve this problem? That's obviously unlikely. Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, Jiang Yin smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, if I say there's a way, there really is. This death game, which seems to require the deaths of 2 people, actually has a huge bug. As she spoke, Jiang Yin's gaze fell upon the golden liquid in the center. The black-robed phantom had already said that drinking the golden body elixir would make one's physical body exceptionally strong and greatly enhance all of one's resistance attributes. If I drink the golden body elixir first, and then drink the remaining 2 cups of death poison, I will definitely not die. The rules state that the death poison water will only kill an ordinary person if they drink it. After drinking the golden body elixir, it means that I am no longer an ordinary person. Jiang Yin's words are not without basis. In the previous death game, 1 person was destined to die, but a solution was eventually found. This time will certainly be no exception. If 2 people are really going to die, why go through all this trouble? Just let Jiang Yin and the other 2 choose 2 to die at the beginning, and the last one can get the golden body elixir. Therefore, in Jiang Yin's view, the golden liquid in the middle is the biggest breakthrough. But the rules say that all 3 of us have to drink it for us to pass. Is it against the rules for 1 person to drink all the water? Lina asked with a puzzled expression. No. The rules don't say that all 3 of us have to drink it at the same time. Jiang Yin said confidently, The rules only say that you must drink 3 cups of water within the specified time limit. There is no explicit statement that everyone must drink water. Upon hearing this, Lena and Long Yingying's eyes immediately lit up. This was something they hadn't anticipated. The problem is, if the golden body elixir doesn't work and can't resist the damage from the death poison, then Jiang Yan will die. Moreover, drinking 2 cups of deadly poison at the same time would definitely cause even greater harm. They really didn't want Jiang Yan to take any risks. There are only 2 minutes left, so listen to me. Stay where you are and don't move. I'll be alright, believe me. After Jiang Yan finished speaking, she rushed to the cup of golden body spirit liquid in the middle at top speed and drank it all in one gulp. At that moment, it felt as if an extremely powerful force was erupting within him. Jiang Yan's skin emitted a dazzling golden light at this moment, as if it had been burned by flames, causing a strong, stinging sensation. Jiang Yan didn't have time to think about anything else, and hurriedly picked up the deadly venom from the other 2 tree stumps. Before Lena and Long Yingying could react, he gulped it down in one go. As the 2 cups of deadly poison entered her body, the golden light emanating from Jiang Yan's body vanished instantly. Gradually, it began to emit a dark gas, and Jiang Yan showed an expression of extreme pain before collapsing to the ground. His entire body was shrouded in that black aura. My husband. Lena and Long Yingying were so frightened that they immediately ran to Jiang Yan's side and helped him up. It was clear that Jiang Yan's face was pale and bloodless, and her expression was becoming increasingly painful. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yan vomited a large amount of black blood, which terrified Lena and Long Yingying even more. As someone with SS-level support abilities, Long Yingying would never stand by and watch her husband get into trouble. At that moment, she immediately cast the Holy Healing Barrier, and then a series of support skills were cast on Jiang Yan. Hopefully, the effects of the deadly poison can be eliminated. No matter how long Yingying used her skills, it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Yan grew weaker and weaker, until she didn't even have the strength to speak. The previous golden body elixir seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Even more terrifying, Jiang Yan's skin gradually cracked, continuously oozing horrifying black blood. Its breath became faint, and it was on the verge of death. It was at this time that the black-robed phantom that had previously disappeared reappeared. It's all because of you. Give me back my husband. Lena and Long Yingying showed extremely angry expressions and rushed towards him. What can be done? The black-robed phantom had no physical form, so the attacks from Lena and Long Yingying naturally wouldn't cause it any harm. Hateful. Why did this happen? Is there really no way at all? Lena and Long Yingying were well aware that the opponent was merely an illusion and could not harm them at all. The reason for attacking him was simply to vent their own anger. At this moment, Lena and Long Yingying collapsed to the ground, their expressions filled with utter despair. If Jiang Yan really dies, then they will never live on alone. The 2 exchanged a glance, prepared to commit suicide at any moment. So you really believe Jiang Yan is dead? Suddenly, the silent, black-robed phantom spoke. Lena and Long Yingying were immediately taken aback and looked at the black-robed phantom with a puzzled expression. Before he could explain, he noticed that the black aura surrounding Jiang Yan vanished instantly, followed by an explosion of dazzling golden light. Her previously pale face regained its rosy hue, and her faint breath gradually returned to normal. Seeing this, Lena and Long Yingying burst into tears of joy. Husband is really all right. They never expected that there would be a turning point. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Jiang Yan's skin healed rapidly, and his entire body was enveloped in a special golden light film. The next moment, Jiang Yan suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath. Holy crap, I'm still alive. Chapter 144: The Correct Way to Pass. Just now, Jiang Yanjin really thought she was going to die and had completely given up. But to everyone's surprise, life, which had almost withered away, was rekindled. Jiang Yan now feels as if she has been reborn, and she can clearly feel that her power is far greater than before. Besides, Jiang Yan also discovered that she had unexpectedly learned a skill called Indestructible Vajra. It is an A-level support/amplification skill. Once activated, within 30 minutes, Jiang Yan's defense and resistance to various attributes will increase by 50%, and she will even become immune to all toxins. The only drawback is that this skill has a very long cooldown time. It takes a full 10 hours to cool down after use. This means that it can basically only be used once a day. Even so, it's still incredibly impressive. Combined with the equipment he's wearing, It's enough to make Jiang Yin virtually invincible for the next 30 minutes. After drinking the poisonous water, the whole process was extremely painful, but it was exactly as Jiang Yin had guessed. As expected, only by drinking the golden body elixir can one completely pass this death game. Excited, Lina and Long Yingying immediately rushed to Jiang Yin's side. Congratulations, you have successfully completed this death game. This is the reward you deserve. With a casual wave of his hand, the black-robed phantom appeared in front of Jiang Yin, revealing a golden treasure chest. This black-robed phantom was actually an avatar of the third black-robed man. Jiang Yin's ability to pass this death game was truly unexpected. Jiang Yin's method of passing the level was the second method he had mentioned earlier. Only by accepting certain death, drinking the golden body elixir, and then drinking the remaining 2 cups of death poison, can one achieve a perfect victory. However, the risk of drinking the poisonous water is too great, and most people would never try it. Therefore, at first, the third man in black robes did not think Jiang Yin would do such a thing. But as it turns out, Jiang Yin really did it. He not only possesses extraordinary courage, but also the ability to protect his wife without hesitation. He is definitely not the kind of person who would abandon his wife and give up everything for his own selfish desires. So after drinking the golden body elixir, the death poison no longer had any effect on me. Jiang Yin didn't rush to open the treasure chest, but strode up to the black-robed phantom. The poisonous water is extremely dangerous. Any ordinary person who drinks it will surely die. But because you drank the golden body elixir in advance, you have gained a superhuman physique. Although the effects of the deadly venom on you have been minimized, it is not completely ineffective. Even after the toxins have entered your body, they still cause significant damage. However, this damage can indirectly help you. It's like a cleanser, removing all impurities from your body and giving you a true transformation. After the black-robed phantom finished speaking, Jiang Yin nodded in realization. I see. Simply put, if Jiang Yin had only drunk the golden body elixir, there wouldn't have been such a big change. It was because Jiang Yin drank the poisonous water along with the poison that she was able to be reborn. He even learned an A-level skill, indestructible body. So who exactly are you? Jiang Yin stared at the black-robed phantom in front of her, her expression serious as she questioned him. Including this death game, Jiang Yin has encountered a similar black-robed phantom 3 times. The first time was when Jiang Yin first used the opportunity key and accidentally entered an iceberg, where he encountered a black-robed phantom. It was in this place that Tu Shanqing's power was greatly enhanced. The next 2 times, however, they unexpectedly entered the death game. However, on 3 separate occasions, the black-robed phantom was encountered only by using the opportunity key. In Jiang Yin's view, these black-robed phantoms were far more than just NPCs. There must be some unknown identity behind it. You are not yet qualified to know our identities. You'll know once you become the strongest in the intermediate region. The black-robed phantom did not directly answer Jiang Yin's question. After saying a few simple words, its figure gradually disappeared. Immediately afterwards, 4 doors appeared in the front, back, left, and right sides of the room, making it look like an ordinary room. Watching the black-robed phantom gradually disappear, Jiang Yin fell into deep thought. Although this guy couldn't answer his question directly, he confirmed Jiang Yin's guess that this guy was not an ordinary NPC. The strongest in the intermediate region can one learn this secret. Moreover, the ending emphasizes the word we. This means that these men in black robes are very likely part of an organization. These guys must have a huge connection to the existence of this world, given that they can create a game opportunity room so easily. Jiang Yin needs to become stronger as soon as possible to find out the whole truth. Without thinking much, Jiang Yin walked up to the golden treasure chest and opened it. The next moment, it emitted an incomparably dazzling golden light. After the golden light faded, an equipment design blueprint appeared in front of Jiang Yin. Item: Shadow Sword Design Blueprint. Effect: by putting a B-grade sword with Ghost Fire attribute and 100 shadow stones into the forge, an A-grade weapon, the Shadow Ghost Sword, can be forged. Not only that, in front of Jiang Yin, a dark golden forging furnace appeared. This is not the basic forging furnace we obtained before, but an intermediate forging furnace. Only forging furnaces of intermediate or higher level can forge equipment of grade A. Jiang Yin glanced at the materials needed to forge the Nether Shadow Ghost Sword and frowned slightly. The most important B-grade sword weapon containing the attribute of Ghost Fire, which he can use to forge the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand. The problem is that Jiang Nian is still missing the most crucial netherworld stone, the shadow stone material in the design drawing. Shadow stone, dropped by defeating the Shadow Dragon Soul. Shadow Dragon Soul spawns in Sky City 4. It turns out it was obtained in Sky City 4. In that case, we can't waste any more time. We must find the key fragments of Sky City 4 immediately. Nodder, Ying, let's set off immediately. Jiang Yin's body feels perfectly fine now, and she is even more energetic than before. With that, Jiang Yin walked towards the random room directly in front of her. Lina and Long Ying hurriedly followed. For the next period of time, Jiang Yin used his omniscient and omnipotent talent to check the situation in each room. We need to find the monsters that drop Sky Scepter fragments very quickly. During this process, Jiang Yin did not forget to collect the Flame Domain badges. The annexation of the Blood Soul Domain has greatly increased the population of the Flame Domain. The more people there are, the faster the contribution points will accumulate. We are getting closer and closer to our goal of 50,000 contribution points. Chapter 145, Killing the Night Elf. Now, before Jiang Yin stood a monster about 1 meter tall, with an elf-like appearance, jet black skin, and wielding a black scepter. Name, Night Elf. Race, Elf. Talent, Shadow Control Grade A. Skills, Shadow Wave, Shadow Claw, Shadow Control, inherent skill from talent. Strength, 8 stars. Looking at the Night Elf in front of him, Jiang Yin's lips curled up slightly. The creature in front of me is the monster that can drop fragments of the Sky Scepter. I've finally found you. With 8-star strength, it seems that the Sky City 4 dungeon will be extremely terrifying. Jiang Yin's expression turned serious as she thought about this. This was definitely the most powerful monster Jiang Yin had ever encountered. The shadow control he possesses is an extremely troublesome talent. Simply put, this guy has the ability to control his own shadow, or the shadow of an enemy. He can not only manipulate shadows and unleash various powerful moves, but he can also forcibly control shadows and turn them into puppet-like beings. The shadow it controls possesses the same abilities as the original owner, only with half the strength. For example, if the Night Elf controls Jiang Yin's shadow, it's equivalent to summoning a Jiang Yin with 50% of her combat power. The most terrifying thing is that unless the Night Elf is killed, these shadows will regenerate even if they are killed. Hee hee. The Night Elf let out a chilling laugh the moment it saw Jiang Yin appear. He then slowly raised the scepter in his hand, and Jiang Yin's shadow was instantly absorbed into it. The next moment, a shadowy monster, entirely black, but bearing an identical appearance to Jiang Yin, appeared. Although the shadow monster's strength was only 50% of the original owner's, Jiang Yin's awakened talents and skills were far too powerful. Even if it's only 50% of its power, it's still incredibly strong. Not to mention that Long Ying and Lina were also present, and their shadows were also controlled by the Dark Elves. Lina and Long Ying also appeared beside the Night Elf. Looking at the 3 shadowy monsters in front of him, Jiang Yin's expression grew increasingly solemn. I'm even more certain now that the monsters in Sky City 4 dungeon must be extremely terrifying. Foolish humans, how dare you trespass into my territory? Go to hell, all of you. Amidst the Night Elves' maniacal laughter, 3 shadow monsters charged menacingly towards Jiang Yin and his companions. These shadow monsters have no emotions. They are entirely controlled by the Night Elves and are fearless in the face of death. Even if you get killed, you can still recover. The shadow monster is a bit troublesome, but it is not invincible. Nar, Ying, you two hold these 3 off. I'm going to kill the Night Elves. Jiang Yin knew that fighting these shadow monsters was a waste of energy. We must strike swiftly and decisively to kill the Night Elves. No problem. Lina and Long Ying nodded slightly and immediately rushed towards the 3 shadow monsters. These shadow monsters, after all, only have half the strength of the original owner. As long as Lina and Long Ying cooperate well, they can be dealt with completely. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yin immediately drew the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and charged towards the Dark Elf. Do you really think I'm weak? The Night Elf saw Jiang Yin charging straight at her, but instead of panicking, she put on a confident smile. The moment Jiang Yin rushed in front of it, the shadow of the Night Elf transformed into an incomparably sharp black claw, instantly seizing Jiang Yin. This move is one of the shadow-type skills mastered by the Night Elite, Shadow Claw. It has extremely strong force and a very powerful binding force. Once caught, it's very difficult to break free. Die. The Shadow Elf raised its scepter high, gathering a large amount of dark attribute energy, and unleashed a powerful shadow beam that struck Jiang Nian. Boom! With a loud bang, Jiang Nian, who was firmly grasped by the shadow claw, vanished into thin air. Did this human just vanish into thin air like that? Trash is trash after all. Even if it has the strength of an 8-star, it's still trash. The shadow elf, believing that its shadow wave had obliterated Jiang Nian, couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, just as it was laughing wildly, its pupils suddenly contracted as if it had sensed something. At the same time, one flying sword after another, burning with ghostly flames, appeared all around him. Before it could react, the flying swords immediately bombarded its body. Rumble. Like a series of powerful bombs, they instantly blasted the night elves, leaving them battered and bruised. His body was engulfed in flames, and his aura became extremely weak. In just a moment, the night elves suffered a severe blow. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Nian, holding the dragon flame ghost sword, slowly walked up to the dark elf, without the slightest injury. Claws cast by the night elves earlier were indeed very troublesome. Even if Jiang Nian is captured now, it will be difficult for her to break free in a short period of time. If one were to be struck head-on by the shadow light wave as before, even activating the Vajra indestructible skill would result in severe injury. After all, the other party was an 8-star monster, just like him. What can be done? Jiang Nian was too fast. With the help of the shadow step, she quickly dodged the shadow claw and left a shadow in her place. This afterimage led the shadow elf to mistakenly believe that it had captured Jiang Nian, hence its smugness. How is this possible? The night elf stared in horror at Jiang Nian, who was unharmed before him. It just couldn't understand why Jiang Nian was completely unharmed. Jiang Nian ignored it, too lazy to say anything more. Taking advantage of the guy's serious injury, he wielded the dragon flame ghost sword and unleashed the blazing flame sword slash. Although it's only a B-rank skill, its explosive power is still formidable. Furthermore, Jiang Nian has now received the boost from the golden body elixir, making her physical strength even greater. This blazing sword slash deals damage comparable to an A-level skill. He immediately cleaved the night elf in front of him in two. With the death of the night elf, all the shadows it had previously controlled returned to normal. Then, a fragment of a scepter, emitting a faint golden light, emerged from its corpse. Item: Sky Scepter Fragment. Effect: collecting 3 Sky Scepter fragments unlocks the hidden dungeon, Sky City 4. Besides, after killing the night elf, Jiang Nian also obtained 20 flame domain badges. As expected, the stronger the monster, the more flame domain badges one can obtain. If this is the case, as long as you can successfully pass the Sky City 4 dungeon, you can get at least several hundred flame domain badges. Chapter 146 Regional Ranking. While Jiang Nian was diligently collecting the fragments of the Sky Scepter, in a mysterious room in the world of marriage, 7 men in black robes gathered here, watching the large screen in front of them. Jiang Nian's every move is under their watchful eyes. See? I told you Jiang Nian was the most special one among these people. The one speaking now is the number 5 man in black robes, who was the one who set up the previous ghost-catching death game. After Jiang Nian successfully passed the ghost-catching death game, she gained his attention. They believed that Jiang Nian was the person they were looking for. The third black-robed man, who had previously questioned Jiang Nian, nodded in agreement. Jiang Nian's ability to drink 2 cups of deadly poison without hesitation had already left a very deep impression on him. It is indeed a bit special, but as of now, it can't be considered the most powerful. At this stage, there are quite a few people in the intermediate region whose strength is comparable to Jiang Nian's, and there are even stronger ones. If Jiang Nian can defeat all of these people, then he is the one we are looking for. Since that's the case, why not add fuel to the fire? The 7 men in black robes present whispered among themselves and quickly came to a conclusion. At the same time, within the intermediate level regions, a completely emotionless announcement suddenly rang out. Announcement: of the 50 regions participating in the regional upgrade competition, more than half have already reached level 2. The regional leaderboard is now officially open. Reminder: the leaderboard is sorted by region level and contribution value from highest to lowest. First place: Yin Yu, ruler, Jiang Nian, region level 2. Current contribution value 34511. Second place: Flower Domain, ruler, Robert, region level 2. Current contribution value 30241. Third place: Samurai Domain, ruler, Kintashiba, region level 2. current contribution value, 28055. Fourth place, Mountain God Domain, ruler, Lin Chao, region level, 2, current contribution value, 27644. Fifth place, Soul Domain, ruler, Elena, region level, 2, current contribution value, 26885. As the announcement sounded, everyone in the intermediate regions could clearly see the leaderboard. At that moment, the chat channel in the intermediate region instantly erupted in excitement. What? Our flower domain isn't number 1. Where did this flame domain come from? How did they get first place? Are you sure this ranking list is real? Why is Yin Yu in first place? Their contribution value is way too high. Yes, our flower domain was the first region to be promoted to the intermediate level, yet we're not even number 1. Could it be that the ruler of this flame domain is very powerful? But that doesn't make sense either. If they were so strong, why did it take them so long to advance to the intermediate region? Moreover, Blood Soul Domain is not even on the leaderboard. It was the second region to enter the intermediate level. No way, don't you all know? The Blood Soul Domain has already been annexed by the Flame Domain. Holy crap, the ruler of the Blood Soul Domain isn't that strong. So how could he be killed by Jiang Nian? This is unbelievable. This can only mean that Jiang Nian, the ruler of the Flame Domain, is far stronger than we imagined, which is why he was able to annex the Blood Soul Domain. No wonder he is number 1. While everyone was discussing it in the intermediate region chat channel of the Flower Realm ruler, a man dressed in a white suit with short blonde hair frowned immediately upon seeing the rankings. Upon closer inspection, one can see that this man's appearance is so delicate that one might mistake him for a woman. This man is none other than Robert, the ruler of the Flower Realm. His greatest love in life was all kinds of flowers. The vast palace of the ruler was filled with flowers, and he even had a garden specially built to ensure that there were fresh flowers every day. The entire palace was filled with a rich floral fragrance. That's why he named his area Flower Domain. Your Majesty, is this Jiang Nian really that powerful? His Flame Domain has actually given our Flower Domain more than 4,000 contribution points. That's too fast. Could it be that Jiang Nian really killed the ruler of the Blood Soul Domain? Beside Robert sat a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged woman with purple hair. She is Robert's betrothed, named Zero. Like Tu Shanqing, she belongs to the demon race, and her true form is a cat demon. Zero is also quite powerful, currently possessing the strength of an 8-star. As the ruler of the Flower Realm, Robert could not possibly have only one spouse. He also has 3 other potential marriage partners, all of whom are currently pregnant with Robert's children and resting in their rooms upstairs. I know the ruler of the Blood Soul Domain. That guy is indeed dead. It seems that the reason why the Flame Domain was able to rise so quickly is because it annexed the Blood Soul Domain. I never imagined that the ruler of the Blood Soul Domain, who always considered himself extraordinary, would die at Jiang Nian's hands like this. Robert looked at Jiang Nian, who was ranked first on the leaderboard, and spoke calmly. Husband, are you going to lay a hand on Jiang Nian? I believe that with your strength, defeating Jiang Nian will not be a problem. As long as we can eliminate the ruler of the Flame Domain and annex it, our Flower Domain can firmly hold the number 1 position. Naturally, they will also be able to receive the final championship reward. Zero lay in Robert's arms and whispered, if we want to win the final championship, then naturally we have to get rid of Jiang Nian. But I'm not in a hurry now, because there are people who are more anxious than me. Let them try Jiang Nian for me first. As he said this, Robert's lips curled up slightly, and he gave a cold laugh. On the other side, Jiang Nian was originally searching for the Night Elves, hoping to find the remaining 2 Sky Scepter fragments as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, a ranking list suddenly appeared. Seeing that he was currently ranked number 1, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Although being ranked first is very cool and stylish, it also brings Jiang Nian a lot of trouble. From this moment on, there will surely be many regional rulers who want to challenge the Flame Domain. After all, Yin Yu is currently in first place. If we can defeat Yin Yu, we can directly replace Yin Yu as the number 1. We'll definitely challenge it. Just as Jiang Nian was thinking this, the announcement immediately rang out. Urgent announcement. The ruler of the Warrior Domain has issued a challenge to the Flame Domain. The match will begin in 1 hour. All members of both domains are requested to prepare as soon as possible. Reminder, if you choose to leave the boss room midway through the session, you will not be able to re-enter the boss room. Warning, the boss is extremely powerful, and challengers face certain dangers. Please proceed with caution. Reminder, once the rulers of both regions enter the duel room, If they are no match for their opponent, they may choose to surrender at any time. If a region's ruler dies, their region will automatically be merged into the opponent's region. Chapter 147, A Challenge from the Samurai Domain. The sudden announcement was naturally heard by everyone in the Flame Domain. But they were already used to it, and when they saw Yin Yu ranked first, they already guessed that someone would definitely challenge him. As expected. That's really true. Everyone flocked to the chat channel and started discussing it. Zhang Yin paid no attention to this. Rather than speculating about the strength of the samurai Kineshiba, she would rather hurry up and find the fragments of the Sky Scepter. Zhang Yin was absolutely confident that she could defeat Kineshiba. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Announcement: the regional challenge has now begun. Players from both regions, please enter the boss room one by one. Reminder: the boss will launch an attack once anyone approaches its attack range. As the announcement was made, one teleportation portal after another appeared before the people of the Flame Domain. Facing such a 9-star monster would undoubtedly be terrifying. One wrong move, and you could be instantly killed. But now, everyone in the Flame Domain has great faith in Zhang Yin. Even if they have to face a 9-star monster, they are not afraid at all and rush into the teleportation portal. Zhang Yin was no exception. She took Lina and Long Yingying with her and walked into the portal. To the previous situation, everyone was teleported to a large plane. But this monster was completely different from the previous ones. It was a giant slime made entirely of green slime, and it looked extremely disgusting. Name: acidic slime. Race: slime. Talent: acidic mucus. Rank B. All skills can inflict a corrosive effect, ignoring 30% of the enemy's defense. Skills: charge, spit, acid projectiles, corrosive slime. Strength: 9 stars. It's actually a B-level talent. This guy is even stronger than the previous Black Soul Giant. Zhang Yin's face darkened immediately upon seeing the information that appeared before her eyes. Although this guy's defense may not be as good as the Black Soul Giant, his attack range is extremely large, and he also has 2 B-level skills, making him far more threatening than the previous Black Soul Giant. If you are unable to dodge in time and get hit by the acid slime's attack, the consequences will be unimaginable. The corrosive effect is similar to poisoning. If it is not removed in time, it will continuously deplete your health. Fortunately, this acid slime, like the previous Dark Soul Giant, is very slow. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yin immediately came up with a solution. Everyone, listen up. As soon as Zhang Yin said this, everyone present looked at her. This guy is called Acid Slime, and like the previous Black Soul Giant, he is a 9-star monster. Not only does it have a huge attack range, but each attack also comes with a terrible corrosive effect, making it extremely troublesome once you get infected. In this situation, those who have awakened support-type talents become especially important. Next, I will demonstrate how to properly dodge this guy's attacks. Watch carefully. During this process, everyone who has learned the skill of purification, please stand to my left and wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yin took the lead and rushed towards the acid slime. This scene shocked everyone in the original Blood Soul Domain. In their original territory, the ruler Johnson Noah would never have done such a thing. He would have only unconditionally ordered them to their deaths. Seeing Zhang Yin, the ruler, rushing towards the acid slime for the sake of the Flame Domain, without hesitation, truly moves the people of the Blood Soul Domain. I know that many of you are dissatisfied with the Blood Soul Domain being annexed by the Flame Domain. But isn't this a blessing in disguise? Our current ruler is Zhang Yin. He is willing to fight the acid slime alone for our safety, which deserves our respect. Taking this opportunity, Lucille continued to persuade the people of Blood Soul Domain to let down their guard and completely submit to Zhang Yin. As it turns out, Zhang Yin's actions were indeed very effective. Coupled with Lucille's persuasion, everyone present, who were originally from the Blood Soul Domain, looked at Zhang Yin with immense admiration. Besides, everyone was once again impressed by Zhang Yin's strength. Acidic slime with 9-star strength could theoretically kill Zhang Yin instantly. But Zhang Yin now appears unusually relaxed and at ease. It was as if Zhang Yin had obtained all of the acid slime skills in advance and was able to dodge them all immediately. Yin Yu had already witnessed Zhang Yin's strength when they fought the Black Soul Giant last time, so they weren't too shocked now. Those who had just joined the Flame Domain were all dumbfounded. This strength is too strong. Suddenly, I feel that Johnson Noah's loss was not unjust at all. Could this be the ruler's ability? Can he foresee all of his opponent's skills in advance? Looking at it that way, That's certainly true. That's really amazing. While they were still discussing it, Zhang Nian had basically finished demonstrating it to them. Acid slime has only two powerful attacks: acid projectiles and corrosive slime. These two skills are also its widest attack range. Once it uses them, you must retreat immediately and never get too close to it. Fortunately, acid slime doesn't use these two skills frequently, and each use has a fixed effect, making them easy to predict. The only thing to watch out for is the acid slime's spit ability. While this skill doesn't have the same attack range as acid cannonballs or corrosive slime, it's very fast and completely unpredictable, just randomly spitting saliva based on instinct. The saliva this guy spits out is extremely corrosive. You have to get out of the way immediately. Zhang Nian could do it easily, but it would be a bit difficult for those who were slower. To this end, those with purification skills should immediately remove the corrosive state from those who failed to dodge in time. Zhang Nian demonstrated the tactics while explaining them in detail. Everyone in the flame domain listened attentively, and the moment they received Zhang Nian's command, they all rushed towards the acid slime. A great war is about to break out. At the same time, the warriors from the samurai domain were also teleported into the boss room. The ruler of this region was a man dressed in traditional Japanese samurai attire named Kaneshiba. Upon seeing the acid slime, he made no attempt to attack it. Instead, he simply took out a chair and sat down comfortably. It wasn't that he didn't want to take action, but rather that he felt it was completely unnecessary. He even ordered everyone in the warrior domain to rest where they were and not to approach the acid slime. No one needs to make a move. There's absolutely no need to attack this boss. Anyway, as long as I kill Zhang Nian, the ruler of the flame domain, we will naturally win. Chapter 148 Black Flame Demon Blade. Long live the ruler. The champion of this regional upgrade competition will definitely be our warrior domain. What kind of bullshit flame domain is this? Do they really think they can easily become number one? Once the ruler kills Zhang Nian, we can annex it and become number one. If this Zhang Nian is very strong, I heard that he killed the ruler of the Blood Soul domain. So what? Could our ruler possibly lose to Zhang Nian? That ruler of the Blood Soul domain is nothing but a frog in a well with overflowing self-confidence. That's right. Our ruler is the strongest. Kaneshiba's words. Everyone in the samurai community cheered excitedly. In their minds, Kaneshiba was also a qualified ruler. At least he didn't disregard their lives like some rulers did. Don't worry, I know very well what kind of person Johnson Noah, the ruler of Blood Soul domain, is. This guy is indeed very strong, but compared to me, he is still much weaker. The fact that Zhang Nian was able to kill him proves that Zhang Nian is worthy of being my opponent. I'm really looking forward to fighting Zhang Nian. I wonder how many rounds he can last under my demonic blade. As he spoke, a strong murderous intent flashed in Kaneshiba's eyes. As you can see, there is a long black sword at his waist, which emits a faint black aura as Shiba Kenta's killing intent grows. The rule in the boss room is that as long as you don't get close to the boss's attack range, the game won't officially start, and the boss won't attack you. Now, under Kaneshiba's leadership, everyone is sitting leisurely to the side, away from the acid slime. Time passed by minute. Announcement. The duel of rulers has now begun. Rulers from both regions, please enter the duel room. As the announcement was made, a portal appeared in front of Kaneshiba. Prior to this, Kaneshiba had already fought against other regional rulers, and with his astonishing strength, he killed the remaining rulers of the opposing side, successfully allowing Samurai Domain to complete the annexation of a region. Therefore, Kaneshiba was already familiar with the duels between rulers, and he slowly walked in with his fiancée beside him. At the same time, the Flame Domain boss room. A portal also appeared in front of Zhang Nian. Ying, you don't need to come with me this time. Zhang Nian looked at Long Ying beside her and said, Husband, this is not a good idea. This Kaneshiba might be very strong. With me here, our chances of winning are much greater. Long Ying responded with a worried expression. I am enough. You stay here and help the people in the flame domain to remove the corrosive state. Zhang Nian gently patted Long Ying's head. Don't forget, I'm invincible now. There's no way I can lose. This wasn't because Zhang Nian was overconfident. Ever since he passed the death game last time, Zhang Nian clearly felt that his physical strength had become unprecedentedly powerful. During this period, even monsters of the same 8-star level could not withstand Zhang Nian's attacks. While bringing Long Ying along would certainly be safer, the Acid Slime's abilities are too troublesome. With Long Ying's super strong support, casualties can be greatly prevented. For Zhang Yan, everyone in the flame domain is extremely important. Only by making them feel at ease will Zhang Yan, as the ruler, naturally become stronger. After a moment of silence, Long Yingying nodded slightly. Then you must be careful, my husband. Victory or defeat is not important. The important thing is to come back safely. Lena also looked at Zhang Yan with a worried expression. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After saying that, Zhang Yan strode into the teleportation portal. The many people from the flame domain present were deeply moved when they saw Zhang Yan walk into the portal alone, choosing to leave the super powerful support Long Yingying in the boss room. For our safety, His Majesty is willing to leave Miss Long here. How noble of him. Brothers, we are truly fortunate to be able to follow such a good ruler. Long live the ruler. Brothers, let's kill this acid slime. Charge. Zhang Yan's actions once again left a very deep impression on everyone in Yanyu, making them even more loyal to him. On the other side, upon entering the duel room, Zhang Yan immediately saw a muscular man dressed in Japanese samurai attire. Kintashiba, who was also an 8-star expert. Besides, Zhang Yan also noticed the sword at the man's waist, and her brows immediately furrowed. With the help of his omniscient and omnipotent talent, Zhang Yan immediately realized that this guy's sword was not an ordinary weapon at all, but a manifestation of his talent. Kintashiba's awakened talent is the SS rank Black Flame Demon Blade. This is a very special talent. Although it cannot give Kintashiba any attribute boost, it allows him to be born with an extremely powerful weapon. Simply put, Kintashiba starts with an SS rank weapon. Its power is extremely strong. Without a doubt, this person is the most powerful opponent Zhang Yan has encountered so far. No wonder this guy challenged him for the first time after the leaderboard opened. So you're Zhang Yan? Kintashiba looked Zhang Yan up and down. He looks like a pretty boy. Wait, where is your marriage partner? At that moment, Kintashiba suddenly noticed that Zhang Yan had entered alone and was immediately startled. You don't actually think you can defeat me by yourself, do you? You really don't respect me at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong killing intent flashed in Kintashiba's eyes. He never expected that Zhang Yan would dare to do such a thing. In his view, this was Zhang Yan deliberately humiliating him, which made him extremely angry. Sensing his killing intent, the black jade demon's sword at his waist also became violent, emitting a thick black aura. The rules don't seem to explicitly state that you have to bring your marriage partner along. Enough with the chit-chat, let's get started. Zhang Yan didn't want to explain further and strode into the battlefield. Damn it, I have never seen such an arrogant person as you. Today, you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance. Kintashiba was really angered by Zhang Yan. His face was flushed as he walked into the battle arena. Chapter 149. Almost complete immunity to damage. Under the influence of the Black Flame Demon Blade, Kintashiba was now completely shrouded in black energy. Before being transported to this world, Kintashiba was a coach at a Japanese kendo dojo, and he already possessed exceptional swordsmanship. After transmigrating, he obtained the Black Jade Demon Blade, which was like adding wings to a tiger, giving him extremely powerful strength. Ordinary monsters can be killed instantly with a single strike. As a result, Kintashiba quickly became the strongest in his region, leading the samurai domain into the intermediate region. Because he believed in the Bushido spirit, Kintashiba disdained a 2-on-1 fight and immediately looked at his fiancée beside him, saying, "You are not allowed to lay a hand on me without my permission. I want to fight this guy one-on-one." After saying that, Kintashiba slowly drew the black jade demon sword from his waist. At that moment, Kintashiba's aura became particularly powerful. The black jade demon's sword in his hand even burst into black flames. This is not will-o'-the-wisp, but a different kind of flame called black flame. It is a flame unique to the Black Flame Demon Blade, and its temperature and power are far superior to ordinary flames. Combined with the power of the Black Flame Demon Blade, Kintashiba was able to unleash some truly remarkable sword techniques. His fiancée obediently nodded and retreated to a safe position. At that moment, the announcement was made. Announcement: both regional rulers have entered the battleground. The battle has officially begun. Reminder: Ruler Kintashiba has reached the second stage of prestige within his region, gaining a mid-level prestige buff. Increases all attributes by 15%. Reminder: Ruler Zhang Yan has reached the third stage of prestige within his region, gaining a high-level prestige buff, boosting all attributes by 20%. What? You actually know that he has such high prestige. Kintashiba heard the announcement. His eyes widened in surprise. He believed he had been very good to the people in the region. At least he hadn't coerced or intimidated them. When facing the powerful acid slimes, they were not sent to their deaths. Even so, prestige is only at the second stage. Jiang Yan, however, had directly reached the third stage and obtained a high-level prestige buff. Although the difference wasn't huge, it really annoyed Kintashiba. So you're still planning to fight me one-on-one? I don't actually mind fighting two people at once. As Jiang Yan spoke, she took out the dragon flame demon sword and looked at Shiba Kinta's expression with unwavering confidence. Jiang Yan's prestige had already reached the second stage when he fought against Johnson Noah. Now, those people from the Blood Soul domain have completely integrated into the Flame domain, and they revere and are loyal to Jiang Yan just as much. Jiang Yan wasn't too surprised that his prestige had reached the third stage. Arrogant. So what if your prestige buff is one level higher than mine? Do you really think you're invincible? Today I'll show you what true strength is. Kintashiba was clearly enraged by Jiang Yan, and at that moment, terrifying black flames ignited on his body. Immediately afterwards, he stomped on the floor and, like a slingshot, rushed towards Jiang Yan at an extremely fast speed. Gripping the black flame demon blade tightly in both hands, he slashed at Jiang Yan without any mercy. As an SS-rank talent awakener, Kintashiba is very confident in his abilities. Under normal circumstances, someone who awakens an S-level talent is already considered a genius among geniuses, 1 in 10,000. He possesses an even rarer SS-level talent, making him undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. He didn't believe Jiang Yan's talent was greater than his own. Even if this move cannot kill Jiang Yan, it is enough to severely injure him. He challenged Yin. He had already planned to kill Jiang Yan. Only by annexing the Flame domain can one make their own region stronger. He didn't think what he did was cruel. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Faced with Kintashiba's attack, Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly, and the Xianming shield immediately appeared in her left hand, blocking Kintashiba's full force slash. This move is considered a natural skill of Kintashiba, called Black Flame Slash, which is performed using the SS rank weapon Black Flame Demon Blade. At this stage, its power is definitely stronger than that of ordinary B-level skills. Even if Jiang Yan took out a shield to defend, it would be impossible for him to completely block it, and he might even shatter the shield with a single blow. However, what happened next left Kintashiba wide-eyed and utterly shocked. His Black Flame Slash struck the Xianming shield, but not only did it fail to cause any cracks in the shield, Jiang Yan himself did not even have to retreat a single step. Just like this skill, it didn't cause any damage to Jiang Yan at all. How so? Kintashiba was truly incredulous upon seeing this. Immediately, he unleashed the Black Flame Slash once more, slashing fiercely at Jiang Yan. But the result was still the same. Jiang Yan stood before him without changing her expression, maintaining a confident smile throughout. That Kintashiba realized that Jiang Yan's body was actually covered by a layer of golden light. The moment this guy launched his attack, Jiang Yan had already used the indestructible Vajra skill. After activating the invincible Vajra skill, Jiang Yan's defense and resistance to various attributes will be increased by 50%. At the same time, the effect of the Xianming shield in hand is also quite amazing, with a 30% increase in defense and a 30% reduction in damage from all attributes. In addition, Jiang Yan activated the enchantment effect of the Troll King's arm guards, amplifying the effect of the Xianming shield. This allows Jiang Yan to be almost completely immune to damage during the duration of her indestructible state. A mere Black Flame Slash could not possibly harm Jiang Yan. Moreover, Kintashiba's attributes are all inferior to Jiang Yan's. Is that all? Is this the combat power of an SS-level talent awakener? Jiang Yan calmly dusted herself off and smiled at Kintashiba. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can completely block my attack. Shiba Kinta was thoroughly enraged, and his eyes gleamed with a chilling red light. At that moment, a black phantom resembling a demon appeared behind him. It was clear that Kintashiba's aura had become incredibly powerful, far surpassing what it had been before. This move is Shiba Kinta's innate skill, the release of the Black Flame Demon Blade. The so-called Demon Sword is actually a weapon that harbors terrifying demonic power. Once activated, this skill can instantly unleash the terrifying power of the Black Flame Demon Blade. However, Kintashiba himself will also be affected by the cursed sword, entering a state of almost losing his mind. Furthermore, the longer it is used, the greater the impact and burden on oneself, making it impossible to use for an extended period of time. In this state, Kintashiba's strength will be greatly enhanced. Chapter 150 Decisive Admit of Defeat. Liberating the Black Flame Demon Blade. That's interesting. Let me see your true strength. Jiang Nian raised an eyebrow slightly as she looked at Shiba Kenta's appearance, still maintaining an extremely confident demeanor. The reason he wanted to challenge Kintashiba to a one-on-one fight was to test his own limits. The stronger Kintashiba became, the more excited he became. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dark shadow flashed by, and Shiba Kenta appeared in front of him in an instant, much faster than before. Even Jiang Nian was caught off guard, and was sent flying by a single sword strike. However, due to the effects of Vajra indestructibility and the mysterious shield, Jiang Nian did not suffer much damage even after being slashed away. But, in this state, Kintashiba is indeed very powerful. If Jiang Nian hadn't mastered the Vajra indestructible technique, she might have suffered serious injury if she hadn't dodged Shiba Kenta's attack in time. Keep going, don't stop. Jiang Nian patted his chest and shouted at Kintashiba. Hateful. Let's see how many of my attacks you can withstand. Kintashiba roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot, as he launched a series of slashes at Jiang Nian. Each strike possessed power no less than the previous Black Flame slash. With such a high frequency of attacks, coupled with the fact that Kintashiba's sword techniques were extremely powerful, Jiang Nian could only passively defend herself. Even Shiba Kenta's attack speed was so fast that he could predict Jiang Nian's shadow step position in advance. Even Johnson Noah, who was before, was no match for Kintashiba's strength. This person was indeed the strongest opponent Jiang Nian had ever encountered. Without the powerful effect of indestructible armor, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Nian to defeat him. Although Jiang Nian's physical strength is extremely powerful thanks to the effect of Vajra Indestructible, Vajra Indestructible has a limited duration and cannot be activated indefinitely. Jiang Nian only had 30 minutes. He couldn't keep wasting his time with this guy. Jiang Nian was about to get serious. At this moment, Jiang Nian's aura became increasingly powerful. Kintashiba was clearly stunned for a moment, and then he saw a giant dragon of will-o'-the-wisps appear in midair. Before he could react, Jiang Nian brandished the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword and launched a counterattack against him. At this moment, a series of effects that could amplify his attack power were activated. Jiang Nian's attacks were equally powerful. Besides, last time, under the amplification of the Golden Body Spirit domain, Jiang Nian gained power far exceeding that of others, as if the power value had directly doubled. Even when he was in a liberated state, Kintashiba could not withstand Jiang Nian's terrifying power. He never expected that Jiang Nian, who had previously only been able to passively defend, would actually possess such formidable strength. Kintashiba realized that Jiang Nian had never been serious from the beginning. This person's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. If the state of liberation can continue, then Kintashiba has nothing to fear from Jiang Nian. The problem is that the Black Flame Demon Blade cannot be unleashed indefinitely. The longer it is used, the greater the burden on his body becomes. With his current abilities, he can only last for about 30 minutes at most. He was unaware of the indestructible Vajra technique and assumed that Jiang Nian's powerful defense was due to her awakened talent and equipment. In this situation, he should have immediately asked his fiancée to help him fight. But with his samurai spirit, he would never allow himself to fight two against one. Left with no other choice, he could only helplessly shout, "I give up." What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian's eyes widened immediately. You're just admitting defeat like that. Aren't you going to resist anymore? Jiang Nian originally thought that Shiba Kenta would be his mortal enemy, and might even call on his marriage partner to join him in attacking him. But to everyone's surprise, he surrendered so readily. I never engage in meaningless resistance. I admit I underestimated you before. You are very strong. Kintashiba deactivated the Black Flame Demon Blade. It was clear that Kintashiba's aura had become unusually weak. Upon seeing this, his fiancée rushed over and helped Kintashiba up. This is the side effect of unleashing the Black Flame Demon Blade. It simply cannot be maintained for long. The longer it lasts, the more it depletes his vitality. Losing a match might only result in a loss of some contribution points. There's absolutely no need to fight to the death. He had no real grudge against Jiang Nian. The reason he challenged her was simply because he thought Jiang Nian's first-place ranking was questionable. Now, After his battle with Jiang Yin, he clearly understands just how powerful Jiang Yin is. At least in his mind, Jiang Yin's first place was well-deserved. Moreover, he is still the ruler of the warrior domain. Whether for the sake of this position, for his marriage partner, or for the people in the region, he cannot die casually. All right. Jiang Yin smiled slightly and withdrew her power. He now had a completely new perspective on Kenta Shiba standing before him. Announcement. Congratulations to Jiang Yin, ruler of the Flame Domain, for defeating Shiba Kenta, ruler of the Samurai Domain, and winning this duel. The boss in your area has had its HP reduced by 30%. As the announcement was made, portals appeared simultaneously beside Jiang Yin and Shiba Kenta. Although I lost this time, I will not give up my challenge to you. I will definitely defeat you, just you wait. Kenta Shiba is the kind of person who becomes more courageous after setbacks, and this defeat only fueled his competitive spirit. Once I get back, I must work even harder to improve my skills. He longed for his next showdown with Jiang Yin, determined to defeat her. No problem, I'm always ready. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, she walked into the teleportation portal without looking back. Kenta Shiba didn't say much. With the help of his fiancée, he was teleported back to the boss room. Because of his previous boasts and the trust that the people of the warrior domain have in him, they have not yet made a move against the acid slime. The boss is still at full health. Upon seeing Kenta Shiba return, everyone immediately surrounded him, assuming that Kenta Shiba had won. But soon, they realized something was wrong. Because the acid slime is still at full health. If Kenta Shiba kills Jiang Yin directly, they will win immediately, and the acid slime will die instantly. If Kenta Shiba fails to kill Jiang Yin and only defeats her, then the acid slime's health will be reduced by 30%. But now, the acid slime is not only not dead, but its health has not decreased either. They immediately realized that Kenta Shiba had lost to Yin Jiang. Chapter 151 this time. The championship can only belong to my flower domain. Your Majesty, have you lost? How is this possible? Is Jiang Yin really that powerful? This must be fake. How could you lose? Upon learning this, everyone's initial excitement vanished. Why? Kenta Shiba sighed deeply. I have indeed lost. Jiang Yin Yuan is stronger than I imagined. I underestimated him. I take the main responsibility for this failure. The fact that Kenta Shiba was able to obtain the second stage prestige buff proves that he is not as cruel as Johnson Noah in treating the people in his area. In the eyes of the samurai community, Kenta Shiba was still a very competent ruler. In this situation, he showed no airs of a ruler and readily admitted his mistake. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. Not to mention Kenta Shiba, they had all initially underestimated Jiang Yin. I don't believe Jiang Yin can defeat Kenta Shiba at all. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yin was really that powerful. Your Majesty, although you have lost to Jiang Yin, this regional challenge is not over yet. If we can defeat this boss faster than Yin, we will still win. That's right. As long as we unite and launch a fierce attack on this guy, we might be able to turn the tide and win. Those people in the flame domain are probably gloating right now and aren't seriously fighting the boss. At this thought, everyone present had their eyes light up. It's useless. Kenta Shiba said in a solemn tone. My loss to Jiang Yin means that the boss in their area will have its HP reduced by 30%. And I didn't let you attack the boss at the beginning, which is why this guy is still at full health. Even if we attack the boss now, it's impossible to defeat the flame domain. Most importantly, this slime is far too powerful. Even for a strong person like me, the consequences of being attacked would be unimaginable. Losing the game doesn't matter. Staying alive is the most important thing. Follow me as I teleport away from the boss room. Kenta Shiba left the boss's room with his fiancée. He was actually a very rational person. Rather than wasting time and risking his life to fight this boss, he would rather give up decisively. Anyway, it's just a loss of 30% of contribution points. The others in the samurai domain were also aware of this situation, but they were unwilling to admit defeat so easily. But the truth was right in front of them. The boss was far too powerful. Now that Kenta Shiba has left, there's no reason for them to stay any longer, so they all teleported away from the boss room. On the other side, in the boss room of the flame domain, when Jiang Yin returned, the boss's health was less than 50%. He defeated Kenta Shiba, causing the boss to lose 30% of its health, which made things much easier for everyone in the flame domain. However, just as Jiang Yin was preparing to continue leading them to besiege the acid slime, an announcement suddenly rang out. Announcement. All members of the warrior domain have evacuated the boss room. and are considered to have forfeited the match. The Flame Domain has won this regional challenge. The moment the announcement was made, a golden lightning bolt struck, instantly obliterating the acid slime. That's it. It seems they're not even going to challenge the boss. Had already gained an absolute advantage by defeating Shiba Kinta. I just didn't expect them to give up so decisively. Yes, long live the ruler. We have won once again. Now we can get 30% of the Samurai Domain's contribution points and become number 1 without a problem. We're getting closer and closer to level 3. This is fantastic. The many people from the Flame Domain present cheered excitedly. Then, led by Jiang Yin, everyone left the boss room in high spirits. From this moment on, the Warrior Domain's contribution points rapidly decreased by 30%, leaving only about 20,000 contribution points. Their ranking plummeted from 3rd place to outside the top 10. The Flame Domain brought by Jiang Yin gained more than 8,000 contribution points in one go, and now its contribution points are close to 43,000. Even the Flower Domain, which ranks 2nd, cannot rival the Flame Domain. If no one can defeat the Flame Domain, it will only take about a day for the Flame Domain to reach 50,000 contribution points and become a level 3 region. This also signifies that Yin has won the championship in this regional upgrade competition. But it's often in these final moments that the competition becomes most intense. Now, of the ruler of the Flower Realm. As the ruler, Robert kept a close eye on the rankings. When he saw the Flame Domain's contribution points instantly increase to over 40,000, he immediately realized that the ruler of the Warrior Domain had lost to Jiang Yin. Is this guy really that strong? That's unlikely. Robert frowned and clenched his fists. Clearly, Jiang Yin's displayed strength far exceeded his expectations. About Kintashiba, the ruler of the Samurai Domain. This person possesses SS-level talent and can definitely be considered a top-tier expert. Even so, he still lost to Jiang Yin, which means that Jiang Yin's strength far surpasses that of Shiba Kinta, and his talent may even surpass SS level. Thinking about this, Robert's expression became even more solemn. Husband, what should we do now? If we don't take action soon, the Flame Domain will definitely reach level 3 the fastest. We haven't issued any challenges yet. If we want to win, we must challenge the Flame Domain now. Zero, sitting next to him, also looked incredulous upon learning of this. Robert didn't respond immediately. He silently opened the chat channel and sent a message to his friend Kintashiba. You actually lost to Jiang Yin. It seems that Jiang Yin is stronger than I thought. Not long after, Kintashiba replied to Robert. I personally advise you to give up challenging Jiang Yin. This person is too strong, and I'm afraid you don't have much of a chance of winning. Hey, you think I'm weak? I was one of the first in the entire marriage matching world to enter the intermediate region. My strength is beyond your imagination. The championship of this regional upgrade competition can only belong to my Flower Domain. Chapter 152, The Final Sky City Dungeon. Robert contacted Kintashiba, not because he was afraid of Jiang Yin. Instead, they wanted to confirm whether Kintashiba had truly lost to Yin Jiang. As it turned out, Kintashiba not only lost, but also became extremely afraid of Jiang Yin's strength. This demonstrates that Jiang Yin's strength far surpasses that of Kintashiba. If he can defeat Jiang Yin, then no one in the entire intermediate region will be able to shake his position. In order to become the most powerful person in the world, Robert must take action to kill Jiang Yin. He was unable to challenge Jiang Yin immediately after his battle with Shiba Kinta. I can only challenge Jiang Yin tomorrow. Tomorrow is his last chance. At the same time, Jiang Yin was standing to the other side. After defeating Kintashiba, the adventure continued. Not long after, they found the remaining 2 Sky Scepter fragments and combined them to form the complete Sky Scepter. Now, Jiang Yin can enter the hidden dungeon of Sky City simply by using it. Jiang Yin knew very well that Yin Domain already had more than 40,000 contribution points, and if nothing unexpected happened tomorrow, it would definitely be the fastest region to upgrade to level 3. But he didn't think it would go that smoothly. The intermediate region is now full of hidden talents, and everyone is vying for the championship. How can they just sit idly by and ignore Jiang Yin? Tomorrow, someone will definitely challenge Yin. To ensure a sure win, Jiang Yin must complete the Sky City 4 dungeon today to enhance her strength. After restoring himself to perfect condition, Jiang Yin immediately used the Sky Scepter key to open the Sky City 4 dungeon. Jiang Yin only brought Long Ying with him, and they entered the Sky City 4 instance together. Even a random soldier in the Sky City 4 dungeon has the strength of an 8-star character, which is enough to prove how dangerous this dungeon is. Tu Shanqing's pregnancy was already inconvenient, and Lena was only at the 7.5-star level, so neither of them could enter such a powerful dungeon. Bringing Long Yingying along is the safest option. After experiencing a dizzying sensation, Jiang Nian slowly opened her eyes. This time, his location is completely different from the previous Sky City 1, 2, and 3 instances. It wasn't that I was in a magnificent palace, but rather that I was on a cloud. It felt like stepping directly on clouds. It was truly magical. Directly in front of Jiang Nian was a golden gate. If I'm not mistaken, the final boss of Sky City 4 should be behind that room. Although the situation in this instance is completely different from the previous ones, it is roughly the same. Of chilling laughs echoed from all around. The next moment, 3 night elves appeared in front of Jiang Nian. As soon as these 3 appeared, they immediately used their ability to control shadows. In an instant, 3 Jiang Nian and 3 Long Yingying appeared. Although they are all shadows and their strength is vastly different from the original owners, they are still very troublesome. Moreover, these night elves are quite powerful in combat. Fortunately, Jiang Nian already knew the weaknesses of these night elves and did not feel nervous at all. He knew very well that while the night elves' abilities were troublesome and their attacks were powerful, their bodies were very fragile. Perhaps it's the weakness of the elven monsters. Their bodies are too fragile. They simply couldn't withstand Jiang Nian's current powerful attacks. Yingying, let's stick to the old plan. You take care of keeping these shadow monsters occupied, and I'll deal with the main body. The Dragon Flame Ghost sword immediately appeared in his hand, and he attacked the 3 dark elves. With Jiang Nian's current strength, it would be quite easy for him to take on 3 opponents at once, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Long Yingying immediately drew her greatsword and simultaneously cast a judgment barrier, trapping the shadow monster that was trying to attack Jiang Nian. Without the harassment of these shadow monsters, Jiang Nian could launch an attack without any worries. Jiang Nian could have easily dealt with these night elves, let alone now that she has received the boost from the golden body elixir, making her even stronger. Before long, all 3 night elves died by Jiang Nian's sword. Long Yingying immediately unleashed the Holy Light Blessing skill on Jiang Nian. This skill is a single target healing skill that can not only heal Jiang Nian's injuries, but also restore his stamina to a certain extent. To the Holy Healing Barrier, it's like one is a group healing and the other is a single target healing. The moment the Holy Light Blessing was applied to Jiang Nian, a night elf suddenly appeared in front of him. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Nian wouldn't even consider a mere night elf a threat. He could easily kill it. The problem is, now the sound of dragon roars can be heard again. One after another, enormous, jet-black dragon-like creatures appeared all around. These guys were like the shadows of a real dragon. There were 7 of them in total. But unlike the shadow monsters controlled by the night elves before, these creatures clearly possessed an extremely powerful aura. Even the night elf that appeared before them was much stronger than the ordinary night elves. It's obvious that this guy is the elite gatekeeper monster of Sky City 4. And these things that look like the shadows of a real dragon must be the Netherworld Dragon Soul. The shadow stones that Jiang Nian needed were dropped by these guys. Human, the fact that you have come here and met me is enough to prove that you are no ordinary human. Your strength is extremely powerful, and the Lord of Sky City greatly admires you. If you are willing to surrender and submit to the City Lord from now on, then you can avoid death. Otherwise, you will surely die today. As the night elf spoke, he let out a piercing laugh. These fellows beside me are not the shadows you know. Its strength is beyond your imagination. When you face them, it's like facing a real dragon. After he finished speaking, the Netherworld Dragon souls swirling around him let out deafening roars, and the entire room began to tremble slightly. Husband, don't worry. These guys aren't real dragons at all. They're all just imposters. Long Yingying was a genuine dragon, and when she saw these Netherworld Dragon souls, she immediately realized something was wrong. These guys all look like real dragons, but in reality they are just all show and no substance. It's as if a portion of the power of a real dragon was extracted and forcibly poured into a dragon-shaped shell. Long Yingying could clearly sense that these guys were far weaker than her. Chapter 153 The Lord of Sky City. Yingying, so you have a way to render these shadow dragon souls incapable of fighting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nian looked curiously at Long Yingying beside her. Have. Long Yingying nodded confidently. I can even kill them all. Very well, then I'll leave it to you. I'll deal with that night elf. Jiang Nian naturally trusted her marriage partner unconditionally. With that, he brandished the Dragonfire Ghost sword and charged rapidly toward the dark elf in front of him. Even though this guy's aura was stronger than all the previous night elves, Jiang Nian didn't take him seriously. This guy's ability must be to control these shadow dragon souls to fight. As long as Long Yingying can make these shadow dragon souls lose their fighting power, this guy will be useless. Seeing Jiang Nian charging towards him menacingly, the dark elf sneered. It seems you have no intention of submitting to the city lord. In that case, die. The night elf showed no fear of Jiang Nian and raised his black scepter high. As you can see, the scepter in this guy's hand is clearly different from those of other night elves. It actually has a dragon head on it. At that moment, the dragon head emitted a chilling black light. Netherworld dragon souls hovering in midair all let out a dragon roar. Moreover, black flames ignited on each of them, and their auras continued to grow stronger. I'll show you the power of a true dragon. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the night elves' piercing laughter, black flames began to condense in the mouths of all the shadow dragon souls in midair. With just one command, Jiang Nian can be attacked simultaneously. It simply couldn't believe that a human could withstand the attacks of so many shadow dragon souls. However, just when he was full of confidence and thought Jiang Nian was doomed, suddenly, another deafening dragon roar resounded, making the night elf tremble. Immediately afterwards, in midair, a magnificent golden dragon appeared, its true dragon aura instantly intimidating all the netherworld dragon souls present. They didn't dare to launch an attack, let alone move an inch. It was fear from the bottom of their hearts. How so? That guy was actually a real dragon. The night elf then realized that the golden dragon was actually the woman behind Jiang Nian in disguise. These shadow dragon souls do indeed possess the power of a true dragon. But no matter how strong it is not a dragon in the true sense. Now that a real dragon has appeared, it will naturally feel fear. Moreover, the night elves could also determine that Long Yingying held an extremely high position within the entire dragon race, possessing an exceptionally powerful bloodline. He is definitely not an ordinary member of the dragon race. Only in this way can the shadow dragon be kept completely still. Alright, so how do you plan to die? Jiang Nian wasn't too surprised to see that even the netherworld dragon soul was stunned. He wielded the dragon flame ghost sword and approached the dark elf. In Jiang Nian's eyes, this guy was already a corpse. Die. I am the city lord's most capable general. How could I die? Foolish humans, prepare to die. The night elite roared angrily. Even without the assistance of the shadow dragon soul, it still possessed formidable strength. They were even more unwilling to be killed by a human like this. But it ultimately underestimated Jiang Nian's strength. In just a few rounds, he was killed by Jiang Nian, his body cut in half and burned to ashes by the ghost fire. At the same time, all the netherworld dragon souls in midair were destroyed because they could not withstand the power of the true dragon Long Yingying. They turned into black stones and fell to the ground. The shadow stones that Jiang Nian needs. After collecting them all, there were more than 110 in total, which was just enough to meet the requirements for forging the netherworld dragon sword. Now, for Jiang Nian, only the final boss remains. From what the night elf had just said, he also learned that this Sky City 4 dungeon should be the last dungeon in the entire series. The guy in the boss room ahead should be the Sky City Lord he mentioned. The netherworld dragon soul, Long Yingying, returned to her human form and stood beside Jiang Nian. At the same time, he immediately cast a holy light blessing, restoring Jiang Nian to perfect condition. After all, what they were about to face was the most powerful and terrifying of all the Sky City dungeons. It was at this time that the previously closed golden door opened automatically. A very authoritative male voice came from inside. To have come all the way here, you are indeed the most powerful human I have ever seen. But with your current strength, defeating me is as difficult as ascending to heaven. If you want to live, you have no choice but to submit to me, and I promise to make you even stronger. As they were speaking, a monster clad in silver-white armor and resembling a human flew out from the golden gate, hovering in midair with its hands behind its back. Although this creature looks very much like a human, upon closer inspection, you can see that its eyes are deep blue and it doesn't even have any whites. It also has pointed, elfin-like ears, and the rest of its skin is exceptionally white, completely devoid of color. The terrifying aura emanating from him was so overwhelming that even Jiang Nian felt extremely pressured. Name: Gracie, Lord of the Sky City. Race: Elf. Talent: Heart of the Sea God, SS rank. increases the damage of all of the user's water-type skills by 50%, and after entering attack mode, the environment is affected and begins to rain continuously, thereby continuously increasing water attribute energy. Enemies in the rain will be slowed down. Skills: Water Blade, Water Ball, Water Shield, Water Mirror, Water Vapor Evaporation, Sea God's Arrow Rain, Sea God's Roar. Strength: 8.5 stars. The moment Jiang Yin saw Gracie's message, her expression immediately turned serious. This guy's strength has actually reached 8.5 stars. Most importantly, this guy's talent is SS level. With such formidable strength, even the 9-star bosses we encountered before would not be a match for this guy. No wonder he is the lord of this sky city. He does indeed possess extremely terrifying strength. However, even so, Jiang Yin was still not afraid of his strength. Looking at Gracie without changing his expression, he said, "You want me to submit to you? Do you have the right? You really think you can definitely beat me?" Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Gracie burst into laughter. "Ha! Foolish human, who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Perhaps you are quite powerful among humans, but to me, you are nothing. Even if the woman beside you is a member of the dragon race, she still cannot defeat me." As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a torrential downpour began. Gracie was bathed in the heavy rain, and her breath grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 154: Powerful Water-Based Skills. I'm giving you one last chance. Either die, or kneel down and submit to me. Gracie slightly raised her right hand, and a large amount of water attribute energy gathered together to form a blue lightsaber. As the heavy rain fell, his breathing grew stronger. Jiang Yin and Long Yingying, who were caught in the heavy rain, were clearly affected. Their movement and reaction speeds slowed down considerably. Even if Long Yingying uses her purification skill, it will be meaningless. This heavy rain is Gracie's innate ability. It will continue to exist as long as he lives. Jiang Yin and Long Yingying will remain in the heavy rain, and no matter how many times they use purification to clear it, it will be useless. Yingying doesn't need to waste her energy on purification. Only by defeating this guy can she get rid of this negative status. Jiang Yinshan stared intently at Gracie in midair, the dragon flame ghost sword in his hand igniting with eerie ghostly flames. At this moment, Long Yingying also took out her golden greatsword, ready to make a move at any moment. Judging from your expressions, you have no intention of submitting to me. In that case, let them all die. After saying that, Gracie slowly landed on the ground, and then swung her sword several times in the direction of Jiang Yin and Long Yingying. The sword energy instantly transformed into several sharp blades made of water, hurtling towards the two of them at an extremely fast speed. Even if Long Yingying cast her holy light shield in time, it wouldn't be able to stop the attack from the water wave blade. It shattered in an instant. Fortunately, Jiang Yin reacted quickly and immediately grabbed Long Yingying, dodging Gracie's attack. Jiang Yin could have easily dodged it with the speed of the shadow step. However, being in the heavy rain, Jiang Yin clearly felt his speed slow down. If he had reacted even slightly slower, he would have been severely injured by this guy's water blade. This made Jiang Yin realize that Gracie, with her 8.5-star strength, was indeed very powerful. Yingying, stand behind me and use your healing abilities to assist me at any time. I'll handle this guy. As Jiang Yin spoke, her aura grew increasingly powerful. At that moment, he activated his indestructible power and simultaneously used the enchantment effect of the Troll King's arm guards to amplify the Dragonfire Ghost's sword in his hand. Dragon-scale armor he was wearing were activated at this time. Yes, my husband, please be careful. Although Long Yingying has 8-star combat power, her skills are all geared towards support. All she can do now is keep a close eye on Jiang Yin's condition and ensure his safety. When necessary, they can also use their offensive skills to cooperate with Jiang Yin. Ridiculous. You think you can match my power with this? You're still too naive. Gracie naturally noticed that Jiang Yin's aura was getting stronger, but he was not nervous at all. After chuckling twice, he gently waved his left hand, and a large number of raindrops gathered together, forming one water ball after another. Under his command, all the water spheres were launched at Jiang Yin. Water attribute skills may seem weak and harmless, but that's just an illusion. Water-based skills may not have a strong burst of power, but they have an extremely strong ability to sustain attacks. Not to mention, Gracie's talent is also quite powerful, allowing her to be in the rain at all times. At this moment, in his eyes, Jiang Yin was no different from an ant. Once he had played with her enough, he could kill her. Just when he thought Jiang Yin would dodge these water spheres as she had dodged the water wave blades before. To his astonishment, Jiang Yin did not dodge at all. Instead, she raised her shield high, bracing herself against the water spheres as she charged towards him. Just like these water balloons, they couldn't cause him any harm at all. Seeing this, Gracie's previously calm expression suddenly turned serious. He knew very well that his seemingly weak water ball technique was actually extremely powerful, like one bomb after another. Jiang Yin is just a human. Even with a shield, he cannot remain unharmed. This means that Jiang Yin is even more powerful than he imagined. It was at this time that, of the shadow step, Jiang Yin quickly rushed to Gracie's side. So what can the Lord of Sky City do? I'm not afraid of you. As Jiang Yin spoke, he unleashed the powerful blazing flame sword slash. Whether it was because Jiang Yin was too fast and Gracie couldn't react in time, or for some other reason, it's unclear. Blazing sword slash in time, and was cut in half. Success? It was a success? Long Yingying, who was in the distance, widened her eyes in surprise when she saw what was happening. Is the Lord of Sky City really that weak? This is clearly impossible. A puddle of water at this moment. Immediately afterwards, from a puddle on the ground, a large number of raindrops gathered together, and Gracie's figure reappeared. What Jiang Yin attacked earlier was just one of his clones. This skill is precisely the water mirror technique that Gracie possesses. Once activated, it can instantly create a water clone that is exactly the same as the original body. The main body can also quickly disappear into the water, easily dodging any skill. The only drawback is that this move can only be performed in a watery environment. He wasn't slow to react. There was simply no need for him to dodge. Jiang Yin wasn't too surprised to see Gracie appear again. How could someone who died so easily become the Lord of Sky City? Not bad, not bad. This move is quite powerful. Unfortunately, you're too slow. How could you possibly hurt me? Ha 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 ha. Amid Gracie's maniacal laughter, several more enormous water spheres formed and hurtled towards Jiang Yin. Having already activated his indestructible Vajra form, Jiang Yin, in conjunction with the Xianming shield in his hand, has seen a significant boost in both his defense and attribute resistance. These water balls couldn't hurt him at all, so there was no need for him to dodge them. Before, ignoring Gracie's various attacks, they charged towards him. What Jiang Yin needs to do right now is to quickly stack the layers of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, thereby summoning the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon and continuing to increase his own strength. At the same time, you should try to attack Gracie's main body as much as possible, so that you can also activate the Bloodlust Eli Bark Pants effect. The Water Mirror skill is indeed tricky, but Jiang Yin doesn't think this guy can use it indefinitely. At least during the duration of the indestructible effect, there is no need to fear Gracie's attacks, and you can attack continuously. During this process, Long Yingying could also cast a Holy Light Blessing on Jiang Yin from time to time to ensure that Jiang Yin was always in a good condition. The battle with Gracie is going to be a protracted war. Chapter 155, the last 5 minutes. Give up the useless attacks. Even if the dragon woman behind you can continuously restore your condition, it will be meaningless. I am someone you absolutely cannot defeat. Gracie wielded her blue lightsaber, calmly dealing with Jiang Yin's various attacks. Even if you are accidentally hit by Jiang Yin's skill during this period, there will be almost no problem. Either you successfully dodge the water's reflection, or you get a tiny scratch that's completely insignificant. In his view, even if Long Yingying could recover to Jiang Yin's state, she couldn't keep recovering indefinitely, as her physical strength was limited. Moreover, even if Jiang Yin could continue to recover, there would be limits to her recovery. She couldn't stay in a perfect state forever. He believed that Jiang Yin was already very tired, and was only able to persevere by relying entirely on those recovery skills. However, Jiang Yin ignored his words and continued her attack. Just as Gracie had predicted, Jiang Yin couldn't hold on for much longer. The indestructible state only lasted for about 10 minutes. This also means that Jiang Yin and Gracie have less than 5 minutes left to fight. Once the indestructible effect wears off, Jiang Yin will have no chance of defeating him and will have no choice but to use the escape talisman and give up fighting this guy. It was precisely because of the existence of the escape talisman that Jiang Yin could fight him without fear, since she could leave at any time. What I need to do now is prove my limits. It's a pity. This guy came straight out of the boss room on his own, without giving Jiang Yin a chance to rest. Otherwise, Jiang Yin could have forged the shadow sword first. With the amplification of an A-grade weapon, he would have been more confident in dealing with him. Now, Jiang Nian's Dragon Flame Ghost Sword has already been stacked to 10 layers, and even bloodthirsty Eli's bark pants have met the requirements to activate the bloodthirsty state. This is Jiang Nian's last chance. At that moment, Jiang Nian immediately activated the effect of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword, summoning the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon. It's just a trivial skill. Gracie smiled with utter disdain when she saw the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon hovering in midair. He's not even afraid of a real dragon like Long Yingying. So why would he be afraid of a fake dragon? He wasn't even in a hurry to attack. He wanted to see what Jiang Nian was up to. Yingying, you just need to activate the Holy Healing Barrier and then cooperate with me to launch an attack on him. If we still can't defeat him, then we'll have no choice but to retreat. My indestructible effect is about to end. Without this state, there is absolutely no way I can defeat him. Jiang Nian stood beside Long Yingying, giving her earnest instructions and handing her the crucial escape talisman. In order to prevent Jiang Nian from being too badly injured by Gracie to use the escape talisman in time. Long Yingying nodded slightly, and a dazzling golden light immediately burst forth from her body. With her as the origin, a huge golden magic circle was formed. Jiang Nian and Long Yingying, who were inside the magic array, were able to continuously recover. It is a large-scale group recovery skill. Furthermore, once activated, this skill can last for a very long time, making it much more convenient than Holy Light Blessing. Is that all? With just these, you still can't defeat me. Just give up the futile struggle. Ha 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 ha. Gracie laughed confidently, completely disregarding Jiang Nian and Long Yingying. Jiang Nian still ignored Gracie's words, her eyes fixed on him. At this moment, Jiang Nian's eyes gradually turned red. A faint blood-red aura even began to emanate from his body. It was clear that Jiang Nian's aura was becoming increasingly powerful. Gracie thought that Jiang Nian had reached his limit, but she didn't expect that he could continue to get stronger. Just as he was shocked, suddenly, a crimson light flashed, and Jiang Nian appeared in front of him in an instant. The Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand suddenly ignited with extremely terrifying ghost fire, and he swung it down at him without hesitation. Blazing Sword Slash. The reason Jiang Nian exudes a faint blood-red aura is naturally due to the effect of the bloodthirsty Eli bark pants, which can increase Jiang Nian's skill damage by 20% for a certain period of time. Combined with the previous series of enhancements, the original Blazing Sword Slash has become even more powerful. Not to mention, with the assistance of the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon in midair, even the incredibly powerful Sky City Lord Gracie wouldn't be able to withstand it unscathed. Jiang Nian's attack did indeed make Gracie feel clearly threatened. He immediately activated the Water Mirror effect, using his water clone to dodge the extremely powerful attack. Just as he was about to feel smug, Long Yingying actually predicted the location where his true form would appear. Without a word, a powerful holy light slammed down on Gracie. Although Long Yingying is a support character, she is not without combat power. As a true dragon, she possesses extremely powerful strength. Furthermore, in order to severely injure Gracie, she unleashed the Dragon Soul's wrath, further enhancing her power. The holy light struck Gracie, sending him flying. Immediately afterwards, Long Yingying transformed into a golden dragon in an instant, unleashing a series of dragon roars and dragon breath fluctuations at it. Even with his formidable strength, Gracie was not unscathed. This series of attacks had indeed injured him. Before he even landed, Jiang Nian anticipated his position and unleashed the strongest skill he could currently use. Rank A skill, Blazing Spirit Sword Shadow. In an instant, sword shadows burning with ghostly flames appeared all around Gracie. By the power of the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon, the ghost fire became even more powerful. These sword shadows are like one incredibly powerful bomb after another. With a thought, Jiang Nian unleashed all his power upon Gracie. Rumble. With a series of deafening explosions, Gracie was blasted away and crashed heavily to the ground. The silver-white armor that Gracie was wearing was completely shattered. His entire body was engulfed in flames, and his aura had become noticeably weaker. Very good. This guy is injured. Seeing this, Jiang Nian shouted excitedly and immediately rushed towards Gracie. In this situation, how can you not finish off the enemy? But just as Jiang Nian rushed in front of Gracie, attempting to deliver the final blow, Gracie, who had been lying on the ground with serious injuries, suddenly stood up and grabbed Jiang Nian by the neck. The whole process was completed in an instant, and even Jiang Yin couldn't react in time. Chapter 156, Temporary Retreat. This is impossible. Jiang Yin looked at Gracie in front of her with a horrified expression. He never expected that Gracie would be able to stand up under such circumstances. Judging from the astonishing force, Jiang Yin could deduce that the guy had not suffered any serious injuries. Really, with my current strength, it's still too difficult to fight this guy. Now that the indestructible effect is about to disappear, it is almost impossible for Jiang Yin to fight against him. Even if you use the substitute doll effect to revive on the spot, you will no longer be able to use the indestructible skill. Although I'm a little unwilling, using the escape talisman is the wisest choice right now. Anyway, as long as I keep collecting Sky Scepter fragments, I can still fight this guy. Kid, I have to admit, you are indeed the strongest human I have ever seen. But unfortunately, your strength is still too weak. This must be all your power. It's already quite remarkable that you were able to shatter my armor. Next, I will make you die soon, which will be my way of acknowledging your existence. Gracie gripped Jiang Yin's neck tightly with her right hand. From this moment on, it also means that Jiang Yin will never be able to escape again. It was at this time that Gracie's eyes shone with a dazzling blue light. An extremely powerful water attribute energy fluctuation erupted from his entire body. Jiang Yin clearly felt extreme pain in her body, as if the water in her body was rapidly draining away and her flesh was shriveling up. This immediately made him realize that Gracie had activated the water vapor evaporation skill. The skill of water vapor evaporation is incredibly powerful. It can not only instantly evaporate the surrounding moisture, but it can also evaporate the moisture in the human body in an instant. But this is on the condition that Gracie must catch Jiang Yin at close range. Jiang Yin has now been captured, which means that if Jiang Yin does not escape as soon as possible, she will definitely die. Ha 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 ha. You absolutely cannot escape, so accept your fate. Gracie gripped Jiang Yin's neck tightly and activated the water vapor evaporation skill. As long as Jiang Yin cannot escape his grasp, all the moisture in Jiang Yin's body will be evaporated immediately. This means that Jiang Yin will become a dried-up corpse and die a miserable death. Gracie seemed to already see Jiang Yin reduced to a dried-up corpse and couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, just as Gracie burst into laughter, Jiang Yin's entire body suddenly shone with a dazzling golden light, as did Long Yingying beside her. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Yin and Long Yingying's bodies instantly transformed into countless golden specks of light, disappearing without a trace right before Gracie's eyes. What? Gracie's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing this. The next moment, he shouted angrily at the sky. He actually got away. Why? Why did this happen? Gracie knew very well that this was not Jiang Yin's ability, but rather a special item that existed in this world. In fact, this marriage world, besides humans, also includes races from various other planes of existence, all of whom have been transported in. However, the role they play is different from that of humans. Take Gracie, for example. He was originally the Lord of Sky City, but unexpectedly, when he woke up, he and the entire Sky City were transported to the marriage world. He became the boss of the Sky City instance. During this period of time, many humans have come to challenge him, but they have basically been killed by his subordinates before they even reached him. Or perhaps, escape like this. There are even those who were already dead, but suddenly came back to life. He was tired of the rules of this world and longed to return to his own, but there was nothing he could do. At that moment, he shouted angrily at the sky, venting his rage. At the same time, of the ruler of the flame domain, two beams of light suddenly descended, and the figures of Jiang Yin and Long Yingying slowly appeared. Because of the severe injury inflicted by Gracie, although the water in her body had not been completely evaporated, Jiang Yin had become extremely weak. Upon returning to the palace, he collapsed weakly to the ground. Upon seeing this, Long Yingying immediately cast a holy light blessing on Jiang Yin, which made Jiang Yin feel much more comfortable. Upon hearing the commotion, Tu Shanqing and Lina rushed over. Everyone, including the two palace servants, looked extremely horrified. This was the first time they had ever seen Jiang Yin so weak. My husband! Tu Shanqing and Lina shouted in unison and immediately ran to Jiang Yin's side. Fortunately, Jiang Yin's complexion had softened considerably under the blessing of the holy light, and she sat down on a chair with their help. Water! Give me water right now. As soon as Jiang Yin said this, the two servants, Sani and Kai, immediately went to fetch a large amount of drinking water and placed it in front of Jiang Nian. Without any hesitation, Jiang Nian immediately picked up a bottle of drinking water and gulped it down. I drank 3 whole bottles in a row before I felt much better. During this process, Tu Shanqing and Lina also learned the whole story from Long Yingying. Jiang Nian was like this because she lost to Gracie, the Lord of Sky City. No matter how powerful the boss was before, Jiang Nian was always able to kill it. This was Jiang Nian's first time giving up, and she left rather awkwardly using an escape talisman. This is enough to prove just how powerful Gracie is. It's alright, this is just a temporary retreat. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Nian slowly said, "When I enter Sky City next time, I will definitely kill it with my own hands." Immediately after recovering his strength, Jiang Nian quickly took out the intermediate forging furnace he had obtained earlier, as well as the blueprints for the Nether Shadow Ghost Sword. To defeat Gracie, the Lord of Sky City, relying solely on the power of the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword is clearly insufficient. Moreover, for the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword to unleash its full power, it must summon the Dragon Flame Ghost Dragon, which is far too troublesome. The most important task at hand is to forge the Shadow Sword. Having collected all the necessary materials, Jiang Nian didn't hesitate and threw them, along with the Dragon Flame Ghost Sword in his hand, into the intermediate forging furnace. Begin forging. At Jiang Nian's command, the forging furnace in front of him burst forth with an incomparably dazzling golden light and began to shake violently. The success rate of this forging is 100%, and Jiang Nian only needs to wait quietly. Boom. After a loud bang, the forging furnace slowly came to a stop. A long sword, entirely black and burning with ghostly flames, appeared before Jiang Nian. If you look closely, you can also find a skull mark on the sword, which looks particularly eerie. Chapter 157, The Final Regional Challenge. Item, Shadow Sword. Type, Weapon. Quality, Grade A. Effect. When wielding this weapon, any attack will be accompanied by a ghost fire effect. Fire attribute skill damage will be increased by 50%, and each time damage is dealt to an enemy, a layer of Netherworld mark will be left on the enemy. After accumulating 3 layers, the Netherworld mark can be detonated, dealing a large amount of damage to the enemy. Seeing the effect of the Shadow Sword, Jiang Nian nodded with satisfaction. Overall, the Shadow Sword is much stronger than the Dragon Flame Sword. Just the fact that it unconditionally increases the damage of fire attribute skills by 50% is already quite powerful. In addition, accumulating 3 layers of Shadow Mark and detonating them can also deal unexpected damage to enemies, and the power is extremely strong. Unfortunately, even after equipping the Shadow Sword, Jiang Nian's combat power level did not reach 8.5 stars. This shows that there is still a certain gap between its strength and that of an 8.5 star level. However, Jiang Nian didn't care too much about the star rating of combat power. Even before obtaining the Shadow Ghost Sword, he was already capable of fighting against Gracie. Now that we have the even more powerful Shadow Sword, we are even more confident in defeating it. Right now, Jiang Nian's primary task is to collect the Sky Scepter fragments again and challenge the hidden dungeon of Sky City for once more. My lord, if nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to reach the 3rd level area by tomorrow. At that time, our flame domain will be the champion region. In that case, we'll be even more confident of defeating Gracie. Tu Shanqing stayed in the palace, and out of sheer boredom, she kept a close eye on her contribution points. We're now just 1 step away from reaching the 50,000 contribution points needed for a level 3 region. Lina, Long Yingying, and the 2 servants beside him were all extremely excited. Being able to become the champion region means that all of them will receive rewards, so they are naturally very happy. But Jiang Nian was not happy. Instead, her expression became unusually solemn. That's true, but it certainly won't be that smooth. The more critical the moment, the more likely unexpected events are to occur. Jiang Nian was not as optimistic as they were. In his opinion, someone would definitely challenge Yin tomorrow. Moreover, the challenger is likely to possess strength even greater than that of the ruler of the warrior domain. If there were no one stronger than him, there would naturally be no way he could challenge the flame domain. Jiang Nian had long been prepared to be challenged. The next morning, Jiang Nian was still in a half-awake state when the announcement suddenly rang out. Urgent announcement. The ruler of the Flower Realm has issued a challenge to the Flame Realm. The match will begin in 1 hour. Players from both regions are requested to prepare as soon as possible. Reminder: if you choose to leave the boss room midway through the session, you will not be able to re-enter the boss room. Warning: The boss is extremely powerful, and challengers face certain dangers. Please proceed with caution. Reminder: once the rulers of both regions enter the duel room, if they are no match for their opponent, they may choose to surrender at any time. If a region's ruler dies, their region will automatically be merged into the opponent's region. There were no surprises by the river. He slowly got up, stood up, and put on his clothes. He had already anticipated that someone would challenge him, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. The other party was really impatient. Moreover, Jiang Yin learned about this flower domain from the rankings last night. It is the second-ranked region among the intermediate-level regions, second only to the flame domain. From the conversations of the people in the intermediate region chat channel, Jiang Yin also learned that this flower domain was the first region to enter the intermediate region. Without a doubt, Robert, the ruler of this flower realm, must possess extremely powerful strength. Jiang Yin had already anticipated last night that this guy would most likely challenge her. An hour passed quickly. The moment the portal appeared, Jiang Yin led Lina and Long Yingying into it. Many people from the flame domain also flocked into the teleportation portal. In an instant, thousands of people from the flame domain gathered in the boss room. At this moment, what stood before them was neither the dark soul giant nor the acid slime. Instead, it was a huge black bear clad in silver-white armor. Name: Steel-Armored Black Bear King. Race: Beast. Talent: Iron Wall. Rank B. Increases defense by 30%, and after entering combat, can withstand 80% of the damage from an enemy skill every 300 seconds. Skills: Heavy Strike, Savage Charge, Mountain Slam, Crushing Fist, Shockwave Fist. Strength: 9 stars. Jiang Yin learned about the Steel-Armored Black Bear King through her omniscient abilities. The previous Dark Soul Giant and Acid Slime. This guy is a super soldier with 9-star combat power. The skills he possesses are not very powerful, with the strongest being only around B rank. But this guy's talent is clearly much stronger than the previous two. The Iron Wall not only grants the Steel Armor Black Bear King extremely powerful defense, but also allows it to withstand 80% of the damage from any opponent's skill every 300 seconds. Although they are described as having B-level talent, they actually possess A-level strength. Defeating this guy is obviously much more difficult than defeating the Dark Soul Giant or the Acid Slime. But Jiang Yin didn't expect the people in the Flame Domain to kill the Steel-Armored Black Bear King. As long as they could delay the Steel-Armored Black Bear King until Jiang Yin won the duel, that would be enough. By then, even if this guy wasn't killed, the Flame Domain would have essentially won. Regardless of Jiang Yin's thoughts, what he needed to do right now was to explain and demonstrate to everyone how to dodge the Steel-Armored Black Bear King's skills. Yinyu is Jiang Yin's base of operations, and it absolutely cannot be lost. Everyone was used to it and stood silently behind Jiang Yin, waiting for his instructions. The same plan applies. I'll demonstrate it first, and you can watch carefully. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, she took out the Shadow Ghost sword she had just obtained and charged aggressively towards the Steel Armor Black Bear King. Look, the ruler's weapon is different from before. What a powerful aura. Could this weapon already be an A-grade weapon? There's no mistake. The weapon in the ruler's hands is indeed much stronger than the previous Dragon Flame Ghost sword. The ruler is really amazing. He got an A-grade weapon so quickly. Unlike me, I can only barely get a B-grade weapon. You should be grateful to have a grade B weapon. People in other areas don't even have a grade B weapon. Stop talking. Our primary task now is to observe the Steel-Armored Black Bear King's attack patterns. While the people of the Flame Domain were observing the battle between Jiang Yin and the Steel-Armored Black Bear King, in the boss room of the Flower Domain on the other side, Robert, dressed in a white suit, held a bouquet of vibrant roses and looked at the 9-star boss in front of him. His expression was incredibly calm. Even though the boss in front of him was extremely powerful, it didn't stop him from appreciating the beauty of the roses. Chapter 158, Victory or Defeat, Life or Death. As the ruler of the Flower Realm, Robert's strength is naturally very powerful. Even though he didn't know what kind of monster this 9-star boss in front of him was, he could clearly sense its powerful aura. It is more powerful than any of the 9-star bosses we have encountered before. However, he remained completely unconcerned, sitting calmly in his chair and continuing to admire the rose in his hand. Although this guy is a 9-star boss with immense strength, you don't need to make a move. Because I will definitely kill Jiang Yin in this battle. Once the ruler of the Flame Domain dies, the Flame Domain will cease to exist, and naturally, we will be victorious. What you need to do next is sit down and admire the flowers, just like me. As Robert spoke, he waved his hand and took out a large number of flowers from the warehouse, placing them in front of everyone. In an instant, it felt as if I had entered a large garden. Perhaps influenced by Robert, they all developed a fondness for flowers, or perhaps they feared Robert and wanted to curry favor with him. At this moment, everyone showed that they really liked the flowers. It is worth mentioning. In the flower field where Robert lives, more than 70% of the people are women. In their eyes, Robert was not only the regional ruler, but also the object of their admiration. To please Robert, she naturally had to show an even greater fondness for flowers. That's all. Robert admired the flowers while waiting for the duel room to open. As for the armored black bear king not far ahead, he didn't pay it any attention. In any case, it won't attack as long as no one gets close to its attack range. At the same time, in a very special room somewhere in the world of marriage, 7 men in black robes gathered here, watching the battle between Jiang Yin and Robert through a large screen. This battle will not only determine who is the strongest in the intermediate region, but also select the most suitable person in their hearts. Currently, 4 of the 7 men in black robes support Jiang Yin, while 3 support Robert. Because Robert, like Jiang Yin, is an awakener with SSS-level talent. Before discovering Jiang Yin, Robert was always the most suitable candidate in their minds. They can take over from them to complete a very important task. But with Jiang Yin's appearance, Robert seemed to become much more ordinary. However, nothing is certain until the final winner is determined. The 7 men in black robes remained silent, observing intently. Time passed by second. Announcement: the duel of rulers has now begun. Rulers from both regions, please enter the duel room. As the announcement sounded, a portal appeared before Robert's eyes. You've finally arrived. Robert smiled slightly and casually handed the roses he was holding to his fiancée beside him. None of you need to come in with me. I only intend to fight Jiang Yin one-on-one in this battle. If Jiang Yin were still a man, he would definitely choose to fight one-on-one. After saying that, Robert walked alone into the portal. At the same time, in the boss room of the Flame Domain, a portal leading to the duel room also appeared in front of Jiang Yin. When she fought against the ruler of the Samurai Domain, Jiang Yin did not bring any marriage partners with her. Instead, he walked into the portal alone. Besides being confident in her own strength, Jiang Yin also wanted to challenge the ruler of this flower realm to a duel. This idea coincided with Robert's. In Jiang Yin's view, this battle will also determine the strongest person in the intermediate region, and naturally, they will have to rely on their own strength to win. Upon arriving at the duel room, Jiang Yin immediately spotted a handsome man in a white suit not far ahead. Before Jiang Yin could speak, Robert looked shocked. I didn't expect you to come in alone as well. Hee. Jiang Yin smiled faintly. I only want to fight you one-on-one in this battle, so I don't need any help. Very good. That way I won't have to say anything more. Robert said confidently. Since neither of us chose to bring our spouses with us, but instead opted for a one-on-one duel, then let's do something more exciting. This battle will determine victory or defeat, and life or death. Anyone who dares to surrender halfway will be punished by heaven. Do you dare accept the challenge? Robert spoke as he walked toward the battlefield. He was full of confidence in his abilities. In his view, no matter how strong Jiang Yin was, she couldn't possibly be a match for him. After all, he had awakened an SSS-level talent. Clearly, he is the protagonist of this world, and Jiang Yin is just a slightly stronger opponent. If Jiang Yin is killed today, then no one in this world can shake his position. What is there to be afraid of? Without hesitation, Jiang Yin calmly walked into the battle arena. To be honest, I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Jiang Yin agree so readily, Robert burst into laughter. Good, very good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Unfortunately, you are still too confident. My strength is far beyond your imagination. Hearing Robert's words, Jiang Yin smiled, but remained silent. No matter how much you say now, it's useless. Everything depends on strength. Announcement: both regional rulers have entered the battleground. The battle has officially begun. Reminder: Ruler Robert has reached the 3rd stage of prestige in his region, gaining a high-level prestige buff, 25% increase to all attributes. Reminder: Ruler Jiang Yin has reached the 3rd stage of prestige within his region, gaining a high-level prestige buff, boosting all attributes by 25%. Reminder: since both rulers swore an oath before the battle began, a new rule has been added. Surrender is not allowed in this battle. The ruler who loses will lose their life. At first, neither Robert nor Jiang Yin paid any attention when they heard the announcement. But when they heard the last sentence, both of them frowned. But soon, the two of them regained their normal expressions. That's a relief. I don't have to worry about you giving up prematurely anymore. Robert's expression remained very confident. Enough with the chit-chat. Let's get started. The Netherworld Ghost Sword immediately appeared in his hand, emitting extremely powerful ghost fire energy. A-grade weapon. Robert was slightly shocked when he saw it, but it didn't affect him. A-grade weapons are certainly powerful, but do you really think you're the only one in the world with an A-grade weapon? Chapter 159 Fierce Battle. As soon as Robert finished speaking, a silver-white longsword immediately appeared in his hand. As you can see, there are rose-shaped marks on the blade of this silver-white longsword. This is Robert's Class A weapon, the Rose Sword. Item, Rose Sword. Type, Weapon. Quality, Grade A. Effect, increases the damage of flower-type skills by 30% and increases own speed by 20%. Upon entering combat, continuously emits the fragrance of roses, and every 60 seconds, applies a rose mark to enemies. Accumulating 10 marks inflicts a binding and suppression state on enemies for 10 seconds, unable to move or use any skills. Jiang Yin, through her omniscient and omnipotent talent, clearly understood the effects of the Rose Sword, and her brows immediately furrowed. This was the first time he had ever seen a weapon that could directly enhance one's speed. Furthermore, the effect of this Rose Sword is even more powerful. Once you enter a state of restraint and suppression, even if it's only for a short 10 seconds, you're essentially a sitting duck during those 10 seconds. Not only that, Robert's own attributes are also exceptionally powerful. The talent he awakened is actually the same as Jiang Yin's, both reaching the SSS level. Robert's talent is called the Power of Flora. Simply put, any flower in this world can be transformed into an incredibly terrifying weapon in Robert's hands. It is no exaggeration to say that Robert could pluck a single petal and inflict great damage on the enemy. Combined with the talent of the flower goddess's power, Robert can automatically master a variety of flower-related skills. He doesn't even need to learn skills. They will automatically be mastered as his strength increases. With the rose in his hand, it's no wonder Robert is so confident. Hee. What? You're scared now that I've taken out an A-grade weapon? Seeing Jiang Yin's solemn expression, Robert smiled coldly. Let me tell you the truth. The effect of my Rose Sword far exceeds your imagination. Even if the weapon in your hand is A-grade, it is still not as good as my Rose Sword. Besides, my talent is far beyond your imagination. No matter what, you can't possibly defeat me. Ha 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 ha. Robert laughed triumphantly. In his eyes, Jiang Yin was nothing more than a stumbling block on his path to becoming king and dominating the world. Today, as long as Jiang Yin is killed, no one can stop him anymore. He had already planned it all out. After killing Jiang Yin and winning the championship today, I began to frantically challenge the rulers of other regions. All these rulers were killed, and their territories were annexed into the flower domain. He could then establish an incredibly vast kingdom of flowers, and he would become the true god of flowers. The thought of countless people kneeling before him, chanting Lord Flora, filled Robert with increasing excitement. Jiang Yin wasn't going to waste time talking nonsense with this guy. The Netherworld Ghost Sword in her hand instantly ignited with powerful ghost fire, transforming into a sword shadow that rushed rapidly towards Robert. Even though this guy was an awakener with SSS level talent, just like himself, Jiang Yin was not afraid. From beginning to end, Jiang Yin never believed that her omniscient and omnipotent talent was weaker than Robert's power of the flower goddess. So what if they both have SSS level talents? Jiang Yin was absolutely confident that she could defeat this guy. Ridiculous. You think you can hurt me like this? You're underestimating me. Robert stood still, showing no sign of trying to dodge. Just as the ghostly sword shadows were about to strike him, a large number of flower petals suddenly appeared in front of him. These petals gathered together, forming a shield made of petals that easily blocked Jiang Yin's attack. Immediately, Robert calmly snapped his fingers, and countless petals transformed into sharp blades, flying rapidly towards Jiang Yin. This move is Robert's flower-type skill, a barrage of flower blades, which is more powerful than a typical B-rank skill. Furthermore, with the amplification from the Rose Sword, the power of this move is comparable to an A-rank skill. Faced with Robert's barrage of blades, Jiang Yin remained calm and easily dodged them using her shadow step technique. Not bad. You're a little bit stronger than I thought. I have never encountered such a formidable opponent as you. Today I can finally have a good fight. Robert had actually anticipated that Jiang Yin would be able to easily dodge the barrage of blades. If Jiang Yin doesn't even have this ability, how could she possibly become his opponent? Immediately afterwards, the two engaged in a fierce battle. In some situations, Robert and Jiang Yin's strengths were truly evenly matched. Both have the same SSS level talent, the same A-level weapon, and even their prestige buffs are at the third stage. Just as the two were locked in fierce combat, in a unique room in the world of marriage, 7 men in black robes stood in front of a large screen, watching the battle between Robert and Jiang Yin. In a sense, these 7 people can be considered the creators of the marriage world. After this battle, they will choose the most suitable person in their hearts. And this person will take their place and complete a very important mission. Initially, their attention was focused on Robert. They thought only Robert was capable of doing it, but Jiang Yin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Time and again, through deadly games, he has demonstrated astonishing strength. Although Robert also faced the challenge of the death game, he was too afraid of death and had no desire for such a challenge at all. Whenever he encounters a death game, Robert chooses to give up immediately. In his view, staying alive was the most important thing. Since he was already the strongest, there was no need to take any more risks. It was his repeated acts of giving up that made Jiang Yin stronger. Currently, more than half of the 7 men in black robes have chosen Jiang Yin. Under the watchful eyes of the 7, the battle between Jiang Yin and Robert intensified. At this moment, Robert, on the battlefield, raised the rose sword in his hand, which instantly transformed into a long whip made of petals and covered with thorns. It whipped wildly in Jiang Yin's direction, and even if each lash failed to hit Jiang Yin, it still left a deep groove in the ground. This is enough to prove just how powerful Robert's move was. Moreover, the speed of flower-type skills is very fast, and Rose Sword can even increase the speed by 20%. Faced with such a powerful attack, Jiang Yin had no choice but to dodge first. In addition, since Robert had entered battle mode, the Rose Sword continuously emitted a floral fragrance. Surrounded by the fragrance of flowers, Jiang Yin accumulates a layer of rose marks every 30 seconds. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yin had accumulated 5 layers of rose marks on her body. Once the 10th floor is reached, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 160 Immune Control. Hehe. I regret to inform you that you already have 5 layers of rose marks on your body. Once you accumulate to 10 layers, it means you are doomed. To tell you the truth, you will gain a rose mark every 60 seconds. That means you only have less than 5 minutes left. Ha 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 ha. Robert couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw the rose marks on Jiang Yin's body. His confidence stemmed from the astonishing effects of the rose sword. In his view, once the rose mark on Jiang Yin's body reaches 10 layers, it will signify Jiang Yin's death. Robert was also absolutely confident that he could kill Jiang Yin in 10 seconds. Even if he were to reveal the effects of the rose sword now, he would have no fear. He believed that Jiang Yin was incapable of breaking the rose sword's abilities. Besides, in fact, Jiang Yin's shadow sword had also left a special mark on Robert's body, 3 ghostly skulls. But he didn't care about anything. In any case, these ghost fire skull marks did not cause him any discomfort. Robert had no fear of accumulating to any number of layers or what the effects would be. He was far too confident in his abilities. These ghostly fire skull marks are the effects of Jiang Yinming's ghost sword. Shadow mark on him. Once 3 are accumulated, they can be detonated, causing extremely powerful damage. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yin could easily detonate the 3 shadow marks and inflict terrible damage on Robert. But he didn't do that. Instead, he waited quietly for an opportunity. Shadow mark can actually be stacked indefinitely. This means that it's not just 3 layers that can be detonated. 6, 9, and 12 layers can all be detonated. And the damage can be stacked. Once all the shadow marks on his body are detonated, they will have devastating power. Robert was clearly unaware of the effects of the shadow sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored it. This was Jiang Yin's best opportunity. He wanted to continuously stack shadow marks on Robert and then instantly kill him. As for 5 minutes later, due to the effect of the rose sword, they will be forcibly bound and suppressed for 10 seconds. Jiang Yin didn't take it seriously at all and wasn't worried in the slightest. He hasn't even used the indestructible Vajra technique yet, so what's there to be afraid of? He didn't believe that Robert could kill him in 10 seconds after he activated his indestructible form. Moreover, Jiang Yin has a secret weapon that can completely counteract the effects of the rose sword. Thinking of this, Jiang Yin's lips curled up slightly, and she began to run wildly. So you're afraid of my strength? Robert frowned as he watched Jiang Yin suddenly start running. But he was only puzzled. He didn't care what Jiang Yin did anyway. They didn't even intend to launch an attack, just quietly watching Jiang Yin run around. He just needs to wait for the rose mark to reach 10 layers. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds, and he could kill Jiang Yin. There's absolutely no need to waste your energy right now. During this process, in addition to constantly running, Jiang Yin would also launch surprise attacks on Robert from time to time. But Robert was, after all, the ruler of the flower domain and a top expert in the intermediate region. How could he be easily ambushed by Jiang Yin? Either you can easily dodge it, or Jiang Yin's attack is too weak and there's no need to dodge at all. Before we knew it, the shadow mark on Robert's body had already accumulated to 6 layers. Robert speculated that this was the ability of the A- grade weapon in Jiang Yin's possession, and that after accumulating a certain number of layers, it should trigger some kind of effect, just like the rose sword. But even though he had already guessed it, Robert didn't care at all, because the rose mark on Jiang Yin's body has now accumulated to 10 layers. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yin, your death is imminent. Amid Robert's maniacal laughter, the rose sword in his hand erupted with astonishing energy fluctuations. The ground shook violently, and rose vines covered with thorns sprouted out of thin air, binding Jiang Yin tightly. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yin is currently in a state of restraint and suppression, unable to move or use any skills, becoming a sitting duck. Robert could also take this opportunity to launch a frenzied attack on Jiang Yin. Just as he was about to make his move, Jiang Yin suddenly emitted a dazzling black light. The rose vines binding him seemed to have completely lost their effectiveness, unable to stop Jiang Yin at all. Before Robert could react, Jiang Yin had already rushed in front of him and unleashed a blazing sword slash. What? Robert was terrified and was sent flying by a single sword strike. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, he used the flower spirit protection technique to protect his vital organs. The so-called flower spirit protection means that Robert can instantly wrap himself in a large number of flower petals, thereby greatly reducing the damage from the opponent's skills. However, Jiang Yin's move was extremely powerful. Even with the flower spirit protection, the opponent was still injured by Jiang Yin. A deep wound was left on his chest, and blood was flowing out in large quantities. The will-o'-the-wisp burned continuously in Robert's chest, causing him immense pain. Why? Why is the rose sword not working? Robert was utterly unable to accept this situation and shouted angrily. Thanks to its incredible regenerative abilities, the bleeding from the chest wound stopped quickly. He also forcibly extinguished the will-o'-the-wisps that continued to burn by covering the wound with flower petals. With his strength, this move wouldn't cause him much damage. What he cares about now is why the rose sword's effect is ineffective against Jiang Yin. If it weren't for this, Jiang Yin would probably be dead by now. However, Jiang Yin ignored Robert and continued to charge towards him, brandishing the shadow sword. The reason Jiang Yin was able to ignore the effects of the rose sword was naturally due to the effects of the armor she was wearing. He was wearing the boots of a black-armored knight, and his previous running was to trigger the effect and enter the black-armored super-armor state. In this state, Jiang Yin is able to ignore all control effects. The binding and suppressing effect of the rose sword naturally became ineffective. At the same time, Jiang Yin's body radiated an incomparably dazzling golden light. At this moment, Jiang Yin unleashed the effect of being indestructible. This also means that he's starting to get serious. Chapter 161 Shadow Mark. Robert was already incredibly shocked that Jiang Yin was able to ignore the effects of the rose sword. Now, Jiang Yin's aura has become increasingly powerful. Could it be that Jiang Yin was never serious from the very beginning? For some reason, Robert suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yin had already rushed in front of him and swung her sword without hesitation. Even though Robert managed to defend himself in time, he couldn't stop Jiang Yin's attack and was blasted away on the spot. This immediately made Robert realize that Jiang Yin's own power had become exceptionally strong in this state. Robert dared not underestimate Jiang Yin any longer and could only unleash his full power to launch a frenzied attack. What can be done? At this moment, Jiang Yin's own strength has become extremely powerful, and his defensive capabilities are even more terrifying. Robert's confident attacks failed to harm Jiang Yin at all. It was as if Jiang Yin, in this state, was almost immune to all harm. At first, Robert only had a sense of crisis. Now, it has completely turned into fear. Rose Sword was unable to control Jiang Yin, and its skills could not harm Jiang Yin. What chance of winning is there? What's even more terrifying is that Jiang Yin's attack power is really too strong. He can rely on flower-type skills to resist for a while, but he definitely can't withstand Jiang Yin's continuous attacks. Only then did he realize that the ruler of the warrior domain had not told him not to challenge Jiang Yin because he was cowardly. Rather, it's because Jiang Yin's strength is simply too great. Robert is now filled with regret. If he hadn't been so confident in his abilities, how could he have dared to propose a fight that would determine both victory and defeat, and life and death? What terrified him even more was that the vow he made had actually come true. He has no ability to surrender now. He either kills Jiang Yin or is killed by her. To survive, Robert didn't care about anything else. His only chance of winning was to launch a desperate attack. Perhaps due to panic, or perhaps due to fear, Robert's attack moves became noticeably chaotic and disorganized. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yin's lips curled into a smug smile. He knew very well that he had already won this battle. At the same time, the 7 men in black robes clearly saw everything that happened on the battlefield. Those who previously supported Robert have now abandoned him. Even if they were unwilling to accept it, they had to admit that Jiang Yin was the person they were looking for. It won't be long before Jiang Yin defeats Robert, which means that Jiang Yin will become the strongest in the intermediate region. He is the person we are looking for, and only Jiang Yin can take care of the rest of the work for us. Jiang Yin has indeed become the strongest in the intermediate region, but can we really control him? This guy never plays by the rules. What if he rebels? Such a thing is almost impossible. Don't forget, we are, after all, the creators of this world. If it weren't for some unexpected events, why would we need these people? Don't worry, everything will be under our control, and Jiang Yin will definitely be happy to work for us. Ha 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 ha. After discussion among the 7 men in black robes, Jiang Yin became the one they chose. On the other side, Robert, who was in the middle of the battle, was hit by several powerful ghost fire flying swords, and his whole body was blasted away. He crashed heavily to the ground, his body covered in horrifying wounds, while the will-o'-the-wisps continued to burn. If Robert hadn't used the flower spirit protection skill in time, he would have been dead already. Now, Robert stood up weakly. Jiang Yin, I admit that I seriously underestimated your strength. But do you think you can kill me like this? Even though Robert is now severely injured, he still has some fighting ability. After all, he and Jiang Yin are both awakened individuals with SSS-level talents. So what? So you still have the strength to fight me? Jiang Yin said coldly. If you hadn't been so arrogant, you would have had the chance to surrender. Everything is your own fault. At first, Jiang Yin's goal was simply to defeat this guy. She didn't intend to kill him. There was no animosity between him and Robert, so there was no need for him to do this. But Robert wanted to decide both the winner and the loser, and since it worked, Jiang Yin had no choice but to kill him. Don't be too smug. I did underestimate you, but with your strength, there's no way you could kill me. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. As soon as Robert finished speaking, his eyes turned blood red. At that moment, a large number of flower petals drifted from his body. Originally, these petals were all colorful, but as his eyes turned red, the petals also turned red. Like flower petals stained with blood, it looked quite horrifying. Besides, Robert's originally weak aura became increasingly powerful at this moment. Under Robert's control, all the blood-red petals gathered together and actually formed a blood-red dragon. Go to hell. With Robert's frantic shouts, the blood-red dragon roared and charged toward Jiang Yin. This move is Robert's most powerful skill to date, called Blood Soul Flower Dragon. Simply put, it's a skill that trades life for life. After activation, Robert will inject his own blood essence into the petals, causing them to unleash an incredibly powerful force. The Blood Soul Flower Dragon's destructive power is even stronger than that of an A-level skill. Even if Jiang Yin has the strongest defense, it's impossible for her to withstand it. It has to be said, Robert's move was indeed quite powerful, and even Jiang Yin felt threatened. Even if one is in an indestructible state, it may not be able to completely block it. However, although this move was very powerful, Jiang Yin didn't need to dodge at all. Because at this point, Robert already had a total of 18 shadow marks on his body. Every 3 shadow marks can be detonated once. 18 shadow marks mean that the damage from 6 explosions will be concentrated and unleashed in one burst. Moreover, Robert's use of the Blood Soul Flower Dragon skill clearly placed a great burden on him. At this moment, Jiang Yin detonated all the shadow marks, enough to kill Robert on the spot. Your move is really powerful. I admit, I really couldn't block it. But do you really think this move can hit me? Chapter 162, The Creator of the Marriage World. The moment Jiang Yin finished speaking, the shadow mark on Robert's body emitted an eerie black light. Robert had been fighting Jiang Yin for so long, and none of these special marks had taken effect, to the point that he had forgotten he had so many special marks on him. Now these skull-like markings were emitting a black light, which made Robert begin to panic. Had already unleashed his blood soulflower dragon, and even if he was going to die, he would drag Jiang Yin down with him. However, he was ultimately too naive. As soon as Jiang Yin made a thought, all 18 netherworld marks on Robert's body exploded. The 3 shadow marks was already almost equivalent to that of a regular A-level skill. Simultaneous eruption of 18 shadow marks absolutely surpasses the damage of any A-level skill and is comparable to the damage of an S-level skill. With such immense power, how could Robert possibly withstand it in his current state? He was blasted away on the spot. Its entire body was charred black, with not a single piece of healthy flesh remaining. Yet the will-o'-the-wisp continued to burn relentlessly. Even with the flower spirit protection, it was impossible to stop it. Robert was blown up on the spot. Announcement: Congratulations to Jiang Yin, ruler of the Flame Domain, for defeating Robert, ruler of the Flower Domain, and winning this duel. The boss in your area has had its HP reduced by 30%. Announcement: Robert, the ruler of the Flower Realm, has died. The Flower Realm has vanished and automatically merged into the Flame Realm. The announcement also rang out at that moment. The strongest in the intermediate region. In addition, Yin Yu will also be upgraded to level 3 and win the championship. Looking at Robert's tragically dead body in front of her, Jiang Yin remained indifferent, showing no agreement whatsoever. He has only himself to blame. He was too overconfident. If he hadn't proposed to determine both victory and defeat, and life and death, how could he have ended up in such a tragic state? Jiang Yin glanced coldly at Robert's corpse, then turned and walked towards the portal. Next, all we need to do is wait for the Flame Domain to reach level 3 and then receive the champion reward from the champion region upgrade competition. But, just as Jiang Yin was about to leave the duel room, the surroundings suddenly began to shake violently. A portal resembling a vertical eye appeared out of thin air before Jiang Yin's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a man in black robes emerged from this special portal. Completely different from the previous black-robed phantom, the black-robed figure in front of me is real. But what shocked Jiang Yin was that, despite his omniscient and omnipotent talent, he couldn't see through the person in front of him at all. All information was unknown, and their faces were obscured by the black mist, making them impossible to see clearly. Who are you? Jiang Yin subconsciously gripped the netherworld ghost's sword and questioned it. Jiang Yin knew nothing about these men in black, and could not afford to be careless until she knew whether they were friends or foes. Young man, relax. Seeing Jiang Yin's wary expression, the man in black smiled faintly. I'm not here to fight you, but to show you the truth of this world. I have already promised you that once you become the strongest in the intermediate region, you will naturally know everything. So are you interested? What? The truth about this world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin frowned immediately. The black-robed figure in front of them was clearly the same person who had appeared in the previous death game. But this time it's not a need. It's for people who are truly alive. Jiang Yin was genuinely puzzled about the true identities of these guys. However, Jiang Yin was always cautious, so how could she just leave with him because of a single sentence from him? Seeing Jiang Yin's hesitant expression, the man in black smiled slightly. Young man, so what are you afraid of? If you miss this opportunity, you'll never know the truth. Don't worry, we would never hurt you, because you are the one we chose. Not only will we not harm you, we will also make you the strongest in the world, unmatched by anyone. After the man in black finished speaking, he walked towards the teleportation portal. Come on, we'll be waiting for you inside. Watching the man in black walk into the portal and disappear, Jiang Yin hesitated. From the moment he was inexplicably pulled into this world, he was filled with curiosity about everything here. With the appearance of these men in black robes, Jiang Yin became even more eager to know the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yin finally made her decision and resolutely walked towards the teleportation portal ahead. The black-robed man's strength was unfathomable. Even the omniscient and omnipotent could not detect it. If these men in black robes were to attack Jiang Yin, would he still have a chance to survive? There's no need for such trouble to trick Jiang Yin into entering this portal. In order to find out the truth about this world, Jiang Yin has to bite the bullet and go in. After experiencing a dizzying sensation, Jiang Yin slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was a huge conference room, very similar to the one used during the previous ghost-catching death game. However, it is very bright here. Besides, 7 mysterious figures dressed in black robes sat around a large round table in the conference room. Now everyone turned to look at Jiang Yin. Welcome to the top of the world. The place you are in right now is the most prestigious place in the world. It's no exaggeration to say that if the 7 of us were willing, a single decision we made could influence the entire world of marriage. That's right. We are the creators of this world. At this moment, the 7 men in black robes slowly stood up. Jiang Yin was dumbfounded when he saw the black-robed men in front of him and heard their words. The omniscient and omnipotent talent that I had awakened seemed to completely fail after I arrived here. Jiang Yin couldn't see through the 7 men in black robes in front of him at all. What do you mean by this? Could it be that this world of marriage was created by you? Is it people like you who forcibly brought us into the world of marriage? So everything that happened after we arrived here was done by you? Asked with a shocked expression. He never imagined that the truth of this world would be like this. Ha 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 ha. That's right, just as you imagined. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it for you. After he finished speaking, a large screen appeared in front of Jiang Yin. On the large screen, there was a young man exploring the room. Originally, this room was not dangerous at all. Just then, a man in black robes in the conference room spoke calmly. Show yourself, Azure Wave Crocodile. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, a powerful monster instantly appeared in the room. It was the Azure Wave Crocodile he had mentioned. The young man who was exploring the room was swallowed whole by the giant crocodile before he could even react. Chapter 163: The Truth of the World. You see, if we're willing, a single thought can change anything in this world. After finishing his demonstration, the man in black robes spoke with a smug tone. The other men in black robes present also looked at Jiang Yin. However, after witnessing what had just happened, Jiang Yin felt not only shock, but also immense anger. An innocent person was ruthlessly killed simply because he wanted to demonstrate his power. Does this mean that in their eyes, everyone in the marriage world is someone they can kill at will? Jiang Yin grew angrier the more she thought about it, and asked in an icy tone, "Why did you do this? Why did you bring us into this world? What is your purpose? What do you value human life for?" Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, the 7 men in black robes present were visibly stunned for a moment, and then burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. I know you're angry, but you need to understand that everything we do is to save the world. If we don't do this, not only your human world, but all worlds, big and small, will be destroyed. It is an absolute honor for you to be chosen by us. Jiang Yin was already furious about what these people had done. Now they actually have the audacity to say that they are doing this to save the world? How could Jiang Yin possibly believe their words? Do you think I'm a fool? Jiang Yin, even if you don't want to believe it, you have to admit that everything we've done is indeed to save the world. As for why we chose you humans, it's naturally because you humans are the most suitable to complete this task. Don't hesitate any longer. If you are willing to take over our mission, you can lead all of humanity back to Earth. And from then on, they could become the rulers of the Earth. Are you willing? All 7 men in black robes present looked at Jiang Yin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin remained silent for a moment, then let out 2 cold laughs. I refuse. I don't care what your real purpose is. I know that what you are doing is indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Let me join you? Absolutely not. Jiang Yin didn't believe a word they said. What utter nonsense about saving the world. If they were truly good people, why would they indiscriminately kill innocent people? What? Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, the 7 men in black robes present were all incredulous. They never expected that the person they had carefully selected would reject them. Jiang Yin, do you know exactly what you're saying? If you don't agree to cooperate with us, you will have no chance of returning to Earth. You will be trapped in this world for the rest of your life, forever becoming our puppet. Only by cooperating with us can you leave here safely. The tone of the 7 men in black robes had clearly turned cold. They even started threatening Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin was not afraid of anything. He knew very well that these men in black robes might have terrifying power, but they would definitely not attack him. If these men in black robes were going to make a move, they would have done so when he refused them, instead of threatening him here. I'll say it again, I will never cooperate with you. If you're so capable, then kill me. Jiang Yin said with a cold smile. You? The men in black robes clenched their fists, and their faces, shrouded in black mist, revealed crimson eyes. Threatening me won't work. Now that I know the truth about this world, I will definitely find a way to escape from here. Goodbye. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, she immediately took out an escape talisman. In his view, as long as one is still in the marriage world, one will definitely be able to use the escape talisman. Just as Jiang Yin had predicted, with the help of the escape talisman, Jiang Yin was immediately teleported away from here. Watching Jiang Yin disappear before their eyes, the 7 men in black robes felt extremely angry. I knew this guy would be out of our control. If I had known, I shouldn't have let him grow to this point. There's no other way now. We either have to kill Jiang Yin or force him to submit. The strongest in the intermediate region. If we still had our power, we could easily wipe him out in no time. The problem is that our strength is waning and will soon disappear. If Jiang Yin does not submit to us, everything will be over. Jiang Yin is the most suitable person to carry out this mission. He must not be killed. We can only use our existing resources to force him to submit. With the combined strength of the 7 of us, how could we not subdue Jiang Yin? Don't hesitate. Act now. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the stronger Jiang Yin will become. To prevent Jiang Yin from becoming even stronger, the first thing we need to do is cancel the rewards for the regional upgrade competition. Anyway, we created this world, and we get to call the rules. While the 7 men in black robes were engaged in a heated discussion, Jiang Yin had already returned to the boss room. With Robert's death, the Flame Domain emerged victorious in this regional challenge. The once powerful 9-star boss, the steel-armored Black Bear King, also died. Yinyu successfully seized 30% of the contribution points from Huayu, thus successfully upgrading its region level to level 3. According to the rules of the previous regional upgrade competition, their Flame Domain will win the championship and receive extremely generous rewards. But the problem is, however, no announcements or notifications have been made. What happened? Didn't we win? Yes, our Flame Domain is already a level 3 region, firmly holding the number 1 position. What about the champion's reward? No one beat us to it yet. We're still in first place. Your Majesty, what's going on? Could it be a bug? Or is it that there was no reward at all, and we were tricked? Everyone present from the Flame Domain were filled with confusion. They were all among the first to experience this situation. Jiang Yin, upon returning here, did not utter a single word, and her expression was extremely unpleasant. He knew perfectly well that those 7 guys were up to no good. They created the entire marriage system. If they wanted to, they could summon a large number of monsters in no time, let alone cancel the rewards. Jiang Yin just refused to cooperate with them, which means that the marriage world will become very dangerous in the future. Everyone, evacuate this place immediately and return to your homes. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yin addressed everyone present. Chapter 164 Threat. Evacuation. What on earth happened? Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, everyone looked puzzled. However, despite their doubts, they trusted Jiang Yin and prepared to evacuate immediately. At the same time, one teleportation portal after another appeared. People emerged one after another from these portals. All of these people are from the Flower Realm. Robert, the ruler of the Flower Domain, has been killed by Jiang Yin, and the Flower Domain has naturally been incorporated into the Flame Domain. Everyone in Flower Domain was shocked to learn of this. They never imagined that someone as powerful as Robert would die so suddenly. After the initial shock, all that remained was boundless anger. Robert was, after all, the ruler of their Flower Domain. How could they accept that he had been killed by Jiang Yin? Unlike the previous rulers of the Blood Soul Domain, Robert was actually very kind to the people of the Flower Domain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach the 3rd stage of prestige. Now that their ruler is dead, the people of the Flower Domain, upon arriving in the Flame Domain, all looked at Jiang Yin with immense anger. Jiang Yin, why are you so heartless? You've won, so why did you kill our ruler? Lord Robert sacrificed so much for us, yet now he has died a miserable death. You're not even human. The Flower Realm is very special. The vast majority of people in this area are women. Robert is both talented and handsome, which is very attractive to them. These people all want to avenge Robert, and even though they know Jiang Yin is very strong, none of them backed down. However, then, a strange thing happened. The people in the Flame Domain, including Jiang Yin, ignored them and hurriedly ran towards the teleportation portal. It felt like some danger was about to strike, and if we didn't run, it would be too late. What happened? Why did they run away as soon as they saw us? Could it be that you're scared? The people of Flower Domain felt even more puzzled. Jiang Yin, didn't you hear me? Just as Jiang Yin was directing the Yin Domain members to evacuate the boss room, a red light flashed, and a woman engulfed in flames, and with an exceptionally volatile temper appeared before him. This person is none other than Catherine, the second strongest in the Flower Domain. Jiang Yin, why did you kill Lord Robert? Catherine questioned him angrily. Now is not the time to explain this issue. Your Flower Domain has now been merged into the Flame Domain, which means that you are all people of the Flame Domain. If you don't want to die, leave this room right now and go back to your respective homes. I will answer your questions once it is safe to do so. Jiang Yin responded with a serious expression. But Catherine wouldn't listen to Jiang Yin's explanation at all, and the flames burning on her body grew more and more intense. Just as she was about to fight Jiang Yin, a beast-like roar suddenly came from behind her. As you can see, a giant black tiger with lightning crackling around its body suddenly appeared behind the group from the Flower Realm. This black tiger is extremely powerful, possessing a 9-star combat strength. The moment it appeared, it launched an indiscriminate attack on everyone present. The people of Flower Domain, who were closest to the black tiger, suffered the most severe casualties. The pitiful cries of the people from the Flower Realm echoed all around. How could a monster suddenly appear? This guy is amazing. He's definitely reached the 9-star level. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Catherine was stunned by what she saw. I never expected that danger would actually occur. How so? I'm saying this in despair, Catherine said. Don't just stand there like an idiot. This guy has 9-star combat power. He's too strong. If you want to live, then immediately take the people of Flower Domain, evacuate the boss room, and return to your respective homes. Jiang Yin didn't have time to explain much to them. She led Long Yingying, Lina, and the Yin Domain people into the teleportation portal. Through his omniscient and omnipotent talent, Jiang Yin clearly saw that this black tiger was called the Thunder Tiger. It was not only a monster with 9-star combat power, but also more powerful than all the bosses he had encountered before. Even if Jiang Yin commanded everyone in the Flame Domain to attack together, they might not be able to win. The wisest choice is to evacuate from here first. As for why this Thunder Tiger suddenly appeared, Jiang Yin naturally knew. It must have been those 7 men in black robes who did it. Jiang Yin failed to grant their request, which angered them. This further convinced Jiang Yin that the 7 of them were definitely not good people. Jiang Yin would never submit to such a person. Everyone, listen to my command. We are to evacuate from here immediately. This guy is definitely not someone we can handle. Robert is dead, so Catherine, who is now ranked 2nd in Flower Domain, is naturally their leader. In addition, the Thunder Tiger is too powerful, no one can deal with it. The people of Flower Realm followed Catherine into the portal. Upon returning to the Flame Domain, he immediately activated his homestead and hid inside. At the same time, Jiang Yin has already returned to the ruler's palace. Husband, what exactly is going on? Why did a Thunder Tiger suddenly appear? And what about our championship prize? Long Yingying and Lina beside him, as well as 2 Shanxing who rushed over, all had faces full of doubt. I had absolutely no idea what had happened. Do you remember the man in black robes we encountered before? Just now, after I defeated Robert, I encountered these men in black robes again. There are 7 of them in total, and each of them has unfathomable strength. At least my talent is completely unable to see through them. And these 7 people are the creators of the entire marriage world, possessing terrifying power to dominate this place. I don't know what their real purpose is, but the 7 people are too despicable, inhuman, and indiscriminately killing innocent people. My failure to agree to submit to them angered them. After all, they are the creators of this world. With a single thought, they can summon incredibly powerful monsters. The Thunder Tiger from before was summoned by them. They definitely wanted to kill us all. Jiang Yin's expression grew increasingly grim as she spoke. Long Yingying, Lina, and 2 Shanxing, who were standing beside her, were all extremely shocked when they learned what had happened. It was at this time that, suddenly, an extremely dangerous sound rang out. Jiang Yin, do you think you can protect everyone by doing this? You are still too naive. Now there is only one path in front of you, and that is to submit to us. Otherwise, I guarantee you will all die. Chapter 165, Surrender or Die. As the sound rang out, suddenly, a man in black robes appeared in front of Jiang Yin. However, this black-robed figure had no physical form. Just like before, it was merely a phantom. What exactly do you want? The netherworld ghost sword immediately appeared in his hand. Even though we know this guy is just a phantom, we can't let our guard down. Ha 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 ha. Your strength is indeed great, but compared to us, you are nothing more than an ant. The entire world of marriage was created by us. We are equal to God. How can you, a mere human, possibly rival a god? As the black-robed figure spoke, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from his entire body. Jiang Yan, I advise you not to resist. Now, the only way for you to live safely is to obediently submit to us. Otherwise, I can guarantee that this world of marriage will never be safe again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan said in a serious tone, I really want to know what you want me to do. Just as you say, you are the creators of this world, godlike beings. Since you're already so invincible, what use are you to me? Upon hearing this, the black-robed phantom chuckled coldly and slowly walked up to Jiang Yan. The power of the seven of us is indeed extremely strong. But what we want to accomplish now cannot be done without you. All you need to know is that once you do this for us, I can guarantee that none of the people here will be in any danger. And I can send you back to Earth and make you the ruler of humanity. Jiang Yan, you don't have much time left. Think it over carefully. Ha 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 ha. With a maniacal laugh from the black-robed phantom, his figure vanished instantly. Husband, what should we do now? This guy is the creator of the marriage world. Doesn't that mean he can easily create a large number of 9-star monsters? We are currently in the palace, and perhaps nothing will happen to us yet, but we can't stay inside forever. We have a lot of resources here, but if others stay in their homes for a long time and have no way to go out, they will only face death. Tu Shanqing, Lina, and Long Yingying looked very worried. Jiang Yan was well aware of these things, and her expression was quite unpleasant. What is certain at present is that the home in this marriage world should be safe. Otherwise, these black-robed men wouldn't need to come and negotiate with Jiang Yan at all. They could simply summon a large number of 9-star monsters, rush into the home, and force Jiang Yan to surrender. Within your homestead, you are invincible and cannot be attacked. This is a rule in the world of marriage. Perhaps even these men in black robes themselves had no choice but to obey. But these guys are the creators of the marriage world after all, so they must have a way to break it. Moreover, Tu Shanqing's belly is getting bigger every day, and if this problem cannot be solved, the consequences will be unimaginable. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yan said in a solemn tone, the only thing we can do now is to continue to improve my strength. For safety reasons, no one should leave their homes. Husband, wouldn't it be very dangerous for you to go out under these circumstances? Tu Shanqing said anxiously. Don't worry, I should be fine. Otherwise, how could these guys have let me return unscathed? It's obvious that these guys are unable to attack me due to some special circumstances. Based on what the black-robed phantom just said, it must be another very important matter that the 7 of them cannot accomplish, but only I can. This means they can't kill me. Jiang Yan said it with great certainty. Tu Shanqing, Lina, and Long Yingying, who were present, all nodded in agreement. It was at this time that the announcement rang out. Urgent announcement. The survival of the fittest mission has officially begun. From now on, all rooms are filled with powerful 9-star monsters. Only by surviving these monsters can you become a top-tier expert. Hateful. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Yan clenched her fists in anger. Clearly, this was the work of 7 men in black robes. Now all the rooms are filled with 9-star monsters, and even Jiang Yan doesn't dare to go out easily. So how could an ordinary person dare to go out? If you leave your home now, you will be immediately attacked by a 9-star monster. It's no exaggeration to say that opening the door now would be suicide. This moment, not only Jiang Yan heard the announcement, but everyone in the entire marriage world heard it. Everyone wore expressions of utter terror. At this stage, the average strength of most people is only around 6 or 7 stars, and those who reach 8 stars are extremely rare. There are even those who are weaker. In this situation, they would have absolutely no chance of winning against a 9-star monster and would be instantly killed. As the announcement was made, everyone had no choice but to return to their homes immediately in order to survive. A home is a separate room, which can be considered absolutely safe. As long as they stay in their homes, they will not be attacked by the 9-star monsters. But the problem is, their resources are limited. They can stay in their homes for a short time, but if they stay there for too long without water or food, they will surely die. If you go out, you will be killed by the 9-star monster. If you don't go out, you will die of thirst or starvation. This is tantamount to giving them a death sentence in advance. Everyone felt utterly devastated and desperate after hearing the announcement. Now, in the chat channel of the Flame Domain, everyone was having a heated discussion. What's going on? Why haven't we received the promised champion reward? And why have we been given this survival of the fittest task out of nowhere? It's over. Everything is over. How can we resist the power of heaven? They must want to completely annihilate us. Why did this happen? Everyone in the Flame Domain, including those from the Flower Domain who had just joined, felt utterly hopeless. In their view, no matter how strong Jiang Yin was, he could never defeat the heavenly Tao. Don't give up. Everyone pull yourselves together. Are you just going to wait to die like this? We must not give up until the very last moment. Now, anyone with a strength of 7.5 stars or above, come to my palace immediately. Jiang Yin saw what everyone was saying in the chat channel and immediately spoke up. At the same time, the power of the regional ruler was used to open the gates to the palace. Chapter 166 Despair? After saying these words, Jiang Yin sat down in the palace and waited silently. A moment later, people emerged one after another from the portal and arrived at the ruler's palace that belonged exclusively to Jiang Yin. Although Jiang Yin said they couldn't give up, the 9-star monster was just too powerful. Even if the weakest of these people is only 7.5 stars strong, they are still no match for a 9-star monster. It is no exaggeration to say that leaving one's home is now tantamount to death. At this moment, the people gathered in the palace still looked extremely tense. Your Majesty, what should we do now? This sudden mission is clearly meant to kill us all. We didn't get the previous championship rewards, and now this new quest has suddenly appeared. Could it really be a bug? The crowd looked at Jiang Yin in fear. Jiang Yin heard all of their words, but he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he sat quietly in his chair. Let's wait a little longer. Once the people from Flower Domain arrive, I will explain everything to you. About half an hour after Jiang Yin finished speaking, by Catherine, the powerful individuals of the Flower Realm at the 7.5 star level or above emerged one after another from the teleportation portal. Jiang Yin, we have come to see you not because we submit to you. In our hearts, Robert is our only ruler. We came to see you mainly to see how you would resolve this crisis. After Catherine and the others entered the palace, they spoke arrogantly. How dare you? Who gave you permission to speak to our ruler like that? Before Jiang Yin could speak, the people from Yin Domain present couldn't help but retort. There's no need for that. Jiang Yin didn't care about the attitude of the people from Huayu. She smiled slightly, stood up, and said, now that everyone is here, let's officially begin. Everything I am about to tell you is true, and there is not a single falsehood in it. Jiang Yin didn't hide anything and told him everything he knew. When everyone learned what had happened, they were all dumbfounded and utterly shocked. They never imagined that the truth of this world would be like this. 7 mysterious figures in black robes created this world and forcibly brought all of them into it. This means they were nothing more than playthings for these 7 men in black robes. Now that the 7 men in black robes have had their fun, they've decided to eliminate them. How could this be? If these 7 people can create such a terrifying world out of thin air, wouldn't it be very easy for them to wipe us out? It's over. Everything's over. We're all going to die. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually changed from shock to despair. A Flower Realm, led by Catherine, still harbored great resentment towards Jiang Yin, but now felt more despair. On one side is a terrifying, mysterious man in black robes, and on the other side is a 9-star monster. No matter how you look at it, it's a dead end. Who says you're definitely going to die? Seeing the despair on everyone's faces, Jiang Yin immediately said, in my opinion, we still have a chance. Jiang Yin, do you think you're a god? Those 7 men in black robes, in a sense, are gods in the marriage world. How can we possibly fight against gods? And what do you think about not choosing to submit to them? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have angered them, and we wouldn't be in this crisis now. Everything is because of you. Catherine and the other people from the Flower Realm shouted angrily at Jiang Yin. They didn't know what the men in black robes wanted Jiang Yin to do. They already knew that if Jiang Yin agreed to these men in black robes, that way, they wouldn't anger these men in black robes, and they would be fine. You shameless woman, what did you say? We've put up with you for a long time. You know that. This is the Flame Domain. Your Flower Domain no longer exists. How dare you still make noise here? Believe it or not, we can kill you right now. In the Flame Domain, besides Jiang Yin, the strongest people are Aliho, Tekawawa Kin, and Lucille, who has already submitted to Jiang Yin. These people are all as strong as Catherine. So how could they tolerate them insulting Jiang Yin here? In their view, there must be a reason why Jiang Yin did not choose to submit to those men in black robes. Come on, do you think we're afraid of you? Catherine and the other people from the flower realm shouted back defiantly. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Just then, Jiang Yin shouted, "Shut up, all of you." The room fell silent immediately after he said that. Catherine, so according to you, I should submit to those people and become their puppet? Do you know that it was those people who forced me to kill Robert? I don't know what they want me to do, but I do know that we humans must not let them control us. If we cannot find a way to escape this world, we will surely die. Compromise is useless. We must unite and resist these people. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Catherine and the others, who had been indignant, all fell silent. Even though they still harbored resentment towards Jiang Yin, they had to admit that what Jiang Yin said was quite right. There will be no peace until one escapes this world. They would die in an instant if these men in black robes made a single thought. In this situation, there would be no point in submitting to these black-robed men. It is no exaggeration to say that all those trapped in the world of marriage are like lab rats kept by the man in black robes. Jiang Yin, so you've summoned us now because you've come up with a way to deal with the man in black robes? After calming down, Catherine spoke to Jiang Yin. Although Jiang Yin killed Robert, Robert wouldn't have died if these men in black robes hadn't suddenly changed the rules. Right now, all of humanity must unite and stop fighting amongst ourselves. That's right, I've already thought of a way. As Jiang Yin said this, a strong killing intent flashed in her eyes. The method is very simple. Kill those 7 men in black robes. Once these self-proclaimed gods are dead, we'll naturally be able to leave this place. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed expressions of shock. These guys are, after all, the creators of the marriage world. With their strength, are they capable of killing these people? Jiang Yin noticed the look on everyone's faces and smiled faintly. I know what you're worried about. But since I dare to say it, I am naturally confident that I can do it. Chapter 167, The Last Chance. After Jiang Yin finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Catherine asked, her face filled with shock, "You really can do that?" If those 7 men in black robes were truly dead, then they would indeed be safe. Don't worry, I, Jiang Yin, always keep my word. Perhaps you haven't noticed, but not only were the rewards for the last regional upgrade competition gone, the region also stopped upgrading at that time. This means that in the entire marriage world, only my flame domain has reached level 3. And the 3rd level area has an additional, very special function called the power of faith. As long as the region becomes larger and the number of people in the region increases, and as long as these people can believe in me and be loyal to me, then I, as the ruler of the region, will be able to obtain extremely powerful faith. As long as this power of faith is strong enough, it will definitely be able to kill those 7 men in black robes. This was not Jiang Yin's unfounded guess, but a solution he came up with after careful consideration. If those 7 men in black robes were truly like gods, how could they possibly need Jiang Yin's power to complete their mission for them? It was clear that the 7 men in black robes were not invincible. Moreover, their eagerness to shut down regional upgrades is undoubtedly due to their fear of the power of faith. Everyone present, including those from the flower domain, immediately opened the regional rankings after hearing Jiang Yin's words. Just as Jiang Yin said, only Yinyu has reached level 3 so far. Even if other areas have enough experience to upgrade to level 3, they are still unable to upgrade. Only the flame domain can reach level 3, which means that only the flame domain possesses the power of faith. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Jiang Yin continued. After a region is upgraded to level 3, in addition to unlocking the power of faith, it can also unlock the one-on-one arena function for the region's ruler. Simply put, I can challenge any regional ruler, and the winner can directly annex the other's region. However, the other party has the right to refuse this challenge. It is not mandatory. Now that I've said this, I'm sure you all understand. The chat channel in the intermediate region and explain the current situation of the marriage world to everyone. If anyone agrees with my approach or questions my abilities, they are all welcome to challenge me as ruler. If I win, I will be able to annex their territory, thus making the flame domain even stronger. We don't have much time left. We must act immediately. As soon as Jiang Yin finished speaking, the people in the original flame domain immediately took action without any hesitation. They already trusted Jiang Yin, And now that he was the only one who could defeat the 7 men in black robes and save them, Jiang Yin was the only one. Catherine and the others from the Flower Realm are now wavering. After a moment of contemplation, Catherine looked at Jiang Yin with a serious expression. If those black-robed people can create this marriage world, then wouldn't they also be able to cancel the function of the level 3 area at any time? Then isn't doing this still pointless? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin smiled faintly. If they have the ability to do it, why haven't they canceled this feature by now? It is clear that although they created this world of marriage, they may not be able to completely control it. As long as we have enough faith power, we can definitely kill those black-robed men. If anyone doubts me or thinks I'm not strong enough, they can defeat me in the ruler's challenge arena. Jiang Yin said with great confidence. All right, in that case, we'll trust you. Anyway, there's no other way now. Let's go. After Catherine finished speaking, she led the people of Flower Realm to take action quickly. In a short time, everyone rushed into the intermediate region chat channel and explained the truth of the matter to everyone. The sudden appearance of the 9-star monster had already shocked everyone. Now that they have learned the truth about the world of marriage, everyone is both shocked and terrified. At the same time, in a special room in the world of marriage, the 7 men in black robes sat there, and although they looked down on them, it was clear that they were in a bad mood. Is there really no way to disable the functionality of the level 3 area? Once that kid Jiang Yin gathers enough faith power, then even we won't be able to control him. There's really no way around it. This marriage world was originally created by us using that treasure. Now that the treasure is out of control, we have no way to control the marriage world properly. Even our power was greatly affected by that treasure. Otherwise, we wouldn't have needed to rely on Jiang Yin's power. Currently, being able to prevent other areas from upgrading to level 3 is already the limit. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have set up the power of faith feature in the first place. What's the use of complaining now? We need to come up with a solution. There's no need to be so nervous. Even if Jiang Yin has the power of faith, so what? I don't believe everyone will willingly submit to him. Moreover, even if he gathers enough faith power, he may not be able to kill us. That being said, we still need to prevent accidents from happening. Since there's no way to turn off this function, we might as well just kill all of humanity. I agree with this approach. Anyway, these humans are meaningless to us. Jiang Yin alone is enough. In that case, let's act quickly and activate Plan B. Destroy the entire marriage world. After the discussion was over, the man in black robes immediately began to act. At the same time, the emotionless announcement rang in everyone's ears in the world of marriage. Urgent announcement. The marriage world will collapse in 3 days, at which time all rooms will suffer devastating destruction, and the entire marriage world will be completely wiped out. This news has plunged everyone in the marriage world into even greater despair. Jiang Yin, who was waiting quietly in the ruler's room, naturally heard it as well. But he didn't show the slightest shock on his face. It was all within his expectations. Clearly, it was the 7 black-robed figures who sensed the power of faith, which led them to decide to destroy the entire marriage world. In this way, all living beings in the marriage world would die immediately, and Jiang Yin's power of faith would naturally become useless. This means that Jiang Yin only has 3 days left. It was at this time that Jiang Yin received her first challenge from a ruler, none other than Kinishiba, the ruler of the samurai domain. Chapter 168 Joining Forces. Accepting Kinishiba's challenge, both were teleported to a duel room. Normally, coming here would mean engaging in a duel, but Kinishiba did not choose to do so. He walked directly towards Jiang Yin and asked in a serious tone, Jiang Yin, is all of this true? Being played like lab rats by those 7 guys. Jiang Yin nodded firmly. That's right. In order to defeat these guys, I need a sufficiently strong power of faith. After a brief silence, Kinishiba replied solemnly, Okay, then I believe you. I surrender. The announcement was made the moment he shouted surrender. This signifies that Jiang Yin has emerged victorious in this challenge for regional dominance. This also means that the samurai domain will be annexed by the flame domain, and Kinishiba will no longer be the ruler of the region. You surrendered so readily. Don't you question my strength at all? Jiang Yin looked at Shiba Kinta in front of her and asked. Ha 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 ha. This, Kinishiba burst into laughter. If I doubted your strength, I would have already made my move. I've already lost to you before, so I'm well aware of your strength. You were able to defeat Robert, which proves that you are the strongest here. Go ahead, I believe in you. After saying that, Kinishiba left through the portal. Jiang Yin followed closely behind and returned to the ruler's room. The annexation of the warrior domain is far from enough. Jiang Yin needs more people to join the flame domain. Kintashiba challenged Jiang Yin, someone else challenged her. There are no limits to the challenges posed by regional rulers. As long as Jiang Yin is willing to accept the challenge, she can keep fighting. This led to Jiang Yin spending almost the entire time in the duel room for the next period of time. These regional rulers who came to challenge the regime basically all chose to surrender, just like Kintashiba did. At this point, there really isn't any better way than to trust Jiang Yin. After all, Jiang Yin is recognized as the strongest and the only ruler of a level 3 region. Only Jiang Yin can obtain the power of faith and defeat the 7 black-robed men. However, not everyone will choose to surrender directly. There are still quite a few stubborn regional rulers who will try to launch an attack on Jiang Yin. Without exception, they were all instantly killed by Jiang Yin in one move. Such overwhelming power impressed almost everyone, and once they realized the disparity in strength, these rulers would all choose to surrender. That's all. In a very short period of time, Jiang Yin annexed dozens of regions, making the flame domain unprecedentedly powerful. At this rate, 3 days would be enough time for all regions that have advanced to the intermediate level to be merged into the flame domain. Even so, Jiang Yin still felt it wasn't enough. He now has something he absolutely must do. Then let's enter the final instance of Sky City and meet Gracie, the Lord of Sky City. This guy is incredibly strong. Jiang Yin was definitely no match for him back then. Jiang Yin could easily kill it now with the power of faith, but she didn't want to do so. Jiang Yin had a better way than killing him. Therefore, Jiang Yin acted quickly, collected the key to Sky City 4, and entered the instance. Jiang Yin had already entered this instance before, and all the minions and elite monsters had been killed by him. Now, in the vast Sky City, only Gracie remains. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, he instantly unleashed a torrent of killing intent, shouting, "Jiang Yin, how dare you come in? I must kill you." As she spoke, Gracie charged toward Jiang Yin in a fit of rage. But just as he approached Jiang Yin, an indestructible golden barrier suddenly rose up around him, like a cage, trapping him inside. No matter how powerful Gracie was, she could not break through the barrier. Now that he possesses such powerful faith, Jiang Yin feels that he can accomplish anything. With the help of the power of faith, his combat strength has long surpassed that of a 9-star. Let alone Gracie, Jiang Yin could easily deal with even a 9-star monster. How is this possible? Gracie was horrified when she saw what was happening. He never expected that Jiang Yin would become so powerful in just a few days. Jiang Yin did not choose to kill Gracie, but slowly walked towards him. With your power, you must be able to sense the earth-shattering changes that have taken place in the marriage world. There is no point in us continuing to fight now. Would you like to cooperate with me? As long as we cooperate, we can escape the world of divorce, and you can return to your original world. Otherwise, with my current strength, I could easily kill you on the spot. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's words, Gracie initially showed extreme anger, but upon closer reflection, she realized that Jiang Yin was right. He was naturally aware of the changes in the world of marriage. He also knew very well that this was his chance to escape. But before that, Jiang Yin had killed so many of his subordinates, and it was hard for him to swallow this insult. After a long silence, Gracie sighed deeply. Well, at this point, we have no choice but to cooperate. When Gracie said those words, she was actually very unwilling. But there was nothing they could do. Jiang Yin's current strength was simply too overwhelming. Gracie knew very well that if he didn't cooperate now, he would only face certain death. The aura emanating from Jiang Yinxian made him feel fear. Okay, let's join forces then. Jiang Yin casually waved his hand, removing those indestructible golden barriers. Then, with a solemn expression, he said, "When I make a move against those guys, the entire marriage world will definitely be thrown into great turmoil. Then you can seize the opportunity to leave here. Only by all of us uniting together can we kill those guys and return to the world we once knew." Gracie had no objection and nodded slightly. After the two continued talking for a while, Jiang Yin used an escape talisman to leave. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the entire marriage world was violently shaken, as if it were the end of the world, and the sky and earth began to collapse. It was at this time that a teleportation beam resembling a vertical eye appeared in Jiang Yin's palace. 7 figures emerged one after another from the portal. They were the 7 men in black robes. This time it wasn't a phantom, but their real bodies. Jiang Yin, even now, Are you still unwilling to submit to us? The whole world is collapsing. Only by submitting to us can you save their lives. Otherwise, we'll all perish together, and you'll die with them. Chapter 169 Complete Crushing. Hee. Black robes. Jiang Nian smiled disdainfully. You 7 inhuman creatures dare to attack me? I urge you to make us all leave this world immediately, or I will kill you all with my own hands. Jiang Nian's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she spoke these words. Currently, he is the only person in this ruler's palace. Tu Shanqing, Lina, Long Yingying, and their 2 servants were all placed in a safe place by him. Even if war breaks out, there's no need to worry about being threatened. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? You've always been nothing more than a pawn in our game. You really think you have the ability to kill us? If it weren't for some special reason, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant with the strength of the 7 of us. Since you're determined to die, then don't blame us. All of humanity will die with you. The 7 men in black robes were clearly enraged by Jiang Nian, and their auras became increasingly violent. They desperately need Jiang Nian to do something for them, so it's impossible for them to actually kill Jiang Nian. What they need to do now is to completely shatter Jiang Nian's self-esteem. They beat Jiang Nian half to death, then forcibly altered her thoughts and will, turning her into a puppet. However, just when they thought Jiang Nian would be afraid of this power, Jiang Nian charged directly at them. At this moment, the aura emanating from Jiang Nian was even stronger than theirs. Even the 7 men in black robes, no matter how slow they were to react, immediately realized that something was wrong. The power of faith emanating from Jiang Nian was far stronger than they had imagined. This means that all regions in the current marriage world have been annexed by the flame domain. Furthermore, everyone in the flame domain trusts and is loyal to Jiang Nian, which means that the power Jiang Nian now possesses has exceeded their imagination. How is that possible? How did you do that? In less than 3 days, why are so many people willing to submit to you? Although the faces of the 7 men in black robes were shrouded in black mist, their panic and fear could still be sensed. It's as if something you created has completely spiraled out of control. Hee. Jiang Nian gave a cold laugh. You're making far too much of a foolish assumption about us humans. Although we often scheme against each other and are willing to kill each other for our own interests, we will also show unprecedented unity under the current circumstances. You're being far too naive to think you can kill all of us humans. Go to hell, all of you. As soon as Jiang Nian finished speaking, an incomparably dazzling golden light burst forth from her body. At this moment, a layer of golden armor appeared on his body, and he held a golden longsword, looking at the 7 black-robed men in front of him like a king. These 7 men in black robes first set up the faith power function. They did not impose any limitations. As long as the more areas they conquered and the more people were loyal to Jiang Nian, the faith power could be increased without limit. This resulted in everyone in all regions of the marriage world now submitting to Jiang Nian, granting him an extremely terrifying power. If they were all 7 black-robed figures in their complete form, then it might be possible to deal with them. But now they have lost almost 70% of their strength, and even if they combined their efforts, they still wouldn't be able to deal with Jiang Nian. At this moment, the 7 men in black robes felt genuine fear and dared not make a move against Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian, let's talk this out. If you don't want to do things for us, we won't force you. How about this? We can make you the ruler of this marriage world, and we can also let you lead all of humanity back to Earth. What do you think? The 7 men in black robes immediately softened their tone. Under these circumstances, how could Jiang Nian possibly let them go? It was clear that the 7 men in black robes had backed down. Now, as long as we kill these 7 men in black robes, we can naturally return to Earth. As for that bullshit marriage to the world ruler, Jiang Nian didn't care at all. Are we supposed to stay here and become their pawns? Jiang Nian ignored their words and unleashed a torrent of killing intent, launching an attack on the 7 of them. Damn it! Do you think the 7 of us are easy to bully? Since you insist on this, then we'll fight you to the death. Seeing Jiang Nian rushing towards them, the 7 men in black robes did not dare to hesitate and immediately transformed into 7 streams of black mist. The black energy quickly merged together, forming a giant covered in black, which then engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Nian. The combined power of the 7 black-robed figures was clearly much stronger, but Jiang Nian refused to back down and unleashed her full power to fight them. The energy fluctuations generated by this battle were extremely powerful, instantly shattering the entire palace and even causing a violent tremor in the marriage world. In addition, the black-robed man had previously issued the order to destroy the marriage world, which has now almost completely collapsed. The myriad races trapped in their respective rooms, including Gracie, the former lord of Sky City, and many humans, all arrived here immediately. They all had only one goal: to kill the 7 men in black robes. This scene terrified the 7 men in black robes, who immediately ordered the black giant to prepare for an escape. However, Jiang Nian gave him no chance, gathering all her faith power into the golden long sword in her hand, and then slashing at the black giant. At the same time, all the myriad races and tens of thousands of humans present launched an attack on the black giant. This powerful force combined terrified the 7 men in black robes, yet they had no way to resist it. With an extremely pitiful scream, the black giant's body instantly exploded, turning into a large amount of black smoke. Then, the black smoke gradually disappeared and vanished. The 7 men in black robes were completely dead. According to Jiang Nian's guess, as long as these 7 men in black robes are killed, the marriage world will naturally disappear, and they will all be able to leave this place. Although the marriage world has collapsed, it has not completely disappeared. Jiang Nian immediately realized that simply killing these men in black robes might not be enough. There must be something crucial that hasn't been destroyed. Just like the brain, only by completely destroying it can the world of marriage be completely eliminated. Just as Jiang Nian was pondering, a black crack appeared in the sky, as if an invisible energy was drawing Jiang Nian in. Chapter 170 Return to Earth, the finale. Looking at the black crack in front of him, Jiang Nian knew very well that he wanted to completely destroy the marriage world and make everyone leave this place. We must enter this black rift in front of us. Even if entering this black rift might mean death, Jiang Nian was determined to go in. He wasn't actually that great. His only goal from beginning to end was to protect Tu Shanqing, Lina, and Long Yingying. Although Jiang Nian was able to be with them and even become husband and wife, it was because of the rules of the marriage world. But for Jiang Nian, they were all the most important people in her life. If there's no way to get them out of the world of marriage, then death is the only outcome. Moreover, Tu Shanqing is pregnant with Jiang Nian's child, so no matter what, Jiang Nian has to give it her all. Qing'er, Na'er, Yingying, listen up. For our safety, for everyone's safety, I must go into this black rift. With my current strength, nothing can pose a threat to me. I will definitely get you out of here safely. After giving the 3 of them some instructions, Jiang Nian resolutely stepped into the black rift. After experiencing a dizzying sensation, Jiang Nian found herself in a magnificent, golden palace. Directly in front of him was a dragon throne. Just then, a mechanical voice rang out. You have now become the strongest in this world of marriage. Assume the throne, and you will become the sole ruler of this world of marriage. They will gain supreme power. As the sound rang out, the dragon throne in front of him continuously emitted a dazzling golden light. However, despite the temptation before her, Jiang Nian remained indifferent, showing no sign of excitement whatsoever. The entire marriage world is nothing but a human creation. What's the point of becoming its ruler? In the end, he was nothing more than a pawn. Jiang Nian now has only one goal: to leave this place. Without any hesitation, Jiang Nian casually waved his hand, and the powerful energy fluctuation directly shattered the dragon throne in front of him. What kind of bullshit rulers are they? All I want to do right now is get out of here. I don't care what you are, I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Nian shouted to the surroundings. About 3 minutes later, had previously shattered emitted a dazzling golden light, which then transformed into one golden point of light after another. These golden specks gradually coalesced, forming a multicolored crystal ball. It is clearly perceptible that this crystal ball contains an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. If Jiang Nian is not mistaken, this crystal ball should be the core of this marriage world. Destroying this thing will definitely allow us to leave this place. With this in mind, Jiang Nian channeled his immense faith power, transforming it into a golden light sword. But at that moment, the light emitted by the crystal ball converged to form a transparent figure without a physical form. He slowly walked towards Jiang Nian and said, "Are you really going to give up the opportunity to become the ruler of this place? If you're willing, even I can submit to you." The invisible man continued to tempt Jiang Nian. But the more he tempted her, the more suspicious Jiang Nian became. This guy's strength is clearly greater than that of the 7 black-robed men combined. Normally, this guy is fully capable of defeating Jiang Nian. However, He hesitated to take action and instead kept tempting Jiang Yan. This means that although this guy is very powerful, he is completely unable to hurt Jiang Yan. Recalling what the 7 men in black robes had said, Jiang Yan immediately realized that what they wanted him to do was deal with this invisible man. The 7 men in black robes had previously stated that their power was greatly depleted, and it was highly likely that the various invisible figures were constantly absorbing their power. The 7 men in black robes couldn't directly attack the invisible man. They just needed to cultivate the strongest one to deal with him. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Yan suddenly waved his hand, and the powerful energy fluctuation instantly shattered the transparent man's body. Jiang Yan, you're refusing to listen to reason. Do you really think I can't kill you? You are nothing but an ant-like human being. Since you are determined to seek death, then don't blame me. At this moment, the crystal ball erupted with an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation, and the transparent phantom reappeared. He wielded an incredibly sharp broadsword and swung it fiercely at Jiang Yan. This move was incredibly powerful. Even the 7 black-robed men combined couldn't match it. But Jiang Yan stood quietly in place, without even thinking of avoiding it. He allowed the invisible man to attack him. Just as Jiang Yan had expected, the invisible man's powerful attack was completely unable to harm her. It passed right through Jiang Yan's body. Why? Why aren't you scared at all? The invisible man spoke with a terrified expression. He had assumed that Jiang Yan would be afraid of this terrifying power and thus choose to submit to him. In this way, he can take over Jiang Yan's body. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yan was not afraid at all and saw through it directly. Ridiculous. Since I dare to come here, why would I be afraid of you? Jiang Yan didn't waste any more words with him. She gathered all her faith power into the golden lightsaber in her hand and slashed at the crystal ball. Boom. With a loud bang, the crystal ball shattered on the spot. The invisible man gradually disappeared amidst his extremely unwilling roar. Jiang Yan and everyone else in the current marriage world closed their eyes and fell unconscious at this moment. I don't know how much time has passed. Jiang Yan suddenly opened her eyes and found herself lying on a soft, large bed. This is no longer some kind of marriage world, but rather the house where Jiang Yan lived before she traveled through time. This means that the world of marriage has disappeared, and he has truly returned to Earth. Excited, Jiang Yan quickly stood up, opened the window, and looked at the scene outside. At that moment, Jiang Yan's tears immediately flowed. Finally home. Just as Jiang Yan was filled with emotion, he seemed to have thought of something and tried to mobilize his own power. To his surprise, he found that the power he had gained in the marriage world was still there. This was a truly wonderful surprise for Jiang Yan. He originally thought that this power would disappear along with the world of marriage. I never expected that it could be preserved. Since this power still exists, it means that Jiang Yan now possesses extremely strong strength. Even after returning to Earth, Tu Shanqing, Lina, and Long Yingying were nowhere to be found, but Jiang Yan believed that they must be waiting for him in different dimensions. Qing'er, Lina, Long Yingying, I will definitely find you. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yan dressed and ran out. Everyone who returned to Earth, just like Jiang Yan, frantically searched for their marriage partners. 3 years later, in a mysterious and blessed land, Jiang Yan, with his arms around Lina and Long Yingying, sat leisurely in a chair. As you can see, Lina and Long Yingying's bellies are already protruding, and they are both pregnant with Jiang Yan's child. Meanwhile, Tu Shanqing is chasing after a mischievous little boy. If you look closely, you can see that the little boy looks exactly like Jiang Yan, like a mini version of him. However, it has 2 fox-like ears. He was Jiang Yan and Tu Shanqing's first child, named Jiang Cheng. Jiang Yan is currently the most powerful person in the world, and no one can shake his position. Absolute king.